A gentleman perceives opportunities, while a sage comprehends destiny. Qin Ge finds himself transported to a fantastical realm, yet devoid of any strength. Mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he is relegated to cultivating fields and caring for cats in the wilderness. It is not until the day the saintess is pursued that he realizes the truth. Confucianism and Taoism possess the power to devastate heaven and earth. With a stroke of his brush, he roars to the heavens and challenges the moon, reaching for the stars with a single hand. He is, astonishingly, the strongest of all. Chapter 1. The Master of the Black Cat. The peaks rise like a gathering storm, and the waves roar with fury. Hidden within the emerald-hued gorge lies a humble, thatched cottage. Inside, Qin Ge is fervently wielding a brush with a tattered tip. A gentleman perceives opportunities, a sage comprehends destiny. Ink splatters across the rice paper, radiating a brilliant glow. Ding! The gentleman's 6 art system has reached completion. The host has attained the pinnacle of the world. A mechanical voice resounds, yet Qin Ge remains oblivious. Alas, I arrived burdened with knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only to find myself not in the great Qin, nor the great Tang, but in this flourishing era of Confucianism and martial prowess. Isn't this absurd? No matter how high my mastery of the 6 arts, can it truly compare to those formidable beings capable of annihilating heaven and earth? Qin Ge grumbles internally while continuing to unleash ink upon the page. Indeed, he is a time traveler, having crossed into this age where Confucianism thrives and martial arts are infused with scholarly wisdom. Here, Confucianism embodies martial prowess, wielding the power to destroy the heavens, obliterate the earth, and challenge the celestial bodies with mere mortal strength. Those who have mastered the arts can gaze upon the essence of life itself, cutting through the most potent energies with their literary prowess. However, the system compels Qin Ge to hone skills in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and the mundane necessities of life. For a decade, he has concealed himself in this valley, having achieved the utmost in his cultivation, reaching the highest realm of the gentleman's system. Yet what use is it? Alas, this journey seems futile. In this world, experts abound like dogs. I might as well remain here, diligently study, tend to my crops, and live my tranquil little life. Qin Ge murmurs to himself. Outside, the sky has unexpectedly darkened, heavy clouds looming ominously. Thunder rumbles ominously, shaking the very earth beneath. Amidst the swirling black clouds, flashes of golden light erupt, as if celestial beings are traversing within. Qin Ge nudges the black cat, which is soundly sleeping at his feet. Li Nu, go outside and see if another idle fool is attempting to transcend. The black cat meows softly, stretching lazily before sauntering out of the cottage. As he raises his gaze, sharp eyes pierce through the layers of clouds, beholding a scene of tumultuous beauty. At the zenith of the heavens, a white ribbon of light streaks across the sky, akin to a meteor blazing through the firmament. At the ribbon's end stands a girl with skin as pale as snow, her beauty ethereal and her presence extraordinary. Yet, at this moment, a trace of blood seeps from the corner of her mouth, suggesting she has suffered a grievous injury. Behind her looms a colossal shadow of a Buddha, enveloped in golden lightning, advancing with the intent to reduce the girl to mere dust. The girl's awareness sweeps behind her, her thoughts flickering with intensity. Buddha Emperor, you dare to employ a fragment of your true form? Do you truly believe my dynasty has no defenders? In this prosperous era, the contention between Confucianism and Buddhism is fundamentally a struggle for the hearts of the people. As the progenitor of Buddhism, how can you brazenly pursue the princess of the Confucian dynasty without fearing the loss of public sentiment? Do you not fear that my elder brother, the Jade Emperor, shall wield the might of the nation to obliterate your Buddhist sect? The speaker of these words was none other than Yuling Long, the princess of the Confucian dynasty. The conflict between Confucianism and Buddhism had persisted for several epochs, primarily revolving around the allegiance of the populace, merely a contest of doctrinal supremacy at best. Yet today, the Buddhist emperor had audaciously unveiled his intentions, seeking to employ supreme Buddhist power to crush Confucianism. At the forefront of this confrontation stood the royal princess. Amidst the resonating cries that trembled the heavens, a fragment of divine consciousness surged forth like an arrow, piercing the void and hastening toward the imperial court of the Confucian dynasty. That was a fleeting plea for help from Yuling Long. An ethereal silhouette of a Buddha subtly emerged amidst the sea of clouds, exuding an aura of solemnity. In that moment, the vast expanse of clouds was bathed in golden hues, radiating the compassionate light of Buddhism. Yet, within the golden depths of the Buddha's gaze, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered ominously. I, the Buddha, am compassionate. The hearts of men are too narrow to accommodate two distinct paths. In this world, where Buddhism exists, Confucianism ought not to thrive. If even the princess of the Confucian dynasty were to embrace my Buddhist teachings, would it not reflect the boundless compassion of my sect? I have already extended an opportunity to you since you refused to join my Buddhist fold. I shall send you to the Western paradise. In an instant, the Buddha's manifestation vanished. As the cloud cover was cleaved apart, a nine-ring staff stood defiantly before Yu Linglong, a towering pillar that seemed to touch the heavens and support the earth. With a mere motion, the staff unleashed a cataclysmic force, accompanied by the roar of thunder, charging forth with lethal intent. Before it, Yu Linglong appeared diminutive, akin to an insignificant insect. That is the treasured nine-ring staff of the Buddhist sect. In that fleeting moment, her soul quivered. The nine-ring staff, the golden bowl, and the accompanying golden lotus were the three supreme treasures of the Buddhist realm, wielded as lethal weapons by the Buddhist emperor, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. A wave of despair surged within Yu Linglong. Under the weight of such Buddhist artifacts, even a lesser sage would meet their demise. How could she hope to withstand? Even if the imperial court were to rush to my aid, it would be too late. My life is forfeit. Silently, Yu Linglong closed her eyes, prepared to martyr herself for her convictions. At that moment, from the vast expanse of the ground below, a sudden cat's meow pierced the air. The sound, sharp as a blade, sliced through the thunderous Buddhist intent, instantly tearing apart the overwhelming power of the nine-ring staff. In that instant, Yu Linglong beheld the spectral form of a cat, its paw effortlessly shattering the fleeting manifestation of the Buddha. Staring in disbelief, she gasped, What is this?" It was known that the Buddha's teachings were boundless, and his will infinite. The Buddha had ascended to the status of a sage, and even a fragment of his essence could forge a realm. Before him, even the Confucian emperor, the Jade Emperor himself, would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, astonishingly, it had been obliterated by a mere cat's paw. Such a spectacle was beyond comprehension, far too extraordinary to fathom. What then must be the true form of this feline apparition? At this juncture, the Buddhist intent dissipated and the celestial realm cleared. Yu Linglong concentrated her divine awareness, sweeping her gaze to the ground below, where amidst the untamed mountains stood a humble thatched cottage. Beside the cottage lay a black cat, poised in repose. The black cat, plump and languid in demeanor, radiated an aura of formidable power, akin to that of a sage. Its brilliance was resplendent, and the air around it shimmered with an overwhelming presence, comparable to that of celestial beings. Upon catching a glimpse of it from a distance, Yu Linglong felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, as if her very soul might scatter. I too possess innate talent, having benefited from countless treasures bestowed by the imperial court. After years of dedicated study in the Confucian path, my own brilliance barely spans a few dozen feet. Yet this black cat emanates such splendor. Could it be a hidden sage of the Confucian school residing here? Gratitude is a virtue esteemed in Confucianism. Since this holy cat has saved me, I must express my thanks in person. In a fleeting moment, Yu Linglong summoned her energy and approached the humble abode. Before the black cat, she adjusted her elegant attire and bowed deeply. "I am Yu Linglong, here to pay my respects to the sage." The cat yawned lazily, appearing to understand, yet remain indifferent. Yu Linglong was taken aback. What does this indifference signify? Does it wish to ignore me? Just then, a clear voice emerged from within the cottage. "Linu, I asked you to step outside and check if it might rain. Are you slacking off again?" To her astonishment, the terrifying black cat had a master. Yu Linglong trembled in shock. If the black cat possesses such divine terror, what manner of being could its master be? Perhaps an entity beyond the gods themselves? Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Sage. If the black cat was indeed divine, then its master must surely be a sage of legendary renown. This thought struck Yu Linglong with a jolt of disbelief. Her expression transformed into one of solemnity and reverence. At that moment, the curtain of the cottage parted, and a cultured figure emerged. Clad in azure robes, he was a striking scholar. It was Qin Ge. As Yu Linglong's consciousness swept over him, She was instantly taken aback. He is merely a mundane being of the first level of literary heart. The levels of literary heart span 9 stages, from entering the hall, to investigating things, to cultivating oneself, and so forth, culminating in the status of saint, where one transcends to the divine. Yu Linglong herself had reached the 5th level, with the ability to ascend, her energy capable of shattering mountains within 100 miles. In her estimation, the Black Cat had achieved the 8th level of semi-saint. Thus, it followed that its master should at least be a saint. Yet here stood before her someone whose literary heart barely registered. In a moment of daze, Qin Ge's gaze fell upon Yu Linglong, and his eyes sparkled with recognition. Before him stood a woman of exquisite beauty, her form graceful and enchanting, radiating an air of nobility that hinted at her illustrious lineage. She is breathtaking, such beauty could only belong to the heavens. How rare it is to encounter someone so ethereal on earth. I had no idea that such a transcendent beauty existed in the world. Having lived here in seclusion for years, removed from earthly affairs, it seems I have indeed been somewhat ignorant. At these words, Yu Linglong's heart fluttered. Seclusion, removed from the earthly realm. Legends speak of sages who abstain from grains and partake only of the wind, and do this one is indeed a sage hidden away. The words of the sage clearly imply a desire to conceal his identity. I must respect his wishes and feign ignorance. To meet the sage is a rare honor, one that cannot be sought, even for a princess. With this thought, Yu Linglong's heart surged with trepidation and excitement. With deep reverence, she bowed, saying, "I am Yu Linglong, honored to meet you, esteemed elder." Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, the people of the Confucian Dao world are exceedingly courteous. To kneel upon their first encounter is quite extraordinary. A fleeting look of awkwardness crossed his face. At that moment, Yu Linglong's expression suddenly changed. A glimmer of golden light appeared upon her countenance, and she weakened, nearly fainting. It turned out she had already suffered grave injuries from the Buddha Emperor prior. However, at that time, her life had hung by a thread, which had awakened her boundless potential, allowing her to endure until now. Now, with the crisis averted, her old wounds flared up, and she felt her internal energy in turmoil, surging like a tide. In her final moments of dizzying consciousness, she murmured, "Esteemed elder, save me." As she faltered, Yu Linglong was on the brink of collapse. After kneeling, she swooned, leaving Qin Ge utterly bewildered. "Hey, miss, are you trying to scam me? In broad daylight, this is too much," he exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to assist her. However, his angle was awkward, and he felt a soft sensation in his grasp. A shocking jolt coursed through his entire being. Startled, Qin Ge quickly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. Yu Linglong had already collapsed, falling into his embrace. Qin Ge gazed skyward, wanting to weep but finding no tears. This is like a porcelain figurine falling from the heavens. "I'll save you now, but do not deceive me." In his helplessness, he had no choice but to carry her into the thatched cottage. At this moment, Yu Linglong began to regain consciousness. Her phoenix-like eyes surveyed the simplicity of the cottage. The decor was exceedingly modest, consisting of a bed, a couch, a table, a chair, and countless scrolls. Such is the study of every Confucian scholar. As her gaze wandered, it suddenly froze upon a sword. The blade emanated a faint purple aura, with a trace of celestial energy swirling around it, as if a divine presence were attached to it. The spirit of the sword seemed to sense Yu Linglong's gaze and trembled momentarily. In that instant, the heavens resonated. With a clash, the entire world seemed enveloped by the sword's reverberation. At that moment, Yu Linglong felt her spirit leap, overwhelmed with astonishment. "This is the sage's extermination sword," she murmured in sheer disbelief. It is said that when the ancient first sage, Confucius, attained enlightenment, the extermination sword was born alongside him. Once wielded, it could slay deities. This spiritual treasure is rare and cannot be sought to encounter, even once allows one to grasp the remnants of Confucius' aura and attain enlightenment. Even the royal family of the Confucian nation would treat such a treasure as the nation's heirloom, guarded by 100,000 elite soldiers. Yet now, this astonishing artifact hung openly in the study, merely a decorative piece. To regard the sage's spiritual treasure with such disregard, what manner of person is the master of this place? In a moment of shock, a muffled sound suddenly resonated from the exquisite jade form of Yu Linglong. Her expression shifted dramatically, and an ominous thought crossed her mind. Upon a brief internal reflection, she discovered that her long-cultivated literary heart had indeed shattered. The literary heart, akin to the dantian of a Confucian scholar, once broken, would render Yu Linglong's entire cultivation futile in an instant. The battle with the Buddha Emperor had inflicted such grievous wounds upon her. In an instant, her aura became faint, and her consciousness began to waver. She exerted her literary heart with all her might, striving to maintain the last vestiges of her sanity. Upon catching sight of the cloud pieces on her desk, her gaze suddenly quivered. That is, before her lay a chessboard, where the cloud pieces were scattered black pieces twinkling like stars, and white pieces shimmering like celestial bodies, each bursting forth with radiant light. These beams of brilliance stretched for countless miles, connecting to the profound cosmos. It is the diagram of the universe and stars. Yu Linglong gasped in astonishment, her eyes nearly bursting with intensity. The diagram of the universe and stars predated the existence of the sage Confucius, a treasure that linked heaven and earth, embodying the ultimate essence of the universe. Within this treasure, each cloud piece was connected to a celestial body. When a cloud piece moved, so too did the stars. When the stars shifted, the fortunes of the world would follow suit. Possessing the diagram of the universe and stars signified the ability to command the fate of the realm. This diagram, once said to belong to the celestial emperor, had since vanished into obscurity. Such a magnificent treasure could elevate its possessor to the status of sovereign over the world. Yet now, it lay merely as an ornament upon her desk. At that moment, Yu Linglong trembled with fear, nearly losing her spirit. A treasure she managed to utter before succumbing to her shock and fainting. Qin Ge was taken aback. "What do you mean by this, my lady?" he inquired. Just a moment ago, her complexion was pale, and her abdomen sounded like a drum. Could it be that she is hungry? Moreover, I have been a vegetarian for years and possess no meat to provide her with nourishment. In a flash of inspiration, Qin Ge recalled the rich soil behind the thatched cottage, teeming with earthworms. Though the taste was less than desirable, it was, after all, a form of sustenance better than nothing at all. Resolving this in his mind, Qin Ge turned and exited the cottage. Chapter 3. Dragon Meat for Yu Linglong. The shattering of her literary heart felt akin to the collapse of the heavens. In her unconscious state, she often sensed her soul plummeting into the abyss of hell. Just as her spirit was on the brink of sinking, a sudden aroma wafted in, like a celestial chain pulling her back from the depths of despair. Gradually, Yu Linglong's phoenix-like eyes fluttered open, revealing Qin Ge standing at her bedside. A look of concern etched on his face. "My lady, you have awakened. I surmise you are hungry, regrettably. Our humble abode offers little more than this bowl of clear broth to sustain you." With that, he presented the bowl of soup before her. Yu Linglong stole a glance at it, instantly captivated and astonished. Within the bowl, ethereal vapors swirled, shimmering with hues of a rainbow that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The essence of the cosmos gracefully floated within, dyeing the clouds for 100 miles around in brilliant gold. Above, in the celestial realms, winds and thunder stirred, as fragments of Confucian and Taoist wisdom cascaded into the bowl like a tornado touching the ground. To cultivate one's mind in Confucianism and Taoism is to extract these fragments from the universe. While riches may be acquired with ease, such fragments are rare and precious. Each piece represents a once-in-a-century opportunity and a profound legacy of fortune. As the princess of the Yu Linglong dynasty, she had only obtained 2 in her lifetime. Yet now, in this bowl of broth, fragments of wisdom floated and danced, an unquantifiable abundance. To serve such a concoction, brimming with heavenly treasures, is an extraordinary gesture. In that moment, tears glistened in Yu Linglong's eyes, and her delicate wrist trembled with excitement. This bowl of precious broth could rival a century's worth of arduous cultivation. With this thought in mind, she cast aside her regal demeanor, snatched the porcelain bowl, and drank greedily, savoring every drop. Qin Ge, observing her fervent consumption, couldn't help but lament. "Ah, the era of Confucianism and Taoism is not without its flaws. This young lady appears resplendent, yet bears the countenance of one who has known hunger." As the broth filled her, the sounds of rolling thunder surged within her being. Turning her focus inward, she perceived a celestial river cascading through her body, tumultuous and overwhelming. In the next instant, golden light erupted within her, radiating like 1,000 beams, ultimately coalescing into a golden dragon that soared and danced, cleansing every inch of her physical form. The golden dragon spiraled within her, as if striving to ascend to the highest heavens. Yu Linglong's spirit was swept along in its wake. climbing ever higher until she reached the pinnacle of bliss. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her gaze sparkled with spring-like vitality, as if she were gazing longingly at Qin Ge. Caught off guard by her intense stare, Qin Ge's heart skipped a beat, wondering how a mere bowl of soup could elicit such a reaction from her. Deep within Yu Linglong, the soaring golden dragon suddenly descended. The magnificent creature, once mighty as a pillar of heaven, gradually thinned, ultimately condensing into a golden thread that nestled at the location of her literary heart. Wrapped in a golden halo, her shattered literary heart began to mend slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its former glory, even surpassing its previous state. As Yu Linglong resumed her cultivation, allowing her literary energy to circulate through 36 celestial cycles within her, the long-standing bottleneck of her Confucian and Taoist realm began to exhibit signs of potential breakthrough. Only then did the flush of spring on her face gradually fade. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ge let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, what a fright. His expression transformed from tension to worry, and then from worry to relaxation. Each subtle shift did not escape Yu Linglong's perceptive gaze. In that fleeting moment, her heart fluttered with an unexpected thrill. The esteemed sage shows such concern for me. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? According to legend, sages transcend all worldly matters, differing from common folk. With a single thought, destiny arises, and with another, it fades away. Could it be that the sage has entertained a thought for me? As this notion flitted through her mind, Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled as she gazed deeply into Qin Ge's. In that moment of mutual gaze, she softly spoke, in this life and death calamity, I had lost all hope of survival. I am indebted to your esteemed intervention, which has allowed me to escape this dire strait. Should you not reject me, I am willing to dedicate myself to you, to be your companion, adding fragrance to your life. For a moment, Qin Ge was utterly bewildered. What is this talk of life and death, of calamities, and who intervened? It was merely a bowl of earthworm soup. Surely, it cannot be that serious. When the words of dedication slipped from her lips, Qin Ge was momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Is she offering herself for just a bowl of soup? The people of the Confucian Dao world are exceedingly polite. Is it because I just embraced her, and thus she feels compelled to marry me? If I were to refuse, would she be so humiliated as to take her own life? Alas, I have spent my life doing good deeds. How could I bear to witness this flower-like maiden perish? I shall feign acceptance for the time being. With this thought, Qin Ge forced a smile, saying, If you are pleased, my lady, please feel free. To his astonishment, the sage actually acquiesced. A fleeting joy illuminated Yu Linglong's face. Her fiery gaze lingered on Qin Ge's face, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. The passionate warmth of the maidens in the Confucian Dao world rivals that of the present era. After a while, Yu Linglong's intense gaze finally shifted. Only then did her attention return to the bowl, where the rich soup had dwindled to reveal only the black earthworm. Upon a mere glance, Yu Linglong's heart sank in horror. In her eyes, it resembled the flesh of a true dragon. The scales shimmered, reflecting glimmers of light. The residual essence of the dragon seemed to resonate with the heavens, subtly conjuring the sound of thunder. The dragon is an auspicious sign of the universe, appearing only in times of peace and prosperity. If a mortal were to catch even a glimpse, they could comprehend the dragon's aura and elevate their understanding of the Confucian Dao. Yet now, this rare omen was reduced to mere base material for the sage's soup. Shock, dismay, the astonishment on Yu Linglong's face was unmistakable, and Qin Ge felt a sudden pang of unease. The earthworm, a creature of the mud, thrives on filth, and even ordinary individuals would disdain to consume it. This maiden, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, possesses an extraordinary demeanor. She is clearly no commoner. Perhaps she has been put off by the earthworm. With this thought, Qin Ge's expression turned awkward, tinged with regret. My lady, please do not take offense. The earthworm is indeed a crude matter, and I myself do not enjoy it. However, in your weakened state, it was but a temporary sustenance to stave off hunger. Should the maiden not forsake me, I shall presently prepare for you a more sumptuous repast. As these words left my lips, I was about to discard the earth dragon in my bowl. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's body trembled slightly, gripped by a fear so profound it nearly shattered the recently restored essence within her. Her gaze returned to Qin Ge, filled with reverence. Indeed, the sage was truly a sage, deeming even the rarest of dragons as mere crude fare unworthy of consumption. We mere mortals are incapable of comprehending such an extraordinary realm. Yet, for us, dragon meat is a treasure of heaven and earth, a rarity that, if missed, would leave us with a lifetime of regret. With this thought, Yu Linglong cradled the bowl of dragon meat protectively against her chest. Just then, A commanding voice rang out from beyond the thatched cottage. Halt. Chapter 4. Yu Shutian, a resounding shout echoed, akin to the shattering of diamond, reverberating through the mountains and fields. In that instant, the entire thatched cottage trembled. Startled, the two turned simultaneously to behold a middle-aged man standing outside, clad in a flowing purple robe that billowed with the wind. Though he remained stationary, an imposing aura emanated from him, exuding a formidable presence that could shake the heavens and earth. Yu Linglong was initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the man's visage, a look of astonishment and joy graced her face. Brother. This man was none other than her elder brother, the Emperor Yu Shutian of the Confucian dynasty. When Yu Linglong was pursued by the Buddhist emperor, she had sent a fleeting thought to the imperial court seeking salvation. Upon learning of her plight, Yu Shutian had been consumed with fury. As the emperor, he had come personally to rescue her, arriving just as Qin Ge had taken her into his arms. The esteemed imperial princess, a cherished daughter of the heavens, was being cradled by a coarse mountain man, and as they approached the thatched cottage, it appeared as though unsavory intentions were afoot, igniting Yu Shutian's wrath. Impudent rogue, how dare you desecrate the imperial family? The emperor's fury transformed the heavens, darkening the skies. With a sudden, forceful movement, Yu Shutian unleashed his literary might, and in that moment, the atmosphere around the cottage was engulfed in thunderous winds, causing the trees to bow low. Under the weight of the emperor's rage, rivers ceased to flow, and mountains seemed to cower. All living beings quivered beneath the majesty of his presence, and the sound waves surged towards the cottage, poised to shatter Qin Ge. However, at that critical juncture, a sudden meow pierced the air. Meow? The sound resonated like the wrath of celestial beings. The searing anger that engulfed the atmosphere seemed to rip the very heavens apart, plunging the world into darkness, as if the sun itself had lost its luster. That meow, akin to the falling of the Milky Way from the heavens, shattered the emperor's regal authority. Yu Shutian's composure wavered, his aura fragmenting as he stumbled back several paces, his expression shifting dramatically. A wave of horror washed over him. What? I have attained the 8th level of literary cultivation, sufficient to shatter mountains and rivers, yet I have been repelled by someone. Who could this be? Could it be the rumored sage? As he focused his gaze, he encountered the penetrating eyes of a black cat. The cat's gaze was piercing, its aura profound, emanating a dignified presence that resembled divine beings surveying mere mortals. In Yu Shutian's eyes, the cat's aura surged to immeasurable heights, overshadowing even the mightiest of deities. Before it, he felt as insignificant as a mere blade of grass. In that fleeting moment, Yu Shutian's heart raced with trepidation, almost prompting him to flee. I am the emperor, the sovereign of all under heaven. If my subjects were to learn that I was frightened away by a mere house cat, how could I bear such humiliation? As he regained his composure, a wave of shame washed over him. Even a domestic cat possessed power rivaling that of a sage. The master of this place must undoubtedly be a terrifying entity. What kind of karmic entanglement had his sister incurred to attract such a formidable being? A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, yet he dared not take another step forward. At the moment the local dragon soup was served, he bore witness to the awe-inspiring aura that enveloped the scene. Within the humble abode, Yu Linglong remained blissfully unaware. However, at that moment, Yu Shutian observed everything with clarity. The instant the dragon broth was ladled out, a majestic azure aura enveloped the air, shimmering with golden brilliance. The clouds high above seemed to don a veil of gilded light, faintly resonating with the harmonious sounds of phoenixes and dragons. Such a broth emerged, shaking the very heavens and earth. What an extraordinary concoction this was. To partake of even a single sip would bestow upon one the fortune of 3 lifetimes, sufficient to ensure a dynasty's legacy for millennia. Yet, Yu Linglong audaciously consumed it all in one go. In that moment, Yu Shutian's heart bled with anguish. Alas, a black cat, rivaling a saint in stature, barred his path. Otherwise, he would have charged in and seized the bowl. At that instant, Yu Shutian had entirely forgotten his purpose for being there, fixated on the broth, oblivious to the conversation between the two within the cottage. It was not until the bowl was empty that the true form of the dragon meat was revealed. Witnessing Yu Linglong's intent to devour even the dragon meat, he could no longer contain himself and let out a furious roar. At his command, Yu Linglong indeed halted her actions, and Qin Ge couldn't help but be startled. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the relationship between the two. This brother was Linglong's elder sibling, making him Qin Ge's brother-in-law. In a flash of thought, Qin Ge felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Observing Yu Shutian's hesitance to approach, his gaze fixated on the black cat, Qin Ge suddenly realized that Linglong's brother, seemingly remarkable, possessed an unusual fear of felines. With this thought, Qin Ge cleared his throat and declared, "Leave, my servant, do not obstruct the way." The black cat, upon hearing this, meowed softly and gracefully stepped aside. Only then did Yu Tian cautiously enter the humble dwelling, focusing his gaze on Qin Ge. He had been unnerved by the black cat's saintly prowess, and upon sensing Qin Ge's mere first-level cultivation, he was taken aback, astonished momentarily. Yu Linglong, sensing his bewilderment, hurriedly transmitted her thoughts. "Royal brother, this esteemed elder is the Saint Qin Ge. It was he who saved my life. His realm transcends that of saints, akin to the divine. However, he deliberately suppresses his cultivation, masquerading as an ordinary mortal, residing in seclusion here. More remarkably, he has previously hinted at wishing to unite with me in matrimony. Saints are known for their eccentric and transcendent ways. They disdain ostentation and dislike having their identities revealed. He is already aware of my royal lineage. Therefore, royal brother, before the esteemed elder, you must not flaunt your imperial status. The realm of a saint is comparable to that of a deity. In the presence of the divine, even a sovereign must bow in reverence and submit humbly." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian felt a sudden chill, anxiety gripping his heart, yet he also felt a twinge of relief, thankful that he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, the wrath of a saint could have cost him his life, even as an emperor. In a flash of thought, Yu Tian bowed deeply to Qin Ge, saying, "I am Linglong's elder brother. I am profoundly grateful to you for saving my sister's life." With that, he bent down, preparing to kneel. Qin Ge was taken aback, overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. The denizens of the Confucian Dao world exhibit an extraordinary degree of courtesy. It is merely a bowl of earth dragon soup. Is it truly necessary to kneel at every turn? He hastily assisted Yu Tian to his feet, repeatedly declining with, "My dear brother, you are far too gracious. It is but a bowl of soup, a mere trifling effort, hardly worth mentioning." At the mention of the earth dragon soup, Yu Tian's gaze flickered with excitement, and he immediately turned his attention to the bottom of the bowl. The flesh of the earth dragon still lay within, while the air was thick with the essence of Confucian fragments. Yu Tian took a deep inhalation, and in an instant, countless fragments surged into his golden form. In the blink of an eye, the Confucian fragments transformed into profound insights, flowing from a gentle trickle to a torrent of literary essence, crashing into his literary heart. Given his cultivation, his comprehension of the Confucian fragments surpassed that of Yu Linglong. With just this single inhalation, his literary heart advanced further beyond the realm of a half-saint, drawing him ever closer to the sanctified state. Now, he stood on the precipice of the sage realm. Given the passage of time, the right celestial and terrestrial conditions, along with the assistance of such heavenly materials as dragon flesh, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights and attain the path of a sage. Chapter 5. A grave situation. Yu Tian, as the son of heaven and the emperor, had witnessed countless treasures of heaven and earth. Yet this time, he was utterly astounded. The mere act of inhaling the aroma could rival a decade of arduous cultivation. The dragon meat soup, sought after for millennia, was now before him. At this moment, he greedily gazed at the empty bowl's bottom. "My dear brother, I have an ungracious request. Might I inquire if you have any soup left?" The gluttonous expression on his face startled Qin Ge, revealing a side of his refined elder brother that seemed utterly unsophisticated. Was it truly necessary to yearn so desperately over a mere bowl of worm soup? With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he replied, "There is but this one bowl, and it is gone." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's countenance fell into despair. Alas, what a pity for such exquisite broth. Musing softly, his gaze fixated on the remnants of dragon meat at the bottom of the bowl. Surely, having consumed an entire bowl of dragon soup, my dear sister must be quite satisfied. As for these few pieces of dragon meat, why not let them be bestowed upon your elder brother? With that, he reached out to seize the meat, causing Yu Linglong to blanch in alarm and convey through thought, "Your Majesty, you are the emperor, a sovereign ruler. Please maintain your dignity." Yu Tian's eyes widened in fierce indignation, the majesty of his imperial presence evident on his face. Knowing I am the son of heaven, why do you not present this divine dragon meat to me? Moreover, you have consumed an entire bowl of the heavenly broth without leaving a single drop for me. Release your grip at once. Otherwise, you shall be deemed disobedient to your elder brother, and I shall invoke the family rules against you. His voice coalesced into delicate strands, resonating in Yu Linglong's ears. A grand emperor, so unyielding in his defense of his food. Yu Linglong, feeling helpless, puffed her cheeks in indignation and relinquished the porcelain bowl. Yu Tian snatched it into his embrace, joyfully counting the pieces of meat within. Subsequently, he tucked both bowl and meat into his sleeve, cherishing them as one would a treasured possession. Qin Ge, witnessing this spectacle, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. While it was one thing to defend his food, it was quite another to refuse to return even the bowl. It seemed that this imposing brother-in-law's family was rather impoverished. Fortunately, he possessed a naturally generous disposition. After all, it was merely a broken porcelain bowl, and if it was not to be returned, so be it. However, Yulinglong observed this with keen eyes, arching an eyebrow. Dear brother, you have claimed the dragon meat, but how can you also abscond with the bowl? A dignified emperor should not stoop to such petty avarice. It tarnishes the royal image. Upon hearing her thoughts, Yu Tian displayed no semblance of shame, letting out a disgruntled grunt. Humph, do not think I am oblivious. That bowl is as precious as any spiritual treasure. In this era of flourishing Buddhism and Taoism, a conflict is inevitable. The treasures within our Confucian court are dwindling. And as the son of heaven, I must strategize. With this thought, Yu Tian suddenly turned his gaze to Qin Ge and spoke. I hear that you wish to marry my little sister. Let this porcelain bowl serve as your betrothal gift. To sell off the royal sister for a mere bowl was indeed a curious transaction. Was this truly a union of love? Or was it the sale of a princess by her imperial brother? With this thought, Yulinglong was rendered speechless in her fury. Meanwhile, Qin Ge's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly agreed, saying that if the elder brother did not mind, he could take it. However, given that his younger sister possessed unparalleled beauty, he felt that offering a mere porcelain bowl as a betrothal gift would be rather meager. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled with avarice, reminiscent of a miser who has stumbled upon gold, his gaze gleaming with excitement. Indeed, it was a tad insufficient. Dear brother, if you have any pots, bowls, or utensils, please do not hesitate to bring them forth. The more, the merrier. At this utterance, both Qin Ge and Yulinglong broke into a cold sweat. What a character! Even pots and pans were on the list. Qin Ge mused to himself. How could this brother-in-law, who appeared so affluent, have fallen to such depths, not even sparing the kitchenware? Yulinglong, unable to endure any longer, whispered to Yu Tian. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign. Maintain your dignity. Do not lose your composure. Only then did Yu Tian suddenly recall his status. Within the imperial residence, every blade of grass and every tree was a treasure. He had been overly excited and nearly lost his decorum. Realizing this, Yu Tian hastily composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor, and cleared his throat. Brother, regarding the betrothal gift, we must deliberate further. However, since I am here today, I trust you shall not neglect my presence. I am aware that you must sincerely invite me to dine, so I shall graciously accept. At this moment, he spoke with a grave countenance, yet the implications of his words grew increasingly audacious. Upon hearing this, Yulinglong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet Yu Tian continued unabashedly. I am not a greedy person. A lavish banquet is unnecessary. As long as you prepare a few dishes akin to the dragon soup, I shall be content. At this, Qin Ge was rendered utterly speechless. Linglong's elder brother's open-handedness was bordering on excessive. He was clearly asking for a grand feast. To articulate such a request for a meal with such finesse, without the slightest blush or hesitation, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk. Alas, it was merely a request for a meal. Moreover, his demands were not extravagant. He only sought a meal on par with the worm soup. Yet, since he had already made his intentions so clear, it would be rather inappropriate to serve worm soup to such a guest. In a fleeting moment, he had formed a plan in his mind. Linglong, elder brother, please wait here. I shall prepare some food. With that, he called for Li Nu and departed the thatched cottage. Once Qin Ge left, the siblings stood in stark opposition. A dignified sovereign begging in such an unrestrained manner left even Yulinglong feeling an acute sense of shame. Your Majesty, decorum, remember your royal dignity. Even if you disregard your own boundaries, you must consider our royal reputation. If it were to become known that our emperor stooped to such depths, we would not require the Buddha to attack. The people's faith would surely crumble. With Qin Ge and the black cat absent, Yu Tian finally exhibited the majesty of an emperor. A palpable aura of dominion filled the cottage as the resounding voice of the sovereign emerged from his lips. Dear sister, you may not understand. I am not one to covet earthly treasures. It is simply that for a century, Buddhism and Taoism have flourished, oppressing our Confucian ideals. Now, the people's sentiments have strayed. A conflict between Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism is inevitable in due time. In my view, that confrontation is not far off. As far as I am aware, the Buddha emperor has attained the path of the sage. without external forces to bolster us. The prospects for our Confucian Dao in this battle seem grim. Amidst a soft sigh, Yu Tian contemplated the state of the world. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong felt a sudden chill envelop her. Chapter 6. A devotion of self. As the two conversed, Qin Ge entered, grasping a struggling eagle in his hands. My dear brother, no, esteemed guest, I have little to offer in this remote corner of the world. I have just captured this wild game. Why don't we roast it for our meal today? Yu Tian, preoccupied with a bowl, merely nodded absent-mindedly, paying little attention to his words. It was only after Qin Ge plucked the feathers and skinned the eagle, skewering it on a spit, that Yu Tian began to sense something amiss. This what is. Although he did not voice his thoughts, a glance exchanged with Yu Linglong revealed their mutual astonishment. This was peachwood over a millennium old. However, considering Qin Ge's identity as a reclusive master, the two remained silent, waiting patiently for the roast to be ready. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, Qin Ge first handed a skewer to Yu Linglong, then took one for himself. Yu Tian, feeling no need for formality, unabashedly joined in. Meow? Almost forgot about you. Li Nu Qin Ge apologetically patted his head, carelessly tossing a few skewers on the ground. Go eat over there and don't disturb our conversation. Initially hesitant, Yu Linglong, upon witnessing Yu Tian and Qin Ge devouring their food, gradually opened her mouth for a small bite. With that single bite, a wave of energy surged down her throat, clearing her spirit. Unable to resist, Yu Linglong no longer held back, finishing one skewer before eagerly grabbing several more. Observing the enthusiasm of the beautiful maiden and his future brother-in-law towards his culinary skills, Qin Ge felt a surge of joy. It seemed this brother-sister duo hadn't eaten in ages, as they devoured their food ravenously, causing Qin Ge to feel a pang of sympathy. Slow down, you might choke. This eagle is quite large. Eat as much as you desire today. From a nearby cellar, Qin Ge produced a jar of wine, a brew he had crafted in his leisure. Try this, it's my own concoction, a perfect pairing with the roast. Now, Yu Tian had become convinced that everything Qin Ge presented was a rare treasure. Without waiting for Qin Ge to pour, he lifted the small jar and drank it all in one go. Hey, that wine is quite potent. You'll get drunk if you drink it like that. Qin Ge hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Drunk? Impossible. Yu Tian wiped his mouth, feeling the overwhelming essence of the wine swirling within him. As a moment of dizziness struck, he thought, how could I possibly be intoxicated? I am on the verge of breaking through to sainthood. Before he could finish his thought, panic washed over his face, and he clamped a hand over his mouth. Linglong, we must leave at once. I can no longer control myself. If I speak further, our identities may be revealed. At the outset, Yu Tian initially believed that his dizziness was merely a consequence of excessive drinking. However, upon regaining his composure, he realized that the abundance of Dao fragments was far too overwhelming for his body to accommodate, resulting in their overflow. He hastily conveyed his predicament to Yu Linglong through secretive whispers. A wave of heat surged through his body, coupled with the intoxicating aroma of alcohol, making Yu Tian feel as though he might vomit at any moment. My apologies, dear brother. This wine is indeed exquisite, perhaps a tad too intoxicating. To prevent any indiscretions that may arise from inebriation, we shall take our leave. With great effort, Yu Tian steadied himself and removed the sword from his waist, presenting it to Qin Ge. Today, your generous hospitality towards my sister and me cannot go unacknowledged. Please accept this gift as a token of our gratitude. Though the sword appeared unremarkable, Yu Linglong recognized it as the supreme sword of Confucianism, rumored to possess the power to cleave mountains and vanquish all evil. It also served as a symbol of the emperor of Confucianism. Very well. Qin Ge, unfamiliar with the sword's significance, mistook it for an ordinary weapon and did not refuse. How fortuitous. Our courtyard is in need of a tool for chopping firewood, and you have graciously provided me with this sword. It seems our encounter is indeed destined. Chopping firewood? Yu Linglong, while supporting Yu Tian, struggled to calm her own tumultuous emotions. How could a sword, coveted by countless warriors, be regarded as merely an implement for chopping wood in the eyes of this reclusive master? Where is my steed? Yu Tian felt himself nearing his limit, but maintained his composure for the sake of his royal dignity. What am I, Yu Suidiao? Yu Linglong's expression shifted dramatically. The very creature that Qin Ge had roasted was Yu Tian's most cherished mount, the Yu Suidiao. Brother, have you lost your mind? We have no such steed. Yu Linglong pinched Yu Tian, expressing her gratitude to their host. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed elder. My brother and I shall take our leave. Qin Ge nodded slightly, and by the time he lifted his gaze again, the siblings had vanished without a trace. So much for pledging oneself. Qin Ge sighed, sweeping the pristine feathers of the eagle into a corner. Upon returning to the palace, Yu Tian remained inebriated for an entire 3 months. When he finally sobered, he found it hard to believe the events that had transpired. Were it not for the porcelain bowl and several pieces of earth dragon meat still tucked away in his sleeve, he would have doubted whether it had all been a mere dream. Linglong, what did that esteemed sage convey to you? Summoning Yu Linglong, Yu Tian began to interrogate her. If we could gain the assistance of that sage, then our Confucian path would surely have the hope of revival. Seeing Yu Tian so ardently engaged in crafting a vision for his future, Yu Linglong recounted the events of that day as they had unfolded. What? You mean to say that the eagle meat we consumed was from my Yuqi Sui Diao? Upon learning the truth, tears streamed down Yu Tian's face. The eagle, resplendent in its pure white plumage, was not only rare but also exceptionally perceptive. It was his most beloved steed. Little did I know that he would completely consume me. However, dear brother, I have ascended. Yu Linglong is well aware of the significance of the jade Qi essence sculpture to the jade void heaven. Thus she chose to divert the conversation. I have now reached the 6th tier of literary enlightenment. Yet if it were not for that venerable sage, I fear I would have lost my life by now. Alas, Yu Tian sighed with a heavy heart. If I must be consumed, then so be it. The venerable sage has his reasons for acting as he does, and to perish at his hands is indeed a stroke of fortune. Jade Qi essence sculpture. Would you care to accept this fortune? Chapter 7. The grandson of the 7th uncle meanwhile, the azure-haired lion beast, the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Sensed the demise of the jade Qilin spirit and began to throw a tantrum before the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, I have followed you loyally for many years, unwavering in my devotion. How could it be that my 7th uncle's grandson has met such a tragic end? You must seek justice for him. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, paused momentarily at the entrance. The grandson of the azure-haired lion beast was none other than the jade Qilin spirit of the Yushu heaven. This creature was not only exceedingly rare, but its speed of flight was also remarkable. Even he coveted it, wishing to seize it for himself. And now it had fallen? Not only that, but it had perished in an obscure mountain. What was it called? Russia Mountain. You must certainly take action on my behalf. The Buddha Emperor's hand faltered, and a look of profound anger crossed his face. He was familiar with that mountain. His divine consciousness had perished there, and he had not even discerned the identity of the adversary before it had dissipated so abruptly. Manjushri, I happen to have a matter I wish to entrust to you today. Suppressing his inner fury, Tathagata pushed open the door and entered directly. There was something unusual occurring at Russia Mountain. You should investigate which powerful being has manifested. At this moment, Qin Ge remained blissfully unaware that he was being observed by so many. He was in the courtyard, amusing himself with his black cat. We should indeed develop that patch of land in the backyard a bit. After all, if someone really does come, we can't always be serving them worm soup. Qin Ge muttered to himself, picking up a basket to head down the mountain in search of some vegetable seeds. He had traversed this path countless times, acquiring everything he needed for his daily life at the market below. As he gazed at the bustling crowd, Qin Ge found himself momentarily lost in thought. When he first crossed over, he had believed that with the system's assistance, he would soar through the skies and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Little did he know that the system offered little of practical use, and instead taught him a hodgepodge of irrelevant skills, leaving him confined to his home, tending to flowers and herbs. Despite having traversed realms and possessing a system, he had not anticipated sinking to such depths. Indeed, it was rather embarrassing to admit. Dear customers, please step inside. We are having a massive clearance sale. Does this handsome young man have a girlfriend? If not, why not buy her a hairpin? Vendors on the street called out in succession. Qin Ge merely cast a few glances before deftly making his way to a corner where an inconspicuous old man dozed. Oh, is that not young Master Qin? The old man opened his eyes, and upon seeing Qin Ge, his face lit up with joy. For Qin Ge was a valued customer of his. Take some vegetable seeds. Qin Ge pulled out money from his wallet and placed it in the old man's hand, requesting a bit of everything. Once the old man had packaged up the items Qin Ge needed, a few coins remained in his hand. I'll also take a hairpin. Qin Ge tossed the change to a nearby vendor. By the way, what dynasty are we in now? Having been here for such an extended period, Qin Ge found himself utterly ignorant not only of the cultivation techniques, but also oblivious to the current nation and era he was in. Good sir, are you jesting? We currently reside in the Confucian dynasty, and the reigning emperor is none other than the illustrious Yu Tian. Yu Tian? This name seemed vaguely familiar. However, recalling the frightful appearance of the siblings he had encountered earlier, Qin Ge dismissed his speculation as utterly absurd. After all, How could the esteemed Confucian emperor resemble a beggar in such disarray? Upon returning to his abode, Qin Ge was surprised to find the very siblings he had encountered previously waiting anxiously at his doorstep. Saintly elder, upon seeing Qin Ge striding back with items in hand, both siblings were filled with joy. Yu Linglong stepped forward eagerly. We have waited for you for quite some time. We were curious about your whereabouts. Just purchased a few items, Qin Ge replied, uncertain of what to say under their eager gazes. Did you come for the eagle? It has long been consumed. If you wish to eat, I could venture to the back mountain again. No, Yu Tian interjected. We have urgent matters to discuss. After days of contemplation, he had come to fully grasp his precarious situation. If he wished to rise again, he could only place his hopes entirely upon Qin Ge. With the assistance of this formidable individual, vanquishing the Buddha Emperor, Rolai, would surely be a trivial endeavor. All right, if you have something to say, please come inside. Though perplexed, Qin Ge warmly welcomed them into the courtyard. Upon entering, Yu Tian was taken aback. The concentration of Dao fragments within the courtyard was exceedingly high, even purer than during his last visit. These fragments must have originated from the primordial chaos era. It was evident that cultivating in such an environment would yield astonishing results, far exceeding expectations. Feeling the extraordinary quality of the air in the courtyard further solidified Yu Tian's conviction. Despite his inability to discern anything about this young man's past, it was indisputable that he was a powerful being who had emerged during the era of chaos. Please, do share your matters swiftly. To be frank, I am preparing to leave this place, Qin Ge said while tidying up his belongings and shaking his head. I haven't resided here long, but I often encounter terrifying monsters in the mountains. Just on my way back, I was confronted by a blue-maned lion beast intent on taking my life. Had I not fled swiftly, I would likely have perished. This place is far too perilous for me. I intend to depart. The blue-maned lion beast had been driven by a desire for vengeance for its kin, attempting to intercept him. It had initially intended to devour this seemingly unimposing young man, only to be startled into submission by a mere glance from him. Qin Ge was unaware of the reason behind the sudden departure of the creature. He believed it was merely a stroke of good fortune that allowed him to escape calamity. Thus, upon returning, he hastily began to gather his belongings. Chapter 8. Departure. Yu Tian cast a glance at Yu Linglong, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he struggled to believe his own ears. Tentatively, he inquired once more. Are you suggesting that a green-haired lion creature obstructed your path? In their understanding, the green-haired lion creature was solely associated with the Bodhisattva Manjushri, who possessed such a steed. Furthermore, it was a distant relative of the jade Qishir eagle, which had been devoured by Qin Ge. In terms of cultivation or speed, it paled in comparison to the jade Qishir eagle. If Qin Ge could roast the jade Qishir eagle, how could he possibly fear that green-haired lion creature? Indeed, you have not witnessed that green-haired lion creature. It is truly fearsome in appearance, with an enormous mouth that seems capable of swallowing me whole. Qin Ge explained while he busied himself packing essential items. Most importantly, it keeps insisting that I killed its dear brother and demands my life in retribution. Is it not a jest? During my time here, I have never taken a life, so how could I have provoked that jade Qishir eagle? Yu Tian felt his mind falter. Perhaps this sage had become so enmeshed in the experience of life that he had lost touch with his true identity, leading him to speak in such a manner. Alternatively, it was possible that this sage did not wish for him to uncover his true identity and was deliberately feigning distress to gain his trust. After contemplating, Yu Tian nodded affirmatively. You need not worry. Upon my arrival, I overheard discussions of impending management for this land. As for the green-haired lion creature you mentioned, it will surely be dealt with. It is laughable, even in his lowest state. He is a dignified Confucian emperor, and disposing of such a creature would be a mere flick of the wrist. Is that so? Qin Ge paused, momentarily taken aback. Although he harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them further. But did you come here today for a specific matter? Indeed, esteemed sage. We have come primarily to discuss the matter of your betrothal to my sister. Yu Tian promptly redirected the conversation to its true purpose. Upon my return, I learned that my sister has agreed to pledge herself, and we are not ones to break our word. Thus, I have brought my sister to discuss your engagement. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge paused his packing. Initially, when Yu Linglong had mentioned this to him, he had dismissed it as a jest, for despite her seemingly modest background, she was undeniably a paragon of beauty. How could she genuinely pledge herself merely for a meal he had offered? Glancing into a nearby mirror, Qin Ge pondered whether it was his exceptional looks or some other secret at play. However, may I ask if you are aware of the existence of deities in this world? After uttering this phrase, Yu Tian fixed his gaze intently on Qin Ge's face, seemingly searching for an answer within his countenance. In truth, his words were a gamble, testing whether Qin Ge would turn against him due to his inquiry. Yulin was taken aback by her brother's candidness and promptly grasped his arm. Are you out of your mind? How could this venerable sage be unaware of the existence of immortals? The very reason he has chosen to live incognito here is to savor the mortal experience. Speaking so carelessly could alert the unwary. In a hushed tone, Yaxushin merely shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ge, eagerly anticipating his response. Of course, I am aware of that. It's just unfortunate that I lack the fortune to have encountered any immortals. Qin Ge's words were sincere, as since his arrival in this world, he had remained within this humble village, surrounded solely by local farmers, devoid of any encounters with the celestial beings he had once imagined. Now that we are family, I shall not conceal anything further. Observing that Qin Ge was not angered, Yaxushin boldly continued. In truth, our family hails from a lineage of cultivators, possessing knowledge of some fundamental practices of immortality. Yaxushin had his own intentions. He believed that the young man before him yearned to experience mortal life, which was why he resided here. If he were to provide a path for Qin Ge to embark on his cultivation journey, it would serve as a catalyst for his growth. However, such an action bore risks, for if this esteemed individual had no interest in such pursuits, his efforts would be akin to gilding the lily. In stark contrast to the tension felt by the two, Qin Ge was overwhelmed with astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Since his transmigration, he had recognized that this world was teeming with immortals, and if he aspired to make a name for himself, he would require some magical abilities. However, the infernal system he had been assigned not only failed to instruct him in the ways of cultivation, but also incessantly inundated him with nonsensical information and strategies, leaving him with a sense of frustration akin to a hero deprived of his battlefield. Now, miraculously, he had encountered this pair of siblings who not only wished to see their enchanting sister wed to him, but were also from a family of cultivators, capable of aiding him in his quest for immortality. It was as if he had been offered a pillow just as he began to doze off, an unexpected boon. Is it true? You genuinely possess knowledge of cultivation techniques? In his excitement, Qin Ge disregarded his composure and fervently grasped both of them, exclaiming in exhilaration. However, the siblings exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond, as Qin Ge's reaction was far more intense than they had anticipated, leaving them perplexed as to whether he was expressing anger or joy. How could I deceive you? It is indeed true. Yaxushin hesitated momentarily. We do possess some foundational knowledge of cultivation. But wait, if you two are so capable, what brings you to this remote little village? Though Qin Ge was immensely excited, he managed to retain a modicum of rationality, casting doubt on their presence in such an isolated place. Do not tell me you came here solely to arrange for your sister's marriage to me. Although she still harbored some skepticism, Qin Ge had already acknowledged the identities of the two individuals in her heart. After all, the last time they departed, they vanished in the blink of an eye. If they were not cultivators, it would have been utterly impossible for them to disappear with such swiftness. Moreover, in this world, nearly everyone has the potential to cultivate. Except for herself. Chapter 9. A new beginning. This was not merely an act of gratitude for saving his sister's life. It was only right for him to honor his promise. Yu Su Tian was filled with exuberance. This venerable sage displayed no resistance to his words, but rather appeared genuinely intrigued by the prospect of embarking on a fresh journey of cultivation, to relive the exhilarating transformation from nothingness to becoming an unparalleled master. At that moment, his sister would be the wife of this formidable being, while he would be the ally who aided this illustrious figure in experiencing mortal life. Wouldn't this elevate Confucianism above Buddhism? With this thought, Yu Su Tian could almost envision the day of Confucianism's ascendance, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Meow? Wu, Li Nu, who had been lazily stretching at the doorway, suddenly sensed something and erupted into a frenzy, fur bristling as it leapt about wildly, vociferously shrieking towards the outside. Golden-haired lion monster, you are suggesting that this individual in the courtyard is responsible for the demise of your brother, Yu Qi Sui Yao, and that when you attempted to intervene, he had his feline minions drive you away? Manjushri Bodhisattva stood outside the courtyard, casting a disdainful glance at the humble abode. In truth, he had been reluctant when the Buddha, Tathagata, dispatched him to investigate this matter. This was merely an ordinary village populated by mortals. As for the demise of Yu Qi Sui Yao, the Bodhisattva presumed it was merely an unfortunate accident, largely unrelated to these individuals. However, as he approached the entrance, he was startled by a cat's cry. Meow? Although a cat's call may seem commonplace, it struck Manjushri Bodhisattva with astonishment. Within that singular meow lay a plethora of profound fragments of the Tao. It appeared that this modest courtyard concealed great potential. Upon this realization, Manjushri Bodhisattva sharpened his focus, scrutinizing the seemingly unremarkable dwelling before him. Wretched beast, have you merely attained a modicum of cultivation and now presume you can act with impunity here? After assessing the courtyard, Manjushri Bodhisattva found himself unable to discern the nature of its inhabitants, inciting a surge of anger within him. To think that the esteemed Manjushri Bodhisattva would be so thoroughly startled by a mere cat. What scorn would this invite if it were to spread? Contemplating this, Manjushri Bodhisattva formed a gesture with his hands and unleashed a beam of golden light towards the wooden gate. Smash! Yet, contrary to his expectations, the seemingly simple door did not yield. Instead, it remained utterly unresponsive, as if his golden light had been entirely engulfed by it, leaving no sound or disturbance from within. This, not only was the golden-haired lion monster taken aback, but even Manjushri Bodhisattva began to question his own perceptions. Suddenly, a plump black cat leisurely pushed open the door and sauntered out, meowing at them. Meow? So it turns out to be nothing more than this wretched creature. Let me show you how to deal with you. The Bodhisattva Manjushri, filled with indignation, was about to strike when he noticed three individuals emerging from the gate. Leading the trio were Yushu Tian and Yulinglong. Yu2 Manjushri felt a twinge of embarrassment mingled with astonishment, realizing that this seemingly modest courtyard had effectively concealed their presence. He had been mere walls away from them, and yet had failed to sense their existence. Were they celestial beings? Qin Ge, uncertain of their past grievances, observed Manjushri's astonished expression and mused, "You must indeed be a true celestial being." Caught off guard by this turn of events, Manjushri was momentarily bewildered. "What brings you here?" "If I recall correctly, this place should belong to us," Yushu Tian said, struggling to suppress his anger. Were it not for this insufferable individual interrupting, he would have already arranged for his sister to be pledged to the venerable sage. Given their historically adversarial relationship, the sight of an enemy only intensified their mutual disdain. "Merely passing through, I noticed something amiss here, so I came to investigate," Yushu Tian replied, embodying the Buddhist spirit of compassion. Manjushri, recognizing he was outmatched, swallowed his pride. "My steed, the Qingmao lion, sensed the presence of my brother, the Yukisui eagle, and wished to investigate. There was no intention to offend." Mention of the Yukisui eagle caused a pang of pain in Yushu Tian's heart. "Enough. Have you truly deluded yourself into believing you are a celestial being? The venerable sage merely jested, yet you act as though you are of great significance." Though Yushu Tian felt a deep sorrow, he knew that Qin Ge was not someone easily offended, and thus directed his frustration towards Manjushri. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Manjushri, stung by the rebuke, felt his composure slip, but, lacking the strength to retaliate, departed with the Qingmao lion. Watching Manjushri soar away, Qin Ge's expression was one of profound admiration. Brother, was that individual truly not a celestial being? He certainly appeared formidable. Qin Ge gazed longingly after their retreating figures, torn between admiration and skepticism. While he questioned whether that person was indeed a celestial being, he wondered why someone of such stature would leave merely because of a few reprimanding words from a down-and-out scion. Yet, if that individual was not a celestial being, how could he command such ethereal prowess? "You jest. That person could hardly be a celestial being. He is merely a wandering charlatan who has acquired a modicum of illusionary skill." Yushu Tian spat disdainfully at Manjushri's departing figure. "Now, let us continue our discussion regarding my sister. What on earth is happening today? This mountain appears unremarkable, yet it conceals extraordinary secrets within its embrace." Manjushri, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, has not ventured far. After eluding the gaze of a few, he pauses at the precipice of the mountain, scrutinizing his surroundings with great care. Initially, he believed that the fall of the jade Qishur sculpture and the manifestation of the Buddha Tathagata were mere accidents. However, he now comprehends that these events were anything but fortuitous. Is it truly our fate to depart in such a manner, returning merely to fulfill our obligations? The Qingmao lion spirit, filled with reluctance, ground its teeth in frustration. Chapter 10. The Mount. I have an unsettling feeling about this matter. Let me ponder it a bit further. Bodhisattva Manjushri also felt somewhat perplexed. Today he unexpectedly encountered both Yushu Tian and Yulinglong here, and more alarmingly, they were mingling with an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. What puzzled Bodhisattva Manjushri even more was the profound respect these two distinguished figures showed towards such a mundane being. Meow? As Bodhisattva Manjushri contemplated this, a familiar cat's meow reached his ears. He turned to see the peculiar black cat leisurely seated beside them, even grooming its paw with a casual lick. "You wretched creature, I shall uncover your true nature." Bodhisattva Manjushri, filled with pent-up frustration, found an outlet in confronting this black cat, which seemed to be taunting him. He raised his hand to cast a spell against it. However, to his astonishment, the black cat did not flee from the impending net of celestial bindings. Instead, it stretched languidly. Just as the celestial net was about to ensnare the black cat, it merely lifted a paw, and the net froze in place, immobile. The sheer majesty of this display left Bodhisattva Manjushri gasping for breath. He could scarcely believe that this black cat was, in fact, a sage. He, at merely the 8th level of the Bodhi heart, was still far from attaining such heights. At this moment, he grasped the gravity of why the avatars of the Buddha and the Jade Qilin had perished here. If such a formidable presence could be embodied in a mere black cat, one could only imagine the terrifying force behind its master. Yet, it was already too late to comprehend this revelation. Before he could utter a single syllable of protest, the celestial net swiftly rebounded, ensnaring him once more with alarming speed. If I recall correctly, you must be the brother of that white eagle, am I right? The black cat surprisingly spoke, addressing the now dumbfounded blue-maned lion monster. Indeed, though the blue-maned lion monster recognized that this uncanny black cat was the very culprit behind his brother's demise, he found himself powerless at this moment. Master Cat, please understand, although I am this old fool's steed, my servitude is not by choice, but rather by coercion. Well, since you are so perceptive, I shall spare your wretched life. The black cat wasted no time, raising its paw and swiftly dispatching Bodhisattva Manjushri, who was helplessly trapped in the celestial net. I hope you remember your words. Should you dare to disturb my master's tranquility after your departure, I shall not show you any mercy. The black cat flicked its tail, resuming its usual languid demeanor, as if the previous events bore no relevance to it. Master? The blue-maned lion monster was astonished to have so easily salvaged its life. Yet a question lingered in its mind. Could it be that the black cat meant that this mortal was indeed its master? In his eyes, the owner of the black cat, who had already ascended to the ranks of a sage, should undoubtedly possess unparalleled abilities. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the young man who had opened the door appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. How could I entertain such thoughts? Perhaps he merely wished to experience the mundane life of humanity, and it was unfortunate that I, in my ignorance, disturbed him, thus prompting the cat to summon us for repair, a situation that seemed entirely reasonable. The green-haired lion beast shook its head, glancing at the lifeless figure of Manjushri Bodhisattva on the ground with a profound sense of helplessness. It appeared I must seek out a more suitable master. Once the black cat resumed its normal form, it clutched a massive celestial net from the ground and leaped into the courtyard. What is this? As 3 individuals engaged in conversation, Qin Ge observed the black cat carrying a net and grimaced in distaste. Where did you find such a thing? It looks filthy, stained with blood. Yu Su Tian and Yu Ling Long exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Although Qin Ge did not recognize the net, the other 2 were well acquainted with it. Originally, this net was a treasured artifact of the Confucian Dao, but several years prior, it had been seized by the Buddha Emperor, who bestowed it upon Manjushri Bodhisattva as a war trophy. Manjushri cherished this artifact and never parted with it. The fact that the black cat had returned with it indicated but one possibility. Manjushri Bodhisattva had likely perished. The bloodstains on the net provided a grim explanation. This was the blood of Manjushri. At this realization, Yu Su Tian trembled involuntarily. Merely having exchanged a few sharp words with Qin Ge had led to such a dire consequence. How foolish to have refrained from outright slaying the other party, opting instead to let him go. Had he inadvertently appeared indecisive in Qin Ge's eyes? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, both felt a chill. They had initially believed their actions might earn Qin Ge's favor, only to find themselves in a situation akin to flattering a horse, yet inadvertently striking its leg, an endeavor that yielded no reward. While the 2 pondered how to explain themselves to Qin Ge, he, in a contrasting display of warmth, scattered the last handful of mustard seeds onto the final patch of bare ground and lifted a freshly brewed cup of tea. Why are you 2 standing there? Come in and chat. Do taste my newly brewed tea. This is from the first harvest of spring. If you don't drink it now, you may miss the next opportunity. His words enlightened the 2. It seemed that Qin Ge was indicating he would forgive them this time. But should a similar incident occur in the future, the resolution might not be as lenient. Yu Su Tian was moved to tears, utterly surprised that this esteemed elder, not only profound in cultivation, but also remarkably magnanimous, had so easily pardoned him. Just as the 3 were enjoying their drinks and engaging in delightful conversation, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Sage elder, please remain seated. I shall see who it is. At this very moment, Yu Linglong had already regarded Qin Ge as her idol. Thus she was exceedingly attentive, rising to open the door herself. "Esteemed seniors, it is I." Upon the door creaking open, a rather disheveled figure entered, resembling a young blue-maned lion beast, as if it had just traversed an extensive distance. "What brings you here?" Qin Ge stared in astonishment. "Aren't you the mount of that celestial being? How is it that you have suddenly appeared here?" Chapter 11. Seeking refuge. As the blue-haired lion beast prepared to speak, he noticed the black cat beside him glaring intensely, as if poised to pounce and shred him to pieces. He hastily changed his words. "The former master often tormented me. I could no longer endure it. Hence my desire to seek refuge with you and find a path forward." This statement was not mere pretense. Originally, both the blue-haired lion beast and the jade qilin were steeds of Confucian Daoism. During a great battle, they were forcefully taken by the Buddha Emperor, who bound them with a confinement spell, compelling the lion beast to serve as a mount for Manjushri Bodhisattva. Although the lion beast did not finish his sentence, the Jade Void was already aware of the situation. "I am well aware that your previous association with them was not by choice. Now that you wish to return, I am in agreement, for you know that the Jade Qilin has fallen, and I currently lack a suitable steed." The Jade Void pulled him aside and whispered a few instructions. "You should be cognizant that this young individual is a formidable sage. Should we disturb his tranquility, we may face dire consequences. Therefore, feign ignorance and be cautious not to reveal any secrets." The blue-haired lion beast, having been threatened by the black cat for some time, readily complied upon hearing these words. "So, you all know each other. No wonder you were able to uncover his true nature so swiftly." Qin Ge cheerfully handed a teacup to the recently transformed blue-haired lion beast. "Do give it a try and see how it tastes." Observing the three of them enjoying tea, Qin Ge beamed with delight. Who would have thought that both of their steeds were such divine beasts? If I were to marry this enchanting beauty before me, would I not also learn some profound truths? Setting aside the question of becoming a deity, even mastering that trick the deceiver performed earlier would be worthwhile. "Master Cat, you." The blue-haired lion beast was sipping tea when he caught sight of the black cat watching him intently, causing his heart to flutter anxiously. "Perhaps it would be better if you sat here while I knelt beside you to serve." "What is the meaning of this?" "It is merely a cat I own." Qin Ge assumed the blue-haired lion beast was afraid of cats and scolded it, instructing the black cat to return indoors. "Go away, and do not cause trouble." Once the black cat departed, the three of them felt at ease to continue enjoying their tea. Though the tea appeared unremarkable, resembling something haphazardly picked off the ground, brewed from withered leaves, its flavor brought unexpected delight to all three, akin to the previous bowl of earth dragon soup, rich with fragments of profound truths. These fragments held extraordinary significance for them, particularly for the Jade Void, who, after one cup, eagerly poured another and drank it in one gulp. Already at the 9th level of literary enlightenment, he was but a step away from sainthood. Since his last return, he had distinctly felt himself trapped at a bottleneck, his cultivation stagnating with only the slightest hint of fluctuation. He sensed that upon finishing this tea, he would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle, one that many might strive for their entire lives without ever achieving. Yet, he was astonished that within this dilapidated courtyard, such a feat could be accomplished with merely a few cups of tea. Although Yu Linglong maintained her composure, she could not restrain herself in the face of such exquisite tea. The three of them devoured it greedily, soon finishing an entire pot. Qin Ge merely turned to water the vegetable garden, only to find that the pot of tea he had brewed was entirely consumed, leaving not even a trace of tea leaves. "You all." Qin Ge gazed at the three with sympathy, realizing that despite their lineage of cultivation, they lived in such dire circumstances that they could not even afford a decent cup of tea. It seemed that not all cultivators lived in comfort. "My apologies, esteemed sage." Yu Linglong awkwardly touched her stomach, which had slightly bloated from the excessive tea. "We have never tasted such sweet tea before, and in our excitement, we may have lost our composure. I hope you will not take offense." "There's no offense taken. It's merely that the tea leaves are limited. And now that you've finished them, there are none left. Otherwise, I would have gladly let you drink your fill." Qin Ge's primary concern at that moment was still his cultivation. "But could you please explain how I might commence my own training?" This was the greatest obstacle in Qin Ge's mind. He understood the perilous nature of his current surroundings. Should he inadvertently offend someone, they could easily obliterate him with a mere flick of their wrist. If he wished to survive in such a treacherous world, he must become increasingly formidable. Indeed, Yu Su Tian reluctantly placed the last tea leaf in her mouth, chewing on the miraculous leaf as she vaguely explained, "Cultivation is, in fact, a rather simple endeavor. Your difficulty may stem from a lack of proper guidance. I happen to possess a set of techniques that is quite suitable for beginners." It appeared he had made a fortunate wager, as Qin Ge was evidently intrigued by the prospect of cultivation, which would allow Yu Tian to smoothly propose that he marry her sister. Is that so? Might I see it? Qin Ge felt his heart race with excitement. Our family's techniques come with stipulations. They can only be shared among family members. It is strictly forbidden to disclose them to outsiders. Yu Tian feigned difficulty, glancing at the flustered Yu Linglong beside her. However, I do have a solution. If you truly marry my sister, then you would be family. And I would have no qualms about bestowing this technique upon you. Although he spoke with an air of indifference, as if unconcerned with Qin Ge's response. His eyes were intently fixed on Qin Ge, searching for the slightest change in his expression. At that moment, Qin Ge was utterly stunned. Could such a fortunate occurrence truly exist in this world? Not only could he marry a beauty akin to a celestial being, but he could also inherit his family's ancestral techniques. Chapter 12. The sudden arrival of happiness. Such unexpected fortune left Qin Ge dizzy and momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the blue-maned lion monster gazed at him with palpable urgency, eagerly awaiting his answer. Having freed himself from the control of the Buddha Emperor, he had tacitly accepted his unity with the Confucian Dao. Furthermore, after sipping Qin Ge's tea, he sensed a loosening of the bottleneck that had long stifled his cultivation. Although he still felt a deep-seated fear of the black cat at Qin Ge's side, he now harbored a greater sense of admiration and gratitude toward Qin Ge. After all, a powerful figure like Qin Ge not only eschewed arrogance, but was also remarkably approachable, frequently extending a helping hand. When he had previously threatened Qin Ge, he had received no retaliation, which deeply touched him. If it were true that Qin Ge was willing to marry Yu Linglong, then the resurgence of the Confucian Dao would be a certainty. Indeed, the future of the Confucian Dao was now inexorably intertwined with Qin Ge's willingness to accept Yu Linglong as his bride. It was not just the blue-maned lion monster who felt this urgency. Even Yu Linglong and Yu Tian were equally anxious. The three of them fidgeted restlessly, eagerly awaiting Qin Ge's reply, fearful that he might decline. However, at this moment, Qin Ge was blissfully unaware of their excitement. He was, in fact, even more exhilarated than they were. Having spent so much time in this world, he could hardly believe that he was about to embark on a romantic relationship. And with such a stunning fairy at that. In terms of figure and beauty, Yu Linglong was certainly no less than the stars he had encountered in his previous life within modern society. I am indeed willing, he thought. But I still have one question. After much contemplation, Qin Ge cautiously voiced his concern. Might I inquire if the sister you mentioned is indeed the one before me? It was entirely reasonable for Qin Ge to harbor such doubts. He feared that Yu Tian's words might lead him to marry a woman of unremarkable appearance, akin to Dong Shi. If his bride were not Yu Linglong, but rather another less attractive woman, he would prefer to remain in obscurity for decades. Of course, I only have one sister. Yu Tian was puzzled by Qin Ge's inquiry. If you believe my sister unworthy of you, we can certainly understand. I could return home and search for someone with even greater beauty and talent within my family for an alliance. Although he spoke thus, they all understood that Yu Linglong was, in terms of both appearance and talent, among the most formidable individuals on the entire continent. There is no need for that. I believe Miss Linglong is quite splendid. Qin Ge was taken aback by the suddenness of his fortune. He repeatedly waved his hands, feeling that not only was he unworthy of other ladies, but even of Miss Linglong herself. Your words truly humble me. Since you have consented, we shall impart the secrets of cultivation to you after your union, wholeheartedly aiding you in mastering the art of immortality and reaching the pinnacle of existence. Yu Tian felt a dizzying sense of happiness. At that moment, within this small courtyard, the four individuals wore expressions of complete satisfaction. Qin Ge was particularly elated, astonished that despite his inaction, he had inadvertently secured a wife as beautiful as a celestial being, and was on the verge of learning the ways of cultivation. Wasn't he about to ascend to the zenith of life? With such prospects, he would not be deemed a disgrace to his transmigrated identity. Yu Linglong was also immensely surprised. Her earlier declaration of devotion was merely a hope to serve as Qin Ge's maid. She never anticipated that her brother's few words would lead to this esteemed sage taking her as his lawful wife. Given this turn of events, it would be prudent to act swiftly. I wonder if there are any elders or esteemed relatives in your family. Yu Tian resolved to finalize the matter quickly to avoid any prolonged uncertainty, lest the venerable sage have a change of heart and all this joy be for naught. There are no elders, only myself and a cat at home. In that case, I shall take charge. Yu Tian sighed, realizing that this venerable sage likely had lived for millions of years and could hardly have any kin still alive. Let all decisions rest with the brother-in-law. Qin Ge gazed dreamily at the bashful Yu Linglong and instinctively adjusted his address. After all, you are indeed my elder, so whatever you say shall be accepted. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian experienced another wave of euphoric dizziness. Such a distinguished figure, calling him brother-in-law and acknowledging him as an elder. This bliss had come upon him so unexpectedly. Splendid, splendid, he exclaimed repeatedly, attempting to temper his joy. Just a moment ago, I calculated that 3 days hence would be an auspicious date. Let us set our union for that day. 3 days hence. Yu Linglong gasped, her cheeks flushed anew. 3 days hence. Qin Ge, having some experience, was surprised by the urgency. Could it truly be so soon? If you find this timing unsatisfactory, it can be adjusted at your discretion. Yu Tian, fearing Qin Ge's discontent, hastily insisted that the schedule was flexible. It is rather swift. The arrangement feels quite rushed. However, Qin Ge smiled broadly and shook his head. It is indeed quick, but I rather enjoy such matters. The sooner they are concluded, the better. To avoid dragging things out and prolonging uncertainty. Very well, very well. Yu Tian wholeheartedly agreed, while simultaneously beginning to ponder how to orchestrate a grand celebration for the wedding in 3 days. However, there remains a pressing issue. I have been residing in this quaint little village for an extended period, seldom venturing beyond its confines, and my possessions are lacking in value. As she pondered this, Qin Ge felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitated to broach the subject. Therefore, might I inquire what your expectations are regarding the betrothal gifts? There are no specific requirements, Yu Tian replied. As long as my sister is content, the presence or absence of a betrothal gift is inconsequential. After a moment's reflection, he added, moreover, did you not previously present me with a bowl of earth dragon soup along with that very bowl? I believe that could be considered a betrothal gift. Wouldn't you agree? Although he had indeed mentioned that the bowl was intended as a betrothal gift for Yu Linglong, Qin Ge did not take it to heart. That simply cannot suffice. It is merely a broken bowl, hardly something to be regarded so lightly as a betrothal gift for Linglong. She resolutely shook her head and, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned and dashed back into the house. Chapter 13. Calligraphy and painting. The calligraphy piece that Qin Ge had just finished writing was still not completely dry. He casually picked it up, rolled it into a scroll, and tucked it into a bamboo tube. Let this work be my betrothal gift. Although it holds no monetary value, it is crafted by my own hand and possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. You may take it home and display it on your wall. Qin Ge's words were imbued with humility. His mastery in calligraphy and painting was indeed remarkable, and he was confident that the recipients would not refuse his offering. Calligraphy and painting? The three individuals exchanged glances, surprised. They had not anticipated that Qin Ge would present such a gift. As they slowly unrolled the scroll, Yu Tian was immediately taken aback. Despite being a master in the realm of literary arts, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the still-drying ink of the artwork. The literary essence within him trembled violently, as if it were under immense strain. Once they managed to stabilize their emotions and focused on the artwork, they realized it merely depicted a serene sunset scene. The setting sun descends, leaving the heartbroken wanderer in the distance. Beside this illustration, a seemingly trivial phrase was inscribed. As the three examined the words, a profound enlightenment washed over them. The painting encapsulated an abundance of profound insights, and they could distinctly sense that if they were to study this piece closely and contemplate its meaning, their ascension would be merely a matter of time. This gift is truly invaluable. Although Yu Tian verbally expressed his gratitude, his body betrayed him as he carefully concealed the painting within his sleeve, fearful that others might notice. Thankfully, Qin Ge held great confidence in his creation. With the support he had received, he had reached the pinnacle of his artistic endeavors. Observing the expressions of the others, it seemed they were indeed discerning individuals. Then it is settled. 3 days hence, I shall marry my sister to you. As for the dowry, we will ensure it is well prepared, Yu Tian declared. At that moment, words could scarcely convey the depth of his gratitude towards Qin Ge. His thoughts were consumed with considerations for Yu Linglong's dowry. After all, she was the foremost princess of the Confucian Dao. If she were to truly leave her family, how could she present herself without a generous dowry? Watching the departing figures, a smile of contentment graced Qin Ge's face. In just 3 days, he would embrace his own happiness. At this moment, the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, was expounding upon sacred texts. Wherever he walked, lotuses bloomed with each step, and with every verse he uttered, blossoms unfurled at his lips. Yet, he appeared somewhat distracted, as if troubled by an unseen concern. Your Majesty, I can no longer sense the presence of Bodhisattva Manjushri. Ever since he ascended that hill, I have been unable to perceive his literary essence. A young monk hurriedly burst into the hall, his gaze towards the Buddha Emperor filled with a hint of alarm. Oh, the Buddha, Tathagata, paused and gazed at the novice monk. What of the celestial net I bestowed upon him last time? Can it still sense his whereabouts? It is indeed possible, yet it is evident that the master of the celestial net has changed hands. I can only perceive that he is moving further away from us. Should a few more hours pass, the essence of Manjushri Bodhisattva may completely dissipate from the net, rendering me unable to discern his location. As these words fell, the 18 Vajra guardians, engrossed in their chanting, were left dumbfounded, staring at the young monk. How could this be? Manjushri Bodhisattva is now at the 8th tier of the Bodhi heart, coupled with the power of the celestial net. Even a first-tier sage would struggle to harm him. Indeed, how could such an unknown figure emerge from the mountains? I suspect Manjushri is merely jesting with us. These individuals preferred to believe that Manjushri was jesting rather than confronting the possibility of his demise. Furthermore, even if Manjushri Bodhisattva had truly fallen, his Bodhi heart should still endure. The 8th tier of the Bodhi heart could only be obliterated by a being of at least the 5th tier of sagehood. Upon hearing their discourse, the Tathagata remained silent, his hands forming seals as he began to calculate in silence. As expected, no matter the method he employed within the 3 realms, he was unable to uncover even a trace of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Clearly, this situation left only one possibility, that Manjushri had been utterly annihilated, both soul and body, along with his Bodhi heart, reduced to ashes. After concluding his calculations, the Buddha sighed quietly, his countenance grim, yet he uttered no words. The Vajra Bodhisattvas, discerning the Buddha's expression, understood that Manjushri Bodhisattva had indeed fallen, and quite completely so. It was evident that Manjushri had perished, yet his teachings affirmed the existence of a terrifying force in that place, one formidable enough to challenge even him. Now, who among you dares to venture forth to investigate? The assembly, previously filled with righteous indignation, now turned introspective, wary of any movement that might lead to their own dispatch. It was no jest. Although Manjushri's prowess was not the highest among them, it was certainly commendable. To perish so tragically, surely, if they were to go, their chances of returning alive would be slim. Guanyin, the Buddha contemplated briefly, as one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, now that Manjushri is in peril. You should assess the situation. Your Holiness, Guanyin replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, though he maintained an air of composure. Although Manjushri's fall pains me deeply, I am indeed preoccupied with other matters today, as you are aware. Should I personally embark on this journey, it may lead to a shortage of personnel. The Buddha, Tathagata, was aware that he had not spoken falsely. His expression shifted slightly as he turned his gaze toward a nearby bodhisattva who was attempting to conceal himself. Puxian, what about you? Puxian Bodhisattva, who had been observing with eyes fixed upon his nose and his mind focused within, was on the verge of shrinking behind the body of Vajrapani, but was taken aback when Tathagata suddenly noticed him. Indeed, Tathagata, I sense that my cultivation is on the brink of a breakthrough, and I have therefore prepared myself for meditation. Chapter 14. Evasion O? Upon hearing this remark, the expression of the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, darkened slightly. Indeed, I had intended to enter a state of meditation upon my return, with all preparations already in place. Puxian understood that his words bore little persuasive weight, yet he pressed on with a resolute demeanor, explaining that venturing forth at this moment could potentially hinder his ascension in cultivation. Although Tathagata recognized that Puxian merely wished to avoid the endeavor, he refrained from exposing him, silently nodding while surveying the other individuals in the grand hall. Each of them averted their gaze, avoiding his scrutiny. Tathagata was aware that some formidable presence surely lurked within that uncharted hill, yet he was reluctant to diminish his own stature by personally investigating. Guanyin, who had been softly reciting the Buddha's name, quickly contemplated her next course of action now that the immediate danger had subsided. Tathagata, I happen to have a candidate to recommend. You may wish to speak with him. Is that so? Tathagata expressed his surprise at Guanyin's proactive suggestion. Pray do tell. Guanyin softly intoned a Buddhist chant before continuing. Master Qinghua has been in seclusion for the past few years, and it is said that during this time, his cultivation has significantly advanced. He is due to emerge from his retreat in just a few days. You could inquire if he would be willing to lend his expertise. Having remained in seclusion, Master Qinghua was blissfully unaware of the recent calamities and the fall of a bodhisattva. Thus, he was indeed the most suitable choice. More importantly, his prowess was formidable. Prior to his retreat, he had already attained the 9th level of literary spirit, and it was rumored that he had since made further breakthroughs, rivaling even Tathagata himself. That makes sense. Tathagata's eyes sparkled with insight. yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he twirled the prayer beads in his hand. I shall dispatch someone to summon him forth to discern the truth of the matter. How about it, Linglong? Am I not correct? With your beauty and extraordinary talent, how could that venerable sage possibly refuse you? Upon returning to the palace, Yushu Tian boasted exuberantly to Yulinglong. Alas, it is merely that this sage possesses a kind heart and does not wish to cause me sorrow, Yulinglong replied, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head. Brother, I believe we should keep this matter low-key. Although our engagement is already a certainty and the wedding is set to occur in 3 days. If Tathagata and his entourage were to discover this, it might provoke unforeseen complications, leading us to rejoice in vain. You make a valid point. Let us refrain from publicizing this for the time being. However, your dowry must be substantial, Yushu Tian asserted. Firstly, Yulinglong is a princess of Confucianism and Taoism, and secondly, given Qin Ge's status, if they bestow upon him a meager dowry after such a generous betrothal gift, it would be difficult to avoid leaving the impression that they are merely seeking to take advantage. Thus, at this moment, Yushu Tian found himself preoccupied with the pressing question of what would constitute an appropriate dowry. The celestial being of enlightenment has returned, and the beast of calamity kneels before a young man, tears streaming down its face in agitation. After centuries of separation, the creature finally has the honor of serving you once more. The young man slowly raises his gaze. Despite appearing to be in his early 20s, his eyes reflect a profound weariness. This young man is none other than one of the 3 celestial beings, the celestial being of enlightenment. Though he seems to be in the bloom of youth, he has actually existed for over 20 million years. How is it? Did Manjushri Bodhisattva grant you your freedom? Or did you escape on your own? The celestial being of enlightenment casts a glance at the beast, recognizing that its release must have been orchestrated by someone with discernment, aware of the consequences of offending him. No, it was not his choice to let me go. Rather, I was rescued by another. The beast stammers, choking back emotion as it recounts its harrowing experience of being forcibly taken. Had it not been for Senior Qin's intervention, I fear I would still be ensnared in suffering. Senior Qin, is he another recently emerged young figure? The celestial being of enlightenment expresses astonishment. Although Manjushri Bodhisattva may not have complete knowledge, his cultivation is formidable. How could anyone possibly rescue you from his grasp? The beast hastily divulges its entire ordeal to the celestial being of enlightenment. After listening, the celestial being remains silent for a considerable time, seemingly absorbed in contemplation. While I trust you would not deceive me, I must confess that I have never heard of, nor encountered, this individual, especially considering you mentioned the rescuer is a black cat, which, to my knowledge, no spirit beast possesses such an overwhelming presence. I am not entirely certain of this elder's origins, but I do know that in 3 days, she is to wed you Linglong, the beast informs him. I have employed various methods of divination, yet I cannot ascertain the backgrounds of the 2 individuals you mentioned. How could you Linglong so casually marry someone of unknown origins? The celestial being of enlightenment, having watched you Shutian and you Linglong grow up, has come to regard them as his own descendants. Thus, he feels a twinge of urgency upon hearing of such a significant decision. What are you discussing? Just as the celestial being of enlightenment is consumed by concern, Yu Linglong appears, having come specifically to inform him of her impending marriage. Tell me, what manner of person do you intend to marry? How well do you truly know him? Upon hearing this inquiry, Yu Linglong's face flushes, and she becomes somewhat bashful. Please, do not rush me. I have come here today to discuss this matter with you. However, after Yu Linglong recounts her experiences, the celestial being of enlightenment shakes his head repeatedly. How can this be? Are you suggesting that the desolate courtyard where your fiancé resides is imbued with abundant fragments of the Tao? Even the tea contains such rich shards? It is not merely a matter of reaching enlightenment through isolation and self-locking. Rather, each of these revelations, taken individually, possesses the power to astonish the entire world. Moreover, the fact that so many of them converge in an unassuming little courtyard is truly remarkable. I assure you, every word I speak is genuine, and I would never deceive you. You must place your trust in me. Chapter 15. The encounter. Despite Yu Linglong's fervent assurances, Tongda Tianren remained unconvinced. I understand that love can blind one's judgment, but surely you cannot weave such a clumsy fabrication to deceive me. I have watched you grow since childhood, and my heart aches at the thought of you being misled by those men. With a sigh, Tongda Tianren gazed at Yu Linglong, pondering how that scoundrel had managed to deceive both her and her royal brother. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his intent to investigate personally. Yu Linglong readily acquiesced to Tongda Tianren's proposal, and together they set off, accompanied by an irate Tongda Tianren, to the abode of Qin Ge. Linglong. After a prolonged wait at the entrance, Qin Ge finally emerged leisurely from the back mountain, accompanied by a struggling black cat. Upon seeing Yu Linglong, his eyes sparkled with delight. What brings you here today? I thought I wouldn't see you until 3 days hence. Senior sage, this is my elder. Yu Linglong was uncertain how to introduce Tongda Tianren to Qin Ge, so she merely offered a vague explanation. He heard I was to be married and wished to speak with you personally. I hope you do not mind. Mind? Not at all. You are the elder. Whatever you say is of utmost importance. Qin Ge was equally pleased to see Tongda Tianren, for his presence indicated that someone genuinely cared for Yu Linglong. Your visit is indeed timely. I just caught a large rooster, and we can enjoy a delightful chicken soup today. Chicken soup? Upon hearing this, Tongda Tianren visibly furrowed his brow. As a powerful ancient being who had cultivated for millennia, he had long since renounced earthly sustenance. The notion that this young man would invite him to partake in chicken soup elicited a series of sardonic chuckles from him. Just as he was about to utter a mocking retort, he noticed the distressed creature in Qin Ge's grasp. This was no ordinary rooster. It was the true form of the Lord of the Rabbit Day. Although the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist paths had historically been at odds, Tongda Tianren was aware that the Lord of the Rabbit Day was a figure closely associated with the Buddha, possessing the cultivation equivalent to that of a sage. It would be no small feat to revert him to his original form, let alone for someone to handle him as one would a mere chicken. Help! The Lord of the Rabbit Day found himself in dire straits. Originally, the Buddha had intended to summon Master Qinghua for assistance. Yet, coincidentally, Master Qinghua had not yet emerged from seclusion. Given the urgency of the situation, the Buddha had no choice but to send him to gauge the atmosphere. Little did anyone anticipate that the moment he set foot within the vicinity of this mountain, he would be unceremoniously struck to the ground by a black cat. The immense pain rendered him incapable of maintaining his human guise, and he instantaneously transformed into a cacophonous rooster. Now, this seemingly ordinary young man, whom he had encountered in the past, was effortlessly lifting him with ease. We were once familiar acquaintances, now, witnessing my fall from grace. Do you truly intend to offer me no assistance? Despite his desire to maintain dignity, the celestial lord of the day could not afford to be overly concerned at this moment. He was acutely aware that if he continued to remain passive, this young man might very well consume him as if he were an ordinary rooster. It must be said, your audacity is indeed remarkable. The celestial being, understanding the cacophony of the rooster's clamor, smirked at the audacity of the other party to invoke their past camaraderie. Were it not for you, how could I have found myself in such a predicament? And if it were not for my influence, how would you have attained your current status? Indeed, this harkens back to their historical enmity, as the celestial lord of the day had once severely offended him, inciting considerable anger. However, due to matters of pride, he had refrained from taking action. Now witnessing his adversary's disarray brought a certain satisfaction to the celestial being. Amused by this thought, he scoffed and disregarded the celestial lord's pleas, striding directly towards Qin Ge. Due to the celestial lord's presence, the celestial being, who initially harbored no fondness for Qin Ge, found himself scrutinizing him more closely. This man, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, possessed a certain refinement in his features. More importantly, despite appearing to lack any significant cultivation, he emanated an aura of profound potential. Could it be that, as Yu Linglong suggested, this man was not an ordinary mortal? As Qin Ge met the celestial being's gaze, rather than feeling angered, he smiled and respectfully nodded. In his mind, the fact that Yu Linglong had sent this individual to meet him indicated a favorable relationship, and he understood that he must impress this elder to win her hand in marriage. Qin Ge subconsciously regarded this encounter as akin to meeting one's parents. The celestial being felt increasingly perplexed. This young man appeared so unremarkable, yet possessed such remarkable capabilities. It seemed that Yu Linglong's earlier words were indeed truthful. Please, esteemed elder, enter and speak, Qin Ge urged, striving to maintain a courteous demeanor while gently nudging the motionless black cat. Li Nu, aside. We have guests today. As the celestial being pondered the situation, he casually stepped into the courtyard. Upon entry, he froze, as if struck by lightning, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What was this? The dense aura of primordial chaos. Such high purity of primordial energy permeated every corner of this modest courtyard, and he had failed to detect any of it from outside. Not even in the places he regularly practiced, nor in the serene western mountain where Buddha resides, or even in the majestic halls of the ninth heaven, had he encountered such pristine primordial energy. Is something amiss, esteemed elder? Qin Ge inquired. Noticing the celestial being had taken a few steps only to halt, looking disheartened. Assuming his untidy courtyard was to blame for the elder's reaction, he felt a surge of anxiety. I apologize if the yard is in disarray. I was in a rush to leave today and did not have time to tidy up. Allow me a moment to organize it. At this moment, Qin Ge swiftly dashed to the recently chopped woodpile, meticulously arranging the scattered logs in the corner of the courtyard. Once he had finished stacking them, he casually grabbed a tattered net to cover the wooden framework. Unbeknownst to him, this net was none other than the celestial trap that the black cat had seized during the fall of the Bodhisattva Manjushri. Qin Ge was oblivious to the net's origins, believing it to be merely an ordinary piece of torn fabric, which is why he had carelessly left it in the corner until he hastily pulled it out today. Chapter 16. Astonishment, however. The celestial being of enlightenment was indeed quite familiar with this net, as it symbolized one of his greatest humiliations. In the great battle of Ur, the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, had snatched this net from his grasp, subsequently bestowing it as a trophy upon another. To his astonishment, a millennium later, he found himself confronted with such a situation once again. Despite his extensive experience, the sight stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within him. As he casually turned his gaze, he was met with another wave of shock. The supreme sword of Confucianism and Taoism lay abandoned on the ground, having been carelessly kicked into a corner by Qin Ge. One must admit, this sword was quite effective. It certainly proved far swifter for chopping wood than the axe he had previously wielded. Should the Jade Void Heaven become aware that this emblematic sword of identity was being utilized by Qin Ge as a mere tool for splitting firewood, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. Linglong, please sit with the senior and enjoy some tea. I shall tidy up the courtyard and join you shortly, Qin Ge said, hastily placing a teapot on the table. Though he intended to serve this year's new tea, the previous day's consumption by Linglong and her brother-in-law had exhausted the supply, leaving him with only last year's brew. I hope you won't mind. At this juncture, a wave of self-doubt washed over Qin Ge as he felt somewhat unworthy of Linglong. Despite observing her and her brother-in-law's apparent struggles in recent days, where they devoured food with ravenous urgency, Linglong's esteemed predecessor exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. Fearing that his own humble circumstances might jeopardize his prospects for marriage, he exerted himself to be particularly attentive. The celestial being of enlightenment felt a tremor in his hand before slowly lifting it. To alleviate the awkwardness, he opted to sip from the cup of seemingly unremarkable tea before him. That single sip rendered him even more astonished. Could such tea exist in this world? Even the most imaginative descriptors eluded him as he grappled with the sensations coursing through him in that moment. As the tea warmed his belly, he felt not only invigorated but, more importantly, a sudden clarity regarding some of the perplexities he had encountered in his cultivation journey, akin to a sudden enlightenment. What was this elixir? Eagerly draining the cup, he could no longer maintain his composure and grasped Qin Ge's hand with urgency. Oh, it's merely some tea I cultivated myself, Qin Ge replied, glancing awkwardly at the now empty teapot. If you enjoy it, I do have a bit more. I can prepare some for you to take with you, though there isn't much left, perhaps half a pound. Half a pound. The notion of such extraordinary tea still remaining in such quantity sent his hands trembling even more. He realized that today he had truly broadened his horizons. He had once thought it a stroke of fortune to taste such tea in his lifetime. Yet here was an offer to gift him half a pound? What did half a pound signify? Consuming that amount could potentially elevate his cultivation from the first to the second level. This was still under the premise that he had not yet cultivated his stealth skills. With the foundation laid by these teas, his future cultivation would undoubtedly become increasingly effortless. One could assert that if this type of tea were to become known to the world, it would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of all contemporary formidable beings. Even the Jade Emperor would rush out from the heavenly palace upon hearing of this, eager to uncover the truth. After uttering this statement, the celestial being remained motionless, lost in thought, prompting Qin Ge to come to a realization. Indeed, given his opulent appearance, it was evident that he must possess an abundance of exquisite teas at home. How could his crude concoctions possibly pique such a person's interest? My apologies, esteemed senior. My comment was not meant to offend. I merely spoke carelessly. If you find it displeasing, then let it be. Qin Ge hurriedly began to collect the teapot from the table. Wait. How can you be so untrustworthy? Did you not just promise to gift me some? Initially lost in thought, the celestial being was jolted back to reality by Qin Ge's words. Shedding his earlier demeanor and wishing he could pull Qin Ge closer, exclaiming that one cannot simply renege on a promise. It was utterly absurd. The existence of such tea was nothing short of miraculous, a fortuitous opportunity along his cultivation path, akin to a divine boon. How could he possibly refuse? How could he bear to let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Please, do not jest. Such items are quite common outside. There is no need for you to say such things merely to spare my feelings. Qin Ge, mistakenly believing that the celestial being's attitude stemmed from a desire to preserve his pride, chuckled graciously and casually poured the remaining tea onto the ground, adding, "Once the chicken soup is ready, do give it a taste. Though it may not compare to those exquisite delicacies, it possesses its own unique flavor." How could that be? How could I ever disdain such offerings? The celestial being was in a fluster, watching helplessly as the remaining tea was discarded onto the earth. He almost wished to excavate the soil and take it with him. Qin Ge cast a puzzled glance at the silent Yu Linglong, who appeared equally eager. In the midst of their longing expressions, Qin Ge retrieved 2 small packets of tea from his dilapidated cupboard at home. "This is all that remains. If you do not mind, please take them." The celestial being, unable to contain his excitement, weighed the packets in his hands. Finding that the quantity far exceeded the half-pound Qin Ge had mentioned, which brought him great joy. Not even the heavenly king himself could oppose the prospect of Yu Linglong marrying Qin Ge today. Carefully stowing away the 2 packets of tea, the celestial being's curiosity regarding Qin Ge intensified. The ability to casually produce such rare items and gift them without a second thought implied that there were likely even more treasures to be found here. With this thought in mind, he cautiously inquired, "Young friend, I've heard from Linglong that her rather lackluster brother once tasted a certain wine here, renowned for its rich flavor, and he reportedly became quite inebriated after drinking it. Is there any truth to this?" "Indeed, there is." Qin Ge was preparing the chicken, and the wine was merely something he had brewed during his leisure time. While he wouldn't dare to boast about the quality of the wine, its taste was indeed quite pleasant. "At the time I brought it out, I had not anticipated that my brother-in-law would have such a low tolerance. He ended up inebriated after just 1 cup. Chapter 17. A taste. The celestial being, Tongda, comprehended the situation. It was not merely the wine of Yushu that incapacitated him, but rather the overwhelming fragments of the Dao contained within it, which Yushu's physique could not withstand. Tongda possessed unwavering confidence in his own constitution, believing that even with a higher concentration of energy, he could endure, unlike Yushu, who had succumbed to embarrassment. I found myself intrigued by this wine, for I too have a prodigious capacity for alcohol and have never succumbed to inebriation. Tongda's assertion was not unfounded. Ordinary beverages felt trivial to him, akin to mere water, devoid of any effect. Thus, upon hearing of this remarkable wine, my curiosity intensified, prompting me to request a taste to discern the nature of such exquisite liquor that could lead to such intoxication. "Certainly," Qin Ge replied readily, retrieving the unfinished cask of wine from before and pouring a bowl for each of us. Upon merely inhaling its aroma, Tongdao realized his assumptions were correct. The quantity of Dao fragments within this cask surpassed all he had encountered in his lifetime combined. Eagerly, he lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. "Wait, you mustn't consume it so recklessly. Even I would become intoxicated." Qin Ge intended to intervene, but it was too late. Tongda had already emptied the bowl, wearing a nonchalant smile. As a cultivator of the 3rd stage of sainthood, Tongda was among the most esteemed beings across the continent. Moreover, having partaken in some tea prior to his visit, he felt a faint but unmistakable sensation of impending breakthrough. How could such a profound cultivation be compromised by mere wine? Thus, hearing these words, not only did Tongda find it amusing, but even Yuling's lips curled into a subtle smile of disbelief. Yet before Tongda could pour himself a second bowl, a wave of dizziness assaulted him, and the world began to spin. Tongda initially attempted to maintain his composure, but soon despairingly realized he could not even stand. He could only sit down unsteadily, striving to keep his mind alert. "Yuling, this is dire. Please take me away." To preserve his dignity, Tongda discreetly conveyed his current state to Yuling. Her expression shifted dramatically. How could something so seemingly mundane lead to your intoxication? Yet, in the brief span of their exchange, Tongda's consciousness had already begun to falter. "My young friend, you possess remarkable bones. You are undoubtedly a worthy candidate for cultivation. Why not take me as your master and become my disciple?" While Qin Ge felt a surge of joy within, he hesitated. Yuling had already promised to teach him the cultivation methods, and there was no need to seek another master. Moreover, it was evident that Tongda was now intoxicated, and his statements were likely unreliable. "Excellent wine. The last time I savored such exquisite wine was eons ago, perhaps several tens of millions of years in the past. These countless years have been steeped in profound solitude." At this moment, Tongda Tianren seemed to recall some sorrowful memories, and unexpectedly began to weep silently. Observing her emotional turmoil, Yulinglong and Qin Ge exchanged glances, hesitant to approach her in comfort. "My dear friend, come. I believe we share a remarkable bond. Let us partake in this bowl of wine together today. Tongda Tianren, now utterly intoxicated, casually draped her arm around Qin Ge's neck, filling 2 bowls with wine, one for Qin Ge and the other for herself. However, after consuming her bowl, Tongda Tianren completely lost her senses, tilting her head and collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing the sight of the inebriated Tongda Tianren, her face flushed and inebriated. Yulin astonishment was palpable. Last time, when Yushu Tian consumed an entire jar of wine, the effects were not as pronounced. He merely fell into a deep slumber for 3 months. Yet today, Tongda Tianren, having drunk only 2 bowls, was in such a state of severe intoxication. Although Yulin discerned the reason, he was unaware that this particular wine contained a greater concentration of Dao fragments, leading to a quicker absorption and deeper intoxication. Tongda Tianren's cultivation level surpassed that of Yushu Tian, thus she absorbed the wine rapidly and succumbed to drunkenness even more swiftly. However, the subsequent absorption time would undoubtedly be considerably less than what Yushu Tian required. What astonished Yulin even more was that Qin Ge also partook of 2 bowls. Yet at this moment, he displayed a blank expression, as if he had merely sipped water. I never imagined your family had such poor tolerance for alcohol, Qin Ge remarked, scratching his head as he gestured to Yulin to assist the utterly disheveled Tongda Tianren. Perhaps you should escort this elder back first. Check if there is anything you might need, and if I have it, take it with you. The 2 strained to lift Tongda Tianren and were making their way out when suddenly, she opened her eyes, laboriously placing her hand on Qin Ge's shoulder. You, young man, seem quite remarkable. Although I cannot perceive your past or future, nor deduce your origins or destination, I genuinely believe you are a person worthy of trust. I consent to your union. After this lengthy declaration, Tongda Tianren once again bowed her head and fell into a deep slumber. Once Yulin summoned the Qingma Shiguai to escort Tongda Tianren away, Qin Ge finally exhaled in relief. However, as he glanced around, he noticed the rooster he had captured was struggling desperately on the ground, attempting to escape. It was indeed the Lord of the Day Star. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, as I am alone, I shall refrain from stewing you. Qin Ge pondered carefully. Such a sizable rooster would be too much for him alone to consume, constituting a waste. It would be wiser to save it for a few days later, during his wedding, thereby avoiding wastefulness. Yet, the rooster's tail feathers had already been plucked halfway, rendering the scene rather comical. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Day Star was moved to tears. He was acutely aware that he currently had no means of escape. Within this stifled little courtyard, he could only perpetually embody the identity of a rooster. Contemplating this, the once haughty Day Star lowered his head and earnestly began pecking at the insects in the vegetable garden. Each time he managed to catch 1 or 2 bugs, he would raise his head to proudly display them to Qin Ge, as if to validate his existence. Your presence is indeed valuable. The recent infestation of pests in this garden is overwhelming, Qin Ge remarked, nodding in satisfaction, pleased with the dual benefit of the situation. Meanwhile, the black cat remained crouched beside the garden, fixated on the Day Star. Whenever the latter exhibited any inclination to flee, the cat would mercilessly deliver a slap to him. By the end of the day, the feathers adorning the Day Star were notably sparse, rendering him akin to a wild chicken that had been thoroughly beaten in a brawl. Looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 18. Xuanwu. Although the prospect of stewing the chicken was unattainable today, one must still nourish oneself. Qin Ge pondered this dilemma with a hint of vexation. Glancing around, he observed the fish pond churning violently, as if some creature was thrashing within. In truth, what he referred to as a fish pond was merely a modest ditch he had casually excavated a few days prior, with the intention of later introducing fish fry for cultivation. However, due to the recent flurry of affairs, he had yet to release any fry into the water. To his astonishment, the small ditch now appeared to be roiling with waves, suggesting something had fallen in. With this thought, Qin Ge seized the celestial net nearby and cast it into the pond, swiftly retrieving a sizable turtle from the once tranquil surface. By heavens, Xuanwu! The black cat immediately fluffed up in alarm, leaping about in agitation while communicating with the turtle in their unique language. How did you end up here? Did I not instruct you to remain hidden from the master? Now I am at a loss for what to do. Indeed, though the turtle was unremarkable in appearance, it was none other than Xuanwu, one of the 4 divine beasts. At this moment, Xuanwu seemed rather exasperated, slowly turning over within the celestial net and shaking its head languidly. You see, I initially heeded your advice and kept my distance from this vicinity for 10 miles. However, I was irresistibly drawn by an alluring scent the other day, which led me to this courtyard. Coupled with the high concentration of water fragments in the pond, I found it difficult to depart, so I clandestinely took refuge here. Now, alas, my momentary indulgence in cultivation has jeopardized my very existence. Xuanwu sighed, recognizing that despite his considerable prowess, he was no match for Qin Ge or the celestial net at that moment. What is the matter, Linu? Why the jubilance? Surely, you do not wish to savor turtle soup? After pulling up the turtle, Qin Ge marveled at its appearance and noticed the black cat's peculiar reaction. I must say, this turtle seems quite exquisite. If stewed, it would surely be nourishing. Why not indulge in turtle soup today? The mighty Xuanwu reduced in Qin Ge's eyes to that of an ordinary turtle. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the net. Wishing to escape such humiliation, there was little that could be done at this juncture. Convincing him was futile. The black cat, equally disheartened, realized it was powerless in this situation. Unless a means were found to present something the master favored, even the mightiest of beings could not save his life. After a moment's contemplation, the black cat bit at Qin Ge's trouser leg, leading him to the rooster, which was fervently scratching for insects nearby. The Daystar monarch silently cursed Qin Ge in his heart, observing him and the black cat standing before him, seemingly calculating something. Are you suggesting you would prefer chicken soup over turtle soup? However, this chicken is far too large for us to consume. Perhaps we should wait for Linglong to arrive in a couple of days and share it then? The Lord of the Day, in a fervent nod, contemplated his predicament. Upon the arrival of Yu Linglong, he believed he could find a way to extricate himself, convinced that her discerning gaze would not fail to recognize his true nature. Should she indeed identify him, he was certain she would grant him his freedom. At this juncture, Qin Ge affectionately patted the black cat's neck and, accompanied by the turtle, turned towards the pond to commence preparations for the day's menu. Lord of the Day, I am aware of your identity. If you wish to preserve your life, you must heed my instructions. Faced with the urgency of the situation, the black cat, despite its reservations, chose to collaborate with the seemingly ineffectual Lord of the Day. Oh, what are your commands? The prospect of liberation sparked a glimmer of hope in the Lord's eyes, and he was eager to assist. Simply relay a message to the higher-ups, informing them that you have discovered what you seek and request a steed to retrieve you. Once the steed arrives, guide it into the courtyard, and then you shall be free. I will ensure they understand it was I who facilitated your release. The simplicity of the task was evident. A steed was a trivial matter in contrast to a turtle. But can this truly be done? If I were to convey falsehoods to them, I would face dire consequences upon my return. The Lord hesitated, his heart swayed, yet still uncertain. I grant you this solitary opportunity. Should you decline, your demise is imminent. If he dares to slay the Xuanwu, why would he spare a mere Star Lord? The gravity of the black cat's words resonated within the Lord of the Day, dispelling his doubts. Recognizing the urgency, the black cat dispelled the seals binding him, restoring him to his original form. The Lord of the Setting Sun's divine manifestation resembled a vibrant young man, albeit marred by the loss of most of his plumage during his previous transformation into a rooster, leaving him battered and nearly bald in human form. Under the vigilant gaze of the black cat, the Lord of the Day relayed the message to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra without alteration. The black cat understood that, given the Lord's status, should Qin Ge truly eliminate him during his union with Yu Linglong, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Buddhist realm. This was not the outcome the black cat desired. Thus he endeavored to steer events towards a more favorable course. In this manner, he not only secured a justification for the Lord's release, but also provided Qin Ge with a viable substitute for his culinary needs, achieving a dual purpose with a single stroke. Buddha Emperor Tathagata, we have news from the Lord of the Day. Is it true? The Buddha Emperor rejoiced. The message indicated the Lord's continued existence. Perhaps we should send Master Qinghua to investigate further, suggested Samantabhadra with caution. Since the news had arrived, he had felt an unsettling disquiet, as though something was amiss. Despite the new military reports, the communication had been vague and unwilling to clarify the situation, leading him to suspect that something was awry. With Master Qinghua having emerged from his retreat, it would be prudent to enlist his assistance in uncovering the truth. The Buddha, Tathagata, took little heed of the matter. Since it was something others could resolve, there was no need for him to personally venture there once more. Meanwhile, the celestial master of Qinghua leisurely strolled upon the mountain peaks, riding his azure ox. Chapter 19. A curious encounter. This place is quite peculiar. Although it appears to be merely an ordinary hill, I sense a profound energy emanating from it. Master Qinghua mused internally. No wonder this site has been the source of numerous strange occurrences. Even the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, holds it in such high regard. It seems this mountain is far from simple. Perhaps I might uncover new opportunities here. Enough, Qingnyo. Do not indulge solely in grazing. I did not bring you here merely for that purpose. Master Qinghua dispatched Qingyo to scout ahead, and although Qingyo hesitated, he reluctantly departed. After taking only a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure beneath a tree, turned away from him. "Is that you, Lord of the Day Star?" Qingyo did not dare to confirm. But when the figure turned, he was taken aback. "What has happened to you?" The Lord of the Day Star, who typically exuded pride, now appeared quite disheveled, bearing numerous wounds. "It's nothing, just a little mishap." The Lord of the Day Star dared not speak the truth. "You are here too. Master Qinghua wants me to investigate any anomalies in this area." Indeed, everything aligns with the deductions of the Black Cat. Master Qinghua did not come personally, but merely sent his steed to gather information. The Lord of the Day Star found this intriguing, though he maintained a composed exterior. "Well, I'm actually here to guide you. Since Master Qinghua has tasked you with locating the whereabouts of Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Jade Qilin marrow carving, follow me." Qingyo hesitated. Yet the Lord of the Day Star acted swiftly. "How dare you treat me this way? Upon returning, Master Qinghua will undoubtedly not spare you." Qingyo was astonished that the Lord of the Day Star would directly attack him and attempted to struggle, but it was too late. The Lord of the Day Star mounted his back and leisurely led him toward the courtyard where Qin Ge resided. "I am utterly at a loss. I have resorted to this out of desperation. Let us not discuss what will happen upon our return. If you even make it back, consider it a stroke of luck." The Lord of the Day Star transformed into his original form, pushed open the door, and dragged the uncontrollable Qingyo into Qin Ge's small courtyard. Qin Ge was nearby, washing the enormous black turtle in a stream. Typically, all his water needs were met by this stream, yet today, for some unknown reason, the turtle grew more agitated upon contact with the water, nearly slipping from his grasp several times. "Little turtle, please do not blame me. I am left with no choice. After wandering for an entire day, if I do not eat you today, I might starve to death." As Qin Ge busied himself, he continued to murmur, "You have seen the multitude of monsters dwelling in this mountain. If I lack strength from not eating, it would be a shame to perish in their jaws. Wouldn't it?" The black turtle, anxious, wished it could transform into a human to bow before him. "My little ancestor, are you truly afraid of those insignificant creatures and wild beasts from the mountains? It would be a testament to their audacity if they did not flee upon seeing you. Yet you now claim that such creatures could devour you. Such a notion is utterly absurd." After cleansing the turtle, Qin Ge, feeling quite satisfied, began his journey homeward. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was struck with astonishment. The gate to his yard was ajar, and within stood a creature of considerable stature, a so-called green cow. To his surprise, the very rooster he had captured earlier was energetically guiding the cow, seemingly intent on having it till the soil of his vegetable garden anew. Where on earth did this cow come from? Qin Ge took a moment to observe and discovered that the cow, alongside the rooster, had indeed cultivated a portion of his garden. Although the results were far from aesthetically pleasing, the efficiency surpassed his own manual efforts. The Black Cat, relieved to see the turtle still alive, called out to the Day Star Lord, who, understanding the cue, gracefully leapt from the cow's back and returned to his bamboo pole, diligently catching insects. It seemed the Day Star Lord had come to terms with the situation, since he could not best even the Black Cat. It followed that Qin Ge must be an even more formidable presence. Should he ever attract the ire of the Buddhist realm, he could seek assistance from either Qin Ge or the Black Cat. However, he pondered how formidable Qin Ge must be to have a Black Cat, whose strength he could not discern, willingly reside in such a place, playing the role of a humble, common cat. The thought of such a powerful Black Cat reduced to catching mice brought some balance to the Day Star Lord's mind. Remarkably, this chicken was exceptionally obedient, not only remaining still but also having unknowingly fetched the cow for him. At that moment, Qin Ge had completely forgotten about the turtle in his grasp, carelessly tossing it aside as he reached out to stroke the cow's head. This cow, Qin Ge observed with a mouth watering in anticipation. It appeared quite delectable. In the span of a fleeting moment, a plethora of scrumptious beef dishes danced through his mind. With the departure of the Day Star Lord, the green cow could finally cease its pretense of plowing the field and stood panting in place. Ever since it became the steed of the celestial master of Qinghua, it had not tilled the land. Who would have imagined that a proud celestial steed would now find itself working as a mere ox in a farmer's yard? Discontented with this reality, the green cow began to bellow loudly. "Moo, moo, do not rush me, allow me to strategize." Qin Ge muttered to himself as he envisioned various culinary delights: stir-fried beef kidneys, braised short ribs, steaks. It appeared that during his upcoming wedding, he would have the opportunity to showcase his culinary prowess with a grand feast centered around the entirety of the cow. The green cow trembled in fear, acutely aware that this young man genuinely intended to consume him, and it was no jest. Yet, no matter how fervently he wished to protest, the only sound he could produce remained that of a cow's lowing. In order to prevent the celestial being from uttering human words and jeopardizing his own endeavors, the Star Lord of the Day had sealed all of his acupoints early in the morning, rendering him no different from an ordinary ox. The appearance of this bovine creature obstructed the path, causing him to abandon his plans of escaping like a turtle. Seizing this opportunity, the black tortoise swiftly submerged into the pond, no longer daring to surface. In stark contrast to the joy experienced by Qin Ge, the Confucian Dao was currently undergoing a profound transformation. Chapter 20. Alchemy. On the second day, the day of matrimony arrived, leaving Qin Ge in a state of exhilaration where thoughts of food and drink eluded him. He descended the mountain multiple times to procure the items necessary for his wedding. Each time he contemplated this momentous occasion, he questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream, for just days prior, he had been an inconspicuous figure, and now he was on the brink of marriage. Moreover, his betrothed was a girl of ethereal beauty. Black Cat, he mused, having relied on each other for so long. I have long considered you a dear friend. Once I attain the ability to cultivate, I shall impart a few techniques to you, ensuring you will never be bullied again. The Black Cat merely mewed twice, circling his legs. This system, after traversing through this realm for such an extended period, it has yet to teach me the art of cultivation, leaving me in a perpetual state of disarray. Once I gain the requisite skills, the first thing I shall do is sever ties with this system. The system. Of course, Qin Ge was aware that the system could hear his words, yet he paid it no heed. In his eyes, over the years, the system had not only failed to enlighten him on the path of cultivation, but also inundated him with ostentatious knowledge, leading him to master a plethora of inconsequential skills. Just as Qin Ge was lamenting, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, revealing two familiar faces, his brother-in-law and Tong de Tianren. What brings you here? Qin Ge quickly donned a charming smile. I thought you would arrive tomorrow, so I hadn't prepared anything. Despite his claim of being unprepared, the two men noticed a copper pot sitting on the table, beneath which smoldered charcoal, emanating a pungent aroma. Is this alchemy? Tong de Tianren pondered for a moment, arriving at what he believed was an astute conclusion. Alchemy? No, how could that be? You know I lack any cultivation. So how could I possibly practice alchemy? This is merely my dinner for the evening, Qin Ge insisted, waving his hands dismissively. He awkwardly fetched 2 bowls, adding, You should try it. This dish is called hot pot, which I used to enjoy immensely. Hot pot. The two were utterly unfamiliar with the term. In truth, they had never even heard of it. Consequently, they surmised in their minds that Qin Ge was indeed practicing alchemy, but simply wished to keep them oblivious to it. Thus, they picked up their bowls and joined in the charade. Ah, so it's hot pot. We've only heard tales of it, but never had the pleasure of tasting it. Please, do try it. But, Senior, why does your complexion appear so pallid? Are you unwell? Qin Ge inquired with concern as he served them vegetables. Upon hearing this, Tong de Tianren's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him at a loss for words. Just days ago, he had returned here inebriated and collapsed, unaware that the followers of Buddha, under the command of the Tathagata, had seized the opportunity to attempt a coup against him. Who could have imagined that the wine would inadvertently elevate his cultivation to the 4th level of the saint realm? The atmosphere was remarkably sensitive. Before the adversary could even make a move, they were promptly subdued. The assassin served under the Buddhist emperor, possessing the formidable cultivation of a 3-fold sage. Had it been an ordinary celestial being, it seemed inevitable that they would have succumbed this time. The once flawless plan was utterly shattered within the sacred confines of Qin Ge's inner sanctum, thanks to that miraculous wine. However, despite the celestial being's fortuitous victory, he bore the visible toll of yesterday's fierce battle, leaving his complexion rather pallid. Yet, he was convinced that Qin Ge had foreseen his impending calamity, which was why he had insisted on him consuming that bowl of wine. Had he indulged in another bowl, he would have surely succumbed to a deeper inebriation, rendering him incapable of awakening. Conversely, had he imbibed less, his cultivation would not have surged in such a brief span, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with the assassin. 2 bowls of wine, neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly calibrated to enable him to awaken in a timely manner while simultaneously amplifying his prowess. Witnessing how Qin Ge had predicted his plight, yet feigned nonchalance, he felt an even deeper gratitude within. It was merely a matter of clearing one's own threshold. And he owed thanks to that bowl of wine from yesterday. Otherwise, he might not even be able to converse with you now. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Ge had rendered him immense assistance, and even though he was the fiancé of his junior, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Qin Ge, however, did not grasp the essence of his words. mistakenly assuming they were mere flattery, and so he only offered a few perfunctory remarks before diverting the conversation. Do try this. It is quite delectable. I assure you that you have never tasted anything like it. With Qin Ge's invitation, the two hesitated no longer, picking up their chopsticks to savor a piece of lamb hot pot. Upon the delicate crunch of their first bite, both were left astounded. Although they had prepared themselves for astonishment before their meal, the sheer shock of the flavor was beyond words. Beyond mere fragments of the Dao, there was something profoundly enticing within the lamb hot pot that stirred their hearts. Since embarking on their cultivation journey, this was the first time they had experienced such blissful satisfaction from food. Regrettably, I did not anticipate your visit, so I did not prepare an abundance of dishes. You may sample these. They are all cultivated by my own hands. Qin Ge had initially thought he would dine alone. Hence, he had prepared only a modest amount of meat, merely gathering some vegetables from his garden. Now, he offered the dishes before them, eager for their tasting. Your words carry weight, young friend, the celestial being remarked, albeit with some confusion, as he picked up a piece of the dish and placed it into the copper pot. Practitioners of the path typically consume little vegetarian fare, and leafy greens are nearly absent from their diets. Yet, in that moment, with both of them present, the celestial being momentarily lost composure before the steaming hot pot. The marks of the great path. As they reached a profound understanding, tears streamed down their faces, and whispered secrets were conveyed to the jade void heaven. To their astonishment, the vegetables contained not mere fragments of the great path, but rather the profound marks of the great path. Even the jade void heaven was overwhelmed with tears. The disparity between the marks of the great path and its fragments is immense. It could be said that the existence of the marks far surpasses that of countless fragments. Initially, they believed that the presence of fragments within the food was a remarkable revelation. Who could have anticipated that these vegetables were imbued with an abundance of the marks of the great path? Amidst their tears, the two of them diligently wiped their eyes while ensuring that every dish on the table was consumed entirely. Chapter 21. The dragon meet the two individuals. Initially unsettled by the tumult of the previous day, found themselves pleasantly surprised after indulging in a sumptuous hot pot meal. Not only had their injuries significantly eased, but their foundations also appeared to stabilize. It seemed that Qin Ge had anticipated their arrival and had thoughtfully prepared this feast and wait for them. With this realization, their admiration for Qin Ge swelled like an unceasing river. If you haven't had your fill, I can venture to the market for more ingredients, Qin Ge remarked, taken aback by their hearty appetites as they devoured all the provisions he had prepared. Nevertheless, being their elder, and with his impending marriage to Yu Linglong the following day, he desired to appease them further. Enough, enough, they replied, now acutely aware that Qin Ge seemed to foresee the challenges they were about to face and the necessities they would require. They were keen to heed his words and racked their brains to extract precise information from him. But we've consumed everything. You haven't eaten, have you? In their fervor, they had overlooked Qin Ge, who had yet to take a bite. It's nothing of great concern. It's merely a meal. I'm not particularly hungry. I had intended to descend the mountain to procure some donkey meat. Yet curiously, there was none available at the market today. A pity indeed. Qin Ge's mention of donkey meat stemmed from a nostalgic longing for the donkey meat hot pot he had relished in his previous life. Since arriving in this world, he had not encountered donkey meat at all. Donkey meat. The two, possessing profound insight, began to communicate in hushed tones. Why would this esteemed being suddenly express a desire for donkey meat? What significance could it hold? How should I know? However, if such a great figure has spoken of it, there must be a reason. We ought to ponder carefully. We must not provoke his ire. While maintaining a composed demeanor, they secretly contemplated the implications of his words. Could it be that the donkey meat symbolizes another creature's flesh? Is this esteemed individual testing our comprehension and willingness to comply? I have heard that donkey meat is also referred to as the dragon meat of the earth. Could it be that this esteemed being wishes for dragon meat? Upon this realization, they exchanged knowing glances and promptly rose to depart. Are you leaving? Don't you plan to linger a while longer? Qin Ge was surprised by their abrupt decision to take their leave, fearing he might have misspoken. Not at all. Please continue with your affairs. We have other matters to attend to. The quest for dragon meat had now become a priority for them. Yet the challenge of locating such a delicacy was proving to be quite daunting. I recall that during the creation of the world, a divine dragon existed. However, its whereabouts remain a mystery even now. After careful consideration, I pondered that if it were an ordinary dragon, this esteemed elder would not have felt the need to alert us, as it would merely be a trivial matter for him. Yushu Tian mused. Could it be that the dragon referred to by this elder is, in fact, a coiling dragon? A coiling dragon, while it is not entirely implausible, such creatures have nearly vanished from our world. Where might we seek one? The two engaged in meticulous deliberation, ultimately concluding that although the coiling dragon is on the brink of extinction, the slightly lesser creature known as the sleeping dragon can still be found. For the elder to have contemplated the sleeping dragon as sustenance is indeed an honor. With this thought in mind, they promptly set forth, anxious not to dampen Qin Ge's enthusiasm. What did you say? The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, was leisurely strolling when he received alarming news that filled him with wrath. In that nameless hill, 3 individuals had already perished. More significantly, among them was the highly esteemed Manjushri Bodhisattva, and his own avatar had also fallen there. Although the demise of his avatar had minimal impact on him personally, it nonetheless filled him with sorrow and fury. Moreover, his long-conceived plan of journeying westward for scriptures could be jeopardized or even thwarted due to these events, which would cause him profound distress, as the path to the west necessitated traversing that very hill. Tathagata had once contemplated allowing them to circumvent the hill. Yet if Tang Sung and his companions were to take a detour, they would at least require an additional decade of travel. Not to mention, he could scarcely endure even a single day's delay. Thus, eliminating the threat residing within that hill became an urgent priority. Yet, what manner of being could reside there, capable of causing his followers to suffer repeated losses? For Tang Sung, the journey westward represented a pivotal process of overturning Confucianism and Taoism and proving the supremacy of Buddhism. He would not permit any error in such a significant endeavor. Tang Sung had already liberated Sun Wukong, and I suspect if we do not swiftly address that lurking presence, we may encounter grave troubles. As the principal overseer of the journey for scriptures, Guanyin Bodhisattva was also exceedingly anxious. However, should I venture forth personally, other hazards could arise, given that it is the domain of Confucianism and Taoism. The previous loss of my avatar there had already displeased those from Confucianism and Taoism, and my failed attempt to persecute Yu Linglong could incite a conflict between the two realms if I were to appear in person this time. Guanyin Bodhisattva was well aware of Tathagata's concerns, and the reason he urged Tathagata to make a decision today was that he had conceived a new strategy. I propose that we report this matter to the Heavenly Court, allowing their officials to investigate the situation directly. Would that not be a mutually beneficial solution? Indeed, if the Heavenly Court intervenes, even the most formidable entity residing within that hill would have no choice but to submit. Furthermore, should the Heavenly Court take action, those from Confucianism and Taoism would be unable to voice any objections. I was so overly anxious that I momentarily failed to consider such a brilliant plan. The Buddha, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes, recognized that this approach was undeniably advantageous, offering him myriad benefits without a single detriment. Without hesitation, he promptly dispatched a messenger to report to the Heavenly Court, hopeful that celestial beings would send emissaries to investigate the mysterious mountain peak. At this very moment, Qin Ge remained blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of those from the Heavenly Court. His heart brimmed with joy as he eagerly prepared to welcome his beloved wife into his humble abode. Chapter 22. High mountains and flowing water taking out his guqin. Qin Ge began to play gently. These exquisite musical skills were among the many talents imparted to him by the system. Yu Linglong stood at the doorway, entranced by the melody. The sound of the guqin seemed to transcend ordinary music. As she listened to the ancient tune, she felt every pore in her body open, greedily absorbing the spiritual essence permeating the courtyard. In the backyard, which remained unseen by the two, the seemingly mundane plants and the fish in the pond began to thrash about wildly. It was only after the piece concluded that everything returned to its usual state. Senior, I cannot fathom what you just played. It was simply magnificent. In all my years, I have never encountered such a beautiful melody. This is not merely the sound of a guqin. It is the very voice of the Tao, Yu Linglong exclaimed. Remarkably, after just a brief moment of attentive listening, she could distinctly sense her impending ascension. It is known that the higher one's cultivation, the slower the path to advancement becomes. Prior to meeting Qin Ge, she had been stagnating at the 6th level for over a century, with no opportunity for breakthrough. Yet, after encountering him, she astonishingly progressed through 2 levels in succession. Feeling a blend of embarrassment and pride at his fiancée's lavish praise, Qin Ge replied, "Although I presently lack the ability to cultivate and am merely an ordinary mortal, I do possess a modicum of skill in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Yu Linglong glanced at him, her eyes filled with admiration. She had never imagined that she would one day marry such an exceptional man. "However, with our wedding tomorrow, I have yet to decide what gift to prepare for you," Qin Ge remarked, slightly troubled. "Is there anything you particularly desire?" No. Yu Linglong shook her head vehemently. The mere opportunity to marry Qin Ge was a stroke of immense fortune. How could she dare to ask for anything? To serve you is already a tremendous honor. To request anything further would be most inappropriate. Hearing her words, Qin Ge inwardly sighed. The women in this world were truly remarkable. They embraced their roles wholeheartedly, not only willing to marry him, but also displaying such consideration even before the wedding. In contrast to the demanding women of his past life, he shook his head. After all, Yu Linglong was a young lady from a prestigious family of cultivators. Though now faced with hardship, her noble lineage remained. Despite her current circumstances, she was marrying him with such humility. At that moment, Yu Linglong was equally astonished. She had initially thought it improbable to wed a man like Qin Ge. Yet here he was, graciously inquiring about her desired gift. How could she dare to ask for anything? Though resolute in her refusal to let Qin Ge indulge her, he silently vowed to prepare a grand gift for their wedding day. Although he had yet to determine the perfect gift to present, the attitude of Yu Linglong compelled him to prepare nothing less than the finest offering. After exchanging a few words, Yu Linglong initially intended to take her leave, as their union had not yet been formalized, making her presence at Qin Ge's residence somewhat inappropriate. However, with their wedding imminent the following day, she ultimately decided to stay the night, and Qin Ge had thoughtfully arranged a guest room for her. After a brief tidying up, Qin Ge returned to his own chamber. In the stillness of the night, the black cat, which had been resting beside Qin Ge, suddenly opened its eyes and stealthily exited the courtyard. Did you sense that something unusual was about to transpire? The black cat remarked, pushing the seemingly slumbering Day-Star monarch aside without hesitation. The Day-Star monarch, caught off guard, felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly regained composure. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed the sky above crackling with ominous lightning, which was no ordinary storm, but rather celestial thunder. Could it be that someone was undergoing a tribulation? The Day-Star monarch flapped his wings, bewildered. If memory served him correctly, all the demons within a 10-mile radius of these peaks had been expelled. How could anyone be facing a tribulation? Indeed, where could any demons possibly be? Was this phenomenon directed at us? The black cat, a figure of imposing elegance, leapt onto the rooftop for a better view, his expression growing grim. Here it comes. It is indeed aimed at us. The Day-Star monarch replied. Who do you think you are, to include us in this? Though discomfort internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of respect. Master Cat, what has transpired to instill such fear in you? Enough with the idle chatter. Follow me, commanded the black cat, conjuring a cloud on which he effortlessly pulled the reluctant Day-Star monarch. If Qin Ge had been awake at that moment, he would surely have been astonished to witness his longtime companion, the black cat, displaying the ability to ride on clouds. As the two floated upon the cloud, they beheld a multitude of heavenly soldiers descending amid the tumult of thunder. They encircled an imposing figure, whose mere presence commanded authority, dragging along a towering iron pagoda. The heavenly king? The Day-Star monarch was in a frenzy. This was a dire situation. Heavenly beings had arrived. Initially believing it to be a mere ordinary tribulation, it became evident that the celestial court had sent its own emissaries. Amidst the tumultuous thunder, the mountain was illuminated as if it were day. Had it not been for the foresight of the black cat, who had established a protective barrier beyond the courtyard, Qin Ge would undoubtedly have been awakened by the cacophony. Outside the barrier, thunder roared, yet within, tranquility reigned. While Qin Ge slumbered soundly, Yu Linglong was not so fortunate. Although shielded by the barrier, she remained acutely aware of the disturbances beyond. Exiting the guest room, she chanced upon a legion of heavenly soldiers awaiting something just outside the courtyard. How could the celestial beings have come to this place? Yu Linglong was utterly perplexed, murmuring to herself. Ordinarily, matters of the mortal realm were regarded with indifference by the heavenly court, kept at a distance. Yet, at this very moment, they had inexplicably dispatched individuals to the mortal world. Could it be that some momentous event had transpired? Although Yu Linglong was not entirely aware of the situation, she could faintly sense that the arrival of these individuals was undoubtedly tied to Qin Ge. Just as she began to feel a sense of unease, she beheld a black cat grasping a rooster, soaring into the air upon a cloud. Chapter 23. The near fall. Upon entering the courtyard today, Yu Linglong immediately discerned the true identity of the rooster. However, he assumed that Qin Ge had summoned the Lord of the Day-Star for his own purposes and thus refrained from inquiring further. Observing the two standing fearlessly upon the clouds before the formidable Li Tianwang, Yu Linglong felt a sense of reassurance. After all, while he was unaware of the true identity of the black cat, its formidable prowess was undeniable. Even the triumphant sage, the Lord of the Day-Star, appeared merely as an ordinary rooster in its presence. More importantly, Yu Linglong noted that although he could hear no sounds and felt no disturbances within the courtyard, the thunder from outside had not ceased for a moment. This indicated that the barrier surrounding his courtyard was fortified to such an extent that even the celestial thunder could not inflict the slightest harm. Have you sensed something amiss, my lord? The celestial soldiers gazed at the mountain peak, puzzled. This vicinity was devoid of any monsters, and the surrounding area for 10 miles was desolate. Yet, inexplicably, there existed a small courtyard here. Indeed, there is something peculiar. Li Tianhuang squinted, scrutinizing the courtyard, but found nothing unusual. It appeared to be merely an ordinary little abode. As the group examined the courtyard, a sleek black cat soared upon the clouds, clutching a molting rooster and landing before them. Where did this creature come from? Li Tianhuang remarked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the black cat and the scruffy rooster. Logically, in a world where all beings have the opportunity for cultivation, he would not find it strange for animals to fly. Yet, he could not ascertain the cultivation levels of these two beings despite their ability to traverse the skies. Just kill them. They are mere obstacles, muttered one nearby, feeling irked about being summoned for duty at such a late hour. And now confronted with two creatures obstructing their path, they felt inclined to vent their frustration upon them. Have you forgotten the edict of the Heavenly Emperor? We must refrain from unnecessary slaughter. Since they are merely two ordinary monsters, let them go, Li Tianhuang replied, though he remained cautious, as the emergence of such peculiar beings in this strange place was enough to raise his vigilance. The previously speaking celestial soldier, impatient, acquiesced and boldly approached with his sword drawn. What creatures are you? Do you not see that we are on duty here? If you wish to keep your lives, be gone at once. The black cat was about to respond when it was interrupted by the soldier's words, its fur bristling in indignation. Creature? How dare this lowly celestial soldier insult it thus? The Lord of the Day Star was equally incensed. After serving as a deity for so many years, how often had these beings bowed respectfully before him during his visits to the heavenly court? Do not speak of these individuals. Even the Jade Emperor would not so rudely berate him. Enough. These people should not require my intervention. You should resolve this matter swiftly on your own. Although the black cat was incensed, he had not yet reached the point of losing his senses. After issuing a brief command, he turned and returned to the courtyard. Very well, the god of the morning sun replied. Since he had acquired the green bull a few days prior, he had realized that his only course of action was to seek refuge with Qin Ge. Moreover, after spending some time here, he discovered that the courtyard was not as he had initially perceived. This afternoon's performance of high mountains and flowing water by Qin Ge had been enough to rend his very soul and send tremors through his heart. If he were truly to oppose Qin Ge, the outcome of their confrontation was far from certain. Open your eyes and see. I am no mere beast. The god of the morning sun, in a fit of rage, summoned a blazing sun. This searing orb ignited the garments of those present, and no matter how they attempted to extinguish the flames, they could not be quelled. Trouble. This is the morning sun fire. The king of heavenly generals exclaimed in shock from behind. Retreat. Retreat. There was only one individual in the world capable of conjuring such a fire, and that person was none other than the god of the morning sun himself. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing that rooster. It was indeed the true form of the god of the morning sun. However, he realized this too late, as the blazing sun transformed into flames, consuming everything in its path. Tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers perished in an instant. Not bad, Cat? The god of the morning sun, having put away his magical artifact, reverted to his former obsequious demeanor. This is my divine ability. No matter who comes, they will be scorched by my fire. Mediocre. The black cat replied with a nonchalant nod. I find your flames quite similar to the fire I unintentionally ignited in the woodpile yesterday. After speaking, the black cat disregarded whether his words embarrassed the god of the morning sun and promptly turned to sleep soundly. The god of the morning sun scratched his head but bore no anger, for he knew the black cat spoke the truth. After the black cat had inadvertently set the woodpile ablaze the previous day, he had witnessed the flame's potency, which was entirely on par with those summoned by his magical artifact. If only he could merge the two, his power would ascend to new heights. This was one of the reasons the god of the morning sun was so resolutely devoted to following the black cat. The following day, Qin Ge opened his eyes to discover traces of fire outside the courtyard. Could it be that there had been a fire last night? He had no recollection of it. Logically, if a fire had broken out at the entrance, it would have inevitably spread into the courtyard. However, upon closer examination, Qin Ge noted that the traces of flames seemed to be circling the courtyard. He pondered this anomaly but decided not to delve further. At this very moment, the heavenly court was in utter chaos. Li Aiqing, how did you end up like this? The heavenly emperor gazed incredulously at the smoke-emitting King Li, unable to fathom the situation. The towering Li, engulfed in flames, had even singed a considerable portion of his hair. As for the celestial soldiers who accompanied him, not a single one had returned. Let us not even mention it. King Li gasped, if it weren't for the protection of my treasured pagoda, I would have surely perished on that mountain last night. Chapter 24. Horror, what on earth is happening? The celestial emperor too sensed that something was amiss. Furrowing his brow as he beckoned the great King Li, the protector of the heavens, to recount the events. However, the king, seemingly paralyzed by fear, could utter nothing coherent. Instead, mumbling two words repeatedly. Go see what he is mumbling about, the emperor commanded, growing increasingly impatient with the king's demeanor. He instructed the curtain-raising general beside him to approach and discern the king's words. He says. The general leaned in closely, straining to catch the king's mutterings, yet hesitated, reluctant to speak the truth. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you, the emperor reassured him. Only then did the general muster the courage to relay the king's words aloud. Your Majesty, the king said it is a beast. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. In such a solemn gathering, the king had audaciously uttered an insult. What nonsense! This is the Lingxiao Hall, not your home. Allowing such insolent words, the celestial emperor erupted in fury, bewilderment etched across the faces of the nearby deities. What could have befallen the king? Had he been so severely shaken as to utter such language? His failure to manage the events of the previous day now compounded by his public display of vulgarity. It seemed the king was on the brink of disgrace. Unbeknownst to the king, he had unwittingly become a source of ridicule in the eyes of others. His mind consumed by the horrific scenes of the previous day. Your Majesty, please do not venture there. That place is truly terrifying. There are two beasts, and they spewed fire at me. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into laughter. Here was a figure of considerable power, now reduced to a state of disarray by mere flames. The news would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Only Neza, standing nearby, sensed something amiss. He knew the king well enough to discern that something extraordinarily dreadful must have transpired to elicit such a reaction. Father, putting aside everything else, why did you return alone? Did you not leave with tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers? They are all dead. The great King Li's expression was one of despair as he trembled while recounting his experiences. You cannot imagine the scene. A great fire erupted, incinerating all those soldiers into ashes before I could even order a retreat. They vanished from this world without a trace. Nonsense. The celestial emperor, having listened with restrained patience, could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand down in exasperation. So you claim that a mere breath of fire has left you in such a state, and not a single one of your soldiers returned? The great king's face was ashen, and it was then that Master Qinghua stepped forward. He too sensed an underlying disturbance. The last time he had sent his steed to investigate, it had yet to return, and he could not reach it. What on earth was happening? Within that cavern, it appeared that even the most formidable of spirits were absent. What manner of being could have orchestrated such a state of affairs? Initially, our journey was quite unremarkable. We had diligently observed the surroundings and found that the mountain harbored no monsters and scarcely any humans. Yet, amid this seemingly mundane peak, there existed a quaint little courtyard. The esteemed Li Tianwang, trembling as he recounted the tale, suggested that something peculiar was afoot, prompting our desire to investigate further. However, before we could enter, we were confronted by two creatures blocking our path, a cat and a rooster, which seemed utterly commonplace. We paid them little heed until, astonishingly, the rooster unleashed a torrent of flames. This fire was overwhelmingly potent, capable of annihilating anything it touched, leaving nothing but obliteration in its wake. How could this be? According to your description, these beings were mere ordinary animals. So how could they possess such formidable magical powers? Though the celestial emperor was perplexed, he voiced his skepticism. After all, it was merely a flame. How could it incinerate an entire battalion of heavenly soldiers in an instant? Moreover, the notion of complete annihilation, as you described, seemed utterly implausible. You are unaware that this was no ordinary flame. As Li Tianwang spoke, a flicker of fear danced in his eyes. That was the divine fire summoned by the Lord of the Day Star. Such a declaration left everyone astounded, for if this were indeed the case, then Li Tianwang's words warranted belief, given the true power of the Lord of the Day Star's divine fire. Yet, how could this celestial figure condescend to associate with such individuals? If you doubt my words, you may dispatch someone to verify. What I speak is not mere fantasy, but the truth. The celestial emperor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged the uncertainty among the ministers. Would anyone among you be willing to venture forth to ascertain the truth? Regardless of how elaborately you speak, I remain steadfast in my disbelief that the Lord of the Day Star would conspire with those individuals. The Grand Luo Golden Immortal rose, harboring a long-standing rivalry with Li Tianhuang. Witnessing Li Tianhuang's assertions, he resolved to expose him, asserting that either Li Tianhuang had misjudged the situation or had been negligent, thus causing the calamity, and now sought to shift the blame onto others. Am I deceiving you? You would know the truth if you ventured there. Why engage in this dispute with me? Li Tianhuang, both indignant and anxious, countered. How else could one explain a single flame that incinerated my celestial soldiers entirely? I believe that flame could merely be classified as ordinary demonic fire, and the creature responsible must possess some level of cultivation. Otherwise, it could not have vanquished so many celestial beings. The Grand Luo Golden Immortal did not respond directly to Li Tianhuang, but instead turned to the Celestial Emperor. I surmise that this fiend is likely of the 6th layer of the Sacred Heart, hardly a cause for alarm. Are you suggesting that you would be willing to personally investigate this matter? The Grand Immortal nodded, affirming that he did not perceive anything particularly fearsome about that place. Rather, it seemed to be a case of hearsay, a mere matter of frightening one another, since such an obscure location could instill trepidation among the denizens of the celestial court. It would be prudent for me to venture there personally to ascertain the underlying mysteries. Chapter 25. The Art of Creation. If you insist on such a statement, how do you account for the demise of my warriors, who have been utterly obliterated? While the words of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal may appear to be mere expressions of loyalty, they simultaneously serve as a scathing indictment of the great King Li, the protector of the heavens. To speak candidly, those warriors possessed merely the cultivation of the 3rd layer of Sacred Heart. It is not inconceivable for a 6th layer Sacred Heart aberration to vanquish them. As for the extent of their destruction, there is insufficient evidence to substantiate your claims. Thus, one might regard them as exaggerated. The Grand Luo Golden Immortal gazed at the great King Li, suggesting that if the facts were indeed as such, it could only imply that you abandoned them in their time of need, fleeing instead of defeating that fiend and rescuing them. Faced with such accusations, the King of Li found himself bereft of any retort, merely shaking his head in silence. Since you have articulated your position, I shall refrain from further comment. I merely wish to advise you to regard those aberrations with the seriousness they warrant. They are far from the simplicity you envision. Celestial Emperor, should you truly believe my words, I implore you to dispatch 30,000 elite soldiers to me. I shall personally capture those 2 aberrations to validate my suspicions. Celestial Emperor, this is utterly inconceivable. That creature is undoubtedly the embodiment of the Morning Star Monarch. Just as the King of Li prepared to elaborate, he was rudely interrupted by the Celestial Emperor's impatience. Li Tianhuang, do you not find your own statement laughable? Engage your intellect. You must recognize the impossibility of such a notion. What stature does the Morning Star Monarch possess? How could he possibly consort with such beasts? Amidst the tumult of the celestial court, Qin Ge remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil. Earlier that morning, the Jade Void Heaven had sent word that due to the unavailability of a necessary item for their wedding, the union could be postponed by a day. What more could we possibly require? Qin Ge expressed his bewilderment, unable to fathom the need for anything beyond their mutual affection. However, the messenger was resolute, insisting that this item was essential for their wedding, lest it become a significant regret for the Jade Void Heaven. Recognizing the firmness of the other party's stance, Qin Ge acquiesced, accepting the delay as an opportunity to prepare a gift for Yu Linglong. He withdrew a small piece of gold from his pocket, meticulously polishing it in his hand. This gold represented the culmination of his long-saved earnings, exchanged for this modest piece. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had relied solely on hunting for sustenance, leaving him with scant resources. Nevertheless, he recalled that in his previous life, it was customary to present 3 pieces of gold before marrying. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Senior Sage, what are you doing? Since taking residence here, Yu Linglong had treated Qin Ge with utmost courtesy, addressing him as Senior Sage, which began to wear on his patience. Linglong, we are soon to be wed. You will soon be my wife. Why maintain such formality? You may simply call me by my name. Very well, Saint. As she spoke, Yu Linglong suddenly realized the implications of her words, her cheeks flushing as she hastily corrected herself. Qin Ge, we are soon to be wed, and I have prepared a small gift for you. Witnessing Yu Linglong's earnestness brought Qin Ge a sense of comfort. However, in order to surprise her, he decided to keep the details of the gift a secret for the time being. Regardless of what Qin Ge presents her, Yu Linglong feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. For the privilege of marrying the enigmatic figure before her is, in her eyes, an extraordinary honor. What does the esteemed elder say? In the Eastern Valley, Yushu Tian inquired of his subordinate, who was relaying the message to the furious dragon before them. The elder said nothing explicit, merely that we could wait. As expected, The elder indeed desires dragon meat. Otherwise, why would he grant us an entire day to capture one? The proud Tianren thought to himself, with my marriage to Linglong, bringing back this dragon as a betrothal gift should not be seen as too disgraceful. What are you insignificant humans babbling about? The coiled dragon roared in fury while struggling against its restraints. I am a dignified dragon. If you have any sense, release me at once, or else. Or else what? Yushu Tian, piercing the dragoness throat with a long sword, regarded it with a puzzled expression. It is indeed a privilege for you to have the elder speak of you. Now, rest well. Just days prior, Qin Ge had shared his intentions, and the two had journeyed countless miles to arrive here, for it was said that the last of the coiled dragons resided in this place. Upon their arrival, the dragon, despite its attempts to flee, found itself unable to escape. Speak, who sent you? The dragon demanded. If you release me now, I shall serve you both as masters in the future. Aware that he was no match for the two, the dragon humbly begged for mercy, but to his surprise, they were resolute in their intention to slay him. No one sent us. It is merely a personal matter, Yushu Tian replied sympathetically, patting the dragon's horn. To speak frankly, my son-in-law wishes to feast upon dragon meat, and thus we were compelled to seek you out. Although there are many dragons, only you would suffice to fill my son-in-law's appetite. Surely, you could fabricate an excuse to deceive me? At the very least, it should be something I can accept. The dragon's composure began to fray. Even if you conjured a non-existent enemy who wished to pay for my life, I would concede. But you claim your son-in-law desires dragon meat, and come to kill me? Is he your father? Though this son-in-law is younger than I could just as easily regard him as my reincarnated parents. Yushu Tian declared with utmost seriousness. In his eyes, Qin Ge represented a significant opportunity that he could not afford to overlook. Merely an emperor of Confucianism and Taoism. Merely a person of Confucianism and Taoism. How audacious they have become, daring to ride atop me and commit acts of villainy. Had it not been for the grievous injury I sustained days ago, I would never find myself subjected to such indignity at your hands. Pan Long was consumed by wrath, yet he found himself powerless. As the long sword was firmly aimed at his vital points, any slight movement would result in his utter annihilation. Do not harbor any resentment. Once you are consumed by my esteemed son-in-law, you shall come to realize that your fate indeed aligns with such an outcome. Chapter 26. What kind of demon is this? Should I relinquish this fortune to you? Pang Long sneered, astonished that at this moment, his illustrious life was being so humiliated by a younger generation. He disregarded the long sword embedded at his life gate and began to twist violently. If we do not stop him, he will surely explode. And then we shall be unable to salvage even a piece of flesh. Tongda, quick-witted and agile, swiftly grasped his tail. Qin Ge has been rather kind to us. Were it not for his words, it is uncertain whether we would even be standing here alive. We cannot possibly fail at such a trivial task. Yushu Tian gritted his teeth and raised his hand to summon a colossal net. Sky-covering net. Pang Long's eyes turned crimson. Though this net lacked the potency of the heavenly net, it was still a remarkable treasure. Anyone ensnared by it would be rendered immobile for a time. More remarkably, this net could transport the ensnared objects to a different temporal space, to be opened whenever required. Before Pang Long could utter another word, he was entirely enveloped by the net. As Yushu Tian retrieved the net, he let out a sigh of relief. This task had indeed been executed efficiently. At the very least, it would allow the elder to enjoy a complete meal. Indeed, if we fulfill the elder's implied request, he will surely be pleased. Tongda gazed at Yushu Tian with envy. Just a few days prior, he had heard that Qin Ge had gifted them merely a painting, yet it had elevated Yu Linglong's status by an entire tier. One could only imagine the substantial progress that would result from Qin Ge's direct guidance. Never mind. Soon we shall be one family, and we can share the benefits together. Yushu Tian, understanding Tongda's thoughts, played a few rounds of games with him before soaring towards Qin Ge's courtyard with the net in tow. After an indeterminate period, Qin Ge finally crafted the ring he had envisioned. Though it appeared somewhat rough around the edges, it was nonetheless quite admirable. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong busied herself, tidying up the previously disordered courtyard until it was spotless. Observing her diligent figure, Qin Ge could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia, pondering what extraordinary fortune had allowed him to marry such a virtuous and beautiful wife. Linglong, you need not toil any longer. I shall tidy up shortly. Qin Ge gently patted Yu Linglong's shoulder. Tomorrow, we shall wed. How about we compose a couplet to hang at the entrance for good fortune? That sounds wonderful. Yu Linglong replied, her cheeks faintly flushed. She had yet to fully come to terms with the impending marriage, unsure of what to write. As a princess well-versed in Confucianism and Taoism, Yu Linglong was quite skilled in the arts of calligraphy and painting. earning her the esteemed reputation of a word worth 1,000 gold. Yet, in Qin Ge's presence, she preferred to feign ignorance, content to be an unassuming and supportive wife. Prepare the ink for me, and I shall write. After retrieving the 4 treasures of the study, Qin Ge keenly observed that Yu Linglong's technique in grinding ink was remarkably adept, entirely uncharacteristic of a novice. Do you often practice calligraphy? Qin Ge inquired, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in his tone. What other secrets do you hold that I am yet to discover? Merely a smattering of knowledge. I am not particularly skilled. Compared to you, I am but a small fish in a vast ocean. Yu Linglong humbly gestured. You should write instead. As Qin Ge dipped the brush into the ink and began to write, a wave of joy surged within him. Not only was his wife a practitioner from a prestigious family capable of guiding him in cultivation, but she also possessed a discernible appreciation for art, promising myriad topics of conversation for their future together. However, as Qin Ge hesitated, pondering what to inscribe, an explosive thunderclap suddenly resonated from outside. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, shattering against the threshold and scattering debris across the floor. Which fiend dares to show themselves? Surrender at once. The black cat, previously dozing languidly by the table, now stood alert and stealthily made its way towards the door. The De Luo Golden Immortal, known for his historical animosity with the deity Li Tianwang, had often engaged in verbal sparring and scheming against one another. Now, having found an opportunity to suppress his rival, he was determined not to let it slip away. Upon descending to the mortal realm, he surveyed the courtyard, his expression shifting from caution to arrogance. Not feeling any spiritual energy within the courtyard, he surmised that its inhabitants were mere mortals, concluding that the previous day's disturbances were unrelated to this place, likely the result of mischief from mountain spirits. However, he soon noticed an unassuming rooster, appearing rather disheveled, tethered within the courtyard, while a pitch-black cat lounged atop a table, both fitting the descriptions he had received of the 2 miscreants. Could these be the very culprits? Initially skeptical, the De Luo Golden Immortal searched the area multiple times, only to find this solitary courtyard housing living creatures. It seemed this was indeed the place. With a cold smirk, he summoned heavenly lightning to strike the center of the courtyard, demanding the 2 miscreants reveal their true forms. Come forth and show yourselves, so I may discern what manner of fiends you truly are. Qin Ge heard the proclamation, but was far more startled by the preceding thunder. His hand trembled, causing the brush to slip and ink to splatter across the rice paper. What was that sound? It startled me. What sound? Yu Linglong feigned calmness, acutely aware of the situation, yet choosing not to reveal it. Perhaps you misheard? But how does one explain this? Qin Ge pointed to the pile of rubble before him and then gestured towards himself. If you claim that I misheard, I could perhaps comprehend that. But with such a substantial mass of stone right in front of me, surely you cannot assert that I am mistaken in what I see, can you? Chapter 27. An unavoidable sigh at this moment, the black cat observed from the side, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. It had been some time since he had witnessed Qin Ge put pen to paper, and he knew that each time Qin Ge wrote, he experienced a profound leap in essence. He was fully prepared to embrace such a breakthrough, yet he was abruptly interrupted. Did you not hear them calling for you? Hurry and go outside. The black cat had no desire to act in front of Qin Ge, lest he reveal his own weaknesses. Thus, despite his agitation, he refrained from acting impulsively and merely cast a cold gaze at the rooster digging in the soil beside him. Why are you still hiding here? The Lord of the Day star trembled slightly. Though the black cat's voice seemed calm, he could sense the underlying malice brewing within. Yes, please do not be angry. I shall promptly investigate the situation. The Lord of the Day star understood that if he failed to deal with the individual disturbing Qin Ge today, his own life would be in jeopardy. The great Luo Golden Immortal paced irritably, only to see a rather disheveled rooster flapping its wings and landing before him. Who was the fool that called for me just now? The Lord of the Day star felt emboldened in his presence. Do you realize that you have provoked someone you ought not to have? Indeed, what a wretched creature. The great Luo Golden Immortal burst into laughter, losing all semblance of composure. When the King of Heavenly spoke of this, I could hardly believe it. Yet it turns out he spoke the truth. This beast truly fled in disgrace. A beast? The Lord of the Day star scoffed coldly. You truly lack discernment. Even I am unrecognizable to you. Had you known my name, you would surely be quaking in terror. What name does a mere beast possess? I see you merely as a featherless chicken demon, daring to pose before me. Initially, the great Luo Golden Immortal hesitated, fearing that this rooster might indeed be the true form of the Lord of the Day star, as the King of Heavenly suggested. However, he soon dismissed the notion, for the rooster appeared both disheveled and unsightly, an utter contrast to the typically image-conscious Lord of the Day star. Enough. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your empty threats. I am not easily frightened. Just tell me, did you drive away and slay the king of Heavenly Li and his soldiers yesterday? And if I did? The Lord of the Day star felt no remorse. I merely breathed fire, and they were reduced to ashes. Can I truly be blamed for their demise? It appears you possess some measure of strength, you wretched creature. However, if you surrender willingly, I may spare your life. Should you choose to resist, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Wretched creature? The Lord of the Day star was enraged. He took great care of his appearance. Had it not been for the dire circumstances that forced him to lower his head, he would never have allowed himself to appear in such a pitiful state. The utterance of that hideous creature incited profound anger within him, surpassing even the indignation he felt yesterday when he referred to the towering Li Tianwang as a beast. Go to hell. It seems you truly have no awareness of your own mortality. Meanwhile, the Grand Luo Jingxian continued to mock with a chuckle, while the Lord of the Rabbit Day summoned his magical artifact and ignited a fierce flame. Fueled by his wrath, the blaze surged forth with tremendous ferocity, transforming into a towering wall of fire that charged toward the group. The previously jovial Grand Luo Jingxian's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the inferno. Is this truly divine fire? Indeed, as the towering Li Tianwang had described, the wall of flames was unequivocally divine. However, before he could comprehend the situation or make an escape, he was completely consumed by the fire. As for his soldiers, they met the same fate as the previous day, disintegrating into ashes. Is this the best the Heavenly Emperor can send? Observing the dust scattered across the ground, the Lord of the Rabbit Day disdainfully retracted his powers, hoping that if they dared approach him again, they would at least send someone of greater strength, lest they become a nuisance. After resolving this matter, the Lord of the Rabbit Day hastily returned to the courtyard, eagerly regarding the black cat standing at the entrance. Master Cat, I've dealt with those individuals thoroughly. Not one escaped. How do you find my handling of the situation? The black cat merely regarded him with a bemused expression and remained silent. Recognizing the cat's demeanor, the Lord of the Rabbit Day understood that today's events had genuinely vexed him. Had he not managed the situation adequately, the cat would undoubtedly have held him accountable. Following the conclusion of this incident, Qin Ge felt reassured by Yu Linglong's soothing words. Based on what you say, it could indeed be some nearby monster causing havoc. It seems the time has come for me to prioritize my training, for how else can I protect you in such a perilous place? Qin Ge reflected for a moment, then caught a whiff of an unusual scent. The aroma of roasted meat. Was someone nearby grilling? The scent wafting in from outside the courtyard was overwhelmingly rich, yet strangely peculiar, even slightly sour, making it difficult for him to ascertain what kind of meat was being prepared. Observing Qin Ge's eager expression, Yu Linglong sighed quietly to herself. If he knew that the aroma of roasted meat was actually the result of countless celestial soldiers being reduced to ash by divine fire, he would likely be repulsed to the point of nausea. Moreover, I caught a hint of charred scent earlier. It appears the cook is not particularly skilled, Qin Ge remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Grilling meat requires precise timing, otherwise it will become burnt and tough. Once we are wed, I shall find an opportunity to prepare some authentic roasted meat for you. Though Yu Linglong felt a twinge of discomfort, she couldn't help but be moved by Qin Ge's earnest enthusiasm. In the past few days, he resided here and discovered that Qin Ge's daily life mirrored that of an ordinary mortal, devoid of any distinction. Had he not been aware of Qin Ge's true identity, he might have easily assumed him to be an ordinary human being. It was rather poignant for Yu Linglong to witness such a formidable figure leading a life of such hardship. Chapter 28. Just a painting and calligraphy. Well, I shall first write the couplets and hang them at the entrance. Qin Ge quickly came to this realization. Thus he took a broom and swept aside the scattered stones in the courtyard. He then returned to his place, picked up his brush and ink, and began to write. At that very moment, as his brush touched the paper, a profound essence of the great Dao permeated the entire courtyard. With each stroke he made, the potency of this essence intensified, transforming the courtyard into a vessel, continuously infused with an abundance of Taoist principles. Goodness, this is the essence of the Dao? The Lord of the Rooster Star raised his head in astonishment, as he could almost perceive the Taoist principles coalescing into tangible forms due to their heightened density. He sensed that even a few deep breaths would allow him to effortlessly transcend his current limitations and ascend to a new realm. Look at your naive demeanor. The master is merely practicing his calligraphy. The black cat, cherishing this rare opportunity, inhaled deeply while casting a disdainful glance at the Lord of the Rooster Star. Now you understand why I was so irritable earlier, don't you? The master's practice is a monumental opportunity for us. Seizing it could lead to breakthroughs in mere moments. Yu Linglong suppressed her inner excitement and began to cultivate her breath. However, a casual glance through the window revealed the backyard, and she was shocked to the point of forgetting her meditation. Those seemingly ordinary items in the courtyard now appeared alive, moving freely. Upon closer inspection, those were far from ordinary. Even the chopping board was an ancient relic, let alone the flora and fauna, each a treasure of celestial origin. While Yu Linglong was initially astonished, she soon found solace in the thought that it was quite normal for miracles to occur in the presence of Qin Ge. If he were to practice calligraphy regularly, even a speck of dust could be enlightened. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, as he focused entirely on his writing, a profound transformation unfolded in his courtyard. After completing the calligraphy, he joyfully presented the 2 sheets of paper to Yu Linglong, who was meditating nearby. Linglong, how do you find my writing? Yu Linglong cautiously accepted the 2 sheets, struggling to endure the overwhelming wave of Taoist principles that surged towards her. As she gazed at the 2 lines, her heart was engulfed in tumultuous emotions. Celestial beings bless my crown, bestowing longevity upon my hair. What a remarkable couplet. Had she not witnessed it herself, Yu Linglong would scarcely have believed that such exquisite verses existed in this world. Though merely a few characters, they offered profound insights into her current circumstances. What exquisite writing! Familiar voices echoed from the entrance, startling both Qin Ge and Yu Linglong into a swift retreat. Senior brother, how have you returned so soon? Weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Qin Ge questioned, a hint of confusion and embarrassment in his tone. Having completed the necessary preparations in advance, he hurried over without delay. Yu Su Tian was filled with joy as he gazed at the calligraphy, astonished by its profound depth. Upon entering the courtyard, they were enveloped by a formidable force of the great Tao's principles, and to their surprise, the source was merely an unassuming piece of writing. It was truly unexpected to discover that Qin Ge excelled in every aspect. Not only was his cultivation beyond their reach, but even this couplet could fetch an astonishing price in the market. This character you have penned is indeed remarkable. Might I inquire if you have studied under a renowned master? Yu Su Tian's words were half flattery, half genuine admiration. You flatter me excessively. This character is merely a product of my casual practice, and I have not deliberately studied under anyone, Qin Ge replied, feeling quite proud internally. After all, while his system had not imparted any cultivation techniques, it had honed his skills in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to a level comparable to any top calligrapher of his time. His hard work had yielded recognition, which brought him immense satisfaction. So that is the case. Yu Su Tian was somewhat taken aback. Realizing this, he hesitated in his speech. Noticing his indecision, Qin Ge felt puzzled, unsure of what he was about to convey. Now that we are about to become family, please feel free to speak without reservation, Qin Ge encouraged. Observing Yu Su Tian's expression and secretly speculating that he might request a piece of calligraphy. If that were the case, it would only indicate that he possessed a discerning eye, as his characters were indeed rare treasures in contemporary society. However, Qin Ge soon dismissed this thought, recognizing that for cultivators, no matter how precious a piece of art might be, it held little significance. Indeed, I find your writing quite impressive. I, too, enjoy dabbling in calligraphy and painting. Would you be so kind as to write a character for me to practice? Yu Su Tian was not lying. He genuinely enjoyed the arts, though his tools were not paper and brush, but rather a longsword. A mere glance at the calligraphy allowed him to sense the profound Tao energy within. If he could replicate even a fraction of it, it would mark a significant advancement for him. Yet, as he made this request, he felt a pang of hesitation, anxiously watching Qin Ge, fearful that his words might provoke offense. The last thing he wished was for his greed to incite anger, potentially endangering not only himself and his family, but also his sister. To his surprise, Qin Ge paused for a moment before readily agreeing. Why not? After all, this also implies that your family is not only dedicated to cultivation, but also steeped in literary tradition. Otherwise, how could you express interest in a piece of calligraphy? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Qin Ge felt a sense of elation. Dear brother-in-law, you are indeed too courteous. I have already mentioned that we are soon to be one family. It is merely a piece of calligraphy, so why the need for such formality? As Qin Ge spoke, he picked up the brush, determined to rewrite it. The previous piece was intended to be hung on either side of the door as couplets tomorrow, so I shall compose another one for you. Chapter 29. Coincidence. As Qin Ge poised his brush to begin writing, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. For some inexplicable reason, his brother-in-law appeared profoundly intimidated by him. What should have been a trivial matter seemed to evoke such an earnest anxiety in his expression that an uninformed observer might conclude he was utterly lacking in social grace. After receiving Qin Ge's affirmative response, Yu Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The sudden arrival of happiness overwhelmed him. It was as if he could scarcely bear the weight of such fortuitousness. He had anticipated that his somewhat audacious request would be met with stern refusal and reprimand from his senior, yet to his astonishment, the elder had shown remarkable leniency, not only acquiescing to his desires, but doing so with such courtesy. "I am immensely grateful to you." Yu Tian nodded fervently, anxious that this esteemed figure might withdraw his generosity at the slightest hint of displeasure. "There's no need for such formality, my dear brother-in-law. While I am indeed willing to assist you with this endeavor, there is a small matter for which I would also appreciate your help." Yu Tian paused, momentarily taken aback. Was his senior testing him anew? Regardless of what the elder might desire, be it phoenix meat or some other rare delicacy, he would go to great lengths to procure it. Nevertheless, Yu Tian observed the fervor in Qin Ge's eyes and resolved to exert every effort to fulfill his request. With a cautious glance at Yu Linglong, Qin Ge, as if steeling himself for a monumental declaration, spoke earnestly. "Just moments ago, while I was conversing with Linglong, a thunderous explosion erupted outside, sending numerous stones crashing into the courtyard. I suspect it must have been the mischief of the mountain's demons. Therefore, once we are wed, might you impart some cultivation techniques to me? I wish to protect her, and given the abundance of monsters in these mountains, it would be perilous for me to remain untrained." To clarify his intentions, Qin Ge emphasized, "Since I am now with Linglong, it is my duty to safeguard her. Without cultivation, I would be placing us both in jeopardy." Yu Tian had been poised to leap into action at Qin Ge's command, eager to assist. Yet he was taken aback by this astonishing request. "You are a figure of great stature, surely. It is absurd for you to seek guidance from an ordinary individual like myself in matters of cultivation," he mused, baffled by the elder's seemingly peculiar demeanor. He had initially believed Qin Ge was jesting, yet the man's sincerity was unmistakable. Though he maintained a composed exterior, Yu Tian privately engaged in telepathic communication with the celestial sage, pondering the implications of Qin Ge's request. Could it be that he genuinely wished to start his cultivation journey anew? It was uncertain, but given the circumstances, the elder seemed earnest. Perhaps he had become so formidable that he now sought to begin again from the ground up. The celestial sage, too, found himself at a loss for words, only able to conjecture about Qin Ge's intentions. "Is it inconvenient for you? If you are reluctant, I completely understand." Noticing the prolonged silence between the two, Qin Ge feared he might have unwittingly stumbled upon some unspoken taboo, prompting him to speak hastily, anxious not to impose upon them. Although the two had promised to teach him the methods of cultivation, Qin Ge had not harbored much hope. For he understood, while that such techniques were of paramount importance to families like theirs, it was unlikely they would easily share them with others. "Oh no, there's nothing to worry about. It's but a trifling matter," Yu Tian quickly clarified, smiling awkwardly. "However, I must admit that my abilities are rather meager. If I were to instruct you, please do not find fault with me." "Really? That is wonderful. Rest assured, how could I ever think ill of you? It is already a privilege for you to be willing to teach me." Qin Ge felt an unexpected surge of happiness. If that were the case, their marriage the following day would signify that he could commence his journey into the realm of cultivation. With diligent study and hard work, it was not impossible for him to make a name for himself in this world. When he achieved fame across the lands, it would be a testament that he had not brought shame upon those who traversed dimensions. "Very well, what would you like? Allow me to write something for you." With pen in hand, Qin Ge looked expectantly at the two, ready to inscribe the promised piece of calligraphy. Anything at all, anything at all. Yu Tian was exhilarated. The act of receiving a written piece and being asked for his preference was remarkably considerate. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge, as if struck by inspiration, wrote a singular large character. The instant he put down his brush, the courtyard erupted with the sounds of clashing blades, and even the laws of the great Dao visibly gathered above Qin Ge's head, forming a dark cloud. This cloud was infused with the laws of the great Dao and spiritual energy. As Yu Tian observed Qin Ge's stroke and its trajectory, it seemed to him that he was witnessing not merely a simple act of writing, but a comprehensive process imbued with sword energy. In that moment, he experienced an epiphany. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued him for years silently shattered during this observation. Sword. Yu Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he stared at the character for a long time, rendered speechless. His purpose in seeking this character was to refine his own technique of writing with a sword. Yet, he had not disclosed this to Qin Ge, who, with uncanny accuracy, had divined his thoughts and gifted him the character for sword. Was this mere coincidence? He did not think so. Qin Ge must have meticulously planned every detail, including the timing of their arrival and his request for a piece of writing. Everything was part of Qin Ge's scheme. This single character contained countless laws of the great Dao. If he could truly comprehend it, he would not be surprised to not only break through but ascend to even higher levels. This was indeed a remarkable gift. However, simultaneously, he pondered a significant concern. He was nearing the saint stage, already capable of looking down upon most in this world. Yet, before Qin Ge, he felt that every matter could be scrutinized and unraveled. Nothing could be concealed from him. Moreover, the other party effortlessly invited them to dine. And with a mere stroke of a brush, they could attain a remarkable leap in their abilities. How extraordinary must such an existence be? Do you find this character acceptable? Qin Ge observed the expression on Yu Su Tian's face, which was a blend of joy and frustration, as though he were on the brink of tears. He was utterly enamored, utterly captivated. Realizing this, Yu Su Tian seized the artwork tightly, clutching it to his chest as if fearing that someone might snatch it away. Very well, if it pleases you, but there is no need to be so hasty. It is merely a piece of calligraphy. Watching Yu Su Tian's reaction, Qin Ge couldn't help but find it amusing. Chapter 30. Inviting the elder to drink soup. I am utterly enamored. I shall return home to hang this exquisite calligraphy upon my wall, gazing upon it day and night. Yu Su Tian was poignantly moved, tears streaming down his face. Aunt, you must take care of this matter, and then casually lead in the donkey that has been waiting at the door. Qin Ge, did you not mention a few days ago that you wished to savor donkey meat, but were unable to procure it? This is our specially prepared wedding gift for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Qin Ge cast a glance at the creature. Though its fur appeared glossy, it was marred by numerous wounds, including a significant gash across its neck. Not to mention, the overall condition of the donkey was quite dire, resembling a being on the brink of collapse. You two are indeed thoughtful. I merely mentioned it in passing, yet you have gone to such lengths to bring this to me. Thank you. Of course, this donkey was none other than the panilong that they had painstakingly captured from the eastern cave. Since Qin Ge had expressed a desire for fish, they had meticulously transformed the panilong into the guise of a donkey. Upon seeing Qin Ge, the proud panilong reacted as if struck by lightning, letting out a piercing cry. What are you shouting for? Behave yourself, or I shall have you for dinner right now. Yu Su Tian kicked it lightly, and though the panilong refrained from further noise, it glared at Qin Ge with evident resentment. You wish to eat dragon meat? Do you realize the peril your casual remark has put me in? Coincidentally, just 2 days prior, I captured a fine bull. Both the donkey and the bull are exquisite specimens. Qin Ge had already envisioned the menu for the following day, planning a grand feast featuring both bull and donkey. Meanwhile, the quiet Maori Xingyuan, who had been diligently digging in the soil, was elated, his feathers bristling with delight. Finally, he had forgotten about the chicken. It appeared he no longer had to worry about being devoured. Li Nu, come here and take this donkey to the barn beside the bull, ensuring they stay together, commanded Yu Su Tian. The black cat, ever diligent, scratched its claws and guided the donkey to the barn, even thoughtfully tying the two animals together. However, as they observed the restless blue bull, a sense of familiarity washed over them. This bull seems to belong to the esteemed Qinghua Tian Shi, does it not? Yu Su Tian communicated in hushed tones. I have not seen this bull since the esteemed Qinghua Tian Shi entered meditation. Why does it appear in the elder's courtyard now? Did not the elder proclaim his intention to feast upon this bull? Tong de Tian Ren trembled with excitement. Previously, he had harbored grievances with Qinghua Tian Shi, but had endured due to his own lack of strength. After all, it was merely the bull of that old man. Consuming it would hold no significant consequence. He could always visit the elder afterward, relishing in his vexation. Yu Su Tian chuckled softly, but upon sensing Qin Ge's curious gaze, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded the bull. I must say, this ox of yours possesses quite an impressive appearance. I am curious as to where you acquired it. Qin Ge paused in his task of tidying the table, contemplating the ox with a puzzled shake of his head. To be frank, I am equally uncertain about its origins. All I know is that on that fateful day when I ascended the mountain to gather firewood, upon my return, I discovered our rooster perched in this very spot and brought it into our courtyard. Rooster? The two of them had not noticed the additional animals in the yard. Yet he distinctly remembered that there had been no rooster during their previous visit. Thus he turned back in astonishment. Upon locking eyes with the rooster, the celestial being of enlightenment let out a chuckle, inadvertently spraying saliva onto the nearby Yu Su Tian. Rooster? The celestial lord of the auspicious day shot a fierce glare at the two individuals who were laughing uproariously, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shame, and thus lowered his head in silence. This was no ordinary rooster. It was the celestial lord of the auspicious day himself. The celestial being of enlightenment communicated in hushed tones, his laughter so exuberant that it trembled in his voice. He had encountered the Lord before he transformed into human form, so the memory was vivid. How had he fallen to such a disheveled state? There was no animosity between the celestial lord of the auspicious day and him. Their differences merely stemmed from opposing stances. Yet, the Lord had never taken action against them. Thus, while laughter ensued, the celestial being of enlightenment refrained from further comment. This rooster indeed possessed a certain intelligence. With a smile, the celestial being of enlightenment turned back to find Qin Ge deep in thought, gazing intently at the rooster. Intelligent. Indeed, though it consumed quite a bit. Since we already have an ox and a donkey for tomorrow, let us stew this rooster today. With that, Qin Ge disregarded the celestial lord's thoughts and reached out to catch it. Bring the furry creature here. I need to pluck its feathers clean and serve soup to the esteemed guests. The celestial lord of the auspicious day squawked and fluffed his feathers in protest. No, please. Master Cat, considering my diligent efforts in pest control these past few days, spare me from being stewed. The black cat lunged forward, ready to pluck the remaining few feathers from the rooster. Witnessing the chaotic scene of the rooster flapping and squawking, the celestial being of enlightenment silently closed his eyes. The sight was too exquisite to behold. In truth, neither of us was particularly hungry, nor did we desire chicken soup. Yu Su Tian, unable to bear the sight, reflected on the fact that the celestial lord of the auspicious day was a dignified celestial being. Ordinarily, he would avoid crossing paths with him. If the rooster were indeed to be stewed, he lacked the courage to consume it. Oh, I assumed you wished for soup. If you are not particularly fond of chicken broth, then let us spare its life for the time being, Qin Ge mused. In truth, this rooster was rather beneficial. It not only crowed in the morning, but also helped rid my fields of pests. If it could occasionally bring back a couple of oxen, that would be splendid. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the black cat ceased its actions and obediently returned to Qin Ge's side, nuzzling against him. The celestial lord of the auspicious day, too, relaxed his feathers. How terrifying. This man was capricious, so quick to suggest stewing him. Had it not been for Tongda Tianren and Yushu Tian speaking on my behalf, I would surely have faced dire consequences today. The Lord of the Rabbit Day has never expressed such gratitude towards the two of them. Very well. Tomorrow marks the day of your union. I shall not intrude any further, as there are numerous preparations still to be made. Yushu Tian stifled a laugh, suggesting, we shall take our leave now. We will meet again tomorrow. Yushu Tian felt that if he lingered any longer, he might erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 31. All in silence, the celestial being, Tongda, struggled to suppress a smile, endeavoring to avert his gaze from the current state of the Lord of the Dawn Star. The purpose of their visit today was to deliver the captured Panlong to Qin Ge, and now that the task was accomplished, lingering was not an option. Naturally, they were eager to exit and indulge in hearty laughter at the expense of the Lord of the Dawn Star at the door. Once outside, the two exchanged glances and could no longer contain their mirth, bursting into laughter. All right, Senior, if we continue this way, we shall delay our affairs, remarked Yushu Tian, wiping away the tears of laughter from his eyes. I shall return to inform some esteemed individuals to attend. As for those of lesser importance, I shall refrain from notifying them. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, replied Tongda, feeling a slight ache in his cheeks. After all, this senior preferred a low profile. If they made a grand affair of it and summoned many guests, it would inadvertently reveal his current standing, which would not bode well for him. Hence, I too shall limit the number of invitations. After reaching a consensus, they parted ways to relay their messages. In truth, Yushu Tian longed to announce the news to the world. Firstly, he was thrilled that his sister had found a worthy spouse. As her brother, his joy was palpable. Secondly, the fact that his sister was marrying a figure of such remarkable prowess made him wish for the world to know. In stark contrast to their jubilant mood, chaos reigned supreme in the heavenly court. Report to the heavenly emperor, calamity has befallen us. A messenger rushed in, breathless and frantic. The heavenly emperor, leisurely reviewing memorials, did not even lift his gaze. What is the haste? Is there no matter that can be conveyed with a modicum of decorum? What great calamity has so unhinged your composure? Alas, the great Luo golden immortals and tens of thousands of celestial soldiers have gone silent. If nothing unforeseen has occurred, it appears they have been utterly annihilated. What? The emperor's hand abruptly halted, his gaze now fixed intensely on the messenger. How could an entire army be vanquished? With such numbers, could they not conquer even a humble courtyard? This is no jest. That courtyard, as described by the heavenly king of the towering pagoda, is but a palm-sized space, defended by merely a rooster and a black cat. Surely, even the mightiest cannot surpass the great Luo golden immortals. Yet, the complete destruction of the army suggested something far graver. It indicated that the adversary was exceedingly audacious, showing utter disregard for their might. The loss of such a substantial force over a mere dilapidated courtyard incensed the heavenly emperor. Alien, Schuenfinger, he bellowed. Your servant is here. Two deities stepped forward, exchanging fearful glances. You too, with your keen sight and hearing, hurry and investigate what secrets lie within that small courtyard. The emperor is truly alarmed. There is nothing particularly remarkable about the place. I just observed that there are no apparitions within a 10-mile radius of that courtyard. It appears quite ordinary, and I surmise it is merely inhabited by mundane mortals. After a prolonged observation, the two reached this conclusion. The formidable King Li, though still appearing somewhat disheveled, now bore an air of arrogance, having tended to his wounds. Upon my return yesterday, I had already reported to you that the courtyard held no extraordinary qualities. However, the rooster therein was indeed quite terrifying. Though he refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts, he silently contemplated. Had you heeded my counsel yesterday and dispatched more skilled individuals, we would not have arrived at this unfortunate juncture. Yet, that celestial immortal brought this upon himself. I also informed you that the flames emitted by that rooster could annihilate thousands of heavenly soldiers. Surely, now that calamity has befallen us, I cannot bear the blame. How could this be? The heavenly emperor understands that the eyes of the 1,000 miles and the ears of the wind cannot be mistaken, and what they reported must indeed reflect their observations. It seems necessary for a brave soul to venture there and uncover the truth. I wonder among you who dares to go personally. The assembly of deities, usually so lofty, now gazed inward, fearful of the heavenly emperor's scrutiny. What a jest! They were all acutely aware of the peril that lurked there, having already lost several generals. Not to mention the celestial immortal of the highest rank who perished without a whisper of news returning. Yesterday, they believed King Li was merely seeking excuses for his failure. Now, it seems his survival is a remarkable feat. I nurture you, and yet you tremble at the prospect of investigating a mere courtyard inhabited by mortals. The heavenly emperor's wrath was palpable. You are deities, while the occupant of that courtyard is but a mortal. Are you truly afraid of him? Despite the emperor's fury, none dared to step forward. Instead, they shrank back even further. Even if a knife were held to their throats, they would not venture near that eerie place. For it is undeniably strange. Heavenly Emperor, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it should be uttered. King Li stepped forth, supporting his charred pagoda, his eyes gleaming with determination. Speak freely, my minister, the Heavenly Emperor replied, his tone markedly more patient than the previous day, regarding King Li with newfound respect. This king is commendable. He survived in such perilous circumstances and conveyed the truth to me. Today, he is prepared to recommend suitable candidates, which is indeed promising news. The esteemed Lord Puhua of the Thunder Department is a powerful figure from ancient times. I believe that should we call upon him, he could undoubtedly subdue the adversary. Puhua. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent for a moment, silently repeating the name, fully aware of its significance. Although the illustrious protector of the heavens, Li Tianwang, is known for his unwavering integrity and a fierce disdain for malevolence, he often finds himself entangled in personal matters that cloud his judgment. The esteemed Puhua Tianzuan, due to certain ideological differences, once had a falling out with Li Tianwang, resulting in a bitter estrangement that has endured for centuries. Even now, the animosity between them lingers, unyielding. The recent mention of Puhua Tianzuan by Li Tianwang carries a weight of unspoken understanding between them. It is worth noting that this choice resonates deeply with the Heavenly Emperor's sentiments. Puhua Tianzuan, in his pride, occasionally displays a lack of regard for the Heavenly Emperor. If a timely warning is not issued, it may lead to complications in the future. Chapter 32. Evident it is now abundantly clear that although the courtyard appears tranquil, it conceals tumultuous undercurrents. He must not only vanquish the monsters residing within that courtyard, but also seize this opportunity to restore the celestial order of the heavenly court. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Well, since you propose such a suggestion, I find it quite agreeable. The Heavenly Emperor, in his contemplations, deduced that whether the esteemed Puhua Tianzuan subdues the adversary or is himself subdued, it ultimately serves his interests. A situation so beneficial. Why would he not embrace it? Proclaim my imperial edict. Summon the esteemed Puhua Tianzuan from the mountain, for upon the successful completion of this task, substantial rewards shall be bestowed. While Puhua Tianzuan is typically rather proud, in the face of significant matters, he would grant the heavenly emperor a semblance of respect. Thus, the emperor held no apprehensions regarding a potential refusal. As word reached him, Puhua Tianzuan was indulging in a lavish feast at his abode. He has always been averse to the heavenly emperor's decrees and would avoid compliance whenever possible. However, recent events necessitated his adherence to the emperor's command, particularly as this matter demanded his presence. With a resigned sigh, Puhua Tianzuan pushed the remnants of his meal away from him. His master had informed him that tomorrow, Sister Linglong was to wed, and all were summoned to discuss the particulars. Just as Puhua Tianzuan lamented his predicament, he noticed his junior brother entering the room. The news of Sister Linglong's impending marriage was indeed a joyous occasion. Upon hearing this, Puhua Tianzuan's earlier gloom dissipated, and he erupted into hearty laughter, pondering what kind of person could have captured their master's favor. Details were scarce. It was only rumored that the suitor was a mere mortal. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Sister Linglong was to be married, and their attendance was imperative. However, should they all request leave from the heavenly emperor, his wrath would undoubtedly follow. Under ordinary circumstances, Puhua Tianzuan would be indifferent to the opinions of the Jade Emperor. Yet recent developments compelled him to adhere to certain celestial protocols he found distasteful. Despite this, he reflected, while there are thousands of deities in the heavenly court, a significant portion are disciples of his master. Should they truly provoke their ire, they could collectively abandon their celestial duties and return to a mundane existence. Puhua Tianzuan's assertion was not exaggerated. Among the over 1,000 deities, 300 to 400 were disciples of the esteemed Tongda Tiran. As a favored young lady of Tongda Tiran, Yulinglong had been cherished by these hundreds of elder brothers since her childhood. Now that Yulinglong was to marry, how could they possibly refrain from attending? If they all chose to forsake their roles, what could the Jade Emperor do in retaliation? If they all withdrew, the Heavenly Emperor would have no recourse, and he would be compelled to humbly seek new candidates for divinity, a monumental endeavor for him. The elder brother's words ring true. A melodious voice resonated from the entrance, and upon turning to investigate, one beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing at the door, her face partially obscured by a violet veil. Yet her extraordinary beauty remained undeniable. Sister Zixiao, remarked Puhua Tianzuan, his gaze softening at the sight of her expression. What brings you here today? My dear Sister Linglong is to be wed, and as her elder sister, how could I possibly refrain from attending? I heard you were informed, hence my visit. Although Zixiao appeared to be merely a pretty face, her heart was as ruthless as it was sharp. Those who dared to offend her often met with a grim fate. Upon hearing Zixiao's words, several others voiced their agreement in unison. Sister Linglong has been under our care since her childhood. We have known her for centuries. This momentous occasion in her life demands our presence, lest we disrespect the teachings of our master. Silence, please, and allow me to speak, Puhua Tianzuan interjected, his status among the disciples commanding immediate attention. While we are indeed numerous, our master has indicated that a delegation of merely several dozen will suffice. If we all attend, it would likely overwhelm him. Indeed, their numbers were considerable, and an excessive gathering could lead to chaos at the event. What then is your suggestion, brother? They inquired attentively. I propose we send a select few among us, those who share a closer bond with our master, to convey our congratulations. The remaining disciples may express their goodwill and spirit, without the need to create disorder. Puhua Tianzuan withheld one crucial thought. Should 200 or 300 individuals depart from the heavenly court solely for the purpose of attending Yulinglong's wedding, it would inevitably provoke the attention of the heavenly emperor, potentially bringing trouble upon Yulinglong herself. That is indeed a valid point. I concur. The group quickly rallied to support his suggestion, beginning to propose names of those who maintained a close relationship with their master to represent them at the ceremony. Yet, they remained unaware that Puhua Tianzuan had just received an imperial edict from the heavenly emperor, directing him to the very venue of Yulinglong's nuptials. For Qin Ge, today marked an unforgettable day. Before the sun had fully risen, the star lord of the day had already begun to crow, rousing Qin Ge from his slumber. Once awake, he sat up and commenced the flurry of activities that awaited him. Today was his wedding day. He was soon to wed a stunning bride, stirring within him a tempest of emotion. In his previous life, though he was of handsome stature, various circumstances had prevented him from finding a partner, let alone marriage. In this life, however, he had fortuitously discovered such a beautiful wife in a world that revered martial prowess. Most importantly, she was not only gentle, considerate, and virtuous, but also hailed from a lineage of cultivators, capable of imparting valuable techniques for his own cultivation. He could hardly fathom the stroke of good fortune that had befallen him. Yesterday, Yulinglong departed from this place alongside Yushu Tian, leaving Qin Ge alone in the courtyard, accompanied only by a black cat. Li Nu, I am to be wed. Are you not pleased? Qin Ge exclaimed, as she affixed her personally crafted auspicious characters to the walls and windows, playfully engaging with the feline. The spirit is lifted in times of joy, and soon. Qin Ge completed the decoration with all her written couplets and symbols of happiness. In this world, she had not forged any friendships, nor did she possess any family. Thus, every task fell upon her own shoulders. Chapter 33. The slaughter of the donkey and the ox. After tidying up everything, Qin Ge turned his gaze toward the two trembling beasts nearby. You have been well fed these past few days. Now it is your turn to contribute. With unwavering resolve, Qin Ge seized his knife and swiftly dispatched the two animals. Under his skilled hand, the azure ox was cleaved into perfect portions. Once he had finished with the ox, his attention shifted to the donkey, which stood unsteadily beside him. You audacious creature, you are but a mere mortal, while I am a dragon. Do you comprehend that? The donkey bellowed. Yet, regardless of its loud protests, to Qin Ge, it merely sounded like a donkey braying. Such noise. Time to eliminate this donkey, he declared, lifting his knife once more as he prepared to cook. Watching this unfold, the Star Lord of the Rooster trembled with fear. Were it not for his current form as a chicken, he might have been so frightened as to wet himself. The ox was not particularly daunting. It was merely the mount of the celestial master Qing Hua, and its demise held no terror for him. However, that donkey was a true dragon. Since the dawn of creation, the number of true dragons in the world had been exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. To Qin Ge, it was merely a dish to accompany his wine. Reflecting on this, the Star Lord of the Rooster could not help but feel relieved that he had wisely chosen to lower his status and become an unremarkable rooster. Otherwise, today's meal would likely have included a chicken soup as well. As Qin Ge busied himself, Yulinglong was also active, having summoned all the necessary guests to gather here. Sister Linglong, do you recall the days when I pursued you? Unbeknownst to us, so many years have passed, and you are soon to be wed. I wonder what kind of man could possibly be worthy of you. Perhaps you could enlighten us? Everyone, please refrain from asking. Can't you see Sister Linglong is shy? Someone interjected. The man who deserves our Linglong must be an extraordinary figure. Whether he was indeed extraordinary, Yulinglong could not ascertain. She knew only that he was immensely powerful. Even the simplest meal he prepared was imbued with fragments of the Dao. The characters he casually penned could elevate one's cultivation. Observing the chatter among the crowd, the celestial being Tunda furrowed his brow. The assembly was far too large, and with so many present, it was likely that someone would inadvertently utter something inappropriate. If such a careless remark were to offend a powerful figure, it could lead to dire consequences for him. After all, in this vast world, Qin Ge held the highest authority. Everyone, please quiet down, I have matters to discuss, Tunda announced. After much contemplation, he felt compelled to address the gathering. Should anything go awry without his prior warning, he would surely regret it. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the crowd ceased their activities, listening intently to what he had to convey. Do not inquire any further about the identity of Linglong's husband. Remember, regardless of what you may witness when you arrive, constantly remind yourselves that he is merely a mortal, the most ordinary of beings, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. What did you say? Sister Linglong is to wed a mere mortal? Upon the utterance of this statement, the crowd erupted in disbelief. In their eyes, Yulinglong was an unattainable figure, a goddess they dared not desecrate, and now she was to marry an ordinary man. Furthermore, once you arrive, do not assume airs, nor should you boast of your cultivation achievements. There, you must acknowledge yourselves as humble practitioners, merely at the threshold of the path. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Though they might not boast of their connections, they were certainly among the elite, and now they were to humble themselves before a mere mortal. Yet, upon seeing the expression of the enlightened being, they sensed he was not jesting but speaking earnestly. Heed my words, it will serve you well, no matter what transpires. You must not contravene these 2 points I have laid out. Now then, let us embark on our journey. At this moment, Qin Ge had prepared everything. The feast was ready, awaiting Yulinglong's arrival. As the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, Qin Ge felt invigorated, knowing that Yulinglong and her companions were approaching. Qin Ge, Yushu Tian grasped Yulinglong's hand, his eyes misty with emotion. I entrust my sister to you. You must treat her well. Through the red veil, Qin Ge could sense Yulinglong's current fluster and shyness. Brother-in-law, rest assured, Qin Ge declared, lifting Yulinglong in his arms. According to tradition, the bride must not reveal her true visage, so Qin Ge carried her directly into the chamber before rising to attend to the guests. Throughout the journey, They had speculated about Qin Ge's background, and upon entering the courtyard, they were utterly astounded. The spiritual energy here is remarkably dense. After years of cultivation, I have never encountered such a richly infused place. Wait a moment. Have you noticed that the spiritual resonance here seems different from what we usually absorb? The crowd fell silent for a moment before simultaneously recalling a phrase. Innate spiritual energy? No, no, no. One individual took a deep breath and vehemently denied it, exclaiming, "How could this possibly be innate spiritual energy? Such density cannot be innate. If I am not mistaken, this must be chaos spiritual energy." Good heavens! Though they were formidable beings, none had ever encountered true chaos spiritual energy. Upon hearing this revelation, they were left speechless, exchanging glances, forgetting everything else as they greedily inhaled the air. Even the atmosphere of the courtyard was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Chaos spiritual energy. Do we truly not know the identity of this brother-in-law? In the past, I pursued Yu Linglong, who had once fed me her spiritual energy. As I absorbed this essence, I shook my head in envy, realizing why Sister Linglong had rejected me. It was due to the presence of such a formidable rival. Have you all noticed? I find it rather peculiar that, at this moment, someone else has also recognized the anomaly. Although this brother-in-law appears quite impressive, I caught a fleeting glance earlier, and it seemed he possessed no cultivation at all. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to him, and in that moment, they were all left astounded. Chapter 34. The mortal. Could it truly be that he is merely an ordinary mortal? Is such a possibility conceivable? Whose courtyard possesses such rich, chaotic spiritual energy? Surely, even a mere dog residing in such an environment would gain some insight. Yet, how does one reconcile his apparent lack of cultivation? As the crowd remained in heated debate, they recalled the words once spoken by the celestial sage. Regardless of what one sees or hears, one must always maintain silent contemplation. Qin Ge is simply an ordinary mortal, the most unremarkable kind. At this moment, the crowd fully grasped the significance of this statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Ge stood before the assembly, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. I have a small matter to inquire of you all. Now that everyone understood the true nature of Qin Ge's existence, they dared not act frivolously and quietly awaited his instructions. Today marks my wedding day. However, I find myself without kin or friends to officiate the ceremony. Is there anyone among you willing to take on the role of officiant? I shall take on the task. The celestial lord Inda stepped forward. I am Inda. He initially intended to introduce himself fully, but upon recalling the celestial sage's previous admonition, he stifled his own words. Just call me Inda. Since Sister Linglong is getting married, I shall preside over the ceremony. As Qin Ge and Yu Linglong faced the heavens, preparing to bow, an explosive sound resonated. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld a fissure appear in the sky, which seemed to widen ominously. Oh no, the heavens cannot withstand such a bow from Qin Ge. If he truly kneels, it may very well incite a disturbance in the cosmos. The celestial sage, alarmed, swiftly reached out to prevent Qin Ge from kneeling. This is not customary here. There is no need for such reverence. Qin Ge cast a puzzled glance at the crowd. Aside from himself, everyone else perceived the anomaly in the distance. They all understood that should Qin Ge truly kneel, it could lead to dire consequences. Then let us perform a bow to the esteemed elders. Qin Ge turned to Yu Tian and the celestial sage. As the elder and brother of my bride, you two are indeed worthy of such honor. Allow me to pay my respects to you. Yu Tian's composure wavered, nearly shattering into pieces. No, I cannot accept such a grand gesture. His legs weakened, and he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel before Qin Ge. In his experience, being bowed to by others was a detriment to one's lifespan. If Qin Ge were to bow to him, he feared he might perish on the spot. Ah, Qin Ge, as Linglong's parents have departed this world, we can only consider ourselves as elders, not worthy of such high honor. There is truly no need for you to bow to us. The celestial sage felt somewhat better, while he lacked the same foreboding. He knew he could not endure such a bow from Qin Ge. Then shall we proceed with a mutual bow between husband and wife? Qin Ge felt a sense of confusion, wondering why these individuals seemed so fearful of bowing before him. There was no need for such apprehension. Yu Tian took a breath, realizing that even he could hardly bear such a gesture, let alone Yu Linglong. This simply would not do. Despite his bewilderment, Qin Ge remained resolute. Today he was to wed Linglong, and to forego any customary proceedings would render the occasion exceedingly hasty. With this thought in mind, he disregarded the protests of the two and pulled Yu Linglong closer, bowing deeply before them. I express my heartfelt gratitude for the years you have cared for Yu Linglong. From this day forth, I shall be her protector. The two, unable to restrain him, had shut their eyes in resignation, bracing for the worst. only to find themselves unscathed after Qin Ge's bow. Wait, did he just bow to us? Yu Su Tian gasped, pinching himself in disbelief, and quietly communicated with Tong de Tianren, am I dead now? Or have we transformed into spirits? No, Tong de Tianren replied, maintaining his composure as he pinched Yu Su Tian back. He indeed bowed to us, yet we seem to be perfectly fine. I surmise it was his sincere intention to pay homage, which is why no adverse effects occurred. Yu Su Tian gasped in pain, his expression morphing into a complex mixture of surprise, astonishment, and even fear. The interplay of these emotions, coupled with his discomfort, contorted his features in a rather grotesque manner. Brother-in-law, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Qin Ge inquired with genuine concern, suggesting, shall we step inside for a moment? No need, dear brother-in-law, Yu Su Tian replied, forcing a smile that was half crying, half laughing. Please, continue. The final bow between the newlyweds proceeded without incident, devoid of the calamity they had anticipated. Once the ceremony concluded, Qin Ge solemnly retrieved a handcrafted wooden box from his pocket. My dear wife, today you marry a mere mortal like myself, and I possess no valuable gifts to present to you. However, this I have carved with my own hands. Please accept it for now, and when I am more prosperous, I shall procure something far more splendid for you. With that, Qin Ge opened the box to reveal a delicately crafted, albeit somewhat slender, golden ring. Due to its light weight, the ring appeared rather fragile. The onlookers, initially dumbfounded, had gathered to witness what Qin Ge would offer, but upon seeing the ring, laughter erupted among them. A golden ring? Is this how a mortal expresses affection? Is this trinket truly worth anything? The chain on my dog seems to be crafted from the very same material. I cannot fathom what Ling Long, my junior sister, must be thinking. During the time I pursued her, I bestowed upon her a plethora of rare and exquisite treasures. Now that she is married, I find myself receiving only a solitary golden ring. The audience murmurs among themselves. Their intent is not to mock Qin Ge. Yet the ring appears rather meager in their estimation. In contrast to their astonishment and confusion, Tong Da Tianren and Yu Shu Tian exchanged a knowing glance and shared a silent laugh. The true value of this ring does not lie in its composition, but rather in the fact that it is a creation meticulously carved by Qin Ge's own hands. Chapter 35. Magical artifacts. Do not be misled by its appearance. Even a mere piece of wood can transform into a supreme magical artifact under Qin Ge's skilled craftsmanship. Yu Linglong, fully aware of this, was moved to tears upon receiving this exquisite ring. It was not solely the quality of the artifact that touched her, but also the profound thoughtfulness Qin Ge had shown towards her. Now that all preparations were complete, let us commence the feast. Observing that Yu Linglong did not disdain the gift he had offered, Qin Ge felt immense joy as he presented the meticulously prepared dishes on the table. A banquet featuring the finest cuts of beef and donkey. The already exceptional meat was elevated to an extraordinary level through Qin Ge's culinary mastery, enticing all with its vibrant colors and delectable aroma. However, the celestial beings in attendance were momentarily entranced by the sight of these dishes. Since embarking on their cultivation journey, they had seldom indulged in food, let alone partake in such earthly fare. As a result, they found themselves at a loss for whether to begin eating. Meanwhile, the green-haired lion monster, aware of the quality of Qin Ge's offerings, discreetly began to devour a bowl of food when no one was watching. Witnessing the spread before them, Tong Da Tianshi and Yu Shu Tian exchanged satisfied glances, affirming their suspicions that their esteemed elder indeed yearned for dragon meat. After the dishes were served, Qin Ge retrieved a couple of jars of wine from his cellar. Aware that most could not handle the potency of his brew, he prudently limited himself to 2 jars. Please, everyone, do taste the offerings. Although they are merely humble home-cooked dishes, I personally believe they possess delightful flavors. Noticing the hesitance among his guests, Qin Ge understood that these cultivators regarded his culinary creations as trivial, a sentiment not entirely unfounded. Tong Da Tianshi furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had never realized how foolish his disciples could be, failing to seize such a rare opportunity to savor exceptional food. After all, chances like this are fleeting. Why are you all hesitating? What are you waiting for? Tong Da Tianshi subtly urged, indifferent to his disciples' reluctance, as he picked up his chopsticks to indulge heartily. Suddenly recalling something, he added, you may sip a little wine, but do exercise caution as it is quite potent. What does quite potent mean? He was well aware of its strength. The wine was extraordinarily strong, and even a single sip could lead to intoxication. The consequences could range from a few days of drunkenness to a deep slumber lasting 3 months, akin to what Yu Shu Tian had experienced. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. Should they utter any indiscreet words while inebriated and provoke Qin Ge, there would be no recourse for them. The sight of Tongda Tianshi beginning to feast astonished the others. Could it be that even he indulged in such mundane food? Moreover, considering that even their master had expressed such sentiments, if they still maintained their aloofness and refused to partake, it would indeed appear rather pretentious. With this thought in mind, everyone picked up their chopsticks, modestly selecting a few morsels to savor. Upon tasting the food, a chorus of astonishment erupted from nearly everyone present. How could it be that fragments of the were hidden within these dishes? These fragments held paramount significance for their cultivation. Each piece was as precious as gold, with many perhaps never encountering even one throughout their lifetimes. Yet now, these fragments appeared to be abundant, as if freely available in every dish. Each plate contained a wealth of these invaluable fragments, and with sufficient consumption and digestion, one could potentially acquire hundreds of fragments from this wedding feast alone. What did this signify? It signified a monumental leap in their power. To them, this meal transcended mere earthly sustenance. It transformed into vibrant, living fragments of the. At that moment, everyone understood why exalted beings such as the would shamelessly indulge in mortal food. With this realization, they disregarded their status and decorum, devouring the food with reckless abandon. Some even resorted to physical altercations over a single leg of beef. After the meal, many still felt unsatisfied, casting their eyes upon the 2 jars of wine brought forth by Qin Ge. If the food was of such remarkable quality, surely the wine was no ordinary vintage. Thus commenced a new round of frenzied competition, culminating in the jars being ravaged, with some wine even spilling across the table. Others, disregarding their dignity, licked the remnants of the wine from the surface. Those fortunate enough to secure some wine consumed it eagerly, hoping for a transformation in their cultivation. Soon, however, they recognized something was amiss. The potency of the wine was overwhelming, and those who drank excessively collapsed, while even those who had imbibed only modestly felt their bodies react abnormally. They found it difficult to stand, let alone walk. Observing the sprawled bodies of his disciples, he shook his head while stuffing another piece of beef into his mouth. He had warned them, but they had paid no heed. Now, with so many incapacitated, they were at a loss for how to depart. Elders, dear brothers, today I am wed to Linglong, and I am truly overjoyed. Allow me to toast to you. Qin Ge beamed as he grasped Yu Linglong's hand, pouring a full cup of wine for the two. Both elders stared at the cup in astonishment, acutely aware that they did not wish to repeat the embarrassing fate of their previous encounter, where they had succumbed to unconsciousness. A full bowl of this wine would surely lay even a 9th-tier sage flat upon the ground. It's nothing, brother-in-law, Yu Su Tian chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head slightly. I've indulged a bit too much today and find myself lacking in tolerance for spirits. Let us refrain from dirtying your courtyard after the drinks. Otherwise, it might be better to abstain altogether. Originally, Tong de Tian Rin intended to express a similar sentiment, but upon observing Qin Ge's expression, he felt that today, not only a cup of wine, but even a cup of daggers would have to be consumed with steadfast resolve. All right, I have no objection to drinking, but let it be clear, after this cup, I shall not partake of a single drop more. Chapter 36. The gift. He had initially believed that after finishing this glass of wine, he would still manage to maintain his composure. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he downed the drink, he felt dizzy and unstable. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the sky, capturing everyone's attention. The heavens appeared to be cleaved apart by some unseen force, as something rapidly descended. Immediately, a cacophony of birds erupted, their melodious calls harmonizing with profound chants. Most of those present had indulged in drink and were oblivious to the anomaly, save for Yu Su Tian, who shared a stunned glance with the nearly unconscious Tong de Tian Ren. Was this the Dao? Could it be that Qin Ge's influence was so vast that even a mere wedding could summon the Dao's personal presence? Yet, the descending object showed no signs of slowing down, hurtling straight toward the center of the courtyard. The black cat, engaged in a tussle for leftover scraps, leaped toward the beam of light without hesitation. With a deft jump, it grasped the radiant object in its mouth and presented it to Qin Ge. Though taken aback, Qin Ge accepted it and examined it closely. As the brilliance faded, the true nature of the object was revealed, an unremarkable wooden hairpin. Despite its mundane appearance, everyone understood that this hairpin was undoubtedly extraordinary. What could this be? Qin Ge curiously toyed with it in his hands, inadvertently dropping it to the ground. Yu Su Tian frowned at the sight. Such a precious item, carelessly tossed onto the floor, stirred a pang of regret within him. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Su Tian finally spoke. This must be a congratulatory gift from a friend. After all, today marks your wedding to Linglong. Due to personal matters, they could not attend, so they sent their regards in this manner. Although this explanation felt somewhat forced, Qin Ge did not question it. After all, one could not be too suspicious of generous gifts. Upon finishing his words, Yu Tian's gaze remained fixated on the hairpin, his heart racing with astonishment. This was undoubtedly no ordinary item, but a congratulatory gift from the Dao. What manner of individual was Qin Ge, that a mere wedding could stir the Dao to such action? Even more perplexing was the Dao's discretion, choosing to remain unseen and merely delivering the gift. It seemed the Dao wished to keep Qin Ge's true identity under wraps. This thought caused Yu Tian to further conceal his astonishment. Given that most attendees were inebriated, it was perhaps an opportune moment for the gift's arrival. Regretting his earlier sobriety, Yu Tian lamented his current embarrassment. It's rather beautiful. I truly thank that friend. Qin Ge, believing Yu Tian referred to a gift from his friend, accepted it with joy and examined it closely in his hands. The hairpin is crafted from wood. Its type indiscernible, yet it possesses a remarkable weight in hand and is adorned with intricate floral carvings, notably featuring 2 peacocks. Qin Ge gently placed the hairpin into Yu Linglong's hands. At the moment she grasped this exquisite piece, Yu Linglong felt that the profound truths she had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became clear and accessible. Moreover, the bottleneck in her cultivation that had long hindered her progress now seemed to dissolve. Could such a lavish gift truly be meant for her? Yu Linglong found it hard to believe. The sudden influx of happiness was overwhelming. She had merely hoped for the chance to gaze upon it a little longer or to occasionally touch it, considering that a privilege. To her astonishment, Qin Ge had bestowed this valuable hairpin upon her. Of course, such an item is of no use to me. It is undoubtedly meant for you, he replied. As the two basked in their affection, most of the onlookers had succumbed to intoxication. Even those who remained sober were preoccupied with voraciously devouring the remnants of the feast laid before them, oblivious to whether their stomachs could endure such excess. After all, the fragments of profound wisdom contained within those leftovers were treasures that many might never encounter again in their lifetimes. Even if they were to overindulge and vomit, they would never relinquish such a rare opportunity. With chopsticks and spoons in short supply, they resorted to leaning over the table, frantically shoveling food into their mouths with their hands. Have you ever seen a rooster demon here? In the midst of this revelry, a sudden bolt of lightning disrupted their merriment. Apart from those already incapacitated by drink, the remaining individuals stared blankly at the speaker. What do you mean by rooster demon? What are you talking about? Qin Ge could not fathom the connection between this rooster and his own. There were indeed many roosters around. He wondered which one they sought. These individuals were sent from the celestial court, initially anticipating a scenario akin to those encountered by the previous 2 deities. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that a celebration was underway. Yet, regardless of the family's current activities, they were compelled to capture the mischief-making demon. Yu Tian raised his gaze, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the voice, as if he had heard it before. The few sober among them strained to recall whose voice it might be, but the identity eluded them. At that moment, however, they could afford no further contemplation, for their primary sentiment was one of rage. Today marked the joyous occasion of their beloved Linglong sister's wedding, and how dare anyone so brazenly provoke them? Even more alarming was the presence of a brother-in-law whose strength was unfathomable. They could only wonder who possessed the audacity to instigate trouble in this moment. Yu Tian scoffed, sensing that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold, as someone had chosen this very moment to stir conflict. The revered Puhua Tianzuan, this time, has assembled a substantial number of followers to vanquish the malevolent forces, far grander than the previous 2 deities. Now, tens of thousands stand in an imposing formation near this modest courtyard, straining to catch a glimpse of the whereabouts of that elusive rooster. It seems they have stirred the ire of the masses, as everyone rises in indignation to cast their gazes upon them. However, hold on a moment. Before you take any action, do you not find this voice remarkably familiar? I too sense a semblance of recognition. It appears to resemble that of our Master's disciples. Does it not bear a striking resemblance to Puhua Tianzuan? Particularly, his silhouette seems to match perfectly. Chapter 37. Disturbance. Though the esteemed Puhua Tianzuan possesses formidable strength and holds a respectable status, he finds himself of relatively low seniority among their ranks, merely regarded as a junior disciple. Furthermore, the relationship is not particularly close. Should one rank them by lineage, he would be categorized simply as a disciple of the academy. Perceiving the dire situation, Yu Tian hastily shook the almost slumbering Tongda Tianren with vigor. Awaken, old man. Should you truly fall asleep, grave misfortunes will surely ensue. Initially on the brink of slumber, Tongda Tianren, jolted by the vigorous shaking, stirred awake, albeit groggily. What is it? He muttered, his head throbbing painfully. In his current state, he felt as though he could not bear to open his eyes, thinking it best to address matters later as fatigue overwhelmed him. If you succumb to sleep today, by the time you awaken, your disciples may very well have been slaughtered. This proclamation jolted Tongda Tianren into a semblance of alertness, his mind racing as he stared blankly at Yushu Tian, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his words. Just moments ago, reinforcements had been dispatched, and it appeared that one of his own disciples was among them. The individual spoke with such arrogance that it was clear, should they incite the ire of the elder, both of them would be unable to escape the repercussions. Upon hearing that this was connected to Qin Ge, the remnants of Tongda Tianren's inebriation evaporated, replaced by a pallor of dread. He realized with clarity that the raucous voice outside indeed belonged to one of his disciples. Although merely a junior disciple, he still held some recognition of the individual in question. The thought that an elder might discover that one of his disciples had engaged in such audacious behavior sent chills down his spine. In a panic, Tongda Tianren beckoned a nearby individual closer. What is the situation? You must see to it that he and his entourage vacate immediately. The disciple, displaying utmost respect, replied. Pu Huatianzuan was sent by the celestial court, and upon arrival, he was entirely unaware of the circumstances within this courtyard, hence his brazen demeanor. I care not who sent him or his intentions. Go forth and resolve this matter at once. If this incident displeases the elder, I shall ensure none of you escape unscathed. As Tongda Tianren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he cautiously glanced at Qin Ge, relieved to find no evident signs of anger upon his countenance. What has transpired? Qin Ge inquired, having observed the hushed exchanges and fearful expressions among the gathered individuals, leading him to believe something catastrophic had occurred. Nothing at all. The moment he approached, the crowd dispersed in haste, determined to keep their discussions from his ears. Seeing that they were unwilling to divulge the nature of their conversation, Qin Ge turned to the anxious Tongda Tianren with a sense of resignation. What has happened? Just moments ago, I perceived voices at the entrance. Yet now there is an unsettling silence. Perhaps it is merely someone playing a jest on you. Tongda Tianren felt a certain difficulty in breathing, struggling to utter a phrase. Fearful of being implicated. Perhaps it is some wild cultivator, he mused, casually voicing a thought. Wild cultivator? Upon hearing his explanation, Qin Ge, though not skeptical, found it peculiar. Previously, a wandering Taoist had come here to create an air of mystique, and now another wild cultivator appears. Why do they all seem so drawn to this place? Qin Ge's remark was devoid of ulterior motives, merely a lamentation. Yet to others, it sounded like a grievance. Oh dear, the elder is truly enraged. This young man is utterly unappreciative. Tongda Tianren furrowed his brow, internally sighing while contemplating how to apologize suitably. Look at the state of the world today. Morals have decayed. These individuals masquerading as celestial beings, do they not fear the actual descent of the heavenly hosts upon them? To Qin Ge, the celestial beings represented divinity, a boundary he dared not breach, thus he could not resist adding, indeed, it is audacious. I shall promptly send someone to ascertain the situation. Should it align with my suspicions, we shall expel him at once. They ought to be aware of the times. How blind can they be? Tongda Tianren, filled with ire, longed to confront the insufferable disciple personally. There is no need for such fury, elder. It bears no impact on us. He is but a passerby. Qin Ge responded with tranquility, not allowing the incident to trouble him. Shall we indulge in another drink? A passerby? Yushu Tian exhaled in relief. It seemed these individuals were merely transient in the elder's eyes, thus unlikely to warrant significant concern. Indeed, perhaps my place is merely a thoroughfare for them, leading to occasional appearances. Brother-in-law, do you recall when a self-proclaimed celestial being visited us last time seeking trouble? Just as Yushu Tian had relaxed, the weight of the matter returned with a vengeance. Qin Ge's words seemed to serve as a warning to the two. 1 or 2 occurrences are tolerable, but a 3rd or 4th is unacceptable. The elder implied that should such an incident recur, would they be the ones to bear the brunt of his wrath? Tongda Tianren trembled, whispering to Yushu Tian, is it even necessary to inquire? He is undoubtedly infuriated. Otherwise, he would not have issued such a blatant admonition. Their minds were preoccupied, and neither felt inclined to continue dining. Yet, under Qin Ge's influence, others resumed their lively demeanor. Why must all misfortunes befall me? Lamented the individual dispatched by Tongda Tianren to seek out Pu Huatianzuan, still clutching half a cow's hoof. Because of this matter, he missed the banquet, which left him exceedingly displeased. He prepared to confront the esteemed Pu Hua, intending to give him a thorough reprimand. How dare he come here to stir up trouble without knowing his own worth? Can he compensate for the banquet I missed? The mere thought of the lavish feast he had lost ignited a fury within him, making him wish he could eliminate Puhua on the spot. Chapter 38. Disruption. As he contemplated the shattered fragments of the grand path, his heart ached profoundly. Senior brother, what brings you here? The revered Puhua Tianzuan, waiting outside, was startled to see a drunken figure staggering toward him. Initially perplexed, he soon recognized the individual as his own senior brother, a favored disciple of the celestial realm. Puhua held a deep respect for the inner disciples, hoping that one day, through their favor, he might ascend to their ranks and become an inner disciple himself. Thus, his surprise at encountering this individual was immense. Yet, he was puzzled. What could his senior brother possibly be doing here, especially when he had come seeking to vanquish demons? Could it be that his brother was also here to exorcise evil spirits? Enough with your endless questions. Just tell me where that scoundrel Puhua is. What? The tone alarmed Puhua Tianzuan, sensing something amiss. What has transpired, senior brother? Puhua, noticing the drunken man's swaying demeanor, hurriedly inquired. I am Puhua. May I ask what matter you seek me for? So you are the Puhua in question? The drunken man had no recollection of Puhua Tianzuan. Quickly, take your lackeys and return to your place. Don't impede my affairs. What do you mean by that? Puhua Tianzuan was utterly bewildered, observing the man's drunken state. He assumed he was simply being unruly. Are you implying that we are to subdue the demons here, and I need not intervene? What nonsense about demons? Do you not understand? You dare to come here without knowing anything. You truly have a death wish. The man grew increasingly furious and kicked Puhua Tianzuan with force. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Puhua Tianzuan was becoming more perplexed. It seems we are not on the same page. I was sent here by the Celestial Emperor himself to capture a chicken demon. I have known all along. The Jade Emperor harbors ill intentions, seeking to bring about my demise and that of the celestial beings. Senior brother, have you had too much to drink? Perhaps I should escort you back. Puhua Tianzuan was increasingly mystified but attributed it all to the man's inebriation, for unless one was excessively intoxicated, one would never dare to openly insult the Jade Emperor. Just then, as Puhua Tianzuan was lost in thought, the door creaked open once more, revealing another figure. This was another senior brother with whom he shared a cordial relationship. What is the situation here? Upon witnessing this scene, Puhua Tianzuan was utterly stunned. How could two of his elders emerge from this modest courtyard? He was left to wonder what they could possibly be engaged in, or if this courtyard served as their secret meeting place. Greetings, senior brothers. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Puhua Tianzuan stood in shock, observing the two, who, though still somewhat lucid, bore flushed faces and emanated a curious scent of alcohol. It is evident at a glance that the two individuals have indulged in libations, and to a considerable extent. The matters at hand are not your concern. However, it appears you have taken the liberty to bring company here without your master's consent, which might suggest a lack of respect for your mentor. Although this person is quite agitated, he still retains his composure and does not wish to vent his frustrations upon the esteemed Puhua Tianzuan. Moreover, today marks the birthday of his dear sister Linglong, and he does not wish to cast a shadow upon her celebration. Allow me to explain, esteemed brothers, Puhua Tianzuan interjected, his mind racing. Recently, the heavenly realm has been in turmoil. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, has informed them of a peculiar demon that has slain his subordinates in this vicinity. Consequently, the heavenly court dispatched numerous individuals to quell the disturbance, yet all have met with failure. Thus, the heavenly emperor has sent me to ascertain the truth of the matter. Though Puhua Tianzuan outwardly maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, internally, he was in turmoil. Had he known so many of his elders would be present, he would have refrained from coming here. Was he not merely demonstrating his inadequacy in front of them? Furthermore, it seemed his actions had genuinely provoked the ire of the two individuals. Enough, enough. I understand this was an unintentional misstep, but your conduct today has been utterly disgraceful. You ought to send the others away at once. Come with me first. Although the two remained furious, they ultimately refrained from physical confrontation. After all, this individual was their junior brother. To harm him would be akin to infighting within their ranks. Moreover, Puhua Tianzuan was entirely oblivious to the circumstances, caught in a web of misunderstanding. Dear Linglong, you recall the little girl who frequently visited us in our youth? Today is the day she weds, and we have gathered here to celebrate her joyous occasion. Upon realizing this, Puhua Tianzuan was taken aback, feeling a tinge of melancholy. The little girl who once clung to them in playful innocence had now grown to adulthood and become a bride. What kind of person could possibly be worthy of her? Puhua Tianzuan could not help but muse aloud. Surely he must be a remarkable talent. However, I wonder if I have heard of him? Do you believe you are worthy to inquire about the name of the brother-in-law? The two scoffed. Enough of your inquiries. Knowing more will only bring you trouble. Today, consider yourself fortunate to be in our company. Come along with us and indulge in the feast laid before you. Eat to your heart's content. However, it would be wise to abstain from alcohol, lest you utter words you might regret. Do you comprehend my words? Eat scraps? Pu Hua Tianzuan was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that a celestial being of his stature should find himself scavenging in a mortal's humble abode. Do not take offense at my frankness. Being permitted to partake of the refuse in this courtyard is indeed a privilege, a rare opportunity. The two, noticing Pu Hua Tianzuan's expression, understood his thoughts but offered no further clarification. Pu Hua Tianzuan initially believed that the two individuals were speaking in such a manner due to his own actions, which had yet to provoke their ire. Thus, they deliberately expressed themselves this way, silently enduring the situation without displaying any anger. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter go, he suggested to his two senior brothers. I am not particularly fond of consuming what others have left behind. Summoning his courage, Pu Hua Tianzuan reminded himself that he still needed to report back. It is only because you are my junior brother that I offer this counsel. Should you choose to return today, you will undoubtedly find yourself filled with regret. Chapter 39. Scavenging. Though Pu Hua Tianzuan harbored feelings of confusion and anger, he remained silent upon observing the expressions of his two senior brothers, which did not convey jest or sulkiness. Come in, brother. I assure you, you shall not be harmed, they urged. Enough of that, master. We have already sent away that charlatan at the entrance. Let us eat in peace. After deceiving the Tianren, the two brothers hastily led Pu Hua Tianzuan to the dining table. Quickly, see what remains to eat and stuff it into your mouth, they instructed, as they frantically consumed the meager remnants on the table, oblivious to their overstuffed bellies. But under no circumstances should you drink alcohol. This was the first time Pu Hua Tianzuan had witnessed his senior brothers display such appalling table manners. As he prepared to chuckle, his gaze fell upon several individuals sprawled on the floor in disarray, figures he found oddly familiar. Are these the intersect brothers? He pondered. These brothers, who typically regarded him with disdain due to their status, now lay incapacitated, having indulged excessively in drink. What manner of liquor could render them in such a state? At this juncture, Pu Hua Tianzuan could not resist glancing at his esteemed master, only to find him glaring fiercely, as if ready to administer immediate punishment. Startled, he quickly averted his eyes. Your actions have indeed crossed the line. Do not blame master for reprimanding you later. However, given that this is a momentous wedding day, master shall refrain from saying more. Now eat. His two brothers mumbled their instructions, their mouths already stuffed with food. Pu Hua Tianzuan surveyed the array of soupy dishes on the table, finding himself devoid of appetite. Yet, recalling the expressions on his brothers' faces, he sensed they were not deceiving him. These were likely exquisite delicacies. With a tinge of skepticism, he grasped a clean pair of chopsticks and selected a piece of meat that appeared appetizing, placing it into his mouth. Upon chewing it a few times, his expression transformed entirely. He stared blankly at his chopsticks as tears streamed down his face. A fragment of the Dao, after years of diligent cultivation. Lacking the resources afforded to inner disciples, he had never encountered such a fragment. Of course, the pursuit of these elusive pieces had been a continual endeavor, yet he had never succeeded. The phrase to tread iron shoes without finding a place, yet to obtain it without effort rang true. For nestled within this morsel of meat lay the very fragment he had longed for, the source of his sleepless nights. At last, he comprehended the meaning behind his brother's words. He would not hesitate to scavenge refuse, or even consume excrement if it meant acquiring such a treasure. As he spoke, he wiped away the tears from his face and began to fervently compete with his senior brothers for the remnants of the meal left on the table. Soon, a few of the more sober individuals devoured everything on the table with astonishing speed, leaving not a single dish unlicked clean. Qin Ge felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he observed the plates, which were even cleaner than their faces. It seemed that his culinary skills had indeed made great strides. The manner in which these individuals consumed their food was a testament to this. Not to mention, their bellies were visibly swollen, and they sat in their chairs, unwilling to move even an inch, seemingly still savoring the exquisite flavors of the meal. All right, everyone has eaten their fill. It is time to leave and not disturb the blissful time of the young couple. With a significant portion of the wine now out of his system, Tong de Tianren, feeling apprehensive about Qin Ge's potential displeasure over earlier events, was eager to make his exit. Those who had not drunk to excess wore expressions of discomfort, struggling to move their rotund bellies as they helped lift the unconscious individuals sprawled on the ground. Before long, the guests departed, and dusk fell, casting the courtyard into a veil of darkness. Qin Ge entered his room, and found 2 red candles flickering softly, casting a warm glow that made Yu Linglong, clad in her red attire, appear even more enchanting. Her face was partially obscured by a red veil, which Qin Ge gently lifted with a weighty object. Whether it was the candlelight or the flush of her cheeks, she seemed as if she might bleed at any moment, leaving Qin Ge momentarily entranced. This was no mere wife. She was a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. In his previous life, he would never have dared to believe he could marry someone of such unparalleled beauty. My dear, the value of a moment spent in springtime bliss is immeasurable. After their marriage, the couple found themselves almost inseparable, reveling in their newfound intimacy, a common occurrence in the early days of matrimony. Qin Ge was so enamored that he hardly wished to leave the house. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Pu Hua Tianzuan returned to seclusion for cultivation, successfully advancing his powers by a small degree. This perplexed the Jade Emperor, who sent inquiries, yet Pu Hua remained tight-lipped. When the subject of the so-called chicken demon arose, Pu Hua Tianzuan's expression turned grave. Last time, I led thousands to investigate and turned that mountain upside down, yet found nothing, no monsters, not even a hare. I now seriously suspect that your incessant requests are misguided. Please refrain from bringing this up again. The Jade Emperor, infuriated, issued several imperial edicts demanding another investigation. However, no matter how the Jade Emperor pleaded, Pu Hua Tianzuan remained resolute, as if he had been weighed down by a heavy stone. He was acutely aware that the area in question was not home to any demon, but rather concealed a formidable entity of extraordinary stature. Alarmingly, this entity shared a profound and inextricable connection with him, making them akin to family. Why would he seek to curry favor with the celestial court when he had such an influential ally? The thought of how hastily he had considered declaring war filled Pu Hua Tianzuan with self-reproach, wishing he could deliver himself a resounding slap. Had it not been for the benevolence of his 2 senior brothers, he would not only have incurred the wrath of the celestial emperor, but also offended that formidable individual, ultimately leading to a predicament of being caught between 2 opposing forces. Furthermore, the fragments of the great Dao would have had no connection to him whatsoever. It was unexpected that the celestial venerable Pu Hua remained so resolute, leaving the others in a state of perplexity. The celestial emperor found himself utterly powerless, although filled with indignation. He had no alternative solutions at this moment. Logically speaking, he could have revoked the divine status of the celestial venerable Pu Hua entirely. Chapter 40. A grand disturbance, however. The Supreme Emperor of Pure Harmony had not erred in any significant way aside from this incident, and it was challenging to find a more compelling justification. Furthermore, should he choose to revoke the Supreme Emperor's position, he would undoubtedly incite the wrath of numerous deities. If these celestial beings were to resign en masse, he would be compelled to seek out new candidates for the divine roster, a monumental undertaking he wished to avoid. Moreover, the crux of the issue did not lie with the Supreme Emperor, but rather with the malevolent creatures inhabiting that mountain peak. The Jade Emperor should not fixate on the Supreme Emperor. Instead, he ought to devise strategies to eliminate the monsters therein. After all, repeated affronts to the heavenly court could not be tolerated. This marked the 3rd instance of such humiliation. How would others perceive him in the heavenly court if word spread? Thus, with these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, the Jade Emperor resolved to seek more suitable candidates. However, before he could issue any directives, a multitude of deities hastily submitted requests for leave, all citing remarkably uniform and somewhat crude reasons. Illness. The Jade Emperor could hardly suppress a chuckle upon reading their excuses. How could divine beings fall ill? Moreover, such a widespread affliction. Had they all contracted some form of flu? He astutely noted that most of those requesting leave were disciples of the transcendent beings. Were they conspiring to stage a collective rebellion? If their absences were indeed genuine, he found himself with no viable options, as their numbers were simply too great. Revoking their statuses all at once would spell disaster for him. As these troubling thoughts spiraled, the Jade Emperor found himself venting his frustrations upon the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, who had initially believed the Jade Emperor would resolve the matter. Instead, the situation had devolved, and he had inadvertently offended the Jade Emperor. Guanyin, what is your perspective on this incident? The Buddha Emperor mused, reciting his mantras. We cannot truly send more people, as you are aware that we have already lost many in that endeavor. We must delegate this matter to the heavenly court. If we were to intervene directly, not only would we fail to resolve the issue, but we might also provoke an even greater calamity. Guanyin Bodhisattva understood the gravity of the situation all too well, but refrained from further comment. They found themselves in a perpetual back and forth, akin to a game of hot potato, between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court. Yet, regardless of how they tossed the issue back and forth, neither party was willing to concede. However, their squabbles were of little concern to Qin Ge, who was solely preoccupied with his newlywed wife and what delectable meal she desired today. My dear, what would you like to eat today? Having been married for several days, Yu Linglong had gradually grown accustomed to this endearing address and no longer blushed as she once did. How about we have some congee today? The past few days' meals have been quite greasy, and my stomach is feeling a bit overwhelmed. Since beginning her cultivation, Yu Linglong had scarcely indulged in food, leading to a slight degradation of her stomach's functionality. Over the past few days, as she regained clarity, Qin Ge had been tirelessly devising ways to prepare delectable dishes for her, to the point where his own stomach felt somewhat bloated. How delightful! As he simmered porridge, he gazed contentedly at Yu Linglong, who assisted him with a cheerful demeanor. This pastoral life, characterized by a monogamous union, was indeed unparalleled in its tranquility and ease. Yu Linglong's heart brimmed with happiness. She had initially believed that marrying Qin Ge would entail serving him diligently, attending to his daily needs and culinary desires. In truth, that was her intention. However, to her surprise, after their union, Qin Ge treated her not only with great care, but also forbade her from participating in household chores. Despite being a sheltered young lady, she found herself remaining untouched by the mundane tasks of life even after marriage. Qin Ge was almost inclined to feed her himself. The attentiveness of such a remarkable individual deeply moved Yu Linglong. Are you aware of a country called Tang in this world? Qin Ge, momentarily distracted while in Australia, suddenly recalled an important matter that required urgent attention. Indeed, his inquiry momentarily startled Yu Linglong. The geographical distance between their homeland and Tang was vast. So how could he possibly have knowledge of it? The Tang dynasty harbors considerable ambition. I once heard that they dispatched a monk to the west in search of scriptures. This was indeed true. A wave of anxiety washed over Yu Linglong as her fingers intertwined tightly. The journey of the monk to retrieve the scriptures had been meticulously orchestrated by the Buddha Emperor, and it posed a significant threat to Confucianism and Taoism. Yet, no matter the measures taken to obstruct his path, they proved utterly ineffective. The Buddha Emperor had secretly dispatched individuals to safeguard the monk, even assigning several skilled protectors, making it difficult for Confucianism and Taoism to intervene. Now I understand, Qin Ge remarked, falling into contemplation without further elaboration. Unbeknownst to him, his few questions had astonished Yu Linglong. It appeared that her husband was indeed no ordinary man, possessing vast knowledge that transcended the mundane. Such matters were merely trivial interludes between the Buddha Emperor and the Confucian Taoist factions, and ordinarily, no one else should have been privy to them. Yet, Qin Ge understood them with remarkable clarity. What Yu Linglong did not realize was that Qin Ge was contemplating the necessity of taking her down the mountain to evade the monk should he pass by. The monk would encounter numerous tribulations along his journey, and should they inadvertently cross paths during one of these trials, it could spell disaster for them. After all, if the monk managed to escape, it was uncertain whether they would be so fortunate. Moreover, if he were to inadvertently harm them, it would be a considerable loss. At this moment, however, Yu Linglong had not even considered the possibility that Qin Ge might need to personally intervene to deal with the monk, given that the monk's existence posed a grave threat to the Confucian Taoist sections. Had it not been for the utter helplessness of Confucianism and Taoism in dealing with him, how could they possibly have allowed him to endure until this moment? Contemplating this, Yu Linglong felt a surge of excitement, almost yearning to immediately share this revelation with Yu Shutian. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered that Qin Ge might merely be imparting his final words to her. If he ultimately refrained from taking action, would that not render her brother's joy utterly futile? Therefore, despite the fervent turmoil within her, Yu Linglong maintained a facade of composure, choosing to remain silent and not divulge any further thoughts. Chapter 41. The beginning of cultivation. How did this thought suddenly occur to me? Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. He still held hope that Qin Ge could intervene, as their group posed a significant threat to Confucianism and Taoism. It was merely a casual inquiry, nothing more. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge spoke up. Do you have any idea where they have reached? I'm not quite sure, but before I encountered you, I heard that a monk rescued a monkey. Isn't that Sun Wukong? Qin Ge realized, since Tang Sung had already met Sun Wukong, it was only a matter of time before they reached this place. A rough estimation suggested it would take a few more years. If he could achieve certain results in cultivation during this period, there would be no need to leave with his family in tow. Moreover, these years were not insignificant for him. If he truly wished to cultivate and achieve tangible outcomes, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Linglong, do you think it's feasible for me to attain some results in 5 years? Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong sputtered the porridge she had just sipped. What a ludicrous joke. He was already one of the most powerful beings in the three realms, yet he genuinely intended to start cultivating from scratch. You cannot be serious. What's wrong? Am I being overly ambitious? Seeing Yu Linglong's intense reaction, Qin Ge felt a twinge of emotion. I merely wished to seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently and strive to spend our days as a pair of immortal lovers. As the saying goes, newlyweds aptly describes the two of you. A familiar voice drifted in from outside. It seems I should not have appeared at this moment. The speaker was none other than Tong de Tianren. With a beaming smile, he observed the affectionate exchange between the two and felt that his judgment had not erred. What brings you here? Yu Linglong blushed and was eager to find a place to hide. Ah, young ones, I understand, but I do have something important to discuss today. Tong de Tianren chuckled. Didn't you mention wanting to cultivate? I wonder if you still hold that desire? It was surprising that Tong de Tianren arrived just as Qin Ge had been pondering this matter. Was this not akin to someone bringing a pillow to a sleepy person? Of course I want to cultivate. My yearning to cultivate will not wane, no matter what happens after speaking. Qin Ge fell silent, reminded of Yu Linglong's earlier demeanor, and instinctively felt that cultivation was not a simple endeavor. But what if I am merely an ordinary mortal without the talent? Qin Ge recalled reading various cultivation novels in modern society. If a person lacked spiritual roots, no amount of effort would yield results. What if he turned out to be one of those who were deemed worthless? However, he did not anticipate that upon hearing his words, Tong de Tianren's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. If you lack the qualifications for cultivation, then what do we amount to? Impossible. You certainly can. Tong de Tianren offered an awkward smile. Ever since Qin Ge had provided assistance, his cultivation had significantly improved, now nearing the third level of the Sacred Heart. Despite this advancement, as Qin Ge's mentor, he still felt a tinge of anxiety. Am I truly capable of this? When shall we commence? Upon receiving a reassuring response from the other party, Qin Ge felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. We can begin immediately. There's no need for any preparations, he declared. Just as Tong de Tianren was about to speak, his pupils trembled upon catching sight of Yu Linglong. Initially, he had overlooked her, but upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that her cultivation had remarkably transcended into the realm of the saints, from the 7th level of Wuxin to the 1st level of sainthood. Such a drastic enhancement achieved within mere days underscored the profound impact Qin Ge had on her. Tong de Tianren, initially taken aback, contemplated what to say, but then realized that with a formidable figure like Qin Ge in existence, what truly was impossible? What must I do? Qin Ge cracked his knuckles, envisioning that he should promptly learn some incantations and hand gestures. Since they were to start from the fundamentals, they would begin with meditation. Tong de Tianren, amused by the notion, decided to indulge this powerful individual by truly guiding him from the most elementary steps. Meditation is a practice that requires no prior foundation. After imparting a few phrases from the Heart Sutra, he instructed Qin Ge to sit on a bench in the courtyard and enter a meditative state. Reciting those phrases, Qin Ge fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a swirling vortex of air appeared beside him, though not large. This vortex was drawing the chaotic energy surrounding Qin Ge into his being. How could this be? Tong de Tianren pondered. As such phenomena typically manifest in those utterly devoid of any foundation, an indication of their first attempt to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. How could someone as powerful as Qin Ge possibly be a true novice? Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought that perhaps Qin Ge had intentionally sealed all his acupoints to facilitate this foundational practice. However, before he could fully relax, he observed that the initially modest vortex was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, enveloping Qin Ge entirely. Concurrently, the chaotic energy in the courtyard was rapidly flowing into the vortex. Tong de Tianren noted with astonishment that not only was the high concentration of chaotic energy from the courtyard being drawn in, but even the more diluted spiritual energy from beyond the courtyard seemed irresistibly attracted to this vortex, rushing towards it. It was as if every ounce of absorbable energy within 100 kilometers was converging into the vortex, entering Qin Ge's body. In that instant, Tong de Tianren became aware of two critical realizations. The first matter of significance is that Qin Ge has indeed sealed his own cultivation, embarking on his journey of cultivation as a true mortal. The second point is that, despite Qin Ge having devoted all his cultivation, he is far from an ordinary mortal. After all, who can, upon their initial foray into cultivation, absorb all the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 kilometers? Nonetheless, he is acutely aware that the absorption of such spiritual energy within a 100-kilometer radius is not an insurmountable feat. Chapter 42. The frenzy of cultivation. What is truly terrifying is that the small courtyard, despite its modest size, has entirely absorbed the formidable chaotic energy that once permeated it. It is inconceivable that even an ordinary human could withstand such a high concentration of chaos. Attempting to absorb it would likely lead to their demise. This illustrates that even after sealing all his powers, he is far from an ordinary mortal. What has transpired? Once Yu Linglong calmed her thoughts, she ventured to the backyard to check on the two individuals. Upon stepping into the rear courtyard, she immediately observed Qin Ge in deep meditation, surrounded by a colossal vortex. Hush, let us speak softly so as not to disturb the elder's cultivation, Tongda Tianren said with a mixture of reverence and awe. This elder, in his quest to genuinely relive the path of cultivation, had chosen to seal all his powers, seemingly starting anew as an ordinary person. Sealing one's powers? What could possibly compel such a decision? Yu Linglong was taken aback. Did you notice the couplet hanging at the entrance of the elder's study? Tongda Tianren gestured towards the study. It was a couplet penned by Qin Ge himself. The immortal caresses my crown, seeking longevity. It was evident that the elder had forsaken his celestial identity in pursuit of the path to immortality, returning to the mortal realm to commence his cultivation anew as a commoner. As Tongda Tianren spoke, a deeper sense of reverence washed over his countenance. How many individuals could transcend their true identities, willingly embracing a mortal life to begin anew? Just for this elder's spirit, he is worthy of our admiration. However, although Yu Linglong grasped Tongda Tianren's sentiment, she could not shake the unease she felt at the scene before her. Do you truly believe this scene reflects what a mortal's cultivation should resemble? Indeed, during their conversation, the chaotic spiritual energy continued to flow unabated into Qin Ge's body. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished at the very outset of this absorption process. In their understanding, no one could endure such an elevated degree of chaotic spiritual force. Perhaps this is the essence of the elder, beyond our comprehension. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Qin Ge had completely absorbed the chaotic spiritual energy in the courtyard. He raised his head and slowly exhaled, feeling a transformation throughout his entire being. Is this cultivation? I feel as though I have grasped the fundamentals. Qin Ge lifted his hand to examine the meridians in his body, a look of joy illuminating his face. Wonderful. I have now attained a level of cultivation. Before embarking on this journey of cultivation, he was merely a mortal at the first level of literary enlightenment. Yet, in just a short period of meditation, he had astonishingly reached the 5th level. Such progress would leave anyone astonished. However, for Tongda Tianren and Yu Linglong, this was already a familiar occurrence. In their eyes, there was nothing Qin Ge could not achieve. Wonderful, Qin Ge, from this day forth, you are officially regarded as a cultivator. Although these words were meant as a blessing, Qin Ge couldn't help but notice the peculiar glances exchanged between the two individuals directed at him. They gazed at him intently, as if he were a rare treasure. While he hesitated to inquire, he secretly pondered whether their scrutiny stemmed from his remarkable progress. However, it was only natural. After all, he was a transmigrator, endowed with a system. How could he lead a mundane life upon entering this world? With this thought, Qin Ge couldn't resist summoning the dormant system and venting his frustration. Even if you refuse to impart knowledge on cultivation, I shall thrive in this world. Yet, after a brief moment of elation, he realized that given his current level of cultivation, he was far from comparable to the likes of Tang Song or the Buddha. Even a common little monster descending from this mountain could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Although he had attained some level of cultivation, he was still not much different from an ordinary mortal. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. I shall persist in my cultivation, though I remain unaware of the true levels of the two before me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Ge reflected that despite being married, he still did not know his wife's cultivation level. I am at the 1st stage of a sage, while she has reached the 3rd stage of the heart of the sage. Above the heart of the sage lies the sage, and beyond that is the heart of the sage, which, according to legend, signifies the true transcendence into the realm of immortality. However, this transcendence does not imply becoming one of the deities in the celestial court, but rather a being that exists beyond the 3 realms. This is the ultimate aspiration of countless cultivators, yet few can attain such heights. Incredible. I never anticipated my master to be so formidable. If my master were to exert even more effort, could he not directly break through to become an immortal? Qin Ge genuinely admired the high level of cultivation the heart of the sage represented. Yet, these praises sounded somewhat absurdly ironic to the heart of the sage. You need not refer to me as master. The heart of the sage chuckled awkwardly. To consider himself the master of such an esteemed figure would surely diminish his own lifespan. Just address me as Linglong does. Although Yu Linglong consistently referred to the heart of the sage as senior, Qin Ge, despite not understanding the senior's aversion to the title of master, ultimately acquiesced. Furthermore, you need not envy my accomplishments. I have reached this height only through years of diligent cultivation, the heart of the sage remarked with a wry smile. You and I are not the same. You are merely at the beginning, with boundless potential ahead. After uttering these words, the heart of the sage felt somewhat uncomfortable, realizing that such statements before this esteemed figure could be perceived as boastful. After much contemplation, the heart of the sage decided to take his leave for the day, planning to return in a few days to check in again. According to legend, the celestial realm is home to the pan-tao, a fruit whose consumption grants longevity, while beneath the earth lies the ginseng fruit, which bestows eternal life upon those who partake of it. Qin Ge gazed vacantly at the peach tree in his courtyard, one that had not borne fruit for a considerable time, pondering the veracity of such tales. The reason Qin Ge brought this up so suddenly was due to a fleeting recollection of the episode when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. In that tumultuous time, he had utterly demolished the pan-tao tree and consumed the majority of its precious fruits. Chapter 43. The peach, not to mention the ginseng tree hidden underground. It had merely suffered an unfortunate blow and was left in a sorry state. However, this remark was overheard by the celestial being, who stood in stunned amazement. This elder was actually envious of the dilapidated peach tree in the heavenly court? Did he genuinely not realize the truth, or was he merely feigning ignorance? In his courtyard, whether it was the peach tree or the seemingly inconspicuous trees nearby, each one exceeded that peach tree by 100-fold. The celestial being was certain that, although he did not know the origins of these trees, consuming even a single fruit would greatly enhance one's cultivation. The benefits of these fruits far surpassed the so-called peaches and ginseng fruits mentioned by Qin Ge. Upon reflection, the celestial being found something amiss. Why did Qin Ge suddenly make such a statement? Could it be that he truly desired to taste the peaches? Although they were not particularly miraculous, they were indeed fragrant, sweet, and delightfully crisp. Perhaps this elder was genuinely craving them. As for the ginseng fruit, he could not procure it any time soon, for it bore fruit only once every 80 years, and by his calculations, it would be another 20 years before it yielded again. The peaches, however, bore fruit every 5 years, so if he truly wished to indulge, it would only take 2 years to satisfy that craving. If you truly desire to taste them, I shall bring you a couple of peaches when the time is right, he declared before taking his leave. Soaring away on his sword, watching his graceful departure, Qin Ge felt a pang of envy, but lamented that his current cultivation was too low to reach such heights of sword flight. My dear wife, wait for me. In the meantime, I shall diligently cultivate, and when I am capable of flying on my sword, I will take you on a journey to explore the magnificent landscapes. As they basked in their sweet moments, a black cat silently entered through the door, dropping a dazzling golden object at Qin Ge's feet with a loud clatter, startling him. What is this? A pot lid? Qin Ge picked up the object and examined it closely. It resembled a golden pot lid. But, Li Nu, you mustn't blame me for always mentioning this. Why do you constantly bring back such odd trinkets from outside? He furrowed his brow, deeming it useless, and casually tossed it aside. You brought back a net before, which remains useless, and now you've returned with a pot lid. Do you expect me to cook for you? A pot lid? Yu Linglong gazed at the object that Qin Ge had carelessly discarded, her eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of pot lid is that? It is clearly a golden bowl. That is an item belonging to the Buddha Emperor, Rolai. More critically, this object served as a vital means of identity verification for the Buddha Emperor, akin to the jade seal of Confucianism and Taoism. How could it possibly be here? Yu Linglong, though aware of the black cat's formidable prowess, could hardly believe it had snatched this item from the Buddha Emperor's grasp, and thus instinctively gasped, "What is happening? Why such a strong reaction? Are you perhaps familiar with this thing?" Qin Ge chided the black cat, taken aback by Yu Linglong's unexpected response. However, when faced with his inquiry, Yu Linglong merely shook her head. "It's nothing, I was just speaking casually. It merely appears to me that this object holds some value." At that moment, the black cat tugged at Qin Ge's pant leg, seemingly eager to show him something. Exchanging a glance with Yu Linglong, they both followed the cat's lead. Just outside the courtyard, a rotund monk was barefoot, pursuing a darting monkey. "Six-eared macaque, I advise you to repent. Granting you a reprieve last time was an act of mercy from the Buddha. To engage in such antics again is to compel my hand against you." The six-eared macaque scratched his head, smirking. "Do not think I am ignorant, old fool. You wish for me to obstruct that monk's journey for scriptures, and to take my place? Do you truly believe I would undertake such a thankless task?" Struck by the truth of his words, The monk's face flushed with anger. Cease your baseless accusations. Besides, you possess the talent for imitation. Why refuse to act? It would bring you no harm. Moments earlier, the monk had employed his golden alms bowl to ensnare the monkey, but unexpectedly, a black cat had appeared from nowhere, snatching away his sacred vessel and allowing the monkey to escape. Realizing there was no retreat, as they were now in a small courtyard, the six-eared macaque understood that a confrontation was inevitable. With this thought, he abruptly halted and glared furiously at the advancing monk. Old fool, let us settle our differences here today. You may kill or maim as you please. This plump monk was none other than Maitreya. Typically, he was not known for a bad temper, earning the moniker of the Buddha with a smile. However, today he was flustered, having failed to persuade the monkey and losing his emblematic alms bowl. Was this not a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers? You old fool. I was enjoying a carefree life on my flower fruit mountain when you came along, insisting I am steeped in sin and must convert to Buddhism. Are you out of your mind? The six-eared macaque was equally vexed. Ever since Sun Wukong's departure, he had considered himself a quasi-king of the mountain. Life had been leisurely until this portly monk suddenly appeared, insisting that he was sinful and threatening to impose justice if he did not convert. Were it not for the vast disparity in their strengths, he would have fought the monk to the bitter end. Maitreya felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing these words, fully aware of the implications of his actions. Yet, he found himself with no path of retreat. During the primordial creation of the world, 4 divine monkeys had come into existence: the Lingming stone monkey, the six-eared macaque, the Tongbi gibbon, and the Chi'er horse monkey. The Lingming stone monkey was none other than Sun Wukong, who accompanied the Tang monk on the journey to the west. The six-eared macaque, endowed with the innate ability to transform and mimic, caught his attention. He hoped that the six-eared macaque would heed his command and become one of the trials in the 81 tribulations faced by Tang Sung in his quest for scriptures. However, to his dismay, this mischievous macaque proved to be utterly unruly, refusing to submit to any form of discipline, regardless of the persuasion he employed. Faced with such obstinacy, he found himself with no recourse but to resort to force. Is it truly the case that this unruly monkey is so defiant as to disregard all counsel? Chapter 44. The origin of the cat. Old bald donkey, abandon all hope. Even if we were to engage in a life-and-death struggle today, I would never willingly accompany you back. The six-eared macaque, fully aware of the dire consequences of returning, resolutely chose death over submission, displaying a defiant demeanor. Very well. Though I am a benevolent Buddha, encountering a mischievous monkey like you compels me to resort to force, Maitreya chuckled coldly. In truth, he was reluctant to be harsh, but the thought of losing his only golden bowl while chasing this monkey ignited his ire. Thus, he struck with particular severity, showing no regard for the opponent's feelings. However, the six-eared macaque was not easily subdued, as it was a spiritual being born at the dawn of creation. During their confrontation, it retaliated fiercely, enduring several blows without flinching. Humph, indeed a prodigy, capable of withstanding my attack, Maitreya noted, realizing he was not in a position of advantage. Frustration surged within him, and he retrieved a large object from his waist, exclaiming, "Behold the cosmic bag." As soon as the words left his mouth, the object rapidly expanded into a colossal sack, emanating a powerful suction that forcefully drew the six-eared macaque towards it. The cosmic bag, akin to the celestial net, was a treasure for controlling foes, though it was not as efficient as the latter. Nonetheless, for Maitreya, it was a rare artifact, one of only 2 valuable possessions he owned, both of which he now employed to capture the elusive macaque. Upon seeing the bag, the six-eared macaque's expression shifted to one of terror, for it understood the true nature of the bag all too well. It turned to flee, but the suction held firm, rendering its body uncontrollable as it was drawn into the bag. Just as it seemed destined to be ensnared, a black cat unexpectedly leaped onto the bag, as if the bag's allure held no sway over it. Not you again. Maitreya recognized the black cat, the very creature that had snatched his golden bowl earlier. Anger bubbled within him. He reached out to seize the feline. What kind of cat was so impudent as to steal from him and attempt to repeat the act? However, midway through his gesture, Maitreya suddenly paused, struck by a thought. If it were merely an ordinary cat, how could it so effortlessly pilfer a treasure from his grasp? Yet, if it were not an ordinary cat, why did it exude no trace of spiritual essence, appearing instead as an unremarkable domestic feline? The golden bowl, though seemingly small and ordinary, weighed heavily upon mortals or those devoid of cultivation, akin to a mountain. The cosmic bag's suction was fearsome. Not even a common cat could withstand its pull, let alone himself standing before it. The black cat, oblivious to Mithraya's internal deliberations, seized the bag and, with a swift kick, sent the six-eared macaque sprawling. Remarkably, the bag obediently shrank to the size of a palm, clutched in the cat's mouth. Here we go again. A precious artifact has already been seized, and now another is to be taken? Where did this cat come from? Return my belongings at once. Mithriya Buddha, unable to contain himself, reached out to snatch it back. The six-eared macaque, kicked aside, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the black cat beside him. His mind a tempest of confusion. If memory served him correctly, this seemingly pitch-black feline had saved his life on 2 occasions. Each time, the cat's appearance had been utterly unexpected and remarkably understated. However, before either could fully process the situation, they heard a gentle sound at the courtyard gate. Someone was pursuing them. Li knew. How many times must I tell you not to pick up things off the ground? As Qin Ge stepped outside, he did not notice the tension between the two men. Instead, his gaze fell upon the disheveled black cat, which was clutching a small, tattered bag. Infuriated, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Nu. Just yesterday, he had bathed the creature, and today it was in such a state. Truly, it seemed he could never catch a break. What use was there in collecting such rubbish? 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 How dare it refer to his artifact as trash? Mithriya felt somewhat dizzy. What was happening in this world? What did you just say? Qin Ge, upon looking up, noticed Mithriya Buddha trembling with anger. I merely stated that I do not wish for my cat to indiscriminately gather refuse. Is there a problem with that? Qin Ge saw nothing wrong with his words. For the bag had become quite worn and dirty after being dragged about, resembling nothing more than a ragged cloth sack. Yu Linglong, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He recognized the item as the Qinquan bag. Initially, he had contemplated voicing his disapproval, but upon reflecting on the neglected Tianluo Diwan lying in his home, he chose to swallow his remarks. After all, no matter how precious the Qinquan bag was, it could not compare to the Tianluo Diwan. Is this your cat? Mithriya Buddha asked, steadying his composure and speaking with tentative curiosity. Ah, indeed it is mine. Has something happened? Qin Ge regarded the barefoot, disheveled monk with considerable perplexity. Instinctively, he perceived this portly monk as one of those wandering mendicants. Have you not eaten recently? If so, come to my house for a meal. Although he resided in a Confucian and Taoist domain, Qin Ge held a certain reverence for Buddhism, especially given the monk's evident state of distress. Thus, he instinctively assumed that this monk might be in need of sustenance. Upon hearing this, Mithriya Buddha struggled to maintain his smile. Here he was, the esteemed Mithriya, a candidate for the next Buddha emperor, being mistaken for a beggar in this desolate wilderness. No, that is not necessary. I simply wish to ask if you could keep a closer eye on your cat. It just took my golden bowl and now has made off with my Qinquan bag. Mithriya Buddha, unable to discern the cultivation level of the person before him, instinctively softened his tone to avoid provoking him. Golden bowl? Do you truly regard that shabby pot lid as a golden bowl? Qin Ge was utterly astonished, a wave of sympathy surging within him for the other party. It seems that in this current world, it is indeed challenging for Buddhism to thrive. Such a worthless piece of junk, which no one would desire even if cast upon the ground, is perceived by him as something of great significance. A broken pot lid. Mithriya Buddha found himself at a loss for words. It appears that the two treasures in his possession are merely seen as worthless trinkets in the eyes of the other. Chapter 45. Apologies. As the expression on the other person's face grew increasingly grim, Qin Ge realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. I beg your pardon. That was not my intention. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Please disregard it. After all, it was his own cat that had committed the initial offense. And Qin Ge did not wish to provoke the other party further. Li Nu promptly returned that wretched item, no, the Qinquan bag, to its rightful owner. I have told you countless times, do not take what belongs to others. The black cat cast a puzzled glance at Qin Ge, and upon confirming that he held no interest in the bag, astonishingly tilted its head back and swallowed it whole. By the heavens! Mithriya let out a deafening scream. In that moment, as the bag was consumed, he distinctly felt the severing of his connection to the Qinquan bag, signifying that it would never again be his. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong stood nearby, utterly astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. How could such a large bag be consumed so effortlessly? It seemed even the Qinquan bag could not have anticipated that it, which typically contained others, would one day find itself confined within another's belly. What on earth? Li Nu, how did you manage to swallow it? Qin Ge was not only shocked, but also deeply concerned about the bag's uncleanliness and the potential for the cat to fall ill from ingesting it. The thought of Li Nu becoming sick, with no means to treat it, filled him with dread. With that thought, Qin Ge strode forward and seized the black cat. shaking it vigorously in an attempt to coax the Qin bag out. However, this only resulted in hearing Mithraya's anguished cries from beside him. "Give me back my Qin bag." Seeing Mithraya in such despair, Qin Ge felt a twinge of guilt. "I apologize, my cat lacks understanding. Please do not hold it against him. How about this? I will find another bag for you. I have one at home that is larger and made of better material, and it is clean. What do you think?" In his mind, Qin Ge was referring to the bag he used for carrying vegetables. Mithraya, engulfed in sorrow, scarcely paid heed to Qin Ge's words. His eyes drawn instead to the flustered Yu Linglong beside him. "You," Mithraya stammered, recognizing Yu Linglong, the esteemed princess of the Ru Dao. How could he not? Yet, he was taken aback by her evident prowess. Was she truly at the first level of sainthood? If memory served correctly, during their last encounter, she was merely at the 6th level of the literary heart. In less than a year, had she experienced such remarkable growth? Had she encountered some fortuitous opportunity that facilitated her advancement? What astonished Mithraya even more was the realization that this seemingly ordinary man beside her was the husband of the esteemed Ru Dao princess. "When did you get married? How come I was never informed?" The words of Mithraya Buddha, lacking coherence, left Qin Ge perplexed. Yet, what does it matter if you are married? Sooner or later, the entire Confucian and Taoist realm shall be overturned for my sake. Mithraya realized that no matter what he said today, he could not reclaim what was rightfully his and could only accept his misfortune. After all, this was the territory of Confucianism, and he had encountered the esteemed princess of Confucianism. If he were to act rashly, he might provoke that old wretch from the jade void heaven, leading to dire consequences. With this thought, despite the pain in his heart, Mithraya swiftly departed. "Do you two know each other?" Qin Ge asked in astonishment, observing the retreating figure. How could he possibly know a mere monk? Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed there was some past grievance between them. Not merely a grievance. Yu Linglong thought to herself. Had it not been for Qin Ge's presence, the monk might have struck her down without hesitation. The conflict between Confucianism and Buddhism had persisted for many years. "It's nothing. He must have mistaken me for someone else. Why would I know any monk?" Yu Linglong chuckled, not wishing to involve Qin Ge in such matters, as he would likely regard these trivialities as inconsequential. However, this monk must also be a practitioner of immortality, able to soar through the clouds with ease. Qin Ge gazed enviously at Mithraya's departing figure. Though Yu Linglong felt compelled to voice her thoughts, she remained encouraging. "It's all right, as long as you cultivate diligently. One day we too shall soar through the skies and explore the vast landscapes together." The 6-eared macaque, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered, his mind in turmoil. What was happening here? He recognized Yu Linglong and was astonished that this renowned princess had married a mortal. Most importantly, this mortal's abilities were woefully inadequate. He could not even soar through the clouds. How was it that the princess displayed such patience in comforting him? The 6-eared macaque found the current situation perplexing. "Monkey, heed my warning. Keep your thoughts to yourself and speak not aloud. If you disrupt my master's endeavors, I shall surely kick you straight to that old bald donkey." A voice reminded him languidly from nearby. "Who?" The 6-eared macaque shuddered in fright, scanning the area until he discovered the source of the voice was none other than a black cat leisurely grooming itself. Blast it, how could I forget about this ancestor? The 6-eared macaque knew full well that he had been saved by this black cat on 2 occasions. Though it appeared to be an ordinary feline, its strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, it possessed an admirable humility. Just considering how it had snatched 2 treasures from Mithraya Buddha's grasp was sufficient to ascertain that its prowess far surpassed that of Mithraya. What he did not anticipate was that this black cat actually had an owner, and that its master was none other than the seemingly simple-minded mortal before him. The esteemed feline was profoundly grateful for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, that bald monk would surely have triumphed. As a naturally gifted creature, the 6-eared macaque possessed a lively intellect, and, upon hearing such words, immediately began to flatter. Simultaneously, a surge of excitement coursed through him, accompanied by a profound premonition that he was on the brink of a significant turning point in his life. Chapter 46. Follow me after all. If a mere mortal could conjure such an impressive black cat, then all those years of cultivation would not have been in vain. Master Cat, if you choose to remain silent, I shall take your silence as acceptance of my gratitude. The 6-eared macaque beamed with flattery. Otherwise, I might as well tag along with you. My leader seems to have vanished, and I find it rather dull staying alone in Flower and Fruit Mountain. However, to Qin Ge, the macaque's chatter was nothing more than a cacophony of meaningless sounds. Where did this monkey come from? Why is it so noisy? Qin Ge harbored no fondness for monkeys, and the peculiar creature before him only caused him to furrow his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, This appeared to be a macaque demon at a considerable level of cultivation. Yu Linglong observed intently, her brow furrowed, but she noted a certain intelligence in the creature's demeanor. Watching the silent exchange of glances between the black cat and the macaque, she began to piece together the situation. Their vegetable and fruit gardens had long needed a capable hand for watering and fertilizing. It was quite a hassle for them to manage it personally every day. Perhaps they could take this little monkey home and have it tend to their gardens? Yet, while this suggestion was appealing, Qin Ge hesitated. He had begun his own cultivation and could clearly see that the macaque's abilities surpassed his own, having reached the 6th level of wuxing. What if something went awry, and he could not suppress the creature? Wouldn't that be akin to inviting a thief into his home? Nevertheless, Qin Ge quickly dismissed his apprehension. After all, his wife was still by his side. Even if he could not best the macaque, was it conceivable that his wife could not? Very well, little monkey. If you are willing, you may join us. We are in need of someone to manage our vegetable and fruit gardens. If you are diligent and grounded, you shall not find yourself wronged in the future. As Qin Ge spoke to himself, a thought struck him. I wonder if you have heard of the legendary Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. He must be quite renowned in your monkey world. If you work diligently alongside me, it is not impossible for you to become the next Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, though Qin Ge had merely spoken in jest, Yu Linglong felt a tempest of awe within her. Did Qin Ge imply that he intended to cultivate a new expedition team? Or perhaps, he envisioned creating a team to rival the one chosen by the Buddha, a team rooted in Confucianism and Taoism? If that were the case, it would indeed be excellent news for the Confucian Daoist faction. Connecting this with the events of the last few days, Yu Linglong became increasingly convinced that Qin Ge would rise to defend the Confucian Daoist cause against that troublesome expedition team. Even if he did not personally intervene, he would surely strategize from the shadows. After much contemplation, Yu Linglong felt an urgent need to return and discuss this matter thoroughly with her brother. Moreover, the monkey had already joined their family, becoming an integral part of their household, which consequently alleviated many of their domestic burdens. Thus, Yu Linglong expressed her desire to visit her parental home. Though Qin Ge felt an immense reluctance, upon reflection, he recognized that it was indeed time for her to return. After several earnest reminders, he gathered some vegetables from the garden and presented them to Yu Linglong as a gift for her visit. Despite his own reservations about the inadequacy of these vegetables as a gift, he found himself devoid of any other offerings to bestow. In stark contrast to Qin Ge's melancholy, Yu Linglong was filled with astonishment and joy. These vegetables were not ordinary. Each one contained a wealth of profound fragments. For cultivators, these served as exceptional supplements, far surpassing the efficacy of any elixirs available in the market. Yu Linglong could already envision the reactions of her family and the stir it would create within the Confucian Dao royal lineage upon her return with such treasures. The distribution of these vegetables would undoubtedly elevate numerous individuals to significant new heights, while many others would break through their bottlenecks, achieving a qualitative leap in their cultivation. It could be said that these fruits and vegetables represented a grand opportunity. After Yu Linglong departed with glee, Qin Ge gazed at the now desolate courtyard, feeling a sense of emptiness within himself. With Yu Linglong absent, he lacked the motivation to prepare meals or attend to household chores. Monkey, go chop some firewood and kindle a fire. I will prepare a meal shortly. The monkey, exhibiting remarkable similarities to humans, quickly grasped the rudimentary household tasks after a brief instruction, thus saving Qin Ge considerable time and effort. Observing the monkey diligently chopping would brought a measure of comfort to Qin Ge. He was grateful he had brought the creature home, otherwise, he would have had to do the chopping himself. However, the monkey was grappling with a sense of dismay as he chopped the wood. As a proud celestial being, a 6-ear macaque, he had always been served by others throughout his long existence. Engaging in such menial tasks as chopping wood was a first for him after all these years. After merely a few strikes, the monkey felt something was amiss with the tool in his hands. It was uncomfortably smooth. A casual glance revealed a startling truth. This was the supreme sword of Confucian Dao. After confirming this revelation, the monkey realized that the seemingly dilapidated object he held was indeed the supreme sword. What an egregious waste to use such a precious sword for chopping wood. The monkey felt that his worldview had been profoundly challenged. Yet, reflecting on recent events, he wondered if he was overreacting, as even the invaluable Qin bag was merely regarded as a tattered sack in Qin Ge's eyes. As he continued chopping, he discovered that the tattered fishing net covering the pile of wood was, in fact, the heavenly net. The monkey felt an overwhelming sense of relief. No wonder Qin Ge had remarked earlier that the Qin bag was nothing more than a tattered cloth sack. Indeed, even the grand celestial net met such a dismal fate, let alone that ludicrous Qin bag. Being consumed by the black cat could be considered a stroke of fortune for the bag. Otherwise, if it were to fall into Qin Ge's hands, it would likely end up gathering dust in a forgotten corner. In a state of astonishment, the monkey diligently chopped the required firewood. He was increasingly convinced that with sufficient effort, he could surely gain the guidance of this esteemed individual, thus seizing a significant opportunity. Perhaps the words spoken by this sage were indeed true. Chapter 47. The peculiar place gazing at the neatly stacked firewood in the corner. Qin Ge increasingly felt that Yu Linglong's suggestion was nothing short of perfect. Ever since this monkey had arrived at his home, he had unceremoniously assigned all the more arduous tasks to it. Remarkably, the monkey toiled diligently, adhering to every command without uttering a single complaint. All right, once you've chopped the wood, head to the backyard to water the plants and feed the fish, Qin Ge leisurely instructed, pouring himself a cup of tea while overseeing the monkey's activities. However, the monkey harbored unspoken grievances. He merely refrained from expressing them in front of Qin Ge. He was acutely aware that should he dare to voice even the slightest discontent in the presence of Qin Ge or that enigmatic black cat, he would likely find himself swiftly dismissed. Upon reaching the backyard, concealed from the watchful eyes of Qin Ge's black cat, the monkey unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches against the water bucket. I am, after all, the second in command of Huagua Mountain. How have I been reduced to a mere servant in your realm? The more I think about it, the more furious I become. Unfortunately, one poorly controlled strike sent the bucket flying, landing squarely on the head of the Star Lord of the Rooster, who was peacefully slumbering. Startled by the sudden impact, the Star Lord shot up into the air, exclaiming, "Ouch!" The monkey, in a foul mood, noticed a disheveled rooster nearby and, without a second thought, delivered a swift kick. Thinking, "Don't disturb me, I'm already in a bad mood. If you bother me further, I might just stew you." The Star Lord instinctively attempted to evade, fully aware that in this courtyard, he was no match for anyone. Yet, as he finally managed to focus on the source of the commotion, his anger flared. How dare this nameless monkey demon presume to bully me? While the monkey was watering the plants, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him speechless. Initially, he suspected it was Qin Ge or the black cat approaching, but after scanning his surroundings and finding no trace of either, he realized the source of the pressure was none other than the Star Lord of the Rooster. "I am your Lord Rooster," the Star Lord declared, feeling exceptionally frustrated. Despite his reputation in the three realms, here he was being confronted by a mere unknown monkey. Even the illustrious Sun Wukong would show me respect. The monkey, sensing something was amiss, took a closer look and recognized the rooster bore a striking resemblance to a certain Star Lord he had encountered before. Who are you?" Even the most naive monkey understood that his counterpart must be someone of great significance, for otherwise, he would not be so intimidated. "You truly are blind to not recognize me, for I am the Star Lord of the Rooster." The Star Lord fumed, feeling increasingly aggrieved. The Star Lord of the Rooster? The monkey momentarily struggled to comprehend. In his recollections, the Star Lord was always a figure of great stature, rarely revealing his true form. It was utterly unexpected to find him now reduced to a disheveled rooster in Qin Ge's courtyard. "I must apologize, for it was my own folly that led me to overlook your true identity. Had I known it was you, how could I have dared utter such words?" The Lord of the Morning Star has finally found a moment of reprieve. Ever since his arrival in this courtyard, his existence has been akin to that of a tormented soul. His days are consumed by the mundane tasks of catching insects or crowing at dawn, all while remaining acutely aware of the moods of Qin Ge and the black cat. When their spirits are low, he dares not even make a sound, lest he inadvertently provoke their ire and meet a grim fate. Just as he prepared to assert his authority, the black cat appeared, disdainfully surveying the two companions. "Enough of this folly. You are both here to serve the master. Do not incite chaos, for should you anger him, neither of you will fare well." The Lord of the Morning Star understood the implicit warning in the black cat's words. Despite his seething frustration, he could only suppress his anger and acquiesce. "If I witness any discord between you two, do not blame me for taking action." With that, the black cat departed, leaving the monkey and the rooster to exchange glances. The monkey wished to laugh, but restrained himself, forcing back his mirth. Despite the Lord of the Morning Star's lofty status, he too now found himself on equal footing with the monkey. The once mighty deity had been reduced to a mere rooster tasked with catching insects. "My lord, I must attend to my duties," the monkey said, his spirits lifting with each thought, though he dared not express it openly. After a brief farewell, he dashed to the opposite end of the courtyard, unable to contain his laughter. The Lord of the Morning Star could hear the monkey's merriment clearly, but felt powerless to respond, choosing instead to endure the humiliation for the sake of his own prospects. Meanwhile, In the realm of Buddhism, unrest brewed. After departing, Maitreya Buddha hurried to the Buddha Emperor, seeking to lodge a complaint. Your Majesty, today I encountered a perplexing situation that has left me bewildered. The Buddha Emperor, sensing an ominous premonition, recited a quiet mantra, masking his unease. Amida Buddha, what brings you here? He inquired. I was engaged in my wanderings when I unexpectedly encountered the six-eared macaque. Though this creature is a natural spirit, it has taken to nefarious paths. My heart could not bear the thought of leaving it unchecked, so I intended to bring it back for some guidance. Maitreya Buddha skillfully shifted the blame entirely onto the six-eared macaque, absolving himself of any wrongdoing. The Buddha Emperor, fully aware of the implications of his words, chose to turn a blind eye, recognizing that he was already privy to Maitreya's actions. Little did he know that this monkey was as unruly and unmanageable as that cunning stone monkey. Enraged, Maitreya recounted, I pursued it relentlessly until I reached an unnamed peak, where I was on the verge of capturing it. However, out of nowhere, a black cat appeared and snatched away my golden alms bowl. The golden alms bowl? The Buddha, Tathagata, has also come to realize the gravity of the situation, for that golden bowl is a sacred relic of their Buddhist lineage. The absence of this bowl would have profound implications. This bowl is not an ordinary object. How could a mere cat possibly carry it away? This is indeed the perplexing aspect. Maitreya Buddha fell silent for a moment. That black cat appeared to be no different from an ordinary feline, yet it undeniably took my golden bowl. Chapter 48. What is the focus? Suddenly, the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, recalled something with an expression that shifted to one of grave concern. If memory served him right, the last time his avatar was annihilated, it was by a seemingly unremarkable black cat. Could it be that these two black cats were one and the same? If so, the origins of this feline would warrant considerable investigation. Conversely, if they were indeed different, how could two cats simultaneously achieve such an impossible feat? Initially, I had no intention of delving too deeply into this matter. My primary concern was to retrieve the six-eared macaque. Yet, to my astonishment, as I released the bag of the cosmos, that very black cat snatched it away, and just as I prepared to reclaim it, the creature devoured the bag in a single bite. An ordinary black cat? The Buddha Emperor found himself perplexed. However, it was not entirely an ordinary black cat. Maitreya hesitated. You are aware of the princess from Confucianism and Taoism, the one named Yulinglong? She has wed a mortal, and this black cat is, in fact, a pet of theirs. The Buddha Emperor fell silent, recalling some rather unpleasant memories. If he was not mistaken, this individual had likely encountered circumstances akin to his own. What secrets lay concealed in that place? Regardless of whether he sent someone or implored the celestial emperor for assistance, the outcome would inevitably result in a hasty and disordered retreat. With this thought, the Buddha Emperor felt an intensifying sense of doubt. To be candid, during my previous visit there, I too had fallen victim to the tricks of that black cat, and I sensed that there was undoubtedly a secret between them. The Buddha Emperor wished to refrain from involvement, especially considering our recent lack of personnel, all of whom were preoccupied. Engaging in conflict with the followers of Confucianism and Taoism at this juncture would yield no benefits for us. Do you understand my sentiment? Indeed. Given the gravity of the conversation, Maitreya could hardly be oblivious to his implications. His message was clear. While it was unfortunate that you were ensnared by your own artifact, there was no need to come here and express such grievances to me. Even if you did share your concerns, I would be powerless to assist. However, did you encounter anything peculiar during your visit there? The Buddha Emperor was eager to inquire about the circumstances, as thus far, none who had ventured there had returned alive. Nothing unusual. What could be amiss? Apart from that black cat, I noticed no discrepancies whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the Buddha Emperor's headache intensified. Had he discovered any abnormalities, it would have been beneficial for him to know both himself and his adversary in order to secure victory. Yet, he was acutely aware that although the mountain peak was not of paramount significance, it was nonetheless one of the essential routes for the Tang monk's pilgrimage. If he could not resolve this troublesome dilemma before the arrival of the Tang monk, it would pose a significant challenge for them. The Tang monk traversed a distance of 100,800 miles from the eastern Tang to the western paradise. However, should he deviate from the prescribed route, the journey could extend far beyond that distance. This path is not a mere ordinary road traversed by mortals, but rather a meticulously planned celestial route. The success of Tang Sung in his quest for scriptures holds immense strategic significance for their Buddhist sect. Conversely, should he fail, it would severely deplete their vitality, for they have invested so much in this endeavor. A lack of return would leave them utterly weakened. Consequently, they would find themselves unable to engage with the Confucian Dao for a considerable time, a situation that the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, would never permit to transpire. I now harbor suspicions that these peculiar occurrences may somehow relate to the man who recently wed Yu Linglong. The Buddha Emperor has an inkling that this individual is far from ordinary. After all, as the foremost princess of the Confucian Dao, Yu Linglong's marriage should have been a grand announcement across the three realms. Yet, she has not mentioned it to anyone, having quietly tied the knot. The heavenly void has remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. If her husband were truly an ordinary mortal, why would Yu Linglong choose to marry him? Given her status, she could easily find a suitable celestial being within the heavenly court. Even ascending to wed a sage or a formidable being would pose no challenge. However, when circumstances deviate from the norm, there is undoubtedly something amiss. It raises questions when such a woman marries an unremarkable mortal and leads a tranquil life in a remote location. The Buddha Emperor contemplated this, yet remained silent. After previous encounters, he resolved not to act without complete certainty. Unbeknownst to Yu Linglong, she was being thoroughly scrutinized by the Buddha Emperor at that very moment. After departing from the Qin family, she did not return home immediately, but instead visited the heavenly court. "Sister, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be enjoying your honeymoon with your husband?" The brother she sought was one who had attended her wedding. Following the ceremony, his cultivation had ascended a full realm. So he greeted Yu Linglong with particular warmth. "I've come to see you because I have matters to discuss." Yu Linglong wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Do you remember that raucous figure, Sun Wukong, who caused a stir in the heavenly palace?" Indeed, Sun Wukong was the only one to dare disrupt the heavenly court in many years. Thus he left a profound impression. Though he had created quite a commotion, stealing peaches and snatching elixirs, it was merely a reflection of the court's continued forbearance. Despite the monkey's remarkable prowess, if the heavenly court had truly wished to suppress him, they would not have allowed his antics to continue unabated. This is true. The heavenly court initially intended to deploy a formidable force to subdue Sun Wukong, yet the Buddha Emperor fervently pleaded for the preservation of this unruly monkey. While the reasons remain shrouded in mystery, the decisions made by the Buddha Emperor are beyond their comprehension. Indeed, it appears that my husband has recently taken in a monkey, a creature reminiscent of the ancient legendary figure Sun Wukong, often referred to as the six-eared macaque. The mention of the six-eared macaque evoked a sudden realization. I am aware of his remarkable talent for imitation, as he possesses an uncanny ability to mimic almost anything with striking accuracy, truly a gift. The crux of the matter lies in whether you wish to uncover the reason behind my husband's seemingly inexplicable decision to bring this monkey into our home. Chapter 49. The Great Uproar in Heaven Unbeknownst to him. Although this person could not fathom Qin Ge's motivations, he instinctively sensed that there must be sound reasoning behind Qin Ge's actions. Today, he had audaciously declared his intention to cultivate this monkey into the next great sage equal to heaven. The moment those words were uttered, both individuals fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging prolonged glances until one of them finally spoke. He was aware that the only reason Sun Wukong managed to escape unscathed was due to the relentless protection offered by the Buddha, Tathagata. Had it not been for the intervention of the Buddha, Wukong would not have survived. Naturally, I understood this. The monkey possessed little prowess. If the heavenly court truly decided to act, how could that monkey possibly remain unharmed? If my brother-in-law believed he had the confidence and capability to nurture a genuine great sage capable of creating chaos in the heavenly court, then surely he was mistaken. Neither individual doubted Qin Ge's assertion. They merely engaged in light banter, both convinced that Qin Ge genuinely harbored such thoughts and that he was indeed capable of actualizing them. They conversed for an extended period, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. In Qin Ge's eyes, the so-called heavenly court was nothing but a farcical joke, and should he desire, he could overturn it at any moment. Having lingered long enough, I decided it was time to attend to other matters. With a sigh, Yu Linglong extracted various fruits and vegetables from her storage bag, items that Qin Ge had instructed her to bring for them. Upon inspecting the assortment, the man burst into hearty laughter. "What is this? My brother-in-law possesses such celestial prowess, yet he only requires you to fetch these humble offerings?" In his perspective, these vegetables were merely the most rudimentary of what mortals cultivated, hardly worthy of his regard. "Take a closer look, if you do not desire them. I shall indeed take them away." Yu Linglong, well aware of his disdain, refrained from further commentary and casually picked up an apple that was not particularly appealing in appearance. "Though this apple may lack visual allure, I implore you to take a bite." Despite Yu Linglong's persistent encouragement, the other party displayed an unmistakable reluctance, his embarrassment evident as he hesitated to partake in such mundane fare. "Brother, we have known each other for quite some time, and I shall not hide the truth from you. Allow me to be candid. When I was pursued by the avatar of the Buddha on the brink of exhaustion, it was merely a single bite of such an apple that restored my vigor, propelling my cultivation from the 6th to the 7th level of literary heart. After sharing this, Yu Linglong feigned an intention to put the apple away. Since you find it unworthy, perhaps I shall take it back for my brother the emperor to enjoy. Is this truly the case? The man, upon hearing this, grew anxious and swiftly seized the apple. Let us speak plainly. You were present at my wedding. You are well aware of the circumstances. Do you truly believe my husband would permit me to bring back anything ordinary? All right, Sister Linglong. I knew my prior affection for you was not in vain. Upon hearing these words, the individual comprehended the entirety of the situation and promptly gathered all the fruits and vegetables scattered on the ground into his embrace. Summon all my disciples at once. Though these fruits and vegetables would not significantly enhance his own cultivation, they possessed the potential to elevate those disciples of lesser talent, yet diligent in their efforts, to a remarkable new stage. Hence, he immediately called upon all his disciples under his tutelage. Upon their arrival, the sight of Princess Yulingong astonished them greatly. Most notably, they had all heard, to some extent, that Yulingong had recently wed, and her spouse was a mere mortal. Although this mortal lacked any remarkable cultivation, he was said to possess extraordinary fortune. Those who attended Yulingong's wedding feast returned, extolling Qin Ge with extravagant praises, which heightened their excitement at the prospect of learning more about him. Why have you returned? Is there an issue? In their eyes, Yulingong was akin to a member of their own family. Thus her return to her parental home merely days after her marriage filled them with concern. One particularly hot-tempered individual stepped forward, exclaiming, "Princess, he hasn't mistreated you, has he? Or has he wronged you in some way? If that is indeed the case, speak up, and I shall immediately confront him on your behalf." Despite their admiration for Qin Ge, should he truly have wronged the princess, they would not stand idly by. What are you all imagining? He has neither bullied me nor committed any offense against me. We regard each other with the utmost respect. At this juncture, Yulingong's cheeks flushed, and she quickly cleared her throat. In any case, everything is quite well. I have merely returned to bring you some gifts. Hearing that Yulingong had not suffered any grievances, their hearts were considerably eased. It is this. The prince consort mentioned he has recently adopted a monkey demon, he said. Noticing his disciples had all arrived, he then recounted the earlier conversation to them, adding, "We suspect the prince consort aims to nurture a monkey akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, to create a ruckus in the heavenly realm." Although these disciples possessed modest cultivation levels, most held some position in the celestial court, and upon hearing this, they responded enthusiastically. That Sun Wukong was merely a stable master. The prince consort could easily surpass him. Even if he were to raise a mere chicken, it would be 100 times better. Another chimed in, "Furthermore, I have long held disdain for the denizens of the heavenly court. If a genuine uproar were to ensue, we would not oppose it." Most importantly, they had long heard tales of the prince consort's remarkable connections. If he truly wished to raise a new Sun Wukong, surely it would be a matter of mere waves of his hand. In their eyes, Qin Ge had become almost a mythic figure. After all, who could casually prepare a meal infused with fragments of the Tao? Where can one find a person capable of incapacitating a multitude with a mere cup of wine? In other words, if he were indeed an ordinary individual, how could Yu Linglong willingly choose to marry him? This train of thought stirred great excitement among the crowd, who fervently wished for Qin Ge to summon that monkey and create a ruckus in the heavenly court at this very moment. Meanwhile, Pu Hua Tianzuan stood quietly by, as still as a statue. Amongst the throng, he alone had genuinely partaken in that previous banquet, and he was also the one most acutely aware of Qin Ge's prowess and his esteemed position in the hearts of the multitude. Chapter 50. An experiment. What is it? Pu Hua Tianzuan, what are you contemplating? Yu Linglong noticed that Pu Hua Tianzuan appeared to be lost in thought, prompting her to inquire. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a trivial matter of mine. Since that is the case, what do you think of our thoughts?" Yu Linglong saw through his deception. "Do you believe this monkey demon can become the next Qitian Desheng?" With such a question posed by Yu Linglong, he had no alternative but to respond. "Of course. I'm not boasting. Even if it were just a monkey, raising an ant could still stir chaos in the heavenly palace. You need not worry." Pu Hua Tianzuan's words, although somewhat boastful, were spoken with genuine sincerity. Naturally, Yu Linglong found great delight in his response. "Very well, since you say so, I feel much more at ease. Do visit me more often. I shall have Qin Ge prepare a few dishes to treat you." Such courteous words were worth more to Pu Hua Tianzuan than any reward. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for quite some time, and after attending Yu Linglong's wedding, he had barely felt a hint of progress. If he could visit frequently and partake in food infused with fragments of the Tao, his cultivation would surely advance in no time. After exchanging pleasantries, Yulinglong departed from the heavenly court and returned to the palace of Ru Dao, where Tai Su Tian had been waiting for her for quite a while. As for Qin Ge, ever since Yulinglong left, he had been idle, with little to occupy his time. Any task that required effort was promptly delegated to the monkey, leaving him free to focus solely on his cultivation. This morning, as usual, Qin Ge went to the pavilion to meditate and practice. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy flowing into him, gradually gathering in his dantian through his meridians. After just a few hours, upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that he had advanced again. Indeed, I am a genius. Even without the aid of a system, I can thrive in this world. Qin Ge felt a surge of pride, having reached the 6th level of Wuxin after only a few days of cultivation. This was the level of cultivation Yulinglong had when they first met, a height many would never attain in their lifetime. Yet, who would have imagined that for Qin Ge? Such an achievement could be accomplished in just a few meditations? Most importantly, he had begun to grasp some basic incantations for summoning the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. With this thought, Qin Ge concentrated and silently recited the incantation, causing a flame to erupt from his palm. This flame was unlike ordinary fire. While typical flames are a vibrant orange-red, the one in his palm was rather dark. The nearby rooster, busy catching insects, was startled and took a step back upon seeing the flame. 3 realms infernal fire, such flames were exceedingly rare, their power second only to that of the sun god fire. What is truly alarming is that the incantation Qin Ge had just recited was intended to summon ordinary flames. Yet what emerged was an immensely powerful flame from the 3 realms of the underworld. If he were to utter a more advanced spell, one can only imagine the kind of monstrous entity that might be conjured. Unbeknownst to him, the very flame that inspired such envy in the Star Lord of the Day was, to Qin Ge, quite unsightly. The fire was far too ugly, a pitch-black hue that revealed nothing admirable. After extinguishing the flames in his palm, Qin Ge resumed perusing the tome left behind by the celestial beings. As he flipped through the pages, his gaze suddenly fixed upon one particular page. Sword control? Regardless of the actual efficacy of this spell, its name alone exuded an aura of grandeur. More importantly, according to the description, this incantation held a significant role in combat. It promised the ability to eliminate foes without a trace. However, after a brief surge of eagerness, Qin Ge's enthusiasm waned. How foolish of me to overlook such a detail. For the sword control technique, one must possess a sword. He glanced around and realized that there was no such weapon in sight. If he were to claim any sword at all, it would be the rather rudimentary one he used for chopping wood. Yet, to Qin Ge, that object was merely a worthless scrap, utterly unworthy of being wielded for magical purposes. Should anyone overhear his disdain, they would likely be driven to despair. For what he considered a mere piece of junk was coveted by others. After a moment of internal conflict, Qin Ge resolved to abandon this flashy technique for the time being and explore other options. He decided that in a few days, he would forge himself a new sword. Continuing to sift through the book, he stumbled upon another incantation that piqued his interest, the art of earth escape. The text described that once learned, this spell would allow one to evade pursuers or any predicament by vanishing into the ground. Though it may sound somewhat underhanded, for Qin Ge, it was undeniably vital and immensely useful. After all, given his current lack of strength, if he encountered someone he could not defeat, what else could he do but flee? With this in mind, Qin Ge grew increasingly intrigued by the earth escape technique. However, when it came time to practice, he hesitated. The very essence of this spell was to sink into the earth and then emerge unscathed. If executed improperly, one might become trapped within the soil or buried alive. Qin Ge was genuinely concerned about such a possibility. Yet, without experimentation, how would he ascertain his mastery of this spell? This incantation was a matter of life and death for him, a second chance at existence. If he neglected to practice, how would he escape danger when it arose? Resolute, Qin Ge made up his mind. Li Nu, come here. The black cat, oblivious to the unfolding events, scampered over at the sound of Qin Ge's call. Throughout our time together, I have treated you with considerable kindness, have I not? Now, you find yourself presented with a splendid opportunity to repay my generosity. I hope you seize it. At this juncture, the black cat sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and contemplated escape, yet was swiftly apprehended by Qin Ge. Why are you so agitated? Do not fret, I comprehend your sentiments. With eyes alight with fervor, Qin Ge grasped the black cat firmly and began to recite an incantation. He resolved to experiment with the black cat first, contemplating that should his endeavor prove successful, he would then attempt the spell himself. Chapter 51. Gao Laozhuang recently. A significant event unfolded in Gao Laozhuang, stirring a great deal of commotion. Not long ago, Gao Yuan rescued a downcast young man named Zhu Ganglai. This young man, possessing a striking appearance, was endowed with extraordinary strength and an admirable work ethic. Once he arrived at the Gao household, he diligently applied himself, organizing the affairs of the family with remarkable efficiency. Additionally, his charming demeanor won the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Gao, leading them to believe in his commendable character. After a period of observation, Mr. Gao deemed Zhu to be of good moral standing and thus arranged for his daughter, Gao Zilan, to marry him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Gonglia's relentless toil had a singular purpose: to secure Gao Zilan's hand in marriage. The incident transpired on their wedding night. After indulging in too much drink, Zhu could not suppress his true form and revealed himself as a grotesque pig. The sight of the hideous creature sent Gao Zilan into a terrified scream. When the family rushed in, they were met with the alarming spectacle of the inebriated pig, leaving them in a state of dread. Had it not been for Zhu's impatience and excessive drinking, this delicate young lady would have faced unspeakable dishonor. Yet, the situation did not conclude there. Despite his transformation, Zhu Ganglai remained adamant about marrying Gao Zilan. Before departing, he issued a menacing ultimatum. If she were not delivered to him within 3 days, he would devour every member of the Gao family. This threat left Mr. and Mrs. Gao in a state of frantic despair, and Gao Zilan wept daily. Regardless of the wealth expended to summon monks, sorcerers, and immortals, none could resolve their plight. Those who attempted to intervene were invariably consumed by the pig demon, leaving no trace behind. 2 days have now passed, and the third day looms ominously. The couple found themselves grappling with an agonizing dilemma. Should they surrender their daughter or resolutely defend her? As they sat in sorrow, suddenly the ground beneath them trembled. Mr. Gao, trembling, stepped back and peered down, only to be startled as a head shot up from the earth. Good heavens! A ghost! Mr. Gao exclaimed, startled by the unexpected apparition. To his horror, it appeared that more than one head emerged from the ground, as a figure fully emerged from the soil, followed by a disheveled black cat. What is this ghastly place? Qin Ge, having completed his incantation, felt the world spin around him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself half buried in the earth. Struggling to free himself, he noticed an elderly man with a shock of white hair, clutching his heart and staring at him in astonishment. Sir, are you all right? Qin Ge instinctively reached out to support the old man, but to his surprise, his mere movement startled the elderly gentleman, causing him to gasp and faint. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Ge retracted his hand, only to realize that he was covered in dirt. Looking quite disheveled, after tidying himself up, he sat before the unconscious old man and pinched his philtrum. With a startled hiccup, the old gentleman, Gao Yuanwei, slowly regained consciousness. However, upon seeing the young man's face, he rolled his eyes and nearly fainted again. You are a ghost. No, sir. How could I possibly be a ghost? Have you ever seen a ghost brazenly sitting before you in broad daylight? Qin Ge replied, somewhat exasperated, glancing at the equally disheveled black cat beside him, feeling a surge of irritation. I told you to conduct an experiment first. Why did you bring me along? The black cat protested, feeling wronged. It was merely a matter of course that if Qin Ge was transported via the earth-escaping technique, he would naturally accompany him. However, facing Qin Ge's wrath, the black cat could only meow a few times in mild protest, daring not to say anything further. If you are not a ghost, then what are you? Gao Yuanwei inquired, now slightly more alert. Have you ever seen a respectable person emerge from the earth in broad daylight? I was practicing an earth-escaping technique, but I miscalculated the force and somehow ended up here. Qin Ge hurriedly explained, wishing to avoid being labeled insane due to his blunder. Earth-escaping technique? Gao Yuanwei became animated. You actually practice cultivation? You must be a celestial being, otherwise. How could you master such profound sorcery? Profound? Qin Ge felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. Even someone as thick-skinned as he could not help but feel flattered. It's merely a simple technique, hardly worthy of being called profound. I am not a celestial being, just an ordinary cultivator. No. You are far too modest. You must be a celestial being sent by heaven to save us. Gao Yuanwei exclaimed, clinging to the notion as if it were a lifeline, tears glistening in his eyes. Please, great celestial being, save my family and rescue my poor daughter. Finally, Gao Yuanwei recounted the events leading to this predicament to Qin Ge. After listening, Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. You say you are Gao Yuanwei. Qin Ge carefully pieced together the information. I understand now, you are Gao Yuanwei. Your daughter is Gao Zilan, and your son-in-law is Zhu Beiji. No, Zhu Ganglai. He is now forcefully seeking to marry your daughter, and if you refuse, he threatens to devour your entire family. Is that correct? Yes, exactly, Gao Yuanwei affirmed. Though my youngest daughter may not possess stunning beauty, she is still a refined young lady. How can we allow that pig demon to take advantage of her? Yet if we do not acquiesce to that monster's wishes, what will become of my entire family? The esteemed elder, with tears streaming down his face, expressed that your presence here is no mere coincidence. It is undoubtedly a divine orchestration destined to rescue my family from peril. If you extend your assistance to me this time, I assure you that henceforth, regardless of the challenges we face or the demands you may place upon us, we shall comply without hesitation. As the elder recounted the events, he keenly observed the young man before him, noting not only his strikingly handsome appearance, but also his unwavering integrity and kindness. Most importantly, he was a practitioner of the mystical arts, far superior to that swine demon. Chapter 52. A devotion of one's life if his daughter were to marry him. Would that not resolve all issues effortlessly? No matter how unruly the pig demon may be, confronted with this celestial being, would he not be compelled to submit? The wealthy gentleman grew increasingly elated, believing he had encountered the perfect solution. Yet, was it not true that the schemes he devised here bore no relation to Qin Ge? Qin Ge himself could hardly fathom his serendipitous arrival at Gao Laozhuang, let alone the old man's immediate request for him to vanquish Zhu Beiji. Although his previous readings depicted Zhu Beiji as a mere ineffectual character, insignificant compared to Sun Wukong, in his nascent state of cultivation, that figure loomed as a terrifying presence. The thought of confronting him was daunting. It was likely that the pig demon could simply swallow both him and the black cat whole. With this realization, Qin Ge cast an irate glance at the black cat, wishing he could obliterate it with his gaze. The black cat meekly mewed, retreating to a corner. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I am not as formidable as you imagine. In truth, I am merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Qin Ge was unwilling to gamble his life away in this scenario. Thus he hastily clarified, hoping the wealthy gentleman would release him. You should seek someone more capable. I truly cannot assist you. Even the deities refuse our pleas. It seems we have no path to salvation. The wealthy gentleman lamented loudly, drawing the attention of Gao Zuolan and her mother, who were weeping in despair within the house. What has transpired? The father inquired. This is. Gao Zuolan wiped her tears and noticed, to her surprise, a dashing young man in the courtyard, patiently offering consolation to her father. Zuolan quickly, bow down to this celestial being and implore him to save your life. He is your only hope. The wealthy gentleman seized Gao Zuolan, for he recognized that this being possessed powers beyond comprehension. If he refused to help, then both he and her mother would be utterly helpless. Upon hearing this, Gao Zuolan fell to her knees, and the servants around her followed suit, bowing fervently. It was no jest. Gao Zuolan's life was not the only one at stake. Should she refuse, the entire Gao family, numbering in the hundreds, would face ruin. Naturally, the servants had no desire to meet such a fate, and upon hearing of a potential solution, they revered Qin Ge as though he were a deity. Please, do not do this. I am truly unable to assist. It is not that I am unwilling, but my capabilities are simply insufficient. Qin Ge was utterly taken aback by the scene before him, yet no matter how he protested, his words fell on deaf ears. Were he to possess even a mere one chance of success, he would not have so resolutely declined. The crux of the matter was that if he acquiesced, the ultimate outcome would still be the demise of the Gao family, with the only difference being that he would perish alongside them. Oh heavens, I have only recently wed, and now I find myself responsible for a wife, a chicken, a monkey, and a cat. Pray, do not let me meet my end in such a manner. Despite his explanations, the crowd remained obstinate, bowing their heads even more fervently, convinced that Qin Ge possessed the ability to aid them but simply chose not to. In the midst of this dire situation, a sudden realization struck Qin Ge. According to the original narrative, Zhu Ganglai ultimately encountered Tang Song and Sun Wukong. This implies that, chronologically speaking, the following day, the Tang monk and his disciples would pass through this very place and rescue the delicate Miss Gao Zuolan. Given this, he found no necessity to intervene, allowing him the luxury of posturing while remaining uninvolved. Unexpectedly invigorated by this revelation, Qin Ge thought, why not seize such an opportunity? Very well. In light of your unwavering devotion, I shall reluctantly consent to assist you this once. Should that pig demon truly arrive tomorrow, I will drive him away and deliver you from peril. With newfound confidence, Qin Ge adopted an air of superiority. Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, ushering Qin Ge and the black cat into their dwelling. Divine One, do tell if there is anything you desire, any need we can fulfill. We are at your service. They exclaimed, whatever your demands, we shall comply. as long as you can rid us of that pig demon tomorrow. In that moment, Qin Ge fully embraced the experience of being a deity. Miss Gao Zolon looked upon him with immense gratitude. Had it not been for him, she feared for her virtue, and more critically, for the safety of her entire household. As he observed the attentive Miss Gao Zolon serving him tea, Qin Ge felt a stir within him. She was indeed quite lovely, her shyness causing her cheeks to flush whenever she looked his way. Yet, despite her beauty, she paled in comparison to Yu Linglong, who was renowned throughout the land. After a quiet reflection, Qin Ge resolutely concluded that his wife was truly the finest in all the world. Later that night, just before sleep, an urgent need compelled him to rise. As he approached the door, he was taken aback to find dozens of people gathered outside, blocking his exit. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, as Gao Yuanwei led a group of 10 or so individuals, surrounding Qin Ge's quarters tightly, leaving no room for escape. Well, we discussed it, and if anything were to happen while you reside here, we would feel quite embarrassed. Thus, we have arranged for some individuals to provide you with close protection, Gao Yuanwei explained with a hint of awkwardness. In truth, their concern was less about Qin Ge's safety and more about the fear that he might agree to help and then vanish, leaving them waiting in vain. Qin Ge, understanding their apprehensions, felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. Rest assured, I am not in any peril, he reassured them. It was merely a brief excursion to the restroom. Everyone should disperse and conserve their energy, for a fierce battle awaits us tomorrow. With such words spoken, however, those few individuals remained motionless, steadfast in their positions. They understood all too well that should Qin Ge flee today, their fates would be sealed by dawn. Thus, whether they slept that night became inconsequential. Observing the lack of intention to depart among the others, Qin Ge could only hastily resolve the matter before retreating to his chamber. Upon his return, the more he contemplated the situation, the more disconcerting it appeared. Chapter 53. A call for help. Logically speaking, one would assume that no unforeseen events should arise, as the original plot dictates that Tang Sung and his disciples should arrive promptly and escort Zhu Ganglai away. However, if my presence were to cause a deviation in the storyline, would it not fall upon me to confront that swine, Zhu Beiji? Contemplating this, Qin Ge opened the door once more, observing the anxious expressions of those gathered at the entrance, and he could not help but smile wryly. Esteemed immortal, feel free to issue your commands, he said. The individuals at the door were equally on edge, unable to rest easy, fearing that Qin Ge might suddenly change his mind or attempt to flee. Everything is fine, but tomorrow morning, please send a few individuals to stand guard at the entrance. Qin Ge suggested thoughtfully. If 2 individuals pass by, kindly invite them in. One will resemble a fair-skinned monk, while the other will have a rugged face akin to a thunderous deity. Rugged face like a thunderous deity? The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his description. In any case, if you encounter 2 such individuals, do not hesitate to bring them in. They are my dear friends. Be sure to treat them with utmost respect. Once Qin Ge confirmed that they understood, he finally felt at ease and drifted into a deep slumber. Do you truly believe the words of this young man? One of the guards pondered aloud. Compared to the previous individuals, he does not seem particularly formidable. I have yet to see him demonstrate any supernatural abilities. What if he turns out to be a mere charlatan, wasting our time in seeking assistance? The previous elder monk had recited some incantations, but this man had shown none of that. Enough. Gao Yuanwei, burdened with worry, struggled to find rest. Hearing the discussions from the courtyard, he uttered a hushed reprimand. Regardless of his prowess, since he is willing to assist us, we must treat him well. Besides, considering how he came to be in our courtyard, who else but an immortal could accomplish such a feat? That is indeed a valid point, the others conceded, albeit still harboring doubts. But have you considered our situation? If we seek help from others now, we may find hope by tomorrow. However, if we place all our trust in this one man and he decides to abscond, we will truly be doomed. Despite their concerns, Gao Yuanwei maintained unwavering faith in Qin Ge. In his mind, descending from the heavens was a feat only an immortal could achieve. Before long, dawn broke on the second day, bringing with it a calm serenity. Zhu Ganglai had yet to cause any disturbances, leaving those within the manor who had doubted Qin Ge in a state of confusion. Could it be that Zhu Ganglai truly feared his presence and thus refrained from causing trouble? Upon reflecting on this, they increasingly admired Qin Ge, believing he must be some kind of celestial being. Otherwise, how could he have instilled such fear in the pig demon? In stark contrast to their sense of ease and reassurance, Qin Ge was in the room, feeling as restless as a cat on hot bricks. It was quite troubling that after such a lengthy duration, his master and disciple had yet to arrive. As the dusk deepened, He realized that if Tang Sung and his disciples did not make an appearance soon, he might genuinely have to confront Zhu Ganglai. However, Zhu Ganglai was more than qualified to protect Tang Sung on his journey for scriptures, and his strength was undoubtedly formidable. How could someone like Qin Ge, who had only recently begun his training, even dare to compare? Wasn't he that akin to courting death? The more Qin Ge pondered, the more he felt that remaining here was tantamount to delivering himself to the slaughter, rather than waiting passively for his fate. It would be far wiser to seize control of the situation. Consequently, he could no longer remain seated and decided to stealthily depart. However, as he pulled open the door, he was taken aback to find a throng of over a dozen individuals standing resolutely at the entrance. Are you not going to sleep? Qin Ge was genuinely surprised by their unwavering patience, having anticipated they would have dispersed. Rest assured, we are fully committed to your protection. We can forego sleep, and even meals, if need be. The expressions of these individuals had transformed significantly. They no longer appeared indifferent as they had the previous day. You must truly be a celestial being. Ever since you took residence here, that pig demon has not dared to cause any trouble. Aha! Let us keep a low profile. Qin Ge was uncertain about the recent developments, but hearing their words prompted him to instinctively downplay his own contributions, acknowledging that perhaps the pig demon was indeed discerning. Before he could finish his thoughts, a thunderous bang echoed from outside as the door was struck with great force. Accompanied by a tempest of wind and swirling dust, the legendary Zhu Ganglai made his grand entrance. This was alarming. Everyone was suddenly on high alert, adopting defensive postures while casting hopeful glances at Qin Ge. He truly has come knocking. Please act swiftly. Act. Qin Ge silently calculated in his mind. If he were to act, it might lead to his own swift demise. What troubles you? Are you harboring concerns? The wealthy gentleman, noticing Qin Ge's troubled expression, assumed he was worried about compensation. Fear not. Once this matter is resolved, we will fulfill any request you make, and we shall even construct a temple in your honor, dedicating day and night to the veneration of your statue. A statue for veneration? Qin Ge could not help but chuckle inwardly. If he were to act now, it was more likely that what would be honored would not be his statue, but rather his ashes. As for the promised rewards, even if he were to receive them, they would likely be mere paper money. Perhaps it would be quicker for you to burn it for me, he remarked with a smile, instinctively taking a step back. You are far too humorous, always making such jokes. The wealthy gentleman's face brimmed with anticipation. So, why are you still hesitant to act? What are you waiting for? Cough. Cough. I just recalled something I had yet to complete. Did I not ask you yesterday to locate that master and disciple? Were you able to find them? Qin Ge was consumed by anxiety, yet unable to articulate her distress. She could only place all her hopes upon the timely arrival of the Tang monk and his disciples. I have dispatched someone to await them at the entrance, but thus far, there has been no sight of the two individuals you described. Perhaps they did not come today. It remains uncertain whether they might arrive tomorrow. Chapter 54. Taking action at this moment, it truly felt dire. Qin Ge could distinctly sense beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He suddenly recalled a conversation he had with the female lead, who informed him that Tang Sung and his disciples were still quite far from Gao Laozhuang. If they were to arrive, it would likely take at least another 6 months. He had long forgotten her words, and now, reflecting on them, it was too late. Left with no options, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, hoping for someone to come to his aid. At the entrance, Zhu Ganglai was already growing impatient, preparing to forcefully burst through the door with a roar. Divine being? Is there something troubling you? Gao Yuanwei sensed the unease, noticing Qin Ge's grim expression. It's nothing. Qin Ge finally resolved himself. Although the Gao family was innocent, he knew he could not contend with Zhu Ganglai. Rather than sacrifice another life, it would be wiser to flee for now and reassess later. After all, a wise man does not suffer from immediate losses, and he found himself in just such a predicament. Having reassured himself, Qin Ge disregarded the expectant gazes of those around him and began to chant a spell, preparing to burrow into the earth and escape. However, midway through the incantation, he suddenly realized something amiss. He had arrived with another, and now, what would become of Li Nu if he left? Li Nu? Qin Ge called out several times, but received no response from the black cat. He glanced around and inquired of a nearby servant, who looked just as perplexed. Have you seen the cat I brought with me? After asking numerous people, he found that none had spotted the feline. Meow? Just as Qin Ge hesitated, a roar emerged from outside, accompanied by a clear, familiar meow. Instantly, he could ascertain that the sound belonged to Li Nu. This was disastrous. The cat had run outside while he was momentarily distracted. If he struggled against the pig demon at the entrance, how could he possibly safeguard the small Li Nu? With that thought, vivid images of Li Nu being swallowed whole by the pig demon began to haunt his mind, and the gruesome visualization compelled him to shut his eyes. No, divine being, you promised yesterday. Why are you reneging today? I've listened to your incantations for ages, and you haven't conjured anything of significance. Are you deceiving me? Yet, at that moment, Qin Ge was wholly indifferent to the opinions of others regarding him. After much hesitation, he found himself unable to execute the earth-burrowing technique. He recalled how, upon his arrival in this world, the system had only imparted trivial knowledge unrelated to cultivation. Had it not been for Li Nu's constant companionship, he would have found himself utterly alone in this realm. Having relied on each other for so long, their bond had deepened significantly. If he abandoned Li Nu now, he would hold nothing but disdain for himself. Resolute in his decision, Qin Ge took a deep breath and sprinted toward the courtyard gate with remarkable speed. Had he fled? Indeed, Qin Ge said not a word, immediately pushing open the door and fleeing outside. Why could you not stop him? Mr. Gao exclaimed in a fit of rage. What on earth are you all doing? How could you stand idly by as he dashed out? The crowd exchanged glances, as they had indeed failed to react. None had anticipated that Qin Ge would truly run away at that moment. This is disastrous. That pig demon will undoubtedly act with even greater impunity now. Mr. Gao sighed, his gaze filled with profound sorrow. My lord, what did we discuss yesterday? We urged you to find someone else quickly. Yet you insisted on trusting him. And now look what has happened. He has fled, leaving us powerless. Enough, enough. There is no use in lamenting now. We must focus all our efforts on resisting the pig demon. Although Mr. Gao was furious, he understood that anger would not resolve anything at this juncture. Let us not lose hope. Perhaps that celestial being left to confront the demon. We shall see how matters unfold once he returns. This proclamation, however, was one Mr. Gao himself struggled to believe. My esteemed father-in-law, why do you not open the door? I have come today to escort Cui Lan home, yet you remain shut inside. Is this not rather discourteous? Just as the crowd was in a whirl of confusion, a rough voice carried from the doorway. Clearly, he was growing impatient, ready to force his way in. You, monster, have gone too far. Not only do you covet my family's fortune, but you also brazenly abduct innocent maidens. Mr. Gao lamented deeply. While you resided in my household, we treated you with utmost care, only to be repaid with treachery. What do you mean by treachery? I have merely wed your daughter. Is that considered betrayal in your eyes? Zhu Ganglai, unfazed, replied. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall treat Cui Lan well. And I have already devised new plans for this estate. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Gao nearly spat blood, almost collapsing on the spot. After bursting through the door, Qin Ge did not see the pig demon he had anticipated. Instead, the entrance appeared remarkably pristine, as if nothing had transpired. Strange. Wasn't Zhu Beiji just knocking at the door? Qin Ge pondered, though he masked his doubts. The immediate priority was to locate Li Nu and bring her back. Noticing no anomalies at the door soothed Qin Ge's anxiety, allowing him the mental space to assess the current situation. If Tang Sung and his companions were unable to arrive today, given the physical state of those present, they would surely be slaughtered by Zhu Ganglai. In such a scenario, when Tang Sung and his disciples descended, all would be irrevocably lost. Yet, Qin Ge believed that the Buddha, Tathagata, would not orchestrate events in such a manner. There must be deeper currents at play, and certainly, the people of Gao Lao village were not destined to perish. Perhaps justice would soon descend from the heavens, striking down the brazen Zhu Ganglai who had just been clamoring at the door. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge felt a sense of relief. After all, he was a traveler from another realm. How could he possibly meet his end so easily? With this thought in mind, he observed as the once tumultuous environment gradually settled into tranquility. The swirling sands and flying stones ceased their chaos, and everything returned to a state of normalcy. It seemed that Zhu Ganglai had indeed relinquished his supernatural powers. A smile graced Qin Ge's lips as he began to search for Li Nu on either side. Chapter 55. The departure of the slave and the capture of the boar demon. Upon making this deduction, Qin Ge leisurely searched for the black cat's figure. At last, in a nearby corner, he spotted the black cat. Upon seeing Qin Ge, the cat frantically meowed several times, seemingly apologizing for its previous antics. What are you doing here? Were you not aware of the peril outside moments ago? You cannot wander about freely. You nearly got me killed. Seeing the black cat, Qin Ge was filled with frustration, almost wishing to kick it. However, the cat's pitiful expression ultimately softened his heart, and he merely patted its head gently. After meowing a few times, the black cat tugged at Qin Ge's pant leg, leading him to a nearby clearing. In the clearing lay a massive wild boar, its body riddled with wounds. It appeared gravely injured. Without timely assistance, it would likely perish. What is this? Qin Ge was astonished upon seeing the boar, having never encountered one of such colossal size. Yet, reflecting on the black cat's prowess in capturing wild beasts, he thought it was not surprising that it had managed to catch a wild boar. With this in mind, Qin Ge began to formulate a plan. "All right, everyone come out." Qin Ge shouted loudly at the door. The people, startled by his voice, exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't this immortal leave? Why has he returned? From his tone, it seems the boar demon has been dealt with. They surmised that since the boar demon had been lingering at the entrance, if the immortal had not vanquished it, he would not be calling them out. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Qin Ge had indeed eliminated Zhu Ganglai. "Weren't you all just saying this immortal was merely a charlatan?" Gao Yuanwei said, exhaling in relief while feeling quite pleased with himself. "It seems I have a keen eye. Had I not steadfastly believed in this immortal, we would be at a loss for what to do now." Several individuals opened the door to find Qin Ge standing at the threshold, earnestly inviting them to witness what lay beside them. In the clearing, there lay the enormous wild boar. "Immortal, are you unscathed?" Gao Yuanwei inquired with concern. "May I ask where the boar demon is now?" "The boar demon? It is merely a small wild boar that learned a few tricks and dared to wreak havoc." Qin Ge assumed an authoritative demeanor. "I have dealt with it and restored it to its true form. The wild boar before you is the very demon that has plagued you for years." Although Qin Ge was uncertain of the true identity of the wild boar, he understood that as long as Zhu Ganglai was absent, he could assert anything he wished. Furthermore, even if this wild boar were not Zhu Ganglai, by the time the latter returned to cause trouble, the Tang monk and his disciples would likely have arrived, allowing events to unfold as per the narrative. Is it true? Was it resolved so effortlessly? Although Mr. Gao was elated, he could hardly believe his ears. His family had been troubled by this matter for quite some time, and now, in just a matter of minutes, it had been resolved. Gao Zuolan was even more exhilarated. Had no one intervened today, she would have been compelled to accept the pig demon as her husband. The young man before her, possessing such remarkable charm and composure, had effortlessly alleviated her greatest concern, and she was immensely grateful. Shouldn't they promptly bow before the deity, apologizing for their previous ignorance and suspicion? Mr. Gao was the first to kneel, recognizing that Qin Ge's actions had not only saved his daughter, but also spared his entire family. "Thank you, celestial being, for your manifestation and protection." Upon hearing this, the entire Gao family fell to their knees, bowing in reverence to Qin Ge. "Please rise." "There is no need for such reverence," Qin Ge said, his vanity thoroughly gratified. It was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt such a sense of accomplishment. Cultivation was indeed splendid. He must expedite his training to one day experience this level of adoration again. However, while joy enveloped Qin Ge, the wild boar lingered nearby, shedding tears. How shameless could this creature be, daring to weep? Did it not realize that its actions warranted death? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that, despite its severe injuries rendering it immobile, tears flowed abundantly from the corners of its eyes. The wild boar was indeed in a state of despair. Ever since its unfortunate reincarnation, it had been aimlessly wandering. Initially, it struggled to accept its transformation into a pig, but once it did, it discovered it had fallen in love with Mr. Gao's daughter, Gao Zuolan. Thus, it devised schemes to secure a betrothal with her. Yet, on the very night of their anticipated union, it was reported for drinking excessively. Most disheartening was the disdain of the woman it adored, who refused to be with it. These circumstances had driven the wild boar to a state of madness. "I am the marshal of the heavenly canopy. Do you not recognize that?" Though these were the thoughts racing through its mind, to others, it merely emitted a series of grunts. "Vile creature!" Mr. Gao exclaimed, delivering a sharp kick to the wild boar. "Do you comprehend the extensive measures we undertook and the efforts we made for your sake?" This pig demon had hung over them like a sword, poised to strike at any misstep. Now that it was to be subdued and returned to a mere wild boar, Mr. Gao felt a wave of emotion wash over him. With a few more grunts, the boar realized that no amount of struggle would change its fate. It resigned itself to lie still and await its end. Upon returning home, Yu Linglong showcased the items she had brought back to the enlightened one, Tongda. "Although I recognize that your identity has transformed from what it once was, I still feel compelled to convey that these treasures are indeed serendipitous in nature." Even the enlightened beings were taken aback, for the items presented by Yu Linglong, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, are merely ordinary handcrafted creations. Yet, they embody a depth far surpassing what is visibly apparent, much like that previous piece of calligraphy and painting. Chapter 56. Lost. These seemingly ordinary objects, however, contain profound truths that could occupy their minds for many days. Reflecting on this, the enlightened one became even more resolute in his convictions. "Linglong, I have watched you grow since childhood, and in my heart, I have regarded you as my own daughter. I must now impart some words of wisdom. You must diligently attend to this esteemed elder. Do not allow your capricious nature to displease him, for he is the hope of our entire scholarly path. Naturally, you young ones, now newly wed, if you could seize this opportunity to bear a child, it would surely strengthen your bond further. Ah, what are you saying? Yulinglong's face flushed crimson at this speech, yet upon reflection, she recognized the truth in his words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yulinglong, unwilling to linger, hurried home. However, upon opening the door, she found the courtyard eerily deserted. Not only was Qin Ge absent, but even the black cat, which usually roamed about, was nowhere to be seen. Monkey, come here. Do you know where Qin Ge and the black cat have gone? Yulinglong inquired, surveying her surroundings but finding no trace of them. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps they went hunting? Monkey replied, genuinely perplexed, as he had been watering the garden in the backyard when they had vanished. Fool! Master and the cat have long since slipped away without a trace, the Daystar monarch exclaimed, anxiously observing Monkey. How could you have not noticed for so long? If Master returns, he will surely stew you alive. Oh. Monkey finally grasped the situation and quickly corrected himself. Princess, I've just remembered. Master and the black cat were experimenting with a newly learned spell, and then they disappeared. Lost. Yulinglong was taken aback. She had merely returned to her family home. Yet she had inadvertently misplaced her husband. Most concerning was that Qin Ge, having sealed his cultivation, was now akin to a mere mortal. Finding him would be a daunting task. Furthermore, Yulinglong could sense nothing of Qin Ge's whereabouts. What on earth were you two doing? Qin Ge has been missing for so long, and you didn't think to inform me? If something truly has happened, can you bear the consequences? Yulinglong, growing anxious, reprimanded Monkey and the Daystar monarch. Monkey, deflated, responded, we thought Master and the black cat were merely playing around, and we had no idea they would take so long to return. At this point, they were all out of ideas, but Monkey suddenly conceived a plan. I have an idea. Let us call upon the land here and inquire. Without hesitation, Monkey seized the yoke typically used for watering and struck the ground vigorously. Land spirit, come forth. I have questions for you. After 3 knocks, the earth cracked open, revealing a small, dusty old man. Ah, princess, esteemed elders, did you call for me? This was indeed the land spirit of the area. I ask you, have you seen our master? The monkey was rather unyielding, questioning whether he could sense his current location. Should you fail to do so, I shall make your territory a veritable chaos. But hold on. Esteemed seniors, do not rush. Allow me a moment to attune myself. The land trembled with cold sweat, unable to fathom that it had provoked such formidable beings. Yet, before it could ascertain Qin Ge's whereabouts, Yulinglong spoke softly. Enough. There is no need for you to sense anything further. This matter no longer concerns you. You may return. However, the monkey wished to protest, but was swiftly silenced by Yulinglong. The land deity, feeling a sense of relief akin to a pardon, hastily burrowed back underground. Just a moment ago, the black cat conveyed a message to me, Yulinglong informed the two. The black cat has indicated that it and Qin Ge have delved into the earth and found themselves in an unknown location. I must hurry to retrieve them. I could only vaguely sense the general direction of that place, but if my memory serves me correctly, it should be Wanshou Mountain Villa. Upon uttering this name, the 3 fell into stunned silence. How could they have ended up at Wanshou Mountain Villa? Qin Ge was equally perplexed. Since departing from Gao Laozhuang, he had continuously employed the art of earth escape. Although his heart yearned for his quaint courtyard, each landing had been wildly disparate. At times, he emerged from the lake, while at others, he found himself in a valley. On one occasion, he even burrowed beneath a colossal beast. Had he not been quick-witted enough to flee, they might have ended up as the creature's next meal. What wretched sorcery is this? It proves utterly ineffective. Had I known it would be such a hassle, I certainly would have refrained from learning it. Qin Ge could not help but vent his frustrations. After a brief tirade, he was left with no choice but to continue his journey alongside the black cat and the pig demon. Who could be so esteemed as to grace Wanshou Mountain Villa with their presence? Before he could employ his magic, the grand gate before him swung wide open. From within emerged a kindly old man, accompanied by 2 charming youths. I beg your pardon. We merely passed through, and I hope you take no offense. Having inadvertently trespassed onto another's domain, one must act with decorum. Moreover, the demeanor of these individuals suggested they were not to be trifled with. Qin Ge assessed them quietly, realizing that should a conflict arise, he would scarcely measure up to even a fraction of their strength. Thus, he humbly offered his apologies and prepared to make his exit. Halt! Do you take Wanshou Mountain Villa for some manner of establishment where one may come and go as they please, as if it were a marketplace? The old man had yet to speak, but one of the youths, quite uncharacteristically harsh, interjected. What? You claim to be from Wanshou Mountain Villa? At that moment, Qin Ge had no inclination to focus on the harshness of the youth's words. His full attention was captivated by the name of the villa. If his memory served him right, Wanshou Mountain Villa was known to be an exceedingly perilous place. It appears that you have only recently embarked on your journey of cultivation, having mastered but a few spells, yet you dare to pluck feathers from the lion's mane? Another youth scrutinized Qin Ge, seemingly discerning his level of cultivation, and stifled laughter behind his hand. If it comes to it, perhaps you should practice a little more. I feel that with your current abilities, I alone could easily contend with 10 of you, without even requiring my master's intervention. Upon hearing these words, although Qin Ge remained unfazed, the black cat began to exhibit signs of impatience. Chapter 57. Faced with disrespect, the black cat stood behind Qin Ge, baring its teeth. These individuals truly did not know how to appreciate a gesture of goodwill. Were it not for the master's desire to remain inconspicuous, it would have already sent them all flying with a single swipe. The pig demon stirred from its slumber and, upon witnessing the tense standoff, was nearly moved to tears once more. Indeed, the heavens had not forsaken me, Zhu Ganglai. With the current situation so fraught with tension, he realized he could take advantage of their distraction to make a stealthy escape. Even if he could not flee, once a victor emerged from their conflict, he would have a chance at survival. Enough, Qing Feng, do not act impudently. As the master of Wanshou Mountain Villa, Jinwu Daxian possessed a certain discernment. Though his cultivation was profound and few could rival him, he sensed an unfamiliar danger emanating from the young man before him. The seemingly unremarkable black cat radiated an air of mystery. After all, with his level of cultivation, even ordinary pets would flee in terror. Yet this black cat not only remained unfazed but seemed eager for a confrontation. Master, these young ones are decidedly lacking in decorum, provoking us at every turn. If we do not teach them a lesson, they may believe that Wanshou Mountain Villa is easily trifled with, complained the youth named Qin Feng, visibly agitated. Today, I admit my intrusion was unwarranted. I shall take my leave, and you need not be so incensed, Qin Ge said, though he was unaware of the root of their ire. Recognizing his own fault, he humbly apologized and intended to depart. However, to his astonishment, the two youths insisted on preventing their exit, as if they held some profound grudge against them. Even with Qin Ge's typically good-natured temperament, he found himself thoroughly provoked. I merely stumbled into your territory due to a misfired spell and have already expressed my regrets. I harbor no ill intent. What could possibly warrant such hostility? For no reason other than your pitiful strength and the audacity to trespass here, I shall teach you a lesson. As the harsh words fell from the speaker's lips, the black cat could no longer contain itself and lunged for his face. Initially, Qin Ge sought to intervene, but then reconsidered. Since the opponent had escalated the situation, a confrontation seemed inevitable, and he decided to follow the black cat's lead. At first, Qin Feng wore a disdainful expression, regarding the creature as nothing more than an ordinary feline, incapable of posing any threat. Yet, as he prepared to defend himself, he was gripped by terror, realizing he had no means to retaliate against the black cat's overwhelming power. He could only watch helplessly as the paw approached his face. Enough. Master Jinwu observed everything keenly and understood that, if he was not mistaken, the black cat was far from what it appeared to be. It was likely the manifestation of an ancient divine beast. The ability of this young man to tame such a creature indicated a formidable strength that could not be underestimated. Contemplating this, he raised his hand gently to intercede between the black cat and Qin Feng, deeming the situation merely an unfortunate accident. There was no need for hostility or discord. Thus he addressed the young friend, requesting him to keep his black cat in check. Qin Ge, realizing the implications of the situation, was equally reluctant to harbor animosity over such a trivial matter and promptly called back the black cat. Although the feline was initially reluctant, it could not defy Qin Ge's wishes and ultimately returned to his side, baring its teeth in a reluctant grin. Please forgive any offense, Master Jinwu continued, graciously attributing the misunderstanding solely to Qin Feng, who, having trained alongside him since childhood, had little experience with the outside world and often lacked the knowledge of appropriate discourse. I hope you will not take it to heart. At that moment, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of liberation from his previous constraints and, overwhelmed, knelt before them. I apologize. It was my ignorance that led me to speak so recklessly. Please do not hold it against me. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Panic washed over him as he realized that not only was the young man before him formidable, but even his pet was beyond his capability to contend with. The rapid shift in demeanor from both individuals left Qin Ge somewhat bewildered. However, A thought crossed his mind that perhaps they were simply benevolent souls unwilling to harm him or the black cat, thus providing him a gracious way out of the confrontation. If viewed from this perspective, they were indeed rather amiable. Ah, I too have been remiss in my manners. Black cat, do not delay in offering your apologies. Had it not been for their restraint, you would hardly stand a chance against them, Zhenwu remarked, scrutinizing them with renewed curiosity. May I inquire, dear friend, under whose tutelage do you train and with whom do you practice? This question left Qin Ge momentarily perplexed, as he realized he had no formal master. Technically, the Enlightened One could be considered his mentor, but he had been instructed not to disclose their relationship nor to refer to him as a master. Their interactions were merely exchanges of insights. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Qin Ge shook his head. I have no master. My cultivation is self-directed, though I have had some friends offer guidance along the way. This revelation only deepened Master Zhenwu's confusion. How could it be that someone embarked on the path of cultivation without a mentor? Surely, he must be concealing something. Observing the manner in which Qin Ge wielded his power and the state of his cultivation, he noted a striking resemblance to the disciples of the Enlightened One. Could it be that this unassuming young man was indeed a disciple of the Enlightened One? Master Zhenwu dismissed the thought, deeming it improbable. What manner of being is the Enlightened One, that he would personally take on disciples, and yet choose such an ordinary mortal? Thus, it is surmised that Qin Ge must merely be a disciple of the Enlightened One, perhaps a second or third generation. Nevertheless, regardless of which generation he belongs to, he remains a person of the Enlightened One. The great immortal Zhenwu is curious to discern the true purpose behind the Enlightened One's sending of Qin Ge to his presence. Aside from those few fruits, it seems there are no other intentions at play. Chapter 58. The fruit Yulin was entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Qin Ge. Upon receiving the news, he was consumed by anxiety. After all, the individual at Wanshou Villa was well known and not to be trifled with. If the two were to engage in a fierce confrontation, it would undoubtedly affect Qin Ge's state of mind. More importantly, Qin Ge had currently sealed his cultivation, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. If that old man were to bully him now, it would be utterly unjust. He was, after all, her husband. How could he endure such humiliation? The more Yulin contemplated this, the angrier she became. With her brothers in tow, she marched resolutely towards Wanshou Villa. The grandiosity of their procession inevitably attracted the attention of the Celestial Emperor. What was going on? Was the Confucian Dao stirring up trouble lately? Why had they suddenly brought so many people along? The Emperor pondered. He sensed that many among Yulin entourage were deities from his own heavenly court who had been summoned away. It was unclear, but their destination seemed to be Wanshou Villa. Were they perhaps seeking the immortal Zhenwu? Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, a minor error in his spellcasting had incited such a significant uproar. Meanwhile, the denizens of the heavenly court dispatched several individuals to discreetly investigate Yulin intentions for gathering such a multitude. Since you have fortuitously arrived here, why not come in for a visit? Zhenwu, unable to fathom the other party's motives or identity, sensed that they were not individuals he could afford to offend. Moreover, he firmly believed that a transcendent being would not send someone without the means to defend themselves to probe him. Very well. Faced with such a warm invitation, Qin Ge readily acquiesced. Though he harbored suspicions about the host's intentions, he was also aware that Wanshou Villa was famed for a remarkable fruit known as the ginseng fruit. Consuming this fruit could grant ordinary people longevity, while those who practiced cultivation could ascend to immortality. Thus, he was quite eager to witness it for himself. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Ge began to survey his surroundings with keen interest, hoping to catch a glimpse of the illustrious divine tree and its appearance. Is there something specific you are searching for, young friend? Zhenwu inquired knowingly, perhaps teasingly, as he sensed the young man's curiosity. Not at all. I have simply heard tales of a wondrous tree here, which bears fruit every 900 years, granting immortality to those who consume it. Is there any truth to this? Qin Ge candidly voiced his thoughts. Indeed, that is accurate, Zhenwu replied, somewhat surprised by Qin Ge's forthrightness. The admiration in his gaze grew, and he added, since you are so curious, why not try 2 fruits for yourself? Upon seeing the 2 fruits resembling infants before him, Qin Ge was momentarily speechless. Is this truly the ginseng fruit? It is not surprising that the monk Tang Sung previously mistook these fruits for human infants, even at first glance. Qin Ge nearly made the same error. Indeed, dear friend, do have a taste. Without hesitation, Qin Ge seized a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, devouring 2 of them in mere moments. After a leisurely belch, he glanced at the 2 astonished onlookers and felt a tinge of embarrassment. These are quite delicious. Rather sweet indeed. No wonder they are so renowned as ginseng fruits. Yet, despite his words, Qin Ge could not shake the feeling that these ginseng fruits bore no distinction from ordinary fruits. To put it bluntly, not only did the fruits lack any significant utility, but their flavor also left much to be desired, falling short even of the apples from his own backyard. Were it not for the sake of politeness, he would have certainly spat out the contents of his mouth. More importantly, after consuming these 2 ginseng fruits, he sensed no enhancement in his cultivation whatsoever, not a whisper of longevity or blessings. How foolish he felt for being momentarily pleased. With a cheerful facade, Qin Ge's inner thoughts were far less gracious. Have you finished? The venerable Zhenwu was no longer composed. Although it was true that the ginseng fruits possessed remarkable effects, the fact that Qin Ge exhibited no change whatsoever and maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, as if he had merely eaten 2 ordinary fruits, was perplexing. It was well known that even he would feel his spirit swell and struggle to contain such a surge of spiritual energy after consuming 2 in one go. Contemplating this, Zhenwu closed his eyes slightly, attempting to deduce the origins and background of this young man before him. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could discern nothing of the youth's past, as if a thick fog obscured all clarity. This realization only heightened his alarm. If he could not fathom the youth's history, few in this world could claim such insight. It appeared his earlier judgment had been entirely correct. This young man was indeed someone not to be trifled with. Reflecting on this, Zhenwu felt reassured in his earlier decision to welcome Qin Ge with courtesy, even offering him 2 rare ginseng fruits without any rudeness. Still, there remained a possibility that this young man was an entirely ordinary mortal, which would explain his immunity to Zhenwu's calculations. However, Zhenwu swiftly dismissed this notion. Very well, my humble abode is small, and I shall not keep you. If you wish to depart, feel free to do so. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became, prompting him to issue an outright dismissal. After all, he had been a gracious host today, even presenting a cherished ginseng fruit to his guest, thus fulfilling whatever purpose the young man had in seeking him out. Indeed, I have intruded today, yet I have one request. Standing at the threshold, Qin Ge surveyed his surroundings, still unable to muster the resolve to employ his earth-escaping technique once more. After all, the destination of his next teleportation was entirely unpredictable, but he thought it of little consequence. I seem to have lost my way. Could you perhaps grant me a ride to take me home? The venerable Zhenwu, unfazed by the request, simply regarded it as Qin Ge's earnest desire to return swiftly. Very well, he nodded, nonchalantly waving his sleeve, which instantaneously conjured a rift in the fabric of time and space. In an almost blink of an eye, Qin Ge and company found themselves at the entrance of their quaint abode. It had been quite a while since he encountered such an intriguing young individual. Yet, one could not help but wonder who exactly had sent him. Chapter 59. Return my husband. The esteemed Master Zhenwu found himself increasingly perplexed. If the young man who had just appeared was indeed sent by the Celestial Enlightenment sect, what could they possibly desire? Yet, if he were not an envoy of the Celestial Enlightenment sect, how could he possess the unique aura and energy manipulation akin to that of their disciples? What baffled him even more was that he had caught a glimpse of Zhu Ganglai among the mortals this past week. Logically speaking, Zhu Ganglai belonged to the Buddha Emperor's domain. How could he be mingling with the people of the Celestial Enlightenment sect? Before he could ponder further, a thunderous knocking resonated at his door. A crisp and somewhat familiar voice, filled with fury, rang out, "You old fool, return my husband." At this moment, a formidable group of brothers had arrived, demanding the return of someone. However, upon their arrival, they found no trace of Qin Ge's presence. Could it be that the wretched old man had captured him, rendering him undetectable? With that thought, Yu Linglong felt a surge of rage, and her temper flared. She began to pound on the door. "Master Zhenwu, what is the meaning of this? If you do not surrender my husband, do not blame us for being impolite. Oh no, oh no. There are people outside the door clamoring, claiming we have abducted some princess's husband and demanding his immediate return." Just as Qin Feng regained his composure, he was struck dumb with fear. "But we have no prince here. Have they perhaps come to the wrong place?" Master Zhenwu was equally astonished. Upon opening the door, he recognized the figure standing before him. It was the princess of Confucian Dao, Yu Linglong. "What brings your esteemed presence to my humble abode today? However, I suspect you may have come to the wrong place, or that there is some misunderstanding, for I possess no prince consort here." Despite his high status, Master Zhenwu felt compelled to show respect in the presence of the princess. Though he was puzzled, he had never heard any news of her nuptials. "I wonder who this prince consort truly is. Do not deceive me. I sensed my husband's presence here, and I rushed over without delay, only to find I can no longer sense him. Have you captured him, or has he flown away on his own?" Yu Linglong surveyed her surroundings, wholly disbelieving the words of the old man. Indeed, my younger sister would not seek trouble without cause. However, you, old man, are quite peculiar. Even at your advanced age, you still go against the young. Do you not feel any shame? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. If you insist that someone has been here, then it is true. Just moments ago, a mortal, a black cat, and an unsightly pig demon visited. I wonder if they could be the prince consort you speak of? A pig demon? Yu Linglong paused, astonished. How could Qin Ge have captured a pig demon after being away from home for only a few days? Yet, based on the descriptions provided, she surmised that the individuals in question must indeed refer to Qin Ge and Li Nu. According to your description, the person you have encountered must indeed be my husband. However, since you have met him, it implies your acknowledgement of this fact. Yu Linglong, feeling a bit anxious, implores you to return my husband to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. If you are referring to that mortal lad, I have just sent him back. The great immortal Jinwu's heart was tumultuous, yet he maintained a facade of calm, merely offering a subtle smile. So it is, my apologies for the intrusion today. I shall certainly come to atone for it on another occasion. Yu Linglong, recognizing that Jinwu had no reason to deceive her, transformed her anger into delight, offering an apologetic smile before swiftly leading her entourage away. How intriguing. I never expected this noble princess of Confucianism and Taoism to marry a mere mortal. Jinwu observed the retreating figures, a thoughtful expression gracing his features, pondering what allure this mortal possessed that could captivate such a proud princess. What did you say? The princess of Confucianism is visiting Wanshou Mountain merely to seek her husband? After hearing this information from his subordinates, the heavenly emperor found it hard to believe. This proud Yu Linglong had dismissed countless exceptional immortals in the past, yet now she quietly marries a mortal? Indeed, we heard it quite clearly. They certainly spoke of it. And Yu Linglong did not refute it, which is sufficient proof that this mortal is truly her husband. Have you ascertained the whereabouts of this mortal? The heavenly emperor sensed something amiss. I have inquired, and it turns out this mortal resides at Lion Camel Ridge. Lion Camel Ridge, the very mountain where Qin Ge dwells. As it is not a renowned location, many are unaware of its true name. Most importantly, this Lion Camel Ridge is associated with that once arrogant chicken demon. This implies that the chicken demon resides there as well. Do you not think there may be a connection? Upon hearing this, everyone began to consider it a possibility. For such coincidences are rare in this world. Are you suggesting that this chicken demon is merely a pet kept by Yu Linglong's mortal husband? The heavenly emperor pondered, while several nearby immortals disagreed with this notion. Consider this. If he were truly immortal, how could Yu Linglong deign to marry him? I suspect that the troublesome chicken demon may, in fact, be Yu Linglong's husband. This could indeed explain much. The heavenly emperor found this theory plausible, for the chicken demon possessed formidable strength, and it was not unfathomable that Yu Linglong would be drawn to him for that reason. Moreover, given the chicken demon's prowess, would it truly serve as anyone's pet? This complicates matters. Our relationship with Confucianism has always been tenuous, and now they have gained another son-in-law. What course of action should we take? Recalling the numerous attempts I made to subdue this chicken demon, all of which ended in failure, the heavenly emperor felt the situation growing increasingly precarious. Why not seize this opportunity to transform this chicken demon from foe to friend? Another divine suggestion has emerged. Although our relationship with the Confucian and Taoist factions may not be described as particularly harmonious, we have at least managed to maintain a facade of civility. We can certainly leverage this to subdue the chicken demon. Chapter 60. Homecoming. My dear wife, you have finally returned. As Yu Linglong stepped through the door, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Ge, who sat idly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon spotting Yu Linglong, Qin Ge sprang to his feet in delight and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Has everything been all right at home? Nothing untoward happened, I hope? I am back. Yu Linglong's cheeks flushed, assuring him that all was well at home, and there was no cause for concern. That's a relief. Qin Ge sighed, feeling rather despondent. If it weren't for Yu Linglong's absence, he would not have found himself dabbling in such chaotic spells, which had led to a series of peculiar incidents. By the way, Master Tongda Tianren asked me to inquire about your recent cultivation. Have you encountered any obstacles? Initially, Yu Linglong intended to ask Qin Ge about his recent whereabouts, but sensing his reluctance to divulge too much, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Speaking of which, I've endured quite the ordeal these past few days. As soon as the topic of cultivation arose, Qin Ge recalled his recent misadventures, frustration bubbling to the surface. Are you aware of a spell called the Earth Escape Technique? Yes, Yu Linglong replied, puzzled by Qin Ge's sudden inquiry. It isn't particularly difficult to learn. If you wish to master it, I can certainly teach you. No, No, Qin Ge interjected hastily, realizing Yu Linglong had misconstrued his intent. He recounted his recent experiences. I am at my wit's end. Despite following the instructions from the book to the letter, I have been unable to control the direction and distance of my escape. I have found myself in an array of bizarre locations over the past few days, and it nearly cost me my life. At that moment, Yu Linglong grasped why Qin Ge had ended up at Wanshou Mountain Villa and understood the truth behind the words of Master Zhenwu. You see, the earth escape technique is merely a means of fleeing for one's life. To put it simply, it allows one to escape from a perilous situation, but the exact destination remains uncertain. It all depends on one's fortune. I understand now. During Yu Linglong's absence, Qin Ge had been racking his brain to discern what had gone awry with his spellcasting, but he had failed to comprehend the issue. Now, with Yu Linglong's elucidation, the pieces began to fall into place. No wonder he had been unable to control the distance and location of his escape. It was because the spell itself was inherently uncontrollable. What a worthless spell. If one were to inadvertently teleport to an even more perilous location while attempting to flee, would that not be a case of self-inflicted suffering? Are you saying that during my absence, you have been incessantly practicing the earth escape technique? Yu Linglong couldn't help but find the situation amusing and lamented that had she known of Qin Ge's ineptitude, she would have clarified things before her departure. Otherwise, you could have spared yourself from such exhaustion these past few days. Indeed, not only has she been diligently practicing the art of earth evasion, but she has also encountered numerous intriguing events. Qin Ge recounted to her all the energy he had expended at Gao Laozhuang over the past few days, embellishing his tale slightly when it came to subduing Zhu Ganglai. Such a narrative elicited peals of laughter from Yu Linglong, who thought it rather trivial for Qin Ge to have taken matters into his own hands against a mere Zhu Beiji. However, it was surprising that the last place he arrived at was actually Wanshou Mountain Villa, the very villa renowned for its ginseng fruits. Upon finishing his tale, Qin Ge suddenly grew incensed, slamming the table and unleashing a torrent of curses. What transpired? Yu Linglong, who had just visited Wanshou Villa, had presumed there was no communication between Qin Ge and the other party, yet she was taken aback by Qin Ge's poor opinion of Zhenwu Daxian. This revelation tightened her heart. Could it be that Zhenwu Daxian had indeed committed some egregious act? Yes, that old man appeared benevolent, resembling a decent human being. Yet his actions were wholly unbecoming of one. What on earth had transpired? My dear husband, please enlighten me. Your words have left me in a state of alarm. Yu Linglong felt her fists clench. When she had visited Wanshou Villa to negotiate, that old man had insisted he bore no ill will towards Qin Ge, and she had not anticipated that Qin Ge would harbor such a negative impression of them. It seemed the old man had lied, and Yu Linglong had already devised a plan for how she would torment the little old man the following day. Yet, Qin Ge, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, "Do you know? Wanshou Villa has an abundance of ginseng fruits, and he had the audacity to invite me to sample them. Naturally, I was eager to oblige. But who would have thought the ginseng fruits were mere fakes? Fakes." This revelation momentarily stunned Yu Linglong. Although Zhenwu Daxian could be somewhat particular, he was generally magnanimous, generously offering his fruits under normal circumstances. Regardless, he would never serve Qin Ge with counterfeit items. Indeed, they were fake, and absurdly so. One could tell upon mere touch that they were not genuine. I tasted one and found it utterly unremarkable, lacking even the charm of the few scraggly apple trees in our courtyard. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong felt her previous doubts dissipate, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Of course, the ginseng fruit could not be entirely false. However, Qin Ge's statement held merit, for the 2 apple trees in his courtyard were not ordinary fruit trees. In contrast to the apples in the courtyard, the ginseng fruit suddenly appeared bland and uninspiring. Yet, Yu Linglong understood that she could not voice this sentiment at that moment, so she merely nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Just then, a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Compared to the earlier raucous shouts and door-kicking, today's visitor was decidedly more polite. However, upon opening the door, Yu Linglong immediately furrowed her brow upon seeing the other person's face. "Greetings. I have heard that you are the husband of the Confucian Dao Princess Yu Linglong. This celestial being is an envoy sent by the Heavenly Emperor. I have long been acquainted with your esteemed name. However, I have come today to seek your counsel regarding certain matters that I wish to discuss." "Discuss with me?" The other party's demeanor completely bewildered Qin Ge, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 61. When the immortal gazes before the unremarkable figure of Qin Ge. The envoy appeared equally bewildered. If he was not mistaken, this individual was undoubtedly a mortal. Yet, how could a mere mortal? Nevertheless, having already spoken, there was no retracting his words. Their interest in Qin Ge was not grounded in any genuine prowess, but rather in their desire to court someone associated with Confucian ideals. Thus, even if Qin Ge were indeed just an ordinary man, they would not hesitate to win him over. Pray tell, what is the situation? Qin Ge, possessing a remarkable equanimity, perceived the old man as quite benevolent, harboring no suspicion of ill intent. However, beside him, Yu Linglong exhibited signs of anxiety. She was familiar with this elder, who was of celestial origin. Although she was unaware of the divine purpose for their visit, an instinctive wariness lingered within her, as she felt these beings were not to be trifled with. Speak plainly, we are quite occupied and have no time for circumlocution. In response to Yu Linglong's brusque demeanor, the elder merely smiled amiably. It is thus. Your husband has caught the attention of the heavenly emperor for some extraordinary reasons, and it is desired that he be brought to the heavenly realm to become an immortal. What say you both to this proposition? Become an immortal? Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's immediate reaction was to chuckle. Was becoming an immortal truly so simple? An old man casually claims that he could ascend to immortality, and that would be the end of it. Old man, have you lost your wits? Do you truly believe yourself to be from the heavenly court? You suggest I become an immortal. Do enlighten me as to what kind of immortal you envision me becoming. Qin Ge remained skeptical, for in his understanding, immortals were figures of great reverence. As a mere mortal, how could he have garnered the attention of the heavenly emperor? Yu Linglong, however, was alarmed, recognizing the veracity in the elder's words. I understand. Such revelations are surely difficult to accept. Yet, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. The elder then conjured a mass of auspicious clouds beneath him, standing atop them. Now do you believe? I have no reason to deceive you, do I? At this moment, Qin Ge began to accept the reality of the situation, though he remained puzzled, still struggling to comprehend. What, exactly did the heavenly emperor see in me? Perhaps you could elaborate? This inquiry rendered the elder hesitant. He could not divulge the true motives behind his presence. If he were to reveal that he sought to court someone aligned with Confucian ideals, Yu Linglong would likely expel him on the spot. To be candid, I am not entirely certain of the circumstances. This is the decree of the heavenly emperor, and I am merely a messenger. If you would not mind, perhaps you could accompany me for a brief journey. Upon contemplating this matter, the celestial being refrained from further elaboration, swiftly attributing all excuses to the heavenly emperor. Very well. Nevertheless, it is best to let it be. This immortal, whoever desires to take on that role may do so. As for me, I shall not. Although Qin Ge believed in the words of his counterpart, he had no inclination to assume the mantle of an immortal. First, his strength was not particularly formidable, and taking on such a role might not guarantee a life of leisure. Second, the abrupt suggestion of him becoming an immortal left him with a lingering suspicion of ulterior motives. Recalling the tale of Sun Wukong, who naively accepted a position as the stable master in heaven only to be subdued later, he felt that a similar fate could befall him. As one who understood the narrative, how could he commit such a fundamental error? With this thought, Qin Ge resolutely shook his head. Furthermore, he had a wife now. Should he become an immortal, would that not mean living apart from her? What if, upon his return, he found that his beloved had become another's spouse? The mere thought of his beautiful wife languishing alone at home only solidified his resolve. The absurdity of becoming an immortal for a mere 2 days, only to return home and discover that his wife had been claimed by another, was simply too ludicrous to bear. Confronted with Qin Ge's steadfast refusal, not only was the celestial being taken aback, but Yu Linglong also appeared utterly perplexed. Are you certain you wish to decline? Becoming an immortal is the dream of countless individuals. You currently have this opportunity, and yet you choose to refuse? The advocate for the celestial was thoroughly bewildered, unable to comprehend what this young man was thinking. He had anticipated that after delivering his speech, the mortal would be overwhelmed with excitement and readily agree. Thus he did not foresee any need for extensive persuasion today. However, it was evident that Qin Ge's demeanor was one of complete disinterest, and if he aimed to fulfill his task, he would need to exert considerable effort. You heard me correctly. I truly have no desire to become this so-called immortal. My life is quite satisfactory as it is, and taking on the role of an immortal would only complicate my current existence. Thus, I must decline. Qin Ge's refusal left the celestial momentarily at a loss for words. I suggest you refrain from hastily turning down this offer. After all, it is not an insurmountable burden. He pondered for a moment and continued, let me put it this way. If you agree, the heavenly emperor will assuredly grant you a position that will satisfy you. What does that entail? Are you implying that, since Sun Wukong is currently absent from the heavenly realm and there is no one to oversee the horses, you intend for me to take on the role of stable master? While Qin Ge harbored a certain reverence for the heavenly realm and its deities, He could not help but retort, I am not a monkey, nor can I manage those noble steeds. You would do well to seek someone more suitable. Deep down, Qin Ge felt that his lack of power was the reason the Heavenly Emperor had taken notice of him. Perhaps it was simply due to his recent rapid advancement in cultivation that had drawn attention. Given the inherent limitations of one's cultivation, it is unlikely that a significant position would be attained upon arrival in the celestial realm. Perhaps one might merely be assigned the role of disbanding Sun Wukong from his position as the stable master. Upon hearing this statement, the immortal's face flushed crimson, for he was acutely aware that deceiving Sun Wukong into the celestial realm to serve as the stable master was an act he himself deemed somewhat despicable. No, how could that be possible? The position of stable master is not one that could be granted to you. Surely, you would need some subordinates to manage. Chapter 62. The Pan Peach, is such a generous treatment truly possible? Why do I feel as if I am in a dream? Initially, Qin Ge was enveloped in a state of extreme agitation, yet upon hearing these words, he gradually began to contemplate. After all, he was neither Sun Wukong, nor had he ever offended the Heavenly Emperor. Why would the Emperor seek him out to assign him tasks? Perhaps the Emperor genuinely wished for him to ascend as a deity. If that were the case, it would indeed present a rare opportunity. Qin Ge turned to observe the vigilant Yu Linglong beside him and found a new idea forming in his mind. If that is the case, then this matter is certainly open to negotiation. However, I must insist that I cannot depart alone. My wife must accompany me. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. The celestial being, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. Initially, they had merely intended to court Qin Ge, who was the brother-in-law of the Jade Void Heaven. Little did they anticipate that Qin Ge would proactively propose that Yu Linglong accompany him to the heavenly court, thus indirectly winning over Yu Linglong as well. Yet, turmoil churned within Yu Linglong's heart. He did not wish to journey to the heavenly court, for he understood that there was only the potential for exploitation there. Still, his curiosity was piqued. Why would the Heavenly Emperor send someone to seek out Qin Ge and offer such generous terms? Could it be that Qin Ge's true identity had been revealed, prompting the Emperor to curry favor? The mere thought of this possibility made Yu Linglong shake his head repeatedly. It seemed unjust that Qin Ge, having painstakingly sealed his cultivation and embarked on such a challenging path, would have his journey disrupted by the Emperor's schemes. I have heard tales of a wondrous peach in the heavenly court, which, once consumed, could instantly transform one into a deity. Is there any truth to this? At that moment, Qin Ge was wholly oblivious to Yu Linglong's inner turmoil, eagerly inquiring about the peach. As fate would have it, the celestial envoy playing the role of negotiator was none other than the illustrious Tai-Bai Jinxing, who was well acquainted with the peach described by Qin Ge. This was the Pan Peach, which bore fruit only once every 900 years, with each tree yielding a mere 7 peaches, an exceedingly rare treasure. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a cultivator, consuming such a peach would result in a significant enhancement of one's cultivation. Thus, to claim that eating a pan peach could grant one the status of a deity is not merely a fanciful notion. After Tai-Bai Jinxing finished speaking, Qin Ge's desire only intensified. He tentatively queried, might you be able to procure 1 peach each for me and my wife? If so, would we not be able to ascend to divinity immediately upon consumption? Upon hearing this, Tai-Bai Jinxing's previously flowing discourse came to an abrupt halt. He had not anticipated digging himself into a predicament, one from which he now found himself compelled to extricate. He certainly possessed the pan peaches, albeit in limited quantity, for their existence was exceedingly rare. Initially, he had intended to save them for his own breakthrough, yet here was Qin Ge, requesting 2 outright. Even more troubling is the fact that Qin Ge seems to be under the impression that if he does not receive the precious peaches from Tai-Bai Jinxing, he will refuse his requests. Reflecting on his previous declarations before the Heavenly Emperor, Tai-Bai Jinxing could only grit his teeth and produce 2 peaches. It is indeed permissible for us to assist one another as colleagues. However, Tai-Bai Jinxing glanced at his own meager supply of 5 peaches, of which Qin Ge and Yu Linglong had already taken 2, leaving him with a mere 3, far insufficient for his next promotion. This thought caused him a pang of distress. In stark contrast, Qin Ge remained utterly indifferent to Tai-Bai Jinxing's sorrow. He seized the 2 peaches, scrutinizing them closely in his hands. These peaches appeared remarkably different from ordinary ones. Not only did they exhibit a vibrant luster, but they also emitted a peculiar fragrance. Astonishingly, after being preserved for such a long time, they remained remarkably fresh, devoid of any signs of decay. Indeed, these peaches were incomparable to the inferior fruits he had encountered before. Hastily, Qin Ge selected the larger of the 2 and offered it to Yu Linglong, urging her to consume it, declaring that once they partook of the peach, they would ascend to immortality together. Before indulging in the peach, Qin Ge's mind lingered on the fact that he had recently consumed a ginseng fruit at Wanshou Mountain Villa, only to discover that the old man had played a trick on him, providing him with 2 counterfeit fruits. Consequently, his cultivation had not only failed to improve, but the overly sweet taste of the fruit had also induced a sense of nausea. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon this peach, yearning for it to grant him the transformation into an immortal. As Qin Ge and Yu Linglong savored the celestial peach, Tai-Bai Jingxing wore a pained expression, trying to alleviate his anguish by diverting his gaze to something else nearby. That something was Zhu Ganglai, who had been grunting at the entrance, only now realizing that Tai-Bai Jingxing stood before him. Seemingly spotting a potential savior, he began to grunt fervently, hoping Tai-Bai Jingxing would recognize him and rescue him. However, after a few moments of scrutiny, Tai-Bai Jingxing diverted his gaze, entirely unprepared for the sight of Zhu Ganglai in such a disheveled state as a wild boar. After consuming it, one can never be certain when the effects will manifest. Perhaps we should simply sit here and wait? After swiftly devouring the enormous peach, Qin Ge felt a vague sensation of power beginning to envelop him. Could this be the fabled divine strength? He glanced around, astonished by the remarkable vigor coursing through him, just as Yu Linglong opened her bewildered eyes. What is happening? Why do I feel no change at all? Could it be that I have ingested a false peach? Yu Linglong had indeed never tasted the celestial peach, and thus remained unaware of its extraordinary properties. However, he was cognizant that consuming the peach would significantly enhance one's cultivation. Yet, after eagerly consuming the fruit, he found no advancement in his abilities. Rather, he experienced an inexplicable alteration. What could be the reason? Were these 2 peaches not identical? Qin Ge too felt a twinge of curiosity. He had chosen both peaches at random. If the 2 fruits were indeed dissimilar, how could it be that he fortuitously consumed the correct one while Yu Linglong did not? Chapter 63. The deception. Are you trying to deceive us again, old man? Are you presenting us with counterfeit peaches? Qin Ge expressed his frustration, feeling slighted that he had earnestly conveyed his perspective only to be treated like a fool. He had yet to acquiesce to the other party's demands, and their dismissive attitude left him pondering whether he would be subjected to their whims should he ascend to the heavenly realm. Wait a moment. At that juncture, Tai-Bai Jingxing was entirely oblivious to Qin Ge's words, his trembling finger directed towards a sword nestled amongst the pile of firewood in the corner. That, how could you carelessly leave it there? It will surely rust. Huh. Qin Ge glanced over, realizing he was referring to the very sword gifted to him by Yushu Tian. This sword is rather dull. I perceive it as rather useless, and it appears quite distinct from other weapons. Shouldn't it be employed as a tool for chopping wood? What else could it possibly be utilized for? Upon hearing Qin Ge's remarks, Tai-Bai Jingxing felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. That was the supreme sword of Confucianism and Taoism, imbued with extraordinary significance, a treasure so rare that it was worth its weight in gold. Yet, here was Qin Ge treating it as nothing more than a mere chopping tool. No, it's nothing. I'm just glad you are content. Tai-Bai Jingxing thought he had gained some insight. Although this young man appeared to be an ordinary mortal, he was anything but. As he continued to observe, his astonishment only deepened. For atop the pile of firewood lay a tattered remnant of desire, the very piece of the heavenly net that had once been lost by Mithriya. Such a remarkable artifact was now merely a cover for the rain-soaked wood. Indeed, it was said that Yushu Tian held his sister in great affection. Previously, when rumors circulated that Yu Linglong had wed a mortal, many found it hard to believe. They thought, given Yushu Tian's adoration for his sister, how could he possibly tolerate her marrying a commoner? Now it seemed that such a union was not a degradation at all. With so many extraordinary treasures at his disposal, and treating them with such nonchalance, it was a sight he had never witnessed before. It appeared that Yu Linglong had indeed elevated herself. What is going on? Do you have a fondness for that sword? Qin Ge inquired, somewhat perplexed. He contemplated that, if memory served him right, it was a gift from his uncle. Even if you fancy it, I cannot part with it. It holds considerable importance. Tai-Bai Jingxing nearly spat blood at this declaration. Even if Qin Ge dared to offer it, he would not have the audacity to accept. No, I was merely admiring it. By the way, your pig seems to be quite well fed. Tai-Bai Jingxing was keen to divert the conversation away from the sword, hastily shifting topics. After uttering those words, he found himself lost in deep contemplation, fixated on the black pig that was restlessly moving about. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this pig, though he could not articulate what precisely seemed reminiscent. Upon catching the gaze of the illustrious Tai-Bai Jingxing, Zhu Ganglai was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to transform into his human form. However, with the presence of the black cat nearby, he refrained from acting impulsively, merely emitting pitiful grunts. It was somewhat bearable since he had not raised the creature himself. A little extra weight was inconsequential. Qin Ge, seemingly indifferent, offered a few perfunctory remarks, while a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians. After consuming the peach, he had felt an extraordinary surge of strength in a remarkably short span. Yet after exchanging a few words with Tai Bai Jinxing, he inexplicably reverted to his usual state. Did this not imply that the peach he had just consumed held no value for them? More troubling was the realization that the peach bore no significance for Yu Linglong either. Were they to conclude that he and Yu Linglong had merely feasted upon two ordinary peaches? This thought ignited a surge of indignation within Qin Ge. He pondered the intentions of these seemingly benevolent individuals, who appeared to revel in the torment of others. First, it was the counterfeit ginseng fruit, and now this imitation peach. Could they not be sincere and share their genuine treasures with him? Please, sit here for a moment. I shall fetch you some tea, Qin Ge said, masking his frustration with restraint as he took Yu Linglong's hand and led her to the adjacent kitchen. Yu Linglong had initially intended to interrupt Qin Ge's actions, believing that such exquisite tea should not be wasted on the denizens of the heavenly realm. However, she soon realized that Qin Ge had no intention of serving tea. Rather, he sought to discuss certain matters with her. Dearest, I find this quite peculiar. Although he claims to be a celestial being, aside from his brief display of cloud riding, he seems devoid of any substantive actions. Is it possible that he is not truly a deity? Yu Linglong, uncertain of Qin Ge's line of reasoning, merely nodded in bewilderment. I suspect he is akin to those previous charlatans we encountered, perhaps part of a fraudulent syndicate aiming to deceive us. The more Qin Ge contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, leading him to elaborate further. Consider, they feign divinity to capture our attention, and once we are lured away from this place, they can effortlessly seize whatever they desire from us. Indeed, that is a valid point, Yu Linglong concurred, yet her inner uncertainty grew. She was aware of the true nature of their interlocutor, but Qin Ge's perspective began to sway her resolve. Was it conceivable that Qin Ge, reluctant to venture to the heavenly realm, deliberately spoke such words to assuage his own doubts? I had my suspicions earlier, but he maintained a facade of earnestness and appeared to be a good soul, which is why I was inclined to listen. Yet, after such an extensive discourse, he could not produce even a single authentic peach. Was he merely spinning fanciful tales? In truth, Qin Ge's ire at this moment stemmed not solely from the peaches of immortality bestowed by the Tai Bai Jinxing, but rather from the cursed ginseng fruit of the Wanshou mountain villa. It was merely unfortunate for the Tai Bai Jinxing to have crossed paths with the barrel of Qin Ge's wrath. What do you intend to do then? Will you simply drive him away? Yu Linglong inquired, her voice tinged with hesitation. Although she too found the old man rather disagreeable, she could not bring herself to the point of openly severing ties. After all, he was, at the very least, a deity of considerable renown within the heavenly court. Chapter 64. A kick sending him flying. Why can't we simply drive him away? How dare he shamelessly deceive us? He must learn the consequences of his deceit. With this thought, Qin Ge ceased his tea preparation and strode out decisively. Have you given it some thought? Tai Bai Jinxing surveyed his surroundings in the courtyard, astonished, and upon seeing Qin Ge emerge, donned a beaming, obsequious smile. I assure you, if you place your trust in me, you shall not be disappointed. We would never mistreat you. After all, we are offering you the chance to become a celestial being, not a mere laborer. What is there to ponder or hesitate about? Tai Bai Jinxing believed that Qin Ge had already conferred with Yu Linglong, thus his smile was particularly radiant. However, before he could retract that smile, Qin Ge stood before him, wearing an icy grin. Do you know what? There are three types of people I detest most. The first are those who deceive me. The second are those who lack skill yet still attempt to deceive me. And the third are those who present counterfeit items as genuine, treating me as a fool. What do you mean by that? Tai Bai Jinxing thought that having given Qin Ge his treasured possession, he would undoubtedly agree to join him. To his surprise, not only was Qin Ge unmoved, but he appeared somewhat angered, leaving Tai Bai Jinxing perplexed. What has you so enraged? Is there an issue with the peaches of immortality? How dare you even ask? The more Qin Ge contemplated, the angrier he became, and he lifted his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Tai Bai Jinxing's abdomen. Taken off guard and unable to steady himself, Tai Bai Jinxing was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing toward the courtyard exit. As he landed at the door, Tai Bai Jinxing remained momentarily stunned, only to find the door slamming shut behind him. Sitting there, he could hardly believe what had transpired. In all his centuries as a celestial being, no one had ever dared to lay a hand on him. Realizing this, Tai Bai Jinxing disregarded his current disheveled state and soared toward the heavenly court. Upon his arrival, The Jade Emperor was taken aback by the disheveled appearance of Tai Bai Jinxing. My dear minister, what has transpired? It was merely a task of persuasion. How did it come to this? Tai Bai Jinxing immediately recounted the tale in exaggerated detail. His voice tinged with distress. Your Majesty, that wretched boy is truly insufferable. He had promised to come to the heavenly court to become a celestial being, yet suddenly demanded 2 peaches of immortality as a condition. I possess only a few of these precious fruits, and after granting him one, he underwent a complete transformation and forcefully expelled me from my own abode. As he narrated, a dreadful thought struck Tai Bai Jinxing, rendering him momentarily speechless. What troubles you, my dear minister? Are you unwell? Shall I summon someone to examine you? After listening to a rather embellished account from the Star of the White Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor came to perceive Qin Ge as a formidable individual with a ruthlessly decisive nature. Suddenly, a thought struck the minister. The Star of the White Emperor, after much contemplation, finally grasped the situation at hand. 2 pounds of pork, thank you. Indeed, it took an inordinate amount of time for the Star to realize the truth. The grotesque and robust black pig lying on the ground was none other than Zhu Ganglai, who had been silently pleading for help, unbeknownst to him. However, something seemed amiss. If memory served him correctly, at this juncture, Zhu Ganglai should have already encountered the pilgrimage team, embarking on the journey to escort Tang Sung to the Western Paradise. So, how could Zhu Ganglai find himself in such a distressed state within Qin Ge's courtyard? If that were indeed the case, it would not only hinder Zhu Ganglia's affairs, but also impede Tang Sang's arduous efforts. When the Star of the White Emperor claimed there was nothing amiss, the Heavenly Emperor chose not to press further, but instead shifted the discourse. In that case, enlighten us about this prince consort. I have long heard he is but a mortal, though few believe it. Since you have witnessed him firsthand, please describe him for us. There had been persistent rumors that Yu Linglong married a mere mortal, yet not only did the Heavenly Emperor find it hard to believe, but the deities of the Heavenly Court also held skepticism. After deliberation, they collectively concluded that Qin Ge must be the powerful chicken demon. Indeed, do tell us. Is this man a hideous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, terrifying in appearance? How could that be? The princess of Confucianism, who values beauty so highly, would never wed an ugly man. I surmise this man must be exceptionally handsome, capable of breathing fire in moments of anger. I contend that you are all mistaken. This prince consort is likely just an ordinary rooster, who by chance acquired some fortune, transforming into a chicken demon, and now believes himself to be quite remarkable. Enough, enough. Everyone be quiet, and listen to what the Star of the White Emperor has to say. The Jade Emperor shared this sentiment, motioning for silence, and all eyes were fixed anxiously upon the Star. He is nothing like what you envision. He is neither a chicken demon nor a practitioner. He is truly just an utterly ordinary, quintessential mortal. Upon uttering these words, the entire heavenly court erupted in uproar. Do you not find this amusing? How could he merely be a mortal? You were kicked away by a mere mortal. Do you not feel embarrassed? I know you are skeptical, but I can only assert that upon meeting him, I comprehended what a true ordinary person is, and though you may think I jest, he is indeed the epitome of an ordinary individual. So, does that not imply that you were just unceremoniously dismissed by an ordinary man? At this remark, laughter erupted throughout the assembly, because everyone has misunderstood my intention. Although he is merely an ordinary individual, he is indeed remarkably powerful. Surely, you don't think I am deliberately downplaying his abilities. That is certainly not the case, for he is truly impressive. Furthermore, after much hesitation, Tai Bai Jinxing added a crucial point. If my memory serves me correctly, the pig tethered behind the door just now must be Zhu Ganglai. Chapter 65. The mortal. Initially, the crowd was filled with laughter and mirth, but upon hearing those words, their expressions turned gravely serious. For they were well aware of the significance of Zhu Ganglia's identity. Are you certain? Could it be a misperception? Taishang Laojun was the most incensed among them, acutely aware of the implications that Zhu Ganglai entailed. There is no mistake. In truth, I did not recognize him at first. It was only upon recollection that I discerned that familiar aura, which led me to this conclusion. Upon hearing this, Taishang Laojun could no longer remain composed. This is utterly absurd. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Ganglai is still our disciple. How can he be subjected to such a disgrace? The celestial beings were equally astonished. Having not anticipated that Qin Ge was somehow connected to Zhu Ganglai, let us momentarily set aside this wretched pig demon. First, enlighten us about the situation regarding that chicken demon. Some deities hastily attempted to steer the conversation. Could that prince consort possibly be the chicken demon in question? Certainly not. I have traversed the vicinity of Shichuling several times without encountering any trace of a chicken demon. Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head, perplexed. The entire Shichuling was once teeming with vitality. Now, there is not even a single large beast in sight, let alone any demons or monsters. The only ones remaining are the princess and her family. Yet, no matter how you argue, we cannot believe that Yushu Heaven would truly marry off its most cherished princess to a mortal. Indeed, Yulinglong is a princess of Confucianism and Taoism. How could marrying a mortal not bring disgrace to our noble traditions? Moreover, what merit does this mortal possess to be worthy of the princess? Your words reveal your ignorance of this mortal's terrifying capabilities. Tai Bai Jinxing hastened to defend, fearful that others might perceive him as weak, incapable of besting even a mere mortal. You may think of him as just an ordinary man, but upon entering his courtyard, do you know what I discovered? What? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the intent behind Tai Bai Jinxing's abrupt inquiry. Have you lost your wits? Of course, one uses an axe to chop wood. What else would one use? Could it be a superior sword? A nearby deity could no longer suppress their sarcasm. Yet, Tai Bai Jinxing merely smirked. A superior sword? Let me clarify. This mortal utilizes the supreme sword of Confucianism to chop wood. The supreme sword? The crowd erupted in astonishment, for they understood the significance of this blade within the realm of Confucianism, even if the sword did not carry profound meaning or extensive historical significance. Its mere existence denoted a rarity of exceptional caliber. Compared to the superior sword mentioned in their jests, it was of an entirely different echelon. It is not merely so. Do you think this is where it concludes? They cast a tattered net by the fish pond, and after scrutinizing it for quite some time, I recognized it. It was indeed the celestial net. At this revelation, all the divine beings could no longer remain composed, their eyes widening in astonishment. What did you say? To use the celestial net to catch fish is a gross act of sacrilege, is it not? Let alone employing the celestial net for fishing. Even the mere touch of that net would render me eternally satisfied. The celestial net has become a revered relic in the eyes of the onlookers. Thus, when they learned that this sacred item was being treated as an ordinary fishing net by a mere mortal, their hearts bled in anguish. However, wait a moment. If my memory serves me correctly, this celestial net should currently be in the possession of Bodhisattva Manjushri, is it not? Just as everyone was lamenting, suddenly a divine being identified a critical inconsistency and posed a question. Indeed, after the grand battle, the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, bestowed this net upon Manjushri. How could it now be in the hands of a mortal? Surely, you must be mistaken. In the face of such skepticism, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing stood resolute. Having been equally astonished at the time, ensuring that he examined it thoroughly and could not possibly be mistaken. Yet, I entertain a possibility. The Buddha Emperor has had no prior dealings with our heavenly court, yet recently he has inexplicably shown favor, repeatedly requesting our assistance in vanquishing that creature of Shichuoling. Once this doubt was voiced, others began to share their thoughts in succession. If it were not for their inability to resolve the matter, perhaps they would not have turned to us at all. Might it be possible that after Manjushri's arrival, he not only failed to eliminate that monster, but also left his net behind? This was indeed the most pessimistic scenario they could conceive. However, none among them suspected that Manjushri had not merely faced defeat, but had lost his very life there as well. Enough, let us cease the clamor. I have already formulated a plan in my mind. The heavenly emperor, who had been silently observing the debate, now rose to his feet, halting their discussions as he sensed that clarity had dawned upon them. What wisdom do you possess? Regardless, since that net belongs to the realms of Buddhism and Taoism, it would be prudent for us to avoid interference, if possible. The heavenly emperor wished to steer clear of this murky affair, his heart brimming with resentment towards the Buddha Emperor. After all, this matter had originally no bearing on him. It was the Buddha Emperor who sought his assistance. Yet when he failed to provide help, he suffered the loss of several esteemed generals, leaving him quite pained. Very well. You shall find an opportunity to speak with the Buddha Emperor regarding this matter. The net belonging to Manjushri is now with Qin Ge. The heavenly emperor maintained his composure, leaving the subsequent actions to the Buddha Emperor's discretion. It was quite simple. The heavenly emperor had grown weary of this hot potato and did not wish to pursue it further, intending to return this burden to the Buddha Emperor. After someone was dispatched, the expression on the heavenly emperor's face remained grave. He gazed intently ahead, his mind consumed by this matter. An instinctual awareness whispered to him that the situation was far from straightforward, and that Qin Ge was not merely an ordinary mortal as he seemed. Yet, he was perplexed. If he were not a mere human, how could he appear to possess no cultivation whatsoever? Furthermore, how could the Jade Void Heaven contemplate marrying his sister to a mere mortal? Chapter 66. Worry after the expulsion of the Celestial Master, Tai Bai Jinxing. Qin Ge did not dwell on the incident. He simply continued with his daily affairs. However, in stark contrast, Yu Linglong sat anxiously at the door, her demeanor betraying her deep concern. What troubles you? You seem quite distressed. Has something occurred? Qin Ge, unaware of the connection between Yu Linglong's unease and the old man's earlier visit, assumed her disquiet stemmed from some domestic turmoil. Nothing at all, Yu Linglong replied. Forcing a smile, she did not wish to burden Qin Ge with her worries, even though her heart was heavy with anxiety. The recent visit from Taibai Jinxing signified that the heavenly court had taken notice of their existence. Yu Linglong could not ascertain whether Taibai Jinxing's arrival was prompted by the court's discovery of Qin Ge's true identity or merely an attempt to probe their situation. Regardless of the motive, it was unfriendly towards them. At that moment, Yu Linglong was particularly troubled. If the heavenly court's interference disrupted her husband's cultivation, all her previous efforts would be rendered futile. The thought ignited a fire of anger within her, as she fantasized about storming the heavenly court to teach the heavenly emperor a lesson. I understand, my dear. Surely you are not this upset over that charlatan from earlier? Qin Ge suddenly realized the source of his beloved wife's distress. It was the old man who had caused her to feel wronged. Amused yet exasperated by the revelation, he said, "He is merely a swindler. Why allow him to vex you? Though I remain uncertain of his intentions in visiting us, we have exposed his deceit without incurring any loss." Yu Linglong, still burdened by her thoughts, nodded in agreement. It was then she noticed that since Qin Ge's return, Zhu Ganglai had been tied up at the door, never straying from his post. Taibai Jinxing must have seen Zhu Ganglai. This realization sent a chill down Yu Linglong's spine. If Taibai Jinxing had indeed spotted Zhu Ganglai, the ensuing complications would be far beyond mere disputes between Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and the heavenly court. Should matters continue to escalate, Qin Ge might eventually be compelled to lift his seal. While Yu Linglong was mired in her worries, she remained oblivious to the precarious net surrounding her, the heavenly net, which simultaneously incited the ire of the practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism. Though these two schools were generally at odds, the presence of the heavenly net provided Buddhism with an excellent pretext for conflict. Fortunately, Yu Linglong's fears did not materialize. For some time, no one had troubled them, and tranquility reigned once more. This serene existence endured for over a year. During this time, Qin Ge diligently upgraded and reinforced his magical abilities. Simultaneously, his cultivation was advancing rapidly. Although he still fell short compared to Yu Linglong, he had nonetheless reached an unattainable pinnacle when measured against ordinary practitioners. However, these accomplishments paled in significance compared to the most crucial development. Over the course of the past year, Qin Ge had delved deeply into the art of earth evasion, even refining it to enhance his chances of escaping to his desired location from a mere 1 to an impressive 50. In essence, what was once a wholly random escape route had transformed. Now, should he so wish, he possessed a 50% probability of reaching his intended destination. My dear husband, the art of earth evasion was originally devised for escape. Yet here you are employing it like a means of travel, Yu Linglong remarked with a hint of amusement, unable to resist teasing him. Magic is meant to be synthesized. Since you can achieve long-distance movement in such a short time, why not apply it to other endeavors? Qin Ge spoke with conviction, yet deep down, he understood that his primary motivation for studying this technique was still the necessity of swift escape. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. He reasoned that as long as he could run fast enough, no opponent, regardless of their prowess, could touch him. With this mindset, Qin Ge diligently explored the applications of the earth evasion technique. Though it had been a considerable time since he last encountered the system, he now felt remarkably serene, even contemplating that the system had become superfluous. After all, during its presence, it had rendered him no assistance. Now, with the system less frequently appearing, he had embarked on the path of cultivation and was making rapid progress. At this moment, Qin Ge was mulling over a grand idea. Though he was an unfortunate time traveler, he believed he could forge a unique advantage in this world through his own efforts. The very foundation of this advantage was the earth evasion technique, which he was not yet fully adept at, having made such substantial strides in just a year of practice. He felt confident that given more time, he could transform this spell into his exclusive boon. When that day arrived, even the most formidable individuals would find him entirely unflappable, for he would be capable of vanishing to 1,000,000 kilometers away in an instant. Should he encounter someone unlikable, he could simply act, whether through confrontation or flight. He knew he could evade pursuit. While Qin Ge reveled in these future possibilities, Yu Linglong stood outside the pavilion, her expression grave as she observed the monkey. Reporting the recent developments. Report, Princess. I have recently conducted observations and found no suspicious individuals within a 10-kilometer radius. The monkey had undergone significant transformation over the past year. Initially, it had exhibited a somewhat unruly and obstinate demeanor. After being trained by the black cat for a while, he became exceedingly well-behaved, compliant with every request, exhibiting a level of understanding that surpassed many humans. However, he willingly embraced this transformation, for since his arrival, he had been astonished to discover that by absorbing the surrounding air, the efficacy of his cultivation had significantly improved. To put it dramatically, tasks that previously required a year of diligent effort could now be accomplished simply by resting for a brief period in this courtyard. It was, in essence, a life of effortless triumph. Who could possibly resist the allure of such an effortless existence? Chapter 67. Lost recently, there has been a slight peculiarity. The black cat, accompanied by the rooster, departed 2 days ago and has yet to return, leaving us in uncertainty about their whereabouts. The monkey cautiously observed Yu Linglong's expression, noting no discernible change, and continued speaking. They must have gone hunting, yet their prolonged absence raises suspicions. Should we send someone to check on them? No need. You are well aware of the black cat's prowess. Few can contend with him in heaven or earth. Moreover, the rooster possesses formidable strength as well. If they are unable to manage, what use would it be for you to go? Yu Linglong felt entirely reassured. After all, the black cat's capabilities are formidable enough that even a formidable being like De Luo would likely find him unassailable. Princess, may I inquire about the pig? It merely eats and sleeps, and since arriving here, it has gained over 10 pounds. From the nearby pond, a turtle cautiously emerged, eyeing Yu Linglong. Shall we seize an opportunity to feast upon it? This turtle was once a mere inhabitant of the pond, but since benefiting from Qin Ge's arrival, its cultivation has ascended rapidly, now reaching the level of an ordinary human. The thought of consuming pork seemed to excite the turtle further. It leaped from the pond and transformed into a small old man with wispy white hair. Recently, I have observed that Monkey is burdened with the task of feeding the pig daily. Not only must he tend to the pig, but he also has to clean the courtyard. It is truly exhausting. If we were to take the opportunity to eat the pig, would that not alleviate some of Monkey's burdens? Though the turtle claimed such intentions, it harbored ulterior motives. While Monkey was quite content with his current lifestyle, the daily chore of cleaning the courtyard proved to be overwhelmingly tiresome. Typically, if Qin Ge and Yu Linglong were inattentive, he would delegate all these tasks onto the turtle. The turtle could not voice its grievances, yet it had no means of resistance, thus silently enduring everything. For the turtle, watering and cleaning were trivial matters. But the pig's bristles posed a significant headache. The turtle subtly suggested that they consume the pig, thereby lightening its own load. Why are you so eager? Even if we were to slaughter the pig, you would scarcely partake in any of it. Yu Linglong, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned the turtle's intentions and playfully patted the monkey on the head. Monkey, tell the truth. Do you often enlist the turtle's assistance with your chores? The monkey shot a fierce glare at the turtle, but could only muster a sheepish smile. Not at all. It is merely on occasions when I feel unwell that I might trouble this brother to lend a hand. Indeed, it is only occasionally. Though the frequency of these occasions seems rather excessive, I am truly at my wit's end. As the two engaged in their banter, Yu Linglong chose not to interject further, merely smiling at their exchange. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune for the two of you to cultivate under such favorable conditions, a blessing earned from your previous lives. Instead of squabbling, you ought to devote yourselves to your training. Once you surpass him in strength, you shall be able to command him, shall you not? With that, Yu Linglong dismissed the two and returned to the house. You little turtle, I find you quite docile in your daily demeanor, rarely speaking. Yet, before the master, you are so loquacious, even resorting to tattling? The monkey raised his hand, ready to strike, while the turtle covered his head and dove into the water. As for the focal point of this discourse, Zhu Ganglai, he lay asleep like an ordinary pig, blissfully unaware of the peril he had just escaped. In the beginning, Qin Ge had treated him like an ordinary pig, which left him utterly despondent. I am the illustrious Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Ganglai. How dare you treat me thus? Once I regain my true form, you shall be the first to meet your end. Zhu Ganglai pondered in confusion how a mere mortal like Qin Ge could command such formidable subordinates. More troubling was the disheartening realization that within this courtyard, his own strength ranked disappointingly low. Seeing no hope of escape, he begrudgingly resolved to endure. However, just a couple of days later, he was astonished to discover that although he was consuming Qin Ge's leftovers, they were imbued with fragments of the great Dao. He understood better than anyone the rarity of such fragments. Moreover, the presence of chaotic spiritual energy in the courtyard facilitated his cultivation exponentially. He found that he no longer needed to toil as he once did. A simple meal and a good night's sleep would elevate his prowess significantly. How blissful it is to be a pig. For the first time, Zhu Ganglai sincerely expressed gratitude for his porcine existence. Thus, he not only abandoned any thoughts of escape, but also settled in with a sense of contentment, living each day as a true pig should. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the heavenly court. Upon reporting this matter to the sage was incensed. What folly is this? Although Zhu Ganglai possesses a fierce temperament and is often languid, he is nonetheless my disciple. I sent him to the mortal realm to protect Tang Sung and his disciples, only for him to inadvertently become a pig and be domesticated by a mortal? Is this not a slap in my face? Please remain calm. To my knowledge, this mortal is no ordinary person, but rather the brother-in-law of Yu Su Tian. I suspect he has been incited by Yu Su Tian. Yu Su Tian? The sage scoffed. I acknowledge that nearly all under heaven adhere to Confucianism and Taoism, but so what? When Yu Su Tian encounters me, does he not greet me with utmost respect? The more he considered, the angrier he became. He felt that this situation was not merely a reflection of his disciple's plight, but a personal affront to his dignity. Enough. Do not utter another word. I shall ponder how to proceed with finding them. The sage, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, already devising a plan to rescue his disciple. In truth, their stance towards Confucianism and Taoism remained consistently neutral. They neither supported nor opposed them. Were it not for the presence of the enlightened beings, they might have even considered usurping the Jade Void's throne. Is this not an opportune moment? Chapter 68. Taking action as a revered figure within the three realms. The Tongda heavenly being holds a prestigious position and commands countless disciples, rendering them untouchable. However, recent rumors suggest that the Tongda heavenly being has encountered a fortuitous opportunity and is currently in seclusion. This development leaves Yushu Heaven in a state of isolation, presenting an opportune moment for action. Once this plan was solidified, the sage prepared himself accordingly. Simultaneously, the Buddhist faction was engulfed in turmoil. Is it true that Manjushri Bodhisattva has perished at Lion Troop Ridge? Although the Buddha Emperor had long anticipated this outcome, he feigned surprise, as if hearing the news for the first time. Indeed, the Taibai star had discovered the heavenly net carried by Manjushri Bodhisattva at Qin Ge's residence. Were it not for his demise, Manjushri would surely be in grave danger now. Amitba, I had thought Manjushri Bodhisattva was merely in seclusion. It is heart-wrenching to learn he has met such a cruel fate. The Buddha Emperor concealed a cold smirk within. If he had the means to resolve the situation himself, there would be no need for others to intervene. The most infuriating aspect was that a mere mortal had the audacity to imprison Zhu Ganglai, treating him as an ordinary pig. Was this not a slap in the face to them? After bidding farewell to the heavenly emissaries, the Buddha Emperor summoned several bodhisattvas to deliberate on the matter. Given that the heavenly realm has sent word, I surmise they intend to take action. If this is the case, it presents a fine opportunity for us. Indeed, with the Tongda heavenly being currently in seclusion, if we strike while they are absent, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage once the Tongda heavenly being emerges, having significantly enhanced their strength. Of course, this was merely a pretext. They had long harbored intentions against the Tongda heavenly being and the Confucian Dao. The murder of a bodhisattva and the imprisonment of Zhu Ganglai were simply excuses they sought to justify their actions. The Buddha Emperor suddenly smiled, his expression radiating benevolence. What do you think? If two sages were to flank the Tongda heavenly being, would there be any hope for their survival? Despite his gentle demeanor, his words sent chills down the spines of those present. Certainly not. Though the Tongda heavenly being is formidable, they are merely a sage. If two sages engage them simultaneously, one can only imagine the outcome. The others understood the implications all too well, yet chose to remain silent, sharing only knowing smiles. The Tongda heavenly being had thoroughly offended both sages, coupled with the coordinated efforts of the heavenly realm and the Buddhist faction. Anyone caught in such a predicament would inevitably succumb. However, Guanyin Bodhisattva, moved by compassion, felt compelled to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, the Tongda heavenly being has been an esteemed mentor, and indeed, your former teacher. Is this approach not excessively cruel? Oh, do you believe my actions to be misguided? Yet, if I do not proceed in this manner, how can the journey to the west unfold smoothly? The Buddha Emperor, despite the smile adorning his face, harbored a gaze rife with a thirst for blood. I can only acknowledge that he was once my revered teacher, who treated me with great kindness. However, presently, we stand as adversaries. Should I show him mercy, he would undoubtedly not extend the same to me. My sole desire now is to continue my pilgrimage on the righteous path, dismissing all else from my mind. Should I succeed this time, not only would he fulfill the journey of the Tang monk, But more significantly, he would surmount the greatest obstacle posed by Confucianism and Taoism. It is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Why would he relinquish it? Bodhisattva Guanyin initially intended to interject further, but upon witnessing his expression, she abandoned the thought. It matters little. After all, life is but a cycle of birth and death, devoid of attachments. The Buddha Emperor closed his eyes. As my teacher, I will naturally guide him towards redemption, hoping for his swift return to the Pure Land. In this world, the realm is divided into three factions: Confucianism and Taoism on one side, Buddhism on the other, and the celestial court maintaining a neutral stance. Each faction is under the protection of a sage. The sage of Confucianism is, of course, the one who has attained enlightenment. The protector of Buddhism is the Holy One of Guidance. The celestial court, too, has its own sage. Currently, due to Qin Ge's actions, he has unwittingly offended two of these factions, oblivious to the implications of his deeds. Amitabha, as a follower of Buddhism, such a disposition is indeed alarming. Bodhisattva Guanyin gazed at the Buddha Emperor's retreating figure and softly recited a mantra. When the Buddha Emperor proposed the Tang monk's journey for scripture, he was in agreement. As this endeavor posed no detriment to anyone, it was merely to propagate Buddhism. Thus, he rendered considerable assistance, facilitating the monk's return. However, it now seems far more complex than initially perceived. The Buddha Emperor may not be as innocuous as he appears. Should calamity ensue, I would be complicit in these actions. Unbeknownst to all, these maneuvers transpire under the watchful gaze of Niwa. Through her mirror, she beheld the unfolding events, tears of compassion welling in her eyes. The three sages, once as close as brothers, now stood divided over trivial disagreements, prepared to engage in a fierce conflict. Even to the point of seeking each other's demise, an outcome I could scarcely fathom. They had once shared a common teacher, their bond strong, yet following their departure, they quarreled fiercely over differing views, each choosing a faction to protect. As their senior sister, Niwa had attempted to mediate, but her efforts bore no fruit, leading her to turn a blind eye. Now, after so many years, it is disheartening to witness them poised to strike with lethal intent. Reflecting on this, Niwa gazed towards her revered teacher, the Ancient One of Chaos. With two sages in conflict and the support of these individuals, it is not merely the enlightened ones who face peril. Even I myself would be doomed without a doubt, unless the teacher is willing to extend a helping hand. There is no room for maneuver in this matter. However, the Zixiao Palace remains firmly closed, showing no signs of change. Niwa is certain that the primordial ancestor is well aware of this situation. Yet, if he is disinclined to intervene, her persuasion would be futile. Chapter 69. Pursued in terms of strength, Niwa is arguably the most powerful among all the sages, for she was the first to attain sainthood. However, due to her unassuming nature and low profile, she never took on disciples or established her own sect. Niwa had long perceived the intricate machinations surrounding her and Hongmeng Laozu. Everything they did was meticulously plotted by unseen hands. Rather than become a mere pawn in someone else's game, she preferred to lead a tranquil life. Yet, what perplexed Niwa was whether she alone was a pawn or if even her master, Hongmeng Laozu, was also a piece in this grand chess game. Although she lacked clarity on this matter, she was certain that the three saints now embroiled in fierce conflict were all mere pawns. While Niwa's mind was tumultuous, Hongmeng Laozu was not faring much better. He had been in seclusion when suddenly the radiance surrounding him began to wane. A delicate porcelain vase on his bedside trembled slightly before shattering on the ground. The sharp sound jolted Hongmeng Laozu from his meditative state. This is the sign of a breakthrough? Among the multitude of disciples he had, only a select few were favored, those who later ascended to sainthood. Each of these disciples possessed a unique vase containing a fragment of their essence. Any danger or misfortune they encountered would be reflected in these vessels. At this moment, the vase, symbolizing the breakthrough of a celestial being, lay shattered, heralding an imminent and grave calamity. This revelation left Hongmeng Laozu in a state of bewilderment. For not long ago, he had observed the vase surrounded by chaotic spiritual energy, indicating that the celestial being had recently encountered unexpected fortune. Yet, within mere days, it displayed such a dire state. Hongmeng Laozu quickly engaged in divination, and upon discerning the outcome, he was left astonished. Although he had foreseen a calamity befalling these three, he had not anticipated its arrival to be so swift. It turned out that after being enlightened by Qin Ge, the celestial being had come to a profound understanding, leading not only to a retreat into seclusion, but also to the relinquishment of their saintly status. This revelation sent shockwaves through the three realms. However, after renouncing their sainthood, the celestial being chose to remain in isolation, severing all ties with the outside world. Though filled with sorrow and regret, Hongmeng Laozu merely shook his head, preparing to return to his meditative state, having no intention of intervening in this matter. He had more pressing concerns to address: the complete obliteration of the heavenly order, transforming it into his own sovereign Hongdao. The consequences of one's own actions are inescapable. Had he not impulsively acted in the past, perhaps there would not be such turmoil now. Yet, if they choose to turn against one another, it would not be fitting for him to intervene after all these years. After a few moments of introspection, the venerable Hongmeng closed his eyes. One must do their best and leave the rest to fate. Everything is predetermined. With that, he returned to a state of seclusion. Meanwhile, the enlightened celestial, while in a cave, opened his eyes. Although he had been in meditation, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if a significant event loomed on the horizon, preventing him from achieving tranquility in his cultivation. He sighed and picked up a plain piece of paper from the table, falling once again into deep contemplation. On the paper was inscribed a single, powerful character: sword. This calligraphy had originally been a gift from Qin Ge to Yu Su Tian. However, the profound philosophical insights and rules embedded within it were so overwhelming that Yu Su Tian, after merely observing it for 2 days, was left with a splitting headache and even bled from his orifices. Ultimately, he had no choice but to part with this treasure, gifting it to the enlightened celestial. At this moment, the enlightened celestial stared at the character, experiencing a similar headache. Countless rules flooded his mind, dancing chaotically and causing his head to throb. It had been over a year since he emerged from his encounter with Qin Ge, and although his power had significantly increased during this period of seclusion, he still struggled to fully immerse himself in the contemplation of this character. It was truly unfathomable to consider the level of skill and insight Qin Ge possessed, to have effortlessly crafted such an intricate character. Even if he were to study this character daily, he had barely grasped a mere fraction of its rules, perhaps 1 part in 100. To comprehend it entirely would likely take a century. If only there were someone to personally guide him, the process might yield twice the results with half the effort. However, in the 3 realms, only 2 individuals could potentially offer such guidance: his master, Hongmeng, and the creator of the character, Qin Ge. Hongmeng, of course, was out of the question. Since their departure, he had been incommunicado with them. As for Qin Ge, he had proclaimed himself a mere mortal, claiming to be of no consequence. To seek his guidance would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. Why would he ever consider such a request? Moreover, the mere act of bestowing this character upon him had already been a tremendous honor, and it would be inappropriate to ask for more. It seemed he would have to slowly unravel its mysteries on his own. Just as he prepared to return to his meditative state, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted outside, sending a chill down his spine. This was no ordinary storm. He understood that such celestial phenomena could only be provoked by a sage. It appeared that the events he had anticipated were finally unfolding. The celestial merely sat in silence for a moment, contemplating, before retrieving his weapon, the purple lightning hammer. This was a trusted weapon he had carried for a long time, one of his most cherished possessions. However, he did not intend to wield it against his former brethren. Years prior, he had foreseen this tribulation and had no intention of evading it. Moreover, the presence of the 2 sages at this moment profoundly signifies something essential. You may take this item and depart. However, should I not seek you out when the time comes, you may conceal yourselves in the Lion-Camel Ridge. Only upon witnessing my presence may you leave that refuge. The celestial beings have long since prepared an escape route for their disciples. As for the few disciples who have faithfully served me, it is certain that they too will face peril. After much contemplation, I conclude that only Qin Ge possesses the capacity to safeguard them. Chapter 70. The Great Battle. In truth, during the previous fierce confrontation, he had anticipated his own devastating defeat, and although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he had long since prepared himself for this moment. Moreover, in these years of lingering survival, finding a suitable protector for his disciples could be deemed a merit of his own. Additionally, with Qin Ge's formidable strength and Yu Linglong having found a fitting haven, she had also achieved a sense of fulfillment in death. No, Master, how can someone as noble as you? The few disciples who had long served by his side were unable to contain their tears. Regardless, our lives were given to us by you, and this cultivation was bestowed upon us by you. No matter what transpires, we shall steadfastly guard your side. Witnessing their resolute determination to share his fate, Tongda Tianren felt a warmth swell within him, yet he still shook his head. You do not understand. Though many respect you in the world outside, in the presence of a sage, your current cultivation is but akin to that of ants. Do not squander your lives for my sake. Though the words were harsh, they rang true. We are aware of our limited prowess, yet our resolve to protect you remains unwavering. The few disciples were poised to voice further sentiments when Tongda Tianren merely waved his hand, placing the purple lightning hammer into their grasp. Take this. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, he had already torn open a rift in space. With an overwhelming force, it swept them all inside, and the portal gradually closed, leaving him alone within the vast cavern. Tongda Tianren, we, your brothers, have been waiting outside for quite some time. Has your arrogance grown to such heights that we must personally summon you? The two outside had grown increasingly impatient. With a sigh, Tongda Tianren meticulously folded the paper on the table before striding outside. He regarded the two men before him, who stood with an air of superiority, and offered a cold smile. What brings you here today, esteemed brothers? Pray tell, what is the purpose of your visit? Do not feign innocence with us. Are you not aware of your own transgressions? Must we articulate it for you, making the situation all the more embarrassing? Quickly kneel and repent. Do you not realize how unruly your actions have been? Unruly? Tongda Tianren burst into laughter. You two dare to invoke that term in my presence? Do you not find it ironic? Long ago, when the three of them shared a bond akin to brothers, Tongda Tianren had been immensely grateful to the duo for their many acts of kindness. For instance, during times when he had been punished by Hongmeng Laozu for his laziness, they would invariably intercede on his behalf, and even when he was denied food as punishment, they would stealthily bring him meals when Hongmeng Laozu was not watching. The minutiae of life had touched him deeply for an extended period, which subsequently led to the eventual estrangement among the trio. Despite their discord, he had never acted with malice, reminiscing about the bonds of yore. Who could have anticipated that the elder brother, once so benevolent, would resolutely turn against him? Not only pursuing his disciples with relentless fervor, but also engaging in numerous acts of harm against him? Such experiences gradually hardened his heart, rendering him emotionally detached, to the point that he now observed the two with an unruffled heart. It became clear to him that the fraternal affection they once shared paled in comparison to the current strife driven by competing interests. Cough, cough. You are still young, and these matters may elude your understanding. We harbor no resentment towards you. However, what is the situation regarding your command for Qin Ge to imprison my disciple? The primordial celestial master shifted the conversation, redirecting focus onto Zhu Ganglai. What do you mean by imprisoned disciple? With so many disciples under your tutelage, how could I possibly recognize them all? It must be a misunderstanding. Although Tongda Tianren found this peculiar, he did not dwell on it. After all, while Qin Ge was known for his amiable disposition, the temper of that black cat was notoriously volatile, capable of even confining the Lord of the Rooster. It was not uncommon in his view. Very well. If you claim to have too many disciples to identify, you must know Zhu Ganglai. He is certainly someone you are familiar with. Can you elucidate why Qin Ge would imprison him? Stop fabricating excuses. We are well aware of your thoughts. If you promptly ensure that the mortal releases Zhu Ganglai unharmed, we can consider this matter resolved. After all, we once shared a bond of brotherhood. Though spoken thus, both parties harbored ulterior motives, suspecting that Zhu Ganglai had likely already been consumed by Qin Ge, rendering any return impossible. Alternatively, he might have suffered considerable mistreatment, providing them with a pretext to trouble Tongda Tianren once more. Feel free to kill or maim me outright. There is no need for all these excuses. Even if we were to return Zhu Ganglai unscathed, you would undoubtedly concoct another reason. Tongda Tianren saw through their ruse, his expression remaining impassive. Yet, beneath the surface, he found the situation rather amusing. It was likely that Qin Ge was unaware that his mere capture of a pig had incited such turmoil. Given Qin Ge's gluttonous nature, the notion of returning Zhu Ganglai intact seemed far-fetched. He would have likely transformed him into a lavish feast, devoured by them all. It was a pity he had not managed to partake in a morsel. Witnessing Tongda Tianren's calm demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion, the two saints exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Did he possess some hidden trump card that allowed him to remain so composed? Contemplating this, the two began to reconsider their course of action. Since you have expressed it so, let us forego any further circumlocution. After all, it is merely the three of us here. You may proceed first. Should defeat befall you, do not claim that we have taken advantage of you. The primordial supreme being spoke, determined that regardless of the outcome today, he must resolve this matter swiftly and decisively. For to prolong this situation would only heighten his anxiety, reaching a point where he would awaken in the dead of night, haunted by fears. He could not permit the presence of such a ticking time bomb, one that could erupt at any moment. Chapter 71. The cultivation speed of the transcendent beings has recently accelerated remarkably, and he feels that his eyes are on the verge of surpassing them. If this delay continues, he fears he may not have a complete strategy to defeat the transcendent beings. Meanwhile, at Shichuling, Qin Ge was engaging in amiable conversation with Yu Tian. Dear brother-in-law, why have you been coming here so often lately? Is there something amiss? Qin Ge inquired curiously as he prepared the meal. No, no, Yu Tian replied, his mouth stuffed to the brim, making his speech somewhat garbled. What could possibly be wrong? I merely came to see how you two are faring. Knowing that you are doing well puts my mind at ease. In truth, that was precisely the reason. He felt he was on the cusp of another breakthrough, but was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Left with no choice, he resorted to lingering here, indulging in food and drink, hoping to advance to a new stage. The meals prepared by Qin Ge were infused with fragments of the great Dao. The more he consumed, the greater his chances of success. Ah, I see. Please take your time eating, dear brother-in-law. There's no rush. If you need more, I shall prepare it for you, Qin Ge said, watching his brother-in-law with a touch of concern. It seemed that every time he visited, he devoured his food as though he hadn't eaten in years. Not at all, not at all. Please, sit and enjoy your meal. Let us converse as we eat. Yu Tian swallowed his mouthful and stuffed more food in. Truthfully, he had once been hesitant, uncertain if Yu Linglong would face any hardship after marrying Qin Ge. But now he felt completely reassured. Qin Ge not only possessed formidable strength, but his character was also exemplary. After marrying Yu Linglong, he had not only remained faithful, but had treated her with utmost kindness, rarely allowing her to handle household chores. He took everything upon himself and showed profound respect, calling him dear brother-in-law with such sincerity that it filled Yu Tian with joy. Honestly, Qin Ge, my sister marrying you is truly a blessing she earned from her past life, he remarked, glancing at the bashful Yu Linglong, shaking his head in genuine admiration. You flatter me too much. It is a blessing in itself that you consented to marry Yu Linglong to me. If you continue to say such things, I shall feel quite embarrassed. Qin Ge scratched his head, reflecting on how he once believed he would never find a wife in this world due to his current strength. Yet, not only had he found a wife, but she was also extraordinarily beautiful and had even taught him how to cultivate. Such fortune was rare to come by. His brother-in-law's respect and encouraging words filled him with gratitude. As their merriment continued and the wine flowed freely, a sudden rift in space-time appeared above them. Qin Ge stared in astonishment as several familiar disciples tumbled through the portal, landing unceremoniously in a heap. Like a stack of dominoes, 4 or 5 of them lay in a jumble, unable to move. What is? Qin Ge merely felt that the faces of the few individuals were somewhat familiar, yet he was oblivious to their identities. Thus, he cautiously turned to Yu Tian and inquired, Brother, are these your friends? Yu Tian, slightly inebriated, became instantly alert upon recognizing their faces, his eyes widening in acute concern. How did you come to be here, Tong de Tianren? Why did you not arrive with them? Don't mention it. The one at the very bottom, wielding the purple lightning hammer, feebly waved his hand, indicating that he was still alive. Earlier, the 2 saints arrived, demanding to meet Tong de Tianren. We had intended to defend our master to the death, but instead, we were cast aside by him and left to seek refuge with you. Though the words seemed disjointed, Yu Tian comprehended their meaning. Shameful, he exclaimed, rising in fury. The 3 of them had shared the same master, once as close as brothers. How had they turned against one another, falling to such a miserable state? As he pondered this, his anger intensified, causing the chopsticks in his hand to clatter to the floor. What has transpired, brother? Yu Linglong, who had merely come to serve a bowl of rice, was taken aback by the scene and hurriedly inquired about the situation. Don't mention it. Our sect has encountered a calamity. The 2 saints are currently besieging Tong de Tianren, and sensing the impending disaster, we hasten to find you. Qin Ge was uncertain about the implications of this revelation. Yet Yu Linglong understood all too well. It signified that the 2 saints intended to purge Tong de Tianren from their ranks. In other words, they sought to slay their own sect brothers. The mere thought left her pale and speechless. The reality was that beneath the saints, all were mere ants. No matter how anxious or furious they felt, it was ultimately futile. Yu Tian sat in silence for a moment before resolutely standing. Tong de Tianren has aided me greatly, and were it not for his unwavering support, I would not have been able to reach this point. If I do not lend my assistance now, how can I ever deem myself worthy of being human? However, Yu Linglong contemplated offering words of caution, yet decided against it. Fully aware that without Tong de Tianren's help, the Confucian Dao could never have flourished to its current state. More importantly, it was because of their assistance that Tong de Tianren had fallen into such dire circumstances. Even if their power had diminished, they had to act. Please be careful, brother. As soon as the words left her lips, tears streamed down Yu Linglong's face uncontrollably. Over the years, she and Yu Tian had depended on each other, supporting one another to survive. Faced with such turmoil, she found herself utterly helpless. Yu Tian, resolute in his determination to confront the situation, simply smiled before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Do not fret, everything will undoubtedly be fine. When the time comes, I shall bring that old man over, and we shall enjoy a delightful meal together. What exactly has transpired? Noticing the discord in the atmosphere, Qin Ge cautiously interjected, inquiring if there was any way he could be of assistance. Although Yusu was fully aware that should Qin Ge extend his aid at this moment, all would certainly be well. Chapter 72. No need, however. Upon further reflection, they realized that Qin Ge had already assisted them immensely. He had consistently supported them, even without uttering a word, yet they were acutely aware of his generosity. If such a significant matter required Qin Ge to intervene personally, it would indeed reflect poorly on their character, for they had no means to repay him. No need. Qin Ge, you and Yu Linglong should simply await our good news at home. There shall be no grave matters to concern yourselves with. Yu Tian strode out with purpose, but he added with a grin that once all was well, they would return for more meals at his place, so he should be ready. Watching Yu Tian's departing figure, Qin Ge felt a twinge of discomfort. He gently embraced Yu Linglong and patted her head. I am truly sorry. I never anticipated such events would unfold. Alas, my current abilities are rather humble. Otherwise, I would gladly accompany my brother-in-law. It's all right. You have already helped us immensely. Though Yu Linglong recognized Qin Ge's formidable strength, she also understood that he had restrained his own cultivation. More importantly, these matters were merely their private grievances and should not involve Qin Ge. The thought that he would even consider such involvement moved her deeply. It's fine. Qin Ge consoled Yu Linglong, who was weeping bitterly, and his heart ached with concern. The nearby disciples were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Sister Linglong, do you truly believe Yu Tian's actions will be effective? Consider, those are two saints. Perhaps we should be honest with our brother-in-law and allow him to take action himself. That might be a more prudent course. After discreetly conveying this to Yu Linglong, she promptly rejected the notion. It was unwise to involve him, especially since he had sealed his own cultivation. Let us take one step at a time. Tongda Tianren observed the two brothers before him with a cold gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. If you do not act soon, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. At that moment, the two individuals felt nothing but exhilaration. To slay a former saint with their own hands was a dream they had cherished for years, and now it seemed that dream was within reach. Given your current predicament, we find it hard to resort to violence. In light of our past brotherhood, why not choose to end your own life? That way, it cannot be said we were entirely merciless. Yuan Tian Zun hesitated slightly, for despite everything, the three had once shared a close bond. How could one completely sever ties and disregard their shared history? Were it not for the immense benefits he would gain from slaying Tongda Tianren, he would never consider such a frenzied act. Enough, enough. The saint shook his head, lightly dismissing the matter. Tongda, your stubborn nature has always been evident. At this moment, how could you possibly heed our words? Spare us the pleasantries and simply act. Laozi may appear to be unambitious and low-key, yet he is, in truth, the most ruthless among all. He refrains from becoming the villain burdened with infamy, which is why he enjoys a commendable reputation. How shameless you are, to inflict such cruelty upon your brother, even coercing him to take his own life. Is this what your teacher has imparted to you? Yu Tian, light as a feather, stepped forward, firmly patting Tongda Tianren on the shoulder. Why has the old man not confided in me about such significant matters? Had it not been for the excessive concern of those few, I would have remained oblivious to your current plight. How did you come to be here? Tongda Tianren painfully shut his eyes. It is too late for you to leave now, yet you truly should not have come to meet your demise. Why should I not come? I have never witnessed you in such a disheveled state. Naturally, I must come to relish the moment, so that I may mock you in the future. Although Yu Tian felt anguish in his heart, he did not express it openly, choosing instead to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. What future is there for both of you? Yuan Tianzun, blunt as ever, declared that neither of you would escape today. Do not delude yourselves here. I reiterate, I am not inclined to take action, but if you do not wish to end your lives, I must trouble my younger brother to do so. Laozi's words left Yu Tian utterly speechless. Enough, enough. It is merely the four of us present. Why do you persist in pretending to be the Good Samaritan? Who do you think you are performing for? I truly cannot comprehend how you believe you still possess any image of a benevolent figure in our presence. Yu Tian glared at the loathsome visage before him, wishing he could slap the elder away. Yu Tian, do not assume that because you have become some emperor of Confucianism and Taoism, you can speak to me in such a manner. Since my ascension to sainthood, it has been millennia since anyone dared to address me so audaciously, let alone insult me so thoroughly. Thus, He found it hard to accept, his face turning a shade of iron, unable to maintain his usual facade. Do you find fault with my words? I am merely speaking the truth. Do you not accept it? At that moment, Yushu Tian rolled his eyes internally. Had it not been for your two old fools, I would still be enjoying a feast at my beloved son-in-law's home. Each bite was a fragment of the Dao, and I barely tasted a morsel of the lavish spread. Contemplating this, Yushu Tian was infuriated to the point of cursing. Tongda Tianren, initially pained at the sight, nearly succumbed to laughter. After all, Laozi has always been known for his gentle demeanor. To be reduced to such fury was indeed a first for him, courtesy of Yushu Tian. However, he found it perplexing that Yushu Tian, usually kind-hearted and composed as an emperor, was speaking with such biting harshness today. Old fellow, you truly have no idea how much I have sacrificed for you. Just a moment ago, I was dining at Qin Ge's house, and before I could even take a few bites, I rushed over here to find you. You must make up for this meal when we return. Upon witnessing the expression of Tong de Tianren, Yushu Tian hastily offered an explanation. Only then did Tong de Tianren feel relieved, realizing he had missed such a splendid feast, which certainly justified Yushu Tian's frustration. However, as for any compensation, that remains uncertain. Chapter 73. The confrontation whether the two individuals can walk out alive today remains a different matter altogether. However, what Yushu Tian did not disclose to Tong de Tianren was that during these past few days of frequent visits to Qin Ge's home for meals, not only had his cultivation improved significantly, but the treasures of enlightenment had also begun to manifest subtly. He was adorned in a resplendent suit of armor, shimmering with myriad colors. While it was typically inconspicuous, in the face of true peril, it could shield him from the majority of harm. Very well. We initially hesitated to engage, considering it unfair for two of us to confront one. Yet, now that you have summoned reinforcements, we shall not hold back any longer. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes glinted with menace as he boasted shamelessly. Brother, your prowess surpasses mine. Why not confront the third brother instead? I instinctively shook my head. My composure just restored. No, it is still your turn. I understood well that if I were to personally intervene and slay the third brother today, my reputation would plummet in the aftermath. As one who values one's reputation, I would not allow such a situation to unfold. As for Yuan Shi Tianzun, though he possessed great power, he lacked wisdom and was more suited to serve as a weapon. Nevertheless, even he, despite his lack of intellect, sensed the shift in circumstances. And combined with Yushu Tian's earlier remarks, he grasped something significant, his expression darkening. Very well, brother. I shall take my turn. The four of them exchanged glances and, in unison, ventured to a realm beyond the three realms, an ancient, desolate land. Among the four, three were saints, and one was a near saint, nearly indistinguishable from the others. Rounded up, they could be considered four saints engaged in combat. Such overwhelming power was sufficient to obliterate the entire three realms. Hence they were compelled to clash in this wild expanse. Yet, before any significant confrontation could occur, Yuan Shi Tianzun and I exchanged astonished looks. Tongda, tell me, how did your strength increase so rapidly? After merely a few years apart, Tong de Tianren had astonishingly reached the realm of Han Yuan. Tong de Tianren gazed coldly at his once-close mentor, a profound sorrow settling in his heart. Had it not been for Qin Ge's words, how could he have ascended to such heights in just a year? This was his sole glimmer of hope in his current dire predicament. Back when we fought, you could not best me. Now, after so many years, you remain no match for me, he remarked with a melancholic sneer directed at Yuan Shi Tianzun. Indeed, had he faced two opponents alone, his chances of victory would have been slim. However, with assistance now at hand, he believed he could carve a path through, even if it meant a mutually destructive outcome. Do not presume that your strength surpasses ours by a mere degree, for it does not render you remarkable. The primordial supreme being, filled with indignation, seized his weapon and charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, creating ripples of force that enveloped the surroundings. As the dust settled, the primordial supreme being emerged, appearing quite disheveled. Laozi, locked in combat with the Jade Void Celestial, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the primordial supreme being, believing he had vanquished the transcendent celestial. Brother, come quickly to my aid. This Jade Void Celestial seems to have mastered some peculiar technique. His malevolent exterior is clad in iridescent armor, and no matter my attempts, I cannot breach it. Truly perplexing. The primordial supreme being silently glanced at the two before turning his head away. The transcendent celestial then positioned his sword against the primordial supreme being's neck, stepping forward. Are you still waiting for him to assist you? A clay Buddha cannot save himself when crossing a river. You ought to prioritize your own safety. The Jade Void Celestial was acutely aware that with the power of the Transcendent Celestial, defeating either of the two was well within reach. Thus, if he could merely stall the other, victory would be inevitable. It had been an entire year since he had reluctantly parted with the calligraphy of Qin Ge, and if that year had not significantly enhanced his strength, he would rather perish here. Laozi, under the impression that the two were relatively evenly matched, had not exerted his full strength against the Jade Void Celestial. The unforeseen turn of events left him in a state of panic. Do not worry, elder brother. There is no need for alarm. Though they may currently hold the upper hand, this is merely a skirmish among the four of us. I suspect it will not be long before the Western two saints receive our message and hasten to our aid, at which point the victor shall be far from certain. Although the primordial supreme being recognized the precariousness of their situation, he maintained a facade of bravado. Importantly, while the power disparity among the four was not insurmountable, the Jade Void Celestial was ultimately not a sage. In this chaotic, untamed realm, those lacking the strength of a sage would gradually deplete their spiritual essence. Once exhausted, they would inevitably fall. Thus, they believed that with sufficient patience, they could turn the tide. Just then, Taishang Laojun arrived. This was all part of Laozi's original plan. He reasoned that with both he and the primordial supreme being mounting an offensive, the Transcendent Celestial would inevitably draw the Jade Void Celestial's attention, leaving Shizhuo Ridge entirely unguarded. This would allow them to send someone to rescue Zhu Ganglai. However, at Shizhuo Ridge, the anxious Yulinglong had been waiting for news for several days without any word. Qin Ge, do you think the prolonged silence might mean that something has happened? Do not entertain such thoughts. My brother-in-law is immensely powerful. How could anything possibly be amiss? Moreover, capturing a celestial is no small feat. Surely there will be no issues, right? Although Qin Ge was not entirely certain whom Yu Su Tian and Tong De Tian had offended, he could surmise some insights from Yu Linglong's demeanor. Upon hearing Qin Ji's words, Yu Linglong felt a slight sense of reassurance, believing that Qin Ji's calmness indicated a certain confidence. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such composure. Moreover, Yu Linglong's earlier inquiry was also a means to gauge Qin Ji's perspective on this extraordinarily terrifying confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, in Yu Linglong's eyes, Qin Ge had already ascended to the status of a supreme deity, and his words were worthy of unwavering trust. Chapter 74. Everything will be fine surely. Everything will turn out well. My brother-in-law is so fortunate and possesses great strength. Those favored by heaven are bound to avoid calamity. We should simply wait here with peace of mind. Qin Ge, witnessing Yu Linglong's tears, felt a profound sense of sympathy, yet he found himself utterly powerless in that moment. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, Yu Linglong was consumed by the thought that if only he could take action, all turmoil would cease. If Qin Ge were to fathom Yu Linglong's current sentiments, he might very well kneel before her. Big sister, I am merely an ordinary individual at the 6th level of the literary heart. How can you expect me to engage in combat with several saints? Wouldn't he that merely make me cannon fodder? At that juncture, the black cat, previously resting nearby, suddenly became alert. It rose and meowed several times towards the sky, signaling Qin Ge to be cautious. Qin Ge glanced upward, observing nothing amiss. However, unlike him, every creature within the courtyard, apart from Qin Ge, had sensed a disturbance. Whether it was the turtle in the pond, the monkey, or the princess, they all keenly perceived that through the clouds, Taishang Laojun was hastening towards them. This revelation only exacerbated Yu Linglong's already anxious state of mind. What purpose could Taishang Laojun have in coming at this moment? It must surely pertain to Zhu Ganglia's imprisonment. Yu Linglong's thoughts swirled. Could it be that Taishang Laojun had discovered Zhu Ganglia's captivity? Perhaps he was seizing this opportunity, knowing that the celestial realms were currently preoccupied, to reclaim Zhu Ganglai? If that were indeed the case, the ensuing battle among them would undoubtedly be a fierce and brutal confrontation. What has transpired? Have you spotted some exotic game? Why the excitement? Qin Ge, having stared for quite a while, saw nothing but clouds and felt a tinge of curiosity. He picked up the black cat and gave it a gentle stroke. Instinctively, Qin Ge thought that perhaps a peculiar bird had flown by, thus causing the cat's agitation. It's been ages since I've taken you out for a hunt. Perhaps tonight we shall venture out and return with some game. Just as Qin Ge spoke, Taishang Laojun had already arrived directly above the courtyard. He extracted a small golden bracelet from his sleeve and hurled it downward, aiming straight at the black cat nestled in Qin Ji's arms. Though the bracelet appeared diminutive and lacked visible power, it was, in truth, one of Taishang Laojun's most treasured artifacts. It was the very object that had subdued Sun Wukong during the latter's tumultuous rampage in the heavens. In those days, when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc, the struggle between him and Erlang Shun had reached an impasse. Ultimately, Taishang Laojun employed this golden bracelet to render the monkey unconscious, thus securing the final victory. Thus, Taishang Laojun intended to employ his old tricks once more, aiming to incapacitate the strongest among these individuals, the Black Cat, with his treasured artifact before executing his plan. However, the Black Cat had already noticed the formidable golden bracelet, and before it could land upon him, he leapt up and deftly seized the potent bracelet in his mouth. It is crucial to understand that this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. Should a common person be struck by it, they would likely meet their demise. Even someone as formidable as Yiling Long would suffer a significant loss of their cultivation if struck even once by this bracelet. Yet, no one anticipated that such a powerful artifact could be so effortlessly held in the Black Cat's mouth, which seemed unaffected by its presence. Where did this come from? I find it peculiar that we often encounter such inexplicable items here. After Qin Ge retrieved the bracelet from the Black Cat's mouth and bit into it, he discerned that it was indeed a solid gold bracelet, seemingly worth a considerable sum. It appeared that fortune had smiled upon him today. Upon hearing this, those nearby wore expressions of disbelief. It was uncertain whether Qin Ge was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. For although the bracelet appeared to be crafted from pure gold, the process of forging such an exquisite piece would require at least 1,000 pounds of the finest gold. It was astonishing that such a precious artifact was regarded by Qin Ge as merely an ordinary bracelet found in the market. Were Taishang Laojun to discover that his treasured possession was perceived by Qin Ge as merely a gold bracelet, he would likely be so enraged that he might spit blood. However, recently, this item seemed of little use to him. Since it had come into Qin Ge's possession, he proposed to craft a golden bell for him instead. What do you think? Lacking any concept of these items, Qin Ge immediately thought of the Black Cat. He patted the cat's head and gestured around its body. Although the bracelet was not large, its dimensions were just right to create both a collar and a small bell for the Black Cat. Thus, it was decided. Noticing the emptiness around the cat's neck, Qin Ge felt it necessary to adorn it with a bell. Influenced by his past life, he always thought that cats should wear bells around their necks, so this opportunity seemed perfectly fitting to craft one for the Black Cat. Surprisingly, the usually proud Black Cat, upon hearing this, displayed an unusual joy, circling around Qin Ge several times before finally settling down. Yet, amidst the merriment in the courtyard, one individual remained perplexed. This individual was the unfortunate Taishang Laojun, floating above the courtyard. Due to the connection between his primordial spirit and the bracelet, he could sense its condition. But he had just realized that as soon as the bracelet entered the courtyard's vicinity, he suddenly lost all connection to it. This signified two possibilities, one being that from this day forth, the bracelet no longer belonged to him. Another possibility is that a formidable shielding array has been established around the courtyard, rendering him incapable of detecting the bracelet's location. Naturally, the Supreme Being is more inclined towards this latter conjecture, as he instinctively feels that, for the time being, no one could possibly seize anything from him, particularly this cherished treasure, the bracelet. With this thought in mind, he hastily parted the wisps of mist to gaze down at the courtyard. Yet, whether by coincidence or some other force, no matter how he manipulated the few wisps of fog before him, they continuously dispersed and reformed, obscuring his view of the specific circumstances within the courtyard. Chapter 75. Strange, what an extraordinary situation. How could this be? The Supreme Lord was utterly perplexed. For based on the clues he had gathered, it appeared that only Yiling Long and his mortal son-in-law resided in this courtyard. Even if their strengths were combined, they would still pale in comparison to hers. Thus, she should have been able to achieve her goals with remarkable ease. After much contemplation, two thoughts surged within the Supreme Lord's mind. He realized he had underestimated the situation gravely, to the extent of carelessly discarding his most treasured diamond bracelet. Now, he faced two choices. One was to descend directly, reclaim his bracelet, and simultaneously capture Zhu Ganglai. The second was to retreat humbly, return to report to the sage, and deliberate on his next course of action. Ultimately, after much reflection, the Supreme Lord opted for the first strategy, as he harbored doubts that Yushu Tian had indeed gone to aid the Tongda Tianren. The inability to detect the bracelet's location indicated the presence of formidable magical barriers that he could not penetrate. Moreover, the peculiar clouds hovering before him suggested that manipulations had occurred. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. The mere thought that Yushu Tian might be nearby made him consider momentarily swallowing his pride. After all, he would eventually reclaim that bracelet. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, and it would be prudent to report back to the sage in a timely manner. With this resolution, the Supreme Lord departed with a sense of defeat. Little did he know, his assumptions were entirely erroneous. Yushu Tian was not only absent, but was actively assisting the Tongda Tianren, playing a decisive role in the ongoing confrontation. If you choose to abandon your misguided actions now, I might consider releasing your second brother, the Tongda Tianren remarked nonchalantly, his sword poised against the throat of the primordial lord. Do you take me for a fool? The moment I relent, you will eliminate both of us without hesitation, the old man scoffed, unable to suppress his true nature any longer. The facade of being a benevolent figure had entirely dissipated. Brother, save me. The primordial lord realized he had provoked the Tongda Tianren. If he did not take action soon, the Tongda Tianren might truly end his life in a fit of rage. Yet, he also recognized the gravity of his own actions. The Tongda Tianren might not forgive him. He could only place his hopes in the old man, praying for his salvation. Why aren't you defending your beloved younger brother? Yu Shu Tian inquired with a smile, now nearly invincible since donning his protective armor, his power approaching that of a sage. What is there to defend? If one's strength is insufficient, one must endure the consequences. Is that not a simple truth? Why should I intervene on his behalf? The old man responded coldly. Having discerned that although Yu Shu Tian's armor was formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. He has discovered the vulnerabilities of this armor and is preparing to dismantle it completely. However, he cannot reveal his intentions just yet. He can only wear a congenial smile. Yu Shu Tian, though you are still young, you have ascended to the position of the emperor of Confucianism and Taoism at such a tender age, which indeed serves as an inspiration for us all. It is a pity, however, that you are not a true sage. Should you choose to abandon the shadows and align with us, we shall ensure that you attain the status of a sage in the shortest possible time. A sage? Yu Shu Tian chuckled. It seems he truly does not realize he has latched onto a formidable ally. At this point, cultivation has lost its significance for him. Advancement no longer requires the grueling toil of the past. He merely needs to lounge with Qin Ge, exchange a few pleasantries, and enjoy a couple of apples to reach heights that once seemed unattainable. More importantly, it is not that his strength is insufficient to become a sage. Rather, it is the constraints that accompany such a title that deter him. Should he exist at his current level, merely a step away from sagehood, he would remain unbound by the decrees of the heavenly Dao. However, becoming a sage would subject him to a myriad of restrictions. Furthermore, it would draw the attention of the primordial ancestor, who might manipulate him as a pawn, a fate that could ensnare not only him but the entirety of Confucianism and Taoism. Inherently proud, Yu Shu Tian scorns the idea of becoming a lackey to the heavenly Dao, and he is even more disdainful of implicating his subjects in such servitude. I perceive that you have yet to clarify your own standing. Do you believe you have been a sage for many years, and thus I am powerless against you? Yu Shu Tian chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion of a mere sage. If he wished to ascend, he could do so at any moment. Yet he feels no compulsion to do so. He prefers to indulge in the simple joys of a normal life for a few more years. Ah, I see. It appears you have encountered some remarkable fortuity, explaining why both of you exhibit such audacious confidence and rapid progress. I am filled with jealousy, yet suppressing my emotions. I continue to guide you gently. I understand you may have no great aspirations for your cultivation, but have you considered that the Buddhist sect is lurking with intent? Do you truly wish to maintain your current status indefinitely? This statement struck a chord with Yu Shu Tian. Although he is carefree by nature, this concern has lingered in his mind. Confucianism and Taoism indeed appear resplendent, the most illustrious among the three realms. Yet, he alone is aware of the arduous efforts that lie behind the scenes. Moreover, with the Buddhist sect's persistent scrutiny, he acknowledges the significant pressure weighing upon him of late. Let us make a pact. Should you agree to join us today, we shall assure you that we possess a 30% certainty of dissuading the Buddhist sect from ever daring to provoke you again. 30%. Upon hearing this figure, which jolted him from his reverie, Yu Shu Tian could not help but let out a chuckle. Do you not think the probability is somewhat elevated? Yet, in truth, it is not exceedingly high, for as long as we take action, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Upon hearing my earnest explanation, Yu Shu Tian smiled even more joyfully. If he were to ally himself with Qin Ge, it would only be a matter of time before the Confucian Dao would engulf the entire three realms. However, it is perplexing that someone would forsake Qin Ge to join him for merely a 30% chance of success. Chapter 76. Not quite so at this moment. The primordial heavenly sovereign could no longer endure. Brother, if the two saints of the West do not arrive soon, we will truly be in peril. A fleeting glance exchanged between the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi revealed a glimmer of despair in their eyes. Both were acutely aware that, despite their outwardly amiable demeanor, the two saints of the West were cunning individuals who would not act until they had thoroughly subdued their opponents. It seemed likely that they had remained hidden, waiting for the perfect moment to reap the benefits of the struggle. Unbeknownst to the two saints were indeed nearby, meticulously observing every move they made. Initially, they believed that even with Yushu Tian's presence, they remained unmatched. Thus, they contentedly watched the unfolding drama until the four combatants engaged in earnest. It was at that moment that they discerned the unsettling truth. In just a fleeting year, the strength of Tongda Tianren had surged dramatically, surpassing them all. What astonished them further was the remarkable progress of Yushu Tian. During the fray, not only did he exhibit no signs of retreat, but he also grew increasingly formidable, displaying a distinct advantage. One could only wonder what fortuitous opportunity he had encountered to transform from the weakest among them into the strongest. With vacant eyes, Master Bodhi, having recently found himself at an impasse, felt a mix of envy and resentment as he witnessed Tongda Tianren's prowess. He was deeply curious, wishing he could partake in such a fortune. He had heard rumors of Tongda's serendipitous encounters, which he had initially dismissed as mere speculation. Yet, after witnessing such rapid advancement, it appeared that he had indeed stumbled upon an ancient opportunity. I share your sentiments. Perhaps we should refrain from slaying him immediately and instead inquire about his circumstances. Once we learn the truth, we can decide his fate. Upon hearing Master Bodhi's suggestion, the Saint of Guidance let out a derisive laugh. Are you truly as naive as you seem? If he possessed such a fortuitous opportunity, why would he willingly disclose it to us? Regardless of our attempts to extract information, his demise is inevitable today. After a moment of contemplation, the Saint of Guidance added, however, do you not find it curious that Tongda Tianren and Yushu Tian share a close bond? Their rapid growth may be interconnected. While we may struggle to extract words from Tongda Tianren, I believe questioning Yushu Tian will yield fruitful results. Thus, the two reached an agreement. After eliminating Tongda Tianren, they would spare Yushu Tian's life to uncover the truth behind these remarkable developments. What are we waiting for? If we delay any longer, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Master Bodhi urged, eager to lend assistance without hesitation. It is abundantly clear that the circumstances for the four individuals have undergone a complete reversal, with the side of Tongda Tianren now emerging as the one with significant advantages. There is no need for haste. The two of them should be able to endure for a while longer. If we act recklessly at this juncture, it may lead to ungratifying efforts. The Saint of Guidance shook his head. You may not yet comprehend why they are so eager to eliminate Tongda Tianren. The reason lies in the fact that Tongda Tianren's primordial spirit holds immense significance for them. Should they succeed in absorbing it, their cultivation would yield remarkable results, which explains their fervent pursuit. No wonder their response has been so vigorous. Now it all makes sense to Patriarch Bodhi. However, that primordial spirit holds no value for us. Should we intervene now, it would be futile and unworthy. Let us wait until they can no longer hold on before offering our assistance. Furthermore, they must be aware of our current location. If they do not reach out for our help, we shall refrain from acting. The Saint of Guidance surmised accurately. The reason why Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign have been reticent to speak is precisely this. Yet, as Laozi felt himself increasingly unable to endure, he could no longer contain himself. Western saints, you are so near. Why do you not hasten to assist us? Did we not agree upon this beforehand? With Laozi finally breaking his silence, the two hesitated no longer and leaped forth to stand before the four. Have you not longed to uncover the reason behind their rapid surge in strength? The answer lies before you, contingent upon your willingness to act. In truth, this is merely a dispute among you. Any grievances between fellow disciples could be resolved through dialogue, without the necessity for such grandiosity. The Saint of Guidance smiled, adding, moreover, that primordial spirit is of use solely to you. It bears no significance for me. Why would I involve myself in such entanglements? Enough with the trivialities. I am nearing my limit. State your terms directly. As Laozi felt his patience waning and the other party languidly negotiating, he grew anxious, fearing that the opportunity would slip away. What I desire is quite simple, though I fear you may refuse. The Saint of Guidance, with a serious expression, communicated in a secretive manner, the content of which was unknown to Laozi, who was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Laozi ultimately nodded. It is acceptable, but this condition must be fulfilled only after the fall of Tongda Tianren. Not a problem. That is precisely the affirmation I sought. With the terms agreed upon, a smile emerged on Laozi's face. Observing their expressions, though Yushu Tian was unaware of their prior exchange, he could surmise the generality of the discussion. Enough of this delay. We cannot afford to linger any longer, or we shall face defeat. Yushu Tian unsheathed a sword from his waist. It is time for them to witness our true strength. Although the two Western saints were nearby, the barriers established by several individuals prior to their confrontation necessitated some time before they could fully enter the battlefield. Laozi and his companions were quite confident that they could hold out until the arrival of the Western saints. However, being equally adept in celestial matters, they were also assured of their capability to eliminate the two adversaries before the Western saints could breach the barriers. With determination, Yu Tiang wielded his sword and lunged directly at the individual before him. Chapter 77. The Escape. The Enlightened One was fully aware of the imminent confrontation he was about to face. Thus his expression turned grave as he unsheathed a magnificent sword. He began to gradually infuse the blade with his mystical energy, and as the essence permeated, the sword transformed, becoming increasingly crystalline, as though it possessed a life of its own. Have you lost your mind? The primordial celestial, who had initially worn a face of delight, now appeared markedly discomposed, for he recognized that the Enlightened One was resorting to forbidden techniques. The Enlightened One's prowess already surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, and now, with the invocation of such arcane arts, the primordial celestial understood that he stood no chance against him. Do you comprehend the consequences of employing forbidden techniques? By doing so, you not only wish to extinguish my life, but are also sealing your own fate. This is tantamount to suicide. How could I be unaware? However, given the circumstances, if I do not fight with all my might now, would that not also be a form of self-destruction? The celestial, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving the primordial celestial in a state of utter defeat, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. The sage glanced around, observing the signs of weakening in the barrier. He harbored ulterior motives. Should he and the primordial celestial triumph over the Enlightened One together, they would be obliged to share the spoils of his primordial essence. Conversely, if the Enlightened One and the primordial celestial were to mutually annihilate each other, he could claim all of the primordial essence for himself. How could he resist such an opportunity for gain? Thus, he offered mere verbal encouragement to the primordial celestial, without extending any tangible assistance. In fact, he harbored a peculiar anticipation, hoping the Enlightened One would strike with even greater ferocity. True to expectations, the Enlightened One raised his sword, aiming it at the trembling primordial celestial, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The primordial celestial understood all too well that should the blade descend, even if he were to survive, he would lose a significant portion of his cultivation. In that case, though he might cling to life, he would never regain his former glory. It would be far more merciful to perish outright. Master, save me. The primordial celestial, having narrowly evaded the strike, desperately called out for assistance from the sage, who stood by with an air of indifference, as though the unfolding events were of no concern to him. At that moment, the primordial celestial's heart sank completely. He had come to see the sage for what he truly was. Enough, Enlightened One. For the sake of our brotherhood, I implore you to show mercy and spare me this time. I shall withdraw and vow to abstain from any future endeavors against you. It is often said that a man should kneel only before gold. Now, even with his essence at stake, the primordial celestial found himself compelled to kneel. This was a matter of utmost significance for his future happiness. Furthermore, understanding the sage's disposition, the primordial celestial realized he was merely a pawn in the sage's grander schemes. He could not afford to sacrifice his life for trivial gains. Is that even a possibility? Having reached this point, you express your desire to withdraw, claiming that in light of our brotherhood, you would spare my life. Yet, when you two conspired to obliterate me, where was your consideration for our shared bond? You have repeatedly assailed me, and after enduring for years, your regrets now come too late. With that, the celestial being struck down once more with his sword, its force relentless and unavoidable. I did not anticipate your utter disregard for past affections. Although the primordial sage was incapacitated, he had been a sage for many years and possessed a few life-preserving treasures. He summoned a transparent shield of defense beside him. The life shield. A glimmer of greed flickered in my eyes. Such a precious artifact. I had only heard whispers of its existence, never having encountered one. This shield could not only withstand any assault, but, more importantly, could reflect even the mightiest strikes back to their source, unchanged. Despite our close relationship, I was unaware that the primordial sage possessed such a treasure. Did you truly think I feared you? Upon witnessing the sword pierce the shield and rebound violently towards the celestial being, the primordial sage could not suppress a triumphant laugh. How does it feel to have your own blade turned against you? Just as they believed victory was assured, the previously motionless Yu Tian rose. His resplendent armor began to emit an eerie radiance. With a blinding flash of white light, the shield was completely absorbed by Yu Tian's armor. What is this? The primordial sage's laughter abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on the now imperceptible shield, as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. How can this be? How could you absorb my artifact? It is mine. This ability was an accidental discovery by Yu Tian. His armor not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities, but could absorb all qualities, unlike his other weapons, allowing for evolution or personal utilization. He sensed that this life-preserving shield was of a lesser grade than his armor, thus he had remained hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to absorb it. Now, the primordial sage was devoid of joy, as he despaired to realize that the celestial being's strike was merely a fade, a ruse to compel him to reveal the shield, devoid of any true threat. The celestial being rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, expressionless. Just when the primordial sage anticipated another fierce battle, resigned to his fate, Yu Tian unexpectedly seized the celestial being and, with astonishing swiftness, fled the chaotic realm. Soaring towards the three realms, they left the two behind, standing in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. My life-preserving barrier. My soul fragments. After a prolonged gaze between them, the primordial supreme being let out a heart-wrenching scream, while Laozi felt a deep sense of disappointment. After meticulously orchestrating such an elaborate game, how could it possibly conclude in such a ridiculous and absurd manner? Chapter 78. So it turns out that from the very beginning, the two had already conspired together. Their previous displays of weakness and encounters were merely a smokescreen, a mere ruse to mislead. Ultimately, the reason why the celestial being of understanding resorted to forbidden techniques was precisely because he had calculated that the Jade Void Heaven could facilitate his escape. From the outset, they had no intention of engaging in a protracted struggle with their foes. At this moment, the two saints from the west had just breached the barrier. Breathless as they approached the pair, what transpired here? Upon entering the barrier, they discovered only two individuals, frozen in a gaze of disbelief. The Saint of Guidance wore a grim expression. Had it not been agreed that they would refrain from killing until his arrival? Yet, the Saint of Guidance sensed something amiss. Why could he still feel the presence of the celestial being of understanding's original spirit? Did you allow him to escape? You arrived rather swiftly. Had you come even sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Suppressing his inner fury, the usually affable Saint of Guidance could no longer maintain his facade. With a cold laugh, he waved his sleeve and departed. What is going on? The Saint of Guidance was utterly perplexed. He had shattered the barrier with utmost speed. This barrier was meticulously set by the celestial being of understanding, and due to the disparity in power, he and the Patriarch Bodhi had exerted themselves to merely create a small opening for one to pass. It seems the lawyer allowed the two to escape. The forthright Patriarch Bodhi speculated that the pair had managed to slip into the three realms, making their retrieval an exceedingly arduous task unless they were willing to completely sever ties with the three realms, bringing about their utter collapse. Otherwise, locating them would be impossible. To shatter the three realms would disrupt the fabric of causality, a course of action they would never contemplate. The celestial being of understanding had indeed anticipated this, which is why he fled into the three realms alongside the Jade Void Heaven. The primordial supreme being, having been in an extreme state of offense, and now deprived of his life-preserving talisman, fainted from the exertion. Pathetic. The Patriarch Bodhi glanced at the unconscious primordial supreme being, a disdainful smirk tugging at his lips as he kicked him lightly. Indeed, two ineffectual beings. How could these two saints fail to hinder their escape? The Saint of Guidance was seething with frustration. After all their meticulous preparations, they found themselves facing such a farcical conclusion. However, although their predicament did not alarm the three realms, it was evident to other saints, such as Niuwa, who had been quietly observing the situation. Upon witnessing the final outcome, even the usually serene Niuwa could not help but chuckle. Yet, what the celestial being of understanding failed to comprehend was that while the life-preserving shield was indeed a remarkable artifact, it was intrinsically bound to the primordial supreme being's original spirit. Niuwa furrowed her brow. Should they meet again, the primordial supreme being could summon his protective shield back with a mere drop of blood. His actions, in truth, bore little significance. Unbeknownst to Niuwa, the armor of Yu Tian possesses the extraordinary ability to directly absorb and refine other weapons. This implies that not even a single drop of blood could summon it back. Even if the primordial supreme being were to drain his blood entirely, it might not suffice to retrieve his shield. While Niuwa remained perplexed, on the other side at Shurtoi Ridge, Yulinglong and Qin Ge were becoming increasingly impatient. Do you think our brothers will truly be safe? Qin Ge inquired. Throughout the past 10 days, Long had been consumed with worry, hardly eating or drinking, merely sitting vacantly at the entrance, awaiting news from Yushu Tian and the Tongda Celestial. Witnessing Long in such a state, Qin Ge felt a profound ache in her heart. "Fear not, for I possess an uncanny ability to foresee matters," Qin Ge reassured. "I am certain they will return safely, and I have a premonition that they may arrive today. Qin Ge, please pour us a glass of water. This journey has truly exhausted me." Initially, Qin Ge had uttered this merely to comfort Long, but scarcely had the words left her lips when a familiar voice resonated from the doorway. "Brother!" Long exclaimed, leaping with joy as she rushed towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, she found Yushu Tian standing there, appearing rather disheveled. The Tongda Celestial also bore a somewhat disordered appearance. However, despite their travel-worn demeanor, they exhibited a commendable vigor and bore no visible wounds. "Incredible, just moments ago, we were discussing when you would return," Long exclaimed, her excitement soaring, and her admiration for Qin Ge deepening. Clearly, Qin Ge had been quietly concerned about the situation and had anticipated its progression. Otherwise, her predictions would not have been so accurate. At that moment, Qin Ge hurried to the backyard to gather some fruits and brew 2 cups of tea, setting them before the two men. "You have no idea how anxious we've been these past few days, especially for Long. For 10 days, she has hardly eaten or drunk, and to exaggerate slightly, she has scarcely taken a sip of water. I feared she might collapse from exhaustion. Indeed, it is only natural to worry when one's elder and brother are in peril. Who could find solace in such a situation?" If it weren't for Qin Ge's constant reassurances, Long might have impulsively ventured into the chaos realm herself. "It is nothing of great consequence, merely some ungrateful wretches." The Tongda Celestial sighed. Though he maintained a facade of calm, he could not entirely suppress the pangs of pain within. It was disheartening to witness the deterioration of what was once a close camaraderie. Even a sage should not forsake their emotions in the pursuit of cultivation. "However, where are my few disciples? Are they not here?" At this moment, the Tongda Celestial realized that his personal disciples were absent. This discovery tightened his heart. Could it be that these fools had sought trouble with those saints? Fear not, fear not. I noticed there was little food at home, so I instructed the black cat to take them outside to hunt for some game." Qin Ge, perceiving his expression, quickly offered comfort. "Brother-in-law, we have returned. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as we mentioned them, they have returned." The black cat stands before them, its mouth clutching some object. With an air of feigned affection, it tilts its head towards Qin Ge. "What scraps have you brought back this time?" In Qin Ge's eyes, the black cat always returns from its hunts with an assortment of peculiar items. Chapter 79. Rags. As Qin Ge's words fell, those nearby were rendered speechless, as if frozen in place. In the black cat's mouth was a lustrous jade ruby. This. Halfway through speaking, Long ceased her words. She exchanged a glance with Tongda Tianren, both reflecting the surprise that resided in their eyes. This jade ruby was indeed the most exquisite treasure of the primordial Supreme Being. It was evident from the footprints that the Supreme Being, in a fit of rage, had commanded his top-tier artifact to pursue this path, attempting to reclaim his precious possession due to his injuries. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to retrieve his treasure, but he inadvertently added another artifact to the mix. Initially, Yushu Tian had intended to seize this jade ruby using his innate talents, yet the primordial Supreme Being had resolutely refused to relinquish it, leaving Yushu Tian empty-handed. After all, it was impossible to extract such a treasure from another's mind. Now, however, it had returned effortlessly, seemingly snatched back by the black cat. Simultaneously, one pondered the question of how such a supreme artifact could casually end up in the mouth of a mere creature, prompting an inquiry into the cat's true prowess and capabilities. "Well, you've certainly made strides, haven't you, Li Nu?" Upon recognizing the object in the black cat's grasp, Qin Ge was as exhilarated as the others, though his excitement stemmed not solely from the artifact itself. "You've really hit the jackpot lately. Just the other day, you found a golden collar, and now you've come across such a magnificent jade ruby. We're truly striking it rich." This jade ruby appeared not only translucent and radiant, but also adorned with 3 sparkling gemstones, exuding an air of immense value. Despite having lived in this world for a considerable time, Qin Ge found it challenging to shed his modern mindset. Upon seeing the jade ruby, his immediate thought was how much it would fetch in today's market. At the very least, it could auction for several million, and he would undoubtedly be prosperous. Tongda Tianren, in shock, gazed at Qin Ge, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The jade ruby was worth far more than mere monetary descriptors. Even if a few thousand pounds of silver were placed before him, he would not trade it for this artifact. What value could be ascribed to it? It was a rare treasure, after all. Qin Ge, Did you say the black cat found a golden collar recently? Tong Da Tianren instinctively felt that the origins of this golden bracelet must also be extraordinary, prompting his curiosity about its appearance and provenance. Oh, it can't merely be said to have been found. It descended from the heavens, landing perfectly in the black cat's mouth. Qin Ge meticulously recalled the circumstances, confirming that it was indeed as he described. Noticing Tong Da Tianren's keen interest, he retreated into the house to fetch the collar, presenting it to the two. It was merely an ordinary golden collar, lacking any remarkable features. With this golden collar in hand, I feel a tremor coursing through my fingers. It truly is unremarkable. An ordinary item that one could search the realms for without finding another. Such a brother-in-law as this. When I married Yuling, my finances were somewhat strained, and I was unable to present a proper betrothal gift. This has lingered uncomfortably in my heart. Initially, I intended to craft a bell for the black cat using this collar, but upon reflection, I reconsidered. The cat scurries about daily, and should it ever go missing, the loss would be unbearable. Hence, I wish to present this collar to you as a betrothal gift, a form of compensation for the past. Upon hearing this, Yushu Tian found himself momentarily breathless. A meager betrothal gift? Was he unaware of how many items he had taken from Qin Ge? Not to mention, Qin Ge had personally inscribed a piece of calligraphy for him, far more valuable than any golden bracelet. To speak frankly, if it were not for Qin Ge's assistance, both he and Tong Da Tianren might have perished in the chaotic realms today. Such politeness. Brother-in-law, you should keep it for yourself. All I ask is that you set aside some of the fruits and vegetables from your garden for us. Yushu Tian's eyes sparkled more with desire for the produce than for the golden bracelet. Qin Ge was taken aback by the response, yet deeply moved. This family is truly exceptional, offering unwavering support, even marrying their daughter to him. Now, they perceive his financial constraints and refuse to accept a betrothal gift, insisting instead on the modest fruits and vegetables. How much value could these humble items possibly hold? This single golden bracelet could purchase a multitude of such ordinary produce. It appears this family is genuinely intent on easing his financial burden. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Ge felt increasingly touched and silently vowed to treat Yuling with utmost kindness. Ho Tu, place these items in that room. Accustomed to giving orders at home, he called for the monkey directly. The six-eared macaque? Tong Da Tianren paused, momentarily astonished. This monkey was unmistakably a six-eared macaque. How could such a mystical creature find its way to Qin Ge? One must understand that monkeys are inherently unruly, and without proper training, they cannot serve humanity. Moreover, creatures like the six-eared macaque are even more rebellious and difficult to tame. Sun Wukong serves as a prime example, belonging to the same category of mystical beings. He was notoriously unruly. Were it not for the tight sutra imposed by Guanyin, he would hardly have been willing to escort Tang Sung on his pilgrimage. Yet, the macaque before them was remarkably obedient, responding readily and displaying a gentle demeanor, causing Tong Da Tianren to question his own judgment. What did you say? Six-eared macaque? Qin Ge was well acquainted with the name. Oh, it's nothing. I merely spoke in passing. Let us dine. Tong Da Tianren confirmed he had not misread the situation. However, upon reflection, he considered that for someone like Qin Ge, even if he had successfully trained obedient spiritual beings, it was hardly remarkable. It was insufficient to provoke astonishment. Nothing that transpired in Qin Ge's presence warranted such a response. Oh, so that is how it is. Qin Ge did not dwell on it, initially assuming that Tong Da Tianren was merely speaking offhandedly. Yet, are you aware of the tale of Tang Sung? Since this topic arose, Qin Ge certainly felt compelled to inquire further, for he understood that his residence lay along the very path traversed by Tang Sung and his disciples. Chapter 80. Approaching Yulinglong was almost entirely oblivious to the matter at hand, leaving Qin Ge to place his hopes upon Tong Da Tianren. Naturally, Tong Da Tianren was aware of the situation. He mentally calculated and tentatively provided an answer. If memory serves me correctly, the monk Tang Sung and his disciples should have reached a place called Gao Laozhuang by now. This revelation stirred the slumbering pig, Zhu Ganglai, who had been languishing in idleness. During this period, Zhu Ganglai had been living a life of gluttony, existing like a true swine. Yet, as his sustenance fortified his strength, he bore no resentment. In fact, he had indulged so much that he nearly forgot past grievances. However, upon hearing the name Gao Laozhuang, his nerves were set ablaze, and memories of sorrow resurfaced. He vividly recalled that he had been but a step away from marrying his beloved, only to have Qin Ge intervene. More crucially, just days prior, he had overheard the monkey's musings. The monkey remarked that Zhu was growing ever fatter, and it seemed he would soon meet his demise before the new year. The thought of being a distinguished general of the rolling curtain, now reduced to awaiting death in a pigsty, was unbearable for Zhu Ganglai. Thus, he had been diligently controlling his diet, attempting to shed some weight and prolong his lifespan. The arrival of Taishang Laojun a few days ago had filled him with hope, leading him to believe he might escape his fate, but alas. Taishang Laojun merely tossed a golden collar before hastily departing, as if in fear. So, they had indeed arrived at Gao Laozhuang, yet the outcome remained unchanged for him. Qin Ge chuckled inwardly. The journey of Tang Sung and his companions to Gao Laozhuang was merely to capture Zhu Ganglai. Yet, no one anticipated that he had already absconded with Zhu Ganglai and was putting on an act. This time, they would return empty-handed. I sense you exhibit a keen interest in Tang Sung and his disciples, Yulinglong perceptively noted, realizing that Qin Ge had frequently mentioned them of late. Could it be that you find solace in the tranquility of Buddhism, harboring a desire for enlightenment? After posing this question, Yulinglong felt a wave of anxiety. Her gaze fixed on Qin Ge, who mirrored her unease, along with the others dining nearby. If Qin Ge truly entertained thoughts of aiding Tang Sung in his quest for scriptures, it would spell trouble for them. Should Buddhism flourish as a result, the Confucians and Taoists would find themselves in a precarious position. My dear, how could you entertain such notions? Even if every man in the world were to become a monk, I could never take on that mantle. Qin Ge exclaimed, his anxiety escalating. They say that one who sees through worldly attachments becomes a monk, yet he had scarcely tasted the sweetness of life. Having finally acquired a wife as beautiful as a flower, how could he be expected to renounce worldly pleasures for a life of asceticism? Even if Yulinglong wished for him to become a monk, he would resolutely refuse. Do you think this is the modern age, where one can marry and feast even after donning the robes of a monk? The flesh may pass through the body, but the Buddha's heart remains untouched? No, no, no. To become a monk now means to truly embrace that life. Even the wife one marries must be given to another, and one must abstain from wine and meat for life. This is nothing short of suffering, and Qin Ge absolutely refuses to live such a life. My dear wife, please do not entertain such thoughts. We have only recently wed, and I have yet to father a child. What would you do if I were to become a monk? Upon hearing these words, Yulinglong's face flushed, and tears suddenly welled in her eyes. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Why is she crying? Qin Ge felt a surge of anxiety, glancing furtively at his brother-in-law's expression. Yulinglong seemed to be in a peculiar mood today. He must not allow his brother-in-law to think he often reprimands her. In all honesty, he has always cherished Yulinglong as if she were a precious gem, never wishing to see her endure any hardship. It's my fault. I'm to blame for not being more proactive. After all this time together, I have not been able to provide you with offspring. Though shy, Yulinglong managed to voice her thoughts. Her reasoning was quite straightforward. Qin Ge's repeated references to the Tang monk and his disciples were not only out of genuine interest, but also served as a subtle hint. If she continued to be unproductive and did not bear children, she might have to support the Buddhist path instead. In fact, it was not just Yulinglong who thought this way. Even the silent onlookers were under the same impression, believing that Qin Ge was subtly urging Yulinglong. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, only silently encouraging her to strive for greater achievement. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge was utterly taken aback, staring at Yulinglong in stunned silence. He had not anticipated her to harbor such thoughts, nor did he realize the world was still so futile. After all, he was no emperor. Why would he need to propagate the family line? There was no throne to inherit. However, seeing the self-reproach on Yulinglong's face and the guilt on the faces of those nearby left him at a loss for words. It seemed that, in their eyes, this was indeed Yulinglong's failing. There is no need to fret. Let things unfold naturally. We need not force anything, Qin Ge hastily reassured her, fearing Yulinglong's self-blame, and was even more concerned about others blaming her. And my dear wife, perhaps it is not your fault at all but mine. The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback. What did you just say? In their understanding, the inability to conceive was solely a woman's responsibility. And yet here was Qin Ge, proposing such a progressive notion. The inability to conceive could also fall upon the man's shoulders. What an avant-garde concept. Moreover, who was Qin Ge? He was a person of extraordinary capabilities. Even if all men in the world were incapable, it should not be the case for him. How embarrassing. Yulinglong was thoroughly flushed now, casting a shy glance at Qin Ge before turning and retreating to her room. How could one utter such blunt and unreserved words in the presence of so many? Observing the astonished gazes of those around her, Qin Ge felt as though she had misspoken. Her words seemed excessively forthright and unrestrained. After all, she was not in the 21st century, but rather in ancient times. In this world, a woman follows her husband, be it a rooster or a dog. Thus, It was entirely natural for these individuals to be taken aback by her statements. Yet, they need not regard her with such incredulity. It was merely her perspective. Chapter 81. Changing the subject, noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, Qin Ge swiftly diverted the conversation, attempting to shift their focus away from the matter at hand. Speaking of which, it seems you are quite intrigued by the tale of the monk Xuanzang's journey to the west. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the attention of all present gravitated back to Xuanzang's pilgrimage. Naturally, their interest was piqued. This event held significant weight for both them and the realms of Buddhism and Taoism. They had repeatedly sought to impede his journey, yet their efforts had proven futile time and again. Indeed, this matter had stirred quite a commotion, captivating the interest of both mortals and deities alike. One celestial being, observing Qin Ge's expression with caution, ventured a comment but refrained from expressing any opinion, uncertain of Qin Ge's genuine feelings towards Xuanzang's expedition. Given Qin Ge's persistent references to this topic, it appeared he harbored a keen interest, and they were wary of offending him. Now I understand why you are so well informed about this affair, Qin Ge remarked, nodding lightly. He had initially assumed that being situated in a realm of Confucianism and Taoism, these individuals would be somewhat oblivious to such matters. To his surprise, they were remarkably knowledgeable. It seems Xuanzang is about to acquire his next disciple, he added, eliciting yet another round of astonishment. Brother-in-law, how did you come to know this? The celestial beings were taken aback, as this information was typically reserved for those privy to insider knowledge. Qin Ge's awareness indicated either he was privy to such secrets or possessed an extraordinary insight into the unfolding events. It is nothing, really. While I may be uninformed about other matters, I possess an intimate understanding of Xuanzang's journey to the West. After all, he had watched the television series countless times and had thoroughly absorbed the novel. The narrative of Journey to the West was etched in his memory. He was well versed in every twist and turn of the story. However, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of his companions, Qin Ge felt a pang of anxiety. This is merely a conversation among us. You must not let it escape to others. After all, this pertains to celestial secrets, which must remain undisclosed. If it were to come to light that I had divulged such knowledge, it could lead to dire consequences. Qin Ge was acutely aware that the information he possessed bordered on revealing the clandestine secrets of the celestial and Buddhist realms. As an ordinary individual of rather mediocre capabilities, offending the heavenly beings could jeopardize his very existence. Understood, understood. Yushu Tian nodded fervently, his heart racing with excitement. He had long been curious about the intentions of the celestial beings, and to his astonishment, he found the answers without much effort. Qin Ge surprisingly possessed extensive knowledge about the heavenly realm. However, since you claim to be well acquainted, could you enlighten us regarding the next disciple Tang Sung is set to recruit? Tong De Tian was intrigued. Although he yearned for answers, the heavenly faction was notoriously tight-lipped, leaving him without access to any valuable information. Recently, it seemed he had arrived at Gao Lao village, where he was to recruit a creature known as Zhu Ganglai, a monster of rather unusual origins. Zhu Ganglai was once a deity, but after daring to flirt with Chang'e, he was cast down to the mortal realm and transformed into a pig demon. I have heard whispers of this individual. It is said that after his misdeeds with Chang'e, he was banished by the Jade Emperor and unexpectedly found himself reborn in the form of a pig, becoming a creature with the head of a pig and the body of a man. Yushu Tian exhibited a flicker of excitement, casting a glance filled with schadenfreude at the distressed Zhu Ganglai, who was grunting anxiously in the nearby pig pen. Damn it, while I may have had a penchant for lust, it was never to such an extent. That was merely an excuse. Indeed, although Zhu Ganglai had some lascivious tendencies, he hadn't truly harassed Chang'e while intoxicated. It was merely a pretext he concocted, yet amidst this farce, something went awry, leading him to be reborn in a pigsty. Consequently, he was now forced to present himself in the guise of a pig. To make matters worse, he bore a reputation that was not rightfully his. Why has this pig been so vocal lately? Is it tired of living? Qin Ge thought to himself, yet his contemplation was interrupted by Zhu Ganglai's grunts. Frustrated, he rose and kicked at Zhu Ganglai. If you're tired of living, just say so. I've recently devised a new menu. Perhaps I could use you for practice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai, who had been protesting vehemently, immediately silenced himself and obediently lay still in the pig pen. After all, preserving his reputation paled in comparison to safeguarding his life. If uttering such words could extend his existence by a few days, Zhu Ganglai would willingly bear that infamy. But Yushu Tian could not contain his laughter. What is the matter, dear brother-in-law? Do you not believe my words? Qin Ge was taken aback. He hadn't said much, yet it seemed to amuse him greatly. Yushu Tian understood well that the emergence of someone like Tang Sung was a manifestation of the celestial order, beyond the reach of human intervention. This was why they were aware of the inevitable outcomes once Tang Sung reached the Eastern Tang, yet felt utterly powerless to alter fate. Now, Qin Ge's arrival felt akin to a revitalizing tonic, as if hope had been rekindled within him. For it was only those transcending the heavenly order who could truly foresee Tang Sung's every step, the individuals he would encounter, and the tribulations he would face. Never mind. I merely wish to inquire how much you know about Zhu Ganglai. Not much, I regret to say. I only know that he is grotesque in appearance, greedy of heart, indolent, and wields a nine-toothed rake as his weapon. Good heavens! Not only were those present taken aback, but even the silent pig, lying in the pen, was rendered speechless. It was unexpected that this terrifying individual possessed such profound self-awareness, even to the extent of knowing his own weaponry. It appeared that his fate was inevitably sealed here. Cursed be the Jade Emperor, who spoke of descending to the mortal realm for indulgence and leisure, all while acquiring a touch of glory. Now it seems, not only did he fail to enjoy the pleasures of life, but he was also destined to be treated as a mere pig, to be slaughtered and consumed. Chapter 82. Little knowledge given your extensive understanding. Can you deduce how many disciples the Tang monk ultimately collected? This is a question that Yushu Tian could never quite resolve, and it has caused him considerable anxiety. In total, there were merely 4, 1 monkey, 1 pig, 1 monk, and if we include his white dragon steed, that makes 4 disciples. However, technically speaking, the white dragon steed is not considered a disciple of the Tang monk. Thus, in a stricter sense, the monk only took on 3 disciples for the journey to the west. His primary task was to refine and enlighten these 3 individuals, who each embodied distinct traits: impulsiveness, greed, and honesty. On the surface, it appeared that the Tang monk was guiding them to retrieve sacred scriptures, but in truth, he was learning to harmonize and reconcile these divergent personalities within himself. 3. The group exchanged incredulous glances, for despite their lengthy deliberations, they could not ascertain what further disciple the Tang monk might take after Zhu Ganglai. They were surprised to learn that he would indeed accept another. Where did he recruit this individual? Yushu Tian pressed on, unwilling to relent. At the flowing sand river, this person was originally a general from the heavenly court, later demoted to the mortal realm. He was inherently cruel, taking pleasure in devouring human beings by the riverbank. This was the fate that befell the Tang monk in his previous 9 lifetimes. Upon hearing this explanation, the group sighed in amazement, their astonishment evident. They were left pondering the identity of Qin Ge, who could deduce such intricate matters with clarity. Impressive, Qin Ge. I never anticipated your knowledge to be so profound. After listening to Qin Ge's elucidation, Yushu Tian genuinely praised him, viewing his brother-in-law as a figure of remarkable capability. Indeed, I possess a comprehensive understanding of the journey to the west. Feel free to inquire about anything. This was not mere bravado from Qin Ge, as he had already perused the script for this unfolding tale, thus emboldening him to speak with such confidence. In light of this, I do have a question of great interest. Tong de Tianren spoke slowly, his eyes glimmering with excitement. If you are indeed well informed, might you know how to liberate those inscribed on the divine list from their celestial entrapment? This matter weighs heavily on Tong de Tianren's mind. He is responsible for countless disciples, most of whom have been consigned to the divine list and compelled to serve as inconsequential deities in the heavenly court. Due to his tenuous relationship with the celestial realm, these disciples find themselves underappreciated and lamenting their fates. Tong de Tianren feels powerless. For once they ascend to the divine list, they are bound for life to its decree, destined to remain as deities. If there exists a means to release them from this binding, it would be a boon for all, simultaneously allowing Tong de Tianren to break free from the control of the heavenly court. Thus, the celestial being, in a state of despair, placed all his hopes upon Qin Ge, yearning for a response, though deep down, he harbored doubts about Qin Ge's ability to offer a solution. The list of deification had existed since ancient times, and those inscribed upon it were irrevocably conferred with titles. There was no way to alter that fate. Observing a momentary hesitation from Qin Ge, the celestial being felt a weight in his heart. Could it be that even someone of Qin Ge's stature was powerless against the list of deification? Senior, while I am uncertain why you pose such profound inquiries, I believe resolving this matter is not insurmountable. Qin Ge poured himself a glass of wine and continued to speak with a slightly slurred tongue. To escape the constraints of the list of deification, the fundamental issue lies in its very existence, correct? Indeed, this seemingly trivial dialogue left the celestial being perplexed. So, at its core, It was the list of deification that compelled them into such confinement. But what if the list were to be destroyed or vanished? Would they still need to ascend to divinity? Ultimately, the list of deification was merely a piece of cloth imbued with magic. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, destruction was not beyond reach. However, it was the list of deification, personally empowered by Jiang Taigong. How could it be so easily torn asunder? The celestial being erupted in laughter, momentarily believing Qin Ge was jesting. Let alone a clandestine meeting, even attempting to crumple that list would be an impossible endeavor. If you truly had the chance to be inscribed upon the list of deification, but had no desire to become a deity, simply tear that damned edict to shreds, and all would be resolved. In Qin Ge's mind, being inscribed on the list of deification was a prestigious affair, and he could hardly fathom anyone rejecting such an opportunity. Thus, he merely made a jest. Unexpectedly, his words sparked a revelation within the celestial being, whose laughter abruptly froze. Tear it apart. Yes, tear it apart. Though he, a celestial being, lacked the power to destroy that accursed list, it did not imply that Qin Ge could not. If Qin Ge were to suggest such a thing, was he not hinting at a possibility? If only he could acquire that list, he could facilitate its destruction, thereby liberating his disciples. In that case, not only would his disciples gain their freedom, but he too would be free from the celestial emperor's control, a double victory. What? Do you find this method unfeasible? In truth, Qin Ge had no ulterior motives in his suggestion. He had not even contemplated the implications of his words. It was merely a reflexive response, stemming from his subconscious belief that no one would ever refuse the honor of being inscribed upon the list of deification. However, seeing the reactions of those around him, he was left with an inexplicable feeling that he might have misspoken. No, I find your suggestion quite commendable. It is indeed an excellent idea. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly give it a try. Tongda Tonrin burst into hearty laughter, patting Yushu Tian on the shoulder and downing the wine before him in one swift gulp. However, he truly did not anticipate that Qin Ge possessed such profound knowledge. He had initially thought Qin Ge's earlier remarks were mere jest. Yushu Tian was equally exhilarated, realizing the monumental significance of the destruction of the Fengshen Bang for himself. Thus, his spirits soared, and he gazed at Qin Ge with a beaming smile. It's nothing extraordinary, just a bit of trivial knowledge. I hardly possess the prowess you attribute to me. Chapter 83. Whom to subdue there exists but a singular query. The words I utter may not necessarily be known to you this time. The enigmatic musings of Yushu Tian piqued Qin Ge's curiosity. Qin Ge shook his head. That cannot be, for I am well versed in all matters pertaining to the journey to the west. Please, do not hesitate to inquire. Yushu Tian erupted into hearty laughter, casting a glance at Zhu Ganglai, who lay languidly in the pig pen. With an air of mystery, he leaned closer to Qin Ge. Consider this. Upon arriving at Gao Laozhuang, should Tang Sung and his companions fail to locate Zhu Ganglai, what course of action might they pursue? No Zhu Ganglai. Qin Ge, having indulged a bit too much, erupted into laughter. My dear brother-in-law, while I cannot fathom the reason behind your query, I find it quite amusing. If Zhu Ganglai is not at Gao Laozhuang, where else could he possibly be? Where else indeed? Naturally, he is lounging in your pig pen, Yushu Tian replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he cautiously eyed the lethargic Zhu Ganglai beside him. I meant to propose a hypothetical. If, perchance, Tang Sung and his disciples were to find that Zhu Ganglai was absent from Gao Laozhuang, what then would they do? What might the Buddhist order's response be? If Zhu Ganglai is not at Gao Laozhuang, the solution is rather simple, is it not? They could easily find another pig to substitute for him. What place is this? It is the realm of the journey to the west. Even in the absence of Zhu Ganglai, there are countless pigs in the world. Surely, they would not halt their quest for a single pig. As the old adage goes, the earth continues to turn regardless of who is absent. This pilgrimage team can scarcely do without Tang Sung. Yet who else is irreplaceable? To speak candidly, even Tang Sung has his substitutes, let alone a mere indolent Zhu Ganglai. However, the validity of your query is fundamentally flawed. I have heard whispers that within Gao Laozhuang resides a pig demon, one who intends to forcibly abduct maidens. It seems that Tang Sung and his disciples are perfectly poised to subdue that nefarious creature. Qin Ge, with a solemn demeanor, made Yushu Tian question his own vision, as he glanced once more at the pig in the pen, confirming it was indeed Zhu Ganglai, and cautiously inquired, "From whence did you acquire this information? Pray, do not concern yourself with the source of my intelligence. Suffice it to say, it is undeniably reliable. At least it was until recently. As for whether Zhu Ganglai still resides there now, I cannot ascertain." Qin Ge had always believed himself to have merely stumbled upon an ordinary pig, hence he paid little heed to Yushu Tian's words. Moreover, the endeavor to protect Tang Sung on his journey to the west surely attracts many aspirants. If Zhu Ganglai is unwilling, there are countless others who would readily assume the role. Why be fixated on him? Indeed, it is true that safeguarding Tang Sung on this pilgrimage is a task that many would find both effortless and rewarding. Accompanying a mere mortal over a distance of 80,000 li, and upon returning, one could attain wealth and status. Who would not wish for such an opportunity? As soon as those words were uttered, the lethargic Zhu Ganglai suddenly regained his fighting spirit. He sprang to his feet and began to charge against the enclosure with reckless abandon. Let me out! Hurry, let me out! I am not merely a pig. I am Zhu Ganglai. This barrier had been constructed by the monkey himself, and despite Zhu's wild antics, it remained intact, a testament to its sturdy craftsmanship. Of course, this was also due to his recent meager diet, which had caused him to lose a significant amount of weight. However, Zhu Ganglai could hardly dwell on such matters. His life felt utterly bleak. Once a dignified celestial being, he had been reborn as a pig, a humiliation in itself. To make matters worse, he had been severely injured by a black cat, and was now being treated as an ordinary pig. Even more distressing was the fact that this family appeared oblivious to his true identity and even contemplated consuming him. After enduring 2 days of starvation, losing 2 pounds, he was dismayed to learn that someone else was vying for his place. Had all his suffering been in vain? Upon entering this situation, Zhu Ganglai lost all courage to live. He yearned to break free from the confines of the enclosure and return to the heavens. Only then could he follow the monk Tang Sung on his journey to the west to obtain the sacred scriptures. Could it be that this pig is afflicted with swine fever? Something feels off lately. First, a diminished appetite, and now this frenetic behavior? Qin Ge was interrupted by the cacophony of Zhu's commotion, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the situation. Monkey, you must quickly assess the circumstances. If he is indeed ill, we must take swift action. The monkey hurried forward, witnessing Zhu's chaotic antics. Without hesitation, he seized a nearby piece of firewood and delivered a sharp reprimand. Pig, I advise you to tread carefully. You have lost several pounds due to your scant consumption, and I have refrained from scolding you thus far. Yet you dare to charge at your master? Do you wish to meet your end? After receiving the harsh reprimand, Zhu Ganglai gradually came to his senses. Under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to submit. His frantic behavior would not save him. Rather, it might provoke Qin Ge into hastening his consumption of him. With this realization, Zhu Ganglai lay back down, half alive and completely still. It seemed he was not afflicted with swine fever after all. Perhaps it was merely a result of his recent melancholy. Qin Ge, indifferent, shook his head and resumed his meal preparation. Meanwhile, the beings from Yushu Heaven and Tongda Heaven were wholly preoccupied. Not even the prospect of a grand feast could capture their attention. During the earlier meal, Qin Ge's words had the power to upend much of their understanding of the world. They needed to return promptly to digest this new information and formulate their next course of action. Even more troubling was the notion that within these 3 realms, it seemed no secret could escape Qin Ge's perception. He possessed unique insights and solutions for various issues. The two of them genuinely felt relieved that they were aligned with Qin Ge on this journey. If Qin Ge were to be their adversary, they might perish without ever comprehending the cause of their demise. Aren't we dining any longer? Brother-in-law, there is still food left on the table. Due to the joyous occasion, Qin Ge had indulged a bit too much in his drink, and in a hazy state, he observed their intention to depart, contemplating an attempt to intervene. No need. We are rather fatigued and shall return to rest, Yu Su Tian replied dismissively, departing directly with Tongda Tian. The profound impact of today's meal was truly overwhelming. They needed to return and reflect upon it thoroughly. Chapter 84. Annoyance. Did I perhaps indulge a bit too much in drink? Ever since Qin Ge uttered those words, Yu Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and found it difficult to face her brother and the esteemed elder. Thus, she remained hidden within her room, only emerging when she noticed everyone had departed, leaving only Qin Ge behind. Thankfully, she had only consumed a modest amount of wine today. As Qin Ge lifted his bleary eyes to gaze at the blushing Yu Linglong, he felt an additional surge of tenderness. How could you have spoken such words to your brother? The mere thought caused Yu Linglong's cheeks to flush anew as she gently tapped Qin Ge on the shoulder. Oh dear, such matters are quite natural. There is no need for you to feel ashamed. Qin Ge pondered for a moment, concerned that Yu Linglong might feel undue pressure, and added, furthermore, let me share this truth with you. It is quite normal for cultivators to find conception challenging. After all, cultivators often possess lengthy lifespans. If they were to marry and bear children as easily as ordinary folk, how many offspring would they need to bring forth in their limited lives? This explanation provided Yu Linglong with a modicum of comfort, Yet while they exchanged flirtations, chaos reigned at Gao Laozhuang. Shouldn't there be a pig demon here, awaiting my conquest? Confounded by the serene atmosphere of Gao Laozhuang, Sun Wukong found himself in a state of bewilderment, as did Tang Sung. They were not alone in their confusion. Even the denizens of the heavenly court were equally perplexed. The Buddha, Tathagata, was equally shrouded in mystery. What is happening? We have resided here for 2 days, yet nothing has transpired? The first to sense something amiss was Guanyin Bodhisattva, as he had orchestrated this entire affair. Upon discovering that Zhu Ganglai was absent from Gao Laozhuang, he promptly reported the matter to Buddha Tathagata. You few stay vigilant here. Should any unforeseen events arise, report to me immediately. However, ensure that they do not leave Gao Laozhuang before my return. After issuing instructions to a few of his disciples, Guanyin Bodhisattva hastened towards the western mountains. That monk with the shaggy face and thunderous voice is truly terrifying. I feel inexplicably alarmed each time I encounter him. Gao Zuelon, having been free of recent troubles, appeared much more cheerful, yet at this moment, she was frowning as she complained to her parents. The monk she referred to was none other than Sun Wukong. Having little to occupy his time over the past few days, Sun Wukong found himself darting around the courtyard and, inadvertently, disturbed the flower-gazing eldest daughter of the Gao family, inciting her displeasure. What can be done? His master, appearing fair and gentle, seemed far from a villain. Gao Yuanwei found himself at a loss. Despite his belief in Buddhism, he refrained from ordering their expulsion. But father, have you forgotten? When they first arrived, they merely mentioned staying for a night. Yet 2 days have passed without any indication of their departure. Could it be that they intend to reside here long-term? This notion irked Master Gao. Very well, I shall converse with them shortly. Perhaps they seek only a small sum for their journey, and we may simply pay them off to ensure their departure. Master Gao pondered deeply. There had been a series of unfortunate events at his residence lately. Previously, he encountered a pig demon that sought to forcibly marry his daughter, and now, 2 monks of uncertain origins had taken up residence in his home. His precious daughter remained unmarried. What would happen if word of such matters spread? With this thought, Master Gao could bear it no longer and directly approached the dwelling of Tang Sung and Sun Wukong. I have heard that you 2 esteemed monks hail from the eastern Tang. May I inquire about your intended destination? Initially, Master Gao was polite and engaged in small talk. I have journeyed from the eastern Tang to the west to seek the Buddha and learn the scriptures, Tang Sung replied humbly, bowing respectfully. However, Sun Wukong displayed a hint of impatience. Old man, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why the roundabout way? Don't you find it bothersome? No, not at all, Master Gao replied, his brow furrowed with mild annoyance. I merely remembered that your journey has been arduous, and I wish to offer you 100 taels of silver as travel expenses. As he spoke, he instructed his servants to present the silver. This only fueled Sun Wukong's ire further. If you wish to evict us, you could simply say so. There is no need to offer money as a means to dismiss us. Old man, speak frankly. Are we to be sent away because we have overstayed our welcome? That is not my intention, Master Gao responded. However, you are both monks, and your continued presence here is rather inconvenient, especially considering I have an unmarried daughter. Understanding the implication, Tang Sing had no choice but to accept the silver reluctantly, departing with Sun Wukong. Initially, the Arhats were prepared to intervene and compel them to stay. But before they could act, Guanyin Bodhisattva returned. Very well, since Master Gao has chosen to send them away, let us allow them to leave for now. In a few days, a new pig demon will arrive, and they shall be respectfully invited back. Upon grasping the situation, the Buddha, Tathagata, made a swift decision and selected a new pig demon to replace Zhu Ganglai. Though Zhu Ganglai had vanished, the world was replete with pig demons. In a hurried manner, the Jade Void descended to inquire about recent events in the heavenly court. However, as he stepped outside, he noticed several individuals escorting a figure toward the execution of a mortal's platform. What is going on there? The Jade Void asked curiously, pointing at the group. Addressing the guards stationed at the southern heavenly gate. You are unaware that it was the Earthwalker's son, who, just yesterday, in the imperial court, suddenly unleashed flames. It remains a mystery what possessed him, perhaps intoxicated by wine, as he audaciously dared to flirt with Chang'e in public, incurring the wrath of the Jade Emperor, who consequently banished him to the mortal realm. Following this revelation, several guards at the southern heavenly gate clicked their tongues in disapproval. In my opinion, this Chang'e truly embodies the archetype of a femme fatale, for this marks the second occurrence of such an incident. The previous individual who faced banishment for daring to flirt with Chang'e was none other than the Purity Envoy. Chapter 85. The Substitute. Initially, Yu Su Tian paid little heed to the matter at hand, yet upon hearing the final remark, a sudden epiphany struck him. The last individual to be demoted to the mortal realm was Zhu Ganglai, who, due to his absence from Gaolao village, rendered the journey to the West team incapable of functioning properly. Consequently, a substitute for Zhu Ganglai was swiftly appointed, complete with an identical pretext. "You cannot fathom the depth of the Jade Emperor's ire," remarked another attendant, noticing Yu Su Tian's dazed expression. The last time someone dared to tease Chang'e, it resulted in a banishment, culminating in an unintentional transformation into a pig's fetus. This time, the Jade Emperor has directly commanded that he become a pig's fetus. Truly pitiful. Indeed, it was evident that the journey to the West team required a pig demon. The Earthwalker's son was merely a stand-in for Zhu Ganglai. Remarkable. Yu Su Tian found himself momentarily speechless, his mind swirling with the two phrases Qin Ge had uttered the previous day. Furthermore, many must be eager to protect Tang Sung on his pilgrimage to the West. If Zhu Ganglai were reluctant, there would be no shortage of others willing to take his place. The line of individuals awaiting such an opportunity must be extensive. Qin Ge truly possessed a gift for foresight, having calculated all of this. "What troubles you? Why are you so lost in thought?" A few attendants at the southern heavenly gate, noticing Yu Su Tian's stupor, cautiously inquired about the situation, fearing they had misspoken. "It's nothing, nothing at all," Yu Su Tian quickly replied, shaking his head and striding purposefully into the heavenly court. It appeared that Qin Ge's assertions were indeed grounded in truth. His words were not merely fanciful. This implied that the divine list could genuinely be dismantled, offering those who had been forcibly enshrined a chance to escape this realm. Upon entering the heavenly court, Yu Su Tian promptly summoned the disciples of the Tongda Celestial. "You are all saved. Everyone has hope." "What are you talking about?" The sudden call left everyone bewildered. What did he mean by saved? "My intention for being here today was not originally to discuss this matter, but its significance compelled me to share it with you," Yu Su Tian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Yesterday, I inquired with my brother-in-law about his views on the War of the Gods at Shirtu Ridge. As soon as the connection to the War of the Gods was mentioned, every ear perked up, their undivided attention fixed on him. The War of the Gods was indeed a grueling battle for them, as it led to their enshrinement on the divine list, rendering them bound to the will of heaven and earth. However, he continued, before delving into this topic, "I must share some good news. The old man of Tongda Celestial has made remarkable progress recently and has attained the Tao of primordial unity." "What?" The moment the words left his lips, the assembly erupted in fervor. "Attain the Tao of primordial unity? What does that imply?" "It signifies that these individuals will be able to hold their heads high and take pride in themselves from now on. Previously, due to the inexplicable self-abandonment of the sage, they found themselves unable to lift their heads in the presence of the heavenly court, even engaging in numerous acts against their will. Now that the sage has attained the Tao of primordial unity, they are invigorated. To put it plainly, while primordial unity is only a slight elevation above the sage, it remains an insurmountable threshold. To be direct, even sages must abide by the constraints of the heavenly Tao and adhere to its mandates. However, those who have achieved primordial unity need not heed the arrangements of the heavenly Tao. One could even assert that if the sage were to slay the Jade Emperor and declare himself as such, the heavenly Tao would be powerless against him. How splendid! After enduring humiliation and hardship for so many years, we have finally witnessed the clouds parting to reveal the moon. It seems our master possesses some miraculous cultivation methods. We must implore him to teach us in a few days, so we too may achieve significant progress." Amidst the clamor, some raised questions. Wasn't this matter not the primary announcement of the day? Could there possibly be even more sensational news to share? Indeed, Yu Su Tian, somewhat excited, declared that although the sage's attainment of primordial unity is enough to leave you restless with excitement, what I am about to disclose will keep you even more awake. All right, enough with the suspense. Please tell us quickly. Your teasing truly makes me anxious. Yu Su Tian delayed for quite a while, refusing to reveal what this matter was, which only fueled everyone's imagination and impatience. As it became evident that the audience was growing increasingly restless, Yu Su Tian began to speak leisurely. "Actually, this matter pertains to my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law? What has he fed you this time?" It is no wonder that everyone immediately associates Qin Ge with food. The unforgettable feast from the last gathering left a lasting impression. Thus, whenever Qin Ge is mentioned, their first thought is that Yu Su Tian has again indulged in some food capable of enhancing cultivation. "I see. Are you suggesting that our brother-in-law is planning to treat us to a meal again?" The mere mention of a meal hosted by the brother-in-law caused everyone's mouths to water involuntarily. The dishes not only boast exquisite flavors and aromas, but, more importantly, each bite contains fragments of the great Tao. In every conceivable aspect, They are foods that are utterly unattainable. Enough already. Do you think the ingredients of my brother-in-law are simply falling from the sky? Can he really afford to treat you all daily? Yu Tian surveyed the crowd, realizing that if Qin Ge were to host a feast for this many people, his modest abode would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Moreover, he himself wished for Qin Ge to treat him to a few more meals. This matter, indeed, ignites far more excitement than the prospect of our brother-in-law treating us to a meal. Surely, you are all familiar with the tale of the monk Tang Seng's journey to the West in pursuit of sacred scriptures. This narrative is well known among the majority, with only a scant few remaining oblivious to its details. Consequently, the audience nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed upon him in eager anticipation. Are you aware that our brother-in-law possesses not only knowledge of this saga, but is also intimately acquainted with the number of disciples Tang Seng collected, the locations of their recruitment, and the weapons they wielded? Unbelievable, isn't it? Now, astonishment washed over the crowd. For the journey to the West is inherently safeguarded by celestial forces. This implies that, under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to deduce the entirety of its intricacies and outcomes. Chapter 86. Is there any doubt? How could there be any doubt? Since I am here to tell you, rest assured that I have witnessed this matter with my own eyes. Yu Tian spoke with palpable excitement. After he concluded his statement, we immediately posed a question that surely weighed on everyone's minds. Is there a possibility for us to free ourselves from the list of deities? If so, what course of action should we take? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. How could this be possible? Even if my brother-in-law possesses extraordinary connections, there is no way he can liberate us from the list of deities. We must remember that this list was established by Jiangxia himself. If there were any chance of escape, we would have long since departed from this wretched heavenly court, without needing your input. Indeed, my brother-in-law must be jesting, indulging in fanciful illusions. Not at all. He has actually proposed a plausible solution. Yu Tian's assertion left everyone momentarily speechless. His expression bore no trace of jest, and all were rendered motionless, unable to react. What? Is it truly possible for them to escape the list of deities and regain their freedom? It must be noted that it was precisely the list of deities that had stripped them of their liberty, compelling them to serve the heavenly court. Liberation from this list would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for them. Daily, they felt the weight of their original spirits bound within the list, leaving them at the mercy of the Jade Emperor, forced to undertake tasks they had no desire to perform. After all, should they provoke the Jade Emperor, he could effortlessly obliterate their original spirits. Although the Jade Emperor treated them with a semblance of courtesy, the sensation of having their very lives grasped in another's hands was unbearable. After enduring such arduous times for millennia, they had not anticipated that a turning point had finally arrived. Is this truly the case? Do we genuinely have a chance to break free from the list of deities? Pray, tell us quickly. We are anxious to know how we might escape this place. Observing their fervor and urgency to resolve the matter, Yu Tian sighed. In truth, as my brother-in-law has articulated, it is not insurmountable. We merely need to locate the essence of the list of deities and tear it apart to attain our liberation. Upon hearing this, the once animated crowd fell into a state of despondency. Some even burst into laughter. Tear it apart to achieve liberation? Your words are as good as meaningless. The challenge of shredding the essence of the list far outweighs the trials we endure here. After all, that is a primordial spiritual treasure. If you wish to drive us to despair, you need not resort to such a ludicrous excuse. A few shrugged in resignation. I knew it would be impossible, surely. You wouldn't concoct an implausible tale just to jest with us, leading us to revel in false hope for so long. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This is genuinely what my brother-in-law proposed. Yu Tian had anticipated their reactions, thus he remained exceedingly patient. If my brother-in-law were jesting, would you take it seriously? No, 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 let us ponder this carefully. Given the identity and existence of the brother-in-law, there is no need for him to jest with us in such a manner. If he claims to possess a solution, then assuredly, he does. If he asserts that it can be torn apart, it must indeed be possible. After this discourse, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, as it appeared there was a thread of truth in their words. So, who among us can truly rend it asunder? Someone tentatively inquired. For within their understanding, even the most revered sages lack the power to dismantle such a treasure. What say you? Yu Tian expressed his frustration, lamenting the collective folly that perhaps this startling news had left them all in a stupor, rendering their minds utterly stagnant. A realization dawned upon them, prompting the emergence of a new inquiry. Even if it were indeed possible to tear it apart, the investiture of the gods is not easily obtained. The Jade Emperor holds this item in high regard. Without it, he would be incapable of commanding us. Indeed, the Jade Emperor has concealed this investiture deep within the shadowy recesses of the Lingxiao Palace, guarded by formidable sentinels. However, the true essence of the threat does not lie merely in the guards. Those beings pose little danger to them. The crux of the matter is that the Jade Emperor wields the divine whip, a tool specifically designed to counteract them. To an ordinary person, this whip appears as nothing more than a common implement. Yet, for those deities inscribed upon the investiture, it is a lethal artifact. A mere lash from it can inflict agony akin to having one's very soul wrenched from their body. There was a time when an individual, reluctant to heed the Jade Emperor's command, publicly humiliated him. The Emperor, with little more than a flick of his wrist, delivered a light strike with the whip. Though it seemed devoid of force, it left the recipient in excruciating torment, bedridden for years. Even years later, recalling that moment instills a profound terror within him. As long as that whip remains in the Jade Emperor's possession, I dare not advance with an assault. It could very well lead to death, or a fate far worse. Having endured such suffering, he serves as a cautionary example, causing the assembled to reconsider their boldness. Perhaps we should inquire of the brother-in-law who, indeed, might be able to procure the investiture? The group deliberated, ultimately placing their last flicker of hope upon Yu Tian. It is likely that the brother-in-law possesses the knowledge, yet whether he chooses to share it is another matter entirely. Yu Tian hesitated. For this knowledge pertains to celestial secrets, which ought not be divulged. Although Qin Ge has transcended the celestial order, he remains uncertain about the implications of revealing such truths to him. Perhaps it would be best if you ventured to Shurtu Ridge to seek out the brother-in-law and pose the question. After all, this matter necessitates your personal engagement to demonstrate sincerity. Initially, they had considered dispatching the Tongda Celestial to seize it. Given the prowess and capabilities of the Tongda Celestial, acquiring such an item would surely be a trivial task. More importantly, the name of the enlightened being does not appear on the list of deities, rendering the fearsome god-slaying whip utterly ineffective against him. However, upon further contemplation, if the Jade Emperor were to be driven to desperation, he might rashly annihilate the primordial spirits of all those listed in the divine roster, resulting in a Pyrrhic outcome. Therefore, considering this, a direct assault would undoubtedly incur losses on their part. They are not yet inclined to engage in self-destructive endeavors. Clearly, there exist more prudent alternatives. You are indeed correct. We should dispatch a few individuals to inquire about the brother-in-law. Chapter 87. The Hidden Celestial Being, Who Shall We Send? After all, you are the brother-in-law of my sister's husband. If we ask you to go, might he not think we are being overly eager? The group deliberated and concluded that although the words of the Jade Void Celestial were likely to compel Qin Ge to speak, the Jade Void Celestial had already inquired numerous times. To ask him again seemed somewhat inappropriate. Why not let me go? I presided over the wedding of Sister Linglong last time. Perhaps my brother-in-law would grant me this small favor. The Hidden Celestial Being, having officiated their wedding previously, cautiously offered this suggestion, believing that Qin Ge might extend such a courtesy to him. Upon his proposal, the others found it agreeable. Then it falls to you to make the trip. However, do remember to exercise caution in your speech. Do not offend my brother-in-law, and more importantly, do not let him feel that we are pressuring him. This matter cannot be rushed. Meanwhile, a group of individuals brimming with anticipation felt a renewed sense of hope. While on Kunlun Mountain, two sages were embroiled in a fierce argument. We are truly good brothers. I once thought your treatment of me was different from that of her. Yet here you are, the first to flee when trouble arises. The primordial celestial being glared at the serene figure of Laozi before him, a surge of uncontainable anger bubbling within. He had always believed that his bond with Laozi was that of true brotherhood, while the relationship with the enlightened celestial was merely a byproduct of their friendship. Thus, when Laozi proposed to eliminate the enlightened celestial, he reasoned that it stemmed from their lack of camaraderie. He had never considered the enlightened celestial a true brother. However, during their recent confrontation, Laozi repeatedly thrust himself forward, seeking to use others as scapegoats, prompting the primordial celestial to realize that perhaps the situation was not as he had perceived. Following that encounter, he not only failed to seize the enlightened celestial's primordial spirit, but also lost two of his most cherished treasures, igniting a fire of fury within him. At this moment, he could not help but ponder that had Laozi not concealed his true strength or been willing to exert his full power to assist him, he would not have found himself in such a wretched state. Ultimately, he blamed Laozi for everything. To make matters worse, he had unleashed his treasures in pursuit of the opponent, only to find that upon entering the Lion Troop Ridge, he had completely lost all connection with them. Was this not a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers? Even more troubling was the fact that he could no longer sense the whereabouts of his treasures, indicating that his primordial spirit hidden within those artifacts, might have been destroyed. This implied that from this day forth, those treasures would bear no relation to him. The primordial celestial attributed all these misfortunes to Laozi's earlier concealment of strength and his initiative in proposing to eliminate the enlightened celestial. Brother, do not be so enraged. The situation has unfolded in a manner I did not foresee. As I observed the expression on the other party's face, a cold smirk emerged within me. At that moment, when the proposition was first made, you seemed incredibly enthusiastic. Yet, upon hearing that Genshin impact could be evenly divided, you leapt higher than anyone else. Now that you have faced defeat, you shift the blame entirely onto me, as if your calculations were flawless. Should I be the one at fault? Had you been willing to lend a hand earlier, my loss would not have been so severe. Now, I find myself in a quandary. I cannot directly reveal to the other party that my initial intention was to incite a conflict between the two of them. After all, should they turn against one another, I would emerge as the beneficiary, reaping more than just a single reward. In truth, my focus was entirely on the Western Saints at that time. I had even contemplated offering them assistance in breaking the barrier, but in that moment of distraction, trouble arose on your side. Excuses can certainly be fabricated, but whether he chooses to believe them is another matter. The primordial heavenly venerable understands that turning against me now would yield no advantage. Yet, the thought of his precious possessions now belonging to another is undeniably painful. However, there is no room for hesitation. Today's events are my fault for not paying sufficient attention to you. The defeat of those two had already seemed inevitable. Who would have anticipated their cunning? Now, I have deftly shifted all responsibility away from myself, as if this entire affair bore no relation to me whatsoever. Of course, at this moment, I secretly rejoiced that I had retained my strength and refrained from revealing my treasures. Otherwise, I would be the one in anguish now. Moreover, the incident with Zhu Ganglai provided a fortunate diversion, as your disciple successfully joined the journey to the west, which can be seen as a form of compensation for you. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable felt a surge of irritation. It was indeed his disciple, the Earthwalker's son, who had joined the ranks of the journey to the west. This did bring him some surprise, as he had actively volunteered for the expedition but had not been selected at the time. To think that after such a long interval, a new opportunity had arisen. Yet, no matter how favorable this opportunity may be, it is ultimately a chance for his disciple, not for him. In the grand scheme, it merely serves to embellish his reputation, offering no true utility compared to the two treasures he had initially desired. If given the chance to start anew, he would still choose those two treasures without hesitation. Brother, could you not have considered my perspective while speaking? Do you comprehend the significance of those treasures to me? The primordial heavenly venerable's anger intensified as he looked increasingly askance at me, wishing he could confront me directly. Yet, as he contemplated, he wondered whether perhaps it was his own eyes that had deceived him. Aware of my own shortcomings, I recognized that my earlier greed had led to this unfortunate outcome, compelling me to hastily redirect the conversation. How to explain this? The primordial heavenly venerable felt his ire bubbling forth once more. Was it truly the implication that I had lost treasures and was somehow at fault for that? No, my dear second brother, you have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to convey is that you mentioned your precious jade was taken away by a black cat. Do you not find this rather peculiar? There is nothing strange about it. As soon as my treasured gem crossed into the territory of Shizhua Ridge, it was snatched away by that very black cat. To this day, I have been unable to sense its presence. The original celestial sovereign, now utterly exasperated, could hardly think straight and simply continued along the line of my words. Chapter 88. The unremarkable earth cat. However, second brother, have you truly considered that if it were merely an ordinary cat, how could it possibly withstand the power of your precious jade? Indeed, upon reflection, it seems plausible. That jade is undoubtedly one of his treasured possessions, and how could an unremarkable cat simply carry it away? Curiously, I observed that cat for quite some time, yet could discern no peculiarities, nor could I perceive its cultivation. The primordial celestial sovereign had been successfully misled, and his attention had once again shifted to the black cat. Ah, indeed, this is the aspect that warrants our curiosity and scrutiny. I felt a sense of relief as I noted his diverted focus. I had initially intended to deduce the origins of this black cat, yet was thwarted by the Dao of heaven. Could it be that this black cat is protected by the Dao? This matter should not be pondered too deeply. The more I contemplate, the more apprehensive I become. This black cat, entirely ebony in hue, possessed eyes as cerulean as the sky. Suddenly, I recalled something. Yes, how does elder brother know so much? Do you perhaps know the origins of this black cat? The primordial celestial sovereign was now exceedingly troubled, for both of his treasured artifacts contained his original spirit. As long as the original spirit remained, he would have the opportunity to summon these artifacts back. The most pressing concern was that he could still sense the original spirit within the life-preserving shield, yet he could no longer perceive the spirit within the jade. This meant that his final hope of reclaiming the jade had been extinguished. However, he could distinctly sense the original spirit within the life-preserving shield, yet was unable to summon it back, as if that spirit had become isolated from the world. Unbeknownst to him, after absorbing the life-preserving shield, the Jade Void Celestial had concealed this artifact at the base of Nanshan Mountain, a place capable of severing all summoning thoughts. This indicated that he would forever be unable to retrieve this object, nor sense the whereabouts of his original spirit. Elder brother, since you are acquainted with him, could you assist me by speaking with him? The primordial celestial sovereign felt somewhat humbled, yet was left with no alternative. It could be said that the jade was his lifeblood. If he could retrieve it, he would be willing to do anything. Assist you? In what manner? I gritted my teeth. Am I to plead with him? Your words are rather misguided. What do you mean by plead with him? The primordial celestial sovereign viewed the situation as quite straightforward, believing that a mere greeting would suffice since he thought I was familiar with this cat. How I longed to implore him. Alas, it was he who had taken my diamond bracelet. This was my first experience of such intense anger. Ordinarily, I maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing my emotions. After all, what has occurred has already transpired, and no amount of ire could change that. Moreover, I have always adhered to the principle of governing through non-action. Thus, I typically present myself with kindness. Who could have foreseen that a mere black cat could incite such fury? Truly, elder brother? The Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if witnessing Laozi's misfortunes brought him joy. It was indeed true. During his recent visit to Lion Camel Ridge, he had instructed the Tai by Jingxing to test the waters with his golden bracelet, only to have the black cat snatch it away. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun nearly burst into laughter, realizing that Laozi too had suffered at the hands of the black cat. The thought that he was not the sole victim lightened his heart considerably. Observing his expression, Laozi felt a twinge of irritation and cleared his throat lightly. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun composed himself, suppressing the urge to laugh. He pondered the audacity of the black cat, which acted so recklessly. If left unchecked, it would surely lead to trouble. Yet, one must wonder, if it did not possess formidable backing, how could it dare to provoke them? Laozi rolled his eyes inwardly, astonished that after such an incident, Yuan Shi Tianzun remained so oblivious. While it was indeed the case, they could not simply swallow their pride. With a sigh, Yuan Shi Tianzun devised a plan. Dear brother, our original scheme was flawless, yet the mishap arose from the Western Saints' delayed arrival. Had they come sooner, we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. You are correct, we bear no fault. It is the insatiable greed of the Western Saints that led to this. The two exchanged a few words, conveniently placing the blame for their misfortunes squarely on the Western Saints. Meanwhile, the Western Saints sneezed, wondering who dared to speak ill of them. Thus, since they had suffered losses yet could not seek vengeance openly, they resolved to redirect their misfortune. After this revelation, Yuan Shi Tianzun had an epiphany. Are you suggesting? Sure, do not voice it. It is simple. The two of us can conspire to lead the Western Saints to Lion Camel Ridge, where they too can experience a taste of defeat. Only then can we claim true equality. At this moment, Qin Ge was utterly astonished, unable to utter a word as he observed the excited Yu Linglong before him. Are you implying that Tang Sung has successfully taken on disciples, and his second disciple is named Zhu Beiji? Indeed, you are remarkable. Just yesterday, a pig demon unexpectedly appeared in Gao Laozhuang, clamoring to marry the second daughter of the Gao family, Gao Calan. Yu Linglong had just learned the entire sequence of events from Yu Su Tian and was eager to share with Qin Ge. However, wasn't Zhu Ganglai already subdued by a powerful figure? Qin Ge felt a pang of uncertainty, as he had previously claimed that Zhu Ganglai was indeed captured. Yes, although Zhu Ganglai has been tamed, there are countless creatures in this world. Must we focus solely on that one pig demon? This new pig demon was originally a celestial being known as Tu Xingsuan, who, for reasons unknown, fell from grace and was reborn as a pig. Remarkably, yesterday's conjecture by Qin Ge proved to be entirely accurate. Ever since the formidable Zhu Ganglai was subdued, Tang Sung and his companion have found themselves rather unpopular in that realm. The sudden emergence of this swine demon has provided them with an opportunity to prove their worth. With a single strike, Sun Wukong dealt a near-fatal blow to the pig demon, subsequently incorporating him into their pilgrimage team and bestowing upon him the name Zhu Beiji. Chapter 89. The prediction. At this juncture, Yu Linglong gazed at Qin Ge with profound admiration. Qin Ge, you are truly remarkable. You managed to foresee this event. Do you know? We were still pondering how Tang Sung and his companions should proceed, and unexpectedly, the heavenly court has indeed found a new substitute. To be honest, I merely spoke casually yesterday. I didn't genuinely predict it. Qin Ge felt a tinge of embarrassment as he observed Yu Linglong's expression. He had indulged a bit too much the previous day and fabricated his words on a whim. After all, despite having perused Journey to the West numerous times, he had no inkling that events would unfold in this manner. However, Yu Linglong dismissed Qin Ge's explanation entirely, not only refusing to believe him, but also deepening her admiration for him in her heart. Her husband was not only insightful, but also remarkably humble. Could you explain why the second disciple must be a pig? The original character of the Earthwalker monk bears no resemblance to a pig. Why must he transform into a pig demon to be accepted as a disciple? At this question, Qin Ge found himself at a loss. I am uncertain. Perhaps the pig holds some special significance. It is possible that the Earthwalker's son was unfortunate enough to be reincarnated as a pig. I see. However, I was pondering, since you can indeed deduce so many events, why not seize this opportunity to earn some money? Although Yu Linglong was a princess of Confucianism and Taoism, her time living with Qin Ge had afforded her insight into the hardships of the common people. Not wanting to burden Qin Ge, she had willingly embraced a life of modesty, but now an entrepreneurial idea began to take root in her mind. How do you propose we earn money? Qin Ge was intrigued by the notion, as he certainly did not wish for Yu Linglong to subsist on meager rations. It is quite simple. Since you can indeed predict all the events of the journey to the West, why not compile these insights into a book? It could be circulated widely, and the sales would undoubtedly be substantial. Journey to the West. Qin Ge felt a strange sense of familiarity with this suggestion. After much contemplation, he realized that the book Yu Linglong referred to was none other than Journey to the West. Although the idea was indeed viable, Qin Ge reflected carefully. He recognized that knowing such matters was akin to possessing the secrets of this world. If he were to divulge these secrets for profit, and the heavenly court were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, as it stood, Tang Sung had only accepted 2 disciples. If he were to write about this, would he inadvertently reveal future events? Such a scenario would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. No, this is something only you and I should know. The more who are aware, the less beneficial it is for us. Not to mention publishing it for all to see. If we were to expose the heavenly secrets, we would surely invite calamity upon ourselves. Qin Ge promptly declined. For no matter the circumstances, his life was of utmost importance. He could not risk his very existence for a mere handful of coins. Upon his refusal, Yu Linglong felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had initially envisioned that if Qin Ge were willing to pen a book, he could present it to Yu Shutian in hopes of intercepting its dissemination. To his astonishment, Qin Ge categorically rejected the notion, exhibiting a profound resistance that suggested he was indeed fearful of something. It was not that Yu Linglong's proposal was flawed. In fact, it was quite feasible and commendable. Noticing the glimmer of disappointment in Yu Linglong's eyes, Qin Ge hastily sought to explain, fearing that his companion might be disheartened. However, this endeavor was undeniably beneficial. For should Qin Ge compose the book, they would not only earn a fortune but also bequeath their legacy to future generations. A veritable twofold gain in traversing time. Yu Linglong, still eager to persuade Qin Ge, proposed additional advantageous terms. Yet, Qin Ge had already contemplated these possibilities. With his extensive reading of Journey to the West, he realized that even if he could not replicate it entirely, crafting a semblance would not be overly arduous for the audience of this world. I understand your intentions and recognize the merit in your proposition, but have you considered that the journey of Tang Sing has only traversed less than half its course? If I were to unveil the subsequent events prematurely, would that not amount to revealing heavenly secrets? Qin Ge articulated patiently. Moreover, he expressed a genuine concern that if word of this reached the Buddhist and Taoist factions, they might perceive it as a declaration of war from the Confucian school, undermining their endeavors. If the celestial court were to intervene, it would indeed place them in peril. His words were imbued with sincerity, reflecting his most pressing apprehension. It is crucial to note that both he and Yu Linglong were but ordinary individuals. How could they dare to offend the likes of the Buddha or the Emperor of Heaven? After absorbing Qin Ge's rationale, Yu Linglong found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that Qin Ge's trepidation stemmed from a fear of provoking the Buddhist and Taoist authorities. With someone of Qin Ge's stature, the Buddhist sect would hardly dare to cause trouble here. Furthermore, with the presence of the black cat, if the Buddhists were indeed to approach, there would be no need for Qin Ge to intervene. A mere swipe of the cat's paw would suffice to obliterate the threat. Importantly, even if the Jade Emperor were to take action, Yu Shutian and Tongda Tianren would stand firm against any calamity. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are those tall enough to hold it up. In any case, these two could surely withstand the weight of an impending collapse. From every conceivable angle, Qin Ge had no reason to fear. Yet, Yu Linglong's curiosity was piqued. Ever since their discussion the previous day, he had been consumed with intrigue, unable to find solace in sleep. How about this, he proposed. Once you have written it, allow me to be the sole reader. I shall keep it to myself. And that should suffice, right? Seeing that Qin Ge was still hesitant, Yu Linglong directly wrapped her arms around Qin Ge's and began to sway him gently. I implore you. I am genuinely curious. If I remain oblivious to how things will unfold, I fear I shall find no rest tonight. I have also been feeling increasingly frail of late. Yu Linglong's blend of persuasion and enticement melted Qin Ge's resolve. All right, I concede. I shall begin writing when time permits, but please ensure it remains confidential. Chapter 90. Inquiry brother-in-law. As the two conversed, the door to the courtyard was knocked upon, and a voice familiar to Yu Linglong resonated from the entrance. Inda, what brings you here? Neither of them wished to open the door, so Yu Linglong directed the monkey, who was chopping firewood nearby, to attend to it. The monkey had been exceedingly busy of late, not only managing all matters within the courtyard, but also intensifying his cultivation. Having finally arrived at such an opportune place for training, it would be quite excessive to squander this chance. Fortunately, his cultivation level was the highest within the courtyard. Thus, when Qin Ge and Yu Linglong were otherwise occupied, he would seize the opportunity to catch some creatures to assist with the cleaning. It is I, Inda. The moment Qin Ge laid eyes on the venerable figure before him, he felt a profound respect, fully aware of the significance Qin Ge held for them. Upon entering the courtyard, he stood at the door, greedily inhaling the air several times before officially stepping inside. One must understand that every breath in this courtyard was extraordinary. He could not afford to waste it. I have come today for no other purpose than to see how my sister Linglong has been faring lately, and to extend my greetings to our brother-in-law. At this point, Inda knelt before Qin Ge, offering a deep bow. That is absolutely unnecessary. By seniority, you are my elder. How could you bestow such reverence upon me? Qin Ge felt a pang of discomfort as he gazed upon the bearded elder before him. After all, as the saying goes, one must not bite the hand that feeds. Today, he had traveled a great distance specifically to consult him on several matters. Inda's words left Qin Ge momentarily bewildered. You may ask anything. There is no need for such formality. Indeed, I heard from Su Tian that one might hear some interesting tales here. Qin Ge began to piece together the situation, realizing that Su Tian had spoken of his predictions regarding the journey to the west. Logically, they should share a common stance and be quite resistant to such a venture. Yet, observing their reactions, they appeared more excited and animated than ever, showing not a hint of resistance, but rather a keen interest. Could these individuals be spies sent by the Buddha or Dao? Regardless, it had been agreed that this matter would remain confidential. How could so many others be aware of it? If those in the heavenly court were to find out, it would spell disaster, potentially leading to his obliteration. Seeing the conflicted expression on Qin Ge's face, Yu Linglong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Qin Ge's demeanor clearly betrayed his anxiety that the Buddhists and Taoists might take action against him upon learning the truth. Every time Qin Ge exhibited such a look, Yu Linglong seriously suspected that remnants of his previous memories were sealed alongside his cultivation. How else could one explain such a troubled expression? However, this is not entirely impossible, as one's husband must embark on a fresh journey along the righteous path, sealing away his memories to commence anew more effectively. Contemplating this, Yu Linglong's gaze towards Qin Ge was imbued with increased admiration. Regardless of his past prowess, the sealing of his cultivation and memories renders him particularly vulnerable in this era, easily targeted and destined for downfall. It can be said that Qin Ge has truly managed to begin his cultivation anew. How many possess such tenacity? In other words, how many would have the heart to relinquish their own cultivation solely for the sake of starting afresh? Although I am uncertain as to what tale you wish to hear, I must confess that my previous words were mere fabrications, the result of yesterday's indulgence, and should not be taken seriously. Qin Ge offered an awkward smile, needing to devise an excuse to placate the esteemed Inda. Yet, the esteemed Inda was entirely unimpressed. It is crucial to understand that Qin Ge bears not only his own hopes, but also the aspirations of all disciples under the name of Tongda Tianren, as well as the hopes of all the deities inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang. Furthermore, if he were to return without having extracted sufficient information, he would likely face the wrath of the eager senior brothers and sisters awaiting his report. Oh dear, you do not yet comprehend what I am about to inquire, do you? I am particularly curious about the conversation you had with Su Tian yesterday. Was any of it true? Regardless of its veracity, The narrative is undeniably captivating. After uttering the preceding remarks, the esteemed Dao recognized the implications of his words, understanding that Qin Ge could not possibly admit to the truth of those claims. Thus, he hastily rephrased, referring instead to the narrative's brilliance, especially the segment concerning the function bang. I find it quite intriguing and wonder if you might elaborate further. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Yu Linglong, though not lacking in insight, realized the intentions of the other party and recognized her own presence was somewhat inappropriate. Quietly, she rose and retreated to the back courtyard to gather fruits for everyone. Since you have come for this particular discussion, please take a seat, and I shall slowly regale you with the tale. Qin Ge invited the esteemed Dao to sit upon a stool, while internally, he frantically calculated. He truly needed to amend his habit of speaking nonsensically when inebriated. It is imperative to note that he has inadvertently leaked celestial secrets. Should those who have meticulously orchestrated their plans discover how much he knows, his life would be in jeopardy. To compound matters, he is only recently married and has yet to have children. To perish in such an inexplicable manner would indeed be a great loss. If he were to die, his beautiful and obedient wife, his black cat, and the monkey would all become someone else's dowry. This is something Qin Ge could not bear. Thus, he vowed to himself to exercise greater discretion in the future, refraining from discussing the events that may unfold in this world. After all, having read Journey to the West numerous times in his previous life, he is well acquainted with the nature of Buddhism and Taoism. Should one inadvertently utter words detrimental to them, it is highly probable that on a seemingly tranquil night, one might be struck by the wrath of divine retribution. Alternatively, one could be entirely obliterated, leaving no opportunity for a final farewell. The thought is terrifying. I am merely one of the most ordinary mortals in this world, yet I must never offend those fearsome beings. In Qin Ge's heart, he truly feels as ordinary as one can be. The realms of Buddhism, Taoism, and the celestial court are entities beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 91. The fragmented mind. Allow me to speak candidly. While I possess some knowledge regarding the events of the journey to the West, I am unable to divulge further details, for the secrets of heaven must remain concealed. As you well understand, Qin Ge recognized that the individual before him was trustworthy. Thus he felt at ease to express his innermost thoughts. However, since your curiosity does not pertain to the journey to the West, but rather to the matters of the investiture of the gods, I am more than willing to share my insights on that topic. Splendid. The hidden virtue celestial was so elated that he felt compelled to bow to his brother-in-law. Initially, he had intended to use the journey to the West as a segue to lead the conversation toward his true focus, which was the investiture of the gods. To his surprise, his brother-in-law, being so perceptive, brought it up himself, sparing him the effort of changing the subject. May you live a peaceful life and have 108 offspring. In the courtyard, freshly picked apples awaited. Please, indulge yourselves, Yu Linglong announced after returning from the backyard, where she had gathered a few ripe apples and placed them on the table. As hidden virtue celestial gazed upon the two crystalline apples, he felt his mouth water in anticipation. Goodness, are these apples? Apples. These are no ordinary apples. Their worth and effects surpass even the precious peaches of the heavenly realm. Since his last meal at Qin Ge's home, hidden virtue celestial had been unable to forget the exquisite food, and this time, he had taken the initiative, largely motivated by the prospect of savoring more delightful fare. Thus, as he beheld the two apples, he found himself utterly speechless, his mind entirely oblivious to the purpose of his visit. Would you care for some tea? Qin Ge casually inquired, only for hidden virtue celestial to reflexively wave his hand. No, no need. I do not eat apples. Observing hidden virtue celestial's awkward expression, Yu Linglong erupted into laughter. Here, treat this place as your own home. Feel free to take whatever you desire. It is merely an apple, and my family can certainly afford it. Without hesitation, Qin Ge seized an apple and thrust it into his hands, while internally reflecting on the unexpected reality that despite their elegant appearance, Yu Linglong's family had evidently never encountered something as simple as an apple. Recalling Yu Su Tian's ravenous behavior during his visit, Qin Ge felt an additional pang of sympathy for Yu Linglong. Grasping the apple, hidden virtue celestial abandoned all pretense and began to devour it ravenously. After consuming both apples, he finally remembered the true purpose of his visit. Ahem, my apologies, brother-in-law. I must have embarrassed myself. I hadn't eaten before arriving and lost my composure. Not at all. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation. Indeed, I am quite curious. Why is it that the 12 golden immortals are said to be indestructible? Is there truly a way to annihilate the 12 golden immortals? These 12 have faced numerous assaults, even enduring a most ruthless occasion when their powers were directly stripped away. Just when everyone presumed the 12 had been utterly vanquished, they astonishingly resurrected, much to the dismay of the revered Inda Tianzuan. The answer is rather simple. Consider who is safeguarding and sheltering the 12. The 12 are under the patronage of the primordial celestial, who is notoriously protective. Furthermore, Laozi has consistently maintained a cordial relationship with the primordial celestial, ostensibly shielding these 12. The crux of the issue lies therein. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for the vigorous protection of these two saints, how could the 12 possibly have survived to this day? Inda Tianzuan, clutching an apple core, found his gaze growing increasingly distant. Indeed, during the Fengshan War, had the Tongda Tianren not looked down upon intervening, the 12 would not have been relegated to their current plight. It is the shamelessness of the primordial celestial and Laozi that has enabled their current flourishing state, even resorting to targeting the younger generation. To be frank, had that saint not been overly concerned with his own reputation, resulting in substantial losses among his disciples, the situation would not be as it is now. The saint referred to by Qin Ge is, of course, the Tongda Tianren. Though it may appear that he has preserved his dignity through cleverness, I would argue that he is, in fact, quite foolish. Upon hearing this, Inda Tianzuan lost his balance and fell to the ground. After all, it is quite a bold move to openly insult one's own master, and anyone would react similarly. It is worth noting that throughout the years, no one has dared to speak so bluntly about his master's incompetence. Qin Ge has certainly set a precedent. Shu. Inda Tianzuan recognized that he could not afford to offend the individual before him, yet he could not remain a passive observer while Qin Ge berated his master. Thus, he discreetly suggested that perhaps it was unwise to speak so derogatorily about such a renowned saint. Saint, if I recall correctly, did I not hear that this fool recently renounced his saintly status? Qin Ge expressed his surprise at Inda Tianzuan's reaction. Personally, I believe that renouncing his status was unnecessary. If I were he, I would have opted for self-termination, for I would feel unworthy to face my deceased disciples. As Qin Ge continued with his unabashed tirade, the Tongda Tianren stirred from his slumber. A sneeze. Why have I been sneezing all day? Am I coming down with a cold? Well. Inda Tianzuan now refrained from further protest, fearing that any attempt to dissuade Qin Ge might provoke even more intolerable remarks. Though Qin Ge's words were harsh, Inda Tianzuan had to concede internally that they bore a semblance of truth. However, while acknowledging the validity of Qin Ge's statements, he resolved not to exhibit any sign of agreement. Should the incident of Qin Ge insulting his master come to light, would I not be considered an accomplice? What is even more alarming is that I was the one who brought it up. Qin Ge possesses his own means of protection, and the master would certainly refrain from expressing his ire towards him, yet I, due to my own status, might unwittingly become the target of his frustration. Surely, I cannot allow myself to be reprimanded by the master over a mere couple of apples. Contemplating this, Inda Tianzuan shuddered. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Let us leave the past behind. While we may refrain from discussing it, do you have any other inquiries? Chapter 92. The list of deities. Indeed, it exists. Yet one cannot ascertain whether you possess the ability to articulate it. The esteemed master Inda remained cautious, for the gravity of the matter rendered any levity inappropriate. Fear not. Feel free to inquire directly if you have any questions, Qin Ge replied, somewhat astonished. Logically, this issue should not pertain to them. Yet the individual before him exhibited an unusual circumspection, as if there were a connection between them. I have heard that you possess knowledge of a means to liberate individuals from the list of deities. I find myself quite curious about this. With a careful gaze, Master Inda expressed the true purpose of his visit, his heart racing with trepidation. It is quite simple. You merely need to obliterate the fan. He explained. For instance, if a vehicle were to shatter and burn, that would suffice. Ultimately, it is your prerogative to determine the method. As long as the essence of the list of deities is destroyed, those individuals inscribed upon it shall no longer be subjected to its control. You jest, surely. The list of deities is no ordinary object. Can it truly be so easily destroyed? Qin Ge furrowed his brow, attempting to recall. If memory served, he had once read in a novel that even an 8-year-old child could effortlessly rend the list asunder. What more could be expected of an adult man? I assure you, it can indeed be torn apart. Do not be deceived by the list's apparent mystique and formidable power. At its core, it is merely a piece of shabby paper. After articulating his thoughts, Qin Ge contemplated further. Regardless of the list's true nature or whether it could indeed be torn, no one could ascertain the outcome. After all, he was merely a novice cultivator, and Master Inda was an unremarkable practitioner whose ascension to immortality remained uncertain, let alone the act of tearing the list. His assertions were utterly unverifiable. Ah, I see. Master Dao was taken aback. After living for so many years, it was the first time he learned that the list of deities could indeed be physically torn. Observing Qin Ge's demeanor, he sensed no deception. Given your assertion, a new question arises. How can one acquire the list of deities? Simply grasp it with your hands. How else would you obtain it? Shall I call its name and expect it to fly to me? Qin Ge was struck with astonishment at the naivety of the individual before him, pondering the absurdity of his inquiries, as if he were a simpleton. You misunderstand my intent. What I mean is, since the Jade Emperor possesses such a treasure, it is undoubtedly secured with utmost vigilance. If we were to attempt to retrieve it, would we not risk detection? What then would we do? Not at all. You merely need to ensure that the Jade Emperor does not discover our actions. Qin Ge had reached his limit with this low-quality, nonsensical dialogue. Ensure he does not discover? If he is absent from the heavenly court, how would he know someone sought to claim the list of deities? Out of respect for Yu Linglong, Qin Ge patiently listened. I understand. You mean that we need to lure the heavenly emperor out of the celestial court. Only then do we stand a chance, correct? At this moment, Inda Tianzuan suddenly grasped the concept, his mind clear as day. However, Qin Ge regarded him with an affectionate, almost foolish gaze. After such a lengthy discussion, it dawned on him what he had been articulating. Such a lack of comprehension was truly remarkable. You are indeed impressive. I never anticipated your thoughts to be so profound and lucid. Inda Tianzuan, gazing at the calm demeanor of Qin Ge before him, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and give him a kiss. Seeing his excited expression, Qin Ge couldn't help but find it amusing. He truly took himself seriously. One might think he was genuinely preparing to steal the list of deities. Nonetheless, Qin Ge decided to play along with this charade. It is not a grand revelation. I personally believe that anyone with a modicum of intelligence should be able to discern this matter clearly. Even a 3-year-old child ought to comprehend it. Stung by Qin Ge's remark, Inda Tianzuan managed a sheepish smile. The implication of Qin Ge's words was that he lacked intellect, and it suggested that even his renowned peers, known for their genius since childhood, were similarly deficient. Yet upon reflection, it seemed to hold some truth, for the method was indeed quite simple. They simply had not considered it. I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave and return when I have the time. Despite the rebuke, Inda Tianzuan bore no trace of anger. Rather, he was filled with excitement, eager to return and share his newfound insights with his fellow disciples. After bidding farewell to Inda Tianzuan, Qin Ge sat leisurely on a stool, surveying his courtyard. Upon his arrival in this world, he had found the barren courtyard somewhat disconcerting, particularly in the absence of modern recreational facilities, which had often led to his frustration. However, under the guidance of the system, he not only acquired basic survival skills, but also mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This had brought a measure of enjoyment to his otherwise monotonous existence. Moreover, after retrieving Yu Linglong, the courtyard had become even cozier, imbued with a sense of home. Plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, I leisurely behold the southern mountains perfectly encapsulated the current ambience. At this moment, Qin Ge profoundly resonated with the sentiments of Tao Yuanming from years past, cultivating a deeper appreciation for such a tranquil lifestyle. Most importantly, since he commenced his cultivation, he noticed a marked shift in his demeanor. He was no longer as restless as before. Qin Ge speculated that this transformation might be closely related to his recent immersion in cultivation, often retreating for extended periods. Over the course of the year, he frequently entered a state of deep focus, with retreats lasting 1 to 2 months. Often, he intended to meditate briefly before sleep, only to find that upon reopening his eyes, a month had elapsed. Initially, he felt a mix of shock and concern regarding this change, but Yu Linglong explained that such states were common among practitioners. The duration of such seclusion tends to extend with the deepening of one's cultivation. Some enlightened beings even enter a state of retreat and emerge after what feels like 1,000 years of slumber. Naturally, individuals of this caliber experience a remarkable enhancement in their prowess upon their return. Observing the meticulously organized courtyard, tended to by the monkey, an unprecedented sense of happiness surged within Qin Ge's heart. At present, he found himself as the sole inhabitant of this mountain. In other words, he had effectively claimed dominion over the land, becoming its sovereign. Were it not for his aversion to acts of thievery, Qin Ge mused that he could very well proclaim himself the king of the mountain. Chapter 93. A bit of a secret yet. Qin Ge was well aware that the mountain he resided upon was named Shatters Ridge. In no time, 2 cunning creatures would arrive to claim dominion over this mountain, sowing chaos and destruction. These 2 monsters, as integral components of the journey to acquire the scriptures, were undoubtedly indispensable. Thus, He surmised that such tranquil days would soon come to an end. With this thought, Qin Ge sighed and rose to inspect the few turtles he had nurtured by the pond. However, after much searching, he could only find one. A diminutive turtle lay basking in the sun at the pond's edge. He recalled that last year, this turtle had been the size of his palm. Lifting the turtle, which was scarcely half the size of his hand, he felt a twinge of confusion. How could this turtle possibly be shrinking? He had intended to prepare a nourishing soup from it for the upcoming new year, yet now it was so small that it would barely suffice for a toothpick. The turtle, upon being lifted, felt an unexpected joy. It seemed the black cat's advice was true, to avoid becoming a meal for Qin Ge. The only option was to shrink further. Nevertheless, small or not, it was an undeniable truth that the essence of life is often found in the most concentrated forms. Qin Ge casually tossed the turtle back into the pond, already silently contemplating how to prepare it for soup. The turtle, still in shock from Qin Ge's intentions, swam deeper into the pond, vowing never to bask in the sun again until it had grown to the size of his finger. While other extraordinary creatures sought to grow larger, his little turtles were intent on shrinking, fearing that if they became too conspicuous, they might catch Qin Ge's eye and end up in a pot. Regardless of others' thoughts, in Qin Ge's courtyard, the fate of the larger beings typically culminated in being devoured. Take, for instance, the donkey from before, or the cow that had met a similar fate, not to mention the nearly lifeless pig before him. All cautionary tales. What could he be pondering so intently? Observing Qin Ge standing motionless by the pond, Yu Linglong approached, assuming he was engrossed in profound thoughts. Do you think we should? What should we do? Qin Ge remained silent, causing Yu Linglong to grow anxious. Could it be that Qin Ge was contemplating something inappropriate? Flushing with embarrassment, she playfully punched him. What are you thinking? I was suggesting that we take a stroll down to the market. Life has become rather monotonous, and we ought to seek some amusement. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge was taken aback by the flush on Yu Linglong's face. Linglong, why is your face so red? You're not unwell, are you? It seemed he had overthought the situation. Yu Linglong's face reddened even more as she inwardly chided herself for her daily musings. It's nothing. Really, I was actually thinking about that. However, I also pondered that the market below might not have much to offer. So perhaps we should venture to the Shurtua Kingdom instead? The Kingdom of Shurtua is not far from Shurtua Ridge. Qin Ge contemplated that once Shurtua Ridge fell into the hands of the spirits, the Kingdom of Shurtua would surely be drenched in blood. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity while the kingdom still thrived and pay a visit. The two were in perfect agreement and ultimately decided to leave the monkey to guard the house. However, the usually taciturn Lord of the Star of the Rabbit suddenly perked up. Monkey, come here, I have a question for you. What is it, Master Chicken? The monkey, aware that the Lord of the Rabbit despised references to his true form, teasingly addressed him as Master Chicken. Although it was meant as a term of respect, it irked the Lord of the Rabbit immensely, leading to several days of bickering. Master Chicken, it sounds awfully like a brothel owner. Yet today, the Lord of the Rabbit chose not to dwell on it. Did you hear our master mention that he finds this period rather dull? I did, the monkey replied nonchalantly. After all, with a master of such stature, what could possibly hold significance in this world? To see through the mundane was perhaps the ultimate destination. You misunderstand my intent. Our master is hinting that we should provide him with some amusement. Do you comprehend? The monkey was indeed taken aback, as he had not considered that angle. However, observing the Lord's expression, it seemed he was not jesting, and upon reflection, the possibility did exist. Could you enlighten me, Master Chicken? Perhaps our master wishes to feast on monkey brain. Otherwise, why not offer your own and bring him some joy? The monkey rolled his eyes in exasperation. Master Chicken, I believe rather than monkey brain, our master might prefer fried chicken. Why not you contribute instead? This quip nearly rendered the Lord of the Rabbit speechless. Enough with the jesting. I summoned you to assign a task. Go and eliminate Tang Sing's newly acquired second disciple. This way, we can provide some entertainment and have something to do. Are you out of your mind? Master Chicken, I admit I often enjoy bantering with you and provoking your ire. But you need not push me to such extremes. The monkey was growing frantic. Do you realize that Tang Sing's new second disciple is none other than the Earth Spirit? Moreover, he is a favored disciple of the primordial Supreme Being. This deity has a notorious reputation for being protective of his own. Should someone offend those he cherishes, he will pursue vengeance relentlessly. The monkey envisioned the consequences. If he were to indeed slay the primordial Supreme Being's most cherished disciple, their master would undoubtedly feast upon fresh monkey brains shortly thereafter. Are you suggesting that this endeavor represents your own will? Of course not. You represent our master. You embody the essence of Lord Cat. The Lord of the Rabbit appeared puzzled. What of offending a saint? In the presence of our master, the primordial supreme being is as inconsequential as dust. Not only would our master intervene, but even Lord Cat's involvement would likely be too much for him to withstand. It seems that the reasoning is indeed sound. The monkey's mind is agile, swiftly grasping the nuances. However, we ought not to seek trouble unnecessarily. If my master were to discover that I idled away my time while bringing forth such a considerable predicament, I can hardly anticipate a favorable outcome for myself. It is essential to understand that my master is indifferent to such trifling matters. They scarcely occupy his thoughts. Furthermore, Lord Cat has always been protective. Should you find yourself in genuine peril, would he truly abandon you? Chapter 94. Acquiring treasures nevertheless. I cannot shake the feeling that my abilities are rather mediocre. If I were to venture forth recklessly, would it not jeopardize our grand endeavor? It would be far more prudent if you could bestow upon me 2 treasures. Such provisions would facilitate my efforts. The monkey pondered this, realizing that to proceed without caution would be excessively reckless. Thus he tentatively broached the subject. How am I to procure treasures in my current state? The Lord of the Rooster, witnessing his demeanor, was incensed and admonished him, stating, "You imbecilic monkey, do you not comprehend? Our master possesses an abundance of treasures. Simply select 2 for yourself. Each one is a marvel that could astound the heavens and earth." Indeed, it appeared to be true. However, after much deliberation and skirmishing, neither the celestial net nor the sword he used for chopping would pique his interest, for he was not adept in wielding such items. In his contemplation, the monkey's gaze settled upon the bowl where the black cat usually dined. That was the golden bowl of Maitreya. Before departing, the monkey, fearing that his actions might not be sufficiently flawless, seized a gold bracelet that had been hanging neglected on the wall. Upon returning to the heavens, though exhausted and breathless, the hidden virtue celestial sovereign could hardly contain his excitement to share his discoveries. "My esteemed brothers and sisters, I have returned. Spare us the superfluous details. Simply divulge the results," a voice interjected. "Indeed, we await your revelation. Pray tell, what did you learn?" The hidden virtue celestial sovereign cleared his throat and assumed the tone used by Qin Ge when speaking. "It is quite simple to rend the divine list. Is it not merely a matter of having hands? Are you jesting? We sent you to ascertain the feasibility of this matter, and yet you now feign ignorance? This fellow grows increasingly insolent. Speak further, or we shall take action against you." Whether through the implications of his words or his tone, the audience was greatly displeased, mistaking his comments for jest. Some, with fiery tempers, were genuinely prepared to strike him down. Wait, everyone, let us not resort to violence. This statement was made by my brother-in-law himself, and his tone was indeed as such. I am not fabricating anything. Realizing he had incited their wrath, the hidden virtue celestial sovereign refrained from further jesting, hastily shielding his head and calling out, "What? This statement was indeed made by my brother-in-law?" Had the words been uttered by the hidden virtue celestial sovereign himself, they could have leveraged their seniority to impose some discipline upon him. Yet, the realization that it was Qin Ge who spoke those words rendered them hesitant to confront him. All present understood well that at their level of cultivation, the paramount factors were not merely diligence or effort, but rather one's innate talent and the whims of fate. The concept of talent is easily explicable. After all, some individuals are endowed with remarkable gifts, achieving results from a mere day's cultivation that surpass those attained by others over an entire year. As for the notion of fortune, there exists a perspective on this as well. Certain individuals, blessed with good luck, encounter extraordinary opportunities during their travels, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented heights. Such serendipities may include the legacies of formidable beings from past lives or miraculous elixirs, both of which are manifestations of fortune. Currently, they have shifted their focus from cultivation to fervently seeking these opportunities, and they have discovered that Qin Ge's domain is a veritable treasure trove of such prospects. Whether it be the high-purity chaotic spiritual energy within Qin Ge's courtyard or the food imbued with fragments of profound truths, each element drives them to a state of frenzy. Regardless of Qin Ge's current cultivation level, these 2 factors alone are sufficient to compel their submission. Thus, rather than daring to reprimand Qin Ge, they find themselves striving to win his favor instead. The brother-in-law indeed articulated this sentiment, and his assertion undoubtedly holds merit. Everyone fell into contemplation, not questioning the veracity of Qin Ge's words, but pondering the rationale behind his statements. In their eyes, every utterance from Qin Ge has become a sacred decree, undeniably truthful. If it is indeed simple to seize what is unguarded, has the brother-in-law not provided guidance on how to procure the original form of the divine list? De Tianzun mimicked Qin Ge's demeanor, nodding slowly. Is it not exceedingly simple? Given that everyone is already aware of the divine list's location behind the Jade Emperor's throne, wouldn't it suffice to merely reach out and grasp it? Reach out and grasp it. Reach out and grasp it. Upon hearing these words, a wave of frustration surged within them. As if their primordial powers were on the verge of eruption, they longed to sprint to Shituoling and deliver a blow to Qin Ge's head. Did he truly regard them as infants? They were certainly aware of the need to reach out. However, was there not more to discuss regarding the challenges involved? The brother-in-law must have elaborated further, for it is common knowledge that the divine list rests behind the Jade Emperor's seat, and they sought to understand the specific steps required. With a spirit of humility and eagerness to learn, they continued to press for clarification. Qin de Tianzun donned that familiar expression, ready to speak, only to be sharply reprimanded by a senior sister nearby. Do not mimic the brother-in-law's insipid demeanor. Speak plainly, or do not compel me to strike you. Very well. Qin de Tianzun nodded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had initially hoped to play the part of the authoritative figure, but was met with such responses. After all, Qin Ge's original words were that this matter was not particularly complex. Any reasonable individual should be able to deduce it. He speculated that should he utter similar sentiments now, he would likely face a severe beating from his fellow disciples, who would vent their frustrations regarding Qin Ge upon him. He could not afford to be the scapegoat. The brother-in-law had also mentioned that it was, in fact, quite simple. One merely needed to lure the Jade Emperor out of the heavenly realm, and then retrieving the divine list would be a matter of utmost ease. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, it was astonishing that a matter so easily resolvable had been perceived as exceedingly intricate by them. Fortuitously, they had sought counsel from Qin Ge beforehand and refrained from voicing their conjectures. Otherwise, news of their collective oversight in not considering such an approach would surely have brought them ridicule. This solution is commendable, yet I am still quite curious about what exactly the brother-in-law articulated. Chapter 95. Curiosity killed the cat. The group, having acquired several methods, found their spirits lifted and their curiosity piqued. You might not wish to know, but if that's the case, perhaps I should refrain from elaborating. The esteemed Qin de Tianzun envisioned the reactions of these individuals upon hearing Qin Ge's original words, and he trembled, shaking his head. Ironically, this reaction only fueled their curiosity further. Do not fret, Qin de, speak freely, for we shall not cast aspersions upon you. Well, since everyone had offered such assurances, Qin de Tianzun felt emboldened. I must say, this should be a solution any reasonable person could conceive. Could it be that among so many deities, not a single one possesses a modicum of intellect? As soon as these words left his lips, the once jovial expressions of the crowd froze. Silence enveloped the heavenly court that night. After a moment, they finally reacted, glaring furiously at the unfortunate messenger, Qin de Tianzun. How dare you speak such words, Qin de? Since we cannot unleash our wrath upon Qin Ge, we shall settle for this hapless scapegoat instead. Yet by the time they realized this, Qin de had long since vanished. The instant he uttered that statement and witnessed their reaction, he comprehended the impending consequences and promptly fled. I believe this junior brother is intentionally seeking to humiliate us. Another exclaimed. I concur. Our brother-in-law is far too refined to utter such crass remarks. Another added. I agree. When next we encounter junior brother Qin de, he shall receive a sound thrashing. The group understood that Qin Ge was not an entity to be trifled with, and thus directed their ire towards the unfortunate Qin de Tianzun. Calm down, everyone. There is no need for such fury. However, it must be acknowledged that there is a semblance of truth in his words. Amidst the frenzied crowd, a few individuals retained their composure. This method is indeed quite simple. Had we given it more thought, we might have arrived at this conclusion ourselves. Furthermore, our junior brother has made several trips on our behalf. If we were to chastise him, it would only wound his spirit. Perhaps we should first deliberate on the feasibility of this approach. With this redirection of conversation, their focus shifted back to the matter at hand. In truth, enticing the Jade Emperor to leave the heavenly court was no trivial task. Since ascending to his position, he had not taken a single step outside the heavenly realm. This was understandable. The myriad affairs from the three realms clamoring for his attention left him little time to saunter about. However, should this plan succeed, they would no longer be bound by the constraints of heaven and could eschew the myriad peculiar rules. More importantly, they would retain their celestial titles and continue to bask in the offerings of the mortal realm. These incense offerings are indeed invaluable for their cultivation, allowing them to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Naturally, they are reluctant to part with them. I have a notion. Although the Jade Emperor possesses a mirror known as the Haoyan Mirror, which enables him to witness the affairs of the three realms, he has never needed to leave the heavenly court. However, there exists an occurrence that eludes the gaze of the Haotian mirror. What could this be? Is there truly something within the three realms that escapes the observation of the Jade Emperor? Everyone is perplexed, while the one who proposed this theory wears a mysterious smile. Consider this. The journey of the monk Tang Sung to the west for scriptures was never part of the established order, nor was it a choice of the heavenly Dao. Thus, it naturally fell outside the purview of the Haotian mirror. Nevertheless, this matter holds immense significance for the Jade Emperor, and he would undoubtedly take an interest. Indeed, this pilgrimage to acquire scriptures severely impacts the interests of the Jade Emperor. If his interests are at stake, he would certainly descend to investigate. However, the immediate concern is for them to devise a strategy that introduces some flaw into this pilgrimage, one that would have considerable repercussions. Ideally, it should be capable of shaking the very foundations of the Jade Emperor's interests, provoking his wrath, and prompting him to leave the heavenly court. Just as everyone was racking their brains to determine the course of action, a sudden roar echoed. "Who dares to disturb me, you insolent monkey?" This outburst from the mortal realm reverberated throughout the heavenly court. Chaos ensued as everyone speculated whether Sun Wukong had once again committed some outrageous deed. Honestly, this monkey seems exceedingly arrogant. It is baffling how he was chosen during the selection process. And now, it appears trouble has arisen once more. Most didn't take it too seriously, instinctively believing that Sun Wukong had provoked some undeserving adversary or engaged in reckless behavior. Eagle Eye Wind Ear ascertained the nature of the disturbance. Eagle Eye observed for a moment, then wore a vacant expression. That pig-headed fool was actually struck dead by a monkey's club. What nonsense. I asked you to report what transpired, not to prattle on. Wind Ear, growing impatient, listened for a while, and then bore an equally bewildered expression. It turns out that Tang Sung and his disciples were trapped on the Yellow Wind Ridge. After dealing with the Yellow Wind Old Demon, they were preparing to continue their journey when an unexpected monkey appeared. This monkey bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, which led Zhu Beiji to instinctively mistake him for his elder brother. To his astonishment, this elder brother struck with ferocity, delivering a fatal blow. Initially, Tang Sung failed to discern the difference between this monkey and his eldest disciple, and in his fury, he fainted from the stress. It is worth noting that these are no ordinary beings. Both the monkey and the pig have connections within the heavenly court, with Zhu Beiji being an entrenched figure due to his connections. Such a sudden and brutal demise would be unbearable for anyone. Sun Wukong, in particular, was filled with rage. For how dare anyone impersonate him and slay his own disciple? The two monkeys immediately engaged in a fierce battle, clashing with relentless fervor. As the mist began to lift, onlookers observed the scene unfolding in the mortal realm with increasingly perplexed expressions, while others might remain oblivious to the true nature of this monkey. Those familiar with Qin Ge had a vivid recollection of this peculiar creature. This monkey was no ordinary being. It was, in fact, a cherished pet raised by Qin Ge. Chapter 96. Offering assistance. Although the monkey's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Sun Wukong, the onlookers were acutely aware that this creature was no ordinary monkey, but rather one of the spiritual beings known as the six-eared macaque, renowned for its ability to transform into the likeness of others and mimic their behaviors. It was no surprise that the two appeared identical. However, the true intent behind Qin Ge's actions remained a mystery. Could it be that the brother-in-law, aware of their limited options, deliberately provided them with this opportunity to take action? As they pondered this possibility, an epiphany dawned upon them. The identity of the pig was far from trivial. It was the Earthwalker's son. His sudden demise would undoubtedly rouse the attention of all associated saints, and of course, the Jade Emperor himself. Upon this analysis, a collective realization washed over them, as they grappled with the appropriate course of action. Yet, before they could deliberate further, Qin Ge had already made a decisive choice for them. The previous disappearance of Marshal Tianpeng, also known as Zhu Ganglai, had already incensed Laozi. Now, with Earthwalker's son being struck down by a mere monkey, even the primordial heavenly sovereign was bound to be provoked. The Jade Emperor, in pursuit of something as trivial as the journey to the west, had now unwittingly offended two saints, a predicament that would surely leave him in a state of turmoil. If the Jade Emperor failed to act decisively now, he would have irreparably alienated both saints, a wrath that was far beyond his capacity to bear. Marvelous. It appeared that the brother-in-law had anticipated their predicament and had arranged for his trained monkey to assist them. How astonishing it was that, as they had only just begun to contemplate the matters of the journey to the west, he had already taken action with such resolute thoroughness. Everyone marveled at Qin Ge's foresight. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to the status of a semi-divine figure in their eyes. He strolled through the capital of the Lion Camel Kingdom, hand in hand with Yu Linglong. To his surprise, the bustling vibrancy of the place rivaled that of the modern streets he had once known. Aside from the absence of the gaudy excesses of his previous life, the level of prosperity and the diversity of shops were indeed beyond his expectations. Was there truly a bookstore here? Yu Linglong, observing Qin Ge's excited expression, felt a twinge of bewilderment. Could it be that in sealing his cultivation, he had also sealed away his common sense? Wasn't he a bookstore a commonplace establishment? Eager to explore, Qin Ge hurried inside to peruse the volumes, only to find that most of the books were composed in classical Chinese, cryptic and difficult to comprehend. Initially, he had assumed that those of the Buddhist and Taoist faiths would attain enlightenment upon reading profound scriptures. However, he soon realized that such was not the case. Let us find a place to rest for a while, he suggested, losing interest in the literature. He then guided Yu Linglong to a nearby tea house, a popular spot for locals to enjoy tea and leisure, where numerous storytellers entertained the patrons with their tales. Today, we shall delve into a tale known as the Investiture of the Gods. The storyteller is currently recounting the narrative of the Fengshen Bang. In truth, the story of the Fengshen Bang was obscure to mortals until certain sages shattered the primordial chaos, allowing these tales to gradually permeate the earthly realm, where they were subsequently embraced by humanity as myth and legend. Captivated by the storyteller's vivid narration, Qin Ge found himself intrigued, and the two companions sipped tea while attentively listening. However, unbeknownst to them, their pet, the six-eared macaque, had committed an egregious transgression. Alas, Amitba, how could this monkey perpetrate such a cruel act? Tang Sung was rendered pale with fright, his already ashen visage now devoid of any semblance of humanity. Trembling, he pointed at the six-eared macaque, stuttering the same two phrases repeatedly. At that moment, Sun Wukong sprang into action, engaging in combat with the macaque. In his grasp was the Rui Jinggu Bang, a weapon imbued with divine power, while the six-eared macaque wielded a rare golden bracelet, both treasures of comparable significance. Moreover, their strengths were evenly matched, and with the macaque having transformed into an appearance nearly indistinguishable from Sun Wukong's, the battle became a fierce stalemate, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. Were it not for the hidden protection surrounding Tang Sung, his mortal flesh would have likely succumbed to the residual force of their clash. Goodness, I can no longer discern which is Sun Wukong and which is the wretched monkey. This is terrifying. Sun Wukong himself is a being of defiance against the heavens. Who could have anticipated that another monkey, so strikingly similar to him, would emerge? Not only were their weapons comparable, but their powers were also nearly equal. This revelation sent a shiver of dread through the onlookers. Let us refrain from intervening for now. We should first observe the unfolding events. Should Sun Wukong falter, then we shall act. As the crowd speculated about the origins of this monkey, one individual displayed a look of astonishment. This person was none other than the monkey's master, Yuan Hong. He recognized the macaque and could discern that its current cultivation and power had vastly surpassed its former state. It is crucial to note that during their last encounter, the macaque was merely an ordinary little demon. Now, it possessed the strength to contend with Sun Wukong without being outmatched. As his mentor, Yuan Hong had always been diligent in nurturing the macaque, bestowing upon it any treasures and opportunities available. The macaque's progress, previously steady and unremarkable, now appeared astonishingly rapid. What extraordinary circumstances could have led to such a remarkable transformation? Could it be the result of some grand fortune? Although some thoughts elude comprehension, witnessing the remarkable success of his disciple brings great joy to Yuan Hong. Yet, amidst this elation, Yuan Hong cannot help but harbor a sense of concern. It is crucial to remember that Sun Wukong is a primordial being, a spirit born from the very fabric of creation. His innate gifts far surpass those of any mere disciple. While it is true that his disciple possesses spiritual qualities, they ultimately pale in comparison to the legendary prowess of Sun Wukong. As the two engage in such an intense contest, one cannot help but wonder whether his disciple will ultimately find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 97. Rescue Yuan Hong, concerned for the well-being of his apprentice, found himself at a loss as to how to assist without intervening directly. After much contemplation, he recalled a suitable candidate who could aid him, none other than Erling Shun. Yang Jian. With this thought in mind, Yuan Hong wasted no time and ascended to the heavens in haste. Please, I implore you to assist me. Upon Yang Jian's unexpected encounter with Yuan Hong, who knelt before him with such reverence, he was taken aback. Yuan Hong, known for his prideful nature, rarely even acknowledged him, let alone bowed in submission. Yang Jian surmised that something significant must have occurred for Yuan Hong to act in this manner. There is no need for such formalities between us. Please rise, Yang Jian urged, though he was perplexed. What has transpired? Speak slowly. There is no need to rush. How can I not be urgent? My ungrateful apprentice has inadvertently killed Tu Xing's son, and I am at a loss regarding what to do. Yuan Hong held his disciple in high regard. After all, his identity as a six-eared macaque warranted such reverence. Moreover, the monkey had endeared himself to Yuan Hong during his tutelage, prompting him to set aside his pride for the sake of his apprentice's fate. What? Yang Jin questioned, doubting his own hearing as he furrowed his brow. Your disciple has killed Tu Xing's son? Yes. Yuan Hong lamented, grappling with unspoken frustrations. Observing Yang Jian's incredulous expression, he understood that, had he not witnessed the event himself, he too would find it difficult to believe that his apprentice possessed the prowess to defeat Tu Xing's Sunday. Although Tu Xing's son often appeared lackadaisical, his innate talent was undeniable. Your disciple has made considerable progress recently, Yang Jian remarked, noting Yuan Hong's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting. Progress is irrelevant now. My ungrateful disciple is currently embroiled in a fierce struggle against the ancient spirit monkey, Sun Wukong. They are locked in combat with no clear victor, and I am at a loss. Sun Wukong? Yang Jian was once again astonished. He peered through the veil of uncertainty to observe the happenings in the mortal realm. Upon realizing that Sun Wukong was indeed clashing with the monkey, he gasped in disbelief. What do you mean by no clear victor? Clearly, Sun Wukong is being overwhelmed. Indeed, if nothing unforeseen occurred, it was evident that Sun Wukong would soon be bested. For although they were engaged in battle, he was showing signs of retreat. The Sun Wukong of yore, who had wreaked havoc in heaven, had faced countless deities without a hint of fear, leaving the celestial realm in disarray. It was astonishing to witness him now, confronted by an ordinary spirit monkey, exhibiting such evident trepidation. Yet this situation also hinted at a significant truth. Yuan Hong's disciple, this monkey, was a force to be reckoned with. To inflict such a defeat upon Sun Wukong, one must undoubtedly possess strength that surpasses his own. While it is not impossible for a disciple to exceed their master, Yang Jian remains deeply skeptical. Not to speak ill of Yuan Hong, but are you aware of the true abilities of your disciple? Although Yang Jian believes that Yuan Hong has no need to deceive him, uncertainty is evident in his gaze. After all, Yuan Hong's pupil has just vanquished Tu Xing's son, a disciple of the primordial heavenly lord. Though Tu Xing's son was not particularly favored by the Lord, if the primordial heavenly lord were to remain silent on this matter, it would only serve to highlight his own impotence. Thus, it is inevitable that the Lord will intervene. Should Yang Jian choose to act rashly and offend a saint, he would find himself in a precarious position. Therefore, before taking any action, it is imperative that he seeks clarity. It has been quite some time since we last met. I am uncertain of his current cultivation, but he is indeed my disciple, Yuan Hong exclaimed, growing anxious at the prospect of his disciple suffering harm. How about this? Dear sir, if you harbor any doubts, I shall swear an oath here and now. If you assist me in this matter, I shall be at your beck and call whenever you require my aid in the future. Yuan Hong has placed all his hopes upon the monkey, willing to do whatever it takes to save him. Seeing that Yuan Hong has reached such a fervent plea, it would be rather callous of Erlang Shin not to act. Contemplating this, Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Very well, if you can assure me that this monkey is indeed your disciple, I shall accompany you to witness the truth of the matter. If it proves to be so, I shall certainly advocate on your behalf. Meanwhile, the two combatants, oblivious to the stir they have caused, continue their fierce battle. Sun Wukong can distinctly sense that his opponent has gained the upper hand, should the fight persist. Defeat is inevitable. The other monkey, however, grows bolder with each exchange, perceiving not the renowned great sage equal to heaven, but merely an ordinary monkey before him. The prolonged engagement between them is attributed to the equality of their weapons and cultivation levels. Moreover, both monkeys are born of celestial nature, rendering their abilities closely matched. However, the other monkey holds an advantage, having spent over a year residing with Qin Ge, consuming food and breathing air enriched with fragments of the great Dao. These fragments not only expedite his cultivation, but also refine the spiritual energy within him, enhancing his prowess significantly. In essence, he is no longer the ordinary monkey he once was. To put it plainly, he now fights as if clad in armor against an unarmed opponent, leaving Sun Wukong with little chance of victory. I have heard that you are quite impressive, even bestowing upon yourself the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. After defeating Sun Wukong, your arrogance has only grown. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, is filled with frustration. The primary distinction between him and you lies in the fact that his cultivation has been achieved through his own relentless efforts. It was after the enlightenment from the patriarch Bodhi that he dedicated himself to arduous training. Although he later consumed some celestial elixirs and peaches, their impact on him was relatively minimal. Chapter 98. The fight. Though those celestial elixirs and the peaches of immortality have indeed enhanced his cultivation, the foundation of this newfound strength remains precarious, rendering him inferior to the monkey, whose solid foundation and prowess are undeniable. I am the illustrious great sage equal to heaven, the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. I know not from whence you hail, demon, to dare assume my likeness. Sun Wukong, infuriated and humiliated, felt that had he possessed sufficient power, he would have long since charged at this audacious foe and reduced him to a pulp. Yet, even in his current disheveled state, he stubbornly maintained the facade of dignity. How laughable! With your meager abilities, you aspire to disrupt the heavens? Surely, someone must have been lenient back in the day. The monkey, brimming with pride, wielded his staff with great speed. Moreover, I truly feel ashamed for you. The Confucian and Taoist teachings have always been kind to you. Yet you have betrayed them for Buddhism, protecting that insipid monk and embarking on a journey to the West to propagate the Buddhist scriptures. Your actions are truly beneath my contempt. As he ruminated on this, the monkey's ire grew, and he began to chant incantations, manifesting the terrifying laws of battle. In an instant, the staff in his hands expanded beyond all conceivable dimensions, piercing the clouds, and with a gentle flourish, it shattered the yellow wind ridge into fragments. Observing this, Sun Wukong hastily summoned his Rui Jinggu Bang, casting a spell to enlarge it to match the size of his adversary's weapon, striving with all his might to block the impending blow. However, to his dismay, he found himself unable to withstand the impact, staggering back several steps. His hands numbed by the force. I recognize your identity now. You must be one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, the 6-eared macaque, renowned for your shape-shifting abilities. No wonder you can imitate my likeness so perfectly. It is indeed you. Upon uncovering his opponent's true identity, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Yet, should not your talents lie in disguise? How could you possess such formidable strength? Have you perhaps consumed some celestial elixir? The 6-eared macaque found this assertion absurdly amusing. How ludicrous it was that a mighty stone monkey was oblivious to the fact that the power he had just demonstrated was derived from the laws of battle. Meanwhile, those who had been silently observing from the shadows grew anxious as they recognized that Sun Wukong was evidently at a disadvantage. Oh no, it turns out that the one faltering is indeed Sun Wukong. We may need to intervene swiftly. Initially, they could not discern the differences between Sun Wukong and the 6-eared macaque, thus hesitating to act. However, with Sun Wukong's revelation, their understanding became clear. The most crucial aspect was that Zhu Beiji, while part of this illustrious team, was not a pivotal figure. Losing him could easily allow for a replacement. In contrast, Sun Wukong was the cornerstone of the entire pilgrimage to the West. Setting aside all else, finding another with his level of power would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, his identity as one of the ancient 4 great spiritual monkeys held significant weight. Among the 4 spiritual monkeys, 2 exhibited indifference towards the events of the journey to the West, while one was engaged in combat with Sun Wukong. Should these 2 continue their battle to the bitter end, resulting in Sun Wukong's demise, they would indeed find themselves incapable of locating another suitable protector for Tang Sun. This troubling thought sent everyone into a frenzy, prompting them to hastily retrieve their most treasured magical artifacts, aiming for a decisive blow. However, as a chaotic array of precious treasures surged toward him, the 6-eared macaque remained utterly unperturbed. Fortuitously, he had anticipated this very scene. With unhurried composure, he produced a golden bracelet from his garment and hurled it towards the approaching artifacts. As if drawn by some mystical force, the treasures were uncontrollably drawn into the golden bracelet, leaving no trace behind. After executing this maneuver, the 6-eared macaque paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him, instead sauntering over to the trembling Tang Sun. "You must be the renowned Tang Song," he remarked, scrutinizing the monk with evident disdain. "I have heard tales of your flesh granting immortality. I wonder if there is any truth to such claims?" Tang Sun, having witnessed the preceding events, was acutely aware that if this formidable monkey desired his life, resistance would be futile. Thus, he resolved to cease struggling. "I am but a humble monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying westward to seek the Buddhist scriptures from the Buddha. I implore you to spare my life." Despite his awareness of the grim fate that awaited him, Tang Sun could not help but tremble. Based on his earlier conversation with Sun Wukong, he understood that this fearsome monkey aligned with the Confucian and Taoist paths, while he himself adhered to the Buddhist way. Today, his prospects appeared bleak. Yet, the 6-eared macaque harbored no intentions of tasting his flesh, nor did he wish to take his life. He was merely following the orders of the Star Lord of the Day, Having only been tasked with eliminating Zhu Beiji, the others were not his concern, especially not a mere mortal like Tang Seng. Enough of your incessant chatter. Your words are truly tiresome. Go sit in that corner for a while. He gestured towards a nearby cave that had partially collapsed, leaving only a small entrance. This esteemed one, as you can see, the entrance is half collapsed. I truly cannot enter. And should I manage to squeeze in, what if the cave collapses further? Would that not endanger lives? Tang Sung frowned, glancing at the diminutive opening, which resembled a dog's den, finding it impossible to stoop low enough to enter. If you are unwilling to go in, that is acceptable. However, you now face two choices. Either obediently enter and remain there, or allow me to discover the flavor of Tang Seng's flesh. The monkey, disinterested in further dialogue, presented the options directly. Upon hearing these words, Tang Sung promptly cast aside his dignity and pride, cautiously crawling into the tight space. After all, when compared to one's own life, the loss of dignity becomes inconsequential, especially when no one else is witnessing it. As Tang Sung truly made his way inside, the six-eared macaque burst into laughter, pointing at the nearly unconscious Sun Wukong lying nearby. As for me, I offer you all a chance. If within 7 days you can find someone capable of subduing me, I shall release this tender-skinned monk. Chapter 99. The flesh of Tang Sung. However, if you are unable to find him, I shall ascertain the true flavor of this Tang Sung flesh. Witnessing his audacity, the bodhisattvas who secretly protected Tang Sung and his disciples were incensed. You insolent, unruly monkey. Do you not realize that Tang Sung is the chosen one of the Buddha himself? Should any harm befall him, you shall bear the consequences. They added, if the Buddha were to punish you, I doubt you possess 10 lives to escape his wrath. These individuals, emboldened by the support of the Buddhist and Taoist realms, spoke without restraint, believing their divine backing would shield them from any repercussions. They naively assumed that merely invoking the name of the great Tathagata would compel this monkey to relinquish his pursuit of their lives. Damn it! I shall only say this once. If you intend to rescue him, hurry and find someone. If not, be gone and cease bothering me. The monkey detested the incessant chatter of others, and the cacophony from the gathered crowd only fueled his irritation. He brandished his staff and struck down with ferocity. The sudden onslaught claimed several bodhisattvas who were unable to evade in time, meeting their end under his mighty blow. This turn of events had far surpassed their expectations. Initially, they considered the monkey merely one of the trials among the 81 difficulties, thus they did not take it seriously. However, they soon realized that this monkey bore no fear of the Buddhist domain and seemed to harbor a profound animosity towards it. Even when they invoked the name of the Buddha as a shield, the monkey exhibited no sign of trepidation. Rather, he appeared distinctly disdainful. Look at what has transpired. If you cannot rescue my master, I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. I will return to Huagua Mountain and resume my life as the Monkey King. In truth, the monkey had never been particularly willing to protect Tang Sung on the journey to the west, so now, with a convenient excuse to abandon his task, he stood resolute. He longed for these individuals to shake their heads and confess their inability to assist, thus granting him the rationale to return to his carefree existence. Observing the bodhisattvas, the monkey seethed with indignation. Although he had not sustained significant injuries, he felt humiliated by the day's events. The bodhisattvas, too, found themselves in a predicament. Despite their desire to assist, the magical artifacts they possessed had been mysteriously drawn away by the monkey, leaving them bereft of their precious treasures. Listen, Sun Wukong. Cease your antics and put away your unruly demeanor. You must protect your master here while we seek reinforcements from the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong objected vehemently. What do you mean by protect my master? Does he even require my protection? He is confined within, and I cannot even see him. Why should I be burdened with his safety? During their earlier confrontation, the monkey had indeed absorbed the words exchanged between them. Indeed, he was once proud and arrogant. Yet now he has been reduced to the role of a mere lackey for the Buddhist path, compelled to protect this loquacious monk, a fact he finds rather distasteful. Nevertheless, the journey to the west is inevitable. However, he shall no longer exert himself further. After all, their paths diverge, and they cannot conspire together. Monkey, I advise you to ponder carefully. We have yet to remove the golden fillet from your head. Should you continue to behave so obstinately, we may have to recite the incantation. Upon witnessing the monkey's reluctance to comply, the bodhisattvas grew solemn, and one of them vociferously admonished him. All right. You are indeed formidable. After all, he is my master. Here's the deal. You protect him while I venture to the west to seek assistance. This errand was precisely what he relished, as a single somersault could span vast distances with little effort. The bodhisattvas exchanged glances, recognizing that this was their only option, and thus acquiesced to his proposal. In truth, there was no need for Sun Wukong to undertake this journey himself. The demise of Tu Xingsuan had already reached the heavenly courts. Who is Tu Xingsuan, you might ask? He was the one who had surreptitiously infiltrated the scriptures-seeking team. The disciple of the esteemed primordial supreme, his sudden and tragic death incited considerable ire in the Jade Emperor. However, the death of Tu Xingsuan did not particularly stir the Jade Emperor's emotions, for the heavenly realm was never short of inhabitants. He could simply appoint another to fill the vacancy. What truly troubled him was the fact that Tu Xingsuan's master was none other than the primordial supreme, and previously, Zhu Ganglia's master had been lousy. Because of Zhu Beiji's identity, he had inadvertently offended two saints, leaving the Jade Emperor in a state of distress. Report to the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong requests an audience. As soon as the words were uttered, the celestial beings exchanged glances, fully aware of Sun Wukong's intentions. He had come seeking reinforcements, imploring them for assistance. You all are surely aware of what transpired, so I shall not waste breath on trivialities. Quickly, determine who among you is suitable to rescue my master. Sun Wukong, incensed by their apparent indifference, realized they had long been aware of the situation, yet feigned ignorance. Sitting idly as if watching a spectacle, the other deities gazed at him in bemusement. Your master has been captured. What brings you here? The greatest obstacle in this journey to the West lies with Buddhism. Why do you not confront the Buddha, Tathagata, for answers? All the good fortune belongs to him. Yet any misfortune, we in the heavenly court bear the brunt. Do not fret. Your master is fortunate and will surely be unharmed. Yet, why did you not adequately protect him and instead come here? Though the Jade Emperor's expression was grim, he suppressed his anger. How dare you speak? Who could have foreseen that within the trials you devised there lay such an arduous challenge? That monkey and I were so evenly matched that not only did we fail to determine a victor, but I was also thoroughly bested. The mere recollection of this incident intensified the monkey's ire, feeling that his dignity had been trampled upon. Moreover, this monkey struck down the pig, Zhu Beiji, with a single blow. According to your reasoning, should we not seek another Zhu Beiji to replace him? Such words carry a hint of sarcasm, causing the expressions of the deities to shift. This statement clearly serves to mock the inaction of the heavenly court, as well as to deride its cold-heartedness. Only Sun Wukong would dare to speak in such a manner. Chapter 100. Little Neza, very well, we comprehend your plight. It is entirely understandable that you feel compelled to voice your concerns in this precarious situation. Although the Jade Emperor seethed with indignation, he refrained from uttering a word, instead feigning magnanimity with a dismissive wave of his hand. See if anyone can assist him. Hasten to rescue Tang's son. Despite his outward demeanor of amicability, the Jade Emperor gritted his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the formidable background of that accursed monkey, he would have long since ordered its demise. How could such a mere monkey dare to act in such a brazen manner? Upon hearing this, all the deities instinctively took a step back, not wishing to invite calamity upon themselves. Their observations confirmed that the monkey possessed extraordinary strength, rendering it unwise to take unnecessary risks. Seeing the silence, the Jade Emperor felt a twinge of exasperation. Pray tell, is there no brave soul among you willing to step forward? Though reluctant, the assembly ultimately found themselves compelled to rise. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. Rather, their lack of knowledge regarding the demon's origins and capabilities instilled a sense of caution in them. Are you not aware? That demon's power rivals my own. The monkey, unwilling to concede inferiority, asserted that the adversary was of comparable strength, yet the peculiar artifacts in the demon's possession, a staff and a circular ring, were indeed perplexing, capable of siphoning treasures from several deities. Such artifacts were unheard of, leaving them unable to provide assistance. As the monkey observed the deities tossing him about like a mere plaything, he grew increasingly frustrated. I care not. You must rescue my master. Should you choose not to aid me, I shall return to Flower Fruit Mountain and reclaim my status as the Monkey King. Wait, if Sun Wukong truly abandons his quest, then all our meticulous preparations for this journey to the west would come to naught. Very well then, I shall delegate the task to the loyal and steadfast Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, to ascertain the situation. The Jade Emperor, seeking to offload this troublesome matter, entrusted it to the earnest Li Jing. Noticing Li Jing's reluctance, the Jade Emperor quickly added, if you fear for your lack of manpower, you may take 10,000 heavenly soldiers with you. Hold on. If you insist on sending Li Jing, then perhaps keep the 10,000 heavenly soldiers for yourself. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes in disbelief. The heavenly soldiers were, in his estimation, utterly ineffectual, hardly worthy of consideration. To think of them attempting to confront the demon was laughable. Better they remain in the heavenly court for a few more days than face certain doom. Enough. The Jade Emperor, stung by Sun Wukong's retort, found himself at a loss for words, his brows knitting together in anger. If you continue to speak, your master may indeed find himself in grave peril. As time approached, Sun Wukong, disinterested in further dialogue, led the formidable Li Tianwang and his son, the third Prince Neza, directly toward Huangfeng Ridge. At that moment, the six-eared macaque was dozing when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the fierce gaze of a seemingly youthful child. Whose child are you? How did you arrive in this perilous place? You must understand that this is no realm for you. Return home at once, the six-eared macaque implored, genuinely concerned that a confrontation might inadvertently harm the child. However, the young one merely rolled his eyes and scoffed disdainfully. Recognizing this reaction, the six-eared macaque deduced the child's identity. This youthful figure could only be the third Prince Neza. Although Neza appeared adorably charming, if memory served him right, he was a disciple of the revered Tai Jinren. A disciple of Tai Jinren, no less, a foe of his master. With this realization, the six-eared macaque promptly categorized the child as an adversary. Since you refuse to heed my warning, you would do well to vacate the premises, otherwise, I shall make you wail for your mother. The six-eared macaque's sharp tongue was distinctive, especially after being cooped up in Qin Ge's courtyard among formidable figures. Unable to express himself, now, finally encountering someone weaker, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Who do you think you are, daring to speak so arrogantly before me? Once I peel off your monkey skin and fashion it into a coat, you shall truly comprehend my prowess. Despite his youth, Neza possessed a notoriously fiery temperament. After all, he had once extracted the dragon tendons from the Dragon King's sole heir. Faced with a mere monkey, he would certainly not show mercy. With that, he charged forward, wielding his wind and fire wheels. Well, you may be young, but your temper is quite fierce, and you possess no small amount of treasures, the six-eared macaque observed, mentally cataloging Neza's possessions as if they were destined to be his own. What use is this Qian Kuan circle and wind and fire wheels? They are but dust collectors in a warehouse. But this misty tapestry seems quite splendid. I could take it back for the princess as a hair accessory. These words infuriated Neza to the point of nearly spitting blood. His treasures were hard-earned, coveted by many, yet before this monkey, they were dismissed as mere items gathering dust. The misty tapestry, reduced to the status of a trivial hair accessory? You insolent monkey, taste my wrath. As the formidable strike from Neza was poised to land squarely upon his face, the six-eared macaque remained remarkably composed, deftly evading the attack. Seizing the moment while Neza was momentarily taken aback, he swiftly produced a golden bracelet from his bosom. Although the bracelet appeared unassuming in size, it possessed an extraordinary gravitational pull, exerting a terrifying attraction that drew the four treasures from Neza's possession into the hands of the six-eared macaque. Neza was engulfed in sheer terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 101. Confiscation, yet he could only cling desperately to his precious possessions, fearing that they might truly fall into the hands of his adversary. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he was ultimately unable to resist the allure of the indomitable golden bracelet. With a mere flick of his hand, the six-eared macaque effortlessly drew away all the treasures from Neza. Damn monkey, return my artifacts. Do you have any idea how arduous it was for me to acquire these treasures? Although Neza had attained fame at a young age, he was still but a child, his mind not yet fully matured. Witnessing the complete loss of his four treasures to the monkey, he immediately grew anxious and could not help but unleash a torrent of invective. You little brat, I see you are too inexperienced to contend with me. If things go awry, just run home and cry to your mother. Don't embarrass yourself here. The six-eared macaque, reveling in his possession of Neza's treasures, hurled insults with glee. Naturally, the formidable King Li, the pagoda-bearer, would not stand idly by while his beloved son was bullied. What kind of monster dares to challenge me? Take this. King Li, brimming with confidence, believed that despite son Wukong's claims of parity and strength with the macaque, even Wukong could not escape the suppression of his pagoda. Thus, he instinctively assumed that his pagoda would surely subdue the unremarkable monkey before him. However, as King Li's pagoda soared swiftly towards the macaque, the latter remained unperturbed, leisurely raising the golden bracelet. Absorb. With such a casual gesture, the advancing pagoda was unexpectedly drawn away. Staring at his now empty palm, King Li was left dumbfounded. This was the first time in many years that he had lost connection with his pagoda. How could this happen? Did you not say the monkey was evenly matched with you? How could he possibly claim my pagoda? Enraged, King Li turned to son Wukong. who was watching the spectacle with an air of indifference and unleashed his frustration. Do not be so hasty. I made it clear before that while his strength may be comparable to mine, his treasures are quite peculiar, especially that bracelet which can attract divine artifacts. Sun Wukong, observing King Li's anxious demeanor, found himself rather amused. After all, he had already conveyed this information, and it was these individuals who had grown overly complacent. The current predicament bore no consequence for him. Indeed, Sun Wukong began to ponder how he would boast to his subordinates about this journey to the west should the monk truly be consumed by the demon monkey. King Li, with a resigned glance at his irretrievable pagoda and then at his son, who was on the verge of tears, heaved a deep sigh. You at a loss for whom to blame. He reflected on Sun Wukong's earlier words, realizing that it was indeed his and Nez's underestimation that had led to the loss of their treasures. At that moment, the six-eared macaque gazed at the several treasured artifacts in his hands, feeling a profound sense of joy. He thought to himself, upon returning and presenting these items to his master, surely his master would be delighted as well. Nevertheless, he concluded that this monkey was indeed beyond their control, and it would be wise to return to the heavenly court to inform the Jade Emperor, allowing him to address the matter. Although his own treasures had been confiscated, the mighty Li Tianwang was not overly anxious, for the pagoda was intrinsically linked to him. As long as he drew breath, it would never fall into the hands of another. Thus, the pressing concern was to swiftly return and seek the Jade Emperor's assistance in subduing the monkey and reclaiming his pagoda. Wait for me, wait for me. Let us return together. Sun Wukong observed the displeased expression of Li Tianwang and felt a surge of delight within, yet he maintained a facade of solemnity. Am I not correct? The monkey's prowess is indeed formidable. We engaged in a fierce battle of 81 rounds, and it was merely a momentary lapse on my part that allowed him to prevail. Listening to Sun Wukong's incessant mutterings, both Li Tianwang and Neza wore expressions of cold indifference, not uttering a single word, each preoccupied with thoughts of their lost treasures. Upon their return to the heavenly court, the two reported the events to the Jade Emperor, who was utterly taken aback. Are you suggesting that this monkey defeated you without even engaging with him? Indeed, that monkey possesses a peculiar golden bracelet that seems capable of attracting all treasures. The moment we revealed our artifacts, they were drawn away, leaving us utterly helpless. We beseeched the Jade Emperor to assist us in recovering our belongings. Neza's eyes brimmed with tears. Each of those treasures was of paramount importance to him, and losing four at once left him in despair for what lay ahead. Jade Emperor, are you deliberately dismissing my plea? Did I not just request that you find four exceptionally reliable individuals? Sun Wukong observed the conflicted expressions of those present, reveling in their discontent while subtly sowing discord. Look at whom you have chosen. Rather than defeating the opponent, you have inadvertently bolstered their strength. His words only served to darken the countenances of all assembled. Pray tell, Sun Wukong, how did you manage to offend them so gravely that they would act in such a manner? The Jade Emperor pondered deeply before deciding to divert the matter back to the Buddhist realm. Regrettably, I possess no more capable deities at my disposal. Perhaps you should consult the Buddha, Tathagata, regarding this issue. Very well, since you are unwilling to intervene, what other recourse do I have but to seek Tathagata? Sun Wukong, however, was not dismayed. He merely turned with a smile, preparing to depart. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused, returning to cast a serious glance at the Jade Emperor, leaving behind a final remark. Although your celestial court is quite expansive and populated with numerous deities, it seems to prioritize quantity over quality. The fact that you cannot even subdue a mere little demon is quite alarming. After uttering these words, Sun Wukong hastily took flight, fearing that he might have irrevocably provoked the Jade Emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the Jade Emperor was already seething with rage behind him. Sun Wukong, oblivious to the turmoil he had caused, executed a few somersaults and swiftly arrived at the abode of the Buddha, Tathagata. He understood clearly that the heavenly court would no longer concern itself with his affairs. The only one capable of addressing this matter was the Buddha, Tathagata. Chapter 102. Assistance, however, although aid was possible, whether or not it would be rendered depended on the disposition of the other party. Thus, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, in less than half an hour, he emerged once more. He re-entered the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor, originally in a fit of rage within the palace, could only muster a forced smile upon seeing Sun Wukong's return. Why have you come back? The underlying tone implied. Have the Buddha, Tathagata, refused to resolve your issues? If he declines to assist you, why should I concern myself with your affairs? I have little to gain from this situation. Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of discontent. I inquired, and the Buddha stated that to subdue this creature, One must first locate the supreme Laozi's ox. Sun Wukong, disinterested in further discourse, relayed the Buddha's words directly. The Buddha's original statement indicated that this monster was intricately linked to Laozi's ox. How could that be? Some found it utterly laughable. Setting aside Laozi's rationale, one could not deny the disparity in their natures. After all, it was a monkey that committed nefarious deeds and kidnapped your master, while Laozi's ox was merely a humble beast. Indeed, I have seen that ox. It is quite docile and honest, incapable of such malevolence. These are your words. My only purpose is to convey the Buddha's original message to you. Moreover, since the Buddha has spoken thus, I must investigate the nature of this ox. From this, it seemed the Jade Emperor did not entirely concur, for if the monkey demon truly held a profound connection to the heavenly court, it would suggest a failure in his oversight. If it were indeed the case that the monkey demon had ties to Laozi's ox, then he too bore some responsibility. Thus, the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss on how to refuse. If you prevent my investigation, I shall be left without a master. Without a master? What purpose do I have here? I might as well return to my life as the Monkey King. Sun Wukong, well aware of what mattered most to these figures, skillfully seized their vulnerabilities, leveraging his departure as a bargaining chip to demand a price. Very well, go investigate at Laozi's abode to discern any unusual occurrences. Upon receiving this affirmation, Sun Wukong hastened directly to Laozi's residence. At that very moment, Laozi had just completed a series of alchemical practices and was in a state of distress, pondering the whereabouts of his treasured Vajra bracelet. He was baffled by the mysterious cat that had seemingly whisked it away. What troubled him further was that had it simply been taken, he might have devised a means of retrieval, but now he could sense no trace of his Vajra bracelet's existence. This disconnection induced a sense of panic within him, as he felt he had truly lost his most cherished magical artifact. While he was deep in his calculations, Sun Wukong burst in, shouting and causing a commotion. "What are you doing, Taishang Laojun?" This question is rather perplexing. Taishang Laojun merely lifted his gaze to glance at him, uttering no further words. After all, at this moment, he was engulfed in profound worry. "You see, we suspect that the monkey demon responsible for today's commotion has transformed from your cow. So is your cow at home?" Taishang Laojun pondered carefully. Indeed, he possessed a cow, albeit one he had temporarily let roam free. "It remains at home, but I am unsure what issue brings you here." Initially, Taishang Laojun did not connect this matter with anything else, thinking that Sun Wukong was merely bored and seeking amusement at his expense. However, it soon became evident that the situation was far more serious, for Sun Wukong appeared not only grave but also exceedingly anxious. "What has transpired? Today, while we were diligently seeking scriptures, a demon monkey suddenly appeared, striking down Zhu Beiji with a single blow and imprisoning my master." Every time Sun Wukong recounted this incident, his fury festered. "I inquired with numerous individuals, yet none provided a definitive answer, except for the Buddha, who suggested I inquire about your cow's whereabouts, leading me to speculate a connection between the two." In truth, Sun Wukong had already exercised considerable restraint in his words. He had intended to assert that Taishang Laojun's cow had become the demon. "Moreover, you ought not to feign ignorance any longer. You are in collusion with this demon, engaged in actions that have left us deeply disappointed." Sun Wukong fixed his gaze intently upon Taishang Laojun, aware of the treasure in his hand. "Am I not cognizant that it is your Vajra bracelet? It was you who cast it from the heavens, rendering me unconscious and granting you the opportunity to prevail. Wait, though I struggled to comprehend the preceding statements, are you implying that someone possesses my bracelet now, after losing it for such an extended period? To suddenly see it on another person is astonishing. Very well, I concede. All of this is my fault. The entirety of this predicament rests upon me." Taishang Laojun busily polished the table, his gaze expectant upon Sun Wukong. "From your description, it is evident that this demon must be quite terrifying. If you are uneasy confronting it alone, allow me to accompany you." His previous indifference had transformed into an eagerness, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat taken aback. Yet he was eager for Taishang Laojun to adopt a resolved stance, as the adversary could very well be his pet. Before Sun Wukong could voice his agreement, Taishang Laojun had already darted far ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Ge and Yu Linglong wandered aimlessly until nightfall. To Qin Ge's astonishment, the lack of advancement in ancient inventions rendered the night scenes equally vibrant as those of the modern world. Contemplating the impending doom that would soon engulf this currently thriving little nation, Qin Ge could not suppress a sigh. They did not purchase anything significant. However, Qin Ge acquired 4 lotus seeds. "My dear wife, if we plant these 4 lotus seeds this year, then by next year, we shall be able to admire the blooming lotuses in our courtyard." Chapter 103. the lotus pond. After a while, I shall plant these lotus flowers. Thus, when summer arrives, we can admire their beauty together. Moreover, should the flowers flourish, I could prepare a nourishing porridge for you. Qin Ge gazed longingly around the courtyard. During this time, the absence of the monkey had rendered the entire yard a chaotic mess. How could our home become so disorderly after just a few days away? Furrowing her brow, Qin Ge surveyed her surroundings, but found no trace of the monkey. Where on earth had it scurried off to? I shall search for it shortly. In the heart of the day, the Star Lord of the Rooster felt a tightening in his chest and internally lamented. It was merely a task to slay a pig. Yet it has taken such an inordinate amount of time. Zhu Ganglai had initially intended to escape quietly while Qin Ge was at home. But after merely digging a small hole in the ground, he abandoned the effort. This earth is far too hard. Have you not fed the pig in ages? It has grown gaunt and has begun to root around. Qin Ge was displeased but refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply shaking her head as she prepared to enter the house. However, something felt amiss as she stepped inside. What happened to the golden bracelet that was hanging on the wall? Remembering that she had carelessly placed it there, she now found the space utterly bare. Even the shabby bowl that the black cat used for meals was nowhere to be found. By heavens, has our home been robbed during my absence? Panic seized Qin Ge. She had so little money to begin with, and now, with a theft, her situation seemed dire. With these thoughts swirling, she hastened into the house and opened a small box beside her bedside. A few worn silver notes and some loose change lay quietly within, unchanged. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Seeing this scene, Qin Ge let out a profound sigh of relief. Thankfully, no valuable items were lost. This represented half a lifetime of savings. And if more were to vanish, I would truly be at my wit's end. After all, that broken bracelet and shabby bowl were merely found objects. Their loss was inconsequential. Upon discovering the missing items, Yu Linglong felt a pang of anxiety. Yet when she saw Qin Ge holding the box and smiling foolishly, she became perplexed. What are you laughing about? Our home has lost so many things. Are you not worried? Oh, I am not laughing at anything in particular, she replied. It's just that the thief is rather foolish, stealing worthless trinkets instead of anything valuable. Perhaps I hid the money too well, and he simply could not find it? Upon seeing the contents of the box, Yu Linglong was rendered speechless. Their home had lost two precious treasures, not to mention the ancient spirit monkey, six-eared macaque. How valuable these items were. You are not worried at all, yet you find joy in the presence of a few silver coins? Yu Linglong now seriously doubted her husband's mental faculties. Could it be that while other things are of little importance, the loss of our monkey does not concern you in the slightest? Yu Linglong pondered for a moment, realizing that perhaps it was due to Qin Ge's exposure to numerous treasures that he regarded items of significant value to her as inconsequential. However, the monkey was different. He could indeed assist them greatly and was genuinely treasured. When the monkey went missing, Qin Ge displayed no signs of distress. It's fine, we found that monkey anyway. If he has lost, so be it. I can manage those tasks by myself. Besides, that clever monkey has probably just gone out for a little respite. He should return in a few days. Qin Ge truly seemed unconcerned. Yet the bracelet and bowl were indeed quite valuable. Qin Ge's peculiar reaction caught her off guard. Although the bracelet was undeniably crafted from gold, it was her own lack of preparation that led to it being carelessly left at the entrance. It mattered little, after all. Those items were not originally theirs, so their loss was inconsequential. Dear, remember this. Wealth is merely an external possession. Our happiness is what truly matters. Observing Qin Ge clutching the box tightly, Yu Linglong felt her lips twitch in disbelief. It was not that he valued wealth as an external matter, but rather that he considered the loss of those items trivial. True wealth, perhaps? While Qin Ge remained indifferent, Yu Linglong's anxiety intensified, and she keenly sensed something amiss. After all, the monkey had a remarkable background. The fact that only those two treasures were missing suggested that the monkey might have taken them. Should the monkey have stolen and fled? That seemed unlikely, especially with the day star still present. No matter how audacious he might be, he would not dare to allow the monkey to escape. Thus, Yu Linglong harbored grave suspicions that this incident was a conspiracy between the two of them. All right, now that Qin Ge is absent, you must honestly tell me what transpired. Seizing the moment while Qin Ge was preoccupied with the silver in his box, Yu Linglong approached the courtyard and gently kicked the day star, who was busy catching insects. The day star, lowering his head, offered an awkward smile. Good afternoon, princess. How may I serve you? Enough with the pretense in my presence. Tell me, where has the monkey truly gone? Nowhere, nowhere at all. He simply grew weary from being cooped up in the courtyard for too long, and in his mischievous nature, he went out for a breath of fresh air. He should return in a few days. Still pretending? Why would he take the treasures to go for a stroll? What exactly did you send him to do? Observing Yulinglong's serious demeanor, the Daystar dared not lie and could only recount the entire affair candidly. Just a couple of days ago, the master mentioned that life had become rather dull. After you departed, I conferred with the monkey and thought it would be nice to provide you both with some entertainment. Thus, I instructed him to take the treasures and eliminate Zhu Beiji. Initially, I believed that Zhu Beiji possessed limited strength and would effortlessly accomplish his task. However, I never anticipated that the monkey would either lose his way or encounter some unforeseen circumstance, resulting in his prolonged absence, shrouded in silence. The Star Lord of the Rooster feels somewhat aggrieved, as he has devoted himself entirely to serving his master. Yet, unexpectedly, his good intentions have led to a troublesome outcome. Should the master discover that this predicament is tied to him, he might, in a fit of anger, stew him alive. Had he foreseen the repercussions, he would have refrained from involving himself in this matter, let alone inciting the monkey to assassinate Zhu Beiji. Now, with the monkey's continued absence, his emotions are akin to a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Chapter 104. Where has the monkey gone? Upon hearing these words, Yulinglong was somewhat taken aback. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as she understood that the Lord of the Rooster had the interests of Qin Ge at heart. However, she was now exceedingly anxious. She had intended to deduce the current situation through divination, but since it pertained to matters of the journey to the west, she found herself utterly unable to glimpse the heavenly secrets and had no idea of the current circumstances. Black Cat, could you perhaps discern the present situation? Yulinglong was acutely aware that, although she could not ascertain the truth, it did not imply that the Black Cat was similarly incapable. Hence, she placed all her hopes upon it. Yet, before the Black Cat could respond, there came a knock at the door. Brother-in-law, ha ha ha. It has been a few days since I last disturbed you. Yu Shutian stood at the door, his expression one of buoyant cheerfulness. Brother, Qin Ge remarked, slightly displeased upon seeing Yu Shutian. Did we not agree on something? I told you that what I confided in you should remain between us. You mustn't divulge it to anyone else. How is it that you promised me one moment and then told others the next? What Qin Ge had disclosed was, in essence, a revelation of heavenly secrets. While sharing such insights privately might not pose a significant issue, should these words reach the ears of the celestial beings, it would spell disaster. As a mere mortal, Qin Ge was acutely aware that even a slight twitch of a finger from those deities could lead to his utter destruction. The more he pondered this, the more Qin Ge felt that Yu Shutian had overstepped boundaries. After all, this matter was intrinsically linked to his safety, yet the other party seemed to regard it with utter nonchalance. Brother-in-law, please do not be angry. I did indeed promise you not to speak of it to others. However, those individuals are my dear brothers and close friends. They cannot be considered outsiders. Surely, sharing a few words amongst brothers is harmless? Yu Shutian, recognizing his misstep, could only chuckle awkwardly. Furthermore, do not be in such a hurry to be upset. I did not come here merely for a meal or to seek your forgiveness. I have a momentous piece of news to share with you. What I am about to reveal will undoubtedly astonish you. Though his words were laden with intrigue, they failed to pique Qin Ge's interest, as he was already well versed in the events of the journey to the west. No occurrence could truly shock him. However, he felt a flicker of curiosity. According to his recollections, there should not have been any particularly significant developments during this period. Yet, observing the other's expression, it was evident he was not fabricating a tale. What significant event could possibly have transpired? Is it possible that it contradicts what I have shared with you? Yu Shutian pondered for a moment. It wasn't so much a contradiction, but he was certain that the revelation would indeed astonish Qin Ge. Despite his assurances, Yu Shutian felt immense gratitude within. Qin Ge's current demeanor clearly indicated he was attempting to conceal the fact that the monkey had been sent by him. Originally, Yu Shutian had intended to express his gratitude to Qin Ge, but witnessing his reaction, he hesitated to voice it. He could only test the waters, and indeed, Qin Ge appeared intent on avoiding any sense of indebtedness. Thus, Yu Shutian decided to play along, adopting a facade of intrigue. Let me conjecture, brother-in-law, where Tang Sung might currently be. Perhaps at the Yellow Wind Ridge? Qin Ge speculated that Tang Sung should have reached the Yellow Wind Ridge by this point. However, he did not recall any significant events occurring there, merely a rather trivial challenge among the 81 trials. Indeed, you are correct. But you may be unaware that he seems to be trapped there, unable to depart. How could that be? It is merely a minor hurdle among the 81 trials. Within 3 days, a celestial being would surely come to his aid. You need not worry about that. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge indeed could not recall any substantial occurrences at this juncture. This thought prompted him to click his tongue in disbelief. He wondered at his own fortune. Having consumed both the ginseng fruit and the peach of immortality, he had experienced no discernible enhancement. Meanwhile, even the lesser demons under the Buddha's command could derive a modicum of power from him and wreak havoc in the mortal realm. My brother-in-law, I have stated my point quite clearly. Do you still believe that the only being there is an ordinary weasel demon? Yushu Tian remarked, genuinely impressed by his brother-in-law's acting skills. Had he not been privy to the truth, he might have been genuinely deceived. What do you mean by that? Is there, besides the weasel, another demon present? Qin Ge paused, momentarily confused, as he believed he had accurately remembered that the master and his disciples had spent less than 3 days in that trial before a bodhisattva had voluntarily offered assistance, allowing them to pass smoothly. Thus, there seemed to be nothing of note to remember. Yet, the expression on his companion's face suggested a seriousness that piqued his interest. Indeed, not only has another demon appeared, but it has had a significant impact. At this revelation, Qin Ge was utterly taken aback. The journey to the West was ostensibly undertaken to acquire scriptures and propagate Buddhist teachings. However, it was evident that this entire endeavor was orchestrated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist path as a meticulously crafted spectacle. Although there were indeed the 81 trials, most involved either the mounts of deities or the attendants of the Buddha. These demons were quite aware of the significance of the scripture acquisition journey and acted with discretion, never truly intending to inflict harm or delay the journey's progress. Yet, in a situation like today's, where Tang Seng was directly ensnared, preventing any forward movement, such an occurrence was unprecedented. Originally, there had been indeed only a weasel demon, but after Sun Wukong vanquished this creature, as the group prepared to continue their journey, another demon suddenly emerged from nowhere. Yushu Tian halted mid-sentence, leaving the thought unspoken. My brother-in-law, since you possess such vast knowledge, why not venture a guess as to what sort of demon has emerged to cause such a predicament? He was once again testing Qin Ge's stance. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that while the myriad of monsters depicted in Journey to the West is indeed diverse, the majority are no match for the formidable Monkey King. Ordinary lesser demons would find themselves utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Sun Wukong's staff. Consequently, there would be no instances of such creatures obstructing their path. Should such an occurrence arise, it would merely serve to attest that the strength and prowess of the demon in question is at least on par with that of Sun Wukong. With this exclusion, Qin Ge has arrived at a potential candidate, the adept imitator known as the six-eared macaque, who can contend with Sun Wukong in an evenly matched confrontation. Chapter 105. Has the plot become chaotic? If Qin Ge's memory serves him correctly, the appearance of the six-eared macaque should not be occurring at this moment. If it truly is a monkey, it can only imply one thing. His arrival has thrown the entire narrative and timeline of the journey to the West into disarray, conjuring individuals and events that were never meant to surface at this juncture. Let me hazard a guess. Is it a monkey? Yushu Tian was taken aback once more. Indeed, this situation was orchestrated by Qin Ge, who turned out to be a person of remarkable concealment, shrouded in humility and talent, with a heart full of reverence. Yushu Tian nodded in acknowledgement. How astonishing, brother-in-law, you were entirely correct. It is indeed a monkey, and astonishingly, this creature bears a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong in both strength and appearance. So much so that during their confrontation, many were unable to discern which was the true Sun Wukong and which was the impostor. It seems my intuition was spot on. It truly is that cunning monkey. Moreover, the situation took a grim turn. Would you believe it? The moment this monkey appeared, it struck down Zhu Beiji with a single blow. What? This revelation struck Qin Ge like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. Having lost one Zhu Ganglai, now another had met a similar fate? What transgressions had the pig committed to warrant such cruelty? Clearly, this role is not one that just anyone can assume, as evidenced by the fact that 2 consecutive individuals have already met with tragic ends. It shouldn't be. Wasn't there a prior instance of disappearance? How is it that another has now perished? Qin Ge pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet he arrived at a crucial understanding. Although this incident was unforeseen, the Celestial Court would certainly not allow this task to remain vacant. They would undoubtedly summon a new pig to take its place. Thus, was the next directive from the Celestial Court to find yet another unfortunate soul to fill the role of the second disciple? With this thought, Qin Ge felt a surge of joy, even though he was uncertain why this version of the journey to the West deviated from his knowledge. If Tang Seng and his companions were to indeed fail, or if their journey concluded before reaching Shittling, would he not be able to remain undisturbed in his current abode? Furthermore, the nearby small nations would not be plunged into a hellish existence due to the arrival of monsters. Upon reflection, Qin Ge found himself rather eager for the unfolding events. Ideally, the next unfortunate soul to be struck down would not be the hapless pig number 3, but rather the insipid, prattling Tang's sung. And then, what transpired next? The ensuing events were even more amusing. Sun Wukong, known for his fiery temperament, immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the impostor. Who could have anticipated that within mere exchanges, Sun Wukong would find himself at a disadvantage? Yu Su Tian chuckled softly as Sun Wukong, left with no recourse, was compelled to flee to the celestial court in search of assistance. Who would have imagined that the heavenly court dispatched both the formidable King Li and Prince Neza, only to encounter what they presumed was merely a refined monkey? They thought there was nothing to fear, yet that monkey astonishingly produced a bracelet-like artifact, absorbing all their treasures, including the pagoda and the wondrous mystic tapestry. At this juncture, Yu Su instinctively glanced at the wall, for if his memory served him right, that golden bracelet had been casually hung there. Now, the wall stood desolate, devoid of anything. What manner of potent artifact could this be? Qin Ge felt a sense of bewilderment regarding this treasure, which he had never before encountered. If he were to possess such an item, would he not become invincible, unafraid of anyone? This artifact was truly remarkable. How he wished to acquire it within his lifetime. Qin Ge continued his musings, oblivious to the expressions of the individuals beside him, who were already looking rather exasperated. When he had owned the golden bracelet, he had deemed it too unsightly to even glance at. Now, upon seeing the monkey flaunt it, he suddenly found it impressive. My conjecture is that this golden bracelet belongs to the Supreme Old Lord. I wonder if you are aware. It is the legendary bracelet capable of absorbing treasures from across the realms. That one. I am familiar with it. The Supreme Old Lord treasures it dearly. Furthermore, to prevent its loss, he placed it upon his azure ox, making it inaccessible to ordinary beings. How then could that monkey have acquired it? The more Qin Ge pondered, the more perplexed the situation became. Might the monkey be the transformed azure ox? However, the monkey is said to be the ancient spiritual being known as the six-eared macaque. Is it not? Or could it be that the azure ox itself had transformed into the six-eared macaque, creating a web of confusion to obscure the truth? The more he thought, the more chaotic his thoughts became. It seemed as though the journey to the west he had read was a mere fabrication. Yu Su and Yu Linglong were equally befuddled. At such a time, why were they still reminiscing about the Supreme Old Lord's azure ox? Had they not devoured the ox entirely during their wedding feast, leaving not even a bone fragment? While I am not entirely certain, it is indeed true that, aside from the golden bracelet, there appear to be no similar treasures in the three realms. Seeing that Qin Ge showed no intention of conceding, Yu Su had no choice but to press on. Remarkable, indeed. I never anticipated that this monkey possessed such extraordinary powers. Qin Ge sincerely exclaimed. When he had previously watched Journey to the West, he believed the monkey merely performed a trick akin to a clown's face-changing act. Now it was clear he had completely misjudged the creature, which possessed such vast abilities. And now, given that these individuals had suffered such a calamitous defeat, it was reasonable to assume the heavenly court would dispatch even more formidable adversaries. Qin Ge's curiosity was piqued. It seemed Yu Su's words were indeed correct, for this news had left him profoundly astonished and intrigued. Initially, the celestial court had no intention of indulging further, as this matter was exceedingly difficult to accept. Consequently, they cast the responsibility onto the realm of Buddhism. Little did they know that the Buddha emperor, like the Tathagata, was not easily trifled with. He simply uttered a remark, asserting that this affair was inextricably linked to the Supreme Lord Laozi, urging Sun Wukong to seek his assistance. How could the Supreme Lord Laozi possibly refrain from intervening? With his treasured artifact in the hands of an adversary, he found himself under considerable suspicion. Should he choose not to act, would he not invite doubts regarding his collusion with that mischievous monkey? Hence, did the Supreme Lord Laozi truly make an appearance? Qin Ge was filled with anticipation, wondering how the Supreme Lord would feel upon witnessing his precious artifact being wielded by a mere monkey in such a manner. Chapter 106. It's over if that is indeed the case. Then hasn't it turned into a complete disaster? Qin Ge took a sip of tea and earnestly began to analyze the situation. Firstly, although this monkey could rival Sun Wukong in strength, and even manage to narrowly win in the end, it suggests that his power is not significantly greater than that of Sun Wukong. In contrast, the cultivation of Taishang Laojun is far superior to that of Sun Wukong. If he were to witness this monkey engaging in nefarious deeds, wouldn't he immediately eliminate him on the spot? It appears to be a reasonable deduction. However, Yu Shu Tian remains unconvinced. After all, this monkey was nurtured by Qin Ge himself. How could he possibly fall due to the mere presence of Taishang Laojun? Moreover, the monkey possesses numerous magical artifacts, making such a downfall implausible. Nonetheless, the fact that he could attract such formidable figures from the heavenly court signifies that he has indeed led a rather fulfilling life. Qin Ge smacked his lips, eyes brimming with anticipation. This is the kind of capable individual among the monkeys, unlike my own, who spends his days merely sweeping the floor and feeding the pigs, and now has vanished without a trace. This thought filled Qin Ge with irritation. Wishing he could retrieve the monkey and give him a good thrashing to vent his frustration, Yushu Tian cleared his throat. Having just taken a sip of tea, he nearly spat it out upon hearing Qin Ge's words. Are you all right? Are you truly fine? The so-called capable monkey you speak of, is it not the same one who only knows how to sweep and feed pigs? He was astonished, unaware that the two monkeys were essentially one and the same. However, Qin Ge was oblivious to this fact, growing increasingly vexed and wishing fervently to bring the monkey back. Enough. Sneaking off to play while I'm not around and leaving the house in disarray. When he returns, I shall have to crack his skull open and consume his brain. Good gracious, if the monkey were to catch wind of Qin Ge's current thoughts, he would likely be reduced to tears. Yulinglong understood the underlying meaning of Qin Ge's words and did not intervene, merely casting a discreet glance at the black cat. Although the monkey possessed 2 magical artifacts and several newly acquired treasures, facing Taishang Laojun would undoubtedly impose a certain degree of pressure. Thus, Yulinglong hoped that the black cat would step forward to assist the monkey. While the black cat grasped Yulinglong's intentions, he was reluctant to act, as in his view, a mere Taishang Laojun was not a worthy opponent to warrant his intervention. Little chick, if I recall correctly, this ill-conceived plan was proposed by you, was it not? The black cat directed his gaze towards the timid Maori Star Lord beside him, formulating a scheme. Yes, it was my suggestion, the Maori Star Lord stammered, fearing that any misstep in his speech might provoke the black cat's ire and lead to his own demise. Now that you see the situation for what it is, I need not involve myself. After all, this is a mess of your own making. It is not my responsibility to clean up after you. You must resolve this matter on your own and bring the monkey back. Very well then. The day of the Rabbit Star Lord was in high spirits. Upon hearing the black cat, it became apparent that not only was he unperturbed, but he also seemed quite pleased with his own method. It appeared that his suggestion had indeed been beneficial to his master. With this in mind, he felt reassured that he need not worry about being stewed into soup in the near future. Cheerfully, he slipped out through the back door, resumed his original human form, and soared towards Huangfeng Ridge. One might ponder that this monkey, possessing an abundance of treasures and formidable strength, could certainly hold his own against the Supreme Lord of Primordial, beginning in a few exchanges. Qin Ge visualized the prowess of both parties and surmised that their battle would undoubtedly be spectacular, should the monkey employ a touch of cleverness. He might even turn the tide to his advantage. Alas, how regrettable it was that he would not witness such an exhilarating confrontation. Anxiously, Qin Ge yearned to dash to Huangfeng Ridge at once to behold the spectacle. Yulinglong, hearing Qin Ge's words, mistakenly thought he was hinting at her, and thus became exceedingly attentive. If you truly wish to see, I might have a way. Yushu Tian pondered for a moment, then produced a palm-sized mirror from his sleeve and presented it before Qin Ge. Though small, the back of the mirror was intricately carved with the character for heaven. However, the front reflected no human visage. What is this? A mirror? Qin Ge was momentarily perplexed. The sky-viewing mirror. This mirror can reveal heavenly secrets and delve into human affairs. Nothing in this world escapes its gaze. Yulinglong elucidated, and Qin Ge's understanding blossomed. Did you not express a desire to witness their duel? Since we cannot attend in person, why not utilize this mirror to observe closely? My goodness, dear brother-in-law. From where do you procure such extraordinary artifacts? Qin Ge clutched the mirror, enchanted. With this mirror in hand, could he not gaze upon anything he wished? Not only the battle at Huangfeng Ridge, but everything else as well. This mirror is, in fact, a celestial treasure that has serendipitously found its way into my possession. I have no use for it, so I shall present it to you as a gift. Yushu Tian could not divulge the true origins of the mirror, so he concocted a convenient tale. While the mirror was indeed remarkable, it could not penetrate the realms of saints or secrets of the heavens. In essence, it could only observe the actions of mortals or lesser deities. There was nothing particularly special about it. Given its extraordinary nature, why is it now so empty and devoid of vision? Qin Ge pondered as he gazed into the mirror for an extended period, seeing nothing of interest. You must first infuse your own spiritual energy into the mirror, then quietly contemplate what you wish to see. Only then will it reveal itself. With a moment of clarity, Qin Ge began to slowly channel his energy into the mirror. Unbeknownst to what he silently recited, the mirror seemed to have transformed into an entirely different realm. Yet, this world was strikingly familiar to everyone, evoking a profound sense of anger. The reflection unveiled the faces of the multitude of Buddhist and Taoist figures. Compounding the gravity of the situation, as the sperm gradually traversed. It ultimately came to rest upon a visage that was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. It was indeed you, Tathagata. The reaction from Yulinglong was intense. Upon beholding that face, she was engulfed in fury almost instantaneously. Chapter 107. I wish to observe it seems that the figure of Tathagata ultimately originates from Taoism. However, due to various reasons, he chose to betray and convert to Buddhism, leading to the uncontrollable fury exhibited by Yulinglong and her companions upon witnessing Tathagata. Yet, Qin Ge remained engrossed in the marvel of the mirror, utterly oblivious to the intensity of Yu Su Tian and Yulinglong's anger. This artifact is astonishing, capable of revealing even Tathagata with such clarity. Perhaps I should take another glance at what the celestial being of enlightenment is doing? Alas, the two had not yet emerged from their wrath when concern began to take hold. Qin Ge had always been unaware of the true identity of the celestial being of enlightenment, believing him to be merely an ordinary old man. Should Qin Ge, upon gazing into the mirror, recognize that the celestial being is indeed the very elder with whom he has interacted, he would likely grasp the situation immediately. Consequently, their deception would be unveiled, potentially inciting his ire. Initially, they assumed that Qin Ge did not recognize them because he was feigning ignorance. However, after prolonged interactions, they realized that he genuinely did not recognize them. The only explanation they could offer was that Qin Ge, in a bid to start anew, had chosen to seal away both his memories and his cultivation. Given his remarkable determination to completely forget his past and willingly begin anew as a mere mortal, how could they, burdened by their identities, continue to associate with him? If all were indeed mortals, should Qin Ge discover the identity of the celestial being, it would awaken his memories, rendering their efforts over the past days futile. No, she could not allow such a calamity to transpire. With this thought, Yulinglong, disregarding her hesitations, strode forward to intercept Qin Ge. Absolutely not. If we proceed in this manner, we may inadvertently trigger a series of catastrophes. Why is it so grave? I merely wish to take a glimpse. I'm not doing anything harmful, Qin Ge replied, startled by Yulinglong's alarm. Unbeknownst to you, individuals of their caliber can perceive when they are being spied upon. If he traces the source and discovers us, it would indeed create a significant uproar. Fear not. If memory serves me right, this celestial being should no longer be a sage, having previously relinquished his sacred status. Now he is merely a quasi-saint. If we can peer into Tathagata, what is there to fear from a quasi-saint? His reasoning was articulate and logically sound, leaving Yulinglong momentarily speechless. She was also somewhat bewildered. How could Qin Ge, who had supposedly sealed his memories, possess such clarity regarding these matters? If he had indeed sealed his memories, he ought to remain unaware of their existence. Yet, if he had not sealed his memories, why would he place such pressure on them? After all, he must be aware of the true identity of the celestial being given his original self's memories. Alas, you are unaware. Although he is no longer a sage, his strength far surpasses ours. In his eyes, we are but mere ants, easily extinguished. Yulinglong, fearing that Qin Ge might uncover the truth, could only strive to salvage the situation. More importantly, his eccentric demeanor and volatile temperament posed a grave risk. If he were to truly discover our intentions, what would we do? It would be prudent not to test his patience. Regardless, his sole objective at present is to deter Qin Ge from entertaining such perilous thoughts. Ideally, he would be so frightened that he would never again entertain such notions of probing. Indeed, these words proved effective. After hearing them, Qin Ge was left somewhat flustered. If this were indeed the case, I had presumed that observing him would remain undetected, but given the severity of the consequences, I have indeed tested the waters. If he were to truly uncover our presence, we would stand defenseless. Although Qin Ge recalled the progression of events with clarity, he was simultaneously aware of the vast superiority of the opponent's strength. The words spoken by Yulinglong were not mere exaggerations from his current level of cultivation. If the other party wished to extinguish him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Moreover, in this era, there exists no legal protection. Even if the adversary were to annihilate his entire family, they would bear no repercussions. Enough of this. Why did such perilous thoughts even cross my mind? Thankfully, had it not been for your timely intervention, we might have already been discovered. Qin Ge couldn't help but feel a wave of dread, ultimately extinguishing any such thoughts. Henceforth, it would be wise to tread carefully. Let us ascertain the situation at Huangfeng Ridge. As the scene shifted, the mirror revealed the desolate landscape of Huangfeng Ridge. Once already in ruins, it was now rendered even more unrecognizable after a fierce battle. It appears that this monkey possesses remarkable destructive capabilities. Had you not mentioned it, I might have mistaken this for a barren wasteland. failing to perceive that a mountain once stood here. Qin Ge smacked his lips, envisioning his own monkey in the act of feeding pigs. When will I be able to raise such an impressive monkey? Then, a towering figure leaped into view. Shun, Yangjian. Upon recognizing the visage of this individual, Yu Su Tian felt a jolt at the corners of his mouth. So this is Shun, Yangjian? No wonder the dog by his side seems so familiar. Qin Ge observed dispassionately for a moment before inexplicably exclaiming, "That dog looks quite delectable." Yu Su Tian and Yu Linglong exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Regardless of the being, once Qin Ge sets his sights on it, there exists no escape from the fate of being devoured. However, both were now plagued by concern, as this situation originally presented an excellent opportunity to draw out the Jade Emperor. However, the emergence of Shun Yangjian has transformed the matter of the Jade Emperor departing from the Lingxiao Palace into an uncontrollable situation. The black cat observed Qin Ge gazing longingly at the celestial hound, mistakenly believing that Qin Ge was envious. Jealousy brewed within that wretched celestial hound, for it seemed that even its master no longer regarded me with attention. Could it be that the master intends to keep you close? Just wait. The celestial hound remained utterly oblivious to the fact that it had already caught the black cat's watchful eye without having done anything at all. Chapter 108. The confrontation. As the scene shifted once more, 3 monkeys were seen perched upon a small hill, gazing intently at one another. Although the appearances of the 3 were quite similar, 2 were noticeably younger, while the 3rd exhibited distinct signs of age. The younger monkeys were, of course, Sun Wukong and the 6-eared macaque, while the elder figure was none other than Yuan Hong, the first master of the 6-eared macaque. Why do I feel as though these 2 monkeys bear an uncanny resemblance to each other? Qin Ge pondered aloud after a prolonged observation, his curiosity piqued. Despite the 6-eared macaque's striking likeness to Sun Wukong, it evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his own somewhat foolish pet monkey. My dear, do you not feel that this monkey seems oddly familiar, almost like our own? Yu Linglong hesitated for a moment, responding, "Husband, you do not truly believe this is our monkey, do you? This is the 6-eared macaque, an ancient spiritual being. How could our pet possibly compare?" "Ah, I see," Qin Ge remarked, feeling increasingly irked. While other monkeys possessed formidable abilities, his own seemed to do little more than eat and sleep all day. "You are indeed a disciple of Yuan Hong, are you not?" The Erling god, possessing his 3 eyes, instantly discerned the differences between the 2 younger monkeys. He cast a haughty glance at the 6-eared macaque and uttered disdainfully, "What are you to question my master's name?" His arrogance stemmed not from a sense of superiority, but rather from his naturally proud demeanor. Few in the 3 realms were worthy of his regard, let alone a mere 6-eared macaque. "You think yourself significant enough to ask about my master?" The 6-eared macaque regarded Erling God with contempt, dismissing him entirely. Confident in his current strength, he felt no fear in the face of a confrontation. "How dare you speak to the second master in such a manner? He is the one who has graciously agreed to spare your life," Yuan Hong exclaimed, taken aback by his disciple's audacity. He had not anticipated that after several years apart, his apprentice had become so brazen. "You have committed heinous acts, including the slaying of the earth spirit and the imprisonment of the monk. Your crimes are unforgivable. Were it not for the second master's protection, do you truly believe you would see another day?" Despite his concern, Yuan Hong felt compelled to voice these harsh truths. He was deeply worried that the 6-eared macaque's earlier remarks might provoke Erling God's wrath, jeopardizing the very assistance he had sought. "Master Yu." The 6-eared macaque suddenly realized the truth, understanding that Erling God had indeed been summoned by Yuan Hong. So that explains his unexpected presence here. In that moment, he comprehended the entire situation. His master had likely foreseen the potential for conflict and recognized him, thus taking the initiative to appease Erling God to ensure his safety. As Yuan Hong's disciple, he was acutely aware of his master's disdain for Erling God. Yet, who could have imagined that, in the interest of preserving his own life, Yuan Hong would willingly bow to such a figure? "You ought to apologize to the second master at once. Your previous remarks were utterly unacceptable." As the monkey showed no sign of apology, Yuan Hong, anxious and exasperated, unleashed a torrent of invective while discreetly observing Erling Shen's reaction. However, the monkey was far from being intimidated. He had transformed significantly, no longer the timid little creature he once was. Not only was he unafraid of Erling Shen, but even more powerful deities present did not instill fear in him. It was important to note that he had a master of unfathomable mystery backing him. Even if he were to encounter a formidable opponent, he had the protection of the black cat. Not even a sage could stand against him without facing dire consequences. "Master, don't concern yourself with anything else right now. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. The monkey disregarded Yuan Hong's outburst and simply beckoned him closer. What on earth do you intend to do, you rebellious disciple? Do you realize the immense effort I expended to protect you? How many times I humbled myself? Though filled with fury, Yuan Hong's hand, when placed on the monkey's head, transformed into a gentle caress, and he nearly shed tears. Among your many senior and junior brothers, those who have perished are lost, and those who have scattered are gone. You were the one I cherished the most. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me? Despite the emotional weight of Yuan Hong's words, the monkey remained undeterred in his resolve. Enough of this. Just trust me. Keep an eye on Tang Sung and ensure he does not escape. I will return shortly. The monkey understood that although his master had imparted invaluable teachings and was one of the most significant figures in his life, circumstances had changed drastically. Should a confrontation arise between him and Erlang Shun, it could potentially endanger his master, which he wished to avoid at all costs. Yuan Hong's sorrow gradually morphed into a mix of confusion and anger. Are you truly all right? Do you even comprehend who you are up against? Do you think you are still confronting that half-hearted Sun Wukong? You are facing Erlang Shun. I summoned him to protect you, not to leave you battered and broken. Flustered and at a loss for words, Yuan Hong was about to voice his concerns further when the monkey reassuringly patted his shoulder. Do not speak. I understand your sentiments. You brought him here because I was forced onto the list of deities after my defeat at his hands? Today, my disciple will surely avenge that grievance. The monkey, convinced he had discerned his master's intentions, turned to charge forward. No, return to me first. What do you think I need your help for? It has been so many years. Do you really believe I still dwell on that trivial matter? Yuan Hong was nearly beside himself with urgency. Yet he could not halt the monkey's advance. His earlier request for Erlang Shun's help in protecting his disciple had been genuine. Now, matters had escalated. Erlang Shun, who had never fully trusted him, was now incensed by the monkey's words and prepared to unleash his wrath. Ah, Yuan Hong, just moments ago you seemed so heartfelt, and I reluctantly chose to believe you. I never expected you to be plotting this with your disciple. Clearly, I misjudged your character. Erlang Shun, now filled with fury, spoke without restraint, uttering words that were both reckless and scathing. Do not be deceived into thinking that your disciple, with his meager skills, can assist you in avenging your grievances. Regardless of his identity, before me, he is nothing more than a mere dog, and you are no different. With that, Erlang Shun unleashed his formidable presence, preparing for an impending battle. Despite the severe insults hurled by Erlang Shun, Yuan Hong remained unfazed. Chapter 109. What is it? Had it been any other time, Yuan Hong, upon receiving such insults, would have fought tooth and nail to reclaim his honor. However, circumstances have changed. If even Erlang Shun is unwilling to assist him, it is certain that his disciple shall meet with calamity. Yet, to speak candidly, Yuan Hong harbors a deeper desire to sacrifice himself in place of his disciple. This is not born from noble altruism or any other lofty reason, but rather from the realization he has come to since ascending the Fengshen Bang. He has lost all hope for himself. His life is set on this path. Yet his disciple's future is vastly different. Not only has he not ascended the Fengshen Bang, but he is also a naturally gifted spirit, one of the four lords of antiquity. His potential is immeasurable, and has he not already made remarkable progress in such a short span? Given time, he is bound to become an existence even more formidable than Sun Wukong. Master, have a little faith in your disciple. Today, I shall demonstrate how I avenge you. The monkey remains blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in his master's mind. Erlang Shun, do not presume that your 3 eyes instill fear in me. The ignoble deeds of your past are well known, and now you dare to utter such arrogance toward my master? Today, I shall confront you. With a cold smirk, the monkey transformed, his form suddenly towering nearly 100 feet tall. Faced with such a colossal figure, Erlang Shun remained unperturbed. In the past, even during Sun Wukong's prime, he had been forced to retreat under his might. Now, is this mere luck inflating your pride? Erlang Shun, endowed with extraordinary talent, is the offspring of the Jade Emperor's sister, an immortal, a unique lineage that sets him apart. Furthermore, his master dotes on him, procuring various elixirs and treasures for his use. I may not know the depths of your heart, but while I may lack the audacity to boast against others, I have unwavering confidence when it comes to you. You impudent wretch. Impudent wretch? The truth of his lineage has always been a painful reminder for Erlang Shun, a sensitive topic that others dare not tread upon. To have a monkey so brazenly declare it incensed him beyond measure. Erlang Shun, I have referred to you respectfully as second master out of recognition of your potential utility. Yet today, as I beseech you to save my disciple, you turn your weapons against him? The confrontation between the two has become inevitable, as Yuan Hong, having lost all patience, firmly stands with the monkey. I concede that I may not match your strength. But when it comes to the safety of my disciple, I shall protect him at all costs. The monkey felt a surge of warmth within. He was not afraid, for although his opponent had the entire heavenly court behind him, he too had allies. Not only would his master protect him with unwavering resolve, but even the likes of Lord Dog were at his back. Even in dire circumstances, there remains that insufferable rooster. The strength of self-reliance appears to be increasingly potent. Yet, Erlang Shun, offering no opportunity for poetic expression, wielded his weapon and struck directly. Upon witnessing this, the monkey hastily drew forth his staff to retaliate, resulting in a resounding clash. Both combatants staggered back a few steps, their arms tingling from the impact, and blood began to seep from their hands. This clearly indicated the immense force they had exerted moments prior. It was astonishing to see the monkey withstand the might of Erlang Shun's blow, prompting a newfound respect for his simian opponent. After several exchanges, another clash echoed, and the monkey was compelled to retreat 3 steps to dissipate the force. In stark contrast, Erlang Shun remained steadfast, though he was merely enduring the blow. Had he not stubbornly resisted the urge to step back to maintain his pride, he would have absorbed the force without sustaining significant injury, merely suffering a loss of face. However, in his determination to uphold his reputation, he bore the brunt of the impact, now feeling his internal organs churning as if they had been shattered by the staff. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in shock, fully aware that while it appeared Erlang Shun had the upper hand, the monkey showed no signs of injury, whereas Erlang Shun's internal injuries were likely severe. More alarmingly, there was a considerable disparity in strength between the two. They were not merely separated by a few ranks, but rather by an entire realm of power. Under normal circumstances, such a gap would render them incapable of even exchanging blows, let alone engaging in a prolonged skirmish. Even when Sun Wukong faced Erlang Shun in the past, he had been forced to retreat in disarray, ultimately captured and taken back to the heavenly court by the latter. It has now become evident that the monkey is not just a minor challenger in comparison to Sun Wukong. Initially, they believed this monkey to be a trial set by the Jade Emperor or Buddha, but it has become clear that this is no mere tribulation. It is a calamitous disaster. A moment's inattention could result in the demise of Tang Sun with a mere flick of a finger. Sun Wukong, also a spectator in this confrontation, found his initial feelings of gloom and resentment dissipating. He had assumed the monkey's strength to be comparable to his own, perhaps slightly superior, which had left him feeling ashamed of his prior defeat. Now, it is evident that the monkey's superiority is vast. Even Sun Wukong, who has always prided himself on his prowess and held a lofty view of his abilities, now finds himself questioning whether the monkey had indeed held back during their exchanges. Given the monkey's earlier displays of power, Sun Wukong mused that he would not last 5 exchanges against him. Yet, remarkably, the two had battled for over an hour. Sun Wukong, originally a furious and somewhat discontented monkey, was thoroughly convinced upon witnessing the scene before him, retreating into the crowd and refraining from uttering another word. He anxiously observed the duel between the two, gradually feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. It appeared that his disciple not only had not suffered any losses, but had even gained the upper hand. What trials had he endured over these past few days? Chapter 110. Breaking the Celestial Palace. Yuan Hong was acutely aware that, although his disciple was exceptionally intelligent and gifted, such remarkable progress within a few short years could not solely be attributed to personal effort. Even among their group of 4 monkeys, the most talented, Sun Wukong, only reached his current level through countless elixirs and the enhancement of various mystical fruits. The only plausible explanation was that his disciple had encountered opportunities far superior to those of Sun Wukong, perhaps even crossing paths with ancient deities or reclusive powers. Contemplating this, Yuan Hong felt an uncontrollable urge to interrogate his disciple about the circumstances surrounding his extraordinary development. Otherwise, might he not dare to inquire, "I heard you were quite formidable. How then do you find yourself in such a weakened state?" Observing the 2 pools of blood on the ground, the monkey felt a rush of exhilaration and immediately activated his sharp tongue. Typically, he endured daily ridicule in the courtyard without retorting. Now, however, he finally had the chance to unleash all the resentment he had accumulated over time upon Erlang Shun. "I've heard that hybrids are generally quite powerful. Yet how have you become the exception? You seem to be even weaker than others." Erlang Shun, who had just managed to steady his mind, felt a jolt of agitation at these words, nearly expelling another mouthful of blood. "Damn it, if it comes to that, just let me die?" But just as the monkey reveled in his triumph, he suddenly heard Yuan Hong's booming voice from behind. "Disciple, watch out behind you." Instinctively turning around, the monkey found that the celestial dog had stealthily approached him, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. The celestial dog lunged and sank its teeth into his leg. Overwhelmed by searing pain, the monkey's face turned ashen. Simultaneously, Erlang Shun launched his own attack, sending the monkey flying with a single punch. "You lack martial virtue," the monkey managed to utter through gritted teeth, enduring the agony. Erlang Shun, however, was beaming with delight, laughing heartily as he affectionately patted the celestial dog's head. "This is where you are mistaken. Everyone knows that this celestial dog is akin to my second self. I fought alongside it and overcame you. How is that lacking in martial virtue?" Erlang Shun chuckled heartily. Having grown weary of the incessant ridicule and slander he had endured that day, he was no longer willing to maintain the facade of a noble gentleman. Seeing his opponent's boisterous laughter, the monkey's expression turned cold. He was genuinely enraged now. Initially, his anger towards Erlang Shun had been mild, stemming merely from a desire to avenge his master. But now he was truly provoked. "Disciple, are you all right?" Yuan Hong's heart burned with anxiety, unable to assist. He could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. "No worries, master. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Once the monkey regained his composure, he swiftly produced a powerful artifact from his sleeve. "Gather," he commanded. "Quickly, second master, put away your weapons." The onlookers, having learned from their previous misfortunes, hastily urged Erlang Shun to heed their warning. However, Erlang Shun was caught off guard, only to feel his instrument of war suddenly whisked away from his grasp. "What? Is this truly remarkable?" Qin Ge and his companions, crowded before the mirror, were exhilarated by the spectacle, with Qin Ge clapping his hands in delight. This device was astonishing. Merely a shout had the power to seize another's treasured artifact. Yet, as he regained his senses, the young man scratched his head, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding that object. Suddenly, he turned to the empty wall and recollected. "If my memory serves me right, I believe I hung that item here just a few days ago. You may think that by taking my weapon, I am at your mercy, but do not underestimate me." Erlang Shun retorted with a sardonic smile, astonished by the opponent's extraordinary artifact. "Do not forget, I have the Heavenly Hound by my side." At this, the Heavenly Hound sprang into action, fully aware of its role. However, the monkey was not one to be easily outdone. He brandished the golden bowl, subduing the hound with ease. This golden bowl was known to possess the power to suppress all beings. Even the formidable Monkey King, having achieved his ultimate form, was rendered immobile under its weight, let alone a mere hound. "Now, we are on equal footing. Let us engage in a vigorous battle." Though the monkey appeared to possess only moderate strength, he had grasped the rudiments of martial laws. In close combat, he had achieved a qualitative leap, and the two adversaries were no longer of the same caliber. Their clash resembled a dimensional disparity, with Erlang Shun now on the receiving end. "You once employed despicable tactics to elevate my master to the divine list, and incessantly sought to undermine him, resulting in his current state, which pales in comparison to yours. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, how could I not avenge my master?" Uncertain of what lay ahead, he contemplated returning to the monotony of daily life after resolving this matter, knowing that any future retribution would be far off. Rather than wait indefinitely, he preferred to settle the score promptly, eliminating Erlang Shun without delay. His current prowess stemmed from the support of powerful artifacts and backing. Should he later seek to address personal grievances alone, he could not rely on assistance from the Catmaster. Therefore, seizing the moment was imperative. Vengeance must be swift. Nearby, the divine physician watched, astonished, as the monkey's intentions turned lethal. Such a dramatic turn of events in the journey to the west was beyond anyone's calculations and was a notion too audacious for anyone to even entertain. It is well known that the majority of these individuals are well versed in Buddhism and Taoism, and thus, they are exceedingly familiar with that golden alms bowl. It is, after all, a treasured artifact wielded by Mithriya, one of his most cherished possessions. How could it possibly have come into the hands of this monkey? Is it conceivable that this monkey is affiliated with Buddhism or Taoism? Or perhaps it is a messenger sent by Mithriya? Yet, how could the Buddha's followers produce such a formidable being, one who has forged enmity with the heavenly court and obstructed the journey to acquire the scriptures? They were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. As reinforcements arrived, the two combatants clashed once more, leaving the onlookers powerless to intervene. It was evident that this time, the monkey held the upper hand. "How dare you expect others to address you with such reverence as second master? Prepare to receive a blow from my staff." With that, the monkey brandished his weapon, ready to strike fiercely at Erlang Shun. Cease at once. Chapter 111. Has the chicken master arrived? At this moment, the supreme old lord made a timely appearance. With a mere flick of his hand, the magical artifact in the monkey's grasp was sent soaring away. The onlookers, upon seeing the supreme old lord, promptly offered their respects. The old lord, with a casual wave of his hand, signaled that there was no need for formalities, and then he stood beside the monkey. Initially, he had assumed this monkey was merely a transformation of his own azure bull, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this monkey bore no resemblance to his bovine companion whatsoever. Damn it! I have no idea where this mischievous monkey pilfered my treasure. Daring to flaunt it here. It's over. I am doomed. The monkey was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing the gravity of his predicament. Had it merely been Erling Shun who had arrived, he might have had a chance to contend with him evenly. But now, he faced the supreme old lord. A disparity that was not to be underestimated. Cat master, chicken master, if you do not arrive soon, I may very well be left for dead. Though panic surged within him, the monkey maintained an outward facade of bravado, still wearing a mocking grin. Your words are quite amusing, old man. You claim everything is yours. I might as well say that the collar upon your head belongs to me. Why not gift it to me? The supreme old lord, unaccustomed to such derision, felt a surge of anger, yet he was not so petty as to engage with an unknown individual. Instead, he merely returned a cold smile. Since you speak so boldly, I shall accompany you on your journey. With that, the supreme old lord lifted his hand gently, conjuring a wall of fire encircling the monkey. This fire was the three-fire true flame, utilized by the supreme old lord in alchemical pursuits. Regardless of how resilient a material might be, once engulfed in this flame, it would be reduced to ashes. For an ordinary person or practitioner, being scorched by this fire would result in utter annihilation. The monkey instinctively stepped back, realizing he had been encircled. At that moment, he began to silently plead within his heart. Chicken master, I was wrong. If you could hasten to my aid now, I promise never to bicker with you again. It was well known that while the chicken master typically busied himself with foraging for insects and weeding, his cultivation was on par with the supreme old lord. Furthermore, the chicken master shared an extraordinary connection with fire. Without his intervention, escape from this dire situation would be impossible. You are quite a stubborn monkey. Even now, you refuse to plead for mercy. I had intended to spare your wretched life and take you back as my attendant, but seeing your obstinacy, I shall have to make an example of you. The monkey felt the temperature around him rising unbearably, almost to the point of searing him. However, he quickly reminded himself that he represented not just himself, but also the dignity of his master and his teacher. Even if it meant his demise, he would never beg for mercy. Just as he felt his consciousness beginning to wane, the surrounding heat suddenly dissipated, returning to a bearable state. Chicken master, you have come. Upon seeing that familiar figure, the monkey had never wished for anyone's presence more fervently. The monkey, nearly fainting, was suddenly invigorated upon seeing the god of the day star, rising swiftly to his feet as if injected with a potent stimulant. Listen here, Lord Chicken, he exclaimed, I can hardly endure this. That old man insists I stole his possessions, and he even scorched me with fire. Had you arrived just a moment later, you might have found me beyond reach. And you, how dare you report me? I distinctly told you to return promptly after dealing with Pigsy. Yet you've escalated this affair to such an extent that even the Grand Lord has been drawn into it. The god of the day star was equally bemused. He had merely intended to amuse his master, not anticipating that the monkey would act so recklessly as to attract the attention of the heavenly court. They were even cornered by the celestial beings, and had it not been for the fact that Lord Cat did not pursue the matter further, both of them might have met dire consequences. That cannot be said, for my master has been rather bored lately, and a little commotion might indeed provide some amusement. The monkey displayed no semblance of temper before him, only eager to ingratiate himself. And you may not be aware, but I've gathered quite a treasure trove with that golden bracelet. I've already seized several artifacts from the bodhisattvas and will distribute them among our companions upon my return. Casting a glance at the monkey's ill-gotten gains, the god of the day star felt a wave of exasperation. Could you not exhibit a modicum of discernment? Do you truly think our master would take interest in such trifles? Those aware would commend your frugality, while the uninformed might assume you are a mere collector of rubbish. Upon reflecting on this, the monkey realized the truth of the statement. After all, even a tattered net in their master's courtyard would be regarded as an extraordinary treasure. What could be said of his collected items, which might not even be deemed refuse in the eyes of their master? You are indeed correct. I have erred in judgment by bringing back so many worthless trinkets. When the master sees them, he may scold me for cluttering his space. The monkey replied respectfully, Next time, should I ever procure such items again, I shall ensure they are of superior quality. The god of the day star was acutely aware that his every action was under the watchful gaze of their master. Thus he dared not reveal his true form. The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing the figure before them. Who among them could fail to recognize the god of the day star? Was he not aligned with the heavenly court? Why then was he aiding this unruly monkey who had seemingly materialized from nowhere? Could it be that this monkey was indeed sent by the celestial realm? What manner of being had now appeared? Qin Ge, gazing into the mirror, was equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. The god of the day star, an ancient deity who had long since retreated from the world, was now inexplicably present here. Yu Linglong patiently explained to him, her mind racing with surprise. For although the god of the day star typically traversed the mortal realm under this guise, he actually bore another identity, that of the great sun Tathagata from the Buddhist pantheon. This also elucidated his profound mastery over fire. The sudden appearance of the day star has left everyone utterly bewildered. This is not. Yu Su Tian paused momentarily, instinctively glancing over his shoulder, only to realize that the rooster in the courtyard had mysteriously vanished without his notice. Chapter 112. The Lord of the Day Star indeed. It is no wonder that this individual exhibits such audacity. It appears he has formidable support behind him. Qin Ge fixated on the current predicament, feeling her mind was overwhelmed. This means that this monkey is, in fact, a servant of the Lord of the Day Star. Otherwise, how could one explain his timely intervention on her behalf? Truly, it is remarkable. Meanwhile, as Qin Ge contemplated, Yu Linglong quietly sighed within herself. Qin Ge had indeed considered every angle, having arranged everything meticulously. Yet she still had to feign ignorance, pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding events. Perhaps she feared accumulating too many debts of gratitude, which would weigh on her conscience, and thus chose to act in this manner. What do you mean by this? Are you openly defying me? Taishang Laojun glanced at the monkey, which had been reduced to a mere flicker of life, only to be rescued by the Lord of the Day Star, inciting his anger further. Observing the monkey's demeanor upon encountering the other party, it was evident that it was undoubtedly a minion sent by the Lord of the Day Star. With this realization, Taishang Laojun's fury heightened. Though he understood that if a confrontation ensued, he might not prevail, the equality between them made the situation all the more humiliating for him. Let us not dwell on the trivial. First, elucidate why my treasured artifact is in your possession. For Taishang Laojun, the foremost concern remained his artifact. The Vajra bracelet was no ordinary treasure. It was his lifeblood. Its presence in the monkey's grasp implied that it had previously been held by the Lord of the Day Star. Do not speak such nonsense. Do you genuinely believe others regard this trinket as a treasure? The Lord of the Day Star chuckled disdainfully, waving the Vajra bracelet before him, only to return it to the monkey's hand. Let us not elaborate further. You know this item rightfully belongs to me. Simply return it, and we shall consider this matter settled. I will not interfere any longer. Settle this matter? Should I then express my gratitude for your magnanimity in sparing me? The Lord of the Day Star responded sarcastically, Oh, please, if you were to dismiss this debt and let me off the hook, then to whom should I turn for recompense? Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in anticipation, eagerly preparing to witness the unfolding drama. It appeared that a confrontation between the two was inevitable. Both were immensely powerful deities, and should they engage, the clash would be cataclysmic. Although they were mere spectators, they might glean valuable insights and principles from the encounter, significantly benefiting their own cultivation. Thus, when the two were to clash, the onlookers did not panic. Rather, they formed an orderly line, eager to witness the entirety of the impending duel. Wait, Guanyin could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, raising her voice to halt the two. Is the Lord of the Day truly deranged? It is essential to recognize that the journey to the West was meticulously orchestrated through the collaboration of both Buddhism and Taoism, alongside the heavenly court. As a figure of significance within both realms, the Lord of the Day is undoubtedly aware of the immense efforts invested by both parties and the profound implications this journey holds for them. To openly confront the celestial beings as a representative of Buddhism and engage in conflict is tantamount to declaring war against the heavenly court, effectively breaching their accord. What then is your intent? Are you brazenly opposing me, seeking to thwart my endeavors? Regardless of the circumstances, it is important to note that the Lord of the Day was once the revered Buddha of the Great Sun, holding a status above that of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Nay, your esteemed position commands my utmost respect. I would not presume to constrain you. However, you must consider the ramifications of your actions. Should you choose to strike today, you would be committing an act of open treachery against the teachings. Guanyin attempted to intimidate the Lord of the Day, yet her efforts were in vain. How can you utter such words? Have you completely forgotten your former identity? The Lord of the Day offered no concessions, stating his thoughts with unvarnished clarity. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, for they were well aware that Guanyin had once been aligned with Confucianism and Taoism before her betrayal, which led her to adopt her current guise as the bodhisattva of compassion. Such actions could indeed be deemed as contemptible, rendering her previous statement all the more ironic. Guanyin's countenance darkened, yet she recognized her own culpability, trembling without being able to articulate a defense. Witnessing this, the Supreme Lord could no longer contain himself. In light of our past acquaintance, I harbor no desire to engage in combat with you. If you possess any sense, surrender my belongings and take your monkey away, and we shall consider this matter settled, never to be mentioned again. But what if I choose to disregard your counsel? In response to his threat, the Lord of the Day did not exhibit fear. Instead, he erupted in laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest. So, you are resolutely determined to stand firm for the sake of a raucous monkey. Is that correct? The Lord of the Day, indeed, held the opposing party in little regard. First and foremost, the Supreme Lord's strength was comparable to his own, and it remained uncertain who would gain the upper hand in a true confrontation. Moreover, the most formidable treasure in the Supreme Lord's possession had already fallen into the hands of the monkey, while he had stealthily acquired certain protective artifacts from Qin Ge, rendering him unafraid. Considering these factors, the Lord of the Day felt assured that he would not find himself at a disadvantage should a conflict arise. In fact, upon departing the courtyard, he had secretly retrieved an artifact. While this item bore no significant importance to Qin Ge, it was pivotal to his victory in this impending conflict. With such an asset in his possession, his confidence soared. Enough of your idle chatter, old fool. Let us engage directly in combat. Armed with this artifact, the Lord of the Day felt no trepidation whatsoever. Upon observing his audacious demeanor, the Supreme Old Lord felt a twinge of astonishment. To be fair, the strengths of both individuals were not vastly disparate, and he could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation within. Yet, the other party exuded such confidence. Could it be that he possessed some clandestine weapon? If you believe that your trifling skills are sufficient to vanquish me, I dare say you may be overestimating your capabilities. Chapter 113. Divine Fire. If you truly desire this, then let us determine a victor. Provoked by such taunts, Taishang Laojun could no longer contain himself. He immediately chanted an incantation, summoning the three flavors true fire, which surged towards the Lord of the Rabbit Sun. This three flavors true fire was formidable indeed, as it was the very flame Taishang Laojun used for alchemical refinement. No matter how resilient the material, under the searing intensity of this flame, it would become utterly mundane. However, Taishang Laojun overlooked a crucial detail. The Lord of the Rabbit Sun also bore the identity of the great sun Tathagata, as the master of the solar divine fire. How could he possibly be daunted by such a paltry three flavors true fire? Witnessing the flames extinguish upon contact with his being, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun burst into laughter. Is this truly your means of confronting me? Even a child at play would not be so reckless. The onlookers watched with bated breath, sweating for Taishang Laojun, perplexed by his actions. It was common knowledge that the Lord of the Rabbit Sun wielded mastery over the solar divine fire, making him exceedingly adept in matters of flame. The trifling three flavors true fire posed no threat to him, barely even a tickle. You do not suppose this is the end, do you? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Taishang Laojun smiled, as if everything unfolded according to his design. He then formed intricate hand seals, muttering incantations, and to everyone's astonishment, the extinguished flames reignited in an instant, transforming from a vivid red to a deep violet. The spectators stared, entranced by the flickering flames, now displaying an eerie hue. They were left agape, for they recognized this fire as the Yin-Yang divine fire, a phenomenon that existed beyond the realms of the three realms. This flame was, without a doubt, a bane to the Lord of the Rabbit Sun, for it did not belong to any of the three realms. The potency of this flame was immense, and the monkey encircled by this inferno could no longer endure its intensity. Help me, brother chicken. This fire is too fierce. I cannot withstand it. Despite his earlier bravado, the monkey found himself powerless against such flames, devoid of any strength to resist. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, beseeching the Lord of the Rabbit Sun for salvation. You must flee. If you remain, you will only hinder me. The Lord of the Rabbit Sun, prioritizing the matter at hand, conjured a passageway to escort the monkey to safety. After successfully sending the monkey away, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun gathered his focus and summoned his ultimate solar divine fire. This divine fire was the origin of all flames within the three realms. Any fire that encountered the solar divine fire would be absorbed into its essence. Yet, the once infallible solar divine fire now pales in comparison to the yin-yang divine fire summoned by the Supreme Lord Laozi. As the name implies, the yin-yang divine fire was specifically created to counter the solar divine fire. Can you perceive it? The violet flames conjured by the Supreme Lord Laozi not only exhibit no fear of the solar divine fire, but seem poised to consume it entirely. I observed, it is only natural that the yin-yang divine fire, being what it is, can devour the solar divine fire. After much discussion, everyone expressed their astonishment. No one anticipated that the Supreme Lord Laozi would resort to such extreme measures to confront the celestial Lord of the Rooster, even seeking to engulf his divine flames. Is it possible that the Supreme Lord Laozi has been preparing for a long time, foreseeing this confrontation, and thus cultivated this fire specifically to counter the celestial Lord of the Rooster? In light of such unfettered speculation, many felt it conceivable, as such coincidences are rare in this world. Well, I sense there is little left to witness tonight. The outcome seems predetermined, with the Supreme Lord Laozi poised for victory. Though it is unfortunate for the celestial Lord of the Rooster that he may perish here. Just as everyone believed the Supreme Lord Laozi had secured the upper hand, the celestial Lord of the Rooster merely curled the corner of his mouth. In the past, faced with such flames, he would surely have met a dire fate, for these flames were inherently designed to counter him. However, he is no longer the ordinary solar divine fire. He now possesses an upgraded version. Having spent a year at Qin Ge's abode, his time was devoted to capturing insects, weeding, and observing Qin Ge's culinary endeavors. Each time Qin Ge ignited a fire, he meticulously studied the patterns of the flickering flames and eventually developed an entirely new form of divine fire. Indeed, had it been the previous version of himself, the outcome would have been grim. Yet the upgraded solar divine fire not only fears not the yin-yang divine fire, but is also capable of consuming it entirely. However, the celestial Lord of the Rooster does not intend to directly devour his opponent's flames, plunging him into despair. Instead, he plans to stage a grand performance, subjecting his adversary to a slow psychological torment. Could it be possible that the Supreme Lord Laozi is deliberately holding back? Observing the battle through a mirror, Qin Ge turned to seek the opinion of Yu Linglong, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Husband, why would such a notion arise in a perfectly normal situation? Although Yu Linglong did not fully grasp Qin Ge's meaning, she inquired further. You know the celestial Lord of the Rooster was once the great son Tathagata, naturally skilled in matters of fire. Is it not absurd for the Supreme Lord Laozi to employ a fiery assault against him, akin to a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, where family no longer recognizes family? Perhaps he has his own reasoning. Who can say? Despite her outward expression, Yu Linglong fell into deep contemplation, lingering in thought. The flames wielded by the Supreme Lord Laozi are no ordinary flames. They are clearly nightmarish fires that exist beyond the realms of the three worlds. To employ such flames against the Lord of the Rabbit Day is indeed a most exquisite strategy. However, they are all deeply skeptical that the Supreme Lord Laozi would undertake such an action without meticulous planning. Consequently, they are exceedingly eager to discern precisely when the Supreme Lord Laozi had engaged in a feud with the Lord of the Rabbit Day, to provoke him into exerting such considerable effort to cultivate these seemingly insignificant flames. It can be asserted that these unassuming flames represent the greatest nightmare for the Lord of the Rabbit Day. Chapter 114. What grudge? The reason behind the conflict remains elusive, yet it is clear that without the direct words of the Supreme Lord, none could fathom the truth. At this moment, everyone is intently focused on the two figures, eager to discover how the Morning Star Lord intends to extricate himself from this predicament. It appears that both parties are prepared to engage earnestly, and the outcome remains uncertain. Yu Linglong murmured softly, her words caught by Qin Ge's attentive ears. The male protagonist pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. What purpose does his mastery of the yin-yang divine fire serve? One might wonder. Do you all perceive that the Morning Star Lord is firmly ensnared? Upon hearing this, the spirits of the onlookers were momentarily lifted. Could it be that the protagonist has further strategies in mind? In my humble opinion, there remains a fierce contest between the two, for the Morning Star Lord possesses a formidable artifact that could sway the battle in his favor. While the protagonist appeared to be reassuring Yu Linglong, he inadvertently offered solace to all present. How might he articulate this? Could it be that he possesses another artifact capable of countering the yin-yang divine fire? Yu Linglong, filled with excitement, could not help but inquire further. With the Morning Star Lord clearly faltering, her anxiety surged, and she desperately wished for the black cat to come to his aid. After all, the one ensnared in this conflict is her own cherished companion. Should anything untoward occur, it would certainly spell trouble. Let us not linger on excessive exposition. as divulging too much can diminish the thrill of the tale. The protagonist, indifferent to the unfolding situation, merely closed his eyes and spoke softly. Regardless of what transpires, he maintains complete control over the events at hand. Should he reveal the conclusion prematurely, it would surely dampen the spirits of all. Supreme Lord, show mercy. As the flames intensified, encasing both combatants, Guanyin Bodhisattva was taken aback, striving to intervene. It must be acknowledged that the Morning Star Lord is, after all, a significant figure within their Buddhist and Taoist ranks. If this confrontation could lead to his redemption and return to the path of enlightenment, it would be a fortuitous outcome for them. However, should either combatant fall today, it would not only signify a loss of a key player for Buddhism, but also a definitive rupture in relations with the heavenly court. What? Are you still pleading for him at this juncture? The Supreme Lord was resolute, convinced that victory was already within his grasp, thus dismissing Guanyin Bodhisattva's entreaties. After all, this individual was once the great Sun Buddha of our Buddhist tradition. If he were to fall here today, it would be an untenable situation upon returning home. Why not show him mercy? I shall take him back and ensure that the Buddha educates him properly. Yet, the Supreme Lord's decision was unwavering. He had toiled for years to cultivate the yin-yang divine fire, specifically to subdue the Morning Star Lord. Now, presented with such a splendid opportunity, how could he possibly relinquish it? If he were to forego this perfect chance, the next encounter with the Morning Star Lord might be far off, and he could neither afford to wait nor desire to do so. In truth, he harbored some nefarious intentions regarding this matter. The blood of the sun god of the rabbit was of paramount importance for his cultivation. With it, he could summon the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Also known as the Chaotic Bell, this artifact serves as a suppressive treasure. It is one of the 3 relics bequeathed from the primordial event of Panga's creation of the world, highlighting its rarity. Originally, this chaotic bell was wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai, but after the Great Battle of Antiquity, the fall of Tai resulted in the artifact's disappearance. Should he acquire this treasure, not only would the sun god of the rabbit have to show him utmost respect, but even a sage of higher rank would have to bow before him. Witnessing the unwavering determination of his adversary, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, despite his profound sorrow, had no choice but to step back. The Supreme Old Lord was unlike the ordinary. He was supported by 3 sages. Should he offend his opponent with a rigid stance, he might inadvertently provoke the wrath of the 3 sages behind him, a consequence he could neither bear nor wish to confront. Have you ever heard the saying that villains perish from excessive chatter? During their discourse, a door suddenly burst forth from the flames. The sun god of the rabbit emerged slowly, showing no signs of distress, as if he had not just been trapped within the yin-yang divine fire. The Supreme Old Lord, initially reveling in his triumph, was left speechless upon witnessing the unscathed figure of the sun god of the rabbit. The flame you wield is the most yin of all substances, in stark contrast to my sun divine fire, which embodies the utmost yang. Yin and yang are oppositional forces. You cannot truly believe this will vanquish me? The Supreme Old Lord trembled, grappling with the realization that the fire he summoned was indeed the yin-yang divine fire, leaving him momentarily dazed. To speak candidly, had you dealt with me this way a few centuries ago, it might have inflicted some harm upon me. It is rather unfortunate, though, as your understanding seems trapped in the past, reflecting the level of my capabilities from centuries ago. Observing the reaction of his opponent, the sun god of the rabbit felt a swell of pride and couldn't help but flaunt a little. His words drew gasps from those around, suggesting he had indeed reached such a formidable height in his cultivation. With a mere wave of his hand, the sun god of the rabbit extinguished the grand conflagration. The reason for his earlier absence was not due to being ensnared, but rather a profound contemplation of the mysteries of the yin-yang divine fire. Having comprehended its essence, he could now wield this flame with remarkable finesse. After spending a year at the protagonist's abode, observing the flames utilized for cooking and daily life, he had attained mastery over all forms of fire. This is impossible. It cannot be. The Supreme Old Lord stood agape, staring at the extinguished flames, his voice hoarse and desperate. These flames are the divine fire of yin and yang. How could they possibly be extinguished merely by a casual wave of your hand? Everyone stood in stunned silence, for the Lord of the Day Star had done nothing but gesture, and yet he managed to extinguish all those flames. This demonstrated his mastery over fire had reached a level that instilled terror in the hearts of all present. Enough of your words. I have already granted you a concession once. Now it is my turn, is it not? Chapter 115. Allow me to step forward at that moment. Guanyin Bodhisattva emerged promptly. Great Sun Buddha, I still regard you as such. Should you lay down your weapon now, you may return with me. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, even I shall be unable to safeguard you. Initially, Guanyin had relinquished hope, but the formidable strength displayed by the opponent was unexpectedly daunting. This, in truth, could be beneficial for Buddhism, contingent upon the willingness of the Moro Star Lord to return to the path of enlightenment. Moreover, the timely cessation of hostilities served not only to intimidate the supreme Lao Jun, but also to prevent a complete rupture between the celestial court and Buddhism. Thus, halting was the most prudent course of action. It must be noted that what Buddhism currently lacked was such exceptional combat prowess. If he could escort the Moro Star Lord back, who could predict the accolades that the Buddha Emperor would bestow upon him? Are you all right? I have no connection to your Buddhism, so cease your bothersome entreaties. The Moro Star Lord was resolute in his determination to sever all ties with Buddhism, promptly rejecting the offer. After some contemplation, he felt it was time to truly rid himself of this vexatious identity. I, the Moro Star Lord, hereby declare that from this moment forth, I shall have no further association with Buddhism, nor shall I continue to be known as the Great Sun Buddha. With a deep breath, the Moro Star Lord proclaimed this message throughout the three realms, announcing it to all. His declaration sent ripples of shock among those who heard it. Did you hear? The Moro Star Lord claims he intends to sever ties with Buddhism. Someone exclaimed, if memory serves. The last individual to make such a bold statement was the enlightened celestial, correct? Everyone recalled that following the enlightened celestial's proclamation, he swiftly ascended to sainthood. Now, with the Moro Star Lord following suit, was he destined to become the next saint? Anticipation and curiosity surged among the crowd, pondering the events that could compel these two powerful beings to simultaneously renounce Buddhism. Could it be that Buddhism was on the brink of decline? Yet, the enigma lingered. For if these two occurrences heralded the downfall of Buddhism, how could one reconcile the fact that the journey to the West was orchestrated by the very same tradition? Everyone understood that while the journey to the West ostensibly aimed at acquiring scriptures from the West, its true purpose was to revitalize Buddhism. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Jade Emperor wore a furrowed brow, his countenance betraying concern. It was crucial to acknowledge that although the journey to the West was meticulously planned by Buddhism, it was inextricably linked to him as well. Their initial thought was simple. After the journey's conclusion, the celestial court and Buddhism could progress and develop together. Yet, it now appeared fraught with challenges and uncertainties, casting doubt on whether his choices had indeed been wise. Your Majesty, the Earth Spirit Son has been struck down by that raucous monkey, leaving Pigsy's position vacant. Shall we seek another to replace him? What nonsense! Do you intend for this position to remain unfilled? Originally a quartet embarking on the journey, it had now dwindled to a mere trio. Does that not seem fitting to you? The Jade Emperor was in a foul mood, and his words were laden with bitterness. It is imperative that we refrain from selecting another weakling. This unfortunate scenario has transpired twice already. If our strength remains stagnant, we shall inevitably encounter further calamities. So, your suggestion is to dispatch Lei Jinzi to provide protection for Tang Sung as he embarks on his journey to the West to acquire the scriptures. The moment those words were uttered, every deity present stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. Lei Jinzi's prowess was on an entirely different level compared to the previous two. As one of the four deities of heaven, his capabilities were formidable, rendering the choice to assign him to safeguard Tang Sung somewhat excessive. Would it not be more prudent to send a lesser deity instead? The suggestion from the barefoot immortal only incited further ire from the Jade Emperor. Do you truly believe that summoning another celestial being would be of any use at this juncture? We have already suffered the loss of two prominent generals. If we dispatch yet another, will the outcome not remain unchanged? Witnessing the Jade Emperor's growing fury, no one dared to voice their opinions, instead acquiescing with nods, silently awaiting his commands. Furthermore, it has come to our attention that the Supreme Lord Laozi has joined forces with Sun Wukong to confront the demon. Should we offer our assistance? That is the Mayariri Star Lord, once the Great Sun Buddha. Such words could be interpreted as a slight against the Supreme Lord Laozi, who, regardless of circumstances, remains an unparalleled master, his strength on par with the adversary. Moreover, having cultivated the yin-yang divine fire, even the arrogant Mayariri Star Lord would find him a formidable opponent. The Jade Emperor waved his hand in frustration. He indeed harbored such thoughts. Yet he failed to realize that the current situation was far more complex than he had imagined, having undergone a significant reversal. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the Mayariri Star Lord, as everyone understood that the stakes had escalated. To be precise, the Supreme Lord Laozi had engaged earnestly. Yet for the Mayariri Star Lord, it was merely a matter of reciprocation, prompting him to take the encounter seriously. With a flick of his wrist, he produced an unsightly gourd from his sleeve. As it fell, several deities couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, could he be a ragpicker, carrying around such refuse? How outrageous! Guanyin Bodhisattva, well-versed in the arcane, recognized the gourd's significance, and his countenance shifted dramatically upon perceiving its appearance. Enough. Cease your laughter. Do you comprehend the origins of that gourd? The assembly, having never witnessed Guanyin's serious demeanor, looked on with curiosity. What could it be that elicited such fear? The gourd is a treasure born from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Though it remains unrefined by human hands, its potency cannot be underestimated. At this juncture, a flicker of alarm crossed Guanyin's eyes, and his voice trembled with trepidation. The name of this gourd is likely familiar to you all. It is none other than the celestial severing gourd. Naturally, the Supreme Lord recognized the identity of this gourd and, with a trembling voice, echoed the words of Avalokiteshvara. Everyone speculated that the Lord of the Morning Sun must possess some formidable treasure, which emboldened him to speak with such confidence. However, upon truly discovering the origins of this gourd, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that the Lord of the Morning Sun would possess such an extraordinary artifact. Chapter 116. The celestial slaying gourd. Amidst the astonished gazes of the gathered onlookers, the Star Lord of the Dusk emerged from his robes, reverently bowing after producing the gourd. Today, my disciple faces tribulation. I implore this artifact to lend its formidable strength. As his words fell, a blinding radiance erupted from the gourd, hurtling fiercely toward the Supreme Elder. The overwhelming pressure forced the Supreme Elder to instinctively retreat a step, raising his staff in defense. This staff, an exquisite artifact of high caliber, was renowned for its formidable protective capabilities. Yet, even such a potent instrument faltered before the onslaught of the white light. With a sharp crack, the staff shattered into two pieces. Although the Supreme Elder narrowly escaped calamity, he was left with a ruined artifact. His countenance pale as he realized that the staff had saved his life. Had it not been for this relic, he would have surely met a grim fate. The gourd's ferocity was astonishing, surpassing even Yu Linglong's expectations, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. What could this white light be that possessed such overwhelming power? Darling, you wish to know? Qin Ge, well aware of the nature of the white light, teased them with suspense. Indeed, brother-in-law, I too am curious about the source of such might. Yu Su Tian remarked, his interest piqued by their eager expressions. Qin Ge sighed, compelled to elucidate. You are likely aware that this gourd is an artifact left by the Eastern Emperor Tai. Therefore, I can confidently disclose that the white light is the second primordial spirit of Eastern Emperor Tai. What? Upon hearing this revelation, both individuals gasped in unison. Are you suggesting that Eastern Emperor Tai divided his primordial spirit into two parts, sealing one within this gourd? Precisely, Qin Ge affirmed. However, I must urge you both to keep this knowledge confidential. It is a secret. Should the Star Lord of the Dusk learn of it, our safety could be jeopardized. Qin Ge's greatest apprehension was that if the information were to spread, it would inevitably reach the ears of the Star Lord, who might resort to silencing them. Yet, if you put it that way, it is indeed plausible. Yu Su Tian pondered, growing increasingly convinced of the validity of this theory. Each time the Star Lord summoned the gourd, he displayed utmost reverence, offering respectful words and bowing deeply as a testament to his admiration. If this gourd were merely an ordinary artifact, why would he show such deference? Moreover, the swiftness of that white light was witnessed by all. If it were not a primordial spirit, how could it possess such velocity? With this understanding, everything began to align perfectly. However, dear brother-in-law, your prowess is truly remarkable. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge, even about matters shrouded in secrecy? Yu Su Tian felt that his admiration for Qin Ge was about to overflow. It is understandable why Taishang Laojuan's cane can withstand the majority of attacks. This is one of the reasons for his audacity. However, it is also reasonable that it could not resist this gourd, as attacks on the primordial spirit are notoriously difficult to repel. Everyone was left in stunned silence. No wonder Dong Huang Tai is hailed as the greatest sage in the world. He could endure the agony of separating his primordial spirit, a feat that would likely overwhelm others. Yu Linglong sighed in admiration, acknowledging that dividing one's primordial spirit is akin to splitting oneself into two. Such torment is far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear, which is why they had not considered this possibility earlier. Simultaneously, the astonishment was not limited to Yu Linglong and her companions. Even the deities present were taken aback. Young man, speak frankly with me. What have you done since leaving me? How did you come to know such formidable individuals? Yuan Hong clutched tightly to the object in his hand, as if it were the very life of his disciple, murmuring to himself in hopes of receiving a response. According to conventional logic, How could his disciple possibly be acquainted with someone as powerful as the Lord of the Morningsun? In other words, even if the six-eared macaque fortuitously encountered such a deity, it would be expected that this deity would regard him with disdain, so why would he risk his own life to protect him? Master, I shall speak the truth. The monkey was transported by the Lord of the Morningsun beyond the fire circle and has just awakened. Although he witnessed everything that transpired, he remains unfazed. After all, in his eyes, Brother G is exceptionally capable. This rooster is my elder brother. It is only natural for him to shield me in times of trouble, especially since he orchestrated today's events. Now that I have caused a commotion, is it not his duty to clean up after me, elder brother? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's heart stirred tumultuously, leaving him momentarily speechless. What fortune had his disciple encountered? What opportunities had arisen for him to regard such a deity as his elder brother? In other words, if this deity were merely his disciple's elder brother, what sort of existence loomed above them both? Lord of the Morningsun, as fellow deities, do you truly intend to bring about my demise? If I were to report this to the heavenly court for the Jade Emperor to intervene, you would not escape unscathed. Taishang Laojun could distinctly sense the murderous intent from his opponent, causing him to panic. The pressure emanating from that white light was utterly terrifying. He could no longer afford to maintain his dignity and hastily invoked the Jade Emperor, whom he had always looked down upon, as a shield. In truth, the unforeseen events of today were entirely beyond his anticipation. In the previous encounters with the deity of the Day of the Rabbit, he harbored no fear whatsoever. This was partly due to the fact that their strengths were relatively comparable. Should they engage in a fierce confrontation, it would result in mutual destruction, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Furthermore, the treasures he possessed were predominantly effective against the artifacts wielded by his opponent, particularly the indestructible bracelet, which had the remarkable ability to absorb all treasures of the world. Consequently, during their routine skirmishes, his adversary rarely, if ever, revealed their own treasures. Chapter 117. Misfortune after all, revealing one's treasured artifact only results in it being absorbed by the opponent. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Yet today, an unexpected turn of events occurred, as my indestructible pearl had fallen into their hands. Consequently, the adversary produced their ultimate weapon to counter me. How reckless. Regret comes too late now. Are you all right? You are merely a minor quasi-saint. Why should I not be able to eliminate you? Observing the opponent's trembling form, Lord of the Rising Sun felt utterly speechless. He wished he could lean closer and softly inquire, "Are you all right?" It was the opponent who first harbored murderous intent and even attempted to strike. Were it not for my recent comprehension of the essence of fire, I might very well be the one lying motionless on the ground. Is it not entirely natural for two individuals to engage in combat, exchanging blows? You employed your finishing move against me. I retaliated with lethal force. Is this not the most fundamental principle? Should I, having discerned your intent to kill, show you mercy and allow you to escape, only for you to return stronger and seek my life? I do not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin dies because of me. Ultimately, will you not bear the blame for your own greed and murderous intent? You have already shown your intent to kill me. Everyone knows this. Now, even if I choose to end your life, you have no grounds for protest. Not even the Jade Emperor, let alone the saints, can save you today. The Lord of the Rising Sun felt quite audacious at this moment. He possessed a treasured artifact, his strength surpassed that of his opponent, and he had a formidable backing. If necessary, he could call upon Master Cat for assistance, and surely, they would be left in ruins. Were it not for the dire nature of this situation, he would prefer not to trouble Master Cat. Alas, he must handle this himself. You have evaded once. I find it hard to believe you can escape a second time. The Lord of the Rising Sun scoffed, retrieving a gourd and bowing respectfully, summoning the treasure to strike. A beam of white light, identical to the previous one, shot forth with astonishing speed, heading straight for the face of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord, unable to evade, could only close his eyes in despair. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as a sword descended from the heavens, blocking the fatal blow just in time. Who dares to thwart my plans? Regardless of who arrives today, they shall not impede me. Before the Lord of the Rising Sun could finish his words, he witnessed a rift in the sky, from which emerged tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals. This spectacle, a foreboding sensation, surged within Yu Linglong. In all the realms beneath the heavens, it seemed that only one person could command such an assembly. As if to affirm her intuition, thousands of palace maidens and songstresses followed, dancing gracefully to melodious celestial music, seemingly clearing the way for someone. Following this, a mighty dragon's roar echoed. A magnificent golden dragon emerged, pulling an enormous chariot, slowly materializing from the sky. It is the Jade Emperor. Today's events have been utterly outrageous, for they have genuinely drawn the attention of the busy Jade Emperor. Star Lord of the Rabbit Day, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Have you been beguiled by someone, forgetting your true identity? The voice of the Jade Emperor resonated with authority, yet it was laced with profound indignation. As a deity of the heavenly court, not only did you fail to assist in the smooth progression of the journey to the west, but you have also aided that fiend in committing heinous acts, even going so far as to ruthlessly strike against the celestial beings. Each of these transgressions stands as a testament to your guilt. The gathered deities, witnessing the Jade Emperor's personal arrival, promptly knelt in reverence. In truth, if one were to assess individual strength, the Jade Emperor is not exceedingly formidable. He is merely a quasi-saint. However, what sets him apart are the formidable artifacts at his disposal. The sword that just deflected the blinding white light is none other than the heaven-quaking Haoyan sword. To have withstood such an assault speaks volumes of the opponent's might. It is with the enhancement of these treasures that the Jade Emperor's prowess is amplified, in stark contrast to the astonishment and trepidation of the others. The inhabitants of Shirtu Ridge nearly leapt to their feet upon the appearance of the Jade Emperor. This is splendid, simply splendid. What is happening? Qin Ge was utterly baffled, completely unaware of the unfolding events. He stared in awe at the two siblings beside him, tears welling in his eyes. What has transpired? Why are you both so exhilarated? For years, they had watched their childhood companions, bound by the decree of the divine list, toil for others, undoubtedly feeling the weight of their plight. Now, they finally had the chance to liberate themselves from the cursed divine list. How could they not be thrilled? Without further ado, all sentiments were encapsulated in that cup of tea. Allow me to toast you with this cup in lieu of wine. Yushu Tian spoke swiftly, raising the cup of tea and downing it in one gulp before hastily preparing to depart. Prior to his exit, he solemnly expressed his gratitude to Qin Ge. You have truly rendered me an immense favor. It holds extraordinary significance for us. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving a bewildered Qin Ge in his wake. Dear wife, what on earth just happened? Why is my brother-in-law acting so peculiarly? Qin Ge stood in a daze, intending to inquire of Yu Linglong, only to find her, usually calm and composed, now with tears shimmering in her eyes. What is going on? Why is everyone so joyous? Seeing his wife in tears stirred a mixture of emotions within him, prompting him to gently pat her head in comfort. It's all right, it's all right. Yu Linglong wiped her tears, finding humor in her earlier display of emotion. It's nothing. Let us continue to watch. Since Qin Ge had not mentioned this matter, it was clear he regarded it as a mere trifling act of assistance. There is no need for them to incessantly speak of it, provoking others' annoyance unnecessarily. It would be far more prudent to cherish this immense favor in their hearts and repay it when the opportunity arises. Of course, while they revel in their joy, the Jade Emperor remains entirely oblivious to the situation, unaware of the considerable troubles his hasty actions have wrought. Within the heavenly court, all the disciples have gathered together, awaiting a most opportune moment. Chapter 118, The Uprising. What has transpired? Why have we all been summoned so suddenly? Among these disciples, there are not only first-generation disciples, but also second and even third-generation ones. The sheer number of individuals present is overwhelming, leaving the vast majority unaware of the events unfolding today. I surmise that the purpose of our gathering is to celebrate, as our revered ancestor, who has achieved enlightenment, has now attained the state of primordial unity. How remarkable! In just a few short years, our ancestor has made such significant strides, suggesting that our release from the divine ranking may soon be within our grasp. Yet, despite our ancestor's rapid advancement, escaping the divine ranking is not an endeavor that can be accomplished swiftly. We should temper our hopes. Nevertheless, with our ancestor's extraordinary prowess, at the very least, our lives are assured, and that is truly a cause for joy. As the discussions among the crowd intensified, Yushu Tian stepped forward. Silence, everyone. Please, quiet down. What is the gravity of the matter that has brought us together today? Some individuals, perplexed, interjected. What momentous occasion warrants your esteemed presence here? Yushu Tian hesitated for a moment. I will share the news, but it is prudent for everyone to brace themselves, for the revelation may indeed astonish you. After so many years, we have long since achieved tranquility in our hearts. What could possibly disturb our composure? Upon hearing these words, laughter erupted among the assembly. Most of them had lived for centuries, even millennia. How could trivial matters sway their emotions? Consider this. If we could finally be liberated from the divine ranking, perhaps we might find ourselves genuinely astonished. This remark incited a wave of mirthful laughter, yet beneath the laughter, a glimmer of yearning flickered in their eyes. The desire to escape the divine ranking was a universal longing among them. For years, this singular aspiration had been the focus of their struggles. Though the hope of achieving it had become increasingly dim, they had long ceased to harbor extravagant expectations. What if I were to tell you that today? You truly have the chance to break free from the divine ranking and leave that accursed list behind forever? As the words fell from his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. No one expressed surprise, nor did anyone speak. All wore expressions of disbelief. Surely, at this critical juncture, one should not jest. Everyone had pressing matters at hand. They had not come merely to hear jokes. Please, get to the point. We are indeed very busy. It was not that they disbelieved Yu Tian, but rather that the notion seemed utterly implausible. They would rather convince themselves he was jesting than entertain the possibility of truth, for the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. And what if I were to assure you that it is indeed true? Observing his expression, it was evident he was not jesting, and the crowd soon reacted, gasping in astonishment. Are you speaking the truth? Such matters are no laughing matter. The list of deities was, for them, akin to the greatest hurdle in their lives. After all, since their names graced the divine roster, they had been obliged to heed the commands and orders of others. Stripped of their autonomy, even the slightest rebellious thought would be detected by the divine list, leading to their obliteration. For so many years, their fates had been held in the hands of others. Who could endure such a precarious existence? Yet, the thought of escaping the divine list was dauntingly overwhelming. It was not merely a matter of action. If the Jade Emperor sensed their intentions, he could effortlessly erase them from existence. Everyone, lower your voices. We cannot let the Jade Emperor overhear us. If our discussions reach his ears, we would surely face dire consequences. A cautious individual promptly reminded the group. Rest assured, the Jade Emperor has already departed the heavenly court due to issues in the mortal realm. The court is currently leaderless. Who would concern themselves with our discussions? Yen Tian spoke up slowly. Moreover, even if he were present, the divine list is not something we could simply acquire. Are you suggesting we attempt to steal the divine list? Steal? Yen Tian laughed heartily. That is precisely my intention. While the Jade Emperor is away, we can abscond with the divine list and tear it up, thus granting everyone their freedom. Upon hearing his scheme, the expressions of those present reverted to a blend of numbness and confusion. You cannot be serious. I feel you've traveled such a great distance merely to jest with us. Some disciples expressed their dissatisfaction, questioning his sanity. Surely you jest. That artifact is a top-tier spiritual treasure, if it could be so easily destroyed. Wouldn't that resolve everything far too simply? They all chuckled bitterly, realizing that if the matter were so easily solved, they would not have been trapped here for millennia. What is the situation in the mortal realm? Has the Jade Emperor truly engaged in battle with them? At this moment, Yen Tian was more concerned about the events below, for their time was limited. If the Jade Emperor swiftly vanquished the Lord of the Rooster, their plans would be thwarted. Regrettably, the mirror had already been given to the brother-in-law, making it challenging for them to observe his every move. Let the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear keep watch. We must discern their current stage of development. Yen Tian contemplated. As for the Yellow Wind Ridge, tensions were high, and conflict was imminent. The Lord of the Rooster fixed his gaze upon the Jade Emperor, his heart a tumult of emotions. After so many years, it was the first time the Jade Emperor had left the heavenly court. It is worth noting that initially, he merely sought to pass the time, intending for the monkey to slay Zhu Beiji for the amusement of all and to create some mischief for the Jade Emperor. Who knows how this uproar has led the Jade Emperor to descend to the mortal realm? The Lord of the Rising Sun, with a deep-seated connection to the Jade Emperor, finds himself in a position where the heavenly court, which rightfully belongs to his lineage, has been usurped by the Jade Emperor. How could the Lord of the Rising Sun not harbor resentment? How could he ever forgive? You possess quite the audacity to dare to meet me. The Lord of the Rising Sun spoke calmly, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. This day was one he had awaited for far too long. Chapter 119. The Jade Emperor, I never anticipated that you would possess such audacity, descending from your lofty position. It seems that once you have come down, ascending again will not be so facile. The Morning Star Monarch gazed at the haughty visage of the Jade Emperor, his heart ablaze with indignation. It is essential to understand that this position rightfully belonged to him, now usurped by another, and how could he not feel wrath? This individual not only seized his rightful place, but now brazenly flaunts it, disregarding him entirely, even diminishing his own stature to an intolerable degree. For so many years, the only thing that has sustained him is the fervent desire to reclaim what is rightfully his. Otherwise, he would not have devoted himself so diligently to his cultivation. I concede that, after a period of absence, your progress has indeed been remarkable, somewhat surprising even. The Jade Emperor, however, regarded the morning star monarch with indifference, merely offering a cold smile. But what of it? Do you truly intend to confront me openly in front of so many? You must comprehend the consequences of such actions. Perhaps it would be wiser to set aside our enmity and reconcile. Reconciliation, you speak of it so lightly. Were you the one who suffered the loss of a father and the usurpation of your position? Would you be so readily inclined to forgive the murderer of your own kin? Nevertheless, years of cultivation have tempered the morning star monarch, allowing him to maintain an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, concealing his inner turmoil. Let us refrain from further discourse. Instead, why not engage in a fair contest today? The victor and the vanquished will soon be apparent. As he spoke, the morning star monarch quietly returned the celestial slaying gourd he had been holding. This gourd possesses formidable powers, a lethal weapon against most celestial beings. However, before the Jade Emperor, it seemed little more than a jest, for he wields a powerful artifact known as the Haotian Mirror, one of the few treasures capable of countering the gourd. Thus, in facing the Jade Emperor, he cannot employ the same strategies he would against ordinary beings. After all, aside from that artifact, the Jade Emperor's prowess far exceeds that of the Supreme Laozi. Do you mean to suggest that all these years have passed, and you still covet my position? The Jade Emperor erupted in laughter, his tone laced with derision and disdain. Should you reconsider now, I might spare your life, but should you plead for mercy later, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Of course, the Jade Emperor recognized that the Morning Star Monarch was no longer the same as before. Yet, despite the latter's rapid ascent in strength, the Jade Emperor remained unfazed. If the Eastern Emperor Tai himself stood before him, perhaps he might feel a twinge of trepidation. But the entity before him was merely the Morning Star Monarch, possessing only a fragment of the Eastern Emperor's essence, wholly insufficient to instill fear. I shall refrain from recounting the actions you have taken in the past. I trust that all present are aware of them. Out of consideration for your dignity, I have chosen to remain silent. And there is no need to revisit such matters now, as it would only serve to provoke unnecessary distress. The Star Lord of the Day, with a calm demeanor, began to speak while simultaneously forming gestures with his hands, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a brilliant fire of absolute yin and yang ignited all around him. Today, he would demonstrate what true divine firepower entails. How dare you flaunt such trivial skills before me? I truly pity you. The Jade Emperor regarded the black and white flames with disdain, although he had never before witnessed such a hue of divine fire. He instinctively categorized the flames engulfing the Star Lord with the ordinary. Thus, he dismissed them entirely and nonchalantly retrieved the Haotian mirror from his sleeve, intending to extinguish the flames. However, in front of an audience, the usually formidable Haotian mirror failed to quell the fire. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely. What was happening? Not only was the Jade Emperor bewildered, but everyone present was utterly astounded. Not even the divine fire summoned personally by the Eastern Emperor Tai could withstand a single sweep of the Haotian mirror. How could the flames conjured by the Star Lord resist? As the spectators gaped in disbelief, the flames surged forth toward the Jade Emperor. Caught off guard, he could only tumble clumsily from his seat. While he narrowly escaped the flames, his attendants and heavenly soldiers were not so fortunate. Upon igniting the dragon carriage, the flames grew even more vigorous, swiftly incinerating all of the Jade Emperor's companions. Now, the once grand procession led by the Jade Emperor had been reduced to a solitary figure, himself, a commander without an army. The Jade Emperor, rising in disarray, realized that all those around him had been completely consumed by the flames. Anger surged within him, and he felt a surge of humiliation since ascending to the throne. He had never before faced such disgrace. To be publicly humiliated in this manner was intolerable. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. I merely indulged you earlier. If you do not repent, do not blame me for my actions. You mean your actions will only make my flames burn brighter? The Star Lord of the Day retorted with a smile, rendering the Jade Emperor speechless. Having spent over a year in Qin Ge's small courtyard, not only had his cultivation improved significantly, but he had also grown adept at the art of verbal sparring. Although he had not acquired much of the Master Cat's skills, he had certainly learned a thing or two about wit from him. Furthermore, Qin Ge himself was known for his cunning and sharp tongue. While he had little power to counter his peers, he felt confident facing the Jade Emperor, believing he could render him speechless. Enough. Indeed, after just a few exchanges, the Jade Emperor's face turned crimson with rage. Since his ascendance, few had dared to raise their voices to him, let alone retort with such audacity. In the presence of such a multitude, the Jade Emperor could scarcely endure the scorn directed at him. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the treasured sword from his waist, the Haotian sword. I have always refrained from taking action against you, considering you the last remnant of bloodline within the three realms. Despite your numerous transgressions and your repeated provocations against me, I have remained silent. However, it has now become evident that if I do not eliminate you, the heavens themselves would find it intolerable. Chapter 120. Let us engage in combat in that fleeting moment. The previously refined and elegant Jade Emperor radiated an aura of formidable intensity, instilling a sense of dread. Sun Wukong, hidden nearby, munched on a banana he had surreptitiously acquired, lost in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, it was with his rudimentary skills that he had once brought the Jade Emperor to submission. The Jade Emperor, not only evading him, but also frightened to the point of retreating beneath the table, had swelled Sun Wukong's ego to the point where he fancied himself capable of usurping the throne. However, it was now clear that the true strength had not been his own, but rather a performance orchestrated by the celestial beings. No matter how arrogant Sun Wukong was, the current scene should have made him realize that during his earlier rampage in the Heavenly Palace, he had naively believed the world was his to command, with no one to challenge him. In hindsight, it was all nonsense. He had merely been indulged in a grand charade by the denizens of the palace. The deities present now could effortlessly subdue him with a mere flick of their wrists. It was laughable how oblivious he had been, genuinely believing he had vanquished them all. Though Sun Wukong had come to this revelation, the surrounding immortals remained indifferent to his musings, their focus entirely on the two extraordinary figures poised for confrontation. Since ancient times, the Jade Emperor had refrained from engaging in combat. Thus, his decision to fight personally filled everyone with anticipation. At this moment, both adversaries had adopted their stances, tension crackling in the air, ready to ignite. Master, you typically exude such confidence. Do not falter now, Yuan Hong observed, bemused. What do you mean by typically? Critical moments? Nothing significant. In truth, the six-eared macaque was inherently cunning, and despite the individual before him being his master, he was reluctant to divulge his circumstances. If the world were to learn of the myriad wonders within Qin Ge's humble abode, it would surely incite a frenzy, with countless souls clamoring to serve him. Can you withstand this strike? As the two exchanged banter, the battle had commenced. The Jade Emperor took the initiative, launching a thrust toward the Lord of the Rooster Star. How utterly laughable you are. Even at this juncture, you fail to unleash your full potential, seeking to reserve your strength for a mere test? Unperturbed, the Lord of the Rooster Star drew a long sword from his waist, renowned as the Heavenly Emperor's sword, a weapon of equal repute to that of the Jade Emperor. He raised his hand, defiantly parrying the Jade Emperor's strike with his own blade. The two swords clashed with a resounding clang, unleashing tremendous pressure that sent the onlookers scattering in fear, desperate to avoid the fallout. As for the structures within 100 miles, they were instantaneously reduced to rubble. The already battered Huangfeng Ridge, having suffered at the hands of the six-eared macaque, was now utterly obliterated. As the dust settled, the crowd gradually gathered around. My goodness, did you see that? It seems the Jade Emperor has been injured. Someone gasped in astonishment, prompting others to turn their gaze. Indeed, while the Lord of the Rooster Star was panting heavily, he appeared relatively unscathed. However, the Jade Emperor was not as fortunate. His expression was one of disarray, and blood oozed from the gash on his palm. Staring incredulously at the blood seeping from his hand, the Jade Emperor exclaimed, "How could you possess the sword of the Heavenly Emperor?" His face was a canvas of disbelief, for he was not only wounded but also astounded that the Lord of the Rooster Star wielded the fabled sword. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor, as its name suggests, could only be wielded by those who possessed the profound fate of the Dao. In the current realms, there existed only one individual who truly embodied such fate, himself, the Jade Emperor. This meant that only he was entitled to wield this illustrious blade. Yet, not only could the Lord of the Rooster Star use the sword, but he had also managed to injure him with it. This was tantamount to a public humiliation, a blatant declaration of his own hypocrisy. Perhaps there was a possibility that I am the one who truly comprehends the fate of the Dao, rather than you? The Lord of the Rooster Star savored this thought internally, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, as if this revelation was a mere triviality. However, prior to his arrival at Lion Camel Ridge, he had been utterly incapable of summoning the sword of the Heavenly Emperor, let alone wielding it. During his year-long apprenticeship with Qin Ge, he not only grasped the principles of Yin and Yang divine fire, but also gleaned insights into the fate of the Dao from Qin Ge's daily woodchopping routine. Even if he was not currently the Jade Emperor, what did it matter? The sword, a symbol of status and identity, now rested in his hands, and he wielded it with growing proficiency. To exaggerate, had it not been for the subsequent year of monkeys chopping wood, hindering his progress, the Lord of the Rooster Star would be fully confident in deepening his understanding of the Dao's fate. It was certain that his capabilities extended far beyond merely injuring the Jade Emperor's palm. Annihilation was a distinct possibility. Oh, though I am unaware of what you have trained in during our years apart, defying me shall come at a cost. The Jade Emperor, filled with indignation, accused the Lord of the Rooster Star of practicing forbidden arts. Today, I shall eliminate you, this scourge, to prevent greater troubles in the future. With that, the Jade Emperor produced the Haotian mirror and directed its light toward the Lord of the Rooster Star, the divine light of annihilation. This light contained formidable principles of obliteration, and few in the three realms could evade its grasp. It could be said that this was the Jade Emperor's ultimate technique. Do you truly believe that such trivial skills would impress me? The Lord of the Rooster Star remained impassive, his expression unchanged, as he regarded the terrifying light of annihilation with indifference. He simply drew forth another artifact. In the blink of an eye, he unceremoniously swallowed the brilliance. While it may be said that one cannot speak of everything, when it comes to magical artifacts, he possesses an abundance. Ever since the demise of his father and uncle, he has inherited all their treasures. Among his collection are 5 or 6 supreme artifacts, whereas the Jade Emperor possesses merely the Haotian mirror and the Haotian sword. Thus, from any perspective, what could the Jade Emperor possibly use to compete with him? Chapter 121. Locking the sword. As the Jade Emperor watched his most treasured spells effortlessly dispelled by his adversary, a wave of panic washed over him. He now clearly recognized that his opponent was not as easily manageable as he had once imagined. After granting several concessions, it was time for him to strike back. Was it not? Until now, the battle had seen the Jade Emperor on the offensive while the Lord of the Rabbit Sun remained on the defensive. Suddenly, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun unsheathed his sword and launched what appeared to be a casual thrust. This seemingly arbitrary strike caused the Jade Emperor's complexion to shift dramatically, rendering him immobile, for this sword had inexplicably locked onto him, and regardless of how he attempted to block or evade, he could not escape the fate of being pierced through heavenly thunder pressure. In his state of disarray, the Jade Emperor understood that if he did not exert himself to the utmost right now, he might very well meet his demise today. This heavenly thunder pressure was his final means of survival. He would never resort to it unless absolutely necessary. The reason he had refrained from using it earlier was that he had hoped to reserve this technique for the Buddha Emperor, Tathagata. However, it seemed that if he did not act now, that day might never come. As his thoughts crystallized, countless bolts of heavenly thunder cascaded down, aimed directly at the Lord of the Rabbit Sun. Yet, before they could reach him, an invisible barrier intercepted them. After a relentless barrage of 81 bolts of thunder, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun stood unscathed, while the Jade Emperor found himself in a state of utter disarray. You still have a choice, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun proclaimed. You may concede your position to me. If you do so genuinely, I shall spare your life, and you may retain your identity prior to becoming the Jade Emperor. I will not interfere with you. A tumult of emotions surged within the Lord of the Rabbit Sun. The position that had once been his was now reclaimed, a sentiment that others could scarcely fathom. If you stubbornly cling to this position and provoke me further, I shall show you no mercy. You are well aware that I only exerted a fraction of my strength with that last strike. Had I unleashed my full power, you would be but dust by now. The Jade Emperor's face flushed with shame, yet this was hardly the time for such feelings. He cast aside his pride as his mind raced to devise the optimal solution. If he were to genuinely abdicate, he would be a laughingstock among the third tier. However, if he stubbornly persisted, he had no knowledge of what other trump cards his opponent might possess. Indeed, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun still held a hidden weapon, a magical artifact he had stealthily taken from Qin Ge's courtyard. Yet, he was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary, for the revelation of such a power would spell catastrophe for anyone. In his view, such terrifying strength ought not to exist in this world. The Jade Emperor fell into a profound silence, his mind racing with thoughts. On one hand, he pondered the most effective way to deal with the Star Lord of the Rabbit Day. On the other, he contemplated the odds of seeking assistance from the saints. Observing the Jade Emperor's silence, the Star Lord of the Rabbit Day did not rush or pressure him, but instead leisurely sat nearby, humming a little tune. He understood that no matter how the Jade Emperor deliberated, there were no other viable options. Even if he were to summon the saints, what difference would it make? After all, he had an even more formidable ally at his side. Not to mention, it wasn't just the formidable Qin Ge. Even the most venomous black cat at home could obliterate their adversaries with just a flick of its paw. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the mortal realm, and the heavenly court was not faring any better. Under the leadership of Yusu Tian, hundreds, even thousands of disciples from the cutting teachings marched boldly. attempting to breach the Lingxiao treasure hall. How audacious! They dared to attempt a forced entry knowing the Jade Emperor was absent, revealing their ulterior motives. Upon seeing the crowd, the towering King Li Tian was momentarily taken aback before issuing a reprimand. In his eyes, these individuals were merely servants of the heavenly court. If they were needed, they could be commanded, and if not, they should be set aside. If you do not return swiftly, we shall take action. Several deities sensed something was amiss and tried to intervene, but their efforts proved futile. How dare you speak to us in such a commanding tone when we are equals? They had already endured enough indignity, and now, with liberation in sight, the arrogance of their adversaries was intolerable. Immediately, one among them struck the towering king, Li Tian, fiercely. The towering king, whose magical artifact, the exquisite pagoda, had been seized by a monkey, was rendered nearly powerless. Unable to withstand such a sudden assault, he spat blood. The deities nearby, initially eager to join the fray, were dissuaded by the sight of the towering king's plight and hastily feigned ignorance of their previous intentions. After all, these intruders not only matched their strength but outnumbered them by a considerable margin. If a conflict were to erupt, the outcome was all too predictable. No one wished to bear the burden of such a grudge. However, one could not help but wonder why so many had suddenly converged here. While the onlookers maintained a calm exterior, their minds raced, and soon they converged on a singular thought: the investiture of the gods. Indeed, the only reason for this gathering could be linked to the investiture of the gods. Were they perhaps intending to seize the opportunity while the Jade Emperor was away to stealthily remove the investiture and erase their names from it? If that were their intention, how could they possibly succeed? The investiture was a superior artifact, summoned at will by the Jade Emperor with but a thought. Moreover, how could such a precious item be so easily destroyed? Logically, it should be impervious to both blade and flame. Even if they were to steal the list of deities, they could only fret in vain, for when the Jade Emperor returns, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Everyone instinctively felt that although these individuals shared the commonality of being on the list of deities, their true intent in coming was not related to the list itself, as such an act would be far too perilous. In their minds, such behavior amounted to courting death. If that were indeed the case, then what could possibly explain the simultaneous arrival of so many? Were they merely here to engage in a quarrel? Chapter 122. Rending the divine list with bare hands. As the crowd engaged in speculation, an individual had already begun to tamper with the seat of the Lingxiao Palace, ultimately extracting a thick divine list from beside it. You truly came for the divine list. Do you not fear the wrath of the Jade Emperor? Although the Toda Li Tian Wang had suffered greatly, he could not restrain himself from interjecting at this moment. However, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixated on the divine list, eagerly anticipating the actions of Yushu Tian. In their understanding, the divine list was something anyone could effortlessly tear apart, and thus they urged him on. Hurry, rip it apart. Then we shall be truly free. Yushu Tian, filled with excitement, exerted force, yet his expression turned to one of astonishment. He could hardly believe it. He strained once more, but the divine list remained utterly unmoved. Speed it up. We are at a critical juncture. What are you hesitating for? If the Jade Emperor receives word and decides to summon the divine list back, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Hurry, we can no longer wait. We have longed for this day. I cannot bear to wait even a second longer. Despite their fervent urgings, the divine list remained steadfast, showing no signs of being damaged. What is happening? What is the situation? Some among them sensed the anomaly. They understood that at this crucial moment, Yushu Tian would not deliberately jest with them, prompting them to inquire. Oh no, why can't I tear this divine list apart? Yushu Tian communicated in hushed tones, pondering whether his brother-in-law was deceiving them. Yet, how could that be? His brother-in-law had made numerous sacrifices for their cause and had aided them immensely. There was no need for deception in this matter. Oh no. The two were now acutely aware that the divine list, held in their possession, could undoubtedly be sensed by the Jade Emperor. Should he become distracted and summon it back, their plan would be utterly thwarted, and the majority among them would surely face the Emperor's wrath. Yet, they could not fathom how Qin Ge could possibly deceive them. What was more alarming was their utter inability to reveal their inner turmoil. With so many disciples anxiously awaiting their actions, a display of panic would lead to complete chaos. Enough. You all stay here. I shall take the divine list to find my brother-in-law. Yushu Tian swiftly resolved the matter, and no wonder everyone appeared perplexed. Clutching the divine list, he departed without delay. The others were left utterly bewildered, glancing around in confusion. With the divine list now in their grasp, why not hasten to tear it apart instead of seeking out the brother-in-law first? Perhaps there exists a peculiar confinement within this treasured artifact, necessitating a consultation with my brother-in-law. Regardless of the circumstances, we find ourselves with no alternative but to await developments. The assembly anxiously awaited in the heavenly court, while simultaneously, the Jade Emperor sensed an anomaly concerning the list of deities. This is troubling. Someone has tampered with the list of deities. Without a moment's hesitation, he could ascertain who was responsible. Undoubtedly, it was that group from the sect, who frequently congregated together. Little did he suspect they were plotting such a scheme. The thought of those individuals acquiring the list of deities filled him with dread, for it would mean the loss of his greatest support. With a sudden rush of anxiety, the Jade Emperor prepared to summon the list of deities. Have I afforded you ample time to ponder? Why do you linger? As the Jade Emperor, it is imperative to exhibit the requisite resolve and decisiveness. The Lord of the Day Star had grown increasingly impatient. The Jade Emperor's silence could not continue indefinitely. In truth, he did not demand much. He was not insisting upon the Jade Emperor's name. He merely wished to reclaim his rightful position in the celestial realm. Moreover, should the Jade Emperor be willing to abdicate in favor of another, the Lord of the Day Star could ensure the preservation of the Emperor's previous status among the four sovereigns, thereby rendering it not a complete loss for him. Do you think I would yield to you? A dignified Jade Emperor cannot be coerced into abdication. Let us not forget my esteemed lineage, bestowed upon me by the ancestor himself. The Jade Emperor believed that if he were to genuinely step down, he would be unable to face his adversary thereafter. Thus, he invoked the authority of the ancestor to suppress his challenger. In times past, the Lord of the Day Star might have hesitated, weighing his options. However, the circumstances had dramatically shifted. He no longer had reason to fear. With two formidable allies at his back, each more reliable than the last, how could he be intimidated by a mere ancestor? Contemplating the fearless demeanor of his own companion, the Lord of the Day Star felt reassured. Enough of this futile discourse. Cease employing others to intimidate me. Since you refuse to relinquish your position, I shall take matters into my own hands. After all, I have extended you the opportunity to choose, yet you have proven ungrateful. With that declaration, the Lord of the Day Star was unwilling to engage in further trivialities. He had awaited this day for far too long. Finally, he was poised to reclaim his position with his own hands. Summoning divine fire, he lunged directly towards the Jade Emperor. How audacious of you to openly attack me. Should the sages become aware, you shall surely face dire consequences. Despite the gravity of the situation, the Jade Emperor maintained his dignity and pride. Yet, even as he feigned bravado, he diligently established layer upon layer of defensive mechanisms around himself. These seemingly impenetrable defenses, however, crumbled before the divine fire as if they were mere parchment, offering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, those defenses were obliterated, advancing relentlessly toward the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was taken aback, feeling the searing heat of the divine fire. Should these flames come into contact with him, he would be utterly consumed. The heavenly mirror, as the divine flames threatened to engulf him, the Jade Emperor found himself devoid of options and could only summon the Haotian mirror to provide a momentary respite. However, while the emergence of the Haotian mirror effectively slowed the spread of the flames, it did not completely extinguish them. They continued to advance towards him with terrifying swiftness. Bodhi Patriarch, reveal your intentions. What must transpire for you to extend your hand in rescue? The Jade Emperor, having exhausted all avenues, cast aside his dignity and pride, and pleaded for assistance. Chapter 123. Save me initially. He did not seek out the venerable Bodhi ancestor, for among the myriad of saints, Bodhi ancestor's strength was arguably the weakest. However, he found himself with no alternative. Other saints seized the opportunity to exploit him, presenting demands that were utterly unacceptable. After much contemplation, he realized that the only one who could genuinely assist him, apart from Bodhi ancestor, was no one else. Most importantly, saints occupy an exalted realm far above mere mortals. Regardless of how closely one may approach the threshold of sainthood, as long as one is not a saint, they remain but an insignificant insect in the presence of a saint. Even the once mighty Dong Huang Tai Yi, who stood just beneath the saints, was ultimately reduced to mere insignificance before them. Your Majesty, since you have offered your assistance, I assure you I will not let you down. However, I do have a modest request, he began. Bodhi ancestor, fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity, thought it only just to seize some benefits for himself. Speak freely. Spare me the pleasantries, urged the Jade Emperor, visibly agitated. Then, I propose to replace the four sovereigns with individuals of the Buddhist order. Only under such conditions will I be inclined to assist you. Even at the brink of death, this outrageous demand left the Jade Emperor gasping in disbelief. And furthermore, I insist that the position of the Ziwei Emperor also be filled with a figure from the Buddhist path. Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to aid you at all." What began as mere irritation escalated to near exasperation as the Jade Emperor nearly rolled his eyes. Although this request seemed like a trivial one, he understood all too well that it amounted to the division of more than half of his power. The significance of the four sovereigns and the position of the Ziwei Emperor was paramount, should such power be divided. It would jeopardize his own stability as the Jade Emperor. This audacious request struck at the very core of his being, as though it sought to drain the lifeblood from his heart. Nonetheless, Bodhi Ancestor, aware of his own limited strength, refrained from making excessively unreasonable demands. In comparison to the requests from other saints, this one was relatively fair. If he delayed any further, he risked not only losing his rights, but perhaps even his life, rendering him incapable of maintaining his position as the Jade Emperor. In light of this, conceding to the request was the more prudent course of action. After all, once this calamity had passed, he could always seek the Dao Ancestor for support, potentially reclaiming the authority over those positions. His immediate priority was to preserve his life, rather than concern himself with other matters. With this in mind, the Jade Emperor retreated while resolutely agreeing. "Very well, I shall comply. If you can slay the Lord of the Miao Sun, not only shall I grant you both positions of the four sovereigns, but I will also cede the position of the Ziwei Emperor to you." The words of the venerable Bodhi Ancestor resonate profoundly. Just as the Jade Emperor had made his promise, Bodhi Ancestor set forth from the celestial realms. Although divine flames were slowly encroaching upon him, the Jade Emperor felt no fear. He understood that once the Bodhi Ancestor arrived, the current predicament would undergo a monumental reversal. Once stability was restored, he would not only take vengeance upon the auspicious Daystar Lord, but also reclaim his dignity and seize back the divine list of deities. Those disciples had overstepped their bounds, attempting to flee while he was incapacitated. Should he fail to impose strict punishment this time, what would happen when faced with similar circumstances in the future? In merely a few breaths, a melodious chant echoed from the horizon, as if someone were reciting scriptures. The auspicious Daystar Lord furrowed his brow and gazed towards the sky, where indeed, a celestial being of ethereal grace approached leisurely, still reciting incantations. He wondered what price the Jade Emperor had paid to summon such a sage. The auspicious Daystar Lord perceived the situation as somewhat troublesome, yet did not regard it with excessive concern. "What shall we do, Brother Chicken?" The monkey, who had been excitedly observing, now appeared flustered at the arrival of the sage, hastily whispering to the auspicious Daystar Lord. "Why panic? It is merely a minor sage. I hold him in contempt." The auspicious Daystar Lord scoffed. "If it comes to it, we can summon Lord Cat. I refuse to believe that with Lord Cat as our support, we could encounter any misfortune." Initially anxious, the monkey found solace in these words, realizing that both he and Brother Chicken were serving their master. If anything were to befall them, Qin Ge would undoubtedly intervene. In the midst of their conversation, Bodhi Ancestor had already arrived beside them. Observing the fierce flames advancing towards the Jade Emperor, he merely smiled lightly and waved his sleeve, extinguishing the divine fire completely. "How has your health been, Your Majesty?" Though this is a customary greeting, it feels somewhat awkward under the current circumstances. The Jade Emperor, stripped of his former glory and covered in soot from the divine flames, bore a countenance marred with bruises, resembling a beggar more than a celestial ruler. "Quite well, quite well." The Jade Emperor stumbled to his feet, brushing off the dust, his heart seething with resentment. "Now that I require your assistance, you treat me thus. I shall endure for now, but once this matter settles, do not be surprised if I lodge a complaint before the Dao Ancestor." As the weakest among the sages, Bodhi Ancestor often went unnoticed, overshadowed by his more illustrious counterparts. However, now that he had a rare opportunity to exploit the situation, he was determined not to let it slip away. More importantly, the sight of the Jade Emperor in such a disheveled state is a rare occurrence. Even if he were to live for several more millennia, stifling the smile that threatened to escape his lips, the venerable Patriarch Bodhi clapped his hands with a twinkle in his eye. As long as his health remained intact, that was all that mattered. However, it seemed that in just a few days' absence, the Jade Emperor had endured quite a bit of humiliation. Enough is enough. The Jade Emperor felt that if Patriarch Bodhi continued to mock him any further, he might be driven to the brink of despair. After all these years, he had never before experienced such indignity. Chapter 124. A clash. At this very moment, I find myself at Jingyang Palace, rendered speechless by anger. No one could have anticipated that one of my formidable generals, the Supreme Lord Laozi, would be so thoroughly subdued by the Star Lord of the Day, resulting in such a considerable loss of face for myself. In truth, I have been quietly observing all that transpires. Just as the Supreme Lord was on the brink of being slain by the Star Lord, I was poised to intervene and rescue him. However, the Jade Emperor acted with swiftness, saving the Supreme Lord before I could make my move. Thus, I remained in the shadows, patiently awaiting the unfolding of these events. Initially, I believed that the Jade Emperor's personal intervention would bring this farce to a swift conclusion. To my astonishment, the Star Lord of the Day proved to possess strength far surpassing that of the Jade Emperor, nearly injuring him in the process. Consequently, when the Jade Emperor sought my assistance, my first thought was how to seize this golden opportunity to cunningly ensnare him. Without hesitation, I presented an utterly unreasonable demand, that the list of deities be surrendered into the hands of the Supreme Lord. While this request may appear outrageous, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that it is indeed excessive. Surrendering control of the divine list could be construed as relinquishing a significant portion of the heavenly court's power to another. Even if the Jade Emperor were to navigate this crisis, he would only be inviting further peril upon himself. It can be said that I am exceptionally shrewd. I understand that not only do I desire control over the divine list, but others will also seize this as leverage to assist the Jade Emperor. Thus, upon the Jade Emperor's refusal, I remained unperturbed, leisurely observing his every action. Everything remained well within my grasp. The demands presented by the saints mirrored my own, some even more audacious. Naturally, these requests were met with outright rejection from the Jade Emperor, inciting my ire as well. Prior to seeking their aid, the Jade Emperor had already surmised that these self-serving individuals would undoubtedly exploit this opportunity to his detriment. However, he did not anticipate that they would audaciously demand such a substantial concession. Watching the Jade Emperor fail in his appeals to numerous figures, I felt a sense of assurance, convinced that I would ultimately secure control over the divine list. Once I attained this power, I could fully support the Supreme Lord in ascending to the ranks of the next newly anointed saint. By this calculation, I would then possess 2 saints at my command, transforming my ambitions into aspirations that could truly be realized. Just as I was daringly envisioning the grand designs of my ambitions, I discovered that Patriarch Bodhi had already made his way there, preparing to intervene. Could it be that the Jade Emperor acquiesced to Patriarch Bodhi's demands? A jolt of alarm surged through me, for in my mind, all the saints' requests should have been akin to my own. Should the Jade Emperor concede to Patriarch Bodhi while denying my appeal, I would find myself at a significant disadvantage. As Laozi was lost in his thoughts, he failed to realize that Patriarch Bodhi had already foreseen the intentions of the few saints regarding the Fengshen Bang. Thus, he dared not entertain such notions. Instead, he opted for a more moderate approach, abandoning the idea of the Fengshen Bang while focusing his ambitions on the selection of the 4 sovereigns. Patriarch Bodhi, you and the 4 saints of the West ought not to meddle in these affairs. Should you wish to partake in this matter, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Laozi was taken aback by the sudden emergence of someone he typically regarded with disdain, obstructing his plans, which left his countenance dark with fury. With this realization, he could no longer remain seated and set off toward Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Ge, observing the unfolding scenes, felt a rising tide of unease within him. According to the narratives he was familiar with, the events did not transpire in this manner. Everything seemed to deviate from the storyline he had come to know. First, the 6-eared macaque appeared from nowhere and struck down Zhu Beiji with a single blow. Following this, a fierce battle ensued between the 6-eared macaque and Sun Wukong, with neither emerging victorious. Then, astonishingly, the 6-eared macaque vanquished Erlang Shun, only for Taishang Laojun to suddenly appear, attempting to subdue the 6-eared macaque, only to find himself injured by the backing of the macaque, the auspicious star of the morning. The narrative had already become absurd at this juncture, but even more preposterous events unfolded when the Jade Emperor, who never left the Lingxiao Palace, personally descended to capture the auspicious star of the morning, only to be soundly beaten in return. It was truly unexpected that a mere 6-eared macaque could summon such formidable powers. Qin Ge gazed intently at the mirror, deep in thought. If the current trajectory of the plot continued, it seemed highly probable that Tang Sung would soon meet his demise, perhaps even failing to escape this place alive. Rather than feeling surprised at this potential outcome, Qin Ge found himself somewhat hopeful. If Tang Sung were to perish here, the journey to the west would inevitably come to a halt, as Tang Sung could not be easily replaced like Zhu Beiji. Thus, he would not venture to Shichuoling, allowing Qin Ge to remain in his current abode without the need to relocate. Yulinglong glanced at the mirror and then at Qin Ge, hesitating for a moment before voicing her question. My husband, do you know the person in the mirror? I feel as though I have never heard of him. Although Yulinglong posed this question, as a princess of Confucianism and Taoism, she surely recognized the figure in question. Patriarch Bodhi, being one of the saints with the least presence, was not widely known, and few were aware of his true identity. While Yulinglong was aware of the other's true nature, she did not fully grasp his identity or hidden strengths. Do you know how many saints exist within the three realms? As the situation escalated to a fever pitch, Qin Ge, no longer inclined to beat around the bush, posed a direct question to Yulinglong. Besides the few sages who were typically more engaged and active in contemporary affairs, there were also one or two sages who seldom interacted with the outside world. Altogether, there should be 5, right? Yulinglong contemplated for a moment and cautiously replied, "Indeed, that is correct. There are a total of 5 sages." Chapter 125. The position of the sage. So, you still do not recognize who this is? With the conversation reaching this point, Yulinglong naturally comprehended the implications. Could it be the venerable Bodhi Patriarch? With this revelation, everything became clear to her. No wonder Sun Wukong was so audacious during his tumultuous rampage in the heavenly palace. He had such a formidable ally behind him. It all makes sense now. If that is the case, I can indeed grasp why those in the heavenly court were so accommodating towards him during that upheaval. As Yulinglong pondered this, she noticed Qin Ge smiling in silence, seemingly on the verge of speaking. If it were solely because of his master being the Bodhi Patriarch, it would not suffice to prompt the entire celestial hierarchy to orchestrate a fade for him. His audacity stemmed not from the backing of a single sage, but rather multiple ones. What? There are indeed more than one sage supporting Sun Wukong? However, that is a discussion for another time. You will come to understand in due course. What is paramount now is that the Bodhi Patriarch has arrived to intervene, foreboding significant turmoil today. I wonder what fate awaits the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star. In truth, Qin Ge felt a tinge of regret at this juncture. Considering the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star's capabilities, had he not been so ostentatious, he might have achieved far greater feats in the future. Yet now, with the sage personally intervening, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot hope to contend with the sage's might. Ultimately, he would find himself easily subdued. Earlier, the Jade Emperor had lost considerable face due to the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star's antics, and had resorted to employing unknown trump cards to summon the Bodhi Patriarch, undoubtedly harboring deep-seated animosity towards him. It seems the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star's life is in grave jeopardy. Recovering from her shock, Yulinglong observed Qin Ge's demeanor and merely offered a gentle smile. Let us not rush to conclusions. I believe there remains a possibility for a turn of events. With matters having escalated to this extent, what kind of turn could there possibly be? Do you truly believe the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star can be compared to this sage? Seeing Yulinglong's unwavering confidence in the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star, Qin Ge was taken aback. Everyone knows that the chasm between the sage and the unsainted is vast. Even the slightest distance from sanctity renders one insignificant before a sage. The disparity in strength between the two was glaring, yet Yulinglong exhibited such faith in the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star. However, what Qin Ge did not anticipate was that the black cat nearby was already eager to leap into action. Known for its protective nature, the black cat viewed the Lord of the Rabbit Day Star as their own, despite his often cheeky demeanor and tendency to be lazy. Nevertheless, he was, after all, the rooster of their household. As a cherished pet, the only fates that awaited him were either dutifully catching bugs or being turned into a pot of chicken soup by his owner. The notion of allowing someone else to bully him was simply unacceptable. This situation was not merely about losing a chicken. It was about preserving the dignity of both himself and his master. If he could not safeguard even one chicken from harm, how could he claim to protect all of humanity? At that moment, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing his long-lost master. Master, how did you come to be here? This place is currently perilous. Your presence here is fraught with danger. Although Sun Wukong's intentions were rooted in concern for his master, he was taken aback by the peculiar gazes directed at him by those around. Being perceptive, he quickly discerned the Emperor of Heaven's attitude towards his master, piecing together the implications. Could it be that his revered teacher was indeed a sage? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Sun Wukong understood that the ease with which he had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace stemmed not from his own formidable strength, but rather from the reluctance of others to challenge him out of respect for his master. Yet, if his master possessed such remarkable power, why had he not intervened when Sun Wukong was subdued beneath the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years by the Buddha? Tathagata? That half-millennia was a profound torment for Sun Wukong, not only diminishing his pride, but also tempering his once fiery temperament. Reflecting on this, he found himself in a state of despair, disoriented, and struggling to grasp his current reality. Mao Rixing Jun, since you have relinquished your identity within the Buddhist realm, you are no longer one of us. Why do you not pay your respects to the sage? Are you truly contemplating rebellion? Observing that she could no longer sway Mao Rixing-jun back to her side, Guanyin Bodhisattva decided to forego any pretense and ceased referring to him as Tathagata, addressing him directly as Mao Rixing-jun instead. However, upon hearing her words, Mao Rixing-jun did not react as expected. Instead, he laughed coldly. Kneel? What gives you the right to demand my submission? Ever since I entered Qin Ge's humble abode, I vowed never to kneel before anyone but him and Cat Master. He declared that he would not bow to anyone else, not even in the presence of a sage or his master. It appeared that Guanyin Bodhisattva's words held no weight in this exchange. Mao Rixing-jun remained unfazed, merely casting a glance at Guanyin, causing her to step back, silenced by the overwhelming aura he exuded. This presence was so formidable that Guanyin began to doubt whether this individual was indeed the Tathagata she once knew or a sinister force that had usurped him. Although Mao Rixing-jun stood before the sage as an insignificant being, he had the means to deal with anyone who dared to confront him. To put it bluntly, if he wished to preserve his life, one ought not to wield authority deceitfully in his presence. Otherwise, given Mao Rixing-jun's current prowess, it would be as effortless to extinguish a life as it would be to crush an ant before the sage could react. After a few days of absence, the Lord of the Rabbit Day has indeed grown increasingly imposing. The venerable patriarch of Bodhi could hardly bear to witness this. He felt that the Lord of the Rabbit Day's current demeanor was nothing short of a display of arrogance before him, a slight against his own status as a sage. I dare not. What grandeur could be exhibited in your presence? I merely speak the truth. In the face of a sage, the Lord of the Rabbit Day was certainly unable to impose his presence upon the other. Nevertheless, despite his modest abilities, the Lord of the Rabbit Day maintained an exceedingly assertive tone. Chapter 126. What is a sage? What truly matters is that he is now profoundly confident in his backing. It is not merely a matter of two individuals, should a confrontation arise. He is certain that the master would dispatch the black cat to rescue him at the slightest hint of danger. Before the black cat, all sages are insignificant. With this thought, the Lord of the Rising Sun felt an even greater surge of confidence. How dare you speak to a sage in such a manner? This is a grave disrespect. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva had been somewhat silenced by his earlier remarks, she could not restrain herself from admonishing him now, witnessing his audacity. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. To be so humiliated by an ant is intolerable for anyone. What is a sage, truly? Do you think I regard you with any seriousness? In truth, there exists a considerable connection between Bodhi Patriarch and the Lord of the Rising Sun. Thus, the Lord of the Rising Sun felt a tidal wave of resentment toward Bodhi Patriarch, thinking that regardless of who appeared today, be it a sage or a deity, he would not hesitate to confront them. His words were indeed exceedingly arrogant, causing all present to shift their expressions. The previously jovial countenance of Bodhi Patriarch became rigid. As a sage, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. Even though he was the weakest among the sages, the others treated him with utmost respect. Not a single one had ever dared to insult him, nor had they even spoken harshly to him, let alone those beneath the sages, who would bow and scrape before him. Even the Jade Emperor would seek his favor with humility. Yet, this mere Lord of the Rising Sun had the audacity to address him in such a way. Do you understand? I am aware of your true identity. Are you not the last remaining three-legged golden crow of the three realms? Bodhi Patriarch, enraged yet amused, revealed the Lord of the Rising Sun's secret. As the last of the three-legged golden crows, we have turned a blind eye to your actions in the past, unwilling to see your lineage extinguished. However, I never anticipated that you would grow so spoiled and brazen, thinking you could speak so freely to me. It is high time you received a lesson. Indeed, the Lord of the Rising Sun's identity as the last three-legged golden crow is one reason he could ascend to the position of the Sun Buddha within Buddhism. If you sincerely repent and wish to return to the Buddhist path, resuming your role as the Sun Buddha, I shall consider this matter resolved and pretend it never occurred. However, should you remain obstinate and unrepentant, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Bodhi Patriarch's words fell on deaf ears for the Lord of the Rising Sun, who paid them no heed. In the days when his lineage of three-legged golden crows thrived, he had 10 siblings. However, on one fateful day, all 10 had descended to the mortal realm, resulting in 10 suns in the sky, which led to Ho-I shooting down the other 9 siblings. While the blame ultimately lies with Ho-I, only the Lord of the Rising Sun knows that the sages what was behind Ho-Yi's actions. Thus, the Lord of the Day of the Rabbit harbored a profound animosity towards Ho-I, yet his resentment was even greater towards the venerable Patriarch Bodhi. You wouldn't presume that I might waver due to your mere utterances, would you? I am not one to be easily intimidated. It is high time for you to pay your debts in blood, to atone for the lives of my brothers and sisters." At this juncture, the Lord of the Day of the Rabbit brandished a longbow. This bow appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat rough-hewn, indistinguishable from the typical bows one might encounter. However, upon its revelation, both Qin Ge and Yu Linglong, who were intently gazing into the mirror of heaven, suddenly changed countenance. "My dear wife, do you not find this bow strikingly familiar?" Though Yu Linglong had yet to grasp the situation, Qin Ge had meticulously scrutinized the bow several times. The more he observed, the more he felt an undeniable familiarity. It was not merely that he had seen this bow before, but he was intimately acquainted with it. The bow bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he frequently employed for hunting. In fact, the wear on the grip was identical, leading Qin Ge to suspect that this bow might indeed be his own. After all, this bow had accompanied him for several years, assisting him in securing countless prey. "My dear wife, do take a look. Is it not exactly like the one we possess?" Upon closer inspection, Yu Linglong conceded that it did appear so. Yet, even if the truth was as such, she could not readily admit it. "Is it possible that you are mistaken? After all, our bow has deteriorated to such a state. How could it possibly end up in the possession of such a formidable figure?" As she spoke, Yu Linglong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Consider this. Your bow is nearly in tatters. If such a master were to wield it in battle, would that not be tantamount to self-destruction?" Upon reflection, this line of reasoning seemed sound. Yet, the more Qin Ge gazed upon the bow, the more he felt an insatiable itch in his heart, convinced that this bow was indeed his own. The more he pondered, the more he found himself amused by the absurdity of his decision. Regardless of whether it truly was his, he felt an overwhelming urge to verify its existence. "I must take a glance in the courtyard. If my bow is absent, it would confirm that this bow indeed belongs to me." As Qin Ge prepared to venture into the courtyard, Yu Linglong was seized by a wave of panic. After all, it was certain that the bow would no longer be there, as it resided firmly in the hands of the Lord of the Day of the Rabbit. Should Qin Ge discover that his bow had vanished, he would likely suspect that the bow in the Lord's possession was indeed his own, leading to potential complications. How could that be? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, the two are on the verge of combat. Do you not realize that stepping out now would only hinder matters? Yu Linglong urgently gestured towards the mirror of heaven, imploring Qin Ge to focus. The clash of such powerful beings was of paramount importance. Should he overlook even a single detail, it might very well alter the outcome entirely. Upon reflection, Qin Ge found great merit in Yu Linglong's words. The thought of regretting his curiosity was daunting, especially since the celestial viewing realm offered no replay feature, only a live broadcast. Moreover, the fact that the Star Lord of the Rabbit Day could wield such a bow indicated its immense value to him. How could such a rare and precious artifact possibly be compared to his own worn bow? With this realization, Qin Ge settled down, shaking his head in amusement at his previously absurd notions. Chapter 127. I am about to leave just as the two individuals were engrossed. Preparing to delve deeper into their observations, Qin Ge perceptively noticed a movement in the corner of the mirror. It seemed that the Jade Emperor was making preparations to discreetly depart. "Darling, do take a look. Could it be that the Jade Emperor intends to flee?" Originally, Yu Linglong had been breathing a sigh of relief, reveling in her clever pretext, when Qin Ge's words caused her heart to race with anxiety. What? Following the direction of Qin Ge's gaze, she indeed spotted in a secluded corner of the Kuwaitian mirror that the Jade Emperor was poised to leave the scene. How inconsiderate of the Jade Emperor. After all, it was none other than Patriarch Bodhi who had risked everything to come to his aid. And he was now contemplating an escape? Qin Ge was greatly displeased. As a man, he held such actions in utter disdain. While one might not characterize it as shared adversity, at the very least, out of courtesy, the Jade Emperor ought to wait until their duel concluded before taking his leave. Unless, of course, there was an urgent matter compelling him to depart. What could have prompted the Jade Emperor's sudden exit? Could it be that something significant had transpired in the heavenly court? Qin Ge's perplexing inquiry only deepened Yu Linglong's uncertainty. She felt her hands tremble. It was plausible that a major event had unfolded in the heavenly court, necessitating his return. Otherwise, he could simply remain and watch the duel unfold. After all, the outcome of their confrontation bore no consequence for him. Having analyzed the situation, Yu Linglong's heart grew increasingly anxious. Had the Jade Emperor sensed that the list of deification had been stolen, prompting his hasty return to the heavenly court? If that were indeed the case, what fate awaited her brothers and sisters? Beloved, may I pose a question? With this thought, Yu Linglong found herself devoid of any inclination to continue watching. Her earlier elation had dissipated entirely. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Please, do share your question, Qin Ge replied, somewhat bemused. Just moments ago, their spirits had been high, yet now Yu Linglong's mood had plummeted. What could have transpired? No. Yu Linglong hesitated before continuing. I wish to inquire what the outcome would be if those from the Jie sect were to steal the list of deification and the Jade Emperor discovered it. This question, somewhat abrupt, left Qin Ge momentarily bewildered. Is that even a question? Just consider it. If you were the Jade Emperor and uncovered such a matter, would you not act swiftly to prevent it? After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively responded, if I were the Jade Emperor and discovered this, I would certainly take decisive action, eliminating the ringleaders to deter any future transgressions. After all, they are now aware of how to steal the list of deification. If they were to succeed in destroying it next time, my power would be significantly diminished, which would not bode well for me. As an outsider, Qin Ge speculated thus. Yet he too was left with lingering doubts after articulating his thoughts. Why is my wife so deeply invested in the matters concerning the, even speculating on the developments? Logically, there should be no connection between them. Thus, when Qin Ge made his predictions, he endeavored to speak harshly, for the fate of those individuals bore little significance for him. He merely regarded himself as an ordinary mortal, unburdened by the affairs of the divine. After expressing this, Qin Ge did not dwell further on it, but continued to observe the unfolding events surrounding the. Upon the appearance of the bow and arrow by the perplexity among those present escalated. Initially, when he issued a grave warning to the audience was already taken aback. Now, he presented such an artifact, seemingly tattered and devoid of any remarkable qualities. Could it be that this shabby object was the source of his audacity? Some even erupted into laughter. Do you believe your life to be excessively prolonged, causing you to act so foolishly? I anticipated you possessed some formidable backing, yet here you are, showcasing a mere trinket. They speculated on the origins of the bow, questioning what could possibly endow him with such confidence. Yet their probing thoughts revealed no hidden rules within the bow itself, indicating it was but an ordinary weapon. Even the found himself at a loss for words. If your intent was to humiliate me, you could have done so directly or engaged me in a more honorable manner. To produce such an item is utterly ridiculous. He assumed they had chosen this artifact deliberately to mock him. Fear not, I assure you, this is no mockery, they retorted, dismissing their jeers. The laughter you emit now will soon transform into lamentation. This proclamation only incited greater laughter among the crowd. What is the meaning of this monkey? Did you not claim that was formidable? How can he treat the confrontation with a sage so lightly, even brandishing a broken bow? Yuan Hong had already begun to view thee as an ally. Thus he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for his potential downfall. Rest assured, master. This bow is not as you perceive. The six-eared macaque struggled to articulate an explanation, knowing that while the bow might not be a supreme artifact, it had served its master faithfully for several years. Such a bow, regardless of its classification, surpassed anything these mere mortals could comprehend. Simply trust this, before this bow, no matter how formidable the defense, it is but a fragile shell. In response to the monkey's words, Yuan Hong not only disbelieved, but shook his head vigorously. He believed that the monkey was merely offering him solace. However, given the circumstances, he could only bear witness to the unfolding events. He had even prepared himself to flee with the six-eared macaque the moment the Lord of the Rabbit Day fell. After all, the earlier actions of the Lord had already provoked the ire of the majority of the deities, and should he fail to escape with the six-eared macaque, he feared he would be the next target of their wrath. Just as Yuan Hong was lost in his chaotic thoughts, tensions escalated on the other side. Chapter 128. The Divine Bao. The Lord of the Dawn, unwilling to indulge in pleasantries, unsheathed his treasured sword and placed it upon the bow, using the blade as an arrow aimed directly at the venerable patriarch Bodhi. However, the precarious state of the sword instilled a deep sense of concern among the onlookers. Nearly everyone was apprehensive that before the arrow could be released, the bow would completely disintegrate. It seemed that even the Lord of the Dawn shared this trepidation, for he dared not draw the bowstring to its fullest extent, opting instead for a half-drawn stance. Perhaps you should exert a bit more force. I fear your strength may not suffice to propel that sword before me. The patriarch Bodhi jested, his laughter laced with derision. Yet, beneath his mirth lay a profound anger, for the actions of his opponent had egregiously trampled upon his dignity. As a sage, his authority was beyond reproach. Beneath the sage, all were but ants. The Lord of the Dawn's current demeanor felt akin to an ant daring to tread upon his head, an affront he could scarcely endure. Regardless of the taunts hurled at him, the Lord of the Dawn refrained from retorting with the same fervor as before. It was not that he lacked a response, but rather that he was on the brink of utter exhaustion. He felt that any attempt to engage in verbal sparring would likely lead him to collapse entirely. Merely drawing the bow halfway had drained him of his divine energy, leaving him feeling as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Do you truly believe I do not wish to fully draw this bow? Far from it. It is merely that my strength is only sufficient to pull it halfway. He silently chastised himself, his expression betraying his inner turmoil, yet he remained mute. Foolish monkey. As the six-eared macaque closely observed the unfolding events, he suddenly perceived the Lord of the Dawn whispering into his ear. What is it? Speak, esteemed brother. The Lord of the Dawn, having fallen to such depths in his plight to save himself, elicited an unusually cordial response from the monkey, who typically wielded a sharp tongue. When I release my grip, you must immediately support me and assist my departure from this place. Do you understand? Understood, esteemed brother. However, if I may suggest, perhaps you should release your grip now. Your countenance appears quite grim, as though you are on the verge of collapse. Though the monkey was belated in his concern, he was acutely aware of who had been kind to him in recent times. Seeing the Lord of the Dawn in such distress stirred a pang of compassion within him. Enough of your chatter. Just remember that the moment I let go, you must swiftly carry me away from here. The Lord of the Dawn's greatest anxiety lay in the possibility that he might strike down or injure his adversary, only to succumb to exhaustion in the next moment, becoming the subject of ridicule. In his own words, if he were to maintain an air of grandeur, it must be done with an unblemished display. Rest assured, I shall handle matters with utmost diligence. The moment you issue your command, I will swiftly escort you from this place. The monkey, now somewhat agitated, was eagerly preparing for action. Simultaneously, a sense of curiosity enveloped him regarding the true power of this bow. In his inquisitiveness, he felt a twinge of relief that he had not been greedy enough to take the bow with him upon departure. After all, the expression on the face of the Morning Sun Star Lord was sufficient evidence of the immense divine energy this bow consumed. If even the Morning Sun Star Lord struggled to wield it, how could he, a mere mortal, hope to do so without risking humiliation? Upon receiving the monkey's affirmative response, the Morning Sun Star Lord could no longer maintain his composure. He relinquished the sword, sending it soaring through the air. The sword's trajectory was unmistakable. The monkey silently rolled his eyes in disbelief. Despite being in such a weakened state, the Lord still attempted to maintain an air of bravado. Everyone stood in astonishment as the sword wobbled unsteadily into the sky. It appeared weak, as if it might plummet to the ground at any moment, having not been drawn with full force during the shot. Nevertheless, the sword persisted, gliding slowly through the air with unwavering determination. Is he all right? This force, if it were to strike, could hardly kill a saint, let alone a mere ant. Could it? Might it be that he is intentionally amusing us to save his own skin, knowing full well that we would surely laugh? He may have devised this ploy to divert our attention from his impending doom. If it comes to it, perhaps we should let him go. It seems he is earnestly trying to entertain us. The crowd murmured their speculations, their voices echoing in the ears of the two figures. Initially, they were hesitant to mock so openly, for the power displayed by the Morning Sun Star Lord had instilled a palpable fear among them, leaving them wary of future encounters. Yet, the Lord's current comical predicament, akin to being felled by a single blow from the Bodhi ancestor, had turned the tide, and they began to revel in their laughter. Are you all right? The monkey, quick-witted and agile, steadied the faltering Morning Sun Star Lord. Honestly, you needn't have drawn so much. A mere fraction would suffice. You know the bow's true potential. There was no need for such excessive force to vanquish a Bodhi ancestor. Do not mention it. Upon acquiring that bow, I acted without forethought, merely wanting to draw it fully. I had no inkling of the tremendous divine energy it would demand. After the monkey had bestowed upon him a modicum of divine energy, the Morning Sun Star Lord managed to catch his breath. I shall never again dare to mishandle my master's belongings. A moment's inattention could lead to my utter depletion. The two gazed wide-eyed at the sword as it drifted at a languid pace towards the Bodhi ancestor, their thoughts filled with doubt. Does this sluggish flight truly possess any lethal capability? Do not speak frivolously. One must never question the possessions of the master. Even if the master were to engage in the most mundane act, I believe there would still be considerable potency in it. Although the Star Lord of the Day of the Rabbit professes such sentiments, deep down he harbors significant doubts. After all, this endeavor appears undeniably feeble. Were it not for his unwavering faith in the master, he would certainly deem his actions as utterly insane. Chapter 129. The arrow released with no turning back. As both individuals found themselves somewhat at a loss, the six-eared macaque pointed towards the venerable Bodhi Patriarch. However, did you notice that the expression on the Bodhi Patriarch's face seems rather unusual? The Star Lord of the Rooster, forcing himself to glance over, Indeed observed that the Bodhi patriarch's demeanor had shifted from initial disdainful amusement to sheer astonishment. He was utterly bewildered. At first, he had dismissed this trivial matter. He had intended to showcase his prowess before the crowd, but unexpectedly, as the sword lunged towards him, he found himself ensnared by an unidentifiable force, rendered utterly immobile. In fact, all his divine energy was suppressed, leaving him as helpless as a mere mortal, subject to the whims of fate. How could this be possible? With a grave expression, the Bodhi patriarch exerted all his strength to attempt even the slightest movement to evade the sword, yet no matter how hard he tried, he remained completely still. Did you see that? The Bodhi patriarch is indeed formidable. A treasure of such caliber is thrusting towards him. Yet he cannot even muster the effort to evade it. Some speculated that no matter how powerful the sword, it lacked the force to inflict any harm upon the Bodhi patriarch. Surely, to think otherwise was to underestimate him gravely. I concur, and moreover, the Bodhi patriarch is protected. How could he be so easily pierced by a mere sword? Listening to their words, the Bodhi patriarch felt an urge to curse. Though their comments were intended to flatter him, they felt akin to a slap to his face. After all, if he failed to evade the sword, would he not be further humiliated? As he observed the sword advancing towards him at a leisurely pace, he realized that despite its slowness, it showed no signs of halting. In mere seconds, it would pierce him with great force. The Bodhi patriarch struggled once more, but to no avail. Everyone else watched in disbelief as the sword, with a deliberate pace, pierced through the protective barrier and into the patriarch's arm. Did you see? The sword actually penetrated the Bodhi patriarch's shield and struck his arm. Could it be possible that the Bodhi patriarch was merely allowing this to happen, letting him land a few strikes before truly engaging in combat? As the murmurings grew increasingly bizarre and absurd, the image of the Bodhi patriarch in their minds transformed into that of a mere jester, entertaining the crowd. I sense your conjectures are misguided. Observe, the Bodhi patriarch is bleeding. This statement incited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers, and upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to be true. The sword had solidly embedded itself within the Bodhi patriarch's arm, and although his expression remained impassive, he was undeniably losing a considerable amount of blood. In truth, Qin Ge had no intention of plunging the sword into the arm of the venerable Bodhi ancestor, for such an act would not be fatal. It was merely due to his earlier lack of strength that the aim of his blade had faltered. Nevertheless, despite the slight deviation, the outcome remained unchanged. The excruciating pain served as a profound stimulus for the Bodhi ancestor, who, although suffering immensely, realized he could at least regain control over his body. Goodness, I am utterly astounded. Are you all so idle that you merely sit here, watching me being struck by two individuals? The first words he uttered upon regaining his senses were a fervent lamentation regarding the pain in his arm. Do you have any idea how much that sword hurt? You didn't even attempt to intervene. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. For who could have anticipated that the sword could indeed inflict harm upon the Bodhi ancestor? What was even more alarming was that the strike had not only wounded the ancestor, but had also drawn blood. The sight of a saint bleeding was a spectacle that could shock the heavens themselves, causing even the cosmos to change hue. Typically, saints are impervious to blades and swords, never to suffer injury or bleed, yet the current circumstances had surpassed all known boundaries. A mere broken bough and a tattered sword had managed to harm the flesh of a saint. Far away in the North Sea, a middle-aged man gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the turbulent waves before him, murmuring to himself, "How exceedingly interesting." A trivial journey to the west has unexpectedly drawn forth such prominent figures. He sensed the injury sustained by the Bodhi ancestor, which explained the immense upheaval. It seemed the world was on the brink of transformation, and it was time for him to vie for his position. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was none other than the renowned Confucian Daoist. Meanwhile, across a vast expanse of blood-red sea, a mysterious figure opened his eyes, standing atop two crimson lotus flowers, exuding an aura of enchanting allure. The heavens tremble. Another calamity approaches. It is time to emerge from seclusion and contend for supremacy. Originally, the journey to the west was merely a minor tribulation for the third stage, hardly worthy of the attention of these great powers. Yet now, due to uncontrollable factors leading to the bloodshed of a saint, a minor tribulation had morphed into a significant catastrophe. Such a calamity not only attracted these powerful beings to the mortal realm, but also threatened to reshuffle the very order of heaven and earth. In the distant Wuguan village, the reclusive Zhen Yuanzi also sensed the shifts in the world. Such changes signified that two saints would soon be born from the journey to the west. Simultaneously, beyond those attuned to these events, All saints across the three realms felt the tremors caused by the Bodhi ancestor's injury. Their shock and astonishment surpassed that of the others. As saints themselves, they understood the improbability of inflicting harm upon the Bodhi ancestor. Yet, here it was, an event that had indeed transpired. Some among them were aware of the circumstances surrounding the events. They had all observed that bow, which was merely an ordinary and unremarkable weapon. Although the sword, known as the Sword of Heaven and Earth, possessed a notable lineage, it was not formidable enough to inflict harm upon the physical form of a sage. Most had noticed that at the very instant the sword was unleashed, the venerable Bodhi ancestor found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to project his primordial spirit to evade the impending threat. This implies that the bow possesses the remarkable ability to ensnare the primordial spirits of all beings, even those of sage status. Chapter 130. The fallen sage, if only the physical body has sustained grievous injuries. The existence of the primordial spirit renders the situation less dire for them, for the corporeal form is indeed capable of repair. To put it bluntly, as long as the primordial spirit remains intact, it is not inconceivable for them to seize another's body. However, the most terrifying aspect of this bow lies in its ability to bind the primordial spirit and the physical body of its target together. This means that the fate of the spirit and the body are intertwined. If one suffers, so does the other. The sword merely grazed the arm of the venerable Bodhi ancestor, causing him pain and bleeding, yet no significant harm was done. However, had the blade struck his chest or the center of his brow, even the mightiest deity could not have saved him from death. This bow truly possesses the capability to slay a sage. Reflecting on this, a chill of dread swept through all the sages present. Since the inception of their cultivation, they had embraced the notion that attaining sagehood endowed them with immortal souls and imperishable bodies. Beneath the sages, all are but mere ants. They could regard the lives of others as insignificant, yet no harm could ever befall them. This conviction was one of the driving forces behind their relentless pursuit of cultivation. Yet now, after millennia of belief, this understanding had been shattered. Someone had revealed to them that sages are not invulnerable. A weapon does exist in this world that can extinguish their very lives. In unison, they felt an acute sense of existential threat. In Huangfeng Ridge, the Bodhi ancestor trembled violently, one hand clutching the wound on his arm. His quaking stemmed from both fear and excruciating pain. He comprehended that his arm had not only been pierced, but that his primordial spirit had also been grievously harmed. If he could not restore it, he would be condemned to a life of disability. In truth, the question of whether his arm could be healed had become trivial to the Bodhi ancestor. His greatest fear now was that the god of the Miao Sun might regain his composure and strike him down once more. Look at you now. You have finally come to realize the extent of my terror, have you not? I had already kindly warned you, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Though the god of the Miao Sun was nearly drained of divine power, he still endeavored to maintain an air of indifference before the others. Observing the Bodhi ancestor's trembling form, he had never felt such exhilaration before. The Bodhi ancestor was a being of sagehood, and he had pierced him with a single strike. More alarmingly, the sage now seemed utterly terrified of him. To be precise, it was not fear of him, but of the bow he wielded. Rest assured, I shall not slay you here today, for I wish for you to endure this fear and pain daily. Watching the Bodhi ancestor tremble, the god of the Miao Sun was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He recalls a millennium ago, when he and his 9 siblings shared a profound bond, taking turns to serve and bring blessings to the mortal realm. However, one fateful day, the venerable Bodhi ancestor deceived them into a chamber, leading others to believe that they, the 10 siblings, were engaged in nefarious deeds, transforming the world into a hellish place. The Bodhi ancestor then orchestrated for Ho-E to mercilessly shoot down several of them, leaving only himself as the sole survivor of the once mighty Jinwu clan. Though I understand the resentment you harbor towards me, believing that the misfortunes of yesteryears are solely my fault, let it be known that the true perpetrator behind the slaughter of your siblings is not I, but that wretched Ho-E. Shall you truly place the entirety of this burden upon my shoulders? Realizing that his adversary would not genuinely kill him, the Bodhi ancestor felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning to his initial posturing. He even found the audacity to offer a few justifications. Yet, while these words may seem like mere explanations to him, to the assembled deities, it appeared as if the Bodhi ancestor was pleading for mercy and ingratiating himself. In their eyes, a sage is a paragon of virtue, above reproach, while they, mere mortals, are but ants beneath divine feet, deserving punishment for their transgressions. Conversely, when a sage falters, it is unfathomable for the ants to judge. The situation had seemingly reversed. The sage, in error, found himself apologizing to a mere mortal and attempting to shift blame onto another, as if fearing the wrath of the insignificant creature. The Star Lord of the Miao Day observed this spectacle with profound disgust, choosing to remain silent. The Bodhi ancestor, sensing the indifference of his counterpart, felt a sense of relief. He dared not linger, disregarding any prior commitments made to the Jade Emperor. He realized that should he not depart at once, it would be difficult to avoid another lethal strike. The first arrow had merely grazed his arm. What if the second were to pierce his forehead? Would his life still be spared? After laboriously cultivating for so long to attain sagehood, to perish at the hands of an ant would be an injustice beyond measure. With these thoughts in mind, the Bodhi ancestor abandoned any concern for his dignity and hastily took flight. He intended to confront the primordial ancestor to uncover the secrets behind the creation of such arrows that could harm a sage's very essence. As the Bodhi ancestor fled in haste, the onlookers transitioned from astonishment to fear. What had transpired? Had it not been said that beneath the sage, all were mere ants? How could it be that even the Bodhi ancestor was reduced to a state of panic before the Star Lord of the Miao Day? Let us not speak of anything else. Even if the mightiest being beneath the sage, Dong Huang Tai, were to be resurrected and stand here now, it is unlikely he could inflict harm upon the sage, let alone instill such fear as to cause the sage to flee in disarray. Enough of this. We must depart swiftly, for if we linger any longer, calamity may befall us. Observing that today's performance has been executed flawlessly, the Star Lord of the Rabbit Day expressed his satisfaction and promptly instructed the six-eared macaque to escort him away. He found himself devoid of any divine power, so much so that even an ordinary practitioner could easily vanquish him. Chapter 131. Continuing the cultivation. Although the individuals present were currently enveloped in shock, it was unlikely that anyone would dare challenge their own fate. However, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, both he and the six-eared macaque might find their lives in jeopardy. Initially, he had sincerely intended to eliminate Patriarch Bodhi, but now, utterly devoid of the strength even to draw his bow, he could only utter grandiose threats, allowing the adversary to depart unscathed. Had he possessed even a modicum of strength, he would never have permitted such an opportunity to slip away. Chances like this are rare indeed. The six-eared macaque, well aware of the current state of the day star god, refrained from unnecessary conversation and promptly prepared to escort him away. Just before their departure, the macaque, seemingly recalling something, turned to the astonished Yuan Hong, who had yet to regain his composure. Master, I am thriving here. Rest assured, I shall double my efforts in cultivation. When the time comes, I will ascend to the heavenly court and dismantle those detestable constraints upon you, allowing you to resume your own cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hong felt a swell of emotion. Ever since he ascended to the divine list, he had been shackled by divine restrictions, rendering any further progress in his cultivation impossible, trapping him in his current state for eternity. The fact that his most accomplished disciple was willing to confront the heavenly court on his behalf to abolish his restrictions filled Yuan Hong with hope, albeit the notion seemed audacious. Yet, witnessing the duo's performance today, he began to believe that such a feat was not beyond the realm of possibility. Very well, very well, very well. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain, he mused, though a pressing concern lingered regarding the fate of the young monk. Earlier, in the heat of battle, they had completely overlooked the original protagonist, Tang's son. Were it not for the Bodhisattva Guanin's covert protection of the fleshly Tang's son, the residual force from their confrontation could have easily shattered him. Tang Song, noticing that the six-eared macaque had once again turned its attention toward him, instinctively shrank back. Today's events bore no connection to him. It would be prudent to let him go, for he would have further uses in the future. The six-eared macaque was not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. He recognized Tang Seng's innocence, especially considering he was merely a mortal. After uttering this, the six-eared macaque led the day star god away. All present held their breath, and only after the two had truly departed did they exhale a collective sigh of relief. The entire encounter had been utterly terrifying. No one had anticipated the overwhelming power wielded by the two. Initially, when the six-eared macaque wreaked havoc, the onlookers had not taken it seriously, believing that any formidable deity could easily subdue this unruly monkey. However, when the Jade Emperor personally arrived, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on them. After all, if the matter were trivial, why would the Jade Emperor intervene? Yet, none had foreseen that even the Jade Emperor himself had narrowly escaped disaster. Even a sage was reduced to a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Laozi trembled nearby, secretly grateful for his narrow escape. Fortunately, the Lord of the Rabbit Sun did not initially employ his bow and arrows when confronting me. Had he chosen to wield them from the outset, I would scarcely have had the opportunity to evade. I would have surely met my demise. Yuan Hong thrust Tang Sung into the midst of the crowd and swaggered away with an air of triumph. Since his name had been inscribed on the divine list, he had not felt such a sense of exhilaration in a long time. Times had changed. He was no longer just an inconspicuous deity on the divine list, but now boasted a formidable ally. His disciple possessed boundless powers, not to mention the enigmatic presence of the Lord of the Rabbit Sun beside him. To provoke such a figure would surely lead to dire consequences. Erlang Shin watched in disbelief as his defeated subordinate sauntered past him, nearly crushing the weapon in his grasp out of frustration. In days gone by, Yuan Hong had been one of his vanquished foes. Now, he found himself unable to best even Yuan Hong's disciple. The humiliation of losing so drastically weighed heavily on him. Initially, Erlang Shun had believed Yuan Hong's earnest approach was a genuine plea for assistance. Yet it had become painfully clear that Yuan Hong merely sought to use his disciple to slap him in the face, ensuring that the world knew Erlang Shun was incapable of overcoming even Yuan Hong's apprentice. What a malicious mind you possess, Yuan Hong. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Hong was simply acting out of concern for his disciple, while in the eyes of others, he had transformed into a figure of treachery. Yet, the opinions of others were of little consequence to him now. He had regained his sense of pride, and what others thought mattered not. At that moment, the Jade Emperor hurried back to the heavenly court. Upon reaching the Lingxiao Hall, he was met with the sight of thousands of disciples from the Jie sect encircling his palace. His suspicions had proven correct. During his time on Earth, these disciples had indeed mounted a bold attempt to seize the divine list. Impudent fools, who has instigated you to come here? Without my summons, what business do you have here? The Jade Emperor fumed, already aggrieved from earlier events, and this sight sent him into a further rage. The crowd, anxiously awaiting, was taken aback by the sudden return of the Jade Emperor. How could he have returned so abruptly? More alarmingly, they sensed that their names were still inscribed upon the divine list, meaning the Jade Emperor could easily exert control over them. Had the divine list not yet been destroyed? Panic rippled through their hearts as they fervently implored the heavens to act swiftly. If the divine list was not destroyed soon, they would all face ruin. However, despite their predicament, none showed signs of retreat. Instead, they bore an air of defiance, as if prepared to face death itself. Having already stirred such chaos, to grovel and serve as the Jade Emperor's lackeys would only serve to diminish their own worth. Success or failure is of little consequence. What truly matters is preserving one's dignity. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Earlier, the Jade Void Heaven intruded with their entourage, not only stealing the divine list from an unknown source, but also attempting to destroy it. However, their efforts proved futile, and now they have vanished with the divine list in tow. The towering Li Tianwang has been observing this situation for quite some time, and upon your return, he promptly approached to inform you of these events. Chapter 132. The recall of the list of divine honors. Upon hearing this news, although the Jade Emperor had mentally prepared himself, he was still nearly consumed by rage. You are all deities of the heavenly court. Why resort to such childish antics? Are you not aware that the list of divine honors is a primordial treasure, exceedingly difficult to destroy? The Jade Emperor scoffed repeatedly, already formulating in his mind how to conclude this farce. It was one thing for you to disregard rules and disobey orders. I had chosen to overlook your disloyalty, considering your previous loyalty. Yet, instead of repenting, you have escalated your transgressions, even attempting to steal the list of divine honors. Do you deem this appropriate? In delivering this admonishment, the Jade Emperor inadvertently cast himself as a paragon of virtue, while the multitude of disciples from the appeared as ungrateful wretches. The other deities, overhearing his words, could not suppress their schadenfreude. They had long harbored disdain for the disciples, as the two factions were not of the same sect, often engaging in verbal skirmishes and subtle sabotage. Now, witnessing such a grave error on the part of the disciples, they were eager to observe the unfolding drama. The Jade Emperor was truly incensed. Each incident of the day struck at his sensitive points, and he was on the verge of losing control over his emotions. He resolved to summon back the list of divine honors and set an example by executing the leading disciples, punishing them as a warning to others. With this thought, he disregarded all else and quickly recited the incantation to summon the list back. List of divine honors. Return. All eyes were fixed upon the Jade Emperor's actions. As he began the summoning, the hearts of the thousands of disciples raced with trepidation. Their lives hung in the balance. How could they remain calm? A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard, though each of them possessed considerable strength and their numbers were vast. Should a conflict arise, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Yet, the dire reality was that all their primordial spirits were sealed within the list of divine honors. If the Jade Emperor truly managed to summon it back, it would not merely be a question of whether they could defeat him. Despite their precarious predicament, the disciples harbored no fear. Rather, they embraced a grim determination. Given the circumstances, the worst outcome would be a complete obliteration of both parties. The Jade Emperor, in a fit of rage, could annihilate their primordial spirits entirely. The being known as Tongda Tianren, who had previously refrained from acting against the Jade Emperor out of concern for the disciples' lives, would no longer tolerate such affronts. He would retaliate directly against the heavenly court, seeking to eliminate the Jade Emperor as well. This was the most catastrophic scenario, regardless of how events unfolded. All present understood that the sole beneficiaries would be the deities observing from the sidelines. Since the onset of the War of Divine Honors, they had engaged in a fierce struggle, only to arrive at such a dismal conclusion, leaving them unsatisfied. The celestial beings wore expressions of excitement, fully aware of the direst potential outcome, yet eagerly anticipating it. For if both sides were to perish in mutual destruction, they would emerge as the greatest beneficiaries, claiming dominion over the entire heavenly realm. However, with hidden agendas and undercurrents at play among the three factions, they soon realized, upon regaining their senses, that the divine list had yet to return. What could this mean? Not only were the thousands of disciples of the bewildered, but even the Jade Emperor himself found himself in a state of confusion. Could it be that his unwavering willingness to face death had intimidated the Jade Emperor, causing him to hesitate in fully severing ties? All eyes were trained on the Jade Emperor, watching as his initial fury gradually morphed into unease, culminating in a fleeting glimpse of panic. Although he adeptly controlled his expressions, the onlookers still discerned the shift in his demeanor. What was happening? Had the Jade Emperor truly lost control over the divine list? A wave of elation swept through the crowd. For if the Jade Emperor could not summon the divine list back, it could only mean one thing: it had been destroyed. Yet, if the divine list had indeed been annihilated, why had the likes of Yusu Tian and his companions not returned? In their uncertainty, they remained locked in a standoff, hesitant to take any rash actions. The Jade Emperor found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, having initiated the conflict. He now faced the prospect of being unable to retrieve the divine list. The opposing force vastly outnumbered his own, and should a battle ensue, he would gain no advantage whatsoever. To complicate matters, he was still nursing injuries, far from being in peak condition. If a confrontation were to arise, the outcome was all too evident. Certain defeat awaited him. This was dire indeed. The Jade Emperor could distinctly sense that the divine list had not yet been destroyed, for its presence lingered, specifically in the direction of Shirtiao Ridge. However, all he could do was sense its existence. Summoning it back was beyond his reach. As if Shirtiao Ridge had transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring any artifact that ventured too close. His only viable course of action was to flee swiftly. Should the disciples have regained their composure or Yusu Tian and his group return, a conflict would surely ensue, and in his current state, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Yudi's mind raced, quickly concluding that his sole refuge lay within the Zhixiao Palace. If he could hasten there to implore the Taoist ancestor, perhaps he could reclaim the divine list and reassert his authority over the heavenly court. As for what the disciples should do, the Jade Emperor felt no concern or care. They could only seek to extricate themselves from his control by expending the divine list. Yet could such a precious artifact be so easily destroyed? With this thought, the Jade Emperor cast aside any semblance of pride and leapt away, fleeing with haste. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. What transpired? After an extended summoning, the list of deities was not returned, but instead, it fled on its own. As the Jade Emperor, should you not have dealt a decisive blow to demonstrate authority and instill fear among us? How could it simply escape without consequence? This shows a distinct lack of the dignity befitting the Jade Emperor. Observing the swiftness and grace with which it fled moments ago, it is apparent that such actions are not unfamiliar to it. Chapter 133. A favor. Yushu Tian was breathless as he and his companions knocked on the door for quite some time, yet received no response from within. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to enter directly or wait outside for a while longer. Should he choose to enter, he risked witnessing something inappropriate. However, lingering at the door meant that with every second wasted, his brothers and sisters faced increasing peril. After all, he held the lives of thousands of disciples in his hands. After much contemplation, Yushu Tian could no longer restrain himself. "I shall enter first," he declared, and without further ado, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he set foot in the courtyard, the Jade Emperor began to summon the list of deities. Had he not entered the courtyard, all his previous efforts would have been in vain, and the lives of those thousands of rescued disciples would have been threatened with annihilation. Qin Ge and Yu Linglong were intently gazing into the mirror of celestial observation, completely absorbed in what they were witnessing, and thus failed to hear the commotion outside. Suddenly, the group burst in, startling both of them. "Why have you returned so abruptly? Has something occurred?" Qin Ge inquired, astonished by the panting expressions of the newcomers. "Is someone pursuing you?" he wondered, noting their distressed demeanor. "Don't mention it," Yushu Tian exclaimed, feeling quite vexed. His current predicament was far beyond mere pursuit. "Brother-in-law, please be honest with me. When we questioned you earlier, were your responses sincere, or were you merely deceiving us?" This seemingly nonsensical question left Qin Ge bewildered. "What do you mean? Though I do not fully grasp the situation, I assure you that my words were earnest. I was not jesting." "If you were not jesting, then how did matters come to this?" Yushu Tian sighed. If Qin Ge was indeed serious, why had they encountered such a critical impasse in the destruction of the list of deities? When he had posed his earlier question, he feared Qin Ge might dismiss it with a jest, for if that were the case, the entire sect would face obliteration due to a mere jest. Fortunately, Qin Ge affirmed he was not joking. However, if that were true, how had the situation devolved to this point? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Linglong, observing their expressions, began to piece things together. She initially presumed they had failed to procure the list of deities. But just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, she caught sight of the familiar parchment in her brother's hand. Was that not the list of deities? Why do you still hold on to the list of deities? You must destroy it at once. After a brief delay, the Jade Emperor has already departed. Yu Linglong, filled with anxiety, immediately sent a secret message to inquire about the situation with Yushu Tian. However, before Yushu Tian could respond, she had already surmised much of what was unfolding. It appeared that, although they had managed to acquire the divine list, they were unable to tear it apart. Thus they were left with no choice but to seek Qin Ge's assistance. This also explained why, upon entering, several individuals had asked whether Qin Ge was merely jesting. It was well known that when the divine list was mentioned, Qin Ge had casually asserted that it could be easily torn by hand. Their current inability to do so left them in a state of despair. "Have you forgotten that during our previous conversation, you claimed the divine list could be effortlessly torn?" Yu Linglong noted, observing that Qin Ge was genuinely perplexed by the unfolding events. Her reminder sparked realization in Qin Ge, who shook his head in understanding. Indeed, I did say that, and it is indeed true. Tearing the divine list is not a trivial task at all." With this reminder, Qin Ge grasped the situation. He had not lied about the ease of tearing it, yet he wondered how it related to their anxiety. Why were they so tense? In his view, their worries were entirely unwarranted, tinged with a flavor of unwarranted concern. After all, they were merely insignificant beings. What pretense was there in feigning such concern for others? Did they genuinely wish to tear the divine list? Let alone tearing it. Could they even approach such a formidable artifact? It was this very conviction that lent Qin Ge confidence in his words. He firmly believed that his life would likely never intersect with the divine list, and neither would theirs. Even if he claimed that the divine list was merely a piece of tattered paper that he could shred with a mere pinky, no one could provide compelling evidence to counter his assertion. It was merely a mythical artifact, existing within the realm of legend. Could he not say whatever he wished about it? However, the sentiment expressed was one that seemed rather implausible. Yushu Tian gazed at the divine list in his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to consume it whole. What he grasped was not merely a list, but the very lives of thousands of disciples of the teaching. Just moments ago, not only he but several others had exhausted their strength in vain, failing to inflict even the slightest damage upon this seemingly indestructible artifact. In Qin Ge's eyes, it was merely a piece of scrap paper that could be torn with a flick of the wrist. Yet, if Qin Ge were truly jesting, it seemed unnecessary to do so. After all, throughout this ordeal, Qin Ge had consistently aided them. Without him, how could the Jade Emperor have departed from the Lingxiao Palace? And how would they have known the opportune moment to seize this artifact? Qin Ge had orchestrated everything meticulously. What reason would he have to deceive them at the final juncture? Thus, they firmly believed that the fault lay within themselves, rather than perceiving that Qin Ge was jesting with them. Observing the expressions on their faces, it appeared that doubts still lingered. Perhaps this, if you remain unconvinced, attempt to procure that divine list for me, and I shall personally demonstrate its authenticity for you. This would serve as a testament to the veracity of my claims. As Qin Ge gazed upon the countenances of these individuals, a sense of discontent stirred within him. Chapter 134. A casual tear. It seems that you harbor some doubts regarding my assertions. However, their skepticism is entirely understandable, and Qin Ge remains unfazed. While you are entitled to question, should you desire undeniable proof, you must at least present the divine list for me to handle personally. The individuals exchanged glances, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. This was the very statement they had been awaiting. They had feared that Qin Ge might dismiss their inquiries with a jest, yet he articulated the very words they longed to hear. In that case, why not attempt to tear at once? Yu Su Tian, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, promptly handed over the rolled-up divine list. What is this? I intend to tear the divine list. Qin Ge scrutinized the item in his grasp. It appeared to be nothing more than tattered sheets of paper. Nevertheless, he approached it with utmost caution. Although this was not the divine list, it remained a precious artifact. If you could shred this, we would be inclined to trust your words. Yu Su Tian was beside himself with excitement. And Qin Ge was indeed taken aback by this proclamation. It was absurd. While he might possess the strength to rend the divine list, he was uncertain whether he could destroy ordinary artifacts. The divine list could be torn due to its unique material, but ordinary treasures were altogether different. Given his current feeble strength, how could he possibly shatter those mundane treasures? Your husband is being underestimated. You ought to prove them wrong. I refuse to believe my husband would speak falsely. Yu Linglong, sensing Qin Ge's hesitation, swiftly seized the divine list and thrust it into his hands, denying him the opportunity to waver. Anger flared on her visage. You are truly excessive. How dare you doubt my husband? Regardless of your opinions, I have faith in him. He will undoubtedly succeed. No. Dear wife, you. Qin Ge stared at the divine list in his hands, utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that these individuals would take him so earnestly. He had merely bragged without much thought, yet they were compelling him into action. The most pressing dilemma was that his wife had already proclaimed his capabilities. If he faltered, would he not be humiliating her? Conversely, if he complied, he would be compromising his own dignity, effectively slapping his own face. This predicament left Qin Ge in a state of utter dismay. After much contemplation, he ultimately accepted the ragged scroll. Very well, since I initiated this boast, a little embarrassment on my part is inconsequential. At least it might spare my wife the humiliation among her friends. Nonetheless, these individuals are far too serious. It seems I must think thrice before I speak in the future. Enough of this, brother-in-law. Spare us your words and tear it already. We await the miracle. Yu Su Tian urged, growing impatient. In truth, it was not only he who felt anxious. Several others around him, including the astute Yu Linglong, were equally perturbed. Everyone understood the profound significance that the divine proclamation list held for them. Should Qin Ge successfully tear this list asunder, it would signify the liberation of thousands of disciples from the sect. Conversely, if Qin Ge failed to rend the list, it would imply that their actions today were nothing short of a suicidal endeavor. Once the Jade Emperor traced their steps here, they would be left awaiting their doom. At this juncture, all their hopes rested upon Qin Ge's actions. Observing the eager gazes of the crowd, Qin Ge felt a twinge of hesitation. He could not fathom why they were all so distressed. Yet, having already voiced his commitment, and with his wife looking at him with such fervent anticipation, he resolved to maintain his composure, even if it meant facing humiliation with a semblance of grace. In truth, this ordinary magical artifact was distinct from the divine proclamation list. While I might struggle to shred a mere piece of paper, the divine proclamation list could undoubtedly be torn apart. As Qin Ge muttered reassurances to the onlookers, he exerted all his strength, his eyes closed, as if he were engaging in a final desperate gamble. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed, and the paper astonishingly split in two, as effortlessly as the most mundane sheet of paper would. Is it torn? Upon hearing that sound, Qin Ge opened his eyes in disbelief. I hardly exerted any effort. It was merely a gentle push, and yet it was so easily destroyed. Is this truly a magical artifact? It feels no different from an ordinary piece of paper. Qin Ge was profoundly perplexed, scrutinizing his hands as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. Could it be that my strength has grown so formidable that I can effortlessly tear apart magical artifacts? No, that cannot be right. Although Qin Ge harbored a certain pride, he possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He knew well that he could not possibly tear apart a magical artifact with such ease. The only plausible explanation was that these individuals had presented him with a mere scrap of paper to deceive him and amuse themselves. Had it not been for his wife's keen insight into their deceit, he would have undoubtedly become the subject of their mockery. With this thought, Qin Ge cast a grateful glance at Yu Linglong, who stood beside him, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. She was indeed a wonderful wife, discerning the treachery of his relatives and swiftly coming to his aid. While Qin Ge's heart was tumultuous, the others remained in stunned silence, gazing at his hands. hardly comprehending the situation. Was it truly that simple to tear apart that which had troubled them for millennia? The divine proclamation list, which had once seemed so formidable, lay before Qin Ge as fragile as the most commonplace white paper. Could it be that the divine proclamation list was indeed, as Qin Ge had asserted, remarkably weak and easily torn? Yet, they had just exerted all their strength, and no matter how hard they tried, they could inflict even a slight damage upon the list. As they remained in shock, a realization began to dawn upon them. Why did Yu Linglong choose to marry Qin Ge, and why does she, as a sage and an enlightened being, hold such profound respect for him? The truth is that Qin Ge's identity and status are not mere embellishments. His ability to effortlessly tear apart the divine list is unparalleled across the three realms. It is not merely a matter of their own capabilities. Even if the divine list were entrusted to an enlightened being, it is uncertain whether they could accomplish such a swift and decisive destruction. Is it truly that simple to rend it apart? Is that the end of it? A few individuals encircled Qin Ge, babbling in astonishment, as they gradually regained their composure and were finally able to exert control over their own bodies. Chapter 135. The list of deities. Moments ago, they were so taken aback that they had lost control over their own bodies. Only now were they beginning to comprehend the situation, as if their mouths had only just sprouted. The few of them struggled to articulate their thoughts clearly. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Qin Ge's mind was flooded with a torrent of exasperation. How could they be so adept at feigning surprise? Were it not for my knowledge of the falsehood of this object, I might have been deceived, presenting a mere piece of tattered paper as a treasure, and claiming it rivals the list of deities. How imaginative you all are. Surely, this is a trivial matter. One need not even use their hand. Even a pinky could easily tear it apart. With a mischievous intent, Qin Ge began to tease them, adopting a serious tone, since he wished to play along. Do not be surprised if I feign ignorance as well. Do not be misled by my earlier tearing. It was merely an ordinary artifact. Even with the list of deities in your possession, you could tear it apart with your eyes closed, just as I did. As Qin Ge spoke in an instructive manner, the others nodded in apparent enlightenment. At that moment, they would have revered even the simplest of remarks from him as profound wisdom. Just as Qin Ge basked in his moment of triumph, thousands of disciples of the felt their primordial spirits finally returning to their rightful place. The threat posed by the list of deities had long confined their original spirits, but now they were liberated and reclaimed their bodies. After so many years, they had finally regained their own essence, free from the control of others. They had become entirely free beings. Exchanging glances, they could see the uncontainable joy reflected in each other's eyes. Sister-in-law, I shall refrain from further conversation. We have matters to attend to. You are truly remarkable. I never imagined you could tear apart such a treasure with your bare hands. Now, I believe your words. It seems you could indeed rend the list of deities as well. Yu Tian was eager to return, for with the destruction of the list of deities, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly sense the upheaval. He needed to hasten back, anticipating another fierce battle ahead. Before departing, he couldn't help but sincerely praise Qin Ge. I am truly in awe of you, my dear. What kind of relatives are these, presenting a mere piece of ordinary paper as a treasure? Did they intend to amuse me with such folly? Had you not been astute enough to uncover their ruse, I would have been the subject of ridicule. As soon as they left, Qin Ge eagerly began to confide in Yu Linglong. A piece of paper? It appears that in my eyes, the list of deities is merely that, an insignificant scrap. However, something in Yu Linglong's heart stirred. She felt as though she did not fully grasp the entirety of his words. Qin Ge was certainly attempting to relieve himself of undue psychological burden by saying such things. As she observed him, a sweetness blossomed within her heart. My husband is truly remarkable. Not only has he rendered me tremendous assistance, but he has also gone to great lengths to alleviate my burdens by fabricating a comforting lie. I am profoundly moved. Upon returning to the heavenly realm, we were greeted by an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Thousands of disciples from the sensed the manifestation of their primordial spirits, and they speculated that the had indeed been destroyed. After so many years, they were finally liberated. Yet, let us not indulge in exuberance just yet. We must first return and convey this joyous news to our esteemed master. With a commanding call, everyone prepared to leave the heavenly realm en masse to meet the enlightened beings. Since being inscribed on the, many had not seen their master again. Meanwhile, the deities nearby huddled together, trembling in fear, striving to diminish their presence. They were not on amicable terms with these individuals, often embroiled in verbal disputes. Most of them were listed on the, so despite their quarrels, they refrained from physical confrontations, enduring their grievances in silence. Now that everyone was free, the deities dared not provoke them, for the sheer number of their adversaries posed a significant threat. If a conflict erupted, they would undoubtedly suffer. Old grievances would be reckoned alongside new ones, and they could hardly withstand such consequences. In stark contrast to the joy of the others, the Jade Emperor had only just arrived in the chaos. Upon entering this tumultuous realm, he felt his heart race, and before he could regain his composure, a mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat. Spitting out blood onto the ground, he looked down at the vivid crimson stain with a countenance of utter dismay. Could it be true that they had been destroyed? Although this seemed an undeniable reality, the Jade Emperor was reluctant to accept it, for acknowledging such a truth would herald chaos in the heavenly realm. Returning to the heavens was no longer an option. He had but one path left, seeking the intervention of the Dao ancestor. With this thought, the Jade Emperor hurriedly made his way to the... However, he was unaware that at this very moment, more than one awaited him at the palace gates. 5 sages were already assembled there, including the severely afflicted Bodhi ancestor. While the bleeding from his arm had ceased, it was apparent that his limb was rendered useless. Laozi, the sage, cast a fleeting glance at him, laced with subtle sarcasm. Today's events had taken an unexpected turn. It was astonishing that even the illustrious Bodhi ancestor had suffered a setback. After uttering this remark, although Bodhi ancestor's expression was grim, he refrained from retorting, as it was indeed the truth. Yet, Laozi, relentless in his pursuit, added another comment. What lesson does this incident impart? It serves as a reminder that one should not be overly greedy for small gains, for such avarice may lead to one's own demise. This was a splendid opportunity. Typically, while the 5 of them possessed varying degrees of strength, they were all sages, treating each other with great respect. Now, with a rare chance to suppress their opponents, how could Laozi allow such an opportunity to slip away? Moreover, as saints, they possessed the gift of eternal life, impervious to death and decay, hence their utmost regard for their own reputation. Today's incident has undoubtedly led Bodhi Patriarch to lose face entirely. What does it matter? Perhaps it is because they observed Laozi, a saint, limping on one leg, that our Bodhi Patriarch felt compelled to harm his own arm in solidarity. The countenance of the guiding Taoist remained unperturbed, though devoid of any further expression. His words were undeniably difficult for others to accept. Chapter 136. A humiliation. He and Bodhi Patriarch, as the esteemed saints of the West, had always held their pride. Now witnessing the sage Laozi so openly challenging Bodhi Patriarch, he could not remain a mere bystander. Moreover, Laozi's words were evidently a declaration of war against Bodhi, for he had left no semblance of dignity for his opponent, thus erasing any need for courtesy in return. Upon uttering this declaration, it became clear that the previously jovial Laozi had finally been pushed to his limits. Known to wear a facade of amiability, Laozi harbored a single, untouchable vulnerability, his past. Long before attaining sainthood, he had inadvertently provoked the Eastern Emperor Tai, resulting in a permanent limp that rendered him unable to walk normally. This incident was of great significance to Laozi, and the topic was generally avoided to prevent inciting his ire. Now, the words of the guide were unmistakably a provocation for conflict. Why resurrect events from millennia past? After all, during that time, my senior brother was yet to attain sanctity, which explains his tragic fate. While appearing to defend his brother, the primordial heavenly sovereign had subtly thrust a dagger into Laozi's pride. Furthermore, now that he had achieved sanctity, how could he allow himself to be so severely wounded by a mere insect? Wouldn't it be a source of disgrace to admit such a defeat? Were I in your position, I would have long since taken my own life in shame, rather than face my master in lamentation. After delivering this subtle jab, the primordial heavenly sovereign deftly redirected the conversation back to the 2 of them. Though typically carefree, he possessed the wisdom to act judiciously at critical junctures. He clearly understood that despite their superficial camaraderie, years of friendship bound him to Laozi. If he did not align himself with Laozi, he would inevitably face the impossible scenario of confronting 2 saints alone. Thus, he was determined to rally Laozi to his side. Since you have brought this up, I must inquire. I have heard that you recently clashed with the self-deposed saint, Tongda Tianren, and suffered defeat. Not only did you lose, but your treasures were also seized by him. Is there any truth to this? Although Bodhi Patriarch was considerably weakened today, he still retained the pride of a sage. And thus, he retorted without hesitation. Speaking of which, were not the adversaries you faced also akin to mere insects? With a smile, the guide added. One of them was even a brother as close as kin. Yet, when it came to confrontation, you showed no mercy. As the tension escalated between the 2 parties, the silent Niwa suddenly erupted in anger, striking the table with force. Enough of this. I have come here today to seek an explanation from the Dao ancestor. not to witness your mutual slaughter and hear such hurtful words exchanged. Nuwa's fury silenced the others, who exchanged glances before lowering their heads, deterred from further discourse. Although it is rumored that Nuwa, a rarely seen figure, is the weakest among all the sages, this assertion is far from the truth. Who dares to claim that Nuwa possesses the least strength? Her anger is palpable, rendering those few present utterly speechless, unable to even utter a sound. In reality, Nuwa was the first among the sages to attain sanctity. Her low profile and disinterest in their power struggles have rendered her relatively unknown to the world. Indeed, I am not here to engage in quarrels with you. It would be wise for you to reflect on your actions. The sage, recognizing the excessive nature of his previous remarks, hastily sought a means of retreat. The other two, fully aware of his intentions, merely scoffed and refrained from further conversation. Ultimately, their purpose for being here was the same: to seek a resolution from the Dao ancestor. To put it more bluntly, they demanded a reasonable explanation from the Dao ancestor. The recent incident involving Patriarch Bodhi had instilled fear in them all. Despite being sages, capable of immortality, why had they been harmed by other artifacts? Compounding their concern was the fact that the Bao in question was not even a renowned treasure. They had never even heard of it. Yet it had effortlessly inflicted injury upon them. Had they truly become so vulnerable? They required a satisfactory explanation from the Dao ancestor. Since the last time a celestial being voluntarily relinquished their sage status, the primordial ancestor had not emerged from the purple cloud palace. He had meticulously planned everything, waiting for the 6 sages to gather before altering the heavenly order. Just as this nearly perfected plan was unfolding, an unexpected change occurred. The celestial being relinquished their sage status. This event had directly derailed his entire scheme, leaving him with the sole objective of stabilizing the heavenly order to prevent any significant collapse. Should he lose control over the heavenly order, the entire realm would descend into chaotic disarray, a scenario he was determined to avert. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. Who is making such a ruckus at the door? Get them out. The primordial ancestor's countenance darkened, yet his subordinates informed him that 5 sages were requesting an audience. What business could they possibly have here? His expression soured further. This was a critical time for nurturing the heavenly order, and he could not afford any distractions. Should they enter, his efforts might very well come to naught. Master, we seek you for a matter of great importance. Please grant us an audience, called out Laozi, the celestial venerable. As the silence within stretched on, Nuwa's patience wore thin. Master, can you hear us? They all understood that the primordial ancestor was present within, yet he remained unresponsive. In that moment, the primordial ancestor's troubled thoughts turned to how he might navigate this predicament. At this critical juncture, should I abandon the principles of celestial order and meet with them? Any unforeseen calamity that arises here would be irrevocable. Conversely, if I allow them to linger outside without granting an audience, it would mean offending all the saints in attendance. Although I am their mentor, I am reluctant to antagonize them at this pivotal moment. These individuals still hold value, and should they refuse to heed my guidance, I would find myself rendered nearly powerless. Chapter 137. A matter of discussion. If this truly holds such significance, then please, do come in. After much contemplation, the ancestor Hongming realized that offending them at this moment was far from prudent. With a resigned sigh, he cleared the table and allowed the group to enter. Upon receiving his message, several sages strode into the room with unhesitating confidence, their hearts and eyes brimming with fury, devoid of any semblance of fear. Although only the venerable Bodhi had suffered injury, both the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Laozi sage were equally incensed. If sages were indeed immortal and indestructible, how were they to interpret the threats they had previously endured? To speak candidly, their relentless pursuit of cultivation, even at the expense of familial bonds, was solely to secure their own immortality. Yet now, what they had tirelessly sought for millennia had proven to be nothing more than fleeting illusions. Had their years of effort thus become a mere jest? Observing the newcomers, who sat down without even a hint of inquiry, the ancestor Hongming felt an even greater sense of frustration. Had they journeyed all this way simply to display disdain towards their teacher? They had interrupted a significant matter, yet he had refrained from reprimanding them, only to be met with their audacity. After such a long separation from their master, their first reaction was not one of gratitude, but rather an expression of contempt, truly devoid of any respect. To exacerbate matters, one of their disciples bore an injury. Gazing at the Bodhi ancestor's arm, the ancestor Hongming surmised it was irreparably damaged. How could it be that in such a brief interlude, they had undergone such drastic changes? Had they indeed encountered some grave circumstances? With a heart full of questions, the ancestor Hongming chose to remain silent, slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. I am quite occupied today. If there is something you wish to discuss, please state it directly. If there are no pressing matters, you may take your leave. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened further. They had waited at the door for an extended period, finally gaining entry, only to be met with the suggestion to depart if there were no urgent matters. If there were truly nothing to discuss, who would willingly come to endure such a frosty reception? They had indeed come with inquiries for their teacher, but given the recent tumultuous events, the disciples may have been somewhat irritable. Thus, should their words have inadvertently offended the teacher, they implored for his forgiveness. The lousy sage spoke first, and upon finishing, the ancestor Hongming nearly spat out his tea. So, you come here to scold me, and I am expected to forgive you? How brazenly candid. Though his heart brimmed with irritation, the ancestor Hongming concealed his emotions, striving to suppress the anger boiling within. This world was not what it once was. Had it been in the past, he would have swiftly expelled these thoughtless disciples with a mere kick. Although his status remained unchanged, the 5 disciples before him had now transformed into 5 sages. If these sages were to regard him favorably, then his actions would yield commendable outcomes. However, should he offend these 5 disciples, he might indeed find himself in dire straits. Filled with rage, the ancient sage could hardly consider the implications. He had always been a devoted follower of the primordial ancestor, accepting his teachings without question. Yet, the circumstances were now altered. If memory serves, did you not once convey to us that upon achieving sagehood, one becomes immortal and impervious to mortal weapons? Upon posing this query, the other sages fixed their gaze intently on the primordial ancestor, awaiting his response. Though still somewhat perplexed, the ancestor nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is an undeniable truth that upon becoming a sage, one attains immortality and is shielded from mundane harm. I recall emphasizing this point repeatedly thousands of years ago. It was this very promise that spurred your relentless pursuit of sagehood. Why, then, after all these years, must you inquire once more? After uttering this statement, the primordial ancestor felt a sense of regained control, as if he were once again the pinnacle of his former self, educating these 5 disciples in his prime. Yet this only deepened the disciples' confusion. The sage, not granting him a moment's respite, swiftly posed another question. If sages are indeed immortal, why then does the world possess substances like the fallen deity elixir? Caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry, the ancestor found himself momentarily speechless. Observing the expressions of those around him, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he were the disciple and they his true mentors. Who truly embodies the Dao ancestor? It's quite simple. Your primordial spirits are but fragments of the Pangu primordial spirit, and the fallen deity elixir was specifically concocted to target it. Thus, it is only natural that it affects you. Although the primordial ancestor wished to avoid conflict, the relentless questioning tested even the most patient of souls. After providing his explanation, his countenance darkened considerably. Surely this clarification should suffice. Do you have further inquiries for your master? He had anticipated that his balanced approach would yield some restraint. Yet it seemed these sages had no intention of relenting. If that is the case, why does this elixir bear no effect on those who have attained enlightenment? Just because he has renounced his sage status, does that mean his primordial spirit is no longer a part of the Pangu essence? The ancient sage felt a surge of anger, too consumed by his emotions to heed the ancestor's increasingly pallid expression. Truly, I have shown you too much leniency. The primordial ancestor struggled to suppress his fury, striving to refrain from striking out at the individuals before him. Had it not been for the current fissures in the celestial order, compelling me to enlist these 5 saints as shields against certain adversities, I would have long since taken decisive action against them. If only I were granted a few more years, just a few more years to fully assimilate the celestial order, then, what relevance would these 5 hold? At that juncture, the entirety of the 3 realms would be my private garden, rendering their existence superfluous. I am at a loss to comprehend the recent turmoil. One peculiar event after another continues to unfold. Chapter 138. A crisis arises at this moment. The thoughts occupying the mind of the primordial ancestor were not about the problem at hand, but rather a contemplation of the consequences should he choose to act against these 5 individuals. The answer was rather straightforward. The celestial path was already on the brink of collapse. If he were to lay hands on the 3 pure ones, there existed a substantial likelihood that the entire celestial path would fracture irreparably. Thus, such an action was utterly unfeasible. The other sages were oblivious to the turmoil within him. They misinterpreted his silence as tacit approval of their thoughts. His demeanor only served to ignite their ire further. At that moment, the primordial ancestor had completed his internal deliberation. Although these individuals were rather arrogant at present, he resolved to endure their insolence for the time being. intending to address matters once the celestial path had fully restored itself. The existence of the fallen god pill was, to put it plainly, a consequence imposed by the celestial path upon the original spirit of Meng Yu. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, the ancestor's countenance betrayed his feelings. Did they truly believe that attaining the status of sage granted them the liberty to act with impunity, devoid of fear? To speak frankly, in the presence of the celestial path, they were naught but ants. As he uttered these words, a chill permeated his tone, laden with an unmistakable frost. Did they think that, having become sages, they could defy the celestial path? That would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree, an absurd overestimation of their own significance. Upon hearing this, two of the sages exchanged glances, and their previous concerns dissipated. They understood well enough that, before the celestial path, they were inconsequential. Thank you, Master, for clarifying our doubts. Your words have enlightened us. The Taoist elder recognized that his earlier tone had been overly hasty, and thus, he softened his demeanor, respectfully bowing before returning to his original position. What of my query, Master? Are you aware of what has injured my arm? Although the primordial ancestor's prior statements had dispelled the doubts of the two sages, the patriarch of Bodhi still awaited a response. Before he could catch his breath, a new question arose. What could have caused this wound? If not the mutual harm amongst you sages? The ancestor presumed that the inquiry was merely a plea for retribution against the sage who had acted against him, and thus responded casually. However, upon noticing the peculiar expression on the questioner's face, the primordial ancestor calculated the implications anew. To his dismay, the realization struck him as explosive. What had transpired during his brief 2-year seclusion? Had they truly stumbled into such a grave predicament? Wait. First, I must inquire what has occurred that has led to this calamity. The primordial ancestor completely lost his composure, shattering the teacup upon the table in frustration. His expression twisted into one of sheer horror. Did you not agree with me earlier? This journey to the West was merely a brief pilgrimage for scriptures. How has it now transformed into a cataclysm of epic proportions? Are you aware of the implications of this? It requires no great intellect to deduce that the transformation we now witness is undoubtedly linked to the 5 individuals before us. The primordial ancestor is in dire need of these persons to provide clarity regarding the circumstances that have led to this predicament. Please refrain from inquiring further. I, too, find myself perplexed. Instead, I implore you to speculate on what could have caused my current state of distress. The expression on the face of the Bodhi ancestor was equally grim, and he gently reiterated his question. The primordial ancestor was thoroughly bewildered, sitting motionless in his seat, his mind racing. It had only been a mere 2 years of seclusion, yet such monumental upheaval had ensued. What was intended to be a minor tribulation had escalated into an unprecedented calamity. Had it not been for the remarks of these sages, he would have dismissed this trivial trial entirely. Yet, this seemingly insignificant challenge had morphed into an extraordinary catastrophe. Ironically, while he was interrogating these individuals about the events that transpired, none of them offered a response. Instead, they insisted he address their inquiries first. Typically, he would have suppressed any dissenting voices, but the circumstances were now dire. One of the 6 sages had already relinquished their sacred position. If another among the remaining 5 were to falter now, it would spell disaster. Compounding the urgency, these 5 were traditionally divided into 3 factions. Niwa maintained a neutral stance. Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable formed one group, while the Taoist and Bodhi ancestor comprised another. Each faction was intent on undermining the others, eager for their own advancement at the expense of their rivals. Now, however, the dynamics had shifted. Instead of quarreling amongst themselves, they had united in opposition against him. Clearly, something unforeseen had transpired, for such a transformation could not occur without significant cause. The primordial ancestor endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts, inhaling deeply before beginning to calculate the events that had unfolded. He sought to uncover the nature of the occurrence that had so profoundly altered these individuals. Moreover, their insistence on him discerning the source of the injury to the Bodhi ancestor suggested that it was not, as he had surmised, the work of other sages. Realizing this, the primordial ancestor meticulously deliberated, and upon reaching his conclusions, astonishment was etched across his visage. Could there truly exist a Bao capable of wounding a sage? What was even more troubling was his inability to discern the origins of this Bao. After deducing the events that had transpired, he sought to trace the origins of this Bao, yet he found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty, unable to perceive anything. Could it be that the current fractures in the heavenly order precluded him from fully unraveling the tapestry of events? That seemed implausible, even if the celestial law exhibited imperfections. It should not hinder his ability to trace the origins of such matters. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, the ancestor of primordial chaos raised his hand and summoned the cosmic jade butterfly. Chapter 139. The divine jade disk. The others observed his actions in silence, fully aware that he was engaged in a profound analysis of past events. The primordial ancestor, consumed by his thoughts, endeavored to uncover the origins of that bow. If it were indeed a treasure of innate nature, how could it lack a name, rendering them unable to recognize it upon sight? Conversely, if it were not a treasure of innate nature, how could it possibly inflict harm upon a sage? At that moment, the black cat basking in the sun in the courtyard sensed the chaotic energies at play. It felt a twinge of arrogance. After all, he was merely a Dao ancestor. Yet he fancied himself of great importance, daring to probe into the origins of my master's weapon. The cat lazily rolled over, scoffing at such audacity. Unbeknownst to whom you refer as the one speculating? At this juncture, the Star Lord of the Rabbit had regained his composure and felt a heightened sense of trepidation in the presence of the black cat. Could it be those sages who had suffered losses? The patriarch of Bodhi, perhaps? The monkey standing nearby harbored doubts as well. How could a sage possibly deduce such matters? It was merely the primordial ancestor engaged in speculation. The black cat nonchalantly provided an answer that left both individuals momentarily speechless. That was a Dao ancestor. Could it be that, in the eyes of the black cat, the title of Dao ancestor had lost its fearsome significance? It was well known that among the realms, the highest existence was indeed the Dao ancestor. The fact that such a distinguished entity was now probing into their origins, yet was disregarded by the black cat, suggested that my master's background was exceedingly formidable. Enough, enough. We have reached this juncture. Your fretting is futile. What has transpired is beyond remedy. The black cat, noticing their reactions, remained unfazed, as there was still an unresolved matter at hand. First, clarify for me who sent you. I distinctly recall not instructing you to embark on such endeavors before my departure. Meanwhile, the primordial ancestor, after much mental exertion, was unable to ascertain the true identity of his opponent. However, this outcome was sufficient to affirm that the adversary's strength was likely on par with his own. Was it possible that remnants of the demonic path still lingered within the three realms? Contemplating this, the primordial ancestor was seized by a wave of apprehension. Yet, circumstances had changed. He was now bolstered by the support of the heavenly Dao. Though the heavenly Dao had been disrupted, some measure of assistance remained. In a confrontation of equal forces, he felt a semblance of confidence. Enough. I have suffocated the matter and discerned how you were harmed. Yet the crux of the matter lies in your need to convey the reasons that transformed this journey to the west into a calamity. The ancestor of Hongmeng, fearing that certain individuals might inquire about the specifics of his divinations, hastily diverted the topic. Yet, this very question was one he yearned to resolve himself. After all, he had spent an entire day in contemplation, yielding no results. Revealing this to the others would undoubtedly sow discord among them. However, the venerable patriarch Bodhi did not acquiesce to his desire, refusing to gloss over the matter as Hongmeng had hoped. As one of his most esteemed disciples, it was perplexing that they could not ascertain the origins of the weapon that had inexplicably harmed him. A sense of resentment brewed within them. They implored, "Please, enlighten us on the nature of this weapon that possesses such formidable lethality." Such words rendered the ancestor of Hongmeng momentarily speechless as he gazed at Bodhi, his mind tumultuous with inner conflict. If I had indeed discerned the truth, would I withhold it from you? I would certainly divulge it. Shouldn't you already surmise that I have failed to reach a conclusion? Yet, Bodhi remained oblivious to his sentiments, only deepening his resentment. You have discerned the truth, yet choose to remain silent, casually dismissing it, as if we could intuit your thoughts like parasites within your mind. It is evident that the sword of heaven and earth inflicted the injury, for it is an ancient treasure, and its capacity for harm is understandable. As for our elders, we contemplated the matter, attributing the blame to the sword. This reasoning was flawed, though the sword was indeed a treasure of the cosmos. Its might should not have been sufficient to injure my very essence. More critically, it was that wooden bow that was the pivotal factor in our confrontation. The patriarch Bodhi recalled that upon the bow's emergence, he felt his primordial spirit ensnared, rendering him immobile when the arrow was unleashed. He lacked even the strength to evade it. Thus, Bodhi was now fervently eager to uncover the bow's origins. You are unaware, then? That wooden bow possesses a profound legacy. My silence is for your own good. The less you know of such matters, the better it shall be for you. The ancestor of Hongmeng found himself at a loss. Utterly ignorant of the bow's provenance, he could only conjure a flimsy excuse to placate them. Moreover, due to his insufficient power, Bodhi had always been exceedingly cautious in their presence. Having uttered such words, it would be expected for him to withdraw gracefully. Yet, fate had other designs. The ancestor of Hongming was taken aback as, contrary to his expectations, the typically timid Bodhi, who rarely voiced his thoughts, began to bombard him with inquiries. What manner of entity could instill such fear in you? We have ascended to the status of saints. Is it too much to wish to understand what weapon has inflicted harm upon us? Why do you speak in veiled terms today? Is there some hidden truth? Such declarations left the ancestor of Hongming utterly speechless, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Goodness gracious, the world has indeed changed. Yes, master. I am curious to know what sort of existence possesses the terrifying ability to reach such a level. We are neither timid nor afraid. Please enlighten us on the true nature of this matter. These individuals, who consider themselves as sages, naturally believe there is nothing in this world that they need fear. They now boldly speak, hoping that the venerable ancestor of primordial chaos will reveal the origins of the wooden bow. Just think, if this weapon can inflict harm upon you, one can only imagine the formidable strength that lies behind it. Chapter 140. The Chaotic Deities, the primordial ancestor of chaos. Feeling increasingly reluctant to fabricate excuses to deceive them, found his speech growing more disordered, yearning for them to swiftly change the subject. Your words today are truly peculiar. One moment you claim it is for our protection, and the next you assert that the opponent possesses formidable strength, yet you remain reticent about the nature of this entity, leaving us utterly perplexed. The sage, possessing considerable intellect, discerned the underlying tension in his demeanor and surmised the truth, though he feigned ignorance, feigning astonishment. Observing that the others had begun to question their own beliefs, the primordial ancestor steeled himself and commenced his fabrication. Very well, I initially intended to shield you. But seeing your unwavering resolve, I must disclose the truth. This bow is, in fact, linked to the chaotic deities. The Firecat ancestor, having fully committed to the charade, preferred to concoct an excuse that would terrify them rather than admit his failure to deduce the bow's origin. As their teacher, the thought of being ignorant of such a matter was deeply humiliating. Moreover, he had previously boasted about knowing the bow's heritage. If he failed to fabricate a plausible backstory now, he would surely become the subject of their ridicule. However, as saints, it seemed implausible that the heavens could inflict any harm upon them. How could a mere bow and arrow pose a threat? The Bodhi ancestor, somewhat discontented, realized that having attained sainthood, he now confronted a new force that could restrain him. This revelation underscored a critical truth. He was not truly immortal and invincible. Is it so difficult for the heavens to harm you? How could that be? If the heavens so desired, you would be no more significant than ants before them. The primordial ancestor chuckled in disbelief, never having anticipated his disciples could be so naive. In truth, there were countless entities capable of inflicting genuine harm upon them. When I spoke of immortality, it pertained to your invincibility within the three realms. Beyond those confines, there exist many who surpass you. You may find my assertions exaggerated. Yet I must clarify. Since ancient times, innumerable chaotic deities have fled, some of whom could match my strength. Do you truly believe that engaging with them offers you any hope of survival? At this moment, the primordial ancestor comprehended why these individuals had come here and why they were so enraged. The answer was simple. They were profoundly afraid of death. If not for their fear, they would not strive so desperately in their cultivation. Their anger over trivial matters and their confrontational demeanor stemmed from the realization that they had once believed themselves invincible, only to be confronted by something capable of inflicting harm upon them, leaving them utterly unsettled. What he must do now is not to offer them explanations to assuage their fears, but rather to fabricate something that instills terror within them, thus compelling them to submit to him out of fear. Consequently, the ancestor Hongming has magnified the terror of the chaos deities. Indeed, as soon as he finished his explanation, the expressions of these individuals shifted dramatically, their gazes toward him softened considerably. Gone was their earlier aggressive demeanor. It appeared as though harmony had been restored, reminiscent of the amicable bond between master and disciples from long ago. Though not particularly astute, they comprehended the grave implications of the chaos deities. To speak plainly, even the primordial figure Pangu, who split heaven and earth in ancient times, could be considered a form of chaos deity, despite their status as saints. Who among them could evade the wrath of Pangu's mighty strike? However, if your words are to be believed, master, we find ourselves perplexed. Were not the chaos deities expelled from the three realms long ago? How is it that their weapons still linger within? The once audacious saints now adapted their demeanor, reverting to the affectionate guise of devoted disciples. Not just he, but the other four shared this transformation. Their expressions shifted from anger to utmost respect. Previously, They regarded ancestor Hongmeng merely as an elderly man, free to be bullied and provoked as they pleased, devoid of any semblance of a teacher's dignity. Yet now, they recognized that without ancestor Hongmeng, they might face far graver dangers, and thus felt compelled to curry favor with their esteemed teacher. Moreover, upon reflection, they realized that had the chaos deities truly been absent from the three realms, they would indeed be immortal and indestructible. Ancestor Hongmeng had not deceived them. Most critically, they recalled the invaluable assistance ancestor Hongmeng had provided them in the past. To speak bluntly, had it not been for his meticulous guidance and support during their ascension to sainthood, they would not have attained their current standing. It is a common tendency to dismantle the bridge after crossing it, yet now they found themselves in a position of mendacity, their thoughts laid bare before ancestor Hongmeng. Observing their altered tone and demeanor, ancestor Hongmeng sighed in relief and smirked. Indeed, these individuals had grown too proud to be easily managed. A mere fabrication sufficed to have them obediently heed his words. The wisdom of age prevails. What could these young scamps possibly contest against me? Though inwardly triumphant, ancestor Hongmeng maintained an exterior of tension. You are all aware that since Panga's creation of the world, 9 chaos deities from ancient times have persisted. You know who 2 of them are, so I shall not elaborate further. The whereabouts of the remaining 7 after their departure from the 3 realms remain a mystery. Even to me. A wave of panic washed over several individuals. If even the island master was unaware of the whereabouts of the chaos deity, how could they possibly feel secure at any moment? Would they be compelled to sequester themselves within their sanctuaries daily to evade the oppressive grasp of the chaos deity? In light of your words, esteemed teacher, we find ourselves somewhat bewildered. What course of action should we take, and what measures can we undertake? The primordial celestial sovereign, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself and respectfully voiced his inquiries. Chapter 141. Do you now understand fear? At this moment, the group had succumbed to panic, their earlier pride forgotten as they donned expressions of obsequiousness. The arrogance and haughtiness that had once characterized them were now cast aside. Observing their current demeanor, the ancestor of primordial chaos felt a twinge of satisfaction. Now you finally comprehend fear. Just moments ago, your fierce demeanor might have led one to believe we harbored deep-seated grudges. What more can you do? Your only course of action now is to safeguard yourselves. As for the chaos demons, I shall handle that with discretion. With a tone of righteous authority, the ancestor declared, I will spare no effort in uncovering the identity of our adversary and vanquishing them. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was so moved that they nearly knelt in reverence before him. If there is nothing further, you may disperse. I have other matters to attend to today. With the realization that he had effectively gained control over them, the ancestor of primordial chaos was disinclined to engage in further dialogue and promptly issued a dismissal. Although the master had spoken thus, the disciples had another request. The primordial heavenly sovereign dropped to his knees, his face awash with tears, beseeching, You may not be aware, but the chaos demon is exceedingly ruthless, having employed some unknown artifact to seize all of my treasures. I am now bereft of any means of protection. I implore you, Master, bestow upon me a couple of artifacts for my survival. Witnessing this, the other saints became anxious. How could they be excluded from such matters? With this thought in mind, the ancestor of Bodhi swiftly knelt as well. And I too, Master. I have already lost an arm. What shall I do if I encounter further peril? Master, please show compassion and grant me a couple of artifacts for my defense. In an instant, cries of lament filled the air as everyone began to kneel and bemoan their misfortunes. Although their circumstances were not as dire as they claimed, who could resist the gifts bestowed by the ancestor of primordial chaos? This was indeed an opportune moment to solicit favors. Thus, they cast aside their dignity and fervently bowed their heads. For this was wisdom born of experience. They recalled a similar scene from millennia past, when the ancestor of Bodhi knelt in the same spot, weeping profusely. The others stood by, observing silently, yet inwardly scoffing at his display. Little did they know that just moments after the ancestor of Bodhi had begun to weep, the ancestor of primordial chaos generously rewarded him with 3 exquisite artifacts. Their envy was palpable, making them wish they could kneel before him on the spot. Having missed that opportunity previously, they had harbored lingering regrets. Now, witnessing history repeat itself as the ancestor of Bodhi commenced his lamentations, they hastily imitated his actions. The adage holds true, the child who cries receives milk. They had learned this lesson thousands of years ago. As he watched these 5 grown individuals weeping so sorrowfully before him, the ancestor of primordial chaos felt a sharp pang in his brow. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Have you all forgotten the attitude you exhibited upon your arrival here? After merely exchanging a few words, You now regard me as your esteemed mentor once more? Your demeanor was quite different when you first entered. Among you, the one who laments the loudest is undoubtedly the least experienced and weakest, the venerable Bodhi ancestor. Since he tasted sweetness last time, his audacity has only grown bolder, especially after recently experiencing a setback, allowing him to wail with ease. In contrast, the others among you do not possess such shamelessness, though they too lament their plight. They feel a twinge of embarrassment within. Observing his 5 disappointing disciples, the primordial ancestor wished he could simply strike them down in frustration. To speak candidly, had it not been for the current disruption of the heavenly Dao, he would have swiftly eliminated them when they spoke ill of him. However, they still hold some utility, making immediate action unfeasible. With this thought, the primordial ancestor suppressed his anger and summoned 5 divine talismans. These talismans, crafted through my own efforts, are yours to take. They may very well save your lives in critical moments. Upon seeing the talismans, the 5 individuals brightened, hastily wiping away their tears to accept the tokens with alacrity. They understood that, at the very least, these talismans would provide them with a single chance at salvation. Now, unless there is anything else, you may take your leave. I have other matters to attend to. The primordial ancestor, increasingly exasperated, wished to be rid of their presence and wave them off. Having achieved his desired outcome and unexpectedly awarded them a boon, the 5 departed with satisfaction. Yet, as they reached the entrance, they encountered a familiar figure waiting outside, none other than the Jade Emperor. It was quite a coincidence. He was unaware that the 5 saints had assembled here. The Jade Emperor, observing them, felt a wave of distress wash over him as he recalled his recent, humbling plea for assistance, only to be met with indifference and audacious demands. Fortunately, it seemed the saints had similarly dismissed him, harboring disdain in their hearts. The Jade Emperor, now here, likely had no pleasant intentions, probably seeking to lodge yet another complaint. The last time he came with grievances, it threw the entire primordial realm into chaos. Had he not brought the function list to voice his complaints, so many subsequent events would not have unfolded. The Jade Emperor, well aware of the disdain the 5 held for him, felt no inclination to engage in further conversation. Given the events prior, he resolved to enter directly. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, do not proceed just yet. The venerable Bodhi ancestor directly obstructed the path of the other party. The Jade Emperor gazed at him, his mind still lingering on the earlier audacity displayed. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He wondered if the Bodhi sage had any matters of importance to convey. Nevertheless, the Lord was still awaiting him within. Thus, it would be prudent to speak swiftly. In this manner, he both honored the Bodhi ancestor and subtly conveyed that he was under the protection of the primordial ancestor, indicating that he and the primordial ancestor were aligned on the same front. Chapter 142. Do not forget it is of no great consequence. Merely a reminder of the promise you made to me moments ago. Please do not forget it. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's gaze was fixated upon the arm of Patriarch Bodhi, which had yet to fully heal. The sizable wound sent a chill through the Jade Emperor's heart. I shall certainly honor my promise, he replied. But if my memory serves me correctly, did we not agree that our condition was to eliminate the auspicious Star Lord? While the Jade Emperor felt sympathy for the other's plight, he was unwilling to yield on such a critical matter. With that, he turned on his heel and entered without regard for their opinions. Patriarch Bodhi was utterly disarmed. He had initially intended to take advantage of this opportunity to extract some benefit from the Jade Emperor, yet he found himself in a position of loss, both in terms of reputation and resources. He was not alone. The remaining saints could not suppress their laughter at the absurdity of the situation. At the outset, when the Jade Emperor sought them, they had made exceedingly unreasonable demands. In retrospect, as the Jade Emperor approached Patriarch Bodhi, they felt a twinge of regret for having made such stringent requests, which had caused them to miss a splendid opportunity. Little did they know that Patriarch Bodhi was entirely powerless in this scenario. Not only had he failed to secure what the Jade Emperor had promised, but he had also sacrificed his own arm in the process. This unfortunate outcome was due to the auspicious Star Lord's lack of precision. Had he aimed more accurately, the losses could have been far greater. His greedy actions had rendered him the greatest jest in the 3 realms. Overcome with shame, Patriarch Bodhi felt unable to lift his head. Let us depart for now, my junior brother, suggested the guide Taoist, feeling a pang of compassion. He sighed and took hold of Patriarch Bodhi's hand. After all, this predicament was partly his fault, and regardless of whom he might approach for redress, there was little recourse. This silent grievance was one he must swallow alone. At the same time, the recently liberated thousands of disciples of the were also in less than cheerful spirits. Why do you say such a thing? After all our efforts to gain our freedom, are you now suggesting we remain here? Indeed, When the transcendent celestial learned of their liberation, his first reaction was not to urge them to return, but rather to suggest they stay in the heavenly court as celestial beings. This news bewildered everyone, sparking a flurry of discussions. It should be noted that they had now severed ties with the investiture of the gods and were no longer under the Jade Emperor's dominion. They were entirely free to do as they pleased. Given this context, the transcendent celestial's immediate response, to retain them in the heavenly court as the Jade Emperor's subordinates, left them perplexed. While I am uncertain as to why you would propose such a thing, we truly do not comprehend it. The investiture of the gods has been destroyed. Why should we remain here any longer? Indeed, although we have been under the control of the Jade Emperor during this period, our cultivation has progressed remarkably. Given our current level of cultivation and numbers, the reconstruction of the Jiejiao would not be an arduous task. Why, then, the urgency? Since this matter is already settled, why rush it? The enlightened ones see clearly. I am well aware of your swift advancements in cultivation and your formidable strength. However, have you not considered that your rapid progress is not solely due to your diligence, but rather because you have been enjoying the offerings of humanity? These tributes have significantly accelerated your power. Should you suddenly cease to be deities, your strength would not only stagnate, but would also be diminished by the fate of humanity. This is hardly a favorable situation for you. Upon this explanation, the assembly was struck with realization. Understanding that a hasty withdrawal from the heavenly court could lead to far graver consequences than they had anticipated. They also came to comprehend a critical relationship. If their strength were to be countered by the fate of humanity, who would benefit the most? Undoubtedly, it would be the sage, the leader of humanity. They would never engage in a course of action that would harm themselves while benefiting their enemies. Thus, it is clear we shall heed your counsel. However, one pressing question remains. If we continue to stay, must we obey the commands of the Jade Emperor? Someone voiced the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's mind, and all gazed anxiously at the enlightened one, eager for a definitive response. On one hand, they feared their master might insist on continued obedience to the Jade Emperor. On the other hand, having seemingly escaped the constraints of the divine ranking, they felt a newfound autonomy, yearning to act as they pleased without any oversight. Since you have already severed ties with the divine ranking, why must you still heed his commands? Do as you wish, provided you do not overstep. The enlightened one understood their perspective. Though his words did not reflect his true thoughts, his vision was straightforward. The re-establishment of Jiejiao did not necessitate a complete departure from the heavenly court. He harbored a bold idea to gradually assimilate the heavenly court, replacing its denizens with his own followers, thereby rendering the Jade Emperor powerless and transforming the heavenly court into the true domain of Jiejiao. Would it not be far more meaningful to reconstruct Jiejiao at such a time? Of course, this was merely his own audacious notion, one he chose not to share with others, especially not with this group. Let us abide by the teachings of our master. The assembly rejoiced at this proclamation, respectfully bidding him farewell before embarking on a jubilant celebration of their newfound freedom. The enlightened one, however, was aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, he must now seek out Qin Ge to express his gratitude. Although he did not directly partake in this recent endeavor, he is still somewhat aware of the events that have transpired during this period. He can surmise that the entirety of this undertaking has been primarily orchestrated by Qin Ge. Without his involvement, they would have been unable to accomplish this task. Chapter 143. Thank you. He comprehended that, were it not for Qin Ge, not only would the sacred list of deities remain untouched, but even if it were laid bare, no one could annihilate it entirely. However, he now faced a significant dilemma. What tokens of gratitude should he present to Qin Ge to convey his sincerity? The primordial ancestor of Hongmeng was equally ensnared in vexation. Having just bid farewell to 5 weeping sages, he was soon confronted by another who was sobbing profusely. What calamity had transpired? Could you cease your lamentations? Gazing upon the tear-streaked visage of the man before him, the primordial ancestor felt a sharp pang in his brow. How exasperating! Who could have anticipated that this inconsolable figure was none other than the Jade Emperor? To compound matters, he had only just dispatched 5 who were lamenting their hearts out, and now another had arrived? The primordial ancestor wished he could simply kick him away, yet he could not. The man's identity as the Jade Emperor rendered such actions unthinkable. Thus, regardless of his irritation, he had to suppress his ire and inquire. The Jade Emperor's ascent to his current position was undoubtedly tied to his keen insight into the emotions of others. He quickly discerned the primordial ancestor's displeasure, likely exacerbated by the previous 5 visitors. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind it, he could no longer afford to ponder too deeply. Please, ancestor, have mercy. Allow me to return to being your disciple. This position of Jade Emperor ill suits me. I am utterly unworthy of remaining in this role. The Jade Emperor unleashed his trump card, weeping in a manner that tugged at the heartstrings. The last time he had wept so earnestly, the primordial ancestor had instigated the war of deification. Now, he feared that if this continued, the entire celestial order might crumble under the weight of his sobs. Just tell me what transpired without this incessant wailing. It is exceedingly bothersome. This time was different. Previously, the primordial ancestor had ample time and patience to address his concerns. Now, however, he was devoid of both. His thoughts consumed with the urgency of dispatching the Jade Emperor so he could resume refining the forces of the celestial order. Upon sensing the ancestor's impatience, the Jade Emperor dared not prolong his lamentations and succinctly recounted the recent events. I merely descended to the mortal realm to resolve a few matters, and those disciples of the unexpectedly seized the sacred list of deities and tore it apart. How could that be? Surely you must have misperceived the situation. The sacred list is a primordial treasure, impervious to destruction by mere mortals, save for the saints. Yet even the one who stands there, the enlightened, has long since renounced his saintly status, making it impossible for him to inflict any tangible harm upon that sacred list. The primordial ancestor shook his head, resolutely dispelling the Jade Emperor's fears. His words effectively rendered the Jade Emperor's tears forgotten. You may have secluded yourself for so long that you have become estranged from the world. Although the enlightened one has long relinquished his divine status, his cultivation and prowess have now ascended to the realm of primordial unity. To rend the divine ranking is a task he could accomplish with the utmost ease. Presently, even the Jade Emperor finds himself questioning whether his decision to seek him out was indeed prudent. What you may not realize is that, despite having abandoned his sacred position, the enlightened one has attained true primordial unity within this past year. The Jade Emperor, though inwardly disdainful, dares not display such sentiments outwardly and can only helplessly attempt to elucidate the situation. After expressing his thoughts, he noted the other's skepticism and added, "If you harbor doubts, feel free to verify. I assure you my words are true and devoid of deceit." Initially, the primordial ancestor of Hongmeng found it hard to believe. Yet, witnessing the Jade Emperor's unwavering conviction stirred a sense of curiosity within him, prompting him to conduct a divination. Upon its conclusion, astonishment flooded his visage. How could it be possible for someone to progress from their previous state to such unparalleled strength in merely over a year? Could it be that he had ingested some miraculous elixir? If that were the case, why were there no signs of it on my end? What truly alarmed him was not the enlightened one's meteoric rise in cultivation, but the fact that he could not discern what fortuitous circumstances had enabled such rapid advancement. Within the three realms existed phenomena that eluded his calculations. The only plausible explanation was that this fortuity was intrinsically linked to the hidden chaos deity, for otherwise, how could he fail to predict it? Such audacity is intolerable. To act so brazenly within one's own domain suggests they perceive him as a mere soft target. This thought ignited a fire of indignation within the primordial ancestor, who longed to unmask the puppet master behind this chaos. Simultaneously, he was struck with disbelief that the divine ranking had indeed been torn asunder. In his understanding, not even the chaos deity could so thoroughly obliterate the divine ranking. Realizing this, the primordial ancestor hastily assessed the current state of the celestial court. If the divine ranking had been destroyed, it was likely that the 1,000 disciples of the Jie sect were now in utter disarray. However, upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to see that they were diligently attending to their duties, each returning to their respective posts without any signs of upheaval. Everything appeared as it should be, leading him to question the accuracy of his calculations. Very well, I comprehend all that you have conveyed, and I acknowledge the situation. However, the celestial court remains in a state of tranquility without any indications of trouble. You may return to your affairs, and once I have restored the divine ranking, I shall summon you again. With that, the primordial ancestor dismissed the Jade Emperor, waving his hand resolutely, indifferent to the expression upon the latter's face. After bidding farewell to the Jade Emperor, the primordial ancestor promptly retrieved his summoning jade butterfly, intending to call back the shattered divine list. His thoughts were straightforward. Since the divine list had been fragmented, he merely needed to locate the scattered pieces and restore them. In doing so, he could surreptitiously re-establish control over the disciples of the sect. With this resolution in mind, the primordial ancestor set to work. Chapter 144. No response for him. Locating the fragmented divine list and summoning it back was not a formidable task. After all, the essence of the divine list was akin to that of his own creation jade plate. To put it bluntly, as long as remnants of the divine list existed within the three realms, he could effortlessly summon and restore them. Thus, He did not take the Jade Emperor's lamentations to heart, merely closing his eyes to patiently detect the precise location of the divine list. However, he was taken aback to find that no matter how diligently he focused, he could not sense the positioning of the divine list. Strange indeed. Logically speaking, the divine list had merely been destroyed, not entirely obliterated. There should still be remnants lingering. How could it be that he sensed not even a trace of its presence? Could it be that the fragments of the divine list were now in the hands of the chaos deities? Even if they had been collected by them, there should still be some lingering essence detectable by him. The ancestor of primordial chaos grew increasingly perplexed, but then a realization struck him. Was it possible that the fragments of the divine list were currently held by the hidden chaos demon lurking in the shadows? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. The adversary could easily shield their presence from his perception. This would also explain the rapid advancement in the strength of the chaos deity, as having such a formidable backing would undoubtedly lead to significant growth in power. It is crucial to note that after attaining the status of a saint, further enhancing one's cultivation becomes an arduous endeavor, fraught with suffering and trials. Yet now, among the saints, it was the chaos deity, who was not the most gifted, that had achieved the highest cultivation, indicating the assistance of a powerful ally. After all, for him, the convergence of timing, location, and human factors was indispensable, a tremendous opportunity. However, it was no longer the realm of the chaos demons. The last individual who flaunted their prowess before him had long since been obliterated. Contemplating this, the ancestor of primordial chaos sneered. Were it not for the current fissure in the heavenly Dao, would he allow the chaos demons to act with such impunity in the shadows? With this thought, the ancestor of primordial chaos closed his eyes and resumed the arduous task of mending the irreparable breach in the heavenly Dao. Once he successfully restored the Dao's integrity, his foremost goal would be to unearth the hidden figure and eradicate them without hesitation. Throughout these 55 years, he had not succumbed to arrogance. Rather, he had remained humble and dedicated to his cultivation. He understood well that, despite reigning supreme within the three realms, beyond them lay entities far more powerful than himself. Should he grow complacent, his ultimate fate would surely be usurpation by others. For an extended period, his cultivation had reached a level unimaginable to ordinary beings, instilling him with confidence to confront the chaos demon, regardless of their prowess. However, while the Ancient One of Hongmeng was secretly devising schemes, the Jade Emperor stood at the door, silently berating him countless times. It was utterly absurd. He had initially thought that his persistent interruptions would annoy the Ancient One. Yet he was taken aback by the Ancient One's blatant indifference towards him. It was evident that, although he sensed that those individuals had resumed their respective duties, it was also quite apparent that, devoid of the constraints of the deification list, they could not possibly be as obedient to him as they once were. With a contingent of insubordinate subordinates, what difference did it make if they were merely absent? Reflecting on this, the Jade Emperor could not suppress his fury, directing it entirely towards the Supreme Lousy. Had it not been for the Supreme Lousy's incompetence, which nearly led to his demise at their hands, would he have made such a grand effort to descend from the heavens to rescue him? And if not for that mission, how could the deification list have been stolen and subsequently destroyed? The Jade Emperor increasingly felt that all of this was the Supreme Lousy's fault, a consequence of his utter ineptitude. Thus, he silently marked the Supreme Lousy in his mind. The Supreme Lousy remained blissfully unaware of the enormous burden he had unwittingly shouldered. Yet, no amount of resentment could alter the reality. The deification list had been destroyed, and the Ancient One of Hongmeng had made his position abundantly clear. He no longer wished to intervene in this matter. The Jade Emperor was left no choice but to seek alternative solutions. Speaking of alternatives, he possessed but one option: to reconcile with the Queen Mother. Since the battle for deification, their relationship had soured completely, and they had not crossed paths since. However, if he did not mend fences soon, returning to the heavenly court might become a formidable challenge. Their cultivation levels were not vastly different, and they had once been disciples of the Ancient One together. Moreover, they had been married, and surely, in his time of need, the Queen Mother would not truly remain indifferent. With this thought, the Jade Emperor found himself with no other recourse but to set forth to the Yaoqi with an audacious heart. He considered the humiliation of it all. But even if he had to strip away his dignity and cast it aside, he must implore the Queen Mother's return. Meanwhile, at Shizhua Ridge, Qin Ge remained oblivious to the monumental changes occurring in the heavenly court. He had just finished watching an exhilarating confrontation, reveling in the spectacle. As he put away the mirror, a knock at the door interrupted him. "What brings you here?" Qin Ge exclaimed as he opened the door to find the celestial being Tongda standing before him, a mix of surprise and joy flooding over him. It had been quite some time since he had last seen Tongda, who had been mysteriously absent, engrossed in his own affairs. Even when Qin Ge inquired about him with Yu Linglong, her responses were vague and evasive, offering little clarity. He had even begun to suspect that Tongda might have passed away, which would explain the secrecy surrounding his absence. Isn't it fortunate that you have some free time now? I hurried over to see how you have been. When one encounters joyous events, their spirit is naturally uplifted. This holds true for Tongda Tianren, who felt a particular warmth upon seeing Qin Ge, especially since Qin Ge had rendered him such significant assistance. I am relieved to see you well. I was beginning to worry. Qin Ge, quick-witted yet impulsive, nearly divulged his thoughts but hastily covered his mouth. I was just wondering what you have been occupied with lately, as you seem to have no time to visit. Tongda Tianren, unaware of Qin Ge's intentions, assumed he was genuinely inquiring about his recent activities. Chapter 145. A grand gift recently. I have been preoccupied with various matters. But now that they have reached a satisfactory conclusion, I find solace in the outcome. However, today, I wish to set aside such discussions. For my purpose in visiting is to present you with a token of my esteem. The celestial being, Tongda, assumed that Qin Ge was referring to matters concerning the intercepting sect. Thus he expressed his gratitude in a straightforward manner. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ge was left perplexed. Although unaware of Tongda's true nature, he could not comprehend why the celestial being felt compelled to bestow a gift upon him for what he deemed a favorable resolution. Tongda, however, felt justified in his actions, believing that having received considerable favors from Qin Ge, it was only natural that he reciprocate with a gift. You are far too courteous. It has been so long since we last met, and you come bearing gifts, which makes me feel quite embarrassed. Moreover, I have done nothing to deserve such generosity. Qin Ge protested. Yet, Tongda interpreted Qin Ge's words differently, thinking that he was dismissing the value of the gift out of disdain. Please do not say such things. Although I understand that my offering may not hold great significance to you, it is nonetheless a token of my heartfelt appreciation. You must accept it, otherwise I shall be troubled, he insisted. Why such formality? Qin Ge replied, bewildered. It had only been a few days since their last encounter, and Tongda was behaving as though he owed him a monumental debt of gratitude. Ignoring Qin Ge's confusion, Tongda mysteriously produced a small silk pouch from his pocket. Qin Ge, intrigued yet hesitant to open it, noticed Yu Linglong nearby, who also appeared curious about the contents. Our conversation is private. You may step outside for a moment and return shortly. Tongda gestured for Yu Linglong to retreat. What is there to hide? We are all family here, Qin Ge interjected, attempting to defend her presence, but Tongda remained resolute. Absolutely not. This is something that must not be seen by her. If you still regard me as your elder, you will heed my words. With such a firm stance, Yu Linglong reluctantly departed to the back courtyard. Now alone, Tongda unveiled the pouch and emptied its contents onto the table. Among the items revealed were a piece of deer antler and several slender ginseng roots. Though they appeared unremarkable, considerable effort had gone into procuring these gifts. After much deliberation, Tongda resolved that to truly express his gratitude for Qin Ge's significant assistance, he must offer something of genuine sincerity. Yet, he pondered what would be deemed worthy enough. After all, would Qin Ge even value a magical artifact? Do not merely regard it as a supreme spiritual treasure. Even the innate spiritual treasures gather dust in Qin Ge's courtyard, do they not? No matter how adept one is. It is improbable to find anything more exquisite than the tools used for chopping wood in Qin Ge's abode. Moreover, with the acquisition of that diamond bracelet, Qin Ge can effortlessly wield any magical artifact, rendering any personal endeavors redundant. As for the elixirs and supplements, they pale in comparison to the fruits born from an apple tree casually planted in Qin Ge's yard. Thus, after much contemplation, the enlightened being conceived a gift of great satisfaction. Gazing at the items on the table, Qin Ge felt a sense of bewilderment. He initially assumed that the reason the enlightened being did not allow Yu Linglong to observe was perhaps due to a desire to take several concubines anew, fearing that Yu Linglong might feel jealous. However, it seems this was not the case at all. The deer antler appeared to be of decent quality, albeit somewhat small, and still bore traces of blood, as though freshly harvested. The ginseng, on the other hand, looked quite lively, resembling children, though they were rather thin and appeared somewhat malnourished. Adorned with red threads and copper coins, they exuded a sense of solemnity, leading one to believe they were indeed premium supplements. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? The enlightened being was exceedingly pleased with his gift, reflecting that it would be challenging for anyone to conceive of something more gratifying for Qin Ge. He recalled a previous conversation where he casually inquired why the two did not consider having a child. Observing Yu Linglong's reaction, it was evident that the issue did not lie with her, but rather with Qin Ge, who might have a slight concern in that regard. This seemed entirely reasonable, considering Qin Ge was already outstanding in all other aspects. No one is without flaw, and had he been devoid of even the slightest imperfection, he would have been so perfect that it would have instilled fear in the enlightened being. The fact that such an exceptional individual had minor deficiencies in this aspect elicited feelings of regret from the enlightened being, prompting him to seek various miraculous remedies in search of these few exquisite ginseng and deer antler pieces, which are known for their restorative properties. What is this? Qin Ge mused, unable to comprehend fully. Although the quantity appeared modest, the quality was indeed commendable. He felt that if he were to consume everything, he might end up with a nosebleed that very night. More significantly, he realized he had no need for such supplements, while he might be lacking in other areas. He was absolutely confident in this regard. They're merely supplements. After all, you are both quite young, so seize the time to have a child soon. The enlightened being smiled enigmatically, his expression conveying an understanding that needed no further elaboration. He recalled that during a previous meal together, Qin Ge had repeatedly expressed his fondness for children. He evidently has a deep affection for children. Yet the prolonged absence of a child between them affirms that his conjecture holds merit. Now, with an acute understanding of his partner's sentiments, he has bestowed a profoundly perceptive gift, leading him to believe he is perhaps the most empathetic person in the world. Undoubtedly, while the items on the table may appear modest in quantity, each possesses a significance that cannot be overlooked. Chapter 146. Coercion that seemingly insignificant deer antler was, in fact, the finest specimen he had procured from the old longevity star, having taken it from a deer of exceptional quality. As for those ginseng roots, they were of a quality that surpassed 100,000 years. To put it bluntly, within the three realms, there existed no other ginseng of such remarkable quality aged over 100,000 years apart from these few. The celestial being, Tongda, had inquired extensively among many individuals and firmly believed that these two items would undoubtedly restore Qin Ge's former glory, thus fulfilling his deepest desires. Contemplating this, the celestial being felt an overwhelming sense of thoughtfulness and eagerly gazed at Qin Ge. Qin Ge, holding on to a final glimmer of hope, wished fervently that he was merely overthinking, convincing himself that he was indeed in good health and did not require such potent supplements. Fear not, for it is just the two of us here now. You need not conceal anything, I understand. Tongda, with a knowing pat on his shoulder, encouraged him. Just give it your all. There is no need for hesitation. You must grasp this opportunity with both hands. What? Qin Ge was utterly bewildered. He had initially thought he was merely being paranoid, yet it appeared that Tongda was genuinely serious. Did he truly appear so frail? This was nothing short of a slap to his own face. I am not jesting. I am genuinely well and do not require these tonics. If it is inconvenient, please take them back for yourself. Qin Ge felt on the verge of losing his temper. How could this elderly gentleman, at his advanced age, be so preoccupied with such nonsensical matters? Fortunately, he had dismissed Yu Linglong in advance. Otherwise, she would have likely been embarrassed for ages in this situation. Yet, even as he felt his temper flare, Tongda remained blissfully unaware, instead appearing quite content. Clearly, he believed his gifts to be of great value and was satisfied with his choice. It seemed his assumptions and speculations were indeed correct. If he were to give gifts in the future, he ought to bestow similar offerings. All right, regardless of anything else, this is a gift for you. Simply accept it as a token of my goodwill. As Yu Linglong approached, the celestial being was unwilling to say more and promptly rose to leave. Remember to take it on schedule. The effects will be even better. With that parting remark, Tongda made his swift exit. What were you two discussing just now? Why the need to speak behind my back, and upon seeing me, you leave hastily? Did you utter something unflattering? Yu Linglong, observing their reactions, felt anxious and questioned Qin Ge. What on earth happened that even I am not privy to? Oh, it's nothing, just some trivial matters between men, really. It's better that you don't concern yourself with it. Qin Ge felt a twinge of embarrassment as he hurriedly gathered the items from the table, placing them into a small box. He could hardly confess to Yu Linglong that the celestial being believed him to be inadequate, for where would he hide his aging face then? Although Qin Ge could comprehend the kind intentions of Tongda Tianren, he found himself at a loss for words at this very moment. The fact that the other party presented such a gift indicated a fervent desire for him and Yu Linglong to bear a child of their own. Had the prolonged absence of offspring led them to assign all blame to him? Setting aside other matters, Qin Ge maintained a reasonable confidence in his own capabilities in this regard. For the first time, he found himself questioning his own abilities. Gazing at the object in his hands, Qin Ge shook his head. Nonetheless, It was indeed a gesture of goodwill. He decided to keep the items, perhaps to brew into wine later. Master Cat, Master Cat? At this moment, the Daystar Lord sprang back to life, eagerly hopping about in anticipation of discovering what Qin Ge cradled in his arms. Speak quickly, and don't hold back. The lethargic black cat lifted its gaze to him, pondering that had it not been for the merit earned from earlier deeds, it would have swatted him away without a second thought. Did you see what was in that box? The Daystar Lord inquired with curiosity, yet having failed to glimpse it clearly, he turned to the black cat for answers. It's merely some mundane supplements. What is there to ask? The black cat retorted dismissively. Not just supplements. Surely you didn't miss what was inside? The monkey, observing keenly from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, and upon hearing the black cat's remark, felt compelled to interject. What do you mean? The black cat, unable to discern the contents of the box, instinctively attributed the aura emanating from it to that of ordinary supplements. However, the monkey's tone piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. It is high-quality ginseng and deer antler. As for their purpose, I trust you all are well aware. At this point, the monkey couldn't contain a snicker. Exchanging glances, the Daystar Lord and the monkey erupted into laughter, leaving the black cat bewildered, entirely perplexed by the source of their amusement. Yet, even without understanding their joke, the black cat could glean the general idea from their expressions. Could it be? The black cat's words trailed off, but the trio exchanged knowing looks, each grasping the implications of their unspoken thoughts. All right, we understand. Let us keep this to ourselves. If we were to speak of it aloud, our master might become furious and stew us all. The monkey, being the more cautious one, gestured fervently for them to temper their laughter. After all, they were all aware of the delicacy of the matter. If they, themselves, would not permit such discussions, how much less would one of their master's stature tolerate it? Should their master become aware that his sole flaw was known to them, it could very well lead to dire consequences. They certainly did not wish to jeopardize their lives over a trivial piece of gossip. This incident is truly amusing. He never anticipated that the moment his master grasped the box, the expression of discontent on his face would elicit another round of hearty laughter. However, if my memory serves me correctly, I have heard that besides deer antler and ginseng, there exists another substance that is exceptionally nourishing. The gaze of the Lord of the Rabbit Day shifted beside the pond, his face adorned with a smirk of schadenfreude. What? The black cat, following his line of sight, beheld a ridiculously small turtle basking in the sun by the pond's edge. Turtle soup is also remarkably fortifying, and this assertion is indeed true, not mere hearsay. Chapter 147. A minor disruption in a life of ease. Time has swiftly passed, and 3 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. During this period, while events unfolded, the essence of life remained largely unchanged. Nevertheless, 3 years have indeed elapsed. For the celestial beings above, these years may have been but a fleeting moment. Yet for Qin Ge and his companions, they have felt rather protracted. Throughout these 3 years, Qin Ge's cultivation progressed rapidly. Besides his rigorous training, he often turned to the celestial mirror to observe the recent journeys of Tang Sung. This was one of his greatest concerns, the certainty that Tang Sung would inevitably traverse Lion Camel Ridge. Should such an event transpire, what chaos might ensue? The home he had painstakingly established in this realm could be shattered by Tang Sung's arrival, an outcome he could scarcely bear to contemplate. Nonetheless, he harbored a persistent feeling that his presence had, in some measure, influenced this world, much like the flutter of a butterfly's wings in the Amazon triggering a tempest. Although he was merely an inconspicuous figure in this realm, he had nonetheless altered the original narrative. Take, for instance, the recent debacle at Yellow Wind Ridge. That incident was undoubtedly linked to his arrival, for the original storyline had not contained such a spectacle. Following the demise of Zhu Beiji at the hands of the six-eared macaque, the Heavenly Court appointed a new candidate as Zhu Beiji's substitute. During this time, the 4 travelers of the West had gathered, with Tang Sung successfully reaching the flowing sand river and reclaiming the general of the rolling curtain. In these 3 years, Qin Ge's cultivation continued to ascend, nearing the threshold of transcending tribulations. This rate of progress surprised even him. He had believed he had only trained for 4 to 5 years, yet he was already on the verge of crossing into higher realms, a testament to his latent talent. If not for that insufferable system that hindered him, he would surely have achieved even greater heights by now. Contemplating this, Qin Ge could not help but silently curse the system. Adding to his delight, news from Tongda Tianren and Yushu Tian was promising. They had both successfully transcended tribulations and attained the status of human immortals. Although distinctions remained between them and the true immortals, their cultivation was sufficient to assert dominance in this realm. With such formidable allies at his back, Qin Ge felt that surviving in this world was a relatively effortless endeavor. However, unbeknownst to Qin Ge, these two companions were far more than they appeared. The creatures residing in his courtyard possessed cultivation levels that far exceeded his expectations. The Lord of the Rooster and the monkey had also seen significant advancements. As for the black cat, its prowess was beyond discussion. Even the timid little turtle, which feared being stewed, had achieved the level of great Luo Golden Immortal, mere moments away from further ascension. The monkey felt that if he were to encounter Erlang Shin again with his current strength, he could easily defeat him. Here, their cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. Even Zhu Ganglai had not been slaughtered, although the black cat and the monkey were quite similar, and they were curious about the taste of Zhu Ganglai. Qin Ge firmly insisted that they must wait for the opportune moment to slay the pig, such as during the celebration of his child's first month. Consequently, Zhu Ganglai not only escaped death, but was instead pampered with abundant food and drink, leading to a rapid increase in weight. Furthermore, most of the food he consumed contained fragments of the Dao, which significantly boosted his cultivation. What do you suppose the flavor of a pig on the brink of achieving quasi-saint status would be? The Star Lord of the Rabbit Day fixated on Zhu Ganglai, feeling his mouth water at the thought. Without a doubt, the taste would be exquisite. He often dined better than the rest of them. The monkey, too, found himself tempted, and the two gathered by the pig pen to discuss the proper methods of preparing pork. Zhu Ganglai, hidden within the pen, listened in despair as the two openly contemplated the best ways to consume him. His heart sank at the thought that after years of hard-earned survival, he had been reduced to the fate of becoming a meal. Little did they know that in his efforts to conceal his strength, he had been eating as little as possible, yet his weight continued to rise, and his cultivation soared as well. The very reason for his burgeoning power only intensified the others' appetites for him. In a moment of hopelessness, Zhu Ganglai charged towards the pen's wall, wishing to end it all. He would rather perish than endure such indignity. The constant discussions about how to savor his flesh were enough to nearly give him a heart attack. Don't joke around. If you kill me today, my master will surely stew me tonight. The monkey panicked, grabbing a stick. You still have great utility, at the very least. You must wait for the celebration of my master's child's first month. Why entertain such dark thoughts? After receiving a thorough beating, Zhu Ganglai became much more compliant. He recognized his dire situation, caught between the inability to live and the impossibility of dying. Given these circumstances, he resolved to accept his fate, to indulge and savor whatever heightened cultivation he could experience before the inevitable end. However, he was entirely unaware that by merely lying in the courtyard, indulging in food and drink without lifting a finger, he was poised to reach quasi-saint status. If others were to learn of this, countless individuals would clamor to be Qin Ge's pig. Many had toiled for thousands of years in their cultivation, yet could not match the power of a mere pig. Initially, Zhu Ganglai had considered resistance, dreaming of enhancing his strength to escape once he attained sainthood. However, as he observed others surpassing him despite his swift growth, he gradually lost confidence. He began to ponder, even if he became a saint, what would that truly signify? I fear that by the time I transform into a sage, this courtyard will be filled with the living. Even if I attain such a status, the ultimate fate remains singular, to be served as a banquet for the grand feast of Qin Ge. Contemplating this, Zhu Ganglai has completely relinquished his fighting spirit, spending his days indulging in food, drink, and slumber, finding joy in this simple existence. After all, he has discerned that Qin Ge is currently preparing to transcend, making it highly unlikely for him to have offspring. With only a few years of life left, it is wise to seize the moment and relish the pleasures of life. Furthermore, he harbors grave suspicions regarding Qin Ge's abilities in that particular regard. Chapter 148. Several years have passed. This was not merely a baseless rumor. He was acutely aware that years had elapsed without any sign from Yu Linglong, compounded by the fact that he had personally witnessed Tongda Tunren providing supplements to Qin Ge a few years prior. An unspoken understanding lingered among men regarding certain matters. With this reflection, Zhu Ganglai felt a renewed sense of hope for survival. Thus, each day he oscillated between despair and optimism, a mental tug-of-war that was driving him to the brink of a breakdown. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, the pig in his courtyard was burdened with such thoughts. At that moment, he was engaged in his usual pastime of peering into the Tianjing mirror, observing the journey of Tang Song within its depths. After a brief period of watching, Yu Linglong suddenly exclaimed, "Where's this place? Why must they traverse such a location?" Qin Ge focused intently, realizing with alarm that the four of them had unexpectedly reached the boundary of Huayin Mountain. Ahead lay an endless sea of flames, a realm where even mortals would likely be reduced to ash upon entry. Even the most accomplished cultivators would feel trepidation in such a place. For Tang Sung, a mere mortal, to venture here would surely spell doom. As he watched the four pause to survey their surroundings, Qin Ge froze momentarily. This is bad. How did they reach Huiyin Mountain already? According to his recollections, if memory served him correctly, they should have had several stops before arriving at Shirtu Ridge. If they reached Shirtu Ridge and encountered further complications, would his painstakingly established home not be in jeopardy? In Qin Ge's eyes, Tang Sung was akin to a harbinger of calamity. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. Not only did he endure the trials of the journey, but those around him were also subjected to unimaginable tribulations that ordinary folk could scarcely bear. While the original text described Tang Sung merely subduing a few demon kings at Shirtu Ridge before departing, Qin Ge had yet to detect any signs of these demon kings in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Cat had taken care of them. Yet, Qin Ge's current concern was whether these three demon kings were already lurking within Shirtu Ridge unbeknownst to him, or if they would arrive later. Even if they chose not to come, the earlier chaos at Huangfeng Ridge still haunted him. Should another mishap occur, transforming Shirtu Ridge into a second Huangfeng Ridge, what would he do then? Amidst a maelstrom of demons and saints clashing, how could a mere cultivator at the tribulation stage navigate such turmoil? Yu Linglong initially sought to inquire about the situation from Qin Ge, but was taken aback to find him frozen in place, his expression betraying genuine concern. How could this be? Shouldn't Qin Ge be elaborating grandly on what would transpire next? Given Qin Ge's character, he would typically provide a narrative preview of events ahead. Could it be that Qin Ge has encountered something troubling? Yu Linglong also fell into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Ge was entirely devoid of a playful spirit. For if he did not devise a solution soon, he would soon find himself without a home. How could he possibly find amusement in such dire circumstances? My dear wife, please keep an eye on things. I have matters to attend to and shall retreat for a while. Although Qin Ge was anxious, he did not wish to impart his distress onto Yu Linglong, as he wanted to shield her from worry. Thus, he merely offered a perfunctory response before retreating to his chamber. Gazing into the viewing mirror, he saw that the four monks had set up camp. While Yu Linglong was lost in profound thought, could it be that something concerning the four monks at Flame Mountain was the source of Qin Ge's apprehension? As Yu Linglong pondered this, Qin Ge closed the door behind him, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and began to contemplate the unfolding events. That monk was nothing short of a harbinger of calamity. He could not allow Tang Sung to ruin the family he had painstakingly nurtured for years. What he needed to ascertain was whether Tang Sung's passage would affect them, and if so, how he might persuade the monk to take a different route. Black Cat, what do you think prompted Qin Ge's reaction? Could there be a genuine crisis looming? Yu Linglong mused, placing her hopes upon the Black Cat. The feline, though surprised, dismissed the gravity of the situation. Honestly, there is no need for such anxiety. Perhaps the master simply has something weighing on his mind, but I doubt anything within the three realms could truly affect us. The Black Cat, blissfully unconcerned, was confident that the master would safeguard them no matter the circumstances. With that, it dashed off to pursue a hapless wild creature passing by. Yu Linglong reflected on the Black Cat's words, which indeed bore some merit. Yet, she dared not take the situation lightly. She believed that, given her husband's strength, even if a great disturbance were to arise, it would not impact a single blade of grass in their little courtyard. However, the expression Qin Ge wore did not seem feigned. Rather, it appeared he had genuinely encountered something distressing, which stirred her own concern. It was also possible that Qin Ge intended for her to grasp certain matters without explicitly stating them, hence his subtle hints. Regardless, Qin Ge's sorrow was her sorrow. She must share the burden with him. Resolving this in her mind, Yu Linglong could no longer remain seated. She rose abruptly, convinced that since Qin Ge's anxiety stemmed from witnessing Tang Sung's arrival at Flame Mountain, his concerns were likely connected to that very place. Why must you remain home, guarding the house? I shall be but a moment. After entrusting the household affairs to the Black Cat, Yu Linglong hurriedly prepared to set off for Flame Mountain. Assured that with her cultivation and status, she would encounter no peril along the way, the Black Cat initially intended to intercept him, but upon reflection, it realized that given Yu Linglong's current status, who would dare to provoke him within the three realms? After all, not only does Yu Linglong have the entire Confucian Dao backing her, but also the full support of the. She is undoubtedly the cherished darling among all the disciples of the. It is said that if she were to lose even a single hair, those around her would be utterly distressed. With this thought, the Black Cat felt reassured and allowed him to pass. Meanwhile, Qin Ge remained oblivious to the subconscious concern that had prompted such extensive contemplation from Yu Linglong. Chapter 149. Journey to Flame Mountain in Truth. The worries that Qin Ge harbored were not insurmountable. However, two pressing concerns weighed heavily upon him. Firstly, Tang Xing's passage through Shizhou Ridge could potentially disrupt his plans. And secondly, he was on the verge of facing tribulations of his own. The prospect of these two events coinciding filled Qin Ge with a sense of dread and discomfort. Yet, he was not alone in his distress. The Jade Emperor was equally troubled. Observing Sun Wukong rolling about in a fit of frustration beneath his throne, the Jade Emperor felt a throbbing ache in his temples. Were it not for the formidable backing that Sun Wukong possessed, he might have been tempted to strike him down with a single blow. I don't care. You must resolve this matter. Why on earth is there such a colossal flame mountain obstructing our path? Do you truly wish for our demise? Sun Wukong, equally perplexed, had initially thought that the flame mountain was merely a decorative feature. Little did he know that upon entering, half of his fur would be singed away, nearly turning him into a charred monkey. Furious at the state of his singed fur, Sun Wukong directed all his ire towards the Jade Emperor. This was merely one of the many trials on their journey westward, and surely they could devise a solution without relying on him for every little issue. The Jade Emperor, observing the disheveled monkey before him, fought the urge to laugh, but the gravity of his own predicament quelled any amusement. He was burdened with the dual responsibilities of guarding against potential insurrections from the deities of the heavenly court and managing the myriad troubles that Sun Wukong and Tang Xing encountered on their quest. Even the Jade Emperor found it overwhelming to juggle so many matters. To make matters worse, despite having recently mended his relationship with Wang Mu, he still did not fully wield control over the heavenly realm. Since the destruction of the divine list, he had maintained a cautious distance from the disciples of the, hesitant to issue commands, lest his tone be perceived as too harsh. For the Jade Emperor to find himself in such a position was truly unprecedented. Is it not within your capability to extinguish this fire? If we can reach our destination without further incident, then all will be well. Why must you invite such turmoil over a simple wish? Since Sun Wukong had learned that his patron was a sage, his demeanor had grown increasingly audacious. He was acutely aware that, whether due to his own merits or the influence of his master, the Jade Emperor would not dare to turn against him. Do you truly have the audacity to inquire? Sun Wukong retorted. The Flame Mountain is the very calamity you wrought in the past. You kicked over the Bagua furnace, which tumbled from the heavens to the mortal realm, igniting this endless expanse of flames. It is your own folly that you must now rectify. Is there any issue with that? The Jade Emperor, beset by a throbbing headache, was met with the timely intervention of Taishang Laojun, who reprimanded him sharply. The 8 trigrams furnace serves as his alchemical crucible. After being kicked into it by Sun Wukong, he has yet to discover a more suitable vessel. Thus, in this moment of chaos instigated by Sun Wukong, his vulnerabilities have been painfully exposed. Do not place all the blame on me for events of the past. It was merely your attempt to confine me that prompted my defensive kick. Who would have anticipated that he would tumble down? Am I to blame for fracturing the very foundations of the heavenly court? Despite knowing his position is untenable, Sun Wukong persists in his obstinate reasoning. Realizing that his patron is the venerable Bodhi patriarch, Sun Wukong finds himself increasingly emboldened on this reckless path. He feels secure, for no matter how recklessly he behaves, his master's presence ensures that none dare lay a finger on him in the 3 realms. What does it matter if you are the Supreme Lord? I have yet to settle the score for your past transgressions against me. Should I truly provoke the ire of the great sage, let us engage in battle once more. Sun Wukong may not be the Supreme Lord's equal, yet out of respect for his master, the Supreme Lord would never actually engage him in combat. Their quarrel sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Who is the Supreme Lord, after all? He is backed by the support of a sage. Given his noble lineage, few would dare to confront him directly. The Supreme Lord, after all, is associated with the sage Laozi, and even the Emperor Yu Hong must show him deference. To speak candidly, although the Jade Emperor currently occupies the throne in the Lingshao Palace, should Laozi express discontent and wish to claim that seat, the Jade Emperor would promptly vacate it, bowing in submission. It is no jest. As long as the Supreme Lord stands by my side, it signifies the unwavering support of the sage Laozi. Impudent monkey, after a few days' absence, you have become increasingly audacious. The Supreme Lord, unaccustomed to such indignity, turned pale with anger after being subjected to such public derision. Observing the Supreme Lord's expression, the crowd understood it was time to reveal their allegiances. Impudent monkey, do not be disrespectful. Do you wish to be crushed beneath the 5 elements mountain for another 500 years? Ha ha ha. How dare you even mention this matter? It is better left unspoken, for the mere mention ignites in Sun Wukong a tempest of fury, recalling the excruciating 500 years he endured beneath that mountain. only to discover it was all a farcical play orchestrated by others. He has come to recognize that, despite his own transgressions, the most anyone dares to do is voice a few criticisms, never taking substantial action against him. After all, he has the Bodhi patriarch backing him, even with monumental offenses. It is inconceivable that anyone would dare lay a finger on him. Furthermore, though late to the realization, he is not foolish. He has discerned that this so-called journey to retrieve the scriptures is merely a charade devised by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to suppress Confucianism. In this farce, he plays the role of a mere jester. However, this jester possesses a pivotal role, and it is utterly impossible to allow him to err in any regard until they find a suitable replacement. After all, if Tang Sung is the protagonist of this farce, then Sun Wukong undoubtedly assumes the role of the rightful second lead. With so many scenes yet to be performed, how could he possibly be cast aside? Though his current behavior may seem unruly, it merely reflects a silent rebellion and subtle mockery in response to the truth he has come to understand regarding the actions of others. Chapter 150. The Plan. Who is he? He is a stone monkey born from a spirit stone nurtured by heaven and earth. With such a temperament, how could he tolerate being schemed against by others? Were it not for the inexplicable control imposed upon him by the golden circlet on his head, he would have long abandoned his duties. How could he possibly endure until now? Sun Wukong surveyed the grand assembly of deities, plotting in silence. One day, when he discovers a way to rid himself of the golden hoop, he shall remove this accursed restraint and return to Flower Fruit Mountain to reign as the king of monkeys once more. Rather than continue this ostentatious existence and strive for the title of the victorious fighting Buddha, he would prefer to return to his carefree abode in that dilapidated water curtain cave. Enough of your superfluous chatter. I have no desire to listen to this now. Just tell me, did the Flame Mountain become as it is because your possessions fell down there? To Sun Wukong, apart from the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, the other deities were merely a swarm of ants, unworthy of his attention. Yes, and so what? This is a mess of your own making. Are you now attempting to shift the blame onto me? The Grand Supreme Elder Lord displayed a disdainful demeanor, even adopting an expression of nonchalance, as if to say, so what if it's mine? Can you compel me to descend and extinguish the flames? Then enlighten me on how to resolve this. We cannot truly allow that useless monk, Tang Sung, to traverse Flame Mountain in his mortal flesh, can we? Enough. You two need not quarrel any further. It is quite simple to pass through Flame Mountain. You merely need to seek out Princess Iron Fan and borrow her banana leaf fan to safely cross. The Jade Emperor watched the two bicker, feeling overwhelmed. For both sides were formidable allies he could not afford to offend, the Patriarch Bodhi on one side and the Sage Laozi on the other. Although the Patriarch Bodhi's power may not rival that of Sage Laozi, he was still a saint, and the Jade Emperor wished to avoid enmity with either. After all, having another saint as an adversary would only make his path more arduous. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grew weary of their idle talk and swiftly executed a somersault cloud to depart. Wait a moment, are you referring to Princess Iron Fan, the wife of the Bull Demon King? The surrounding deities suddenly came to their senses, pondering the identity of this Princess Iron Fan. Indeed, the Jade Emperor maintained a neutral expression, appearing quite indifferent, yet internally, he was elated. This Princess Iron Fan is the spouse of the Bull Demon King, who once served as a steed to the transcendent beings. In other words, one could interpret that Princess Iron Fan is aligned with the disciples of the Zhejiao. However, the banana leaf fan is Princess Iron Fan's most cherished treasure, as it is a primordial spiritual artifact. She would never easily lend it out. Given Sun Wukong's temperament, he would undoubtedly be unable to borrow such a precious item. When the time comes, should Sun Wukong fail to procure it, he would have no choice but to place the blame squarely on your lordship, ultimately directing it towards the transcendent beings. Thus, with two tigers vying for supremacy, the denizens of the heavenly realm merely need to await the arrival of the fisherman's advantage. Although this was indeed their mindset, the masses were oblivious to the fact that Princess Iron Fan possessed another layer of identity. Her true lineage was that of the daughter of the king of Azuras, the Rakshasa princess. It stands to reason that, without a formidable backing, how could she possibly possess the innate treasure known as the banana fan? The Jade Emperor's thoughts were, in fact, more profound than they perceived. He was acutely aware that Sun Wukong, having uncovered his true identity in recent years, had been brazenly offending deities left and right, recklessly courting his own demise. Yet, due to the formidable influence backing him, no one dared voice their outrage, least of all the Jade Emperor himself. As the illustrious sovereign, he could no longer tolerate the repeated mockery and insults hurled by such a minor figure. He now sought to exploit this conflict. intending to cast Sun Wukong into the realm of the king of Azuras. Should Sun Wukong fail to acquire the banana fan, he would undoubtedly resort to disparaging Princess Iron Fan, who was not one to suffer indignities lightly. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would surely be the princess who would emerge at a disadvantage. Moreover, the king of Azuras was notorious for his fierce protection of his kin. Should he learn that his daughter had been wronged by such a trivial character, his wrath would be formidable. Thus, while Princess Iron Fan appeared merely as the consort of the Bull Demon King, she was, in truth, a figure intertwined with the formidable powers of both the king of Azuras and the. If Sun Wukong were to offend even one of these entities, perhaps Bodhi Patriarch might still have the means to safeguard him. Yet, should he provoke both simultaneously, he would find himself facing an inevitable demise. However, despite the Jade Emperor's scheming, he harbored concerns of his own. Sun Wukong was an integral character in the journey to the west, and should he meet his end, the expedition would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. Yet, the emperor found himself in dire straits, preoccupied with his own survival, leaving little room to contemplate the successful progression of the pilgrimage. At this juncture, Yu Linglong had arrived at the verdant abode of Cuy'n Cave, not far from the fiery mountain, though still 1,000 miles distant. She could already sense the searing heat that enveloped her. Initially, she had believed the fiery mountain to be merely a hyperbolic moniker. Yet it was evident that the temperature was formidable even from afar. Were she to find herself in its midst, she doubted her ability to endure. Contemplating this, a flicker of concern began to stir within her. However, if her memory served her correctly, the Bull Demon King resided nearby, and it had been several centuries since their last encounter. Perhaps she should seek him out and clarify matters? Yu Linglong possessed vivid memories of the Bull Demon King, who had been the steed of the celestial beings during her youth. He had accompanied her through a blissful period of childhood. Moreover, the Bull Demon King originally resided in the nearby Jile Mountain, but since Princess Iron Fan made her home here, it had become synonymous with his own. Upon reaching the entrance, Yu Linglong gently rapped upon the door. It had been years since they last met. She wondered how the bull was faring. Bull? This sudden call rendered the Bull Demon King, residing in the cave, momentarily speechless. Over the years, he had managed to carve out a semblance of a life, having long forgotten the last time anyone referred to him as Little Bull. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, a thought struck him. The only individuals he had ever taught were the disciples of the and Yu Linglong. With this realization, he set aside his anger and hurriedly opened the door to discover the truth. Chapter 151. The young bull is here. Upon opening the door, the Bull Demon King was greeted by the sight of Yu Linglong standing outside, and he immediately understood everything, feeling a surge of excitement that left him somewhat flustered. It had been quite some time since they last met, and he wondered what his sister had been occupied with lately that she found the time to visit him. The Bull Demon King certainly recognized her. Yu Linglong was not only the cherished junior of the celestial realm, but also a princess of Confucianism and Taoism. Ever since he departed from the celestial realm, they had not seen each other again, making this reunion particularly stirring. I merely happened to pass by and thought of you living nearby, so I came to see you, she explained. The Bull Demon King and his wife quickly welcomed her into their cave, offering her tea and water, bustling about to attend to her needs. However, after only a few exchanged words, Yu Linglong keenly noticed that the Princess Iron Fan's eyes appeared to have recently shed tears. A glance at the Bull Demon King allowed her to piece together much of the situation. Yet, she chose not to elaborate, merely requesting the Bull Demon King to step aside, as she wished to speak with the Princess Iron Fan privately. Once the Bull Demon King departed, it was reported that the Princess Iron Fan could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably, narrating her experiences to Yu Linglong amidst her sobs. When we first married, we were exceptionally affectionate, and I was quite content. However, in recent times, our relationship has soured. To my dismay, I discovered that he has taken another woman. As she spoke, tears welled anew in the Princess Iron Fan's eyes. Initially, their married life had been relatively harmonious. Yet the Bull Demon King, dissatisfied with his current circumstances, had secretly befriended another vixen during this tumultuous period. What you may not know, sister, is that while I have endured the solitude of our home, diligently raising children and managing the household, he has been living a life of leisure outside, unburdened by any concern for me. I simply cannot tolerate the thought of another woman trampling upon my dignity. Upon grasping the truth of the situation, Yu Linglong was filled with righteous fury. How could this young bull engage in such disgraceful actions that tarnish our reputation? Rising to her feet, her expression was fierce and alarming. Since marrying Qin Ge, she had experienced profound happiness, where everything fell into place. and thus had shed her former haughty demeanor that would flare up at the slightest provocation. However, today was different. Not only was she angry, but she also felt an urge to confront the young bull and deliver a sound reprimand. The Princess Iron Fan was taken aback by Yu Linglong's wrath. Her intention had merely been to confide in her sister, without any ulterior motives. Yet, witnessing Yu Linglong's current reaction, she feared that Yu Linglong might punish her husband in her fury. I believe he was merely momentarily blinded by folly, leading him to such actions. Please do not take offense or punish him. After all, we are husband and wife, and it would be unjust to act so rashly over a trivial marital matter. Very well, I understand your sentiments. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion in my actions. Now, summon him to me. I must see how he intends to explain himself before me. Although Yu Linglong was filled with anger, he remained composed, aware that any excessive actions on his part would only cause the Iron Fan Princess further distress. Thus, he resolved to inquire about the situation with the Bull Demon King before reaching any conclusions. The Iron Fan Princess, observing Yu Linglong's expression, felt a flicker of fear within her, yet she reassured herself that Yu Linglong was always measured in his actions. If he were to truly admonish the Bull Demon King, perhaps the latter would recognize his faults. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement could lead them back to their previous sweet state of harmony. Very well, the Bull Demon King has returned to Mount Jile. I shall summon him forth. As she spoke, a sense of melancholy washed over the Iron Fan Princess. Despite her status as the rightful consort, she was unable to reside at Mount Jile. Instead, that interloper had moved in with the Bull Demon King mere days after their acquaintance, behaving as though she were the legitimate wife. Observing her expression, Yu Linglong couldn't help but sigh. Truly, virtuous men were a rare breed. Even the Bull Demon King, who had always treated her well, was a notorious scoundrel. Fortunately, her husband was entirely unlike these others. Lost in these thoughts, Yu Linglong noticed the Iron Fan Princess arguing with someone at the door. Moments later, she returned, her face clouded with concern. So soon? What could have transpired? Yu Linglong inquired with genuine concern upon seeing her troubled expression. The princess, unburdened by any reservations, recounted her encounter. At the door, a monk with a cat-like face and the mouth of thunder god blocked my exit. When I inquired about his purpose, he claimed to be a sworn brother of the old bull and sought to borrow the banana leaf fan. Yu Linglong grasped the situation. It was Sun Wukong seeking the fan to extinguish a fire. Yet, how could the Iron Fan Princess so easily lend her treasured artifact to another? Naturally, she declined. Unexpectedly, despite Sun Wukong's polite entreaties, his request was met with refusal, igniting his fury and escalating to a physical altercation. The Iron Fan Princess, however, was no match for him and swiftly retreated in disarray. Oh, so that is how it transpired. Yu Linglong nodded, reflecting on the unfortunate nature of Sun Wukong and Tang Song, who seemed to attract calamity wherever they went. Now, they had brought misfortune upon the Bull Demon King and his family. Fear not, for the Bull Demon King is a disciple of the. While we may not be able to assert much, we can surely count on our numbers. Should he dare to seize what is yours, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. As the two continued their discussion of the recent events, a voice suddenly emerged. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, what is that sound? The Iron Fan Princess's complexion changed dramatically as she scanned her surroundings, acutely aware that the voice belonged to none other than Sun Wukong. Sister-in-law, can you guess where I am? The voice was crystal clear, as if it were right beside her. Yet, despite their relentless search, the two could not ascertain each other's whereabouts. Even after scrutinizing for an extended period, Yu Linglong found no trace or indication. Damn monkey, how dare you intrude upon my domain? If my husband were to discover this, you would certainly face dire consequences. Princess Iron Fan's expression shifted dramatically as she issued her threat, yet her adversary appeared utterly unfazed, instead bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 152, Within Your Abdomen, Sister-in-law, please refrain from such remarks. At this moment, my dear friend is likely ensnared in a gentle embrace, too preoccupied to attend to matters at hand. Would it not be wiser for you to swiftly lend me the banana leaf fan? I shall extinguish the flames and return it to you, ensuring mutual contentment for all parties involved. This declaration struck at the very heart of Princess Iron Fan's ire. Where on earth are you, you wretched monkey? I have yet to unleash my full strength. Come forth now and face me like a true man. Ah, so it was indeed my sister-in-law who had shown me leniency. Yet, that is of little consequence now, for I reside within your belly. If you promptly surrender the banana leaf fan to me, I shall obediently emerge, and once my needs are fulfilled, I shall express my gratitude. However, should you maintain this obstinate demeanor, I shall be compelled to linger within your abdomen for a spell. Upon careful scrutiny, Princess Iron Fan was astonished to discern that this Sun Wukong truly seemed to be within her. Her expression shifted dramatically as she looked to Yu Linglong for assistance. "Sister, help me. This rascally monkey is truly inside me." Yu Linglong furrowed her brow and cast a glance, confirming that indeed, the monkey was bouncing about within Princess Iron Fan's midsection, exhibiting great discontent. "You, who lacked decorum. You once shared brotherhood with the Bull Demon King, yet here you are, cavorting within your sister-in-law's belly. What a disgrace. Have you no respect for the bond of brotherhood?" With that, Yu Linglong raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the corresponding spot. "Come out." As the slap resounded, Princess Iron Fan felt the world spin, and she could not suppress a wave of nausea. In mere moments, a diminutive Sun Wukong, no larger than a thumb, was expelled from her. "You wretched woman." Sun Wukong, caught off guard by the forceful ejection, found himself dazed and seeing stars. "And who might you be to treat me, the great sage, in such a manner? Do you not know who my master is?" By now, Sun Wukong had developed a habit of invoking his master's name whenever he encountered someone he could not overpower, hoping to intimidate them into retreat. "Is this how you were taught to respect your elders by the patriarch Bodhi? If your master were to learn of your offense against me, I fear he would break your legs." Yu Linglong felt no trepidation toward his master. To put it bluntly, even the patriarch Bodhi would likely show deference to her, let alone this mere Sun Wukong. Observing her unflinching demeanor and recognizing the host of her capabilities, Sun Wukong hesitated to act recklessly. What a pity it was for such a beautiful woman to resort to such ruthlessness in her actions. He muttered under his breath, wary of uttering further words. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Though she could not discern his exact words, Yu Linglong instinctively sensed that they were inappropriate, and her gaze sharpened as she prepared to strike once more. "Do not strike. Let us speak civilly." Sun Wukong was genuinely frightened. He could distinctly sense that this woman would find it utterly effortless to kill him if she so desired. What was even more alarming was that this unknown woman seemed to hold a certain fear of his master, which made him feel quite uneasy. "Who exactly are you to dare show such disrespect to my master?" Sun Wukong pondered this matter, realizing he needed to ascertain the truth, especially since his playful interactions with his sister-in-law had nothing to do with her. Why was she meddling in affairs that did not concern her? With her current level and experience, she likely wasn't even worthy of knowing his name. He offered her a chance. "Go fetch your reinforcements. I wish to see how you intend to cross this flame mountain with me here." Had it been the usual temperament of Yu Linglong, encountering such a brazen and unreasonable individual would have likely resulted in an immediate fatal blow to Sun Wukong. However, Yu Linglong refrained from striking him down for two reasons. First, if she were to kill Sun Wukong, she would only invite trouble upon herself. Second, Qin Ge seemed to take great pleasure in observing the daily antics of the Tang monk and his companions. This had become a source of amusement for Qin Ge during his leisure hours. If she were to eliminate the pivotal figure in this farce, it would undoubtedly extinguish Qin Ge's source of entertainment. She did not wish to bore her husband. Thus, she merely gave him a light slap to send him away. "Oh, today I am grateful for my sister. Without her, I would surely be tormented to death by this monkey." Princess Iron Fan felt quite aggrieved by the situation and could not help but let out a soft sob. "Enough, enough, do not cry any longer. This matter is behind us, and with my support, what do you have to fear?" Yu Linglong consoled her for a while, but as time passed, she knew that if she did not return soon, Qin Ge would likely use the celestial mirror to discover her current predicament. It was unwise to linger here, so she resolved to head back. "Why don't you call for the little ox to keep you company? This monkey will undoubtedly return in the coming days. Tell him it was my instruction and that he should not be ungrateful." After delivering this remark, Yu Linglong hurriedly departed, albeit with a growing sense of unease. She had a pressing question for Qin Ge, yet was uncertain if it was appropriate to voice it. Meanwhile, Qin Ge sat on the bed, having remained there for 3 days in a state of immobility. During this time, he neither ate nor drank, nor did he move an inch. At times, he wondered if he would truly become a stone statue if he continued in this manner. Nevertheless, in these 3 days, Qin Ge had contemplated much and conjured various hypotheses. Whether considering the original narrative or the current adaptations, he ultimately arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, the Tang monk was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity wherever he went. Thus, if one wishes to preserve their home, there are but 2 choices. One may relocate to a place where the monk Tang Sung shall never pass, or one may exert every effort to alter the course of Tang Seng's current journey. In essence, if Tang Sung does not traverse the Lion Camel Ridge, then one would not need to move, nor would they be affected by his pilgrimage to the west. This was the most astute solution he could conceive after 3 days of contemplation. However, To speak plainly, this proposed solution does not truly qualify as a viable option. It may be more accurately described as a mere hypothesis or conjecture, for altering the trajectory of Tang Seng's journey to the west proves to be quite a formidable challenge. Chapter 153. A small thought. The Lion and Camel Ridge stretches for 8,000 miles, and it is not a matter of merely taking a detour. The notion of having Tang Seng circumvent it is akin to a pipe dream. Setting aside other considerations, even if Tang Seng were to agree, the followers of Buddhism would vehemently oppose it. After all, they are eager for this journey to the west to conclude swiftly. A prolonged timeline is not favorable for them. Thus, during these days, Qin Ge sat motionless, consumed by thoughts on how to persuade them to take an alternate route or, ideally, to avoid Lion and Camel Ridge altogether. At that moment, he pondered how wonderful it would be to be a powerful figure, free from such concerns. Unfortunately, he was merely an obscure practitioner among countless others, lacking any renown. Casting his thoughts forward, Qin Ge calculated that Tang Seng and his companions had already reached the Flame Mountain and would soon pass by Lion and Camel Ridge within a few years. This matter was not only pivotal to his own safety, but also to that of his family, leaving Qin Ge as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Should a conflict arise at Lion and Camel Ridge, it would surely result in a bloodbath. The thought left Qin Ge feeling frustrated. How he wished to be a sage, who would dare to fight under his authority. After much contemplation, he realized he had no viable solution to the predicament. With a resigned shake of his head and a heavy sigh, he considered retreating to his wife's maternal home until the storm passed. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and after evading this crisis, he could return to rebuild his life. This line of thought piqued Qin Ge's curiosity. Since their marriage, he and Yu Linglong had never visited her family. Whenever he broached the subject, Yu Linglong would dismiss it nonchalantly, leading him to suspect that something might have transpired in her family, prompting her evasiveness. "You've emerged from seclusion, my husband?" As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Yu Linglong, who approached him with genuine concern. "How was your extended meditation? Did you achieve any breakthroughs?" In her heart, nothing took precedence over her husband's tribulations. "I suppose it will still be a few years. I estimate it to be roughly within this time frame. But when do you anticipate your own tribulation?" Qin Ge had always assumed that Yu Linglong's cultivation was on par with his own, fostering a close bond. "I should be approaching mine in the next couple of years, but there is no rush. I believe I will face mine after yours. I need to discuss something with you. I have something to tell you." The two spoke in unison, echoing each other's sentiments. Embarrassed, Yu Linglong averted her gaze. "Please, my husband, you go first." In truth, what Qin Ge wished to convey was quite simple. He hoped that during her next visit home, she could bring him along to meet her family in advance. After all, if one were to lay the groundwork in advance, when Tang Seng passes by Shituoling in a few years, one would not appear so abrupt and contrived. More importantly, it has been quite a while since I last visited Yu Linglong's family. It is high time I paid them a visit and perhaps brought along a few gifts. After all, while Yushu Tian may be amiable, Yu Linglong's numerous aunts and uncles may not be as accommodating. Qin Ge contemplated that he still possessed a fine piece of jade, which he could choose not to sell, and instead purchase some suitable items to present to them. "It's nothing. This matter is of little significance. You go ahead and speak first." Seeing that Qin Ge indeed deemed this matter trivial, Yu Linglong could not contain her curiosity and quickly posed her question. "Well, regarding Tang Seng's journey to the west to obtain the scriptures, I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me beforehand." Upon hearing this, Qin Ge exhaled deeply, initially believing it to be a serious issue, only to realize it pertained to the journey to the west. "Rest assured, feel free to inquire about anything else. Although my knowledge is limited, I am quite familiar with the events in the journey to the west." Then, "Dear husband, do you think Tang Seng and his companions can indeed pass through the Flame Mountain?" Flame Mountain. Qin Ge retrieved the sky-viewing mirror for another glance. Observing Tang Seng and his companions wearing troubled expressions, seemingly in deep discussion. Surely they can pass. After all, this is merely a test from the Buddha. Furthermore, as long as Sun Wukong can procure the banana fan from Princess Iron Fan to extinguish the flames, wouldn't they be able to cross with ease? In truth, Qin Ge felt a sense of disdain for Sun Wukong's actions. Initially, he held great admiration for the character, appreciating his exceptional talents, resilience, and audacity in the face of authority. However, during the Flame Mountain segment, he resorted to various unscrupulous tactics merely to seize the banana fan. Moreover, that bull demon king is your sworn brother, yet you show no respect for his wife, instead employing petty tricks to transform into a bug and invade her body. Let me tell you, just wait and see. Sun Wukong is full of cunning schemes, and he will have his comeuppance. It is truly unfortunate for Princess Iron Fan, who must endure such torment. Upon hearing this, Yulinglong nodded empathetically, having witnessed the entire incident. Had she not been present, one could only imagine how much worse Princess Iron Fan would have suffered at Sun Wukong's hands. Do you think that after tormenting Princess Iron Fan, she would truly lend them the banana fan? Yulinglong pondered, realizing that after her intervention, Princess Iron Fan had no reason to lend them the fan. It is imperative. If she refuses to lend the banana fan, how could they possibly traverse Flame Mountain? Qin Ge reflected on the plot, concluding that Princess Iron Fan ultimately had no choice but to relent and lend them the banana fan. You may be unaware, but while you were in seclusion, I was observing the celestial mirror. Just a moment ago, Sun Wukong ventured into the belly of Princess Iron Fan. Yet a mighty deity present at that moment swiftly expelled him with a single strike, causing Sun Wukong to flee in panic. What, then, does this imply? Is it possible that the narrative of Journey to the West has been altered once more? Who is this formidable deity, and why did they intervene? Qin Ge found himself utterly perplexed. Such a twist in the tale should not have occurred. Chapter 154. Alterations. Logically speaking, the narrative he had previously observed depicted Princess Iron Fan enduring considerable torment at the hands of Sun Wukong, ultimately yielding the banana fan to him out of sheer desperation. Upon acquiring the fan, Sun Wukong subsequently discovered it to be a mere imitation. He then disguised himself as the Bull Demon King, employing various ruses to finally procure the genuine banana fan. However, it now appeared that another party had intervened, resulting in yet another alteration of the plot. He dared not make hasty assumptions, for the future remained an enigma. It was plausible that others would further meddle in this affair. Qin Ge felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had only engaged in meditation for 3 days. Yet the entirety of the Journey to the West narrative had undergone a profound transformation once more. Given Sun Wukong's character, it was likely that, having suffered losses here, he would once again seek assistance from the Heavenly Court, and upon doing so, would likely resort to coercive measures. The Bull Demon King was no benign figure either. Especially with the entire backing him, it seemed inevitable that a fierce battle would ensue between the Heavenly Court and. This deduction aligned with the current narrative logic, though he remained uncertain of its veracity. Nevertheless, his analysis resonated with Yulinglong. Yet, despite Qin Ge's contemplations, he was acutely aware that, regardless of the tumultuous events, the 4 travelers, Tang Sung and his companions, would ultimately prevail in their passage through the Flaming Mountains. Their destination, without a doubt, would be to traverse Lion Turtle Ridge and reach the true West to obtain the scriptures. This thought rekindled Qin Ge's worries. The young woman, oblivious to the source of his anxiety, silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, her own deductions mirrored his. It appeared that Qin Ge possessed a profound understanding of the Bull Demon King's character, aware that such treachery was within his capabilities. Just as Yulinglong prepared to speak, she noticed Qin Ge sigh and shake his head. In truth, she found the Bull Demon King to be quite pitiable. After enduring the trials of old age, he finally welcomed a child into the world, only to have Guanyin claim him as a disciple. This plight was already grievous enough, and now his wife was being bullied, all while he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Upon this reflection, Yulinglong perceptively sensed that the entire affair could be interconnected, and a distinct aura of scheming began to emerge. Indeed, while the Flaming Mountains were undeniably scorching and their flames fierce, what of it? Was the banana fan the sole artifact capable of extinguishing the flames that raged within? It was evidently implausible. Countless magical treasures existed within the 3 realms that could quell such fires. The capabilities of a mere banana fan were trivial in comparison. Clearly, the Heavenly Court sought to direct the calamity towards the Bull Demon King. Now, they compelled Sun Wukong to undertake such despicable actions. Could it be that from the outset, they had no intention of allowing to prosper? My dear, she inquired, why do you say such things? I feel, we are all celestial beings. Why must we turn against one another? Although they do not belong to the same sect, it must be acknowledged that thee is indeed one of the celestial factions of the Heavenly Court. What purpose does it serve for them to engage in mutual slaughter? Upon hearing such words, Qin Ge could not help but chuckle, gently patting his wife's head. Indeed, his beloved was still quite young and perhaps too naive. The waters of the Heavenly Court were far from the pristine image she envisioned. Though the primary task was to maintain peace, there existed numerous other factions within. To put it plainly, while the disciples of were numerous and served in the Heavenly Court, one must question whether they willingly served the Jade Emperor. Consider this. These individuals were reluctant to be deities in the first place, and now they were expected to follow orders. How could they possibly be amenable to such a fate? It is certain they would not heed the Jade Emperor's commands. Furthermore, with the destruction of the divine list, They must be eager to revolt. They were certainly not willing participants. Yu Linglong pondered, realizing that not only were they unwilling, but they might even be eager to overthrow the entire heavenly court. Was this not correct? If the heavenly court did not ally with Buddhism to suppress the, would it not risk being entirely overtaken by them? Of course, this was merely Qin Ge's conjecture, which he believed to be sound. Yet, there were indeed some discrepancies in this reasoning. The Jade Emperor had never genuinely intended to suppress the. Initially, when the disciples were listed on the divine roster, they were naturally nominated by him, so he had never considered suppressing them. Although the divine list had been destroyed, the Jade Emperor, with the presence of the primordial ancestor in his heart, believed that the list would eventually be restored, and these individuals would once again heed his commands. Thus, he had no intentions of taking any action against them. The true desire to suppress the lay with Laozi and the Buddhists. The reason the Jade Emperor sent Sun Wukong to seek out Princess Iron Fan was twofold: to impart a minor lesson to Sun Wukong, and because Taishang Laojun had whispered similar sentiments in his ear. In a moment of carelessness, he unwittingly bore the burden of this blame. He never anticipated that a mere casual remark would lead to him carrying such a significant burden on behalf of Taishang Laojun. At that moment, Yu Linglong began to comprehend the situation and simultaneously harbored resentment towards the Jade Emperor. So, that is how it is, now I understand. However, my husband, do you not have something to say as well? What is it? After grasping this, Yu Linglong recalled that Qin Ge had seemed to have matters he wished to discuss with her. I am not in a hurry regarding this matter, but I merely wanted to inquire if you plan to return to your family home soon. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong suddenly realized that since marrying Qin Ge, she had not visited her family in quite some time. The last time she returned home was 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, it has indeed been a long while. It is time I pay them a visit. Naturally, it is time to return. If I do not, now that I am aware of these matters, would the disciples have remained oblivious? After all, the heavenly beings have already begun to plot against their own. If one does not take action or remain vigilant, they may find themselves unaware of their impending demise. So it is, since you wish to return home soon. Why not take me along? We have been wed for quite some time, yet I have yet to visit your family or meet your kin. I can't help but feel that this might be somewhat inappropriate. Upon witnessing Yu Linglong's eagerness, Qin Ge felt a surge of delight within. Chapter 155. Returning to one's parental home. Yu Linglong was deep in contemplation when she heard Qin Ge's words, which caused her expression to change dramatically. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. What? You wish to accompany me back to my parental home? If Qin Ge were truly to return with her, it would surely complicate matters. Where exactly was her parental home? Was it the palace of the Confucian Dao? Or perhaps the place where the disciples of the congregated in the heavenly realm? Or was it the palace where the transcendent beings practiced their cultivation? There were numerous places he could go if he wished to return home, but none of them were suitable for Qin Ge's presence. After much contemplation, Yu Linglong, despite her still troubled countenance, managed a smile as she gazed at Qin Ge. What prompted this sudden desire to accompany me home? She recalled that Qin Ge had always shied away from the idea of visiting her family, often citing his own obligations whenever she mentioned her return. How could his attitude shift so dramatically after just a brief retreat? Was it not true that their family circumstances were modest, and that there were no notable gifts to present? Returning home would only bring her shame, and thus she had never considered bringing him along. Yet now, their situation had changed. They had accumulated some savings and possessed a precious jade ruby. They could sell the jade and purchase some quality gifts to present to her family. While Qin Ge expressed it this way, his true intention was to scout the situation first, so that their visit would not come as a shock to anyone. A jade ruby? When did you secretly acquire a jade ruby without my knowledge? Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, as she could not recall such an item existing in her household. Could it be that you have learned to hide your savings as well? The thought amused her, prompting a playful retort. No, I had meant to mention it, but I forgot. It has been lying in our chest all along. Qin Ge quickly retrieved the jade and presented it to Yu Linglong. Here it is. How did you not notice it? Upon closer inspection, Yu Linglong was nearly taken aback. This is a jade ruby? You dare call this a jade ruby? This is, in fact, a treasure carried by the original celestial venerable, a token of his enlightenment. What is the matter? Is there something wrong? I sense a faint spiritual energy within this item. If we were to exchange it for spirit stones, it should fetch a handsome price, no? Qin Ge was entirely unconcerned with Yu Linglong's current demeanor. His mind was solely preoccupied with the potential value of the jade ruby. However, after he posed his question, Yu Linglong felt as though her worldview had been turned upside down. Is there truly someone who would exchange such a primordial spiritual treasure for the most inferior spirit stones? It is said that even a pile of all the third-tier spirit stones combined might not be worthy of this jade. In the presence of this jade, all other spirit stones are nothing but worthless scrap. I find it unnecessary. This piece of jade is quite beautiful, and I have a fondness for it. It would be better to keep it at home as an ornament, wouldn't it? Although Yu Linglong was rendered speechless, she made every effort to maintain a facade of composure, concealing her astonishment. To exchange such an innate treasure for currency or spirit stones. In the realms, aside from my husband, I doubt there exists another soul who would comprehend its value. Do not fret, dear wife. I understand you must be reluctant to see me squander money, but on our first visit to your family home, it would be rather embarrassing to arrive empty-handed without some valuable gift. Rest assured, we can part with this jade for now and redeem it later when we possess the means, Qin Ge declared with an air of generosity. Assuming Yu Linglong was merely concerned about her finances. Yu Linglong, however, was increasingly exasperated. It seems I have yet to agree to accompany you back to your family home. Yet, with Qin Ge having voiced his thoughts so candidly, it would appear rather contrived to conjure another excuse. There was no doubt about returning home. After all, my family is your family, and we may visit whenever we please. However, I firmly believe this jade ought not to be sold. After much contemplation, Yu Linglong resolved that she must not allow Qin Ge to undervalue this jade. Indeed, perhaps in Qin Ge's eyes, this jade was merely an ordinary ornament. Given his extensive experience with superior innate treasures that far surpass its quality. Yet, to him, this was a treasure of innate origin, a rarity that he seldom encountered. The thought of parting with it in such a manner caused him distress. To think you cherish this jade so dearly. Qin Ge paused, taken aback by Yu Linglong's unwavering stance, instinctively attributing her determination to a profound affection for the jade. Since you feel this way, why not abandon the idea of selling it altogether and instead consider parting with that gold bracelet? Qin Ge, seeking a compromise, shifted his gaze towards the gold bracelet that hung neglected on the wall, gathering dust. That will not suffice. In my opinion, we need not sell anything. Simply taking along a few vegetables from our garden to showcase would suffice. Yu Linglong watched Qin Ge as he surveyed their possessions, wishing to sell items from their courtyard, and felt a pang of sorrow. Each item, if presented, could captivate the entire realm of cultivation. Yet, in Qin Ge's eyes, they were merely valued for their material worth, reduced to mere jade and gold, stripped of their true significance. Moreover, Yu Linglong recalled that the black cat had voraciously consumed the Qinquan bag previously. Had it not been devoured, it would have served her well. The mere thought of this jade being sold brought her a wave of regret. Is this perhaps a bit impolite? Qin Ge, noticing Yu Linglong's resolute demeanor, hesitated. To return home to meet your family, without even a token gift, bringing only some meager vegetables, would they not mock you or perceive me as lacking in capabilities? Rest assured, my dear husband, my family is exceedingly kind and would never look down upon you. Moreover, your culinary skills are so remarkable that they are bound to adore you. It is a jest. For even if my family were emboldened by the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, they would not dare to mock Qin Ge. Everyone is well aware of the countless ways in which Qin Ge has assisted me. It would be unthinkable to arrive without a gift. Even if he were to come empty-handed, they would still receive him with the utmost respect. Very well, since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall refrain from selling anything and instead bring an abundance of dishes to showcase my culinary artistry. Qin Ge possesses great confidence in his cooking abilities. There is no time like the present, so shall we embark on our journey now? Chapter 156. A visit to the maternal home. Upon hearing Qin Ge's reaction, Yu Linglong was utterly bewildered. He initially intended to placate Qin Ge momentarily before devising a plan, but he never anticipated Qin Ge's eagerness to go at that very moment. Most critically, they were unprepared. Allowing Qin Ge to venture there now would surely expose their previous deceptions. All of Yu Linglong's efforts over the years would be rendered futile. The thought of this filled him with dread, prompting him to wave his hands dismissively. Absolutely not. One cannot simply declare a visit. Why not? After all, your home is my home. Must one select an auspicious day to return? Noticing Yu Linglong's intense reaction, Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, was not Yu Linglong's family his own? What could there possibly be to conceal about a visit to the maternal home? Furthermore, Yu Linglong's response clearly indicated a reluctance to allow him to go. Was there something he was hiding? Realizing that his reaction had left Qin Ge perplexed, Yu Linglong hastened to clarify. It's not that I wish to prevent your visit. On the contrary, you are most welcome, for you are indeed the son-in-law of our family. However, we have a family tradition. The son-in-law must not directly return home on the first visit without proper preparation. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful. This rationale, albeit somewhat contrived, seemed to hold water. Regardless of whether Qin Ge believed it, Yu Linglong felt it was a satisfactory excuse. What disrespect could there be? After all, they had been together for quite some time, and he was indifferent to such formalities. Qin Ge, indeed, did not concern himself with such trivial matters. He believed that regardless of the other party's attitude, it was imperative for him to assert his own stance. That is our family's rule. It is not merely a matter of respect towards you, but also towards our family's traditions. Please be patient for a few days. Besides, there is nothing of utmost urgency. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something you are anxious about? Yu Linglong sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, Qin Ge would not be so eager to undertake a particular task unless it held significant importance for him. What consequences could returning home entail for Qin Ge? Could it be that Qin Ge had already sensed something and was deliberately probing him with such inquiries? No, it is not urgency that drives me. I merely believe that there is no better time than the present. Since you insist, waiting a few days will not pose a problem. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Qin Ge sighed, realizing he may have been a tad too impatient. However, he was reluctant to postpone this matter any longer, thus he pressed further. How long must we wait? When can we go? I have never returned home before, and I am quite curious. Yu Linglong contemplated the situation, recognizing that for Qin Ge to visit, they must first resolve the issues concerning Mount Huoyan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to facilitate his visit in the future. It will likely take around 10 days. I'm not entirely certain of the exact duration. I will inform them first, and we can proceed once they are finished. What do you think? Yu Linglong contemplated this in her heart, and felt that approximately 10 days would suffice for her to conclude matters at Flame Mountain. Thus, she hesitantly provided such an answer. 10 days is quite a lengthy period. I had assumed it could be resolved in 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this response, Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why merely tidying up a home would require such an extensive time frame. Could it be that Yu Linglong's family was some hidden affluent household? Oh, don't worry about that. We simply want to ensure that when you come over, you are in good spirits and everyone is cheerful. Since there is no pressing matter, we can afford to wait. Initially, Qin Ge had some reservations, but upon seeing Yu Linglong's sincere expression, he refrained from voicing further concerns. He truly wished to visit, and it seemed that Yu Linglong's family indeed had certain standards, which he, as a prospective son-in-law, ought not to disrupt. Most importantly, such an attitude from the other party indicated that they held him in high regard. This, too, was a piece of good news. Then I shall return and inform them. How about I come to fetch you after 10 days? Observing Qin Ge's readiness to agree, Yu Linglong quickly thought to return and notify everyone, deliberating on what course of action to take. Although Qin Ge felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized that this was Yu Linglong's family's custom and thus refrained from further comments. Watching Yu Linglong depart on her sword, Qin Ge felt a pang of envy. He wondered when he would learn to fly on a sword as well. Such a splendid mode of travel was truly something he deserved. Yet he lamented that although his abilities had improved, he lacked a suitable sword. With this thought, Qin Ge instinctively glanced towards the nearby woodpile, spotting the sword he had always used for chopping firewood. This sword had seen many years. It had once been a gift from his brother-in-law before he married his wife. Surprisingly, after all these years, it remained sharp, proving to be quite a decent sword. Were others to overhear Qin Ge's appraisal, they would likely be infuriated. A magnificent innate spiritual treasure, a supreme sort of Confucianism and Taoism. To him, it was merely a reasonably good sword, one that was convenient for chopping wood. Yet, even if Yu Linglong were nearby, she would have likely grown accustomed to it. After all, in Qin Ge's eyes, nothing was truly a treasure. No matter how exceptional a magical artifact might be, it could scarcely compare to the worth of a piece of gold in the mundane world. However, as Qin Ge reflected on this, a fleeting sadness washed over him. Although his strength was advancing swiftly, he had scarcely mastered the necessary spells. Aside from the initial earth-escaping technique he had grasped, he had not comprehended any of the more profound spells. Now, apart from having a solid understanding of the earth-escaping technique, he could only manage a few of the most basic spells, which he could apply to a limited extent. The art of earth evasion has proven to be quite sufficient for Qin Ge. After all, in most circumstances, he harbors no desire to engage in combat. His primary objective is simply to escape swiftly and preserve his life. The technique of earth evasion stands as his paramount choice, without exception. Furthermore, through diligent practice over the recent period, he has attained a profound mastery of this skill, no longer finding himself inadvertently transported to unknown locations as he did in the beginning. Over the years, Qin Ge has not remained idle, continually honing his abilities in silence. Chapter 157. The Art of Earthly Escape. Essentially, one can successfully employ the art of earthly escape to reach any desired location, significantly enhancing one's chances of survival. However, the absence of a woman in the household is indeed a considerable drawback. Not long after Yu Linglong departed, Qin Ge unmistakably felt a sense of emptiness and boredom enveloping him. The courtyard, which usually felt quite spacious, now seemed rather desolate. Li Nu, do you think it would be too challenging for me to master the sword technique given my talent? In his ennui, Qin Ge finally directed his gaze towards the black cat basking in the sun nearby. He perceived that, aside from the black cat, which he believed could barely comprehend his words, the other creatures around him were merely dull-witted beings. Particularly the rooster and the monkey, one could easily deem them too foolish even for a zoo. Of course, Qin Ge regarded Zhu Ganglai with utter disdain, considering the pig merely a future feast. Meow meow. Upon uttering this thought, he observed the black cat, which had been sunbathing, suddenly leap up as if struck by lightning, wildly shaking its head as if it had heard something alarming. Come on, can you refrain from such discouragement? I will be your master in due time. Besides, I have cultivated to this level in just a few short years. Does that not reflect extraordinary talent? If you continue to belittle me, you lack any sense of fairness. To his surprise, the black cat's reaction left him utterly speechless. Were it not for the concern that the cat might not withstand a kick, Qin Ge would have impulsively sent it flying. The black cat, witnessing Qin Ge's reaction, chose to remain silent and crouched there, though its mind was fervently shaking its head in disapproval. Please, could you cease uttering such nonsensical remarks? Have you truly forgotten who accompanied you through mountains and valleys, enduring one harrowing experience after another to return home safely? The black cat vividly recalled that Qin Ge had taken it underground 10 times, with 9 of those instances leading them to bizarre places. The deep forests, ancient tombs, and even swamps were not the most terrifying. The most alarming occurrence was when they had materialized directly in the mouth of a dragon. Had it not been for Qin Ge's quick reflexes, they would have been reduced to mere bones. The black cat had no desire to relive such harrowing encounters. Therefore, it was resolute in opposing Qin Ge's undertaking of such perilous activities. After all, last time was merely an earth escape, this time with the sword. A single misstep could prove fatal. The black cat still yearned for years of life ahead and had no intention of meeting its end at the hands of Qin Ge's sword. Yet, it seemed that its protests had fallen on deaf ears, for Qin Ge disregarded its warnings and directly picked up the sword from the nearby pile of firewood. It is not my assertion that this sword, having endured the ravages of time without care, remains remarkably sharp even after years of exposure to the elements. This may indicate that it is forged from some extraordinary material. In a couple of days, I shall seek out a knowledgeable individual to discern the true nature of its composition. Qin Ge examined the sword closely, musing aloud that, in his understanding, not even pure iron, or stainless steel for that matter, could possess such remarkable durability. The black cat, overhearing this, could only let out a bemused meow. Could it be possible that this sword is indeed crafted from pure iron, specifically the mystical iron from the feet of Pangu at the dawn of creation? A thorough search throughout the 3 realms would likely yield no second or of its kind. Furthermore, this sword has been imbued with divine power. How could it possibly be affected by mere exposure to the sun and wind of the mortal realm? Qin Ge devoted his full attention to the sword, oblivious to the black cat's incredulous gaze. Following the instructions he had read, he concentrated deeply, channeling all the divine energy within him into the sword. To his astonishment, the sword began to levitate, trembling slightly as it floated in midair. Though a bit unsteady, it was undeniably airborne. Goodness, it's surprisingly simple, yet it seems rather precarious. Qin Ge concluded. He realized that should he stand upon this sword, it would undoubtedly crash to the ground. Hence, he needed to find something lighter to assist him in standing upon it. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze finally fell upon the black cat, who was stealthily preparing to flee. Well then, after nurturing you all this time, it is time for you to assist me, Qin Ge declared. The black cat, bemused yet exasperated, could only think of a myriad of frustrations. After years of companionship, was he now to be coerced into flying on a sword? It was not that the black cat lacked faith in Qin Ge. Rather, the sword appeared to be rather fragile. Even a pitiful turtle placed upon it by the pond would likely cause it to buckle. Contemplating this, the black cat hesitated, retreating a couple of steps instead of bravely stepping forward. A glance at his surroundings revealed that if he took just 10 more steps back, he could escape this terrifying courtyard. Do not retreat any further, for should you take another step back, I will feast upon feline flesh tonight. Qin Ge perceptively cut off the cat's retreat with a single phrase. Moreover, after all these years of shared trials and tribulations, countless hunts, and shared feasts, was it truly so arduous to merely allow you to try a new spell I have learned? Seeing that a forceful approach was futile, Qin Ge resorted to an appeal to their bond. He understood that capturing the black cat by force would be a daunting task. The only way forward was to coax him willingly, for otherwise, he could run for eternity without even brushing against a single hair of the cat's coat. Damn it. You all are merely spectating, aren't you? As Qin Ge resolutely decides to find someone to test her resolve today, the black cat finds itself at a loss and can only cast its gaze upon the nearby, hilariously amused Meng Yu Hen. I believe you are far more suited for this than I. You should hasten and take my place. A calamity descends upon one while they sit comfortably at home. Meng Yu Hen awkwardly glanced at the sword, instinctively taking a step back, unable to muster a smile any longer. Master Cat, I believe this might not be quite appropriate, right? Chapter 158. Nothing inappropriate. What is inappropriate about this? You weigh less than I do. And you possess wings of your own. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, you could simply fly down, which is certainly a far superior option compared to my predicament. The black cat, feeling a sense of relief, had finally found someone to shoulder the blame. He had concocted 1,000 justifications for the Daylight Star Lord to take his place. It was not so much a doubt in his master's abilities, but rather the realization that while I may have wings, I am unable to take flight. Should anything truly go awry, my current level of cultivation is hardly sufficient. If I were to fall, I would likely end up like a lifeless bird. The Daylight Star Lord could no longer muster a smile, and had begun to seriously suspect that the black cat's actions were motivated by a desire for chicken soup, intentionally placing him in harm's way. Had he known the two would shift the blame onto him, he would have certainly kept his distance, avoiding this spectacle altogether. In his despair, the Daylight Star Lord thought to himself. However, despite his protests, the black cat had made up his mind. Come what may, he would not be the unfortunate subject of this experiment. With a ready scapegoat at hand, why not take advantage of the situation? With this resolution, the black cat ceased to heed the other's incessant chatter and instead leapt, forcibly bringing him before Qin Ge. He shook his head as if to present his offering. Initially taken aback, Qin Ge soon realized the situation at hand. The black cat had procured an excellent specimen for their experiment. Meanwhile, the previously chuckling monkey had scampered up a tree, finding a leaf to conceal himself. As for the turtle, lighter in weight than the Daylight Star Lord, it had long since submerged itself in the pond, eager to avoid detection. Indeed, it appears you comprehend my words. Now, bring me that rooster. Not only does it weigh less than you, but it also has wings. Even if it were to fall, it need not succumb to fatality. Qin Ge was thrilled, impressed by the black cat's cleverness. And even if it did perish, we could enjoy chicken soup for dinner. It settled then. Upon hearing this string of arrangements, the Daylight Star Lord felt utterly bewildered. It turned out that while he had been laughing alongside the pair, he was to be the ultimate victim. Just moments ago, he had foolishly mocked them, only to find himself the jester in this unfolding farce. As he deeply contemplated his actions, Qin Ge had already retrieved a rope, binding the Daylight Star Lord's claws to the sword. Listen here, great rooster. Do not blame me for binding you. Should you take flight later, I would be powerless to stop you. Moreover, while I have tied your claws, your wings remain free. If anything happens, just soar up and return with this sword, all right? Qin Ge rambled on as he worked, leaving the Daylight Star Lord utterly bereft of tears. I truly thank you. Everything is ready. We are merely awaiting the favorable wind. After completing all the tasks with great excitement, I rubbed my hands together, preparing to cast my spell. The black cat beside me meowed sympathetically a few times, seemingly trying to comfort the trembling Lord of the Dawn, who was quaking with fear. Shall we commence? However, Li Nu, could you first clear the feathers from your mouth? It's rather off-putting. A glance revealed that the black cat's mouth was stuffed with feathers, not to mention the clumps that clung to its body. It appeared that the rooster had put up quite a struggle earlier. Alas, no matter how much it fought, the outcome remained unchanged. Do not look at me with such sorrowful eyes. Can you not extend a modicum of trust towards me? Trust is the foundation of our master-servant relationship. Qin Ge observed the Lord of the Dawn and launched into a lengthy discourse on the virtues of trust. And do you truly believe I would harm you? If I genuinely desired chicken soup, why would I seek such an excuse? I could simply brew it directly, with an abundance of scallions. No, that is not my intention. I find your presence somewhat useful. For instance, today you serve as an excellent test subject. So, have a bit of faith in me. Should the experiment succeed, I shall possess yet another skill. Would that not bring you joy? This lengthy monologue left the Lord of the Dawn feeling dizzy, nearly wishing to dash his head against the wall. His claws were tightly bound to the sword, rendering him immobile, fearful that even the slightest movement might disrupt the sword's imminent flight. Glancing at the black cat's gleeful expression made the Lord of the Dawn yearn to leap down and dragged the black cat along with him into oblivion. After all, it was his master who had chosen you instead of me. The rationale for my selection was merely my wings. Did anyone consider that while I possess wings, I am but a rooster, incapable of bearing my own weight, let alone the burden of such a heavy sword? Is this not pure revenge? At that moment, the sword had transformed into a colossal blade, measuring 10 feet in length and 5 feet in width. Logically, if the Lord of the Dawn performed adequately and Qin Ge executed his part, there was no reason for him to fall. Everyone witnessed this moment of miracle. The sword shall soar, Qin Ge declared with unwavering confidence. Having previously succeeded in lifting the sword, he was certain he could do so again. With eyes closed, he silently recited his incantation. At that moment, it seemed as though the sword had manifested within his mind, allowing him to control its movement through sheer will. Rise, he uttered softly, and indeed, the sword responded. With a resounding whoosh, the sword shot out of the courtyard with incredible speed, disappearing from sight. Although the sword had been cast forth, something plummeted heavily from the air, landing silently behind the pile of firewood. What could it be? Li knew. Go and see what has fallen. The object descended with such swiftness that none could discern what it was. It was only when the black cat circled around that they discovered the fallen entity was none other than the esteemed Lord of the Rising Sun, who had just moments ago been bound to the sword. For reasons unknown, although the sword had been propelled, the Lord of the Rising Sun had tumbled down instead. Chapter 159. Misfortune, are you all right, little chick? Observing his unfortunate state, the black cat found it amusing, yet could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, should he truly sustain any grievous injury, the tasks ahead would multiply. It would not only involve educating the monkey, but also catching the pests in the vegetable garden. No, nothing serious. After a considerable pause, a weak voice emerged. The god of the morning star genuinely felt like weeping. The moment the sword had been launched, he felt as if he were plummeting from the heavens. Helpless, he flapped his wings desperately, yet they offered no assistance. He could only succumb to the inevitable thud, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He had narrowly escaped a fatal fall. The thought of a dignified deity being so clumsily dispatched would surely incite laughter from countless souls if it were to spread. I can't take it anymore. I feel like my brain has turned to mush after that fall. Cat, if it comes to that, let us consider another candidate. I believe the monkey would be an excellent choice. Why must it be me? Seeing that despite the severe tumble, the god of the morning star still sought to shift the blame onto the monkey, the black cat felt a wave of relief. It seemed that although the fall was painful, at least he had not lost his wits. Come now, had you not possessed wings, you might have met a more dire fate. If the monkey were to take your place, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh at this moment. We all coexist. Why must you be so malicious? Goodness, I haven't even spoken and already bear the weight of such a malevolent label? Furthermore, you should consider it a grand fortune to aid your master in acquiring new skills. Countless souls yearn for such an opportunity, yet here I am, graciously offering it to you, and you refuse? Put forth your utmost effort. Who knows how greatly it may benefit your cultivation. This statement was not entirely unfounded. It held a degree of truth. The black cat's words, while intended to console, were rooted in reality. Yet at this moment, irrespective of any factual basis, the god of the morning star wished to relinquish his role as the scapegoat. This is pure torment. To hear you speak of it as a grand opportunity, does your conscience not ache as you utter such words? If only I could best you. You would be the one standing here bearing this burden. However, before he could further vent his frustrations internally, the sword was summoned back by Qin Ge and securely reattached. How peculiar. It is already bound, yet it still falls. Let me consult the tome and see what it advises. Demonstrating remarkable humility, Qin Ge refrained from hastily proceeding and instead diligently perused the relevant sections of the book. After a lengthy examination, enlightenment struck him, and he slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed, it becomes evident that during flight, one encounters immense resistance. Without establishing a temporal and spatial barrier upon this sword, any individual or object upon it would be forcefully cast down by the overwhelming drag, rendering bindings futile. This implies that had either the black cat or Qin Ge himself been secured to the sword, the outcome would have been singular. They would have been mercilessly thrust downwards by the resistance. However, they might not have been as fortunate as the revered god of the rooster. It is prudent to conduct a preliminary experiment. Had I ascended directly, would you not now find yourselves as homeless strays? Imagine mealtime without anyone to procure sustenance for you. Inevitably, you would face starvation. This consideration is for the collective good. With such thoughts, Qin Ge felt a pang of trepidation and gently patted the black cat's head. Fortunately, the black cat, displaying its cleverness, swiftly identified a more suitable subject for the trial. Had I earlier placed a black-haired creature upon my shoulder, it is likely the black cat would have met a dire fate. After all, it has been my companion for several years. If it were to perish, I would bear a heavy burden of guilt. Thankfully, you are astute. Otherwise, it would have been you tumbling down. The god of the rooster, displaying an expression of indignation, clearly anticipated another fall, mentally preparing for a repeat of the previous calamity. However, the situation has changed. I have now fully comprehended the principles of sword flight. The rooster has already undergone a trial, and it seems somewhat inappropriate to keep subjecting it to such tests. Perhaps it is your turn now? Initially, the black cat breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Qin Ge's abrupt shift, it nearly fainted from shock. So, all that effort was futile, and it was still bound for the same fate. The monkey, previously hiding in the tree without daring to breathe, could no longer contain itself and erupted into laughter. In its exuberance, it lost its grip and fell directly in front of several individuals. Embarrassed, it glanced at their predatory stares and gradually backed away. But its movements were decidedly belated. At that moment, the black cat had already ignited the flames of vengeance upon it. Meow. The monkey, being somewhat hefty, was beyond the black cat's capacity to lift, so it clamped onto the monkey's tail and forcefully dragged it before Qin Ge. Then, it meowed 3 times towards him. To my astonishment, I had presumed that the 3 of you seldom communicated or had a strained relationship. Yet, witnessing your willingness to endure hardships together, I am deeply moved. Seeing the black cat prepare to ascend, you seem eager to leap down and substitute for it in flight? Qin Ge was profoundly touched, having been swept away by the narrative woven within his mind. In his whimsical narrative, although the 3 pets do not frequently interact, they share a profound bond, akin to that of brothers. Now, witnessing the black cat preparing to soar into the sky, the monkey, anxious for his friend's safety, impulsively leaps forward, eager to accompany the black cat. Yet, the black cat, unwilling to let his companion face the trials alone, steps forward, insisting that they embark on this journey together. Such a heartfelt display of camaraderie truly moves me. It is astonishing to realize that even animals possess such deep-seated affection. Indeed, they reflect the love and care I have bestowed upon them. Chapter 160. The 3 unfortunate souls. Upon hearing this explanation, the black cat was taken aback, shaking its head and retreating with distressed meows. Its intention was to allow the monkey to ascend alone, as it had no desire to accompany this ill-fated creature. The presence of another individual only amplified the peril. It was a risk it was unwilling to bear. Moreover, you 3 have truly touched my heart. You must understand that your weights, in comparison to mine, are negligible, so your voluntary decision to ascend together to simulate my weight provides an extra assurance for my flight. I never anticipated your concern for me. It seems my affection for you has not been in vain. Qin Ge's lengthy discourse left the 3 animals utterly dumbfounded, immobilized in a state of shock. Internally, Qin Ge felt a surge of sweetness. He had initially believed that his pets were mere ordinary creatures, yet they proved to be embodiments of loyalty and righteousness. This situation indeed highlighted his oversight. He had failed to adequately simulate his own weight. After all, whether it was the rooster, the black cat, or the monkey, they were all significantly lighter than himself. This sword might bear the weight of one of them, but it could not necessarily withstand his own. Should he, like the rooster, tumble from the sword, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. He could not simply stand by and witness his own demise. However, the combined weight of the 3 was a different matter. Collectively, they would surpass his own weight. If the sword could support them, then it should surely accommodate him as well. At that moment, the black cat was anxiously pacing, wishing to deliver a sharp slap to Qin Ge's face to rouse him from his stupor. Are you all right? You truly are fine, aren't you? If you are, then you should just enjoy your plums and stop dragging me into this mess. There were times when the black cat pondered how it could endure the incessant ramblings and self-indulgence of this man, had he not been its master. I instructed you to use the monkey as a test subject, not to imply that we 3 should embark together towards our demise. Why do you consistently misinterpret my words so precisely and construct a narrative that is deeply moving yet entirely unfounded? The monkey, aware of Qin Ge's intentions and recognizing that the situation had reached a point of no return, understood that further objections would not alter Qin Ge's resolve. Thus, it brazenly leaped onto the sword, casting a challenging glance at the thoroughly bewildered black cat beside it. You wished to harm me, and now look where we are. You've ensnared yourself as well. Serves you right. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. None shall escape unscathed. See how courageous the monkey is. Do you not perceive how well he comprehends my thoughts? He has faith in me. Qin Ge was deeply moved, gesturing towards the sword, urging the black cat to ascend. Everyone is prepared. You are the last one needed. Hurry up, or I shall be compelled to take more drastic measures. The black cat, gritting its teeth in frustration for what felt like an eternity, ultimately had no choice but to reluctantly ascend the sword. After evading for such an extended period, it is surprising that he could not escape such a fate. Otherwise, he could have simply stood atop from the very beginning, allowing the resistance to thwart him and meet his demise. This would have assured your enthusiasm, and I would have felt more at ease. Qin Ge felt an immense sense of gratification, unexpectedly realizing that his companions were so responsible. Ascend with the sword, he intoned, and the sword rose steadily, gliding forward at a smooth pace. Having practiced numerous times and made several improvements, Qin Ge had truly mastered the art of sword control. This time, he had thoughtfully established a spatial barrier, ensuring that the three aboard felt no air resistance, instead experiencing a remarkable sense of stability. Moreover, Qin Ge could distinctly sense a deeper connection with the sword, obediently responding to his every thought, allowing him to direct it wherever he wished. How simple the art of sword control is. Had I known earlier, I would have practiced sooner, avoiding the need to walk every time I ventured out. Qin Ge chuckled to himself, recalling how Yu Linglong had mentioned the simplicity of the technique and encouraged him to practice. However, haunted by the shadow of his previous experience with the earth escape technique, he had hesitated to try. Now, after this brief attempt, he discovered it to be quite easy. Thus, in his joy, he made the sword soar in circles once more. Upon landing, the three companions were barely able to stand, their legs thoroughly weakened. To be frank, even in the presence of a sage, they had never felt such fear. Just moments ago, they had been entirely unprotected, soaring through the sky at an immense altitude. A slight miscalculation could have led to their obliteration. Furthermore, beneath them was the renowned supreme sword, razor-sharp. Even the slightest deviation could leave them with an indelible scar. How was that? Did you find today's flight exhilarating? Qin Ge reveled in his newfound talent, having swiftly mastered the sword technique. It seemed he would similarly grasp other spells with equal finesse. Now that you all have experienced it without issue, I too shall test its capabilities. With that thought, Qin Ge could no longer contain his excitement. Having witnessed their flight, he felt envious and leaped onto the sword, swiftly pulling the three who had just regained their footing aboard. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, he recited the incantation, and the sword shot into the sky like a meteor. Finally, after waiting for years, an opportunity had arrived. Throughout that time, Zhu Ganglai had been quietly observing them, confident in his own weight and stature, knowing they would never subject him to such an experiment. As he gazed upon the now desolate courtyard, devoid of any presence to impose restraint upon him, Zhu Ganglai felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. After years of waiting, he had finally encountered an opportunity. If not now, when? Should he wait for their return to flee? Such a notion was utterly fantastical, an impossibility. After all, this moment was indeed a rare chance, one that might never arise again. For it was inconceivable that there would be no guardian in the courtyard at any other time. Chapter 161, The Escape Land. O land! Exclaimed Zhu Ganglai, unable to contain his impatience. He struck the ground with his hooves, summoning the deity of the land. I'm here. In a swirl of azure smoke, the land deity emerged, bowing respectfully before Zhu Ganglai. What is your command, esteemed one? Zhu Ganglai was about to speak when he realized, to his astonishment, that the land deity had remarkably advanced to the realm of a quasi-saint. Wait a moment, how have you progressed so swiftly? This revelation left Zhu Ganglai dumbfounded. For while the land deity was indeed a celestial being, he was traditionally the least powerful and held the lowest status among the deities. Now, with even a mere land deity achieving such a level, how would the other celestial beings react? It was certainly due to the blessings of his master and the protection of the venerable black cat that he had fortuitously reached this level. Although the land deity's power had increased, his demeanor remained unchanged, always mindful of his station. Thus, when conversing with the former Marshal Tianpeng, he exhibited not a trace of disrespect. The black cat? Zhu Ganglai was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, the land deity burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is the black cat who has looked after me so well that my strength has surged. However, if memory serves me right, the cat has also cared for you. And he mentioned that whenever you attain sainthood, you shall be ready for the pot. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai felt an overwhelming desire to end it all. Yet, his disciple remained oblivious to his expression and continued with enthusiasm. I truly envy you. For me, my current level is the pinnacle of my abilities, and I harbor no further aspirations. But you, on the other hand, still have room for growth, which fills this old man with envy. Damn it! Zhu Ganglai felt the urge to curse. To be consumed after achieving sainthood, was that something to be envious of? What did sainthood matter? It merely meant he would taste better when cooked. Enough, enough. Spare me your words. I have no desire to hear more. Zhu Ganglai was suffocating with frustration, unable to vent, and merely waved his hooves. Open this door for me, quickly. He had come to a clear realization. If he remained here, his fate would be to be devoured after attaining sainthood. However, if he could successfully escape today, with his current strength, he could thrive in the heavenly realm. He would embellish his experiences when reporting to the Jade Emperor, who, out of sympathy, might even grant him a promotion. Zhu Ganglai had meticulously charted his path in life. Everything was in place, save for one person to unlock the door to his pen. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Unexpectedly, the land deity shook his head repeatedly. Disbelief etched on his face. What do you mean by that? Do you dare to defy my command? Zhu Ganglai, feeling a surge of impatience and frustration, asserted his authority. Although he was merely the marshal of the heavenly canopy, the local deity's status was indeed inferior, and under normal circumstances, he should comply. I recognize your position as the marshal of the heavenly canopy, yet in the celestial realm, you are merely the marshal of dreaming. Here, you are nothing more than livestock. If I were to release you, it would indeed be contrary to reason. Enough of your nonsensical chatter. You understand my intent. Today, simply open this door, and upon my return to report to the Jade Emperor, I shall advocate for your promotion. As Zhu Ganglai observed the local deity's reluctance to comply, his frustration escalated. Time was of the essence, and if he did not act swiftly, the opportunity might slip away. After much contemplation, he decided to entice the local deity with grand promises. In truth, he was quite content with his current situation. While not a divine being, overseeing the mountains and waters in the vicinity was rather intriguing. Most importantly, it allowed him to engage with the Cat Lord, significantly enhancing his own abilities. The local deity, oblivious to Zhu Ganglai's expression, continued to ramble on, lost in his own dreams. In just a few short years, I have already reached the threshold of sanctity. If I continue on this path for another decade or two, becoming a saint shall be within my grasp. There was indeed some merit to the local deity's words, given the current momentum. Achieving sanctity within just a few years was conceivable. Zhu Ganglai was well aware of this, yet his primary concern was the preservation of his own life. Open the door at once. I can take you back to the heavens where you can become a deity. What is the point of lingering in the mortal realm? There are many beautiful maidens in the heavens. I could arrange for you to meet several. I truly fail to understand why you are so eager to depart. Marshal of the heavenly canopy. Surely, if you remain here, you too will ascend to sanctity in due time. Would it not be better for us to achieve this together? The local deity's words nearly provoked laughter from Zhu Ganglai. Sanctity, sanctity, why is that all that occupies your thoughts? Do you think I do not desire it? Of course, I do. However, should I stay any longer, I would merely become a feast of swine. You may achieve sanctity and become a sage, but I would merely become leftover pork. Can you not be more realistic? You are but a minor local deity. How many exist like you in the three realms? Why should you alone be destined for sanctity? Can you not see clearly? This remark bordered on personal attack, yet the local deity remained unperturbed. To speak candidly, I initially held a similar perception of Marshal Tianpeng. I did not harbor any expectations. However, during this period, I have observed that, despite not engaging in deliberate cultivation, my skills have remarkably advanced. I sense that, given the current circumstances, I might indeed have a promising opportunity to strive for sainthood. At this juncture, the land spirit once again directed its ire towards Zhu Ganglai. You should remain within and focus on your cultivation. When you attain sainthood, nothing will be able to restrain you, and you can depart at will. With that, the land spirit turned to leave. I cannot achieve sainthood. Chapter 162. A missed opportunity surely. I cannot attain sanctity. You are well aware of this. The master has proclaimed that once I achieve sainthood, I shall be consumed by him. In a fit of desperation, I implore you to open the door, treating this as a plea for your favor, which I shall undoubtedly repay. Are you jesting? If you were truly to become a sage, how many in the three realms would dare to insult you, let alone entertain the notion of devouring you? The land deity gestured dismissively, advising me to focus on my cultivation. A sage is immortal and indestructible. Your concerns are utterly unfounded. With that, the disciple vanished in an instant, as though he had never been present. What the hell, don't go. The pig, in utter bewilderment, began to wail frantically. Deity of the land, let us converse amiably. Whatever you seek, I can provide. Return, and let us discuss. He recognized that this opportunity was indeed rare. Should he fail to seize it now, he would likely never encounter such a splendid chance again. While the pig lamented in vain, A group of celestial beings in the heavenly court gathered around a mirror, captivated by its spectacle. This mirror appeared remarkably similar to the sky-gazing mirror, both being exquisite treasures. These individuals were disciples of the Intercept School, and upon learning that the sky-gazing mirror had been bestowed upon Qin Ge, they had been given the yin-yang mirror as a mere formality. Though the yin-yang mirror lacked the value of the sky-gazing mirror, its fundamental purpose was akin. They could view any situation through its surface at will. At this moment, all were engrossed in observing the happenings across Flame Mountain. Meanwhile, Yulinglong was discussing Qin Ge's impending visit to her family. Hey, doesn't that person look remarkably familiar? Suddenly, one individual exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the mirror. A glimmer flashed across its surface, and when the light dissipated, a face familiar to all emerged. Brother-in-law? The one who first noticed was about to speak when he realized that the image depicted not just Qin Ge, but also a cat and a rooster cradled in his arms, with a monkey following comically behind him. What is going on? Is this a joke? This combination is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Despite their confusion, laughter erupted among them, for Qin Ge's current appearance was indeed rather amusing. They were equally astonished to discover that he had arrived riding a sword. What has transpired? How is it that he, who just moments ago was called brother-in-law, has now arrived at Flame Mountain? Has he uncovered something? Surely not. Yulinglong, too, noted that when he left, Qin Ge had no intention of departing, nor was he capable of flying on a sword. I tell you, he is an exceedingly reclusive individual, one who would avoid venturing out at all costs. Today, however, he has emerged from his sanctuary and traveled such a distance. Something significant must be afoot. Yulinglong conducted an analysis that resonated with many. Her insights were not without merit, for it was known that Qin Ge typically refrained from venturing outside, only doing so out of necessity for hunting or procuring essential supplies. Are you certain this is indeed the brother-in-law himself? I find it hard to believe, especially considering when did he acquire the ability of sword flight? Some expressed skepticism, for in their understanding, Qin Ge had yet to master such a spell. Even Yulinglong had never witnessed him soaring through the skies on a sword. What is most significant is not merely that Qin Ge has acquired this spell, but rather the peculiar image he presents. Although they were uncertain of Qin Ge's current cultivation level, it seemed he must be nearing the threshold of sword flight. Yet, his current appearance left everyone astonished. Cradling a cat and a rooster, accompanied by a monkey, it was fortunate they had previously witnessed the epic clash between the monkey and the rooster. Otherwise, they might have deemed them ordinary livestock. How could there be any mistake? Do not underestimate this mirror. It cannot be compared to the heavenly gaze mirror. Yulinglong shook her head, her thoughts tumultuous. The origins of the yin-yang treasure mirror remained a mystery to most. Yet she understood its value far surpassed that of the heavenly gaze mirror. The latter could err, but this mirror would not. So what exactly is this brother-in-law doing? His actions are certainly hindering our progress. Upon hearing Yulinglong's account, the group prepared to address the matter at Flame Mountain, only to find that Qin Ge had arrived ahead of them. They could not brazenly approach him to acknowledge their kinship beforehand. While they had heard tales of Qin Ge's remarkable predictions and astute calculations, possessing knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, they still harbored doubts regarding his strength. After all, what prowess could one possess who had only just begun to master the art of sword flight? It was not that they looked down upon him. Rather, they were merely concerned for his safety. How should I know? He did not inform me of his departure either. Not only were the others bewildered, but even Yulinglong found herself perplexed. This morning, when he set out, Qin Ge appeared utterly bored, seemingly at a loss for what to do. It was surprising that within just a few hours, he had found new diversions. Yet, what could be his purpose for arriving at Flame Mountain? Why bring along so many fowl? Unless Qin Ge intends to personally confront the minions of the Buddhist sect? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Yulinglong quickly shook her head, firmly dismissing it. It is inconceivable that, while certainly aligned with our cause, Qin Ge would need to take matters into his own hands against these individuals. From Qin Ge's perspective, these individuals were merely a swarm of ants. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yulinglong held this sentiment, and concurrently, those around her shared a similar realization. They silently pondered whether Qin Ge would finally take it upon himself to confront the figures of the Buddhist sect. Yet, almost in unison, they dismissed this notion, recognizing its inherent absurdity. Chapter 163. What should we do? Moreover, even if Qin Ge has truly reached a breaking point and feels compelled to take matters into his own hands, there exists no substantial justification for such actions. Recently, there has been no eruption of conflict between them. The atmosphere has remained remarkably tranquil, leaving Qin Ge with no genuine reason to resort to aggression. Thus, after much contemplation, they find themselves devoid of any rationale. However, despite their confusion, they dare not act recklessly. For should they follow through with their plan, akin to a raging inferno, they would inevitably have to confront the formidable figures of the Buddhist sect nearby. Such a scene would undoubtedly be witnessed by Qin Ge, who is present there. When, in a few days, Qin Ge accompanies Yu Linglong to her family home to meet with him, how would they explain their identities? This would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Qin Ge's mind. He is astute enough that if he connects the dots of the preceding events, he could expose the lies they have painstakingly constructed over the years, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, if they are concealing such significant matters, it is certain that Qin Ge's trust in Yu Linglong would diminish upon discovering the truth. All these factors present a situation fraught with peril and devoid of benefit. So, what should we do now? Sister, we shall heed your counsel. They pondered further, even if they were not afraid of Qin Ge recognizing them. Venturing forth now would inevitably ignite a catastrophic confrontation between the two parties. Not to mention, what if they inadvertently harmed Qin Ge? It is essential to recognize that, at present, the entire Jiejiao comprises numerous quasi-saints, indeed, dozens. What does this quantity signify? It implies that even at the height of their former glory, such a multitude of quasi-saints could never have been assembled simultaneously. They are acutely aware that individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare within Jiejiao. Historically, having 5 or 6 at once was already remarkable. The current emergence of so many is intricately linked to Qin Ge, although he remains oblivious to this fact. The reason they can manifest so many quasi-saints at once is due to Qin Ge frequently sending Yu Linglong to her family home for various fruits and vegetables. These vegetables, imbued with fragments of the Dao, serve as excellent catalysts for their cultivation. While Qin Ge may not fully grasp the profound repercussions of his actions, they are all cognizant of their gratitude. Thus, each individual who has consumed, or even merely encountered those vegetables silently acknowledges Qin Ge's benevolence. Yet, even with their deep appreciation, if pressed for a form of repayment, they find themselves at a loss. What could they possibly offer in return? He has simply bestowed upon them surplus vegetables. Yet this gesture has brought them immeasurable benefits. No matter their efforts, they cannot provide a recompense that would truly satisfy him. They are acutely aware that this represents the chasm between them. Therefore, they can only carry a heart full of gratitude, striving to please Qin Ge in every possible endeavor. Thus, in light of recent events, one must tread carefully, lest one inadvertently causes harm to Qin Ge. Should any injury befall Qin Ge, they would undoubtedly feel compelled to atone with their own lives. Yu Linglong observed their indecision, pondering how best to navigate the situation. He reflected on Qin Ge's tendency to communicate indirectly, often leaving him to decipher the true meaning behind his words. This led Yu Linglong to recall the last conversation he had with Qin Ge before departing, pondering its implications. After much contemplation, it struck him that Qin Ge had previously mentioned selling 2 treasured possessions from his household to procure gifts intended to please Yu Linglong's family. Despite Yu Linglong's fervent objections, Qin Ge insisted that a respectable gift was essential for his first meeting with Yu Linglong's relatives. It was only when Yu Linglong adamantly refused that Qin Ge reconsidered. Could it be that Qin Ge, perceiving Yu Linglong's reluctance to part with his treasures, sought to repay Yu Linglong's family in a different manner? This line of thought illuminated Yu Linglong's understanding of why Qin Ge had left Shirtu Ridge, bringing his pet to Mount Huiyan. Qin Ge did not intend to confront the monks directly, as they were unworthy of his attention. His true purpose in coming here was to assist the Bull Demon King in overcoming a significant tribulation. This act of support would be invaluable for the Bull Demon King and a considerable gift for the entire Jie sect. Moved by this realization, Yu Linglong felt a swell of emotion, recognizing how thoughtfully Qin Ge had planned everything to alleviate his worries, even refraining from discussing it with him. Yet, as he contemplated this, doubts crept in. Despite having sealed away many of his memories, why would Qin Ge engage in such actions now? Was it possible that he had not truly sealed his memories, but rather was deceiving himself? However, if he had not sealed his memories, how could one explain his prior behavior? Pondering this conundrum left Yu Linglong with a headache, and he found himself at a loss regarding Qin Ge's true state. He shook his head, deciding it best not to dwell further on the matter. After all, whether Qin Ge was feigning ignorance or genuinely confused, fundamentally, it was all for Yu Linglong's benefit. Throughout the years, Qin Ge had never committed any act that would bring Yu Linglong sorrow or disadvantage. Everything Qin Ge has done is for himself and for the greater good of the entire Jiejiao. Yu Linglong has undoubtedly witnessed Qin Ge's sacrifices and endeavors, and she now feels a wave of regret for her momentary doubts about him. After all, with a being of Qin Ge's caliber, If he truly harbored any malevolent intentions, there would be no need for him to feign such elaborate performances for an extended period. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the entire Jiejiao. Chapter 164. The tribulation. Previously, Qin Ge had mentioned to me that when he came to meet you all, it was essential to prepare some gifts for everyone. I felt this was rather inappropriate, as we had already received so many favors from him. Accepting gifts would simply be unseemly. Thus, I firmly declined his suggestion. However, it now appears that Qin Ge's intentions were to assist Xiao Niu in overcoming his tribulations, thereby expressing his goodwill through these gifts. After contemplating this matter, Yu Linglong, observing the puzzled expressions of the others, decided to share this information with the group. Yet, have you truly considered where to bring the brother-in-law? The group sighed, beginning to voice their concerns. Surely, we cannot take him to the palace of Confucianism and Taoism. Once he steps inside, all our long-hidden secrets would be laid bare. That would be utterly unacceptable. Nor can we take him to our master's abode. It is a realm isolated from the world. And even the simplest of minds would discern that our master is no ordinary person. Despite their profound worries, everyone simultaneously grasped why Qin Ge had ventured to Fire Mountain. He sought to alleviate some of their troubles within the bounds of his capabilities. The appearance of Tang Sung meant that all the golden demons within 100 miles of Fire Mountain would encounter difficulties. It is apparent that the heavenly court has now turned its gaze toward the Bull Demon King, which poses a significant tribulation for him. Should he navigate this peril successfully, it would still leave him somewhat diminished. However, if misfortune befalls him and he fails to surmount this challenge, it could spell dire consequences. The reasons behind such occurrences remain unclear. It is often said that those of the Buddhist and Taoist faiths are compassionate and gentle, yet this is far from the reality. They are fully aware that the Bull Demon King has been with our master for thousands of years and shares a close bond with us, having grown up together. Yet, they are poised to unleash their malice upon him over trivial matters. Should they act upon their intentions, it would be a blatant affront to us, and our silence would imply acquiescence. The group was engulfed in anger, particularly toward the supreme being of Buddhism, the Buddha, who had once grown up alongside them and shared a bond of camaraderie. The Buddha's betrayal of Confucianism had led to the current animosity between them. He undoubtedly understands the significance of the Bull Demon King to their cause, thus his actions are perceived as a brazen insult to us. The past is not something I wish to revisit, but his repeated provocations have truly wounded our hearts. How I long for the day when the brother-in-law might, with a single stroke, sever the head of such a traitor. That would be the most genuine gift of all. Someone voiced this sentiment, only for another nearby to quickly cover their mouth. Such words need not be uttered. If they fell into the ears of those with ill intent, it would only serve to shift the blame onto us. Furthermore, should the brother-in-law hear of this, it would only burden him further. The speaker was aware of these complex dynamics, but, in a moment of anger, could not refrain from expressing his thoughts. Now, having regained his composure, he merely huffed in frustration, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. They all understood in their hearts that if they truly wished to take action against the Buddha Emperor, the only suitable candidate was Qin Ge. Despite their numbers, they were ultimately no match for him. The celestial beings could contend with him evenly, yet they could not openly incite conflict. Thus, they had no choice but to place their heavy responsibilities entirely upon Qin Ge. Unbeknownst to him, as he merely took his cat for a stroll, he had already been entrusted with such a significant burden. In truth, even if the brother-in-law did not take action personally, it was understandable. After all, it would be a gross misuse of his abilities to eliminate them. Even allowing the sun god to intervene would not be out of the question. Someone whispered softly, placing all their hopes on Qin Ge's pet, for in their eyes, even if Qin Ge were to delegate the task to his companion, the odds of success would remain considerable. Not long ago, during the confrontation between the sun god and the Bodhi ancestor, although they were not present, they had managed to observe the entire process through special means. The sun god had demonstrated the capability to shoot down the Bodhi ancestor, indicating that his cultivation had progressed to a level not far from that of a saint. With such prowess, he could potentially emerge victorious against the Buddha Emperor. Enough. Let us not dwell on these matters any further. We shall discuss them later. Our immediate priority is to determine the most suitable location to receive the brother-in-law. Someone interjected, keen to steer the conversation back on track. Their thoughts were straightforward. Since Qin Ge had already ventured to the fiery mountain, there was no longer a pressing need for them to concern themselves with that. With Qin Ge's capabilities, addressing the issues there would be a mere trifle. Let us make proper arrangements, both to welcome the brother-in-law and to ensure that our sister remains oblivious to everything, preventing any suspicion regarding our identities. While they busily organized, On the other side at the Lingxiao Palace, Sun Wukong was once again causing a ruckus. I, the great sage, have made the arduous journey to borrow the banana fan, only to be met with a closed door. Do I not have any dignity? Is this deliberate humiliation? Sun Wukong was genuinely incensed. He had believed that with the protection of his master's identity, he could act without restraint throughout the three realms. However, he quickly realized his assumption was misguided. Princess Iron Fan cared little for her own status, and even Yu Linglong regarded him with disdain. Without exaggeration, Sun Wukong could assert that had he not continued to raise a commotion, Yu Linglong would have personally taken action to eliminate him. In her eyes, it seemed his master was not a figure to be feared or respected. Having lost face, Sun Wukong felt compelled to vent his frustration. Yet he dared not confront Yu Linglong directly. Instead, he could only direct his ire toward himself, suggesting he seek out the Grand Supreme Elder and the Jade Emperor regarding Princess Iron Fan. After all, these two individuals are not only unrestrained in their own actions, but also wary of the esteemed identity of their master behind them. I have noticed, Pomo, that your recent behavior has become increasingly unruly. I instructed you to borrow the banana fan, not to seize it. Look at your actions, each and every one of them. None reflect a sincere intention to borrow the fan. The Jade Emperor, naturally, has observed all of this, and at this moment, he too is breaking into a cold smile. Chapter 165. Unreasonable disturbance. Upon uttering those words, Sun Wukong was instantly rendered speechless. He had initially believed that, although his actions were somewhat reprehensible, they had gone unnoticed by others, which emboldened him to come forward and lodge a complaint. It's not that I am criticizing you, but your treatment of us has been somewhat tardy. Considering your youth and inexperience, we have chosen to overlook it. However, the bold demon king is, after all, your sworn brother. You have brazenly intruded into his wife's inner sanctum. Do you deem this appropriate? The Supreme Lord Laozi seized the moment to deliver a sharp retort, offering him no respite. As the words echoed, the celestial beings erupted into a flurry of whispers, astonished by Sun Wukong's audacious misdeed. The most damning aspect was that he had openly confessed it before such a multitude, leaving everyone to ponder how he would navigate his reputation henceforth. Although the truth of his actions was undeniable, Sun Wukong found himself uncharacteristically flustered. He had not anticipated that his transgressions would be laid bare for all to see, nor did he foresee the repercussions. In the moment of his mischief, he had not contemplated the gravity of his actions. However, upon reflection, he recognized the inadequacies in his behavior. Fueled by a surge of unchecked emotion and the abrasive demeanor of Princess Iron Fan, he had merely intended to play a prank. On his way to the celestial realm, he had been preoccupied with the hope that his actions would remain concealed, fearing that, if discovered, he would face an onslaught of reproach. Moreover, if word of his transgression with his sister-in-law reached the Bull Demon King, it could very well sever their brotherly bond. Wasn't this all your idea? Had you not prompted me to seek him out, I would never have conceived such a foolish plan. Now that trouble has arisen, you would cast the blame upon me? With no recourse left, Sun Wukong decided to abandon all pretenses and shifted the blame squarely onto the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Jade Emperor. Furthermore, all this discourse is futile. I have come seeking a resolution. If you cannot devise a means to assist us, I shall return to my flower fruit mountain, resume my role as the great sage equal to heaven, and spare myself this indignity. Ultimately, Sun Wukong, a mere monkey sprung from stone, was not plagued by remorse. His thoughts were consumed solely by his own predicament. He failed to recognize that his current plight was a consequence of his own misdeeds, firmly believing that all blame lay with the Jade Emperor and the Supreme Lord Laozi. He even held the conviction that, had Princess Iron Fan treated him with more kindness, he would not have acted so foolishly in a moment of anger. Given your assertions, we shall not impede your departure any longer. I have long recognized your inherently mischievous nature, resistant to discipline. Over the years, we have shown you considerable forbearance, yet it seems we are met with this insubordination in the end. If you are truly disinclined to continue, you may return to your flower fruit mountain and resume whatever pursuits you desire. We shall not retain you against your will. The Supreme Old Lord observed Sun Wukong's reaction with neither surprise nor urgency to dissuade him, merely offering a cold smirk and a dismissive wave of his hand, as if entirely unconcerned. The Jade Emperor, witnessing this, was nearly compelled to rise from his seat in alarm. How could this be permitted? After all, within the entire pilgrimage to the west, the quartet of seekers comprised only 4 individuals, with Tang Sung being the most pivotal character, followed closely by Sun Wukong. While Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing could be substituted, Sun Wukong was irreplaceable. His unique status and influential connections, coupled with the challenge of finding a diligent and devoted protector, rendered him indispensable. Sun Wukong not only represented the esteemed Bodhi patriarch among the participants of this journey, but his prowess was also formidable. Capable of safeguarding Tang Sung while garnering the favor of saints, an almost unparalleled asset. Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor was filled with trepidation, fearing that Sun Wukong might indeed take his leave in response to those words. This calamity of the fiery mountain was, after all, a consequence of his own making. And now we are powerless to intervene. Should you truly wish to pursue this matter, I suggest you seek counsel from the Buddha Tathagata. The Jade Emperor hastily added this remark, maintaining an outward facade of calmness, despite the anxiety brewing within. Should Sun Wukong choose to depart, he would find himself without an alternative. Sun Wukong, with a derisive laugh, ceased to engage with them further, neither affirming nor denying his intention to leave, and simply turned away. As he journeyed back, Sun Wukong pondered the situation, increasingly convinced of its peculiarity. Typically, in response to his provocations, the Supreme Old Lord would merely chuckle and dismiss them, often offering gentle counsel. Yet today, having spoken in a moment of indignation, Sun Wukong was met with an unflinching demeanor from the Supreme Old Lord, who even encouraged his departure. Could it be that he no longer held any value in their eyes? Reflecting on their previous demeanor juxtaposed with their current indifference, Sun Wukong began to suspect that they might genuinely find him superfluous, or that his utility had waned. Moreover, the Supreme Old Lord's reaction suggested an indifference to Sun Wukong's decision, indicating that his presence or absence bore no significance to him. The fact that the Jade Emperor did not intervene, but merely offered a casual remark, was indeed unsettling. Regardless of his perceived worth, the mere association with his master should have commanded their respect. It seemed that everything had shifted since the uproar he caused in Princess Iron Fan's domain. Initially, an enigmatic woman disregarded her own identity and background, banishing herself from her own presence. Subsequently, the venerable Laozi candidly urged her to depart without hesitation. Ever since Sun Wukong discovered that his master was a sage, his actions became increasingly audacious. Given his remarkable intellect, how could he not fathom the underlying motives of this journey to the West? At this moment, he truly comprehended that, in the eyes of his master, he was merely a pawn on a chessboard, being wielded for a purpose. Chapter 166. Seeking the Buddha Emperor to inquire initially, he harbored concerns about whether his unruly and eccentric behavior might bring shame upon his master. When he departed from his master, the latter had advised him not to disclose their master-disciple relationship to outsiders. Sun Wukong had always believed that Bodhi Patriarch issued such a warning out of fear that he would tarnish the master's reputation. Thus, upon joining the pilgrimage team for the journey to the West, he maintained a low profile and was reluctant to abandon the mission. However, after a certain incident transpired, he came to fully comprehend the underlying truths of this journey. Most importantly, he realized that by accompanying Tang Sung and engaging in almsgiving, his own powers were rapidly increasing. He speculated that if this pace continued, by the time they reached their ultimate destination, his abilities would undergo a qualitative leap, a level of strength that would take him much longer to achieve through solitary cultivation. Therefore, when he mentioned abandoning the mission, it was merely a hasty remark intended to intimidate others. With such an effortless opportunity for enhancement, why would he not seize it? Contemplating this notion, Sun Wukong felt a sense of calm and decided to alter their course towards Ling Mountain to seek the Buddha Emperor. Why do you find the time to be here today? Aren't you supposed to be safeguarding Tang Sung on his journey to the West? Upon arriving at Ling Mountain with ease, Sun Wukong found that the Buddha Emperor was no longer surprised by his presence. He was already somewhat aware of recent events and was merely feigning ignorance. Enough, enough. You need not pretend to be oblivious. You know I have been facing difficulties lately, and if you do not assist me, Tang Sung may face a dire fate. Sun Wukong held little reverence for the Buddha Emperor, driven more by a deep-seated fear than by genuine respect. Thus he did not act with excessive boldness. The surrounding bodhisattvas and arhats, who had initially been eager to ascertain the situation, quickly grasped the essence of the matter. It appeared that Sun Wukong had once again encountered a challenge beyond his own capacity to resolve, prompting him to seek their aid. Truly, one does not visit the Hall of Treasures without cause. Speak plainly about what you seek. If you require my assistance, just articulate your needs. The Buddha Emperor, however, insisted on a roundabout approach, prompting Sun Wukong to voice his concerns. We were passing through the flaming mountain, where the temperature is exceedingly high, and the flames burn perpetually. Without extinguishing the fire, we, the master and disciples, cannot possibly pass. Sun Wukong lamented, if I were you, I would have simply handed over the true scriptures to us, thus sparing us the arduous journey to your abode. Wouldn't the outcome remain the same? Not necessarily. The destination is not merely the final result, but the journey itself. Moreover, this flaming mountain is a calamity you have brought upon yourself. Should it not be your responsibility to resolve it? I, the venerable Sun Wukong, am indifferent to these matters. Regardless, since we cannot proceed, you must take action. Should you choose to remain inactive, we shall simply linger here indefinitely. Sun Wukong was well aware that they would not truly abandon him, so he decided to play the fool. How brazen. This is the sacred mountain, not your flower fruit mountain. If you wish to create a scene, kindly do so elsewhere. The Bodhisattva, observing his demeanor, felt a profound disdain and prepared to escort him out. Hold on. You know well his mischievous nature. Why waste your temper on him? Since you have come seeking our assistance, simply state what kind of individual you require to accompany you. The Buddha, Tathagata, initially intended to put on a show of superiority, but upon realizing Sun Wukong's fiery temper, he understood that the recent events had undoubtedly crossed Sun Wukong's threshold of tolerance. Thus, he opted for directness. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Simply find a bodhisattva capable of extinguishing flames to accompany me and douse that fire. Upon uttering this, Sun Wukong discreetly surveyed the hall, filled to the brim with arhats and bodhisattvas, and contemplated who would be most suitable to accompany him. The others, noticing Sun Wukong's gaze, instinctively averted their eyes, fearful of making direct contact. After all, they were not fools. They understood that Sun Wukong and Tang Sung were akin to calamities. Proximity to them invited misfortune. Initially, when Sun Wukong sought their aid, they merely considered him overly demanding, yet they were willing to assist without complaint. However, times had changed. Since the last incident, they had become acutely aware that aiding Sun Wukong meant opposing a formidable force. Previously, even the celestial lord of the rooster dared to strike Master Bodhi. It was hardly a stretch to assume that they could easily become the next targets if they chose to intervene. After all, Master Bodhi was Sun Wukong's mentor, and if even he could not escape a thrashing, how could they expect to fare better? Thus, the assembly was reluctant to take the lead. No soul was eager to be the first to offer assistance. They all understood that the pilgrimage to the west was, in essence, a minor trial. Yet, due to various circumstances, this seemingly trivial test had escalated into an unpredictable calamity. Their best course of action was to maintain a safe distance from the matter. Involvement typically yielded unfavorable outcomes. Not even the Buddha, Tathagata, could predict the ultimate trajectory of the journey to the west, which deterred them from taking such risks. Sun Wukong, having scanned the room and found no one willing to step forward, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, though he maintained an outward appearance of indifference. I, Sun Wukong, cannot ascertain who among you possesses greater prowess. Since none of you are inclined to engage, it would be more fitting for the Buddha, Tathagata, to designate someone to accompany me. After all, this conflagration should not pose a significant concern for you, should it? Extinguishing the flames is certainly not a monumental task. For you, it merely represents a minor inconvenience. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that should any of you truly venture forth to quell the fire, it would signify that you stand united with Sun Wukong on the same front. Chapter 167. The power of retribution. What if the shadowy figure from last time were to strike again? Would it not be oneself who falls this time? In truth, it is not only Sun Wukong who comprehends this. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, understands it even better. Yet, what does it matter? After all, it is not as though he is taking direct action himself. Should anything untoward happen to them, it bears no consequence for him. Moreover, the journey to the west is of paramount importance to him. He eagerly anticipates the moment when he can attain enlightenment and become a saint through the merits of this pilgrimage. Very well, since none of the bodhisattvas have volunteered, I shall simply designate one at random. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, surveyed the assembly before his gaze settled upon the nearest bodhisattva, Samantabhadra. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, he addressed. I recall that you possess a treasure capable of consuming all flames. How about you undertake this task? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt speechless. Though he remained silent outwardly, he nodded respectfully. After all, the words of the Buddha Emperor were final. Regardless of his reluctance, he was bound to comply. It was imperative not to defy his command. Furthermore, in Samantabhadra's eyes, the three flames of true fire were no more than ordinary flames. With a modicum of skill, he could dispel them effortlessly, perhaps even without resorting to his treasure. With this thought in mind, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt that the undertaking would pose little difficulty. He resolved to make a swift journey, minimizing any potential conflict with the adversary. Thus, he descended to the mortal realm alongside Sun Wukong. Master, I find myself puzzled. Among so many bodhisattvas, why did you specifically choose Samantabhadra Bodhisattva? Although he possesses a treasure related to fire, He pales in comparison to others, questioned Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, standing nearby. He was aware that several bodhisattvas present were quite adept at controlling flames, and sending them forth would have been more suitable. Yet, the Buddha Emperor had not chosen them, opting instead for Samantabhadra, whose mastery over fire was not particularly strong, and whose powers were not the highest. He was baffled. Samantabhadra's mount was a white elephant, a disciple of the, and their dialogue was conducted in secretive tones, unheard by those around them. Hence, sending Samantabhadra could indeed prove more advantageous. I still do not fully grasp. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva expressed his confusion. What relevance did the white elephant have to this journey to Flaming Mountain? The answer was simple. The white elephant had been ensnared within the Buddhist realm for a considerable time. The disciples of, known for their loyalty and righteousness, had long wished to rescue him, but had lacked the opportunity. Now, with the chance finally at hand, it was certain that the disciples would send someone forth. The Buddha Emperor had contemplated this long ago. He was merely granting them an opportunity. Upon hearing this explanation, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was left with a head full of questions. Yet, what significance did this action hold? Was the intention merely to facilitate the rescue of the white elephant? However, if that were the case, it is certain that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva would not consent. If both parties were to engage in combat once more, wouldn't that pose a considerable risk? How could such a perilous situation be encapsulated in a mere phrase? The disciples of the would undoubtedly deploy numerous individuals, creating a scenario of many against one. It is evident that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva would have no means of retaliation. Chapter 168. The White Elephant. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara harbored grave suspicions regarding whether the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had, at some point, incurred the displeasure of the Buddha Tathagata, leading the latter to deliberately orchestrate his downfall. Might he not be an infiltrator sent by the heavens? Such doubts are entirely reasonable. Yet have you considered one critical point? Other Buddhas have already ventured forth to that realm. Should the disciples of the Qin Ge sect dare to send emissaries, it would undoubtedly result in their utter demise. Which Buddha? You may ask. Avalokiteshvara surveyed the surroundings, realizing that no such Buddha had come forth to lend assistance. Then it dawned upon him, the Buddha of Lamp. Upon uttering this name, Avalokiteshvara found himself enlightened, as if a fog had lifted from his mind. The Buddha of Lamp, a formidable entity from the ancient times, had endured until the present day. Although not yet a saint, his cultivation was nearly indistinguishable from that of one. If he were to wield the fragrant beads, Avalokiteshvara would feel reassured. It became evident that the actions of the Buddha Tathagata were intricately designed to ensnare them in today's circumstances. Should any disciple of the Qin Ge sect dare to send forth individuals, they would surely be captured, never to return. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, along with his mount, the white elephant, served as the most pivotal bait in this elaborate trap. Contemplating this, Avalokiteshvara could not help but smile benevolently. Although the world may temporarily be dominated by Confucianism and Taoism, he firmly believed that one day it would ultimately fall under the auspices of Buddhism. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, a group of celestial beings fervently gathered, passionately debating how to construct a normal household in the mortal realm. Shall we present ourselves as a family of ordinary cultivators? Could the brother-in-law truly believe that? Is a family of cultivators still considered ordinary? Has the mortal realm become so competitive? Yet, if we portray ourselves as too extraordinary, the brother-in-law may feel overwhelmed, for he regards himself as a poor country lad. Conversely, if we depict our family as excessively impoverished, he will undoubtedly feel the burden, given that his sister's family cannot provide substantial financial support. Thus, what exactly is the living condition of these celestial cultivators? Should we not capture one for further study? How peculiar it is that a gathering of deities finds themselves so earnestly striving to create a genuine mortal family, lamenting and fretting over the minutiae. They fear that any oversight might lead to exposure by Qin Ge. After millennia of existence as divine beings, they have long since lost all recollection and impression of mortal life. Thus, after much deliberation, they were unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Wait a moment. Esteemed brothers and sisters, do not discuss that any further. Come quickly and see who this is. Suddenly, one who had been vigilantly stationed before the yin-yang mirror shouted, capturing everyone's attention. What could provoke such excitement? Is it more thrilling than welcoming the brother-in-law into our home? Initially, the crowd dismissed it, but upon witnessing his expression, they grumbled and gathered closer, eager to discern the matter at hand. The Buddha Tathagata has actually dispatched the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra to Flame Mountain to assist Sun Wukong. What? Samantabhadra? Initially reluctant, everyone was immediately invigorated upon hearing those two words, as if they had been struck by a surge of energy. Does this imply that our junior The white elephant will also accompany the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra to Flame Mountain. Indeed, look quickly. Within the mirror, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra is seen riding the white elephant. Since the time of the investiture of the gods, the white elephant has become the steed of Samantabhadra, and over the years, he has come to accept this reality, gradually becoming numb to it. In the beginning, he often fantasized about his senior brothers and sisters returning to take him back. But he slowly realized that they were now trapped within the investiture of the gods, serving as lackeys to the heavenly emperor. Consequently, he ceased to indulge in such aspirations. He never imagined that his senior brothers and sisters were now gathered before the yin-yang mirror, deliberating on how to rescue him. My goodness, the white elephant has actually emerged. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we do not take action now, who knows when the next chance will arise? Indeed, what are we waiting for? We must hasten our steps. If we delay any longer, we may never encounter another opportunity. Chapter 169. Mounts. Everyone was eager and ready to set off. Yet Yu Linglong halted them. Wait a moment. Have you noticed that their direction seems to lead towards the Flame Mountain? Indeed, it was true. The Bodhisattva Puxian was riding a white elephant, undoubtedly heading to Flame Mountain to assist Sun Wukong. Currently, Qin Ge was at Flame Mountain, and if they proceeded in that direction, wouldn't they coincidentally encounter him? If the three of them met, wouldn't that be exceedingly awkward? Upon hearing this, everyone paused, realizing the validity of her observation. However, they could not conceive of any alternative plan that would allow them to evade Qin Ge while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to rescue the white elephant. Is it possible that Qin Ge anticipated the white elephant's arrival at Flame Mountain today, which is why he ventured there himself? This speculation prompted an outburst of astonishment among the group. Could it be that Qin Ge's purpose in going to Flame Mountain was not solely to assist Niu Mo Wang in overcoming his tribulation, but also to rescue the white elephant? If that were indeed the case, the situation would become considerably simpler. They would hardly need to intervene, merely sitting quietly before the mirror, cheering for Qin Ge as he took action. With this thought, the previously anxious crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to disperse from the mirror. After all, with Qin Ge guarding Flame Mountain, what was there for them to worry about? What they truly needed to focus on now was devising a strategy that would most satisfy Yu Linglong's family, as Qin Ge had his own insights and deductions regarding many matters. More importantly, the companions surrounding Qin Ge were impressively formidable in their own right. Deep down, they firmly believed that even if Qin Ge did not intervene, his monkey or rooster alone could resolve the situation effortlessly. Yu Linglong gazed at Qin Ge's reflection in the mirror, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Qin Ge braved danger to go to Flame Mountain, solely to alleviate her burdens, even refraining from informing her to prevent adding to her stress. Such a quietly devoted protector, who resolved all her troubles, was truly a blessing she must have earned in a previous life. At that moment, Qin Ge remained blissfully unaware that every move he made was known to Yu Linglong. He stood curiously at the edge of Flame Mountain, surveying the scene. This is Flame Mountain? If I hadn't known better, I would have thought it was hell. Having just discovered his mastery of sword flight, Qin Ge was understandably exhilarated as he embraced his pet, uncertain of where to go next. After much contemplation, he decided to pay a visit to the renowned Flame Mountain. Observing the fierce flames that had raged for an unknown distance along the mountain, Qin Ge could not help but click his tongue in admiration. No wonder that Flame Mountain is a place even Sun Wukong cannot traverse. The ferocity of the flames is such that any ordinary mortal would likely be scorched long before reaching this point. Yet, despite the intensity of the fire, it is somewhat regrettable. Qin Ge sighed, pondering that once Sun Wukong acquires the banana leaf fan, this raging inferno will be extinguished, which he finds a bit lamentable. Fortunately, before this fire is doused, he has finally mastered the art of sword flight, allowing him to witness this spectacle up close. Thus, for the purely sightseeing Qin Ge, he remains blissfully unaware that in the eyes of others, he has transformed into a figure of remarkable bravery, a hero in their sight. Black Cat, do you see how fiercely the flames burn? Does it evoke any thoughts in your mind? Qin Ge observed for a moment before gently stroking the nearly slumbering feline in his arms. Meow. The cat responded, indicating it had no such thoughts. You certainly haven't conceived anything, have you? I've noticed that while you are quite intelligent, you still lack a certain imaginative quality and the ability to discern matters. Qin Ge spoke earnestly, disregarding whether the black cat grasped the meaning of his words, launching into an elaborate discourse. Observe the intensity of this fire and its duration. You could envision it as a colossal barbecue grill. If we had the opportunity, wouldn't it be delightful to roast something upon this grill? Upon hearing this, the black cat rolled its eyes, wishing to distance itself from its master as quickly as possible. It was reluctant to acknowledge that this food-obsessed man was indeed its owner. Meanwhile, the monkey beside him clung tightly in fear. Roasted chicken and roasted monkey brains? Surely not. After enduring so much hardship and danger to assist my master in mastering the sword flight technique, is the first thing he intends to do to come to Flame Mountain and roast us? Save me, Cat Lord. Why did my master suddenly mention this? Could he truly be hungry? If he is, I'll take a moment to catch some wild game for him to roast. He must not think of roasting me. The monkey lamented, secretly transmitting its plea for help to the black cat. Is this how you perceive our master? Fear not. He has traveled such a distance not for the sake of a meal. He merely mentioned it in passing. How could he genuinely wish to roast you too? Though I might feign understanding, I am somewhat at a loss. Despite my words, my heart does not fully align with them. After all, if Qin Ge truly intended to roast him, even the black cat would be powerless to protest. Chapter 170. Barbecue. It is worth noting that the prospect of barbecuing the two of them was not merely a jest. Even if Qin Ge were to express a craving for roasted cat meat, the black cat would obediently yield. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, his casual remark had stirred an unexpected commotion among the three animals in his vicinity. It is indeed curious that the fire blazed so vigorously and had persisted for such a duration without any sign of extinguishment. One could only wonder what could sustain such a relentless blaze. In times gone by, this would have been the epitome of a perpetual motion machine, worthy of a national patent. At this moment, Qin Ge found himself engaged in rational contemplation, yet his musings left the three animals bewildered, utterly at a loss regarding his words. Furthermore, I increasingly sensed that this locale would be ideal for establishing a barbecue stall. If one could find an animal of a size comparable to this sea of flames to roast, the flavor would undoubtedly be exquisite. Qin Ge's thoughts brought a sense of relief to the trio. Their diminutive stature would surely not pique his interest. As he spoke, he realized he was quite hungry, lamenting his insufficient cultivation which hindered him from capturing a kuanping. After all, in the northern depths, there dwells a fish known as kuan, whose vastness is unfathomable. When it transforms into a bird named peng, its wingspan is equally immeasurable. When it takes to the skies, its wings appear like clouds hanging from the heavens. Such a colossal creature is seldom encountered by ordinary mortals in their lifetime. Yet Qin Ge's mind was consumed with the desire to capture one, to place it over the inferno for a proper barbecue. Coupled with his culinary skills, the taste would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Merely envisioning it caused his mouth to water, and he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly wiping the drool from the corners of his lips. Fortunately, there were only a few animals nearby. Had anyone witnessed his gluttonous expression, it would have been a source of amusement. However, to the trio, Qin Ge's expression was akin to a dire omen. Master, look, he asked, drooling again. Could he truly be hungry? I'd rather not meet my end just yet. I haven't finished catching all the bugs in the yard. If it comes to that, could I return to finish my task before meeting my demise? Enough of this. It's unbearably hot here. My eyes are stinging from the smoke. Let us retreat. I hope that if fate permits us to return, it remains just as magnificent. Qin Ge felt a tinge of regret, realizing that he could only witness such a spectacular sight once. Upon his next visit, the fire would likely have been extinguished. However, for the other three, his lament was akin to celestial music. It seemed evident that Qin Ge had no intention of consuming them today, granting them yet another opportunity for survival. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, his seemingly trivial remarks had imposed a significant psychological burden on those around him. Let us make haste and return. I am nearing starvation. As he spoke, he grasped his sword, preparing to depart. Casting his gaze towards the Flame Mountain, he recognized it as the domain of the Bull Demon King, also known as the Accumulated Thunder Mountain. Today's visit had been rather hasty, leaving him without any gifts to present. Thus, he decided against visiting the Bull Demon King, opting instead to return another time with offerings for a proper gathering. Although he expressed this sentiment, in truth, Qin Ge had no real connection with the Bull Demon King. His words were merely empty bravado. With that, Qin Ge lifted his sword and resolved to leave. I warn you, if you continue to label the jade-faced princess as a vixen, do not blame me for my rudeness. Challenging the one named Bull, he added, Are you truly willing to turn against me for the sake of such a vixen? Just as he was about to depart, the group heard what seemed to be a quarrel emanating from the foot of the mountain. Who on earth is arguing? Qin Ge wondered aloud, perplexed, for it was logical that this desolate area should be devoid of any inhabitants. He paused, considering that the temperature here was so extreme that it was inconceivable for anyone to endure it, let alone engage in a dispute. From the snippets of conversation he had caught, he deduced that it must be the Bull Demon King and the Iron Fan Princess embroiled in a conflict over the jade-faced princess. His curiosity piqued. Qin Ge, a lover of gossip, was astonished to stumble upon such tantalizing news. Let us linger a while and listen before departing, he decided, for he relished the spectacle of drama. Hunger was momentarily forgotten as he stealthily approached the mountain's base, where he indeed found 3 individuals locked in a heated argument. You have committed countless transgressions, repeatedly causing me pain, yet I have remained silent, enduring for the sake of our marital bond. To think you would become increasingly outrageous. Even bringing her here. Are you not slapping my face? The Iron Fan Princess's voice trembled with sorrow, her words tinged with tears. In contrast, the Bull Demon King's tone was marked by impatience. What have I done to cause you such distress? Despite the depth of our marital connection, I have not truly harmed you. You invited me to accompany you, and I came. I merely brought the jade-faced princess along to alleviate her boredom. Surely, you cannot object to that. The argument escalated, with the jade-faced princess, in a delicate manner, attempting to mediate. I apologize, dear sister. It is my fault. Had I not longed to see you, I would not have insisted that my brother bring me here. If you dislike my presence, I shall take my leave. Please do not let this matter cause discord between you and my brother. Look at her, how considerate and obedient the jade-faced princess is. She merely wished to meet you and forge a sisterly bond, yet you respond with such unreasonable hostility. It is truly disappointing. Qin Ge, eavesdropping nearby, found himself incensed by the Bull Demon King's apparent foolishness. Did he not grasp the meaning of the term green tea? The scent of tea wafts through the air, reaching me from such a distance. How could the Bull Demon King remain oblivious to it? No wonder Princess Iron Fan is so enraged. If I were in her position, I would feel the same. Qin Ge has already begun to voice his opinions openly, and the princess stands up for herself. After all, in the eyes of society, Princess Iron Fan is indeed a beauty, perfectly suited to the Bull Demon King. Yet, I am left to wonder what the Bull Demon King is truly thinking, as he foolishly hopes to maintain his domestic tranquility while indulging in affairs outside. Chapter 171. I apologize, sister. Although Qin Ge incessantly complained, he was acutely aware of the need for discretion, fearing that even the slightest misstep might draw the attention of the 3 individuals present. As the saying goes, familial disgrace should remain concealed. Should one become aware of another's familial shortcomings, it could result in dire consequences. Thus, he merely listened, silently advocating for Princess Iron Fan in his heart. You have invited him to reside among your belongings, and I have refrained from uttering a word, demonstrating my understanding and tolerance. Even should you choose to take a concubine, I would support your decision. Yet, after we have finally managed to spend some time together, you bring him along. Does this not betray a profound lack of respect for me? Princess Iron Fan's voice trembled with indignation. Previously, he and the Demon King had shared a bond of mutual affection, basking in a life of blissful tranquility. However, this idyllic existence was irrevocably altered when the Red Boy was taken by Guanyin Bodhisattva and transformed into a disciple. The Demon King, unable to bear the memories of his suffering child upon returning, gradually ceased to visit Princess Iron Fan, and over time, he became acquainted with others, ultimately choosing to reside with Princess Jadeface on a daily basis, seldom returning to her. Do not accuse me of unreasonable behavior. If you truly cannot accept this, then let us return. The Demon King, now exasperated, despite still harboring feelings for his first wife, found himself caught between 2 women, one in a fit of hysteria and the other, gentle and demure. Instinctively, he felt compelled to protect Princess Jadeface fiercely. You claim I am being unreasonable, yet if I were genuinely so, I would have allowed the princess to confront you personally rather than extending you this courtesy today. Princess Iron Fan scoffed. Left with no other choice, she could only rely on Yu Linglong for support. What? You have divulged this matter to the princess? Upon hearing this, the Demon King immediately faltered. He was acutely aware that if Yu Linglong were to learn of his actions, he would face her wrath. Recognizing his misdeeds, he felt a pang of guilt. Must I articulate it further? Do you truly believe you could conceal your actions from the princess? Initially, she intended to defend me, and I interceded, considering our years of marriage and the existence of our child. I wished to afford you some dignity. Yet it seems you have completely disregarded our marital bond. Perhaps it is best to lay the matter bare today, to summon the princess and confront each other directly. In truth, Princess Iron Fan's words were devoid of exaggeration. Even if she had not voiced her concerns, Yu Linglong would have discerned the underlying discord in their relationship. Should you believe the princess is incapable of managing your conduct, I would not hesitate to summon the celestial beings to reveal the true nature of your current state to your master. The celestial being was inherently opposed to such behavior, and the Bull Demon King was acutely aware that his indiscretions were known to him. The mere thought of his peers discovering this misstep was enough to incite a scolding. Contemplating this, the Bull Demon King felt an immediate sense of trepidation. This is not about the Iron Fan. We can discuss this amicably without alarming them. After all these years of silence, to reconnect over this matter, where shall I place my old face? The Bull Demon King's anxiety stemmed not solely from his own conduct, but also from his profound understanding that Yu Linglong had long harbored intentions to rectify the misconduct among the disciples of the. However, she was hampered by the fact that everyone was preoccupied with the divine list, making it difficult for her to take decisive action. Should he truly find himself in a predicament, he would undoubtedly become the sacrificial lamb, an example for others. He was unwilling to shoulder that burden. Consequently, his tone softened significantly, and he momentarily set aside the task of comforting the weeping beauty beside him. Huh, a princess? What princess? Could it be that the king has found yet another new sister outside? The jade-faced princess was on an entirely different echelon, and one could not fathom the nature of their conversation, instinctively assuming this princess to be yet another of the Bull Demon King's romantic entanglements. Cease this nonsensical chatter. This princess is none other than Yu Linglong, the younger sister of the Jade Void Heaven. What right do you have to interject? Though the Bull Demon King was beset by lustful thoughts, he managed to retain a modicum of clarity, admonishing the jade-faced princess for her indiscreet remarks. Who is she? I have never heard of her before. Surely, the king has not conjured up another sister to intimidate me? The jade-faced princess felt wronged. She had never faced his ire before, and now, for the sake of an unknown princess, he was exhibiting such hostility. Do you no longer love me? The Bull Demon King found himself overwhelmed, typically charmed by the jade-faced princess's playful antics, but now, at such a critical juncture, her words only exacerbated his irritation. Meanwhile, the two bickering figures created a chaotic scene, while Qin Ge, lurking nearby, exchanged bewildered glances with the black cat, utterly lost in thought. There are many individuals in this world who share the same name, Qin Ge mused, seemingly attempting to convince himself. The probability of siblings sharing identical names should not be negligible, right? Yet even he found it hard to believe his own words. It was evident that the princess the Bull Demon King feared was none other than his own wife. But why should he be afraid of his wife, whose cultivation was even inferior to his own? Moreover, her family was a once prominent sect of cultivators. What formidable backing could instill such dread in the Bull Demon King? Furthermore, what connection could Yu Linglong possibly have with the celestial being? This posed a significant enigma, leaving Qin Ge, who had initially approached the situation with a spirit of curiosity, completely flabbergasted. Although he was uncertain whether the princess mentioned by the Bull Demon King was indeed his wife, an intuitive sense urged him that there was an undeniable connection between this princess and his spouse. After all, it was highly improbable for two individuals to share the same name and surname, let alone his brother as well. With this thought in mind, Qin Ge resolved to listen further to their conversation before reaching a conclusion. However, it was evident that the three individuals over there were no longer inclined to pursue this topic of discussion. Enough, enough. I no longer wish to see you. Your presence is bothersome. The farther away you are from me, the better. Chapter 172, an enthusiastic invitation. Logically speaking, the jade-faced princess should have felt a sense of triumph upon witnessing the Iron Fan princess's indignation. However, to everyone's astonishment, she displayed a facade of feigned concern at the sight of the Iron Fan princess's anger. How delightful it would be for us to live together. Please, do not let my presence cause any discord between you. It would truly weigh heavily on my heart. Her motivations were rooted in the fact that her father had received clandestine encouragement from the Buddhist sect, compelling her to find a way to bring the Iron Fan princess along, thus ensuring a comprehensive capture. Naturally, the Bull Demon King could not allow the Iron Fan princess to remain alone in this situation. After all, if the Jade Linglong were to return, what the Iron Fan princess might say could lead to his utter ruin. Indeed, Yangzi, although my time with you has been limited of late, the bond of our marriage endures. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of grace. How could you doubt my love for you? Leaving you here alone weighs heavily on my conscience. Why not accompany me? What harm could there be in the three of us living together? The Bull Demon King was also calculating his own interests, though he recognized his wrongdoing. He could not simply appease the Iron Fan princess at the expense of the jade-faced princess. He sought a balance, thus leading him to propose such a solution. Furthermore, if the Iron Fan princess were to remain by his side, he could ascertain what transpired should the Jade Linglong come seeking her again, allowing him to salvage his reputation. With these thoughts in mind, the Bull Demon King set aside his pride and began to ingratiate himself, saying, I have made it clear that I cannot live alongside a vixen. You should return, I will stay here. The Iron Fan princess, proud and perceptive, understood the underlying motives of both individuals and decisively rejected the proposition. I have already promised Jade Linglong that I would wait for her here. If anything were to arise, I would rely on her to intercede on my behalf. Should I accompany you, it would be an act of disloyalty to Jade Linglong. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King grew increasingly anxious, realizing that her words implied that if he were to leave today, he would soon face dire consequences from Jade Linglong. This could not be allowed. My dear wife, please return with me. Surely, there must be misunderstandings between us that can be resolved without involving outsiders. As the saying goes, quarrels at the head of the bed are reconciled at the foot. You may be angry with me today, but you could forgive me tomorrow. Why should we air our grievances to anyone outside our family? He was genuinely taken aback. He understood all too well that if he departed today, his fate would be sealed. While he acknowledged that he had indeed crossed certain lines recently, he questioned why he was the only one who seemed unable to accept this reality while others appeared to indulge in their whims. More importantly, whenever he lays eyes on Princess Iron Fan, he is inevitably reminded of his unfortunate child, Red Boy, which causes him to become increasingly unrecognizable upon seeing her face. I have stated that if you wish to remain, you may stay, otherwise, he should return. If you choose him, then you both may leave together. You are left with these two options. Although Princess Iron Fan usually endures humiliation, she possesses a temper at her core. Ultimately, she is a princess of notable standing. How could she possibly bow to a mere fox spirit? You have grown increasingly audacious, disregarding even my words. The Bull Demon King, having set aside his pride, attempted to counsel her amiably for a while, only to discover that Princess Iron Fan remained resolutely unyielding, which inevitably ignited his anger. He had merely committed the same errors as any man might, yet this wretched woman sought to bring him to ruin? What is this demeanor you present? Do you intend to resort to violence? Princess Iron Fan felt an overwhelming sadness, realizing that the husband with whom she had shared mutual respect and affection for so long was now poised to strike her down over a mere fox spirit. Given your stance, I shall not remain courteous. You have but one choice today. Come with me immediately. Should you refuse, you shall face dire consequences. The Bull Demon King was genuinely enraged. Although he typically cherished Princess Iron Fan, the matter now concerned his very safety, compelling him to resort to forceful measures. What is this? It has only been a few days, and the temper of my son-in-law has grown considerably. Just as tensions escalated and it seemed a fight was imminent, a voice suddenly descended from the heavens. This voice carried immense pressure, causing all present to lower their heads. Even Qin Ge, who was merely observing from the sidelines, found it difficult to breathe at that moment. A man clad in a black robe, his face obscured, descended from the sky, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. Father-in-law, what brings you here today to grace us with your presence? Upon seeing him, the Bull Demon King immediately retracted his earlier arrogance, adopting a most obsequious demeanor. It was evident that this man was none other than Princess Iron Fan's father, the formidable Shura Emperor. I have been rather preoccupied lately, unable to visit you, he continued. But I did not expect my son-in-law, though not much more capable, to possess such an inflated temperament. The Emperor's words dripped with sarcasm as he stood before them, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. It seemed he had forgotten the proper etiquette upon meeting me. Should I teach you how to properly greet your father-in-law once more? Such words were already quite dismissive, for after all, the Bull Demon King was indeed his son-in-law. The fact that he required complete decorum when greeting his father-in-law indicated that the Emperor was truly incensed. Though you often feel a sense of inner turmoil, you maintain a facade of silence, merely performing the customary greetings with utmost respect. After concluding the formalities, you rise with an expression that seeks to please. Today, I was unaware that my esteemed father-in-law would grace us with his presence, hence I had made no preparations. I am truly embarrassed that you had to witness such a spectacle. It appears that you, too, acknowledge the awkwardness. I had presumed you believed your previous actions were entirely acceptable and devoid of any shame. Chapter 173. Anger indeed. Emperor Shurtian was engulfed in fury. His daughter, though not raised in excessive indulgence, was certainly cherished throughout her life. He had vehemently opposed her desire to marry the Bull Demon King, deeming him wholly unworthy of his daughter. However, his daughter's unwavering determination compelled him to relent. When the Bull Demon King wed his daughter, he vowed with utmost sincerity to treat her well, which had assuaged the Emperor's concerns. Little did he know that upon his arrival, he would witness such a scene. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. Qin Ge, hidden behind a stone, dared not even breathe. But upon hearing the Bull Demon King refer to someone as father-in-law, he instantly recognized the identity of this individual. Shura Emperor Shurtian? Qin Ge gasped in astonishment, hastily covering his mouth. He had not anticipated that, while merely being an observer, he would encounter such a formidable figure. Emperor Shurtian was indeed one of the ancient deities. More significantly, his movements were sporadic, and few had the privilege of seeing his true form. Today, he had merely wished to visit the Flame Mountain. Yet he stumbled upon such a mysterious immortal. Despite having covered his mouth, the commotion behind the stone did not go unnoticed. Who hides behind there? Come out at once, lest I be compelled to drag you out. Emperor Shurtian, already seething with anger, found himself unable to act against his son-in-law due to the constraints of propriety. Frustration boiled within him, and the disturbance behind the stone only intensified his ire. Sensing the presence of someone eavesdropping on his family's secrets was akin to walking directly into a trap. Simultaneously, the others were taken aback. Had it not been for the noise made by the concealed figure, they would have been oblivious to the fact that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. For individuals of their caliber, evading detection by their divine consciousness was a formidable task. This group was astonished, but none more so than Qin Ge. He had been so adeptly hidden. Why had he failed to control his own voice? Now, due to a moment of impulsiveness, he found himself in grave danger. Having overheard their lengthy discussion, he had gleaned the nature of the unfolding drama. Clearly, it was an unspeakable family scandal. Should he survive to reveal what he had heard, it would undeniably bring shame upon their family. The most likely outcome he could foresee was that upon discovery, they would dismember him, ensuring he could never escape to tell the tale. Only in death could the secret be preserved. As this grim realization washed over him, Qin Ge felt a chill at his neck, as if it had already been severed. It was over, he lamented, wishing he had left sooner. Now, having merely eavesdropped for a short while, he might lose his life. Qin Ge felt an urge to slap himself. Gossiping could indeed lead to fatal consequences. He vowed never to indulge in such prying curiosity again. Regret and reflection are futile at this juncture. The pressing concern now lies in how to address the imminent crisis. Meanwhile, the denizens of the celestial realm find themselves equally perplexed. Why has the deity Indra manifested in this location? Logically, his presence here is inexplicable. Setting aside his inherently unpredictable nature, there exists no rationale for his sudden appearance. One cannot simply suggest that he sensed a quarrel between the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan and thus materialized. They had just observed Qin Ge eavesdropping on their conversation and were poised to send a distant warning to the Bull Demon King. To their astonishment, before they could utter a word, Indra had already arrived. What could possibly have transpired? Did you permit him to come here? You must realize that should he confront Qin Ge, it would not take much for Qin Ge to deduce our identities. Yu Linglong began to feel anxious. If all our efforts were to be rendered futile, what could possibly be done? The group exchanged glances, some appearing at a loss. Although they were uncertain of their next steps, they could only offer temporary reassurances to Yu Linglong. Surely, there is nothing to worry about, for in this world, there are countless individuals sharing the same name. Even if her brother-in-law were to learn of it, he would likely not associate it with her. Furthermore, when the time comes, we can clarify matters, and he would have no reason to suspect us, would he? Yet, despite their reassurances, there was a palpable lack of conviction in their words. After all, even they found their own excuses hard to believe. Suddenly, alarm bells rang out. This is bad. You must stop chatting. We have a grave situation. Her brother-in-law has been discovered by the Azura, and a standoff has ensued. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong felt a surge of panic. She hurriedly approached the Yin-Yang mirror to observe the developments at Flame Mountain. Indeed, the Azura was intently fixated on the spot where Qin Ge was concealed, while Qin Ge himself stood behind a boulder, seemingly in a daze, lost in thought. This is disastrous. How could he have been detected? It is crucial to remember that the Azura has always been amicable towards us. Should a conflict arise between them, it would surely lead to infighting. Yu Linglong felt a sense of despair, realizing that she could not intervene and could only watch helplessly as the two sides prepared to clash. Not to mention, this would be splendid news for both the heavenly and Buddhist factions. After all, when the crane and clam vie, the fisherman benefits. It cannot be, can it? Did you not mention that her brother-in-law had already sealed his cultivation? How could he possibly engage in battle with the Azura at this moment? The group strained to comfort her, brainstorming to find reasons to quell her fears. Moreover, the Azura was not known for unreasonable behavior. Surely, nothing serious would unfold. It is true that Qin Ge has sealed his cultivation, and given his current state, he might not even withstand a blow from the Azura. However, do not forget, he did not come here alone. Yu Linglong gestured towards the vigilant monkey, rooster, and black cat beside Qin Ge, shaking her head in resignation. I believe there is no need for N to intervene. Even the day-star monarch alone is sufficient to quench the thirst of Ashura, she remarked. After all, the black cat is capable of devouring a sage whole, and Yulin harbored no doubt that with his prowess, he could easily consume the arrogant Shura before him. However, employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut would be unnecessary. Given the black cat's temperament, he would likely disdain the act of engaging with a mere Shura like Emperor Deva. Chapter 174. Seeking help, however, the primary concern for Yulin at this moment is that if Qin Ge truly becomes enraged, not even the Ashura, let alone the Bull Demon King, would likely survive. What shall we do? Upon hearing Yulin explanation, Zhongri finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, although Qin Ge has sealed his own powers, none of the companions around him are to be trifled with. Sister, do not fret. We must hasten to seek our master and inquire about his perspective. Observing Yulin anxious demeanor, the others, feeling cornered, proposed this course of action out of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Yulin realized that aside from seeking the transcendent sage, they had no better alternative. Very well. Let us cease our futile endeavors and go directly to our master to discern his counsel. They all understood the significance of this matter. After all, should the two engage in conflict, it would not bode well for any of them. Thus, they abandoned their tasks and departed from the heavenly court in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor and the Supreme Old Lord, who had been observing them from the shadows, exchanged a glance of mutual satisfaction upon witnessing this development. Wonderful. They had long received word that the Buddhist and Taoist factions had dispatched the Buddha to Flame Mountain. The Buddha, Tathagata, had instructed them to closely watch the disciples of the, to see whether they would assist at Flame Mountain. Initially, the two had been nearly frantic, fearing that these individuals, appearing so leisurely and showing no signs of departure, might forego their journey to Flame Mountain, thereby missing a prime opportunity to capture them all at once. Just as their anxiety peaked, the members, seemingly prompted by some directive, suddenly departed en masse. Excellent. After all, those individuals do not heed orders, my orders. Their fate is sealed. Since the destruction of the investiture of the gods, the Jade Emperor has lived in constant trepidation, reluctant not only to command these individuals, but also compelled to greet them with a smile, lest an ill-chosen word provoke their ire and lead to a fallout. There remains not a trace of the Jade Emperor's former dignity. What, pray tell, has brought such joy to your majesty? After reconciling with the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother now shares a respectful rapport with him. Noticing his radiant smile, her curiosity prompted her to inquire. Unbeknownst to the Queen Mother, the members are akin to fish in a barrel, merely awaiting their arrival at Flame Mountain for an inevitable capture. Before the Jade Emperor could elucidate, the Supreme Old Lord interjected, articulating the thoughts the Jade Emperor wished to convey. Indeed, do you recall that the steed of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva is the white elephant of the? Today, the Buddha Tathagata has dispatched Samantabhadra to assist son Wukong in his pilgrimage for scriptures. Thus the white elephant shall surely accompany him to Flame Mountain. Furthermore, the Buddhist and Taoist factions have sent formidable figures forth. Should they dare venture, they shall meet their demise. Although the words may seem somewhat crude, they ring true. Given the formidable prowess of the Buddha of Light, these disciples of thee are hardly a match for him, not even for a single round. The thought that the heavenly court would once again fall under his dominion filled the Jade Emperor with a sense of elation, almost compelling him to burst into song. Now it becomes clear why the Jade Emperor is so joyous. Had he known of such fortuitous tidings earlier, he would have eagerly shared them, inviting everyone to partake in the merriment. Upon hearing this explanation, the Queen Mother, too, was filled with delight. In her eyes, ever since these individuals had dismantled the list of deities, they had shown a complete unwillingness to heed their teachings. More importantly, they had grown so indifferent that even a simple gesture of respect seemed too much for them. Such individuals hold no value. It would be far more prudent to eliminate them to make way for others in the future. Though the heavenly court is vast, it has no need for insubordinate beings. Not even one can be tolerated. At this moment, the atmosphere in the heavenly court was one of serenity, and even the once adversarial Jade Emperor and Queen Mother gazed tenderly at one another, united by a common foe, who now faced imminent peril. The spirits of all were lifted. Yet, what none anticipated was that although these individuals had departed from the heavenly court, none ventured to the fiery mountain they had speculated. Instead, they journeyed to a place entirely unforeseen. Naturally, that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Qin Ge's experience at the fiery mountain was far from favorable. At this very moment, Qin Ge felt as though his mind had completely frozen. He found himself utterly incapable of making any decision. Should he boldly step out to face death, or cower in hiding? waiting for the adversary to grow impatient and dispatch him? This posed a dilemma, perhaps the most arduous choice he had ever faced in his life. The mere thought of the impending confrontation caused his teeth to clatter violently. If only he had departed sooner. What concern did the domestic affairs of others hold for him? Why had he meddled in matters that did not pertain to him, lingering here for so long? Now, in his quest for gossip regarding others' private lives, he found himself risking his very existence. After much contemplation, he realized that hiding here left him with no escape route. Thus, fleeing was entirely out of the question, rather than remaining here like a coward, only to be dragged out later for a humiliating spectacle. It was far better to step out boldly at this moment. Perhaps they would regard him as a man of courage and spare his life. With this thought, Qin Ge endeavored to bolster his resolve. Regardless of the outcome, he had lived a life of worth, married a beautiful wife, and learned the art of cultivation. More importantly, should he meet his end, it would be at the hands of a divine being, which could hardly be deemed a disgrace. Realizing he could no longer remain concealed, Qin Ge slowly emerged from behind the boulder. Having hidden behind the stone, he had not clearly seen the faces of those before him. When he finally beheld them, he could not suppress his astonishment. After all, in the realm of legends, both the Iron Fan Princess and the Jade Face Princess are renowned for their exquisite beauty. Particularly the Jade Face Princess, who is said to be the reincarnation of a fox spirit. Her alluring charm is an innate quality that cannot be masked. Thus, Qin Ge initially harbored great expectations for the two. However, upon their actual arrival, Qin Ge found himself somewhat disappointed. It must be said that both ladies indeed possess remarkable beauty, especially with the Bull Demon King standing beside them, which further accentuates the ethereal allure of these two celestial beings. Chapter 175. The unattractive in Qin Ge's eyes, these two women were nothing more than superficial beauties. Compared to anyone else, even in relation to his own wife, there was an undeniable chasm of difference. This thought left him bewildered. For no matter how beautiful his wife was, she remained merely a mortal. How extraordinary could she truly be? Yet, these two before him could genuinely be regarded as celestial maidens. And yet, his wife eclipsed them both in beauty. How could this be? The more Qin Ge pondered, the stranger it seemed, to the extent that he failed to notice that Shura had already spoken. Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Shura was taken aback to discover that behind the massive stone lurked a young man, prompting him to scrutinize Qin Ge with renewed interest. At that moment, however, Qin Ge was intently focused on the face of the Bull Demon King, adding another layer to his perplexity. The Bull Demon King, having been reincarnated from a bull demon, possessed features that, while somewhat symmetrical, were undeniably grotesque. Especially with the presence of two large horns atop his head, he inspired a sense of dread, making the thought of close interaction quite daunting. What puzzled Qin Ge further was how these two beautiful women, though not as exquisite as his wife, could possibly be enamored with such an unattractive figure as the Bull Demon King. More astonishing was the fact that these two ladies were competing for the affections of this loathsome man. "Did you not hear me asking you a question?" Shura inquired. Noticing the young man's silence and apparent lack of fear, this left him somewhat perplexed. One could hardly ignore his notorious reputation. Anyone who encountered him would typically retreat in terror. Even those who were unfamiliar with his name should have been struck with fear upon seeing his blood-stained attire and the aura of menace surrounding him. Yet, this young man, despite his youth, exhibited no sign of trepidation, instead donning an expression of calm curiosity, as if pondering something profound. Such behavior was utterly confounding to Shura. Moreover, Shura noted with astonishment that the young man's cultivation level was still beneath the tribulation stage. It was akin to an ant standing before an elephant, and the ant displayed no fear of the mighty creature. This prompted a suspicion that beneath the young man's humble exterior lay a far more formidable presence. Shura, inherently suspicious, instinctively assumed that this young man must be a contemporary figure of great power. "My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. I am merely a wandering Taoist, with no particular business to attend to. I happened to pass by and overheard your conversation. I did not wish to intrude, so I sought refuge behind this stone to await the conclusion of your discussion. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused." At this juncture, Qin Ge finally regained his composure, glancing at the amiable Shura before him, and felt his heart skip a beat in fright. He thought to himself, if one truly cannot master the art of being congenial, perhaps it would be better to abandon such pretenses altogether. The smiling Azura now evoked a deeper sense of dread within him than the menacing figure he had encountered moments earlier. Yet, Qin Ge understood that should he display any hint of trepidation now, it would spell his doom. Therefore, he exerted every effort to maintain an air of calm composure, conjuring excuses as they came to him. However, He was unprepared for the fact that his words only served to reinforce the Azura's earlier suspicions and contemplations. The Azura scrutinized Qin Ge from head to toe, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Indeed, this young man before him appeared to possess an extraordinary background, likely a formidable figure from ancient times. Perhaps he had recently emerged from seclusion, concealing his true prowess while wandering the mortal realm. It was fortunate that he had refrained from uttering anything overly audacious. Otherwise, provoking such a powerful being would have invited calamity upon himself. It was not entirely the Azura's fault for his overthinking. This was primarily due to the fact that he had previously used his divine sense to scan the area, ensuring that no one was around before making his presence known. To his surprise, despite having conducted a thorough examination, he had failed to detect Qin Ge's existence. Logically, if Qin Ge were merely an ordinary cultivator in the tribulation phase, he would not have eluded the Azura's divine perception. Thus, the Azura naturally concluded that Qin Ge's strength exceeded that of a mere tribulation phase practitioner. Yet, the young man's humility only solidified this belief. Qin Ge, too, was taken aback by the Azura's demeanor. He had anticipated that upon his emergence, the response would be one of furious wrath, or at the very least, an immediate execution without a word. To his astonishment, the Azura was not enraged. Rather, he presented a friendly countenance. This was perplexing, as Qin Ge had just witnessed the entirety of their disgraceful conduct. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired, to prevent others from discovering their misdeeds. One would need to silence witnesses. At this moment, the Azura found himself in contemplation. Before departing that day, his venerable ancestor had cryptically imparted a piece of advice: to remain vigilant while out in the world, for one might encounter new opportunities. Unexpectedly, fate had orchestrated such a serendipitous encounter, as he had only just stepped outside to meet a formidable ancient being who had been in seclusion for many years. With this thought in mind, the Azura's expression softened further as he regarded Qin Ge. "May I inquire your name?" he ventured. Though the Azura pondered many things, he was not foolish. He feared that he might be indulging in wishful thinking. Thus, he astutely posed another question. If Qin Ge could readily provide his title, and if it resonated with the Azura, it would affirm his suspicions. Conversely, if Qin Ge could offer no coherent response or fabricated a tale, it would indicate that his assumptions were incorrect, revealing Qin Ge to be merely a fledgling tribulation phase cultivator. Seeing the Azura's attitude, Qin Ge was left even more bewildered. Could it be that the celestial beings within this world of journey to the west were also courteous? The celestial being before me does not appear to embody the virtues of a benevolent entity. Clad in a dark robe, he exudes an unmistakable scent of blood. Coupled with his grotesque visage, it is evident that he is a quintessential antagonist. Yet, to my astonishment, this villain is engaging with me in a surprisingly amiable manner, even donning a visage of feigned cordiality. What on earth could have transpired? Is it possible that in the realm of journey to the west, all deities, regardless of their nature, exhibit such politeness? This seems improbable, as I still recall peering through the celestial mirror to observe others. Chapter 176. What is happening? Those celestial beings, each one more arrogant than the last, each one looking down upon others. How has there been such a complete reversal? Qin Ge's mind raced, simultaneously formulating a bold notion. Is there a possibility that this celestial being before him has mistaken him for another individual? Perhaps someone whom he dares not offend, or someone he wishes to please, thus revealing such a countenance. Upon contemplating this, Qin Ge felt increasingly convinced of its plausibility. He scrutinized the figure before him, gradually piecing together an understanding of their identity. The Shura king, known for his ruthlessness, with a reputation for mercilessness, and the Iron Fan Princess as his daughter. "I am Dao Yi of the Way," he ventured, "but you must be the Shura king, Emperor Shurtian. Am I correct?" Qin Ge, pondering deeply, realized he had no celestial figure to impersonate. After all, the deities were well acquainted with one another. If he were to mention a name that coincidentally resonated with this being, his own identity would be unveiled. Thus, he resolved to keep his wits about him, seeking merely to deduce the other's name. After all, who among ordinary mortals could truly know these celestial beings? He would fabricate a name to deceive the other. Should their relationship be tenuous, the celestial would likely assume he had merely erred in recalling their name, which might induce a sense of guilt. Though Qin Ge's heart raced with anxiety, his exterior remained as steady as a seasoned sage, betraying not a hint of disquiet. "Ah, it is you. I had no idea that the stone behind was, in fact, you," and thus spoke with audacity. "Please, do not take it to heart." Upon hearing this name, the expression of the Shura transformed dramatically. "Dao Yi, it is said that the way begets one, one begets two, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets myriad things. It can be said that Dao and One are the origins of all existence. This Dao E before him was indeed a figure he recognized, one of the 5 great sages of antiquity. However, due to various circumstances, he had not succeeded, allowing the primordial ancestor to be the first to master the heavenly way. Yet, as he pondered, Shura found himself hesitating. The primordial ancestor had informed them that the other sages had been slain by the chaos demons, leaving him as the sole supreme being in the cosmos. Therefore, was this Dao truly alive, or had he perished? Confounded, Shura began to meticulously deduce the intertwining threads of fate. However, with his current cultivation and abilities, he was unable to unravel the entirety of these causal connections. In that moment, while turbulent thoughts swirled within him, Qin Ge's trepidation deepened. He had merely conjured a name in desperation, yet the other's expression had shifted so profoundly, now imbued with reverence. Had he perhaps overplayed his hand? Was it possible that the being had already seen through his ruse and was merely toying with him, wishing to torment him to the brink of despair? The thought intensified Qin Ge's anxiety, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. After all, his cleverness had only just allowed him to navigate a perilous situation. But should his ruse be exposed, escaping this enchanting realm would be far from a simple endeavor. As Shura pondered, he eventually noticed Qin Ge lost in thought, prompting him to become attentive. I wonder if you have any pressing matters? Recently, in my residence, I have acquired some miraculous elixirs, yet I find myself unable to comprehend them fully. I would be grateful if you could come and take a look to see if there is anything that merits improvement. Improvement? None at all. What could possibly be improved? I am not a particularly clever person myself, so how could I assist you? He continued, moreover. You witnessed the quarrel between my daughter and son-in-law. It truly is a misfortune for the family to encounter such discord. As he spoke, Shura's face exhibited a myriad of emotions. He had never anticipated that his daughter would find herself in such a predicament. It's nothing at all. Young people are prone to such thoughts. It is quite normal. After experiencing a taste of sweetness, Qin Ge promptly feigned ignorance, adopting an imposing demeanor. To an uninformed observer, one might indeed mistake him for the so-called ancient sage. With this thought, Qin Ge felt a surge of excitement. After all, he could now leverage another's identity to engage in activities he would ordinarily hesitate to undertake. More importantly, with his current name, whatever he desired would typically be granted, with his needs prioritized. Now, if he could cultivate a friendship with Emperor Shurtian, anything suitable for him would surely be recommended, thus greatly enhancing his own training efficiency. What prompted your unexpected visit today? Emperor Shurtian inquired further. Oh, nothing of significance, merely passing through, Qin Ge replied, gesturing towards Princess Iron Fan. I wonder what relation you have with her. This is my rather unaccomplished sister, although she is already married and has a child. Upon hearing this, Shura felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be that this esteemed figure had taken an interest in his sister? While he might have welcomed such a union previously, the circumstances had changed. His sister was now married and a mother, making such an idea rather inappropriate. This is my wife. If you have anything to discuss, please speak swiftly. I do not have the luxury of time to dally. The Bull Demon King, oblivious to any impropriety, grew displeased with Qin Ge's lingering demeanor, even suspecting him of harboring feelings for his wife. He reached out, intending to intimidate Qin Ge. However, before he could continue, he found himself unceremoniously kicked to the ground. How dare you be so disrespectful? Even I must show deference when conversing with Master Dao, yet here you are, posturing. Shura had long held a disdain for the Bull Demon King, and with the current situation combining old grievances with new, he delivered a swift kick. Even if the Bull Demon King had not quarreled with his daughter that day, such words were wholly unacceptable. After all, this Master Dao was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond their comprehension. If one were to offend this individual, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. He certainly does not wish to stake his life on such a foolish son-in-law. The Bull Demon King, having received a kick, felt a surge of anger within, yet remained silent, standing quietly to the side, casting a gaze of hatred towards Qin Ge. The Bull Demon King is indeed a peculiar character. Despite being married to Princess Iron Fan, he seldom shows any affection towards her. However, with the emergence of an imagined rival, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of unexpected attentiveness. Chapter 177. The drill. Though he felt a surge of fury within, he had to swallow his indignation, constrained by the presence of his father-in-law. A few days prior, did a mischievous monkey not burrow into your abdomen? Qin Ge immediately adopted a mysterious demeanor, addressing the bewildered Princess Iron Fan beside him with this remark. The moment the words left his lips, they sparked a significant reaction. How did you know? Princess Iron Fan exclaimed in astonishment, for this matter had been privy only to her and Yu Linglong. She felt deeply embarrassed and had never mentioned it to anyone. Now, to her dismay, an unfamiliar person had brought it to light. The greater shock was borne by Shura and the Bull Demon King. What? Could such a thing indeed be true? Shura had faith in his daughter and could not believe she would engage in such behavior. But witnessing her reaction left him utterly flabbergasted, realizing that his daughter had indeed committed such an act. The Bull Demon King felt his horns turning green with envy. I have fallen for a wild mare, yet there is no grassland at home. Now, it seems the grassland has grown over my head. My dear wife, is it truly so? While I have been away, you actually... The Bull Demon King felt as though the sky had collapsed. Although he rarely spent time with Princess Iron Fan, it was impossible to claim that she did not occupy a place in his heart. After all, they had known each other for quite some time, maintaining a harmonious and affectionate relationship. More importantly, he regarded her as his own possession, and now, to witness another encroaching upon his territory was unbearable. Observing the reactions of the two, Shura was also taken aback. Yet he firmly believed that someone of Qin Ge's stature would not lie. Could it be that this matter had truly surpassed his expectations, and his daughter had indeed engaged in such behavior? As she watched her husband and his companion anxiously fidgeting, Princess Iron Fan's expression grew increasingly grim. Originally, she had no desire to disclose this incident to anyone. After all, though she had done nothing wrong, the ramifications of its revelation could tarnish her reputation. More importantly, how could this individual possibly know of it? Was he truly a formidable presence? What was the truth behind this? Why had you not confided in me? Have you truly betrayed me? The Bull Demon King felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had merely sought fleeting pleasures outside, only to find his own backyard ablaze, his wife potentially snatched away by another. Yet this esteemed figure spoke with such subtlety. To say it had burrowed into her abdomen, what a phrase. After much pressing, Princess Iron Fan finally found herself compelled to reveal the truth. I did not wish to share this matter with you, for I too have suffered, and I have done nothing wrong to deserve such treatment. It pains me deeply. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King was incensed. How could one so blatantly shift the blame onto others for one's own misdeeds? Were it not for the presence of Azura beside him at that moment, he would have long since lost his patience. However, out of respect for Azura, he restrained his fury, secretly plotting to wait until Princess Iron Fan revealed the truth before assessing what further words Azura might have to offer. As Princess Iron Fan spoke, tears streamed down her face, for this incident was a profound humiliation for her. Having been raised in luxury, she had never endured such indignity. If it were not for you, if you were not away from home, how could I have suffered such disgrace? Moreover, that raucous monkey claimed to be your sworn brother. Azura, though filled with anger, began to sense something amiss. He knew his daughter well. She was not the type to engage in such behavior. More importantly, her reaction was clearly one of grievance rather than guilt. Perhaps you, as a senior, could clarify the matter? You see my daughter in her current state. She is incapable of articulating the circumstances. It would be prudent for you to explain what transpired. At this moment, Princess Iron Fan was sobbing uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Observing the pitiful sight of the princess in tears, Qin Ge felt a pang of sympathy and sought to speak on her behalf, only to be interrupted once more by the Bull Demon King. How dare you show such shamelessness? If you have something to say, let it be known. I wish to see who has led you to betray me. Just because I have been away from home for a time, you dare to engage in such treachery? Do you have the audacity to quarrel with me here? The Bull Demon King, in that moment, had completely lost his reason. The thought of being cuckolded filled him with rage, compelling him to desire nothing more than to strangle Princess Iron Fan. Qin Ge had anticipated the Bull Demon King's reaction and realized that this was a private family matter. Continuing to speak would be inappropriate. This is your affair. Let Princess Iron Fan share her account. With great effort, Princess Iron Fan managed to quell her sobs and recounted the events. A few days ago, Yu Linglong visited us. After you departed, we exchanged a few words. Yu Linglong was furious to learn of your infidelity. I then called you over, but to our surprise, as I stepped outside, I found a monk with an ugly face and a thunderous voice pounding at the door. A monk with an ugly visage? The Bull Demon King pondered, his anger gradually giving way to confusion. This monk was quite unsightly and exceedingly rude. Upon seeing me, he addressed me as sister-in-law and demanded to borrow my magical banana fan, claiming it was needed to extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain in order to seek scripture in the West. There are indeed unreasonable individuals. I cannot fathom who they are. If I were to discover their identity, they would surely regret their actions. The Bull Demon King, too, felt a surge of anger, for he understood the significance of the banana leaf fan to Princess Iron Fan. Naturally, I could not acquiesce to such a request. Setting aside the fact that this fan holds immense importance for me, I am unfamiliar with the requester. How could I possibly lend it so readily? Thus, I resolutely declined. Chapter 178. Later, what transpired next? The Bull Demon King was in a state of agitation. Surely, it could not be that his wife refused to lend a magical artifact to the visitor, prompting infidelity. To his astonishment, this audacious monkey even dared to engage him in combat. Overwhelmed, he could only retreat to his cave. As he lamented to the princess about the incident, he was suddenly alarmed to discover that the monkey had somehow burrowed into his very belly, creating a ruckus and threatening to remain there for eternity unless he was granted the banana fan. Upon hearing this, Princess Iron Fan felt a profound shame, wishing to vanish from existence. Fortunately, the adept Yuling Long was present and swiftly expelled the intruder. The Bull Demon King pondered that had the princess not been there at that moment, he might have been utterly powerless against the monkey and forced to relinquish the artifact. After sharing this tale, Princess Iron Fan buried her face in her hands and wept. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King appeared utterly bewildered. Had he misinterpreted the situation? As he contemplated, he noticed his previously green hair gradually returning to its original hue. However, before he could feel relieved, he caught sight of the fierce gaze of Shura, who looked as though he wished to plunge a dagger into him. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he this supposed to be a sworn brotherhood? Why was the situation so reckless and fraught with hostility? The Bull Demon King, regaining his composure, began to discern the identity of this individual. He surmised that the monk with a fierce visage and a thunderous voice, whom his wife encountered, must be none other than Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who created havoc in heaven 8 centuries ago. This realization ignited a fresh wave of indignation within him. Although they had indeed sworn brotherhood centuries prior, it did not justify the monkey's mistreatment of his wife. Shura was unwilling to entertain such explanations. He had remained silent, believing that his daughter was at fault. But now that he understood she was blameless and had been wronged, he could no longer contain his fury. What do you have to say for yourself? I shall refrain from detailing the grievances my daughter endured after marrying you. However, today you openly humiliated her and cast doubt upon her character. Because of you, she has suffered a profound insult. Do you not owe her an explanation? Forgive me, esteemed father-in-law. I genuinely had no knowledge of these events. Had I been aware, I would have sent that monkey away to avenge my wife's honor. Unfortunately, I had been preoccupied these past few days and was unaware of what transpired. The Bull Demon King felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing that during his absence, Sun Wukong had acted in such an egregious manner. Do not speak to me in such a manner. Simply convey your solutions, for if you cannot resolve this matter, then you ought to depart without further ado. I shall not permit my daughter to endure such indignities any longer. Had it not been for the esteemed reputation you once held, I would never have consented to unite my daughter with you. After marrying you, she has faced an abundance of grievances. Do not think that I will show leniency towards you, regardless of your previous standing. At this juncture, the Azura, unable to contain his fury, let out a cold laugh, his aura brimming with menace, compelling the Bull Demon King to kneel before him. I shall seek justice for my lady. Should I encounter that monkey, I will undoubtedly confront him with vigor. In truth, the Bull Demon King spoke sincerely, for he had long reached his limit with Sun Wukong. Their enmity had first arisen when Sun Wukong, at Flowerfruit Mountain, had received the Bull Demon King's unwavering support, only to later turn his back and ascend to the heavens, proclaiming himself the great sage equal to heaven. This time, without any provocation from the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong inexplicably intruded upon his home, disrupting the peace and brazenly mistreating his wife, showing utter disregard for their fraternal bond. If memory serves, do you not have a child who once ruled over the mountains, revered as the Holy Infant King? Qin Ge, aptly shifting the conversation, inquired, Indeed, that child is the offspring of my wife and me, named Hong Haier. Speaking of his child brought a softness to the Bull Demon King's demeanor. We have only this one child, and thus we have indulged him greatly. He is exceptionally bright and impressive, yet he is no longer by our side. Are you aware that your precious child has fallen victim to treachery and has been captured by Guanyin Bodhisattva to serve as a disciple? At this point, Qin Ge found the situation somewhat amusing. A child so young had managed to leave Sun Wukong utterly flummoxed. I am aware, yet I cannot comprehend how my son, so astute, capable of wielding the 3 flames of truth from an early age, could be ensnared. How could anyone penetrate his defenses? And how could he attract the attention of Guanyin? Although the Bull Demon King may not be particularly astute, he was no fool. Recognizing that Qin Ge was privy to some hidden truths, he humbly lowered his guard and earnestly sought guidance. Might you share your insights, esteemed elder? Qin Ge chuckled inwardly, for he was well acquainted with the entire sequence of events. I merely possess some knowledge. If memory serves correctly, it was your dear sworn brother who. Hong Haier kidnapped Tang Sung, declaring his intent to consume his flesh. Your sworn brother could not contend with your son and thus went to the Buddha to lodge a complaint, which prompted Guanyin to personally intervene and seize your child to serve as a disciple. Upon hearing these revelations, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The Bull Demon King staggered slightly, almost losing his balance. It was indeed he, a fact that had crossed my mind before, though I found it hard to believe. After all, we were once sworn brothers. No matter how malicious one could be, it should not extend to involving one's own offspring. The Bull Demon King let out a cold laugh, feeling an icy chill settle within his heart. He had previously aided Sun Wukong on numerous occasions, always ready to lend a hand in times of need. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, Sun Wukong not only failed to repay his kindness but also turned against him. The events that transpired before could be overlooked, dismissed as mere antics of Sun Wukong's unruly nature. However, that was no longer feasible. He could no longer endure this betrayal. Chapter 179. The unbearable. It was not merely an affront to his beloved wife, but also a despicable act against his cherished son. The accumulation of both new grievances and old resentments was sufficient to incite the formidable Bull Demon King's profound hatred for Sun Wukong. Yet, amidst this fury, there existed another, even angrier figure, Azura. Azura had never anticipated that his precious daughter would endure such indignities in this very place, nor that his beloved grandson had been seized by the celestial beings. His son-in-law, reduced to impotent rage, even contemplated taking a concubine, such a useless creature. Allowing his wife and child to suffer this humiliation, what other purpose could he serve beyond his incessant wailing? Were it not for the revelation from a senior, would he still be oblivious to the fact that his sworn brother had so brazenly tormented him? Did he require Sun Wukong himself to come and humiliate him for him to accept the truth? Azura was genuinely enraged. He delivered a powerful kick to the Bull Demon King and followed it with a resounding slap. At that moment, the Bull Demon King dared not utter a word, for he recognized the absurdity of his actions. He himself felt he had gone too far. Qin Ge stood by, observing the chaos unfold with a sense of secret delight. He silently commended his earlier boldness in stepping forward. Had he not done so, he would not be the one witnessing this spectacle. He had not anticipated that these deities from Journey to the West could be so easily deceived. A mere fade was enough to earn their belief. Simultaneously, a bolder idea began to take root in Qin Ge's mind. What if he incited discord among the Tang monk and his 3 companions, preventing them from even crossing the Flame Mountain? Such a scenario would indirectly safeguard his own family. With this thought in mind, Qin Ge intervened, halting Azura from further aggression. There was no need for such fury. It would be more prudent to seek clarity regarding why the Bull Demon King had been neglectful of his own family, remaining unaware of the turmoil that had transpired. Although he was known as a divine beast, there had been no direct confrontation between Qin Ge and Azura. Qin Ge understood well that despite his outward appearance as a formidable figure, he was merely a minor cultivator in the tribulation stage. Should their paths cross, Azura would undoubtedly sense his cultivation and aura, which could lead to his exposure. If discovered, everything he had said would be evidence against him, for he possessed far too much knowledge. My apologies for the disturbance. It is merely that I find it unbearable to see my daughter suffer such grievances. It pains me deeply, Azura expressed, somewhat abashed, retracting his hand. Though angered, he recognized the need to preserve the Bull Demon King's dignity. It is of no consequence. Let us allow the children to understand, for he must have his own unspoken burdens. At this juncture, Qin Ge felt as though he was floating, buoyed by the unfolding events. Who would dare to believe that one, merely a cultivator in the tribulation phase, would audaciously address the Bull Demon King as a child, assuming an air of superiority as if a senior? What is more alarming is that those present were expressions of sincere belief, seemingly genuinely convinced of his authority. Moreover, upon a cursory estimation, Qin Ge realizes that the Bull Demon King is at least several centuries old, while he himself is but 3 or 4 decades. And even when combining his past life's age, he scarcely reaches a fraction of the Bull Demon King's longevity. This individual is indeed putting on an extravagant fade. Well then, speak your mind. What is it that has you so preoccupied lately that you can scarcely tend to your home? At this juncture, Shura cast a sidelong glance at the trembling Princess Yume, letting out a cold snort. I. The Bull Demon King felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. Had he known better, he would never have brought the Yume fox along today. Now, it appears he has been caught red-handed. leaving him no opportunity to defend himself. What's worse, Shuro witnessed his earlier outburst directed at Yuling, leaving him utterly bereft of a chance to escape his predicament. Perhaps it is best if I speak on this matter. Father, you must have your suspicions regarding this situation. To speak candidly, your assumptions are indeed accurate. Over a century ago, this fox emerged from unknown origins to ensnare the bull demon king, who was then whisked away. From that moment, it was just the two of us, a mother and her orphaned son, until recently when calamity befell my son. During that time, she lingered in the embrace of her tender haven, unwilling to cast even a fleeting glance back. Princess Iron Fan was genuinely incensed, thus withholding any semblance of respect for the bull demon king, and she revealed the entirety of the affair. I ask you, when you wed my daughter, what did I convey to you? Shura too, with a cold smirk, found this behavior utterly disgraceful, despite being a man himself. Before the bull demon king sought to marry Princess Iron Fan, he vehemently opposed the union. It was only after the bull demon king's relentless pleas and solemn vows of unwavering fidelity and commitment to never take a concubine, ensuring she would not suffer any indignities, that Shura reluctantly acquiesced. Now, how ironic it is that merely a short time after their marriage, the bull demon king's affections have waned so drastically, casting aside all his previous promises. I vowed to never take a concubine and to ensure she would not suffer. The bull demon king shut his eyes, a pang of regret gnawing at his heart. It is inconceivable to claim he did not love Princess Iron Fan. He had invested tremendous effort into their union, not to mention the joy that enveloped him at the birth of their child. Yet, everything shifted with the appearance of the Yume fox. Inexplicably, he found her vastly more appealing than Princess Iron Fan, irresistibly drawn to her presence. Gradually, he began to distance himself from Princess Iron Fan, losing the desire to see her. Now, kneeling on the ground, he reminisces about the beautiful moments shared with Princess Iron Fan, his heart heavy with boundless regret. How foolish it is to consider forsaking one's devoted wife for the allure of a temptress. At this moment, the bull demon king found himself lost in a reverie. When his son, the Red Boy, was abducted, what was he preoccupied with? It seemed he was also in the company of the enchanting fox spirit. How utterly bewildered he felt. If only he had devoted more time to his beloved wife and child, perhaps this tragic turn of events could have been averted. Chapter 180. One more thing. As the bull demon king expressed his remorse, Qin Ge timely interjected with an additional remark. There is one more thing, though I wonder if it should be said. The bull demon king lifted his gaze, glaring into the distance. For heaven's sake, do not utter another word. If you cannot discern when it is appropriate to speak, then do us all a favor and remain silent. After all, Qin Ge had spoken extensively today, and not a single word had been advantageous to the bull demon king, who now harbored a growing sense of trepidation. He feared that should Qin Ge utter one more statement, he would be irrevocably cast into the abyss. Do not hesitate to speak, it is of no concern. Speaking candidly is indeed your assistance to us. At this moment, although Shuro was enraged, he maintained his composure, recognizing that everything Qin Ge had articulated bore an essence of truth. Given Qin Ge's stature, there seemed little reason for him to deceive them. Thus, he was also intrigued to discover how much more knowledge Qin Ge possessed, knowledge that others were oblivious to. The bull demon king had intended to voice another thought, but was silenced by a glance from Shura, swallowing back his words. If memory serves me correctly, the father of the jade-faced fox is also a fox. As soon as Qin Ge uttered this, the expressions of those present were difficult to articulate. Is this not merely a redundant statement? She is indeed a fox spirit. If her father is not a fox, could he possibly be a monkey? As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring knows how to burrow. Naturally, a fox's daughter must also be a fox. My friend, you jest. Given that she is a fox spirit, her father must certainly be a fox. Shura cast a nonchalant glance at the jade-faced fox, observing her pallid countenance and the evident anxiety in her gaze directed at Qin Ge. No, you have misinterpreted my meaning. What I intend to convey is that, according to my calculations, the father of the jade-faced fox is not an ordinary fox, but rather the esteemed fox king. Their reactions were entirely within Qin Ge's expectations. Indeed, he desired precisely this response, requiring them to first lower their guard before revealing the shocking truth, thus allowing him to witness their most genuine and visceral reactions. As anticipated, upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Who is the Fox King? He is a renowned and staunch supporter of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, it is rumored that the Fox King's relationship with the Buddhist realm has grown increasingly amicable, to the point where a position within the Buddhist hierarchy has been reserved for him. I wonder if you have heard this particular tidbit. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, has already set aside a position for the Fox King, and not only for him, but also for his daughter. At this juncture, Qin Ge had been discreetly observing the expression of the jade-faced fox, and upon hearing this statement, her face turned an ashen hue as she prepared to flee. However, being aware that Qin Ge was watching her, she could only fidget anxiously, unable to escape. You must have heard that the Fox King has a beautiful daughter who is exceptionally skilled at beguiling hearts. Though I cannot say what this enchanting beauty looks like, I am quite eager to behold her visage. Although Qin Ge spoke with such words, his expression remained unchanged. His gaze fixated intensely on the jade-faced fox. Even a fool should comprehend the implications of Qin Ge's current demeanor. The bold demon king slowly turned to observe himself, while the beauty beside him was engulfed in tumultuous emotions. She never anticipated that her companion could possess such a formidable identity. It was laughable that she had believed she had finally found her true love. It appeared that this woman approached him with ulterior motives. If I am not mistaken, you must be the daughter of the eternal Fox King, correct? If that is indeed the case, then everything falls into place. The bold demon king finally understood why he had been so entranced, even neglecting the well-being of his own son. The allure of the fox spirit was not something he could simply resist. Of course not. I have no idea what you are talking about. I am merely a little fox. After years of cultivation, I have barely attained some semblance of spiritual form. Meeting the great king has been the most fortunate event of my life. I am utterly oblivious to the matters you speak of. The jade-faced fox was genuinely flustered. She had anticipated that Qin Ge would be so well informed about her origins. At this juncture, all she could do was feign vulnerability to elicit sympathy. However, this tactic had lost its potency with the bull demon king. He was not foolish, although he had committed many foolish acts before. Most were driven by lust or the fox's seduction. Now, confronted by so many witnesses, the jade-faced fox could not employ her secret arts to beguile him, and thus clarity dawned upon him. All this time, he had been ensnared in a trap laid by others. Had it not been for Qin Ge's words today, he might have continued in his state of confusion. He stared into the jade-faced fox's eyes and calmly inquired once more, "Look at me and tell me, is what he said true?" Although the jade-faced fox did not respond, the panic reflected in her eyes betrayed her true state. "I have had enough. It is an immense grievance that I have been with you, and now you dare to doubt me." The jade-faced fox lowered her head, lost in thought, before suddenly erupting in rage, discarding her earlier fragile facade. "But regrettably, you have learned too late. I admit that what he said is true, but so what? You shall all perish for ruining the good fortune of the Buddhist sect." With that, the jade-faced fox drew her sword and lunged at Qin Ge. He was merely a cultivator in the tribulation stage, unaware of so much, yet regrettably, the first to die today shall be you. The sudden thrust left Qin Ge momentarily stunned. "What do your grievances have to do with me? I was simply speaking out of turn. You cannot let your embarrassment drive you to kill me. Furthermore, you are to become a future bodhisattva. Such bloody actions seem rather inappropriate, do they not?" It is essential to understand that although Qin Ge relishes engaging in banter and has recently interacted with them as if he were a formidable figure, he is, in essence, merely a mortal who has not cultivated for long. To put it bluntly, with the current prowess of the jade-faced fox, a mere finger could suffice to extinguish Qin Ge's life. Furthermore, considering he wields a long sword of uncertain origin, Qin Ge senses that should this sword make contact with him, he would likely meet his untimely demise today. Chapter 181. I hide. However, Qin Ge was acutely aware that he could not display any signs of fear or panic at this moment. Should he exhibit even a hint of anxiety, his previous pretense would be laid bare before all. After all, how could a prominent figure be flustered by such a trivial fox? Thus, rather than retreating, Qin Ge planted his hands on his hips and cast a bemused glance at the nearby Shura, seemingly using body language to convey his dissatisfaction. Shura, in turn, was discreetly observing Qin Ge's reaction. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's expression, a chill ran through him. He swiftly drew his sword, intercepting the opponent's advance. The jade-faced fox attempted to rise and launch another attack, but Shura effortlessly quelled her with a mere gesture. In an instant, the once enchanting woman was reduced to dust, bereft of even the chance for reincarnation. In truth, when the jade-faced fox had made her move, the others had already sensed the shift, for her expertise lay in seductive arts, not in formidable combat skills. Yet, none of them acted hastily. They were eager to observe Qin Ge's response. Having employed various subtle tests, they found that Qin Ge's reactions bore the hallmarks of an ordinary mortal. If such knowledge were to be exposed by a mere human, their reputations would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. as family scandals ought to remain concealed. Furthermore, should Qin Ge indeed possess remarkable prowess, vanquishing the jade-faced fox would be a trivial task, thus sparing them from getting their hands dirty. What none anticipated was the astonishing resilience of Qin Ge's psyche, which deftly deceived them all. Even Shura, wary of Qin Ge harboring resentment or mistrust due to this incident, acted swiftly to eliminate the threat. Although they all appeared composed on the surface, each harbored their own thoughts. Particularly for Qin Ge, he felt the fabric of his clothing becoming increasingly damp with sweat. That sword had come perilously close, a mere 0.0000001 centimeters from him. Had it not been for Shura's quick reflexes, he might have met a grim fate. Qin Ge let out a cold laugh, attempting to alleviate his tension. The thrill of pretense was fleeting, yet its aftermath proved overwhelming, nearly costing him his life. At that moment, all stood in silence, exchanging awkward glances, unsure of what to say. The palpable discomfort prompted Qin Ge to recall a particular matter regarding someone who shared the same name as his wife. Clearing his throat, he decided to voice his curiosity. With a glimmer of hope, he began, though deep down he suspected that the individual they referred to as Yu Linglong was unlikely to be his spouse. After all, having spent so long with his wife, how could he remain oblivious to such significant news? Yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope. What if his wife were indeed a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? In that case, he could find himself worth a fortune overnight. As the saying goes, a doctor advised him to eat only dinner due to his poor stomach, and he genuinely yearned for the blissful life of a kept man. Could you enlighten me about the esteemed Yu Linglong that you mentioned earlier? Why do you inquire so casually? Are you perhaps acquainted with Yu Linglong? Before the Bull Demon King could utter a word, Princess Iron Fan had already positioned herself before him, setting aside other considerations. Given that Yu Linglong had previously rendered him considerable assistance, he felt compelled to contemplate her safety. If this individual before him were indeed a sworn enemy of Yu Linglong's and uttered something inappropriate, it would surely bring trouble upon her. This Yu Linglong is the sister of our sect, having grown up alongside her, and she is also a distinguished disciple of the celestial being, naturally holding an esteemed position. How could you possibly be unaware of her? Now coming to his senses, the Bull Demon King felt a surge of gratitude towards Qin Ge. Thus he recounted some trivial matters that were well known to all. Qin Ge had certainly heard of her. Yet he was curious to ascertain whether the Yu Linglong they spoke of was indeed his wife. It was merely a casual inquiry, though he wondered if this princess was already betrothed. While Qin Ge appeared outwardly composed, internally he was on the brink of fainting from anxiety. His potential for sudden wealth hinged on their responses today. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, marrying the disciple of the celestial being. At that moment, he was not the only one feeling the tension. The celestial being and his fellow disciples of the sect were equally apprehensive. They had gathered together, peering through the Yin-Yang treasure mirror to observe the exchange. Upon hearing Qin Ge pose such a question, all present were taken aback, and an air of anxiety enveloped them. This was disastrous. Why would Qin Ge ask such a thing? Had he perhaps uncovered the true identity of their sister? Was it possible that he suspected her true nature, prompting such an inquiry? However, if their responses were unfavorable, Qin Ge would inevitably learn the entire truth, rendering all their efforts futile. In truth, at the outset, they were oblivious to the events that had transpired. They had even pondered why Qin Ge was unaware of Yu Linglong's identity and why she had chosen to conceal such matters from him. It was only after Yu Linglong explained the situation that they finally understood. It turned out that Qin Ge had sealed his own cultivation and even his memories in order to relive the path of cultivation. Although he had sealed his memories, any external stimuli might trigger their reawakening. At that point, once his memories were unsealed, his cultivation would inevitably follow suit. Would not all of Qin Ge's efforts during this time, along with the belief that he could start anew, come crashing down? Such a turn of events would undoubtedly disrupt Qin Ge's path to immortality. If he were to succumb to fury, it would inevitably drag the entire Jie Jiao sect into turmoil. After all, Qin Ge has rendered them considerable assistance. Had it not been for him, their current state might have been vastly different. It was Qin Ge who personally tore apart the Fengshen Bang. Moreover, their current cultivation has seen a significant enhancement, all thanks to Qin Ge's guidance. Chapter 182. The sealing of memories. They had previously deliberated that Qin Ge must have sealed his memories after marrying Yu Linglong. It was their belief that prior to this union, Qin Ge had subtly hinted at certain matters and even offered them numerous advantageous suggestions. However, after they clarified those points, such occurrences became rare, and their conversations reverted to mere commonplace exchanges. Were it not for their insider knowledge, they would have genuinely regarded Qin Ge as an ordinary mortal. Naturally, They speculated that perhaps after successfully navigating the tribulation, Qin Ge would automatically unseal his memories and restore his cultivation. Yet, all of this remained conjecture. The specifics would ultimately depend on Qin Ge's own circumstances. Initially, they planned that if Qin Ge were to overcome the tribulation successfully, they would disclose everything to him, thereby not truly deceiving or concealing the truth from him. These speculations and hypotheses were held with great confidence by the celestial being, who believed wholeheartedly in the validity of his assumptions. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to the assembly with unwavering assurance, prompting a wave of astonishment among the listeners. While everyone was aware that their brother-in-law hailed from an extraordinary lineage, none had anticipated that he was, in fact, an ancient powerhouse. They were particularly astonished that he would choose to experience the path of cultivation anew by sealing both his powers and memories, starting afresh as an ordinary person. This alone earned their profound admiration. Simultaneously, a shared concern arose among them. They must not allow Qin Ge to regain his memories at this juncture. Was there any way to prevent that? If their brother-in-law were to recover his memories now, would he not be filled with rage? Such anger could easily be directed at them, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, with Qin Ge currently possessing limited knowledge, they could take advantage of this opportunity to procure more fruits and vegetables. If he were to become incensed later on, they might find themselves deprived of even those provisions. Each person harbored ulterior motives, yet they united under a common goal. They must prevent the Bull Demon King from revealing the truth. Master, what should we do? Do you think the Bull Demon King will indeed disclose the reality? As the group expressed their anxiety, the celestial being felt a similar urgency. However, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions. Alas, everything is known to the way of heaven. Whatever is to be said will align with its design. We cannot intervene. Yet, should he inadvertently speak incorrectly, we might find ourselves feasting. The celestial being shook his head, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. It must be acknowledged that the Bull Demon King, despite his formidable cultivation, could provoke Qin Ge's ire, leading to one inevitable outcome, being transformed into braised beef. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue. Would it not be delicious if their brother-in-law were to prepare the Bull Demon King as a dish? Though they felt a twinge of reluctance, the allure of such a delicacy overshadowed their reservations. Thus, they murmured their apologies to the Bull Demon King, assuring him that they would honor his memory. At this moment, the Bull Demon King suddenly sneezed thrice. Damn it, who was cursing me? The question of whether Yu Linglong had clarified this matter truly perplexed him. It is rather simple, although their relationship was amicable. Ever since the Bull Demon King wed Princess Iron Fan, he gradually severed all ties with the disciples of the, particularly during that period. All the individuals he befriended ascended to the divine list, and in his quest for purity, he had no choice but to cut off connections with them. Consequently, when Yu Linglong married, he was completely unaware. A few days prior, when Yu Linglong visited, they did not broach the subject, yet instinctively, they felt that given Yu Linglong's status, if she truly had wed, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the three realms. How could it be that they had not heard a whisper of it? Contemplating this, the Bull Demon King shook his head while sneezing. However, it was likely that she had not married, for if she had truly tied the knot, it would have undoubtedly stirred the entire three realms. More importantly, he did not believe there existed anyone among the three realms worthy of Yu Linglong. This statement held truth, considering Yu Linglong's status, cultivation, and beauty. Those deserving of her were indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Hearing such words, Qin Ge felt a twinge of disappointment and sighed. So that is how it is. Well, it seems my dream of living off my wife has been thoroughly shattered. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Qin Ge had long since prepared himself psychologically. If his wife were indeed that renowned princess, how could she possibly heed his every word? However, it was quite a coincidence. He knew someone who shared the same name as that princess. Upon reaching this point, Qin Ge was reluctant to continue, for he could not admit that his previous inquiry stemmed from the fact that his wife bore the same name. That would indeed portray him as rather lewd. Yet, fearing further probing, he hastily shifted the topic. Speaking of which, didn't Little Bull seek revenge? I have splendid news for you. Sun Wukong and his companions are currently camped near Flame Mountain. This is your perfect opportunity, should you let it slip away. You may not find such a favorable chance again. What? Indeed, this statement successfully diverted everyone's attention. The Bull Demon King, sneezing, grasped his weapon. You, Sun Wukong, dare to dwell in my territory? You truly do not regard me with any respect. Sun Wukong had already wreaked havoc upon him, and now he sought to endanger his wife and son. The Bull Demon King had long harbored hatred for him. With such an excellent opportunity at hand, how could he let it pass? Thank you, esteemed elder. If it were not for you, I might still be in the dark, played with at their whim. If there is ever a chance in the future, I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my gratitude for your guidance. Since the demise of the jade-faced fox, its influence over the Bull Demon King has gradually waned. The Bull Demon King has now developed a fundamental capacity for thought and is no longer as reckless and foolish as before. I sincerely apologize, my esteemed father-in-law, for my previous transgressions. It was primarily due to the detestable fox spirit who resorted to such despicable tactics against me. However, I assure you that I shall henceforth conduct myself with integrity, unwilling to engage in actions that would harm Princess Iron Fan. I vow never to take a concubine, nor will I allow Iron Fan to suffer any grievances. The Bull Demon King deeply bowed towards Ashura. Chapter 183. A toast. Shura was initially quite incensed, feeling angered by the injustices his daughter had faced and the cowardice exhibited by his son-in-law. However, upon uncovering the truth, his ire dissipated. After all, even the Bull Demon King had been misled, and the fact that he was now capable of recognizing his mistakes and seeking to amend them was commendable in its own right. Thus, Shura refrained from further remarks. After the Bull Demon King departed, he beamed at Qin Ge. Thank you for your assistance earlier, dear friend. Now that there are no lingering matters, why not join me for a drink? Though framed as a question, it left no room for Qin Ge to decline. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Shura conjured a table and 2 chairs out of thin air. The jug of wine upon the table still emitted a faint steam, suggesting it had just been warmed. Please. After you. Qin Ge, filled with a sense of exhilaration, could not refuse. He marveled at the absurdity of being invited to share a drink with a celestial being who treated him with such respect. It was a tale that would surely be met with disbelief if shared. Seated across from one another, Qin Ge absent-mindedly stroked the black cat while reaching for the teacup on the table. Who is that fellow? The black cat thought to itself, disdainfully eyeing the stranger. How could someone of his standing presume to sit at the same table as our master? Beside it, the monkey shared a similar sentiment, holding the stranger in contempt. Although aware of the other's superior strength, it dismissed the notion that a confrontation would not end in its favor, should it come to that. Are you all unaware of who this is? A voice interjected. This is none other than the illustrious king of Shura, a figure of considerable renown. A second stage saint among the dead, a personage of great importance within the 3 realms. The Star Lord of the Day, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondered how such a prominent individual had fallen to such low regard in this gathering. Yet, upon reflection, he conceded that the others were not entirely mistaken. Having nearly reached the level of primordial, he indeed lacked the standing to share a meal with his master. Enough, enough. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum. I am eager to witness the unfolding events. Your incessant prattling drowns out everything. The black cat, licking its paw, bared its teeth at the 2. It was clearly impatient for the imminent spectacle. Dear daughter, pour some wine for our esteemed guest. Though the wine jug appeared unremarkable, its contents were extraordinary, an elixir gifted by the Jade Emperor himself, specifically to curry favor with Shura. He seldom indulged in such luxuries, but today he made an exception, for he deemed Qin Ge deserving of this honor. To be candid, I have heard of your esteemed reputation since childhood. I never anticipated that one so renowned could be so approachable and willing to offer assistance. It truly astonishes and inspires me. Shura expressed some pleasantries. While they might sound insincere, they reflected his genuine sentiments. Qin Ge merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further, as he too was taken aback by the unfolding situation. Merely concocting a name. Could it be that this individual truly existed in history? Moreover, the tone of my interlocutor suggests a long-standing admiration, which explains the remarkable cordiality displayed towards me today. It seems I have been elevated to the status of an idol. Yet, I am utterly ignorant of the persona I am masquerading as, lacking even a semblance of knowledge about his appearance. Should I inadvertently utter an inappropriate remark, my true identity would be laid bare. Understanding this predicament, I chose to remain silent, adopting an air of inscrutability. However, after a sip of the offered wine, my astonishment was unmistakable. I had anticipated that such a divine being would offer something of exquisite quality, yet although the aroma was delightful, the taste was disappointingly bland. Akin to sipping plain water, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing a slight affront to my palate. Initially, when I arrived in this realm, I had not yet begun brewing my own wine. Thus, purchasing the local spirits at the market had left me underwhelmed. Eventually, I embarked on my own brewing journey, only to discover that even the divine wine was lacking. Is this the hallmark of the journey to the West Universe? Despite my discontent, I refrained from voicing it, for my companion's formidable prowess was evident. Any ill-chosen words might provoke a challenge I could not hope to withstand. Besides, even if the wine were subpar, merely surviving this encounter was a considerable feat, and I had no right to harbor further expectations. With these thoughts in mind, I set aside my grievances and reached for a fruit from the platter. This fruit, an enigmatic specimen, appeared translucent and enticing. It was a celestial fruit, a gift from the Jade Emperor, which I had hitherto been reluctant to consume. Today, I had resolved to taste it, inviting my elder to discern its flavor. Shura watched me with eager anticipation. He spoke no falsehood. These delicacies were indeed reserved for special occasions, and he hoped to leave a favorable impression on me. Celestial fruit? My interest was piqued. The fruits I had consumed previously had been rather mundane, but this was authentic divine fare, and I anticipated a delightful experience. Without hesitation, I took a generous bite. Yet, as I chewed, my expression morphed dramatically. Out of politeness, I swallowed the unpalatable morsel instead of spitting it out. In a single phrase, I felt as though I had partaken of a counterfeit celestial fruit. It possessed no flavor, and the texture was peculiar, reminiscent of chewing wax, devoid of any pleasurable experience. How is it? Is it exceptionally delicious? Shura inquired eagerly, scrutinizing my reaction with a sense of unease, sensing that my expression had been rather strange, yet unable to articulate why. Indeed, as expected from the divine grace of the Jade Emperor, the flavor is truly unparalleled. The expression on Qin Ge's face was more sorrowful than tears, yet he remained silent. The adversary was Ashura, 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 Ashura. Qin Ge mentally recited it 100 times before he could finally calm the tempest of anger within him. He harbored grave suspicions that the Shura was mocking him, using these delicacies that others deemed unworthy to deceive him. Chapter 184. The reason for coming down from the mountain, if I am not mistaken. The reason you have emerged this time is indeed due to this journey to the west, correct? Indeed. However, I suspect your esteemed ancestor can no longer contain his eagerness. Can he? Qin Ge, oblivious to such matters, merely closed his eyes and fabricated a story. Yet, his demeanor only served to solidify Shura's unwavering belief in his identity. That is only natural. However, I wonder if you might be interested in forging an alliance with my ancestor, joining forces to achieve the noble purpose? Shura smiled broadly, convinced that the olive branch he extended was exceedingly clear. Furthermore, you are aware that countless individuals have already emerged in search of this opportunity. If one were to act alone, the probability of success appears rather meager. Would it not be more advantageous for us to collaborate? Upon hearing this, Qin Ge felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Why would he say such a thing? Could it be that this journey to the west has evolved from a mere minor tribulation into a grand calamity, one capable of attracting numerous individuals? It is essential to recognize that if this is indeed the case, the three realms may soon witness a monumental transformation, with countless lives lost. At present, I have no definitive thoughts on this matter. However, given your words, I shall contemplate it. Although Qin Ge felt a tinge of trepidation, he still enigmatically uttered this phrase. Should he decline, it might provoke the other party's ire and lead to a violent confrontation. Yet, if he were to agree outright, he would likely be taken to meet his ancestor, a feat he might find more challenging to deceive than the one before him. Very well. Whenever you come to a decision, feel free to seek us out. We shall always be at your service. Just as Qin Ge prepared to speak further, he noticed a kind-faced monk standing quietly behind Shura, having been there for an unknown duration. Amitba, I did not expect the two esteemed individuals to engage in such a congenial discussion without anyone noticing. The kind-eyed elder monk was none other than the Buddha of the lamp. His cultivation level was such that he had gone unnoticed, leaving Shura in a state of astonishment. Why had the Buddha of the lamp come here? Naturally, it was to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the Buddha Tathagata, which involved slaying the members of the Jie sect. To his surprise, after hovering nearby for quite some time, he had failed to detect a single member of the Jie sect and instead found Shura and an ordinary man indulging in drink. This revelation stirred within him a desire for bloodshed. He resolved to eliminate Shura first before addressing the affairs of the Jie sect. It is crucial to note that the king of Shura has long been an irreconcilable enemy of the Buddha and Dao. If he did not seize this opportunity today, the repercussions could be far more severe in the future. Thus, the Buddha of the lamp harbored lethal intent, yet he completely overlooked Qin Ge, perceiving him merely as an ordinary mortal whose cultivation had only reached the tribulation stage. In his eyes, the life or death of such an insignificant being mattered little. At this very moment, those gathered around the yin-yang mirror, observing the unfolding events, felt a chilling sensation coursing from their heads to their toes, causing each individual to shudder involuntarily. It was at this juncture that they truly comprehended why Qin Ge had ventured to Flame Mountain today. Had he not taken that trip, it was likely that they would have found themselves engaged in a confrontation with the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra at that very moment. Furthermore, the appearance of the Buddha of Light would have ensnared them all in one fell swoop, a calculated scheme of Buddhism against the Jiejiao. However, they had not anticipated that after Qin Ge's arrival at Flame Mountain, the collective understanding dawned upon them that he would undoubtedly assist in resolving their predicament. Consequently, none of them proceeded to Flame Mountain, inadvertently sidestepping this perilous trap. Who among them was unaware of the existence of the Buddha of Light? Although he had long since faded into obscurity, he remained a formidable figure within Buddhism. To say otherwise would be an understatement. Facing him, they would likely suffer devastating losses. Alas, their brother-in-law had displayed remarkable foresight, seemingly predicting all these events in advance, thereby helping them evade a catastrophe. Had they ventured forth today, they would have likely found themselves in dire straits, as their strength would scarcely have sufficed to contend with the Buddha of Light. A wave of trepidation washed over them, naturally instilling a sense of reverence for Qin Ge. Their bickering, however, did not deter Tong de Tianren from his vigilant observation of the subtle power struggles between the Buddha of Light and the King of Azuras. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had no desire to intervene, preferring instead to witness how Qin Ge would respond to such formidable adversaries. While the Buddha of Light was indeed terrifying, in his eyes, he was merely an insignificant insect. Yet, was it not true that in the Buddha's perception, Qin Ge was equally trivial? Should Qin Ge's companions refrain from intervening, what strategies would he employ? This was the question that piqued his curiosity. Unconsciously, he had dismissed the King of Azuras, deeming him formidable yet merely a pawn in the grand scheme of the Buddha of Light. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with Qin Ge, it was likely that his own fate would have been one of utter annihilation today. Master, what are we to do? Qin Ge has sealed his cultivation, and if we do not assist him, it could lead to grave consequences. Yu Linglong's anxiety was palpable, as she was acutely aware that Qin Ge's current abilities were wholly inadequate to confront these formidable foes. No, we need not intervene. We shall merely observe the unfolding events. Tong de Tianren resolutely maintained that they should refrain from action, eager to see how Qin Ge would navigate this predicament. Moreover, the most crucial point was that they had no reason to intervene, for Qin Ge was not alone. He was accompanied by his loyal companions. Even if Qin Ge were incapable of contending with the Buddha of Light, those companions, including the Black Cat, possessed the power to decisively overpower him. At this juncture, Tong de Tianren found himself at a loss for words. Who could have imagined that such a formidable being would merely be regarded as a pet in Qin Ge's eyes? Moreover, it was the kind of pet that could be replaced at any moment, compelled to obey commands, with the threat of being cooked alive if it disobeyed. If this were to be revealed, how many in the three realms would be consumed by envy? To speak of that monkey, it is already the weakest among the trio of pets, yet it possesses the ability to overpower numerous deities in the heavenly court. Chapter 185. Envy. Let us speak of the rooster beside Qin Ge, tirelessly scratching the earth. It was once the illustrious Buddha of the great sun. Should others discover that such a magnificent figure has willingly descended into the mundane, becoming a mere household pet, it is certain that many would find it incomprehensible. Yet, what does it matter? Those privy to the truth can only harbor feelings of envy and jealousy. After all, to be a pet of Qin Ge is a coveted dream for countless souls. Sister, fret not over these matters. To speak of the esteemed Star Lord of the Rabbit Day, his protection over your husband is assuredly steadfast. The onlookers pondered and concluded that there was little need for concern. Our immediate priority is to devise a plan, ensuring that when the time comes for your husband to visit, he remains unaware of your true identity. Today, he has already begun to harbor doubts, and should any slip occur later, it may only deepen his suspicions. As the group consoled her, Yu Linglong found their reasoning sound. The pressing task at hand was to prevent Qin Ge from doubting her. Indeed, their comfort bore merit, for once Qin Ge's memories were restored, the prospect of gaining any advantage would swiftly dissipate, as he would no longer be easily deceived. In his current state of amnesia, however, they could exploit the situation to their benefit, perhaps persuading Qin Ge to prepare meals for them or to deliver an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Such provisions would significantly enhance their cultivation, and thus they eagerly wished for Qin Ge to remain oblivious for a few more days. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Azura king opened his eyes. How ludicrous! It is indeed astonishing that the esteemed Buddhist sect has resorted to such despicable tactics against us. What has transpired to incite such fury in the ancestor? Those nearby were equally perplexed. for he had been in seclusion for many days and now emerged, cursing the Buddhist and Taoist sects. What you may not know is that the followers of the Buddhist path have dispatched individuals to Flame Mountain to ambush the Azura king, led by none other than the Buddha of Lamp. Is this not a gross affront? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of shock and fury, their murderous intent surging forth. How could this be? The Buddhist sect, known for its compassion, is now employing such underhanded methods, unafraid of public ridicule? More critically, their actions at this moment signify long-standing discontent. If they can strike at the Azura king now, who might be next? Should we not take precautions? Their aim is not merely to eliminate the Azura king. It is a direct assault on our ancestor and each one of us. In that instant, all present felt a collective resolve, longing to confront and vanquish the Buddha of Lamp. Ancestor, what course of action should we take? Given the peril faced by the Azura king, it may be prudent for us to rush to his aid. Who knows if we can still make it in time? Eager to assist, the group readied themselves for departure. There is no need for concern. He poses little danger. The ancestor closed his eyes to sense the situation. It seems that Dao beside him should not cause any significant issues. However, I never anticipated that after several millennia, Dao still exists in this world, which is quite astonishing. While in seclusion, the ancestor received news of this, and aside from his surprise, he felt a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, the king of Azuras was fortunate to encounter Dao. Had he not been so lucky and instead faced the Buddha of Light alone, he likely would have had no hope of survival. Who is Dao? You may wonder. I have never heard of him before. The crowd, initially prepared to venture out, understood that there was no urgency as the king of Azuras seemed to be in no real danger. They were also filled with curiosity about this Dao, who could provoke such a terrifying expression from the ancestor. You might have heard the saying, Dao generates one generates two generates three generates all things. Dao is indeed the source of all creation and one of the primordial stages. Thus, you can begin to grasp his identity. The ancestor spoke with deep reverence, retaining his admiration for Dao. It is said that in ancient times he battled the chaotic deities and ultimately perished alongside them. Yet, it appears that this was merely a rumor, for he still walks among us, having concealed himself for so many years. It is likely that his cultivation and strength have undergone a terrifying enhancement, making him a force not to be underestimated. At this point, the ancestor shook his head, feeling it inappropriate to judge this individual solely based on the words of the king of Azuras. You all remain vigilant here. Do not let anyone exploit a weakness. I shall go and see for myself whether Dao is indeed real. With that declaration, the ancestor transformed into a wisp of gray smoke and vanished into the air. The Buddha of Light, like him, was once among the 3000 listeners. However, despite being part of the same circle, the ancestor's strength far surpassed that of the Buddha. If the Buddha's prowess could be ranked around 3000, then the ancestor would certainly place within the top 1000. This disparity highlights their significant differences. Therefore, while the Buddha of Light appears formidable to others, he regards ordinary cultivators as mere ants. The ancestor held a similar sentiment. At this moment, the three from Fire Mountain stood in a standoff, each silent, their expressions resembling that of long-lost friends, yet secretly engaged in a contest of will. Qin Ge gazed adoringly at the benevolent monk before him, feeling a wave of admiration. Surely, this monk cannot be so daft as to fail to recognize the fierce presence standing before him, daring to speak so boldly. It is well known that this king of Azuras has taken countless lives, emerging from bloodshed. Not only would he slay a monk, but he would also show no mercy to a Taoist. Is it possible that this monk intends to recite a grand lamentation to soothe the heart of this merciless killer? It has been a considerable time since I last beheld the king of Azura, yet you remain utterly unchanged, which indeed astonishes this old monk. The Buddha of Light, under the delusion that he has the upper hand, regards the two of us with disdain and even finds the leisure to jest with the king of Azura. Although this remark may seem like a nostalgic reminiscence, it subtly veils a scornful critique. After all these years, the cultivation of the king of Azura remains strikingly similar to what it once was, showing no signs of progress. Chapter 186. A desperate gambit. Sweat beaded on the brow of the Azura king, for he was acutely aware that, given his own prowess, engaging in combat with the Buddha of Lamp would yield no favorable outcome. Yet, with the presence of such an ancient powerhouse by his side, he entertained a flicker of hope. Reflecting on their years apart, he noted that his companion had not changed significantly, save for the increasing baldness of his head, which could serve as a new sun should the celestial body ever fail to rise. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the Buddha of Lamp shifted dramatically. He had anticipated that the Azura king, recognizing his inferiority, would be disheartened and engage in a war of words. Instead, the Azura king bore a demeanor of unwavering confidence. This prompted the Buddha to entertain a suspicion. Could it be that the Azura king was concealing his true strength, perhaps capable of matching him, all while playing the part of a fool? Ah, my dear disciple, your penchant for jest remains unchanged. Yet, your hands are stained with too much blood, and your karmic sins run deep. It would be wise to embrace the path of Buddhism, to lay down your sword and attain enlightenment, the Buddha stated, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Realizing he could not best his adversary in dialogue, the Buddha cut to the chase, making it clear that if the Azura king refused to renounce his ways, one of them would inevitably perish that day. Qin Ge, having understood none of their exchange save for the final declaration, was struck by incredulity. He felt an overwhelming urge to place his hand upon the old monk's forehead to ascertain if he was feverish. How could he, aware of the Azura king's identity, utter such ludicrous words? The Azura king was a being who slaughtered without a second thought, viewing human life as mere fodder. His lifetime of killings likely surpassed that of an entire nation. To suggest he abandon his weapons and embrace a life of piety was as absurd as an angel inviting Satan to join the heavenly choir. Qin Ge found himself perplexed, wondering if these elderly monks possessed flawed reasoning or if their vegetarian diet had dulled their intellect. With this thought, he could not resist discreetly probing the Buddha of Lamb's cultivation with his spiritual senses. To his astonishment, he sensed no fluctuations of power emanating from the monk. Was it possible that this seemingly delusional elder was merely immortal? If so, it would explain his ignorance of the Azura king's formidable nature. It was a pity that such a naive old monk was on the brink of becoming yet another lifeless body beneath the Azura king's dominion. Nonetheless, Qin Ge harbored a curiosity about how this monk managed to project such an aura of brilliance. Had he not discerned the absence of any true power, he might have genuinely believed the monk to be an extraordinary figure. After much contemplation, he surmised that the old monk was likely a charlatan, employing some scientific principles or chemical reactions to create an illusion of divine radiance, thereby deceiving those around him. However, this time he had deceived a formidable opponent, one who was as unyielding as iron. The individual before him was a veritable king of Azura, far beyond the reach of his trivial tricks. Nonetheless, Qin Ge couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients, who had managed to craft a celestial reputation through chemical reactions that even those with a few years of modern education could comprehend. This was merely a guise for their deceptive practices aimed at swindling wealth and affection. Yet such rudimentary tactics would not elude him. After all, he was a diligent student of 9 years of compulsory education and had further studied foundational knowledge for 8 years under the system. He had become quite adept at navigating these matters. Thus, you have come here today with intentions directed at me, haven't you? The king of Azura found himself in a heavy mood, entirely preoccupied with thoughts of whether this elder would lend assistance once a confrontation ensued. After all, this elder bore him no animosity. Unless the Buddha of Light had wronged him, why would he risk incurring the Buddha's wrath on his behalf? And if the elder chose not to intervene, his fate today would likely be dire. At this moment, the king of Azura could only silently wish that this elder, having partaken of his wine and fruits, might offer him a modicum of support. However, he began to doubt, despite his deep-rooted connections with the Buddhist and Taoist realms, which had historically been fraught with conflict. The past few years had seen a relative peace, with neither side provoking the other. It was inconceivable that someone would traverse such a distance solely to eliminate him. Most importantly, his own arrival here had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the other party could not have possibly tracked his path. Yet, their presence here indicated two possibilities. Either they had been quietly observing him, intent on his demise, or their purpose for being here had nothing to do with him, and he was merely unfortunate to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, leading to his imminent peril. The king of Azura leaned towards the latter scenario, believing it to be his unfortunate fate to have crossed paths with danger. Moreover, while it was true that he and the Buddhist sect had their differences, his ancestors' temperament and protective nature were well known throughout the realms. Should anything befall him today, it was likely his ancestor would incite chaos within the Buddhist community. There would be no reason for such self-destructive actions as harming an enemy while suffering significant losses himself. No, that is not the case. I merely came here today to guide other deeply burdened sinners, and fortuitously encountered you, leading to your untimely resolution. Though the Buddha of Light wore a smile, internally he rolled his eyes. How self-aggrandizing. Do you truly believe I traversed such a distance merely to eliminate you? Am I so idle? Would I need to make such a grand entrance to slay you? Were it not to imprison the multitude of thee, I would not have ventured so far at all. However, He refrained from voicing these thoughts, as he had yet to encounter those individuals. He feared that expressing his intentions might inadvertently alert them and cause them to flee. Most importantly, his presence today was prompted by the enticing promise painted by the Buddha Emperor, who presented him with an offer that was simply irresistible. Chapter 187. Misfortune. The situation had become abundantly clear, even though the king of Azura felt an intense sense of grievance. He had no choice but to concede that it appeared the Buddha of Light had no intention of taking action against him. It was merely a stroke of ill fate that had led him to cross paths with such a formidable being on this day. Upon this realization, the king of Azura could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for himself. He had merely intended to pay a visit to his daughter, and yet he found himself in the presence of the Buddha of Light. However, to label his encounter as mere misfortune would be a misnomer. After all, he had encountered an ancient power today, and should this formidable entity be inclined to offer assistance, it could indeed serve as an indirect testament to the favorable impression he had made. It might even pave the way for guidance in the future. With this thought in mind, the king of Azura cast an expectant glance at the dazed Qin Ge beside him. Esteemed friend, I may have to trouble you for assistance today. You are well aware that, given my current prowess, I find myself at a distinct disadvantage. However, should you choose to lend your aid, I would be in your debt, and you need only to call upon me in the future. Though the king of Azura was concerned about his pride, the gravity of the situation overshadowed such considerations. He needed to ascertain whether Qin Ge would indeed offer his help, for it was not just his own life at stake, but that of his daughter as well. Despite his relatively modest strength, the promise he had made could prove invaluable to Qin Ge, serving as a testament to his sincerity. Perhaps it would even lead to future collaboration, with Qin Ge offering him some invaluable insights. Thus, the king of Azura set aside his pride and openly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ge, who had been lost in thought, could not help but let out a laugh. Well, you certainly have a clever scheme in mind. It seems you are quite eager to curry favor with me. Given that there exists no prior connection or causality between us, I am under no obligation to acquiesce to your request. Yet, with this mundane monk appearing, you feign a need for my intervention, thereby placing yourself in my debt. This would afford you the opportunity to repay me later, facilitating your aim of collaboration. Ah, how intriguing that the illustrious king of Azura harbors such intricate thoughts. Qin Ge chuckled, bemused. He had not anticipated that his mere pretense would be taken at face value. Was his acting prowess truly that remarkable? Initially, when the king of Azura had presented him with fine wine and fruit, Qin Ge had wondered if he had already discerned his true identity, thus resorting to such flattery. However, it now appeared that his situation was rather dire, and these offerings were likely the best he could procure. Nonetheless, given the king's earnest proposal, it would seem discourteous to outright refuse. After all, the king had gone to great lengths to honor him. To reject him now might come across as excessively pretentious. Yet, what would agreeing entail? Would he truly consider extinguishing the life of this monk, who was merely a mortal? The potential karmic repercussions of such an act were not to be trifled with. Given his level of skill, it should be quite simple for him to deal with his opponent. However, what follows after this confrontation? How does one extricate oneself from the situation? If he fails to withdraw in a timely manner, revealing his true identity to the adversary could provoke their wrath, placing him in an even more precarious position. Nonetheless, he must acquiesce for the time being. As the saying goes, better a friend in peril than a foe unscathed. Although the monk has committed no grievous offense, merely exhibiting a bit of imprudence, he has nevertheless drawn the ire of the king of Azura, compelling him to take action. Meanwhile, the Buddha of the lamp gazed at Qin Ge, both men locked in a bewildered exchange. The king of Azura, observing their expressions, felt a tumult of emotions within him. The Buddha of the lamp, contemplating Qin Ge, thought that were his composure not sufficiently steadfast, he might burst into laughter. Could it be that the king of Azura was so astounded by his own power that he permitted a mere mortal to stand against him? Did he truly underestimate the depths of his own cultivation? Each mortal before him appeared as insignificant as ants. Should he desire it, he could obliterate them with the mere flick of his wrist. What, then, was the purpose of this maneuver? Was it an indirect plea for mercy? The Buddha of the lamp found himself increasingly perplexed. Yet, observing the somber demeanor of the king of Azura, he sensed an unsettling truth. It appeared that the king was genuinely seeking assistance from this mortal, imploring him for aid. Chapter 188. Misfortune. The Buddha of Light was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this mortal was merely a facade, masquerading as an unassuming figure? Perhaps he was a formidable being, deliberately concealing his true nature. Contemplating this, the Buddha discreetly released his divine perception to ascertain the true cultivation level of Qin Ge. Upon realizing Qin Ge's actual prowess, the Buddha nearly succumbed to laughter. How utterly absurd. A mere mortal in the tribulation stage dared to oppose me. I feel that I could merely roll my eyes, and he would be frightened to death. Oh, King Azura, you truly underestimate me. Did you orchestrate this to insult me? If that is indeed your intent, then congratulations, you have succeeded. You have truly offended me. To put it plainly, the Buddha of Light harbored a genuine desire to smite Qin Ge with a single strike before engaging the king of Azura. However, he refrained from doing so, not out of compassion, but because he understood that as the Buddha of Light, provoking excessive karmic repercussions would yield no benefit to his own cultivation. Moreover, he was inherently cautious in his dealings. The expression of the king of Azura did not appear to be one of jest. Should this individual genuinely be a cunning expert in disguise, offending him would not bode well for the Buddha. With this thought, the Buddha shook his head and recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise for you to depart and refrain from meddling in our affairs. Though his tone was exceedingly gentle, it served as an indirect warning to Qin Ge. You are not my equal. If you possess any sense, it would be prudent to leave at once. Should you choose to remain, you shall be the next to perish. How laughable. Today, since our paths have crossed, it is a fateful encounter between us two. I am determined to assist you wholeheartedly. If you are wise, you would retreat and devote yourself to piety. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Qin Ge had resolved that whatever actions he undertook that might harm himself, he must comply with the old monk's request. The monk had already extended him enough courtesy. To act ungratefully would be to overstep. Thus, he donned the guise of a reclusive sage, earnestly attempting to persuade the venerable monk before him. Ideally, the old monk would recognize the futility of the situation and depart swiftly, allowing Qin Ge to avoid bloodshed and evade the wrath of the king of Azura. Upon uttering these words, aside from the king of Azura, who appeared unfazed, the Buddha of Light was utterly bewildered. He suspected he had misheard Qin Ge's declaration, wondering if he were indeed mistaken. Did I hear correctly? A mere mortal dares to propose that he will spare me and threatens to strike if I do not heed his counsel? The Buddha of Light, upon further investigation, confirmed that Qin Ge's cultivation was indeed at the tribulation stage. Had he possessed even a modicum more of power, the absurdity of this situation would not have struck him as so ludicrous. Alas, if you must perish by my hand, consider it a testament to your virtuous deeds in your past life. After your demise, I shall recite sacred texts to guide you on your journey to the afterlife, hoping you harbor no resentment toward me, for it was you who provoked me first. The Buddha of the burning lamp is not known for his temper, and such provocation has ignited his wrath, leading him to prepare a formidable strike against Qin Ge. However, he also left a glimmer of hope, employing his ultimate technique to eliminate Qin Ge entirely. This caution arises from the possibility that Qin Ge may possess great power. Meanwhile, the king of Shura, witnessing the clash, felt an exhilarating thrill. It appeared he had not erred in his judgment, for the individual before him truly embodied the ancient Taoist sage. Otherwise, why would the Buddha of the burning lamp resort to such a lethal maneuver against him? Yet, it remained uncertain whether the Taoist sage could withstand such an onslaught. Princess Iron Fan observed closely the intricacies of their combat. Encounters of such eminent figures are steeped in experience and strategy. Should we glean even a fragment of their techniques, it would significantly enhance our own cultivation. At this moment, the king of Shura felt assured, allowing him to relax and even take the time to instruct his daughter. Observing her father's confidence, Princess Iron Fan too felt at ease, positioning herself to carefully watch the exchange of blows. Both combatants wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness what techniques Qin Ge would employ to counter the Buddha of the burning lamp's formidable strike. Yet, they were unprepared for Qin Ge's intention to evade confrontation altogether. He merely lifted the sword he had previously wielded during his flight and began to chant an incantation. Boundless cosmos, all swords converge as one. Upon completion of the incantation, as the sword ascended, a terrifying transformation unfolded around him. Even the stones upon the ground began to tremble subtly, with a radius of 10 kilometers feeling this shift. Gradually, the stones rose from the earth, coalescing into a colossal sword. This sword was so immense that it obscured the sky and emitted a chilling aura that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Even the king of Shura, upon witnessing the spectacle, could not suppress his trembling teeth, instinctively yearning to flee. Chapter 189. What is happening? What is this situation? Could it be that you are deceiving me? The onlookers, witnessing the scene through the Inyang treasure mirror, were left utterly astounded. Did you not claim that the brother-in-law had sealed his cultivation? How could such terrifying energy still emanate from him? Please do not suggest that this is a display achievable by a mere mortal in the tribulation stage. The celestial being, observing this spectacle, wore a grave expression. He was well aware of whether Qin Ge had indeed sealed his cultivation, and the answer was a resounding yes. Qin Ge had undoubtedly sealed his powers, which was why he was starting anew, having only recently reached the tribulation stage. Yet, despite this, the immense power he was exhibiting surpassed even his own capabilities. What does this signify? Even with his cultivation limited to the tribulation stage, he still possesses such formidable lethality. If his powers had not been sealed back to their previous pinnacle, how terrifying would he truly be? Contemplating this, the celestial being felt a chill of fear and dared not entertain further thoughts. In truth, this scene was entirely improvised by Qin Ge. He had never studied any offensive spells. His usual focus was on minor techniques, merely for amusement. The moment he grasped the sword, a sequence appeared in his mind, and he merely followed it, unexpectedly unleashing such power. The celestial being stood there, transfixed, even forgetting to breathe. His expertise lay in swordsmanship, and the rapid advancement he had previously experienced was due to a single character bestowed upon him by Qin Ge, from which he had gleaned profound insights. Now, witnessing Qin Ge wielding a sword, he was determined to observe intently. Any shred of sword intent he could comprehend would greatly benefit him. He even began to wonder if it were possible that Qin Ge had not truly sealed his memories, using this opportunity to deliberately provide himself with a chance to learn. However, he quickly shook his head, deeming this unlikely. It was evident that Qin Ge had lost his memory, as he no longer even knew who he was. This could only be attributed to a divine arrangement, a manifestation of fate itself. Yet, it was not just they who were astonished. The one most profoundly shaken among all was the Buddha of Light. His palm remained suspended in midair, unable to descend or ascend, leaving him standing awkwardly, gazing blankly at the colossal sword above. Is this truly just a mere mortal? This is beyond absurd. How could a mortal wield such a technique? Moreover, he was acutely aware that this aura of pressure could only belong to one who surpassed the saints. He found himself not only paralyzed but also unable to escape, as if his consciousness was irrevocably bound to his physical form. This realization filled him with dread, causing his legs to tremble, for should his corporeal body suffer any harm, his consciousness would likewise be irreparably damaged. Once the physical form is annihilated, both body and spirit shall perish, eternally barred from rebirth. At that moment, he truly appeared foolish, simultaneously grasping the reason behind the demeanor and expression of the Azura King. The figure before him was no mere mortal. Despite his repeated probing, he failed to discern the opponent's cultivation level, for it surpassed his own by an immeasurable margin. This individual was evidently a sage, masquerading as a commoner to test him. How laughable it was that he had entertained thoughts of vanquishing such a being. Indeed, if he were merely an ordinary person, how could he have ever shared drinks and conversations with the Azura King, or been treated with such profound respect? Contemplating this, the Buddha of Light shed 2 lines of clear tears, realizing his own negligence. Yet at this juncture, no amount of regret could reverse the course of fate. The sword in his grasp had already been thrust forward, leaving no path for retreat. He brought the colossal blade crashing down from above, shattering the flesh of his adversary into a mere pulp. With the destruction of the physical form, the consciousness was likewise obliterated. Thus, a being once revered as a celestial deity vanished silently from the 3 realms, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 190. Vanished though he has disappeared. The treasures he possessed remain, lying desolately on the ground. The black cat, seizing the opportunity, darted forward and snatched them all away. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ge exhaled in relief. Indeed, he had been pondering whether the old man's audacity stemmed from possessing some artifact, only to discover that he was merely a loquacious mortal. How splendid it is now, for his momentary bravado has led him to a fiery demise. Moreover, Qin Ge silently commended himself for his impressive display. Even he was startled by the aura he had just exuded. A glance at the expression of the Azura King beside him suggested that he too was awed. However, having already showcased his bravado extensively today, continuing this charade could very well lead to exposure. Qin Ge understood this principle well, should he persist in his pretense. It was likely that the Azura King would soon invite him to meet his ancestors, and at that juncture, revealing his true identity could provoke the Azura King's wrath, resulting in his immediate annihilation. With this thought in mind, Qin Ge felt a wave of retreating sentiment, contemplating an escape. At that moment, the Azura King and his daughter huddled together, trembling as they observed the unfolding events. The Azura King recognized Qin Ge's strength, yet he had never anticipated such might from him. The existence of the Buddha of Burning Lamp, unable to withstand even a single blow under his hand, had been utterly annihilated, leaving no chance for retaliation. Surely, even an ordinary sage would lack such power. How fortuitous he must be today, to encounter such an extraordinary being and even become entwined in fate with him. What was more alarming was that when the assault occurred, the other had employed no artifacts, merely wielding a colossal sword fashioned from stones to deliver the fatal blow to the Buddha of burning lamp. Today's events solidified the Shura King's resolve. No matter the cost, he must cultivate a favorable relationship with this esteemed elder, for if this elder wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. He expressed profound gratitude, suggesting that perhaps he should wait until he was better prepared before visiting the elder's abode. The Shura King, immensely appreciative, desired to learn more about Qin Ge, ensuring he would have a means of seeking him out in the future. As the saying goes, one must visit the humble abode thrice to touch another's heart. Thus, he resolved to make multiple visits, hopeful that one day he would succeed in winning over this venerable figure. Indeed, Qin Ge chuckled inwardly, realizing that his deductions were not erroneous. The Shura King intended to leverage this opportunity to forge a connection and cultivate camaraderie. Yet, despite the Shura King's current politeness, should he discover that Qin Ge was merely an impostor, his rage would likely lead to a swift and lethal response. Ah, how perceptive these individuals are, seeking to exploit me, as if I am oblivious to their intentions. Now, your kindness towards me is merely a reflection of my utility to you. Upon this realization, Qin Ge couldn't help but roll her eyes. There is no need for such complications. After all, I wander the world without a fixed abode. However, should I truly decide to visit, I shall seek you out. There is no need for you to rush. How could Qin Ge possibly divulge her residence to them? Yet, upon hearing this, the Shura King felt a pang of urgency. It was evident that the other party held little interest in him and was reluctant to pursue any further collaboration. Although he mentioned he would return when he was ready, such words seemed merely polite, and he could not bear to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Very well, I shall not prolong this conversation. I have other matters to attend to, and I thank you for your hospitality today. In the future, I shall repay you 100-fold. With this statement, Qin Ge prepared to depart, clutching her pet as she soared away on her sword. Observing her departure, the Shura King felt an anxious impulse to follow, but was met by a familiar figure before he could act. There is no need for you to follow. I shall personally ascertain where this esteemed friend resides. You should assist the Bull Demon King in dealing with the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. The ancestor had arrived, having witnessed the events unfold. The master was surprised that matters had been resolved so smoothly. However, since her husband had already aided them so significantly, it would not be appropriate to rely on him for every decision. Yu Linglong, observing everything, felt a swell of pride, astonished at her husband's remarkable capabilities. Simultaneously, she recalled that the Red Boy had been captured by Guanyin. Although he had not yet capitulated, it was only a matter of time before he became Guanyin's wealth-dispensing child. If that were the case, it would inevitably strain the relationship between the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. Though the Bull Demon King had successfully navigated this ordeal with Qin Ge's assistance, should the Red Boy's situation lead to animosity in the future, it would result in greater losses. It would be wiser for you to seek Guanyin and negotiate his release at once. Tongda Tianren squinted, having already foreseen the forthcoming events. Yet, he said little, merely acquiescing to Yu Linglong's intentions. I understand your desire to rescue the Red Boy first, but you may proceed with confidence. Although Yu Linglong lacked sufficient strength, Tongda Tianren knew that assistance would surely come from Qin Ge's side. Chapter 191. Assistance with a grave expression. Yu Linglong hurriedly made her way towards Guanyin's abode. Today, she was determined to rescue the Red Boy. If she failed, there would be no reason for her to leave Guanyin's presence at all. Resolute in her thoughts, she hastened her flight towards the dwelling of Guanyin. At that moment, Guanyin sat upon her throne, a smile gracing her features as she gazed upon the bound Red Boy. It would be wise to release me now, otherwise, when they arrive, you will find it impossible to keep me here, he declared defiantly, despite being ensnared by the celestial binding rope. There is no animosity between us. Why prolong this? Guanyin could not suppress her laughter upon hearing his words. Do you truly believe you can come and go freely in my domain of the South Sea? You shall not leave here alive today. Even if Yu Linglong were to arrive, what could she possibly do? Can she single-handedly create chaos in my realm? Moreover, I am surrounded by numerous celestial beings. Do you think your strength alone can withstand such forces? Guanyin's confidence grew as she surveyed the deities at her side. She had no fear of Yu Linglong seeking to confront her. Rather, she was apprehensive about the possibility of Yu Linglong not arriving. Should Yu Linglong indeed appear, Guanyin could unite with the other gods to capture her. Even if a transcendent being were to come to her aid, Yu Linglong would be powerless, as she would be in Guanyin's grasp. What could she do? Would she truly allow Yu Linglong to perish before her eyes over the likes of the Red Boy? After uttering these words, Guanyin swiftly turned to Tai Bai Jingxing and the Supreme Old Lord, seeking their assistance should Yu Linglong arrive. If you help me capture Yu Linglong today, rest assured, rewards will follow, she urged. Tai Bai Jingxing and the Supreme Old Lord responded with eager smiles, readily agreeing. They were more than willing, for their grievances against the heroine ran deep. Satisfied that Tai Bai Jingxing and others would lend their support, Guanyin's smile widened. Do you see? No one can save you today. You might as well wait patiently here. Should you wish to reconsider and humbly kneel before me, serving my interests, I may spare your life. I am offering you a chance for redemption. Should you fail to cherish it, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Guanyin inquired seriously, for the Red Boy was indeed formidable, and having him as an ally would prove advantageous. When the time comes, even dealing with Jie Jiao's Yu Linglong and others will be significantly aided. Lying on the ground, the Red Boy could not help but sneer upon hearing Guanyin's words. Do you truly think that what you say holds any value for me? If I were to genuinely become your disciple, I would likely have no chance of survival. By the time I am by your side, of no use whatsoever, you would not hesitate to dispose of me. I am all too familiar with the methods of people like you, so spare me your efforts. As for Guanyin's credibility, I cannot commend it. If they possessed even a modicum of integrity, they would not have fallen to such a state. With a resounding clap, Guanyin's composure faltered, her palm striking her throne as she glared furiously at the Red Boy lying on the ground. Since you have spoken so boldly, it is impossible for you to leave this place today. You shall remain in the heavenly prison for now. Soon, you will witness how I capture Yu Linglong. She detests it when others question her character. She is painfully aware of this matter. However, there are certain things beyond her control. At times, she finds herself powerless. The Buddha Emperor, Tathagata, governs many affairs, leaving her with little choice. With that, Guanyin waved her hand, and the heavenly soldiers immediately seized the Red Boy, casting him into the celestial prison. Inside the prison, the Red Boy surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in confusion. He could only hope that Yu Linglong would refrain from seeking him out. If she were to arrive at this moment, she would undoubtedly fall into Guanyin's trap. Although Yu Linglong possessed considerable strength, this place was teeming with deities, all of whom were Guanyin's loyal subordinates. When it comes to battle, while these henchmen may not be particularly formidable, their magical artifacts wield significant power. Guanyin's summons of them to her domain was precisely due to the capabilities of those artifacts. More crucially, should Yu Linglong be captured, it would pose a considerable dilemma for Jie Jiao, as her connection to them was evident to all. At this moment, Yu Linglong had arrived at the South Sea, gazing at the stunning scenery yet devoid of any inclination to appreciate it. With a grave expression, she advanced deeper into the South Sea step by step. Along the way, although heavenly soldiers attempted to obstruct her, their efforts were trivial in comparison to her prowess. Before long, Yu Linglong had reached the entrance of Guanyin's palace. Sitting upon her throne, Guanyin sensed a change in the atmosphere outside, since she had already arrived. Why linger at the door? Come in quickly. As Guanyin's voice echoed, Yu Linglong let out a cold laugh and swiftly entered the palace. Fixing her gaze upon Guanyin, she spoke icily. Guanyin, hand over the Red Boy, and I shall depart at once. If you refuse to surrender him today, I will undoubtedly turn the South Sea upside down. Having spoken, he immediately manifested his weapon, his face a mask of fury as he pointed at the seated Guanyin. You truly possess an audacious arrogance. With Qin Ge absent from your side, do you genuinely believe yourself to be invincible? Do you truly think that the South Sea is a place you can enter and exit at your whim? Chapter 192. Siege. However, I must convey that should you choose to remain in this place, even if you desire to depart, it is likely that you will find it impossible to do so. Upon hearing these words from Guanxian, the celestial being cast a glance at the deities present. Tai Bai Jingxing, along with Taishang Laojun and others, swiftly comprehended the implication. They promptly retrieved their magical artifacts and encircled Yu Linglong in a protective formation. Chapter 192. Ready for action. Upon witnessing the situation before her, Yu Linglong exhibited no hesitation, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon the deities surrounding her. Are you truly resolved to oppose me? Have you considered that today, in your allegiance to Guanyin, you may find yourselves forsaken should peril befall you? You are all well aware of Guanyin's character. The deities present understood all too well that their support for Guanyin was born of necessity, for her strength surpassed theirs. It was evident that should they choose not to assist her, Guanyin would undoubtedly take action against them, albeit covertly, employing subtle maneuvers behind the scenes. These beings were but minor deities. How could they possibly stand against Guanyin? Do you believe your words hold any weight? Guanyin replied, unperturbed. Yu Linglong, I have made myself abundantly clear. Now that you have arrived here, you should abandon any thoughts of departure. Guanyin remained calm, fully aware of the capabilities of the deities at her side. If any of them dared to defy her, they would not have the fortune to stand beside her in the first place. It was precisely because she understood them so thoroughly that they found themselves in her company. Taibai Jingxing and the other deities, upon hearing Yu Linglong's words, were left speechless. They were not in the same position as her. Even if Yu Linglong encountered trouble, she could simply walk away, her formidable backing ensuring that Guanyin would not pursue her. In contrast, these lesser deities knew that if they were to offend Guanyin today, they would not see the dawn of tomorrow. I advise you, Yu Linglong, to surrender peacefully. Should a conflict arise, it could prove disastrous. Taibai Jingxing said, his face marked by resignation, yet he faltered, realizing the need for caution in his words. He understood that should matters escalate, it would not bode well for future encounters. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Yu Linglong's strength, making it imperative to avoid absolute conclusions. Do you truly believe that, with your solitary strength, you can overcome us all? And do you think you can traverse the South Sea without consequence? At that moment, Taishang Laojun stepped forward, a mocking expression adorning his face as he addressed Yu Linglong. Your prowess may be impressive to each of us individually, yet should we unite our forces, your abilities would scarcely suffice against us. Taishang Laojun had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Yu Linglong, though he had previously lacked the opportunity to voice it. Since Guanyin is present in this place today, he harbors no reservations. Even though there are numerous deities who cannot contain their fascination with the enchanting Yu Linglong, Guanyin, upon witnessing this scenario, will undoubtedly intervene. They are all too aware of Guanyin's formidable prowess, rendering the situation rather devoid of any genuine fear. Upon hearing the words of the deities around her, Yu Linglong was immediately engulfed in disappointment. She had not anticipated that these celestial beings would be so obedient to Guanyin's commands. When she arrived here, she had hoped to negotiate amicably with Guanyin, believing that if she could secure the release of the Red Boy, the matter could be settled peacefully. However, it became evident that Guanyin had no intention of negotiating and had instead rallied all the deities to her side, clearly intending to take action against her. If this is how you choose to speak, does it mean there is nothing left to discuss? Are you all resolute in aiding Guanyin in her assault upon me? Yu Linglong queried gravely, surveying the dozen or so deities surrounding her. Among them were some who had previously benefited from the grace of the celestial beings, leading her to initially believe that they might side with her. There is no point in further argument. Your singular strength cannot withstand the combined might of us all. You would be wise to surrender quietly, thus sparing yourself from unnecessary suffering. Guanyin, seated above, could no longer tolerate Yu Linglong's futile words. Rising with a mocking expression, she regarded Yu Linglong with disdain. The Red Boy shall not be released today, and you will not leave this place. The other deities, upon hearing Guanyin's declaration, immediately grasped its implications. They drew their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Yu Linglong, poised to strike at any moment. Tension surged between the two parties, both sides seething with anger, yet none dared to make the first move. Guanyin, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? I shall state my final proposition. If you are willing to hand over the Red Boy, allowing me to escort her to safety, I shall let bygones be bygones. You may tread your path, and I shall walk mine, with neither of us the wiser to the other. Yu Linglong still hoped that Guanyin would empathize with her predicament. If only the Red Boy were released, she would depart from this place without further ado. This was her sole purpose for coming here, not to engage in conflict with these deities. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Should she confront these deities one by one, none would prove to be her match. However, should they unite against her, she would indeed struggle to withstand their collective might. After all, despite their individual weaknesses, the deities, when combined, were a formidable force. Moreover, these ancient immortals possess formidable magical artifacts in their possession. Should they wield these treasures, it is likely he would be utterly incapable of withstanding their power. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's statement, Guanyin responded with a chilling tone and cast a significant glance at Taibai Jingxing. Standing nearby, Taibai Jingxing immediately comprehended her intent upon receiving her gaze. Subsequently, he swiftly retrieved the binding immortal lock from his bosom and hurled it in the direction of Yu Linglong. Chapter 193. Captured, however. As Yu Linglong attempted to evade the impending grasp, it was already too late. In her desperation, she resorted to her weapon, hoping to sever the binding celestial lock. Yet, How could such a formidable restraint be so easily undone? Ultimately, Yu Linglong found herself ensnared by the binding celestial lock, trapped without escape. Observing this predicament, Guanyin could not help but applaud, having initially overestimated Yu Linglong's prowess. He had even been prepared to intervene at the moment of her arrival, only to find her capabilities rather underwhelming. To be subdued effortlessly by a mere Tai-Bai jinxing was an affair too simple to believe. With a satisfied grin, Guanyin approached Yu Linglong, remarking on her audacity in believing she could traverse the South Sea so casually. Cast her into the heavenly prison, he declared with a smug expression, turning back to his place. Tai-Bai jinxing hurriedly scurried to stand beside Guanyin, while the other dozen deities obediently positioned themselves at a distance, awaiting Guanyin's instruction. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong was unceremoniously dragged outward. Just as they neared the heavenly prison, an unexpected chill swept through the air. The two celestial soldiers, sensing the anomaly, immediately adopted a vigilant stance, scanning their surroundings, for such a cold breeze was out of place in this realm. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a towering figure cloaked in black smoke emerged behind the celestial soldiers, effortlessly dispatching them with a single strike. "Who are you?" the remaining onlookers questioned, their faces etched with wariness, retreating cautiously. After all, the South Sea was Guanyin's domain. "It is I, the Bull Demon King. Princess, I apologize for my tardiness. You have suffered greatly." Upon hearing Yu Linglong's voice, the Bull Demon King dissipated his dark haze, his face alight with a smile. Though a hint of embarrassment shadowed his expression, recognizing that her tribulations stemmed from his own absence. "What brings you here?" Yu Linglong asked, relief washing over her as she recognized the familiar voice. From the outset, she had anticipated this moment, planning to feign vulnerability to lower the guards of her captors, allowing the Bull Demon King to strike back unexpectedly. Indeed, her gamble had paid off, for he had come. "I knew you would arrive, and I anticipated they would capture you, as their collective strength far exceeded your own," he explained, furrowing his brow as he worked to free her from the binding lock. "We shall discuss this later. Our immediate priority is to unite and force open the heavenly prison to rescue Hong Haier. Today, I arrived at this place with the sole intention of rescuing the Red Boy. If I fail to liberate him, I shall not return today." Upon hearing these words from the Bull Demon King, Yu Linglong paid him little heed. Instead, she clutched his garment tightly, her expression grave. This display was, of course, for the onlookers, as she had just realized that confronting a multitude of deities, including Guanyin, was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the heroine was convinced that this trivial matter did not necessitate Qin Ge's intervention. Just moments before, Guanyin had refrained from acting, and yet he had already been captured by a throng of celestial beings. Had Guanyin chosen to intervene, it was likely he would have been utterly annihilated. It was merely a matter of preserving face for the Confucian doctrines that he remained unharmed. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's words, the Bull Demon King fell into contemplation. It was not that he was unwilling to assist her, but the task before them was undeniably daunting. If it were a typical celestial prison, he and Yu Linglong could traverse it at will. However, this was the South Sea celestial prison, the domain of Guanyin. How could one simply enter and exit at will? Noticing the hesitation in the Bull Demon King, Yu Linglong's anger flared, and she delivered a swift kick to his backside. "Did you not hear what I said? Will you go or not? If you refuse, you may as well return now. I can rescue the Red Boy on my own." With that declaration, she turned, fuming, and began to stride towards the prison. Observing this, the Bull Demon King hurried after her, urging her not to waste her effort. "You alone cannot breach the prison's defenses. The Red Boy is, after all, my child. How could I not wish to save him? Yet, I cannot allow you to endure such peril. Guanyin herself constructed this prison. How could it be so easily breached by a single person? This prison is forged from a millennium of icy coldness. Not even I, with all my strength, could force it open," he lamented, his face etched with helplessness. This was precisely why he had hesitated earlier. He was not afraid of offending Guanyin. Their relationship was virtually non-existent, and if avoiding conflict was possible, he would certainly prefer that. However, if it came to confrontation, it was not beyond his consideration, as they shared no significant bond. Moreover, with the rift between the Confucian and Buddhist paths now irreparably widened, what did he have to fear? "What shall we do now? Are we truly to allow the Red Boy to remain imprisoned by Guanyin?" Upon hearing the Bull Demon King's words, Yu Linglong halted, her expression defiant as she gazed at him. "Is there truly no solution? Are you still worthy of being called a man? It is important to remember that the Red Boy is your own son. I have acted in this manner for your sake. Yet you now cower in fear of this and that. I truly wonder if you can still be considered a man." Chapter 194. The method observing the anxious demeanor of Yu Linglong, The bull demon king wore a grave expression as he spoke. There is indeed a way. What method? Upon hearing that the bull demon king possessed a means to rescue the red boy, Yu Linglong urgently grasped his arm, seeking clarification. The only viable approach is for us to journey together to the treasure hall and directly beseech Guanyin to unlock this celestial prison. Should Guanyin refuse to comply, no one else can forcibly open it. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong immediately released her grip on the bull demon king. Request Guanyin to unlock it? Are you jesting? If it were that simple, why would we be exerting such effort? Guanyin is not a relative of mine. Do you truly believe my words carry any weight? With that thought in mind, Yu Linglong turned resolutely back towards the celestial prison. No matter the cost, she was determined to find a way to open it. If all else failed, she would have to seek assistance from the black cat. Noticing her resolve, the bull demon king hurriedly pursued her. Did I not just suggest that we find Guanyin together to unlock this celestial prison and liberate the red boy? What are you doing? The bull demon king was perplexed by Yu Linglong's actions. Could it be that his proposed solution was inadequate? Yu Linglong swiftly shook off his wrist. Do you think Guanyin is so easily persuaded? If it were within her power to unlock the celestial prison, I would have already approached her. Would I still be ensnared by these celestial restraints? I implore you to consider your words before speaking. If this matter were so simple, I would not be in this predicament. Her frustration, already palpable, intensified upon hearing the bull demon king's remarks, and she directed all her ire towards him. With a furious glare, she turned away and continued towards the celestial prison, leaving the bull demon king in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged moment, he quickly took flight towards the celestial prison. Upon arrival, he witnessed Yu Linglong struggling valiantly against the celestial guards. Outnumbered and clearly at a disadvantage, she appeared on the brink of defeat. Without hesitation, the bull demon king charged towards the celestial warriors, wielding his weapon to send several of them sprawling. He then swiftly led Yu Linglong towards the treasure hall. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Did you not hear what I just said? Yu Linglong glared at the bull demon king as they approached the treasure hall, her frustration evident. This matter is not your concern. You need only stand by my side. I shall take responsibility for everything else. This matter has nothing to do with the princess. If the people of the were to learn of today's events, where would I? The old bull, place my aged face. You should simply follow my lead. I shall handle these matters myself. Upon hearing these words from Yu Linglong, the bull demon king wore a grave expression. He promptly quickened his pace. After hearing his declaration, Yu Linglong ceased her words, silently trailing behind the bull demon king. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the treasure hall. Upon their arrival, they beheld Guanyin and a dozen deities reveling in drink and celebration. Thanks to the assistance of the gods today, should any of you require my aid, feel free to ask. On this day, I shall spare no effort in offering my help to you all, Guanyin declared with a beaming smile. Yet, internally, she harbored a different sentiment. Help you? Do you truly deserve it? A bunch of useless beings. The other deities shared similar thoughts. Seek your help? Nonsense. Would you truly lend a hand? Would you even act? Both parties harbored their own thoughts, yet outwardly they laughed and drank together. Observing this scene, the bull demon king could not suppress a cold chuckle. He then patted Yu Linglong on the shoulder, instructing her to wait for him there, while he proceeded inside, assuring her that he would summon her shortly. Although somewhat perplexed, Yu Linglong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the bull demon king hastened towards the treasure hall. Oh, how lively this place is today! Upon entering, without uttering a word, he plopped down onto a nearby chair, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Guanyin seated above. Upon hearing the bull demon king's remark, Guanyin naturally grasped its meaning. Bull demon king, why do you leave your realm to come here? Have you been cast out by your wife once more? Guanyin teased. She was well aware of the bull demon king's true nature. Though his strength was formidable, he possessed a critical weakness, his wife, Princess Iron Fan. He was notoriously henpecked. A mere word from her would render him utterly submissive. Ha 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 ha. It seems the bull demon king has indeed been driven out by his wife. Old bull, can you not aspire to greater things? Why must you fear Princess Iron Fan? I, too, wish to inquire why, as a powerful demon king, you would choose to court a female demon? The other deities rose to mock the bull demon king. However, he remained unfazed by their jests. I have come here with but one purpose. While I can overlook your words today as if I never heard them, do not let there be a second occurrence. Should there be a repeat, I shall ensure you never have the opportunity to speak again in this lifetime. The bull demon king fixed his gaze firmly on the deities who had just mocked him. Observing this, the gods were taken aback. Could this truly be the bull demon king? Although renowned for his volatile temperament, his formidable strength was undeniable, leaving them to ponder how he could dare to utter such words in their presence. They speculated that perhaps Guanin's actions had been excessively ruthless, not only imprisoning the Bull Demon King's son, but also mocking him with such matters, thus provoking his fury. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, the Jade Emperor's envoy, the Silver Star, approached the Bull Demon King with a broad smile, saying, "Old Bull, let us discuss this calmly. What brings you to this place?" Suddenly, the Bull Demon King delivered a swift slap to the Silver Star's chest, retorting, "What right do you have to address me as Old Bull?" Chapter 195. The True and False Bull Demon King. What significance does my presence here hold for you? Must I report my whereabouts to you? The Bull Demon King scoffed as he regarded the illustrious Tai by jinxing before striding purposefully toward Guanin. Observing this, Guanin's expression turned anxious. Although the Bull Demon King's strength may not be overwhelmingly formidable, he was certainly not to be underestimated. More crucially, the aura exuded by the Bull King today evoked memories of another figure, the Lord of the Rooster Day. Chapter 195. True Identity. Upon witnessing the tense demeanor of Guanin before him, the Bull Demon King could not help but let out a chuckle. "Why are you so anxious? I have not come here to engage in battle. My sole purpose is to take away 2 individuals. If you are willing to surrender them to me without any resistance, I assure you that no harm will come to anyone in this place. However, should you attempt to play tricks, you must be aware of my temperament. I would not hesitate to reduce this place to ruins." The Bull Demon King fixed his gaze intently on Guanin, his tone laced with menace. "It seems that there are no individuals here whom you seek. You two bear no grievances towards one another, and our connections are minimal. If you are in search of someone, should you not look elsewhere? Why come to my territory in the South Sea?" Guanin feigned calmness, yet she had begun to piece together the truth. The figure before her, who appeared to be the Bull Demon King, was not him at all. It was the Morning Star Monarch. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to his own identity issues, he had assumed the guise of the Bull Demon King, unable to enter as himself. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? He undoubtedly knew the true purpose of the Bull Demon King's arrival. However, she was reluctant to relinquish the 2 individuals in question. Upon hearing her words, the Bull Demon King nodded, a smile that did not reach his eyes spreading across his face. "If that is your stance, then I cannot be held responsible." With that, he unleashed his overwhelming aura. In an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped the entire treasure hall. The celestial soldiers outside could not withstand the Bull Demon King's might and immediately spat out blood. Observing this, Guanin swiftly intervened. Without hesitation, the Bull Demon King retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang! The 2 forces clashed, creating a tremendous shockwave. After a moment, the Bull Demon King looked at Guanin with a smile. "Are you still unwilling? Impossible. If so, I shall dismantle your treasure hall." With that, he summoned Yulinglong from outside. Upon seeing Yulinglong standing before her unharmed, Guanin was taken aback, unable to believe her eyes. "How are you here? Shouldn't you be in the heavenly prison? Could it be?" Guanin gazed at Yulinglong, her face a mask of astonishment, yet she hesitated to voice her final inquiry. Her confidence in the impenetrability of the heavenly prison was unwavering. As long as she was present, no one could possibly escape confinement. Seeing Guanin's serious demeanor, the Bull Demon King smiled. "You should quickly release the Red Boy. Otherwise, these deities around you will be utterly incapable of protecting you, including yourself. Your strength is insufficient to contend with me." At this moment, the Bull Demon King had entirely lost his patience. The fiery wrath within him had long since become unbearable. Indeed, he was the Lord of the Rooster Day Star, and prior to his emergence, Master Cat had cautioned him vehemently against appearing in his true form, lest he be easily discerned. After much contemplation, he resolved to metamorphose into the guise of the Bull Demon King, intending to lower their defenses. Were it not for the formidable strength behind the Bodhisattva standing before him, he would have swiftly seized her and compelled her to unlock the heavenly prison. However, he remained wary of the power that backed her, aware that provoking the Buddhist sect would yield no benefit for himself and could indeed cause trouble for his master. Upon witnessing this, the Bodhisattva could not suppress a cold laugh. Immediately, thousands of celestial soldiers appeared at the entrance. "Lord of the Rooster Day Star, I recognize you. There is no need for pretense. I must concede your formidable prowess. Yet do you truly believe you can contend with the celestial troops? In a fair duel, none of us present would stand a chance against you. But there are tens of thousands of celestial soldiers here. Do you think you can overcome them? Can you unravel their formations?" Realizing that his true identity had been unveiled, the Lord of the Rooster Day Star ceased his charade and laid his cards on the table. Observing his grave expression, the Bodhisattva could not help but laugh heartily. She had long since prepared thousands of celestial soldiers for this moment. What now? Seeing the situation unfold, Yulinglong felt a surge of anxiety. He had yet to process the revelation that the bull demon king was indeed the lord of the Rooster Day Star, only to be confronted with a new predicament. If there were merely dozens or even hundreds of celestial soldiers, the bull demon king could easily intervene. But the sheer number before him was daunting. While each celestial soldier might lack individual strength, their formations were formidable and nearly impossible to dismantle. Once they amassed a sufficient number, they could seamlessly form a powerful array, one that had yet to be unraveled by anyone. Now that matters had escalated to this point, what could he do? Who would dare? Before the celestial soldiers could even arrange themselves into formation, the Lord of the Rooster Day Star had effortlessly swept them aside with a mere flick of his sleeve. To him, this was trivial. With a dismissive glance at the Bodhisattva, he declared, "Your celestial formation can no longer be activated. What other means do you possess, Lord of the Rooster Day Star?" The Bodhisattva glared at him, a visage filled with resentment. Had it not been for his intervention, she could have captured Yu Linglong and condemned him to the heavenly prison for eternity. "What brings you here? Have your previous deeds not been sufficiently ruthless?" she inquired with a frigid tone, though her heart raced with apprehension. "To lead the red boy away from here, that is the purpose of my visit. You and I are not of the same ilk, so why must we press each other so?" The Lord of the Rooster Day Star spoke succinctly, leaving the Bodhisattva to ponder her next move. "If one agrees to depart, this matter shall be laid to rest. However, should one refuse to leave, only a great slaughter may ensue. In any case, the red boy must be taken away." Upon witnessing this, Tai Bai Jinxing and a dozen other deities dared not to speak, choosing instead to cower in the corners. After all, they bore the scars of past encounters. Kuan Yin, observing the situation, was immediately filled with ire. Such individuals are indeed fickle as reeds in the wind. When confronted with adversity, they lack the courage to engage. In exasperation, Kuan Yin could only wave her hand. "Return the red boy to you, and depart swiftly from this place," she declared, then turned to leave. How splendid! Chapter 196. The might of the deities. Guanyin found herself in a state of considerable helplessness. Although numerous deities were present on her side, it was uncertain whether they would intervene, a matter of utmost significance. Moreover, the power wielded by the God of the Dawn was overwhelmingly formidable, its destructive potential sending shivers down her spine. Should a conflict erupt here, the destruction of her abode, the South Sea, was an unfathomable thought for Guanyin. "How dare you regard us as mere decorations?" Guanyin contemplated releasing the red child, yet the other deities opposed her. Taishang Laojun and the Star of Venus slowly rose to their feet. "After all, we are denizens of the heavenly court, close confidants of the Jade Emperor. You, a mere deity, presume to act with such impudence here. Do you not acknowledge the heavenly court? Is there no law to which you adhere? Who emboldens your audacity?" Taishang Laojun spoke incessantly, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes that sent tremors through the air. Indeed, he was a deity, yet he had not yet unleashed the full extent of his profound power. "So, you intend to thwart my rescue of the red child?" The God of the Dawn's eyes narrowed, radiating an aura akin to that of searing flames, as if he could melt the surroundings in an instant. "Truly, a child cannot be taught. Your arrogance suggests you have forgotten the heavenly court," Taishang Laojun stated with a hint of disdain. After all, he was a master alchemist and enjoyed favorable relations with the surrounding deities. Thus, he addressed the assembly of deities. "This God of the Dawn is not only provoking the South Sea, but is also challenging us. Do none of you intend to voice your opinions?" He was astute enough to redirect the animosity. The Star of Venus quickly chimed in, "Indeed, this young man is exceedingly arrogant. Are you not prepared to speak up? We cannot allow the dignity of the heavenly court to be entirely usurped by one so young. What would others say about us?" Their mutual encouragement heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Yu Linglong, with a hint of worry, inquired, "Are you the one sent by Qin Ge to rescue me?" "Indeed, the ancestor has dispatched me to save you. Yet this time, I fear my capabilities may be insufficient. In the ensuing chaos, find an opportunity to escape and take the red child with you," the God of the Dawn replied, his voice lowered, determination evident in his gaze. He could not retreat, nor did he desire to. His intent was to obliterate these deities, whom he found repugnant beneath their guise of benevolence. Radiating golden light from his hands, he unleashed a fierce attack forward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Guanyin's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly retrieved her Guanyin seat. "It seems you truly are one who prefers punishment over persuasion. Let us all join forces." In an instant, a multitude of spells surged toward the God of the Dawn. Despite the formidable defensive prowess of the Star Lord of the Day, she could not withstand the concerted assault of numerous celestial beings, as countless beams of golden light struck her abdomen. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her midsection and slowly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her form violently retreating. This was an inevitable outcome, for the combined strength of these individuals was indeed overwhelming. The Jade Emperor chuckled coldly and remarked, "You are no match for us. Surrender at once, and ensure the red boy is left behind, or today shall mark your demise." In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, sending a shiver down the spine of those present. "Is that so? If I refuse to surrender the red boy today, will you truly bring about my end?" The Star Lord of the Day responded with a faint smile, her aura intensifying, as if she could incinerate the very surroundings. The earth was enveloped in a blazing crimson light, flames spreading with the wind, consuming the trees and their leaves. The entire South Sea transformed into a scene of desolation, evoking a sense of dread. How could one be so powerful? "Who are you?" Avalokitesphera, filled with uncertainty, nearly shed tears, for these were her precious possessions. Some spiritual treasures and magical artifacts had just been engulfed in flames, including items of utmost importance to her. Ordinarily, mere fire could not destroy such treasures, but this was a fire of the highest caliber, capable of turning all things to ashes. As the flames erupted around them, many celestial beings swallowed hard. However, the Supreme Old Lord maintained his composure, swiftly stabilizing the situation, and declared, "This is merely his final struggle, a last flicker of life. He should have exhausted his divine powers by now. Let us press the attack." Indeed, that must have been a fleeting moment of resurgence. "This individual can no longer mount a defense. We must advance to the palace. I refuse to believe that such a trivial entity can still be a threat to us." Others echoed, their eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. For if the Star Lord of the Day were to perish, her treasures would be up for grabs among them. "You vile creatures shall not escape unscathed. I will not allow you to triumph." The countenance of the Star Lord of the Day darkened ominously. With her right hand conjuring a sphere of flames, and her left summoning a wisp of ethereal energy, she surged forward like a being possessed. Yet, this was the final moment of her life's battle. In an instant, her form shattered into fragments, vanishing into thin air. Nevertheless, the damage she inflicted caught the celestial beings off guard, and they suffered injuries to varying degrees. Even the Supreme Old Lord, who possessed defensive artifacts, was wounded. Who would have thought this individual was so formidable? Yet, it seemed they had finally resolved the matter. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Linglong felt a twinge of pain within her heart. This individual had perished in her stead. There would be no escaping, since he had met his demise. It was only fitting that she too must face death. At this moment, Guanyin was consumed by a raging inferno of emotions, her fury swiftly enveloping Yu Linglong's vicinity. Just as Yu Linglong found herself at a loss, a tall figure emerged in the distance. Qin Ge, adorned in an expansive black robe, gracefully hovered above the clouds. With an air of nonchalance, he uttered, "You people truly lack respect. Do you assume me to be a mere idle bystander if I do not intervene?" The crowd was taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief, as the aura radiating from Qin Ge fully manifested. Chapter 197. Face your demise beside him. The venerable Laozi and the Bodhisattva Guanyin naturally could not allow him to proceed unchallenged. In an instant, they unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Qin Ge with remarkable speed. However, Qin Ge's gaze remained remarkably serene. In a mere moment, he effortlessly drew Yu Linglong and the Star Lord of the Rabbit into his pocket, safeguarding them from harm. Now, he felt no need to exert any effort to vanquish this assembly of deities. The first to confront him was the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Qin Ge's eyes ignited with a brilliant fury as he advanced towards her. Instantly, the air seemed to freeze in place. A formidable aura radiated outward in all directions. Those who had been observing felt a tremor coursing through their bodies, acutely aware that they were ensnared by an overwhelming pressure that rendered escape impossible. "Ah!" Guanyin shrieked in agony, propelled backward and crashing to the ground, blood seeping from her lips. The Star Lord of the Rabbit cried out in despair, bound tightly and thrashing futilely, attempting to extricate himself from his restraints. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Qin Ge soared forth and struck down upon his forehead, rendering him gravely injured and unconscious. Seeing this scene, Laozi and Guanyin were struck with terror. They were fully aware of the Star Lord's formidable prowess. Should he perish in such a manner, they would surely face dire consequences. They hastily pleaded for mercy from Qin Ge. "Please, no. This is all a misunderstanding. We act under orders. We act under orders. Spare us, I implore you. We truly dare not oppose you again." Qin Ge let out a cold snort, dismissing their pleas entirely, as his palm continued to rain down upon their foreheads. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the heads of Laozi, Guanyin, and the Star Lord exploded, transforming into a gruesome mass of flesh that littered the ground. At last, Qin Ge exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to rein in his temper in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Let us depart. Qin Ge turned to the Star Lord of the Rabbit and said. The Star Lord, finally roused from his terror, appeared pale and trembled uncontrollably. His gaze toward Qin Ge filled with dread. He could hardly fathom that this individual before him possessed such overwhelming strength, capable of dispatching Laozi, Guanyin, and himself with a single blow. It was beyond his comprehension what kind of being stood before him. However, he came to a realization. He had indeed encountered a formidable opponent, a challenge that was insurmountably daunting, and he sensed that he was likely to meet his end this time. He hurriedly positioned himself behind Qin Ge, trailing him as they made their way outside. Oh dear, must we leave so soon? Yes, but I have yet to satiate my desire for battle. No, I cannot accept this. I must continue. I must continue. Oh, what folly. I shall not play any longer. I am on my way to seek out old Sun, renowned for his exceptional prowess. I must also find Sister Qing. As the onlookers witnessed the demise of the three figures, their hearts were filled with lamentation. Yet, upon overhearing the discussions surrounding Qin Ge, a flicker of excitement ignited within them. After all, this was the revered Taishang Laojun, a disciple of the Jade Emperor. Even the most formidable of the celestial immortals would find themselves compelled to flee in his presence. Yet, here stood a man capable of vanquishing them. An incomprehensible existence, indeed. The audacity of it all was simply mind-boggling. At that moment, they gazed upon Qin Ge's retreating figure, already etching his image into their minds, eagerly awaiting the moment he would turn around and reveal his true power. As Qin Ge descended the mountainside, he remained acutely aware of the situation below. Although he had just dispatched 3 individuals, it did not imply that their souls would not linger in the mortal realm. The term soul refers to a consciousness-free entity, which could manifest various adverse states in the world, such as devouring or tormenting others to their demise. Qin Ge had ingeniously employed this very method to eliminate the 3 celestial beings. Such feats were scarcely a challenge for him, particularly as he was currently at a pivotal juncture. Any premature revelation of his identity could spell disaster. The 3 celestial beings comprised the Queen Mother of the West, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, and a disciple of the Jade Emperor, namely the Buddha Tathagata. Their united front posed a significant challenge for Qin Ge. For an ordinary individual, even with a heart as perceptive as a 7-orifice exquisite heart, facing the assault of 3 foes would likely lead to inevitable defeat. However, Qin Ge's physical capabilities far surpassed that of an average person. They were no match for him. Just as before, he had easily outmaneuvered them. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, he paused to survey the breathtaking scenery below. The landscape was adorned with lush trees and vibrant grass, teeming with life. And this location was regarded as one of the most beautiful spots among the demon clan. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he noticed something ahead. A glimmer of green caught his eye. Who could it be? Qin Ge called out in a low voice. In an instant, a streak of green light darted before him, revealing a serpent measuring half a foot in length, its scales glistening in hues of green, its head adorned with a striking emerald sheen, an eerie sight indeed. Upon encountering Qin Ge, the serpent too seemed momentarily entranced. Qin Ge was taken aback, as the creature exuded a scent that was hauntingly familiar, prompting him to furrow his brow. This serpent bore an essence he recognized from the past. Ah, I see now. You must be the serpent spirit, Qin Ge remarked with a smile directed at the serpent. Upon hearing Qin Ge address her as Snake Spirit, a flicker of panic crossed Snake Spirit's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. She gazed at Qin Ge, a hint of confusion adorning her face. Who are you? How do you know my name? With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Qin Ge replied, You should be aware of my identity. You are no ordinary serpent. Snake Spirit felt a sense of intimidation from Qin Ge's words. I know you must be sent by the heavens to monitor me. Are you here to eliminate me? She asked through gritted teeth. Eliminate you? There is no need for such measures. Besides, your cultivation resources are quite commendable. If possible, I would prefer to absorb your power. Qin Ge said with a smile. Chapter 198. The Lost Village. No, I could never become your slave. You mustn't think so. Snake Spirit shook her head, determination gleaming in her eyes, clearly resolved to fight with all her might. Heh, in that case, do not blame me. Qin Ge sneered, extending his hand towards her with a predatory intent. A surge of overwhelming force surged forth, causing Snake Spirit's expression to shift. Seeing Qin Ge's advance filled her with terror, prompting her to evade swiftly. Yet, scarcely had she managed to dodge when Qin Ge reappeared beside her, his hands tightening around her throat. Let go of me. If you don't, I swear I will take revenge. Snake's spirit shouted vehemently. Oh, revenge, is it? Very well, go ahead. Qin Ge replied with a calm smile. But honestly, who do you think you are to seek vengeance? No sooner had he finished speaking than Snake's spirit felt an excruciating pain in her neck. And with a roll of her eyes, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing her fainted form, Qin Ge let out a cold laugh and unceremoniously tossed her into his spatial ring. He had not forgotten their wager. If he failed to extract this woman's soul today, he would forever remain unable to ascend to the nascent soul stage. With a single step, Qin Ge appeared before the villagers in an instant. His sudden presence caused the villagers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Behind him trailed a group of individuals clad in dark attire. I have procured these capable allies at considerable expense from afar. If you assist me in a particular task, I shall set you free, he proclaimed. What task? Speak, and if it is within our power, we shall certainly assist you, replied an elderly village chief promptly. Quite simple. I want you to gather all my brothers, and then allow them to engage in battle with those 3 deities, Qin Ge stated matter-of-factly. What? You wish for them to battle 3 deities? The crowd gasped collectively at his words. Indeed, that is correct. I trust you will be able to accomplish this, Qin Ge affirmed with a slight nod. Very well, very well. The elderly chief exclaimed thrice in excitement. Observing the chief's exuberance, the other village leaders exchanged glances. Internally questioning, has this young man lost his senses? To pit them against 3 deities, who are not even their match, how could they possibly prevail? Yet, it was not only the chiefs who harbored such thoughts. They were also perplexed about where Qin Ge had amassed such a large group. They recognized his formidable strength, but the extent of the capabilities of these individuals remained unclear to them. Nonetheless, since Qin Ge had asserted they would surely lose, they felt no immediate concern. As long as they gathered the villagers and elevated their own cultivation, they believed they could indeed contend with the deities. With this thought in mind, the village chiefs rose in unison, ready to set their plans into motion. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Ge, and then raised a hand to pat him on the shoulder, saying, Tell me, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Do you not comprehend that they have purposely lured you here, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate you? Upon hearing this voice, Qin Ge turned around and beheld Li Xianfeng standing behind him. Who are you? My affairs do not concern you. I suggest you leave at once, or I shall not be courteous. Qin Ge furrowed his brows and coldly snorted, his eyes filled with wariness as he regarded Li Xianfeng. Although Qin Ge preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. You should depart swiftly. These individuals are no trifling matter. Should they choose to become ruthless, they will not hesitate to face any consequences. At that moment, another voice resounded, and Qin Ge turned to find Shilinger. Qin Ge frowned, astonished that this girl dared to threaten him. Humph, and what are your intentions? Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Shilinger could not help but snort disdainfully. She considered herself a formidable master, yet before Qin Ge, she felt like a mere jester. Of course, we wish to capture you alive. If we can seize you, we shall obtain your treasures and perhaps even your techniques, allowing us to attain the Golden Core realm. At this juncture, another voice chimed in, belonging to Shilinger's master. So do we. The villagers from the other 2 villages echoed in agreement. Qin Ge regarded the group of villagers and let out a cold snort. What a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha, indeed we are fools. Yet this time you shall not escape our pursuit. You possess something of great importance that could not only enhance our chances of advancing to the Golden Core realm, but also extend our lifespans. I suggest you surrender willingly. Indeed, comply, and you may retain your life intact. However, I advise you to cooperate. Otherwise, your time may soon come to an end. The villagers spoke in unison, their expressions betraying their confidence in capturing Qin Ge. Humph, do you truly believe you can seize me? You overestimate yourselves. Qin Ge coldly glared at Shilinger, the venomous snake, and the 3 celestial beings beside her, disdain written across his face. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Since you refuse to submit, we shall first cripple your cultivation. Shilinger bellowed angrily, charging towards Qin Ge. Come at me one by one. Do you really think I fear you? Qin Ge sneered coldly, and with that, he lunged towards Shilinger. Observing this, Shilinger slightly turned her eyes and beckoned to the 3 snake spirits. The 3 immediately understood and surged toward Qin Ge. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ge let out a cold snort, and the flying sword in his hand swiftly shot forth. The flying sword cleaved through the void, emitting a piercing sound reminiscent of the wind's howl, darting towards the 3 serpent spirits with ghostly swiftness. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the countenances of the trio shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that this seemingly 17-year-old youth could possess such astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the three serpent spirits brandished their weapons to confront the flying sword. Clang, clang, clang. Three crisp sounds resonated as their weapons clashed against the flying sword. What manner of weapon is this? Could it be that he wields an artifact passed down from ancient times, endowing it with such formidable prowess? The disciples of the serpent spirits were rendered utterly astonished. In their estimation, their combined assault was already formidable, bolstered by an array of esoteric techniques and arts, each possessing significant might. Even some late-stage transformation masters might struggle against them. Yet, this youth managed to deflect their united attack with his flying sword. An occurrence so unfathomable it left them in awe of the sheer terror of his power. Chapter 199. Shilinger, do not remain there in a daze. Let us advance together. Shilinger coldly addressed the three individuals who stood frozen in place. Yes, master. The trio nodded in unison before demonstrating their secret techniques of movement. Humph, do you presume that your speed can outmatch me? Qin Ge observed the rapid movements of Shilinger and her companions with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, Qin Ge's body flickered, and he mysteriously vanished from sight. The trio, witnessing this extraordinary occurrence, were taken aback. They had never encountered such an uncanny phenomenon. When Qin Ge reappeared, he was already positioned behind Shilinger and the others. Stop right there. Qin Ge commanded sharply, raising his palms to deliver a powerful strike towards Shilinger's rear. The three masters of Shilinger were horrified at this sight and quickly turned to thwart Qin Ge's assault. Boom, boom, boom. Three resounding impacts echoed as Qin Ge sent Shilinger's companions crashing to the ground. With deliberate steps, Qin Ge approached the fallen trio, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do take a moment to assess your predicament. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Perhaps you ought to glance in a mirror. Qin Ge, we shall fight you to the death. If we do not slay you today, we shall not be worthy of living. Shilinger exclaimed, her face flushed with rage. Do you truly think I would be intimidated by your threats? Dream on. However, I am in a good mood today. I shall spare your lives, so you may depart in peace. Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. Do you believe we would trust you? Humph. Even if we perish here today, I will ensure you do not emerge unscathed. Shilinger retorted furiously, signaling her masters. Instantly, the three of them summoned their vital essence to its utmost limit and activated their movement techniques. Humph, mere trifles. Qin Ge scoffed disdainfully, swiftly closing the distance to Shilinger and her companions. Without hesitation, he swung his flying sword toward them. The three masters, realizing the imminent danger, hastily attempted to evade. Yet, alas, their speed proved insufficient, and they could not escape Qin Ge's onslaught, sustaining grievous wounds in the process. They cried out in agony, plummeting to the ground. Observing this, Qin Ge let out a cold snort and advanced towards the trio. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Ge ruthlessly stomped down upon their heads, resulting in instant devastation, blood splattering in all directions. With a disdainful snort, Qin Ge turned his gaze towards Shilinger's lifeless body. Grasping her head, he twisted it into a grotesque shape. Gazing at the corpse he held, his eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. Did you truly believe that three insignificant pawns could obstruct my path? Save your breath. Qin Ge subsequently turned Snake Spirit's body over, flipping it around before casting it downwards with a cold snort, leaping into the air. No, please don't throw me. Snake Spirit's body plummeted from midair, and upon witnessing this, her face paled, and she cried out in panic. However, before her voice could fully escape, her form was brutally severed by Qin Ge's flying sword. With a resounding thud, her remains fell into the pond below. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding beasts were left in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that this youth could be so ruthless, cleaving Snake Spirit's corporeal form in twain. Everything transpired too swiftly for them to react. Now that Snake Spirit is dead, you may leave. Qin Ge sheathed his sword, casting a disdainful glance at the trio of Snake Spirit before addressing the other beasts. Did he truly kill Snake Spirit? They murmured in disbelief. What manner of monster is this youth? Is it truly possible for someone to defeat three of them with a single blow? This is utterly unfathomable. How terrifying he is. To what heights has his cultivation reached? I feel he surpasses even that of our ancestral master. Indeed, if he were to ascend to the level of an immortal king, what would become of their ancestral master? The news of Snake Spirit's demise swiftly spread throughout the Qingyun mountain range. Although Snake Spirit's strength was modest, his reputation was formidable. When he first ascended to the immortal sovereign realm, he brazenly infiltrated the Nine Nether Palace, creating chaos and prompting the palace to dispatch countless experts in pursuit of him. All to no avail. From that moment onward, Snake Spirit's name became renowned. However, Shortly after news of his ascension to the immortal sovereign realm circulated, it was reported that he had perished, along with his 3 disciples. Upon hearing this news, his 3 masters were rendered speechless. They could not fathom that their disciples would be slain in such a brief span. The trio had ventured to Qingyun mountain range specifically to find Qin Ge. Yet, based on the descriptions from their subordinates, they easily discerned who Qin Ge was. They had believed themselves formidable, but they had not anticipated Qin Ge's extraordinary prowess. With a single move, he had effortlessly claimed their lives. Who was this youth? The faces of Snake Spirit's 3 masters were etched with shock as they murmured in disbelief, their hearts brimming with trepidation. However, they soon composed themselves. They were acutely aware that after the demise of their 3 disciples, the enemies of Shilinger would not let them off the hook. They would undoubtedly send formidable adversaries for retribution. Rather than waiting for the inevitable vengeance to descend upon them, it would be wiser to strike preemptively. Having already forged enmity with him, they contemplated the notion of mutual destruction. With a conspiratorial glance exchanged among them, the 3 masters of Shilinger wore malevolent smiles. Although they remained uncertain of Qin Ge's precise strength, they were convinced that he had yet to attain the rank of an immortal emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to exhibit such arrogance and slay Shilinger and her companions. Chapter 200. A unified front. Thus, the trio resolved to confront Qin Ge with the intention of perishing together. With this thought, they shared a knowing look and drew their weapons, charging towards Qin Ge with the intent to vanquish him on the spot. Upon witnessing their advance, Qin Ge's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had never anticipated that his earlier strike against Shilinger would draw the attention of her elders, who now sought to perish alongside him. Humph! They wish for mutual destruction? It will not be so simple. Qin Ge scoffed, swiftly evading the assault from Shilinger's elders. Although he had not yet broken through to the realm of the immortal monarch, his speed had already surpassed that of many peak immortal monarchs. The 3 masters of Shilinger, despite their considerable cultivation, appeared insignificant before Qin Ge. Regardless of how powerful Shilinger's masters might be, their cultivation fell short compared to Qin Ge's prowess, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with him. With a single punch, Qin Ge shattered the skull of one of the masters, then deftly maneuvered to confront another, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying. Qin Ge's formidable strength instilled sheer terror in the hearts of Shilinger's disciples, who had not anticipated his overwhelming dominance. Observing the disarray of Shilinger's disciples, Qin Ge let out a cold snort before reappearing before the second master and crushing his skull with a punch. One by one, the 3 masters of Shilinger fell to Qin Ge, while Shilinger herself was paralyzed by fear. You cannot kill me," Shilinger stuttered, her face pale and trembling as she stared at Qin Ge, her voice rising in desperation. "Oh, and why is that?" Qin Ge gazed at her coldly, his tone grave. Realizing the murderous intent that gleamed in Qin Ge's eyes, Shilinger understood that if she did not divulge the secrets she possessed, this young man might indeed take her life. With her expression shifting dramatically, she gritted her teeth and said, Do you wish to obtain my cultivation insights?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's face immediately registered a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Shilinger would voluntarily mention her desire to acquire his cultivation insights. It seemed that this woman, having been tormented by him, was now compelled to make such a choice in a desperate bid to survive and preserve her life. Contemplating this, Qin Ge scoffed coldly and declared, "If you wish to keep your life, then you must divulge the truth regarding my identity." Shilinger, upon hearing his words, instantly exhaled in relief and replied, "The cultivation techniques of our serpent clan are strictly confidential. If you genuinely wish to uncover the secrets of our clan's methods, you must kill me. Otherwise, you shall never extract any information from my lips." Upon finishing her statement, Qin Ge furrowed his brow, his expression betraying a hint of indecision. Shilinger was not entirely mistaken. If he were to glean any information from her, the members of the Serpent clan would undoubtedly ensure his demise. However, to simply eliminate Shilinger would be a grievous waste. "Humph, no matter what you say, you shall die today." At that moment, Qin Ge suddenly bellowed, twisting his wrist as the dark staff in his hand erupted with a surge of pitch-black, demonic energy. The inky mist transformed into a long tendril, winding its way towards Shilinger. Seeing this, panic flickered across Shilinger's face, and she hastily summoned all her magical power, raising a jade token to shield herself. With a thunderous roar, a violent force erupted from the dark staff, crashing violently against the jade token. The immense impact shattered the token, causing Qin Ge's power to dissipate. Heaving a long sigh, Qin Ge expelled a breath of frustration, his expression tinged with bitterness. This artifact was an exquisite celestial item. yet it had been utterly destroyed by his full-force attack. This jade token must have belonged to a formidable immortal, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Otherwise, it would not have withstood his might. Qin Ge murmured to himself. The reason he dared to strike at Xilinger's sect was due to his unwavering confidence in his strength. He believed that, with his current cultivation level, such an assault would be sufficient to annihilate these celestial imperial beasts. Moreover, after unleashing such a powerful strike, his own cultivation had severely depleted, causing him to drop to the late stage of the celestial monarch realm, leaving him somewhat weakened and in need of time to recuperate. Nevertheless, Qin Ge felt no concern. Within this area, no one was aware that his true self was concealed among the trees. His true form was merely the most ordinary of his incarnations, thus evoking no suspicion regarding his true identity. This Xilinger is truly detestable. Not only has she slain our Serpent Clan disciples, but now she has also dared to kill our holy maiden. Fortunately, our Serpent Clan's saintess has not fallen, and she has inherited the legacy that she carries, destined to become the saintess of our clan in due time. However, it is regrettable that our saintess is rather avaricious, daring to covet all the resources of the Serpent Clan, which has incited the wrath of Qin Ge. The master of Xilinger seethed with indignation in his heart, while secretly rejoicing at having narrowly escaped calamity. I wonder how long you can endure. Qin Ge scoffed coldly, and with a swift movement, he lunged once more toward Xilinger. As Xilinger beheld the murderous intent radiating from Qin Ge, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. I understand now. You seek to obtain the inheritance, to restore Xilinger to her peak condition, and you intend to exploit me to absorb the legacy within me. Then, you shall continue to enhance your cultivation and ascend to the ranks of the immortal emperors. Am I correct? Xilinger exclaimed in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief. Since you are aware of my intentions, what do you think I should do with you? Qin Ge replied with a chilling sneer. Qin Ge, I know you possess a strong sense of justice. You wouldn't kill me, would you? If you spare my life, I can grant you the inheritance of our Serpent Clan saintess. Chapter 201. The Serpent Demon Serpent Spirit looked at Qin Ge, her eyes filled with a profound plea. Upon hearing her words, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. What did you say? You wish to bestow upon me the legacy of your Serpent Clan saintess? Indeed, the legacy of our saintess. I believe it would pique your interest greatly. If I am not mistaken, you have already entered the celestial realm and gained the recognition of those esteemed figures within it. Our Serpent Clan's celestial emperors hold you in high regard, which is why they would grant you this legacy. I am confident that once I pass this legacy to you, those celestial emperors will also offer you their support. Consequently, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds, making it entirely possible for you to ascend to the rank of celestial emperor. Would that not be the most favorable outcome for you? Do you not desire this? Serpent Spirit gazed earnestly at Qin Ge as she spoke. Qin Ge furrowed his brow at her words. Are you truly willing to relinquish your legacy to me? Upon hearing Qin Ge's inquiry, Serpent Spirit nodded vigorously. Yes, if you release me, I shall grant you this legacy, and I will strive to assist you in attaining a level of strength comparable to that of a celestial emperor. Listening to her, Qin Ge narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight sparkling within them as he scrutinized Serpent Spirit for a prolonged moment before responding slowly. Do not deceive me. I would never. I assure you. I speak nothing but the truth. Serpent Spirit hastily clarified. Let me make myself clear. I have no intention of accepting your legacy. Her expression darkened with anger at Qin Ge's assertion, yet she dared not voice her resentment, for her life was in his hands, compelling her to concede. I care not for your intentions, but heed my warning. Should you dare to plot against anyone by my side again, I shall end you and obliterate your legacy. Though her expression twisted in turmoil, Serpent Spirit gritted her teeth and responded, Very well. I promise you, I shall not harm anyone near Qin Ge. Otherwise, may heaven and earth condemn me. Now make your oath. All right. I, Serpent Spirit, hereby swear that from this moment forth, I shall never lay a hand of malice upon anyone beside Qin Ge. If I do, may I face divine retribution. She vowed through clenched teeth. Enough. You may leave now. I require no further assistance from you. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of anger crossed Serpent Spirit's face. Yet she dared not resist, knowing that any act of defiance would jeopardize her life. Noticing her reluctance to oppose him, Qin Ge refrained from further discourse, lifting his foot to deliver a kick to her rear. Serpent Spirit was sent tumbling several times, but remained rooted in place, unwilling to show any sign of rebellion. Seeing her compliance, a trace of disdain crossed Qin Ge's features. You would do well to stay put and not wander off, lest you provoke my wrath. Yes. With her head bowed, Shi Ling'er acquiesced. Subsequently, Qin Ge turned and departed, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Only after witnessing Qin Ge's departure did Shi Ling'er dare to straighten her posture. Cursed be this, cursed be that, Shi Ling'er incessantly muttered, her heart brimming with boundless resentment. Soon after, Qin Ge returned to his chamber and sat at the edge of his bed. My lord. Upon hearing Qin Ge's call, Zizhu hurriedly approached, respectfully inquiring, What commands do you have, my lord? Zizhu, I need you to lead a search for the lair of the giant serpent. Determine whether the Serpent King is present. If he is, capture him without hesitation. If he has not returned, eliminate him without leaving any survivors, Qin Ge stated calmly. Understood. I shall attend to this matter at once, Zizhu replied deferentially. Very well, go forth. After a respectful bow, Zizhu exited the room. Once Zizhu had departed, Qin Ge slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the legacy power that Shi Ling'er had just bestowed upon him. The inheritance from Shi Ling'er was not particularly profound. It was merely an ancient method of cultivation. However, it was perfectly suited for Qin Ge at this juncture. As he absorbed Shi Ling'er's legacy, he also contemplated the teachings she had left behind. Before long, Qin Ge opened his eyes, gazing at the jade tablet on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, Shi Ling'er, I shall now utilize your legacy to enhance my strength. I hope you do not retract your words when the time comes. After speaking, Qin Ge picked up the jade tablet and opened it. Serpent King, come forth and meet your demise. Today, I shall avenge my brother by slaying your sibling. I want your brother to kneel before my brother's grave and repent. Serpent King, come forth and face your end. As he held the jade tablet, a scornful expression appeared on Qin Ge's face. Shi Ling'er was truly a fool. Her trivial techniques struck him as utterly laughable. Humph, what a foolish creature. How dare she dream of slaying my brother, the Serpent Spirit King? Shaking his head, Qin Ge disregarded Shi Ling'er's legacy and continued his cultivation. Qin Ge's strength had already returned to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Great Ascension stage, merely a step away from the 7th layer. Moreover, the Dragon Pearl and Demon Core within him had begun to operate, continuously augmenting the bloodline of the Dragon clan. The Dragon bloodline was becoming increasingly pure, enriching the Dragon's essence within Qin Ge, while the Dragon Pearl grew larger, emanating an ever brighter and more intense golden glow. At this moment, within the chaotic space of Qin Ge's Dantian, the Dragon Soul and other dragons in the chaotic realm began to stir, incessantly absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy present. The richness of the chaotic spiritual energy was 100-fold greater than that of the external world, and it was exceptionally pure. After absorbing this energy, the Dragon Soul and the dragons in the chaotic space underwent a transformation, their powers surging significantly. Roar. In the realm of chaos, the resounding roars of the Dragon Soul, the Chaos Golden Pong, the Golden Winged Rock, and the Fire Phoenix echoed continuously, their voices brimming with joy and excitement, as if they had discovered a grand path leading to a broader world. Upon hearing the roars of the Dragon Soul, the Fire Phoenix, and the Golden Winged Rock, Qin Ge felt a surge of happiness within. Subsequently, the Dragon Soul, Fire Phoenix, Golden Winged Rock, and the Golden Winged Moon Leopard, among others of the dragon lineage, entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy. A faint smile graced Qin Ge's face, and without further delay, he seated himself cross-legged and commenced his own practice. Chapter 202. The Aura of Death in the Stillness of the Night. As dawn began to break, the Dragon Clan, including Long Hun, the Fire Phoenix, the Golden Winged Rock, the Golden Winged Moon Leopard, and the Golden Winged Moon Eagle, gradually awakened, their faces illuminated with joy. Haha, we have finally ascended. Long Hun roared to the heavens, his voice echoing like thunder, causing trees to topple and stones to fall from the earth. Excellent. Truly splendid. We can finally strive for the 8th tier, exclaimed the Golden Winged Moon Leopard, excitement radiating from its being. Upon hearing these words, Long Hun's face mirrored that exhilaration. Indeed, they were on the brink of ascending to the 8th tier. No longer would they be subjected to the wretched control of the Serpent Ling'er. We shall undoubtedly succeed in our ascension to the 8th tier, he proclaimed, eliciting hearty laughter from the assembled dragons. I have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Great Ascension stage. With just a hint more of the Serpent Ling'er's inherited power, I shall break through to the divine transformation realm. Long Hun declared with fervor. I am with you, echoed others in agreement. Witnessing the jubilance of Long Hun and the Dragon Clan, Qin Ge couldn't help but smile faintly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding air, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, a smile gracing his lips. It was now 4 in the morning, the opportune moment had arrived. A wicked smile curved Qin Ge's lips as he swiftly soared out of the window, landing upon the rooftop. Suspended in the air, Qin Ge's eyes pierced the distance, cold and sharp, as if capable of penetrating the void to glimpse distant scenes. With a swift motion, he pointed his sword toward a nearby mountain, exclaiming, "Sword that shatters the sky." In an instant, with a single palm strike, countless sword beams shot forth towards the mountain, resembling a meteor shower, densely packed and hurtling towards their target. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of innumerable explosions filled the air as the mountain was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Seeing the formidable power of his attack, Qin Ge felt a swell of satisfaction. A slight smirk played on his lips. His technique, the sword that shatters the sky, though limited to thrice in its execution, possessed immense destructive force. Moreover, its speed was unparalleled. He surmised that none within this region could evade its wrath. Even those at the apex of the great ascension stage would have to retreat from its brilliance. This technique not only vanquished foes, but also dismantled spatial constraints, rendering the fabric of space feeble and easily torn asunder. Its offensive capabilities terrifyingly potent. The sword that shatters the sky was unparalleled in might, capable of cleaving a mountain in twain with a single stroke, should he desire. He could even lay waste to an entire city. Hee. With this, these ruffians will no longer dare to trouble me. Qin Ge chuckled, leaping from the rooftop back into the building. Young Master Qin, why are you up so early? Did you not sleep well last night? As Qin Ge stepped into the room, he was greeted by the concerned figure of Qin Yao. Hearing her words, a bittersweet smile crossed Qin Ge's face as he recounted the events of the previous night. Sister Qin, we can leave this place now. Oh, young Master Qin, have you dealt with those serpent demons? Qin Yao inquired, her surprise evident. She could hardly fathom that Qin Ge possessed such terrifying strength to annihilate so many serpent demons in one fell swoop. Indeed, they have all been resolved. Qin Ge replied with a smile and a nod. Then let us hurry back. I am certain our family has been waiting for us, Qin Yao said. Yes, let us depart. With that, Qin Yao prepared to lead everyone back to the Qin estate. All right. Soon after, Qin Yao, Long Hun, and the rest of the dragon clan set forth toward the Qin residence. Boom, boom. With a series of thunderous crashes, the entire Qin family mansion was obliterated. The houses, lawns, and roofs crumbled at that moment, reduced to mere rubble. Clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the vision of Qin Ge, Long Hun, and the rest of the dragon clan, rendering it impossible to discern the situation within. Finally, we have eradicated those detestable Qin family members. What a relief. It feels so exhilarating. At last, we can rid ourselves of that insufferable woman and her control. Truly marvelous. What a liberation. I yearn to return to our original world. Indeed, let us return to our original world and never look back. I concur. Let us journey back to our former realm. With enthusiasm, Long Hun, Jin Shi Mingwei Bao, and the rest of the dragon clan echoed their agreement. Very well. However, before we return to our original world, we must find a safe place to rest and recuperate for a while. Once our wounds have healed, we shall return. Qin Ge pondered for a moment before speaking. All right. We shall return to our original world, the dragon clan affirmed. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded and added, now, I shall lead you back to our original world. Follow me closely. All right. We shall accompany young Master Qin back to our original world. Long Hun and Jin Shi Mingwei Bao affirmed with eager nods. With that, Qin Ge guided Long Hun, Jin Shi Mingwei Bao, and the rest of the dragon clan back to the small town they had previously visited, where they found an inn to settle down. After securing accommodations, Qin Ge instructed a server to gather intelligence on the situation at Serpent Spirit Island, ensuring that comprehensive details about the island were thoroughly investigated. Soon, the innkeeper compiled all the intelligence he had gathered and presented it to Qin Ge. After perusing the information, Qin Ge furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of disquiet. He recalled that the serpent demons on Shelling Island were not limited to the ones reported. It then occurred to him that during his previous expedition to Shelling Island with the golden-winged Meng Yu tiger and their companions, they had encountered a wave of serpent demons. This particular group consisted of 5 waves, each comprising over 200 members, with 10 demons at the Dongxian realm in each wave. Chapter 203. Homecoming under such formidable power. Qin Ge and his companions were utterly powerless, leading to their complete annihilation. At that moment, Qin Ge, along with the golden-winged moon leopard, Black Storm, and several other beasts of the cave profound realm, were gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Even Qin Yao sustained exceedingly severe internal injuries. During their expedition to Snake's Spirit Island, Qin Ge had refrained from bringing other beasts along, fearing they might hinder him. In hindsight, this decision proved wise. Had he brought them, their sacrifices would likely have increased. Sighing heavily, Qin Ge expressed his frustration, hoping that no formidable experts resided on Snake Spirit Island so that he might still possess the strength to fight. Master Qin, what troubles you? Qin Yao inquired, noticing the expression on his face. I lament the devastating losses we have suffered this time. Qin Ge sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Do not fret, Master Qin. I believe we shall reap some rewards from this venture. I have heard from a friend that we can seize the opportunity while the Serpent Demon is absent to venture onto Snake Spirit Island. Locate the lair of the Serpent King and eliminate him. Then, this sea will belong to our Qin clan, Qin Yao said, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Is that truly the case? Qin Ge's eyes lit up at her words. He gazed at Qin Yao, exhilarated. Excellent. Lead the way, and we shall set forth for Snake Spirit Island at once. Please wait a moment, Master Qin. I will prepare a carriage for you immediately, Qin Yao replied, hurrying into the kitchen to ready a carriage for their journey. Very well, prepare it. I shall await you in the inn, Qin Ge nodded. Soon after, Qin Ge and the beasts settled inside the inn, anticipating the arrival of Qin Yao's carriage. Before long, Qin Yao appeared, driving the carriage at a swift pace towards him. Master Qin, please board the carriage, she said, bringing it to a stop. Indeed. Qin Ge nodded and stepped onto the carriage. Once everyone was aboard, Qin Yao urged the carriage onward toward Snake Spirit Island. The carriage swiftly traversed the sea, speeding toward their destination. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Snake Spirit Island, 3 formidable teams were tirelessly searching, their objective being the outer regions of the island where they sought the treasure map of Snake Spirit Island, aiming to acquire it to bolster their clan. Though Snake Spirit Island is but an isle, its vast expanse can accommodate thousands of inhabitants, making it commonplace for a gathering of over 1,000 individuals, all of whom are warriors of the cave profound realm. The island boasts 4 cities, each housing approximately 1,000 people: East City, South Palace City, West City, and North City. Snake Spirit Island serves as a clandestine stronghold for the Qin dynasty. Within the eastern and southern cities of the island, numerous elite disciples of the Qin dynasty are stationed. Apart from a few significant cities, the Qin dynasty has not established any sects or factions elsewhere, and the royal family of the Qin dynasty recognizes only one sect throughout its realm, the Sacred Hall. The Sacred Hall stands as the most formidable and enigmatic force within the Qin dynasty, functioning as the highest authority, governing the core mechanisms of power, and commanding respect from all. The individuals affiliated with the Sacred Hall enjoy a prestigious status within the dynasty, rarely facing any challenges. They exhibit a remarkable unity, contrasting sharply with the external factions that can often be swayed by wealth to hire skilled disciples from various sects or noble families. In the realm of the Qin dynasty, aside from a select few top-tier warriors, all others are obliged to adhere to the directives of the Sacred Hall, which has consistently maintained this balance of power. However, this time, circumstances have shifted. The Sacred Hall is poised to engage in battle against a concealed adversary, the ferocious beasts of Snake Spirit Island. The creatures on Snake Spirit Island are seemingly boundless and cunning, adept at evading the pursuit of the Sacred Hall by thriving in unique environments. Thus, the members of the Sacred Hall exercise caution when confronting these beasts, wary of being ensnared by their cunning strategies. Typically, the Sacred Hall refrains from deploying substantial forces to hunt these beasts, but the situation on Snake Spirit Island warrants an exception. Qin Ge, accompanied by a group of companions, gradually approached the designated area. Master, this is the place. Qin Yao indicated a nearby forest. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ge replied, let us proceed to seek out the beasts of Snake Spirit Island. Indeed, Qin Yao responded respectfully, urging the carriage to hasten toward the direction indicated by Qin Ge. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars resounded from a distance, creating a cacophony that distorted the surrounding air. What is this powerful current? Qin Ge's expression shifted as he felt a wave of trepidation. Qin Yao and the others were equally startled by the unforeseen spectacle, prompting them to halt the carriage. Master, what is happening? Qin Yao inquired, her face etched with astonishment. This is the work of the beasts on Snake Spirit Island. Their strength is formidable, and they are not to be trifled with. Qin Ge responded gravely, gazing at Qin Yao with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the words of Qin Ge, the expressions of Qin Yao and the others grew solemn. Master, what shall we do? The ferocity of the beasts on Snake Spirit Island is so formidable that we would stand no chance against them. One of the demon generals could not help but exclaim, if we are aware of the immense strength of the beasts here, why have we come at all? Are we merely courting death? Another demon general coldly retorted, casting a scornful glance at the first. Upon hearing these words, the demon general fell silent, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he inwardly cursed the other for his foolishness. Chapter 204. The Spirit of All Things. However, despite harboring resentment within, the demon general was aware of the situation and chose not to elaborate further, his expression betraying a profound unwillingness. Observing this, Qin Ge cast a casual glance at the two and remarked, "We are still several hundred kilometers from Xiling Island. At our current pace, we shall arrive shortly. For now, let us find a place to rest for the night and proceed to Xiling Island tomorrow." "Yes, we shall obey your command." Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Qin Yao and the guards behind her responded with utmost respect. Following this, they turned their horses towards a nearby mountain peak. Seeing this unfold, Qin Yao furrowed her brow slightly and inquired of Qin Ge, "Master, are we not heading to Xiling Island? Why are we diverting to that mountain peak?" "Qin Yao, the mountain we are heading to is in close proximity to Xiling Island. I believe that if we cultivate there for a night, we can elevate our cultivation to the great ascension stage. By then, we shall have the confidence to confront the serpent demons," Qin Ge explained with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Ge's reasoning, Qin Yao and the others suddenly understood, feeling a deep admiration for his strategic thinking. "How impressive! Master is truly brilliant," Qin Yao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Qin Ge. Qin Ge glanced at Qin Yao and replied nonchalantly, "Hee, Qin Yao, there's no need for flattery. You have been by my side for quite some time and are well aware of my capabilities. Although my strength may be slightly inferior to yours, should you encounter these demon beasts, you would undoubtedly be defeated. In such a case, you would need to rely on us." "Yes, we shall obey your command." Qin Yao responded respectfully. "Very well, let us be on our way." Qin Ge nodded and then guided the carriage towards the mountain peak. The distance from the mountain peak, where Qin Ge and his companions were located, to Xiling Island was not considerable, taking merely an hour or so. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of Xiling Island, where Qin Yao and the others came to a halt. Noticing their stop, a young man on horseback swiftly approached from a nearby path, landing gracefully atop Qin Ge's carriage. Qin Ge looked up at the youth, and upon seeing his face, a look of surprise crossed his countenance. He recognized the young man as Wang Hu, a demon general from Xiling Island, known for his formidable strength and reputation. As Wang Hu dismounted and approached the carriage, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Ge inside, a look of astonishment dawning on his face. "It is you," Wang Hu exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Qin Yao and Qin Ge. His eyes momentarily glinted with greed as they settled on Qin Yao, but he quickly masked it, adopting a respectful demeanor instead. "It is indeed us. May I ask who you are?" Qin Yao inquired, perplexed. "Hee, does Miss Qin Yao not remember me? Once, in a restaurant located in Tianhai City, I had the pleasure of meeting young Master Qin Ge in a private room on the second floor. We engaged in delightful conversation, sharing a few drinks together." Wang Hu, with a smile, turned to Qin Yao and spoke. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Qin Yao immediately recalled their jovial encounter at the restaurant in the holy city of Tianhai. During that occasion, she had indeed enjoyed an animated discussion with Qin Ge, from whom she gleaned insights about their kin, the human race, thus becoming acquainted with Wang Hu. However, Qin Yao was unaware that Wang Hu was a general from the demon realm with considerable strength. It seemed that the demon realm was not as safe as it appeared. "Oh, it's you." A look of remorse crossed Qin Yao's face as she turned to Wang Hu. "Haha, Miss Qin Yao, you are too kind. I have just arrived from Snake Spirit Island and did not expect young Master Qin Ge to be here as well. Otherwise, I would certainly have greeted him." Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality, Brother Wang Hu. You may call me Qin Yao or Yaoer. Feel free to address me as Yaoer." Qin Yao replied with a smile. "Very well, since you insist, I shall not be overly polite." Wang Hu nodded and then turned his cheerful gaze toward Qin Ge, remarking, "I did not anticipate that young Master Qin Ge is a formidable being of the immortal emperor level. Truly, it is a source of admiration for us." Qin Ge cast a fleeting glance at Wang Hu, remaining silent. "Hee, young Master Qin Ge, do you intend to venture into Snake Spirit Island this time? If you do not mind, I would be delighted to accompany you." Wang Hu continued, undeterred by Qin Ge's indifference, still smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Oh, it would be inappropriate to trouble Brother Wang Hu. Here is the plan. Yaoer and I will first explore Snake Spirit Island, and should we encounter suitable medicinal herbs, we will certainly inform you. If not, we shall contact you later." Qin Ge shook his head in refusal. Is that so? Very well then. I shall not press young Master Qin Ge. If you do not find suitable materials, please notify me, and I will assist in the search." Wang Hu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then we shall take our leave." Qin Ge affirmed, And with that, he steered the carriage deeper into Snake's Spirit Island. General Wang Hu, what shall we do next? As the carriage gradually receded from view, Wang Hu's subordinates, a group of demon generals, inquired of him. What else is there to do but proceed to Snake Spirit Island? However, on our way there, we must refrain from indiscriminately hunting demon beasts as we did today, or we shall surely attract the attention of Snake Spirit Island. At that point, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Wang Hu frowned, speaking coldly. Yes, General Wang Hu. The other demon generals promptly nodded in agreement. After departing from Snake's Spirit Island, Qin Ge and his companions did not hasten towards the entrance. Instead, they chose to navigate a circuitous route that led them deeper into the island. After a day and a night of arduous travel, they finally reached the entrance of Snake's Spirit Island on the morning of the third day. Beginning their journey from the outer perimeter, Qin Ge and his party ventured into the heart of the island, encountering numerous mystical beasts along the way, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Qin Ge. Chapter 205. The Surge of Beasts. Despite Qin Yao and her companions having significantly enhanced their abilities with Qin Ge's assistance, they still found themselves struggling against the ferocious beasts. Alas, there was little they could do. These creatures were merely one tier below them in strength, and their numbers, though limited, demanded considerable effort to overcome. After traversing the rugged terrain for an additional fortnight, they finally reached the heart of Snake's Spirit Island, which was enveloped by a colossal mountain range. Surrounding this majestic range lay countless carcasses of the beasts they had fought. Qin Yao cast a sweeping glance at the remains before turning to Qin Ge, inquiring, Brother, what shall we do next? Should we search for suitable herbs in the vicinity, or continue deeper into the island? Let us press onward, Qin Ge replied calmly. I suspect that only in the depths of Snake's Spirit Island can we find what I seek. With that, he urged the cart forward, leading Qin Yao and his 4 wives deeper into the island. The expanse of the mountain range was staggering, stretching for thousands of miles, leaving Qin Ge in awe of its vastness. Along their journey, Qin Ge, Qin Yao, and the others sustained injuries from the relentless attacks of the beasts. Brother, look, there seems to be an ancient tree towering over there. It appears to bear fruit. Qin Yao exclaimed, pointing towards a magnificent ancient tree. What? Fruit? There is fruit over there? Upon hearing her words, Qin Ge and the 4 wives looked up, following her gaze toward the distant tree. Indeed, they beheld a grand ancient tree, its immense stature reaching for the heavens, adorned with an abundance of lush foliage and various fruits. Qin Yao, are you certain? Have we truly spotted fruit on that ancient tree? The faces of Qin Ge's wives lit up with excitement as they eagerly questioned. I believe so. I noticed from afar that the tree seems to be laden with numerous fruits. It looks like a valuable medicinal herb. Qin Yao nodded, then turned to Qin Ge, saying, Brother, should we not go and harvest this herb? There is no need to act recklessly. We must exercise caution, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, though the herb on that ancient tree appears extraordinary, I suspect it is a spiritual plant rather than a mere medicinal herb. First, let us eliminate these beasts. Very well, we shall follow your lead and clear these beasts. Qin Yao agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded, then turned to his subordinates, stating, Are you all prepared? Get ready for battle. Yes. As the command of Qin Ge resonated, behind Qin Yao, countless demon soldiers and generals unsheathed their weapons, swiftly forming ranks. Observing that his subordinates were fully prepared, Qin Ge waved his hand and proclaimed with a booming voice, Kill! Kill! At the sound of his command, the demon soldiers and generals unleashed a deafening roar, transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged towards the demon beasts ahead. Under the onslaught of these demon warriors, the beasts were swiftly eradicated. However, Qin Yao and her companions expended a considerable amount of energy in the process. Brother, shall we rest for a moment? Qin Yao inquired with concern, noticing Qin Ge's intent to continue forward. Very well, let us take a brief respite. You all may seek refuge in the nearby town. Remember, should you encounter any peril, call for my aid immediately. Do you understand? Qin Ge paused, turned to Qin Yao, and earnestly instructed. Rest assured, brother, I shall adhere to your words and ensure everything is handled properly. Qin Yao replied with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, Qin Ge and his party hastened towards a distant forest. Deep within this forest, at Qin Ge's behest, his subordinates dispersed to investigate the surroundings. The group divided into 2 factions, each probing the depths of the woods, while Qin Ge, accompanied by 4 of his consorts and Qin Yao, advanced towards the heart of the forest. Brother, do you think there might be treasures within the crown of that ancient tree? Qin Yao suddenly asked as they walked. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect that the trunk of this ancient tree is adorned with a type of herb known as lingji. Therefore, it is unlikely that such herbs would be found in the crown. If lingji were to grow, it would surely flourish at the very top to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, rather than at its base. However, I do believe that this towering ancient tree's crown might bear some fruits. Otherwise, it would not bear any at all. Regardless, let us venture in and take a look. Qin Ge pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Qin Yao nodded in agreement, falling silent thereafter. Before long, their gaze fell upon the ancient tree not far ahead. Its trunk exceeding 100 meters in diameter, with a girth of over 10 zhang and a height surpassing 10 zhang. Standing at its base, Qin Yao and her companions could scarcely fathom the true nature of this ancient tree. This ancient tree appears quite ordinary. Why then is it laden with fruits? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Qin Ge murmured to himself, his face illuminated with a glimmer of perplexity as he gazed at the tree ahead. The fruits adorning the trunk of this ancient tree remain a mystery. Their appearance is unknown, as is the possibility of them harboring potent elixirs. These fruits may contain exceedingly precious substances. Regardless of their nature, we currently lack the opportunity to obtain them. Our first task is to locate the ancient tree and harvest its bountiful offerings. If the fruits indeed conceal miraculous remedies, we would be immensely fortunate. Indeed, we must procure the fruits from that ancient tree. Chapter 206. Evasion. We are divided into 3 groups. Each time, our team will halt approximately a mile from the ancient tree, resting and awaiting my command. At my signal, we shall surge forward and eliminate the beasts that lie ahead. Beside Qin Ge, Qin Yao, Zhao Qingqing, and Song Ying wore expressions of eager anticipation, their eyes fixed intently on the ancient tree not far ahead, awaiting Qin Ge's order. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge nodded slightly and turned to address the group. Since we have resolved to gather the spiritual herbs, I propose we act decisively and procure the resources from this ancient tree. Let us charge forward in waves, striving to vanquish the beasts before us in the shortest time possible. What do you think of this arrangement? Excellent, Brother Qin. I believe your plan is splendid. Indeed, Brother Qin, I wholeheartedly support your strategy. Qin Ge's proposal received the unanimous approval of Qin Yao and the others. Since you all agree, let us proceed. Qin Ge nodded and spoke to Qin Yao and the rest. All right, Qin Yao, Zhao Qingqing, and Song Ying responded in unison, then made their way towards the towering tree. As they beheld the magnificent canopy of the ancient tree, they were taken aback by its sheer size. It was astonishing to discover that the number of its crowns reached a staggering 1,869. Brother Qin, it seems the fruits on this towering tree must be extraordinarily precious. Qin Yao remarked, gazing at the tree's crowns. Indeed, the crowns of this ancient tree are truly rare treasures. No matter from which perspective one gazes upon it, this tree is remarkable. Qin Ge affirmed with a nod. Since the crowns have already borne fruit, we shall not be modest, Qin Yao declared, leading the way towards the fruits perched atop the crowns, reaching out to grasp one. The fruit appeared rather small, yet it was exceptionally hard, feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in her grasp. Despite Qin Yao exerting all her strength, she could not manage to bring the fruit down. It seems I will need your assistance, Brother Qin, Qin Yao said, unable to suppress a frown as she turned to Qin Ge. Very well, since you require my help, I shall oblige. Qin Ge replied, nodding in understanding. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Qin Yao, raised his hand, and summoned the fruit from her grasp back into his own. Brother Qin, may we take this fruit back to grandfather for study? After acquiring the fruit, Qin Yao turned to Qin Ge, inquiring earnestly. Certainly, this belongs to the Qin family. And naturally, it is also the property of the Qin clan members. We have no right to dispose of it. Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Thank you, Brother Qin. Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Qin Yao's face. No need for thanks, it is merely a small effort. However, before we depart, I hope you can inform me, Sister Qin Ge, on how we should gather this fruit, so that I may have it packed away, lest we find ourselves delayed on our journey. Qin Ge shook her head in response. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yao's heart suddenly became enlightened. She then proceeded to tell Qin Ge the exact location of the towering tree. Subsequently, Qin Ge led Qin Yao, her sister, and 2 other individuals towards the ancestral shrine of the Qin family. The site of the Qin family's ancestral shrine was nestled within a dense forest, where ancient trees loomed majestically, surrounded by thick mist that obscured visibility. The area enveloped by these colossal trees was vast, rendering it impossible to discern its borders. Thus, the precise location of the ancestral shrine remained unknown to Qin Ge and her companions. Indeed, the ancestral shrine was rather secluded. However, I had once overheard Qin Feng mention that once the Qin family members entered this place, They had established a formidable defensive formation within the shrine. Now that we had arrived near the ancestral shrine, this defensive array should have been activated. Indeed, although the ancestral shrine is situated within the Qin clan's territory, it is not a place that can be accessed freely. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from approaching. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Brother Qin, rest assured, we will ensure your safety, one of the 4 men behind Qin Ge stated, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. These 4 individuals were all subordinates of Qin Ge, having accompanied her with the express purpose of safeguarding the ancestral shrine. Well then, I appreciate your assistance. Qin Ge nodded in acknowledgement of their words. What are you saying? Brother Qin, as your subordinates, it is our duty to protect you. Another chimed in. Indeed, as members of the Qin family, we have an obligation to safeguard our kin, especially given that this is all due to Qin Feng's actions. That wretched scoundrel dared to lay hands on our ancestors. One day, I shall personally see to his demise. As soon as the 4 men finished speaking, they observed Qin Yao, Qin Yun, and Qin Nen all snorting in disdain. Qin Ge discerned that the 4 of them harbored deep resentment towards Qin Feng, clearly indicating their strong aversion to him. In response, Qin Ge did not elaborate much further. He turned his gaze towards Qin Yao and her companions and spoke. Miss Qin Yao's sister, Brother Qin. Let us adhere to our original plan and disperse our efforts. This time, our objective is to gather the branches of these towering ancient trees. If we can successfully harvest all the branches from these magnificent giants, we will have accomplished our mission. Very well, then, let us proceed with our separate endeavors. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and her companions nodded in agreement with Qin Ge's proposal. Qin Ge's plan was, in essence, quite straightforward. He led Qin Yao and her companions along the lengthy branches of the majestic trees, advancing until they had stripped every last branch from the expanse of towering ancient trees. Chapter 207. The mysterious golden light. Be careful, my brothers. Qin Yao reiterated her warning once more. With a wave of his hand, Qin Ge signaled for her and the others to proceed ahead while he continued his own journey. Soon, Qin Yao and her companions had distanced themselves from the towering ancient trees and arrived at the highest point of these majestic giants. There, they found a broad and level expanse adorned with numerous branches, all exhibiting a delicate lavender hue reminiscent of amethyst vines. Brother Qin Ge, let us gather these branches, and then we shall take our leave, Qin Yao said, a smile gracing her features as she surveyed the bountiful branches before her. Indeed, Qin Ge replied, nodding in agreement as he began to collect the branches. During this endeavor, he deliberately sought out a clear area where he arranged several stone tables, benches, and chairs. He then settled himself in this space, continuing his task of gathering the branches. Suddenly, as they were engrossed in their collection, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the ancient trees to tremble violently, and petals began to cascade from their leaves. These ancient trees can shed petals? Could it be that these blossoms are crafted from a rare spiritual herb or plant? Qin Yao exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Indeed, the leaves and branches of these ancient trees are derived from a divine herb known as the 7-colored golden lotus. Qin Ge elucidated. It is said that the petals of the 7-colored golden lotus are forged from the essence of the 7-colored celestial jade, an exceedingly precious material essential for crafting celestial artifacts. Although this sapling of the 7-colored golden lotus is ancient, its quality remains unaffected by the passage of time, still retaining its divine properties. Moreover, the long-term consumption of this sapling greatly benefits the path of cultivation. Thus, many powerful factions cultivate numerous adept practitioners dedicated to nurturing this extraordinary herb. However, the rarity of the 7-colored golden lotus sapling renders it too costly for most factions to sustain, relegating it to the status of a collectible stored within their repositories. I had not anticipated such a phenomenon occurring within our Qin family's territory during your visit, esteemed brothers. Let us first transplant these saplings, and then we shall gradually harvest the bark of the ancient trees. That is an excellent idea. I wholeheartedly agree. Upon hearing Qin Ge's suggestion, Qin Yao and her companions nodded in unanimous approval. Since Miss Qin Yao also finds this proposition agreeable, let us take action. Upon hearing the agreement of Qin Yao and her 3 companions regarding the proposed plan, Qin Ge turned to face them. As he spoke, they promptly drew their weapons. My sword, my bow and arrows, and my dagger, along with our short blades. One by one, they revealed the armaments they had brought. Observing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Qin Ge's eyes as he declared, excellent. This time, our collaboration will undoubtedly lead us to triumph. In response to his words, Qin Yao and her companions nodded with cheerful smiles. Qin Yao was equipped with a black flexible whip, a white cloak, 2 long swords, a pair of daggers, and 3 short blades. The other woman donned a blue outfit and wielded a long sword. Seeing the weapons they possessed, Qin Ge felt a sense of relief wash over him. While their armaments were rather ordinary, a flicker of concern still lingered in his heart. After all, despite Qin Yao and her companions having reached the realm of virtual immortality and Qin Ge possessing a divine-grade flying sword, the disparity in true strength left him with little confidence in overcoming them. All right, since everyone is prepared, let us commence our gathering of the spiritual herbs from the towering ancient trees. Qin Ge spoke solemnly, gazing at his companions. Haha, let us begin then. Brother Qin, you must give it your all. Qin Yao replied with a radiant smile. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded in agreement, extending his hands to begin plucking the spiritual herbs from the majestic trees. Deep within the Qin family's territory lay an expansive forest, abundant with trees, including several towering ancient giants. Most of these trees reached heights of 7,000 to 8,000 meters, with some exceeding 100,000 meters. Qin Ge and the 4 companions were concealed within this thicket. Brother Qin, what shall we do now? Should we wait here, or venture elsewhere to seek the ancient trees? Qin Yao inquired, glancing at Qin Ge. Haha, my brother, it is better for us to lie in wait here, as our fortune seems to be on the rise. If we remain in this colossal valley, we are likely to encounter those ferocious beasts. Qin Ge chuckled lightly. Then let us stay here and await this battle. Qin Yao responded with a gentle smile. Very well. Since you have all chosen to wait here, we shall do just that. Qin Ge affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, the 4 companions of Qin Ge settled into a cross-legged position before Qin Yao and her companions. Before them lay a vast mat, its surface covered with desiccated earth, emanating a faint scent of decay. It was evident that this mat had long been forsaken, rendered unsuitable for sitting after countless years of neglect. Qin Ge nestled upon this mat, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing and restore the expended energy within his body. While Qin Ge engaged in his meditative practice upon the mat, the 4 members of Qin Yao turned their attention towards the towering ancient trees in the distance. Oh my! Look, what is that over there? Qin Yao exclaimed in delight, gazing at the crown of a majestic tree far off. Chapter 208. The Natural Spiritual Medicine. Brother Qin. What do you mean? Could it possibly be a spiritual medicine? Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qin Ge's eyes. Brother Qin, that is a fruit. Within that fruit lies an incredibly rich essence of vitality. Such a fruit is a great tonic. If we could consume this fruit, our powers would surely be significantly enhanced, and perhaps even more. Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Qin Ge. Upon hearing her words, a hint of joy appeared on Qin Ge's face as he replied, Is that true? Then I shall heed your words. With that, Qin Ge stood up and made his way towards the distant fruit. Be careful. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's actions, concern etched itself onto Qin Yao's face as she shouted to him. Don't worry, I will be fine. Qin Ge turned his head back, flashing a reassuring smile at Qin Yao and the others, then continued towards the enormous fruit. Little girl, let me tell you, this fruit possesses numerous marvelous effects. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It contains an abundance of vitality. Consuming this fruit will enhance your physical strength, and it also has the ability to elevate your Yuan infant realm. After eating this fruit, the 4 of you will undoubtedly ascend to the level of sacred domain warriors. Observing the reactions of Qin Yao and her companions, a gentle smile graced Qin Ge's face as he explained. Upon hearing his words, astonishment spread across the faces of Qin Yao and her friends. Brother Qin, does this fruit truly possess such remarkable power? Qin Yao could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is true. You must quickly consume this fruit, for doing so will surely enhance your strength. Who knows? Perhaps all 4 of you will advance to become sacred domain warriors. Qin Ge replied with a slight smile. Really? That would be wonderful. We must hasten to consume this fruit. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, joy radiated from the faces of Qin Yao and her companions as they eagerly nodded. Without delay, the 4 of them grasped the fruit and promptly swallowed it, beginning to refine the core and juice within. As they absorbed the energy contained in the fruit, expressions of ecstasy illuminated Qin Yao and her friends' faces. Qin Ge, witnessing their transformation, wore a look of satisfaction. Hee, it seems that you 4 young ladies are indeed fortunate. You have truly discovered the fruit from this towering ancient tree. With this, we need not waste any more time, for once you consume the fruit, your cultivation will surely soar. Qin Ge declared proudly to Qin Yao and her companions. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Qin Yao and the others burst into laughter. A raucous chorus of laughter reverberated across the vast expanse of the wilderness. Observing the expressions on their faces, Qin Ge silently marveled at the thought that they had indeed found the right place. With this in mind, his gaze drifted to a towering, ancient tree in the distance, his eyes reflecting a fervent glimmer as he softly murmured, "I hope our fortunes are not too dismal. Otherwise, we would suffer a tremendous loss." The four of them practiced a unique cultivation method, requiring far more energy to advance to the Saint King level than ordinary cultivators. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm, they faced significant challenges in breaking through the initial bottleneck of the Saint Emperor stage. However, consuming the fruit from this ancient tree could potentially cause their strength to surge dramatically, possibly propelling them directly into the ranks of the Saint Emperor. Should that occur, their power would be doubled once more. Little ones, quickly consume the fruits from the ancient tree, Qin Ge urged, watching Qin Yao and her companions. Then, begin to eat the fruits. Thank you, Brother Qin, they replied in unison, expressing their gratitude. Subsequently, Qin Yao took the jade vial from Qin Ge's hand and promptly swallowed one of the fruits, followed by the other three women as they began to consume the fruits as well. Seeing this, Qin Ge shook his head slightly and chose not to linger any longer. He departed from the ancient tree and ventured deeper into the mountains in search of other spiritual herbs. Within this mountain range, numerous fruit trees thrived, yet none bore the coveted holy fruits. Qin Ge scoured the area, but to no avail. Not a single holy fruit was found. Hey, Brother Qin, look over there. Just as Qin Ge approached a cave, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Yi Feng, along with Qin Feng and the others, who fortuitously crossed paths with Qin Ge. He immediately made his way toward them. The gathering place of Qin Ge and the others was merely a dozen meters from the ancient tree, allowing him to clearly discern the current predicament of Qin Feng and the others. They were suspended in midair, bound by a tree branch. Brother Qin, please help us. Qin Feng called out urgently upon seeing Qin Ge. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Upon hearing Qin Wu's call, a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Ji's face. I'm fine, just entangled by some vines from an ancient tree. It's nothing serious. Qin Wu gazed at Qin Ge and softly responded. As she spoke, her complexion was pale, revealing that her injuries were far more severe than those of Qin Ge. You need not worry, simply remain here at ease. I shall exert every effort to assist you in escaping, Qin Ge declared to Qin Feng and the others. Thank you, Brother Qin Ge. Rest assured. Qin Ji's words brought a sigh of relief to Qin Wu and her companions. Although Qin Ge appeared to be merely a year or two their senior, his prowess vastly surpassed that of the four of them combined. Chapter 209, A Vast Strategy. Thus, Qin Ge garnered immense trust from his companions, making his words profoundly impactful. Qin Feng, Qin Wu, I advise you to relinquish your futile struggle. This young man's strength is formidable, far beyond your capacity to contend with. How do you intend to resist? At that moment, a voice penetrated the ears of Qin Feng and his companions, igniting fury upon their faces as they glared in the direction from whence the voice emanated. They naturally recognized the speaker, the very individual who had recently overwhelmed them with ease, leaving them utterly defenseless. Brother Qin Ge, that villain is exceedingly wicked. Not only does he seize our spirit stones, but he also intends to sell us off, thereby establishing himself as a local tyrant. We cannot allow him to succeed. Upon hearing that voice, Qin Feng's expression darkened, his teeth grinding as he glared at the source of the sound, shouting vehemently. In response, a grave expression crossed Qin Ji's face. He glanced at Qin Wu and the others and declared, You must remain here for the time being. Do not move. Once I have eliminated these despicable fiends, I shall escort you away. Brother Qin Ge, that is unnecessary. We will fight alongside you. Qin Feng shouted passionately, his resolve unwavering. I too shall join you in battle. Qin Wu exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing their declarations, a bittersweet smile graced Qin Ji's lips. Xiao Wu, both of you are already injured. How can you possibly engage in combat? You should prioritize your recovery. With that, Qin Ge did not wait for further protests from the two women and soared towards the direction of danger. Witnessing this, Qin Feng and Qin Wu were left in astonishment, exchanging glances that revealed their unwavering determination. Brother Qin Ge, fear not. As long as we are here, those scoundrels shall never prevail, they proclaimed in unison, promptly pursuing Qin Ge. At this sight, the bittersweet smile on Qin Ji's face deepened. He understood that these two were resolutely determined to fight alongside him. However, he also recognized that the decision was no longer solely his to make. Considering the significant disparity in strength between him and the two, their prideful nature made it clear they would not allow their elder brother to shoulder the burden alone, leaving Qin Ge feeling helpless. Nevertheless, given their insistence on aiding him, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, their stubbornness could lead them to trail closely behind him regardless. complicating his efforts to shake off their persistent presence. With that thought in mind, Qin Ge ceased his hesitations and, with renewed vigor, surged forward. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qin Feng and Qin Wu promptly followed suit. Humph, young lad. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall collect some interest first. Observing Qin Ge and his companions depart, the figure perched upon the treetop revealed a chilling smirk. Then, disregarding Qin Ge and his party, he turned and hurried towards the valley beyond. This individual was none other than the black-robed youth. Initially, he had no intention of confronting Qin Ge and his companions, for he held them in contempt. He believed that with merely a modicum of effort, he could easily deal with them. His objective was merely to teach Qin Ge a lesson, and thus, he had no desire to engage them. However, his true target was the young boy, which prompted him to act swiftly. This lad possesses a modicum of strength. Sensing the presence of the individual, Qin Ge furrowed his brow, a flicker of trepidation surfacing in his gaze, and he inwardly lamented his predicament. This fellow exhibited considerable power, likely at the advanced level of the Xian stage, and emanated a chilling aura, suggesting he practiced some peculiar method. It appeared that today would indeed pose a challenge. Brother Qin, do not concern yourself with this scoundrel. Allow us to handle him, Qin Feng asserted, casting a glance at Qin Ge with a serious demeanor. No, his cultivation is far too formidable. I alone cannot contend with him. Therefore, I must insist that you two take the lead. United, you should be capable of vanquishing him. Qin Ge firmly dismissed Qin Feng's proposal. But Qin Feng opened his mouth to object. There are no buts. Follow my orders and act swiftly, lest those individuals arrive, and we find ourselves without an escape route. Qin Ge interrupted, his tone grave. Hearing Qin Ge's words, Qin Feng hesitated momentarily, yet soon a fierce determination crossed his face. He turned to Qin Wu beside him and declared, Sister, Brother Qin's words bear truth. Let us unite and eliminate them here. Very well, Brother Qin, you retreat for now. We shall deal with them. Qin Wu replied, her countenance resolute as she regarded Qin Ge. Acknowledging her words, Qin Ge refrained from further comment and swiftly retreated behind Qin Wu and Qin Feng. Two insignificant insects. Do you truly believe you can impede me? Such delusions. The black-robed youth mocked, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? If that is the case, then do attempt to gauge our prowess. Qin Ge retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the black-robed youth. Upon speaking, two streaks of black light swiftly erupted from the bodies of Qin Ge and Qin Wu, transforming into two ebony spears that soared forth with a piercing whistle, rapidly hurtling toward the young man in the black robe. Observing the two black streaks, a look of disdain crossed the young man's face. Then, clenching his fists, he advanced to meet the oncoming black lights, intending to crush them with his bare hands. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 210. The mysterious young man in the black robe, however, to his astonishment, when the two black beams collided with his fist, an earth-shattering roar erupted. At that very moment, the young man in the black robe was propelled backwards by an immense force, staggering back several dozen steps, and ultimately regaining his balance after retreating several hundred meters. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the young man in the black robe could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His expression transformed into one of shock and disbelief as he stared intently at Qin Feng and Qin Wu, his face etched with incredulity. Although he was indeed a warrior, having reached the advanced realm of the Xian level, he had never anticipated that Qin Ge and Qin Wu would possess the capability to contend with his strength. How could this be? These two individuals should not be of such caliber. How could they exhibit such formidable power? Even if their abilities are remarkable, they are still in my grasp. This is their moment of pleading for mercy. The young man's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He had not expected to find himself on the brink of defeat, filling his heart with deep regret. Brother Qin, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and take action. Let us eliminate this scoundrel before he causes us any more trouble. Seeing Qin Feng still frozen in place, Qin Wu immediately urged him. Upon hearing Qin Wu's words, Qin Feng snapped back to reality, nodded earnestly, and replied in a low voice, I understand. I will act at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura, transforming himself into a formidable ancient beast as he charged towards the young man in the black robe. Noticing Qin Feng charging at him, the young man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. Trying to flee? No chance. As the black-robed youth attempted to escape, a cold smile crossed Qin Feng's face. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear beside the young man in the black robe, raising his arm to seize him. The young man, witnessing Qin Feng's clawing attack, immediately paled and summoned all his true essence to defend against it. However, when Qin Feng's claw met the black-robed youth's protective barrier, it was effortlessly torn apart. Observing the sheer strength of Qin Feng, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Qin Wu's eyes. She had not anticipated his prowess to be so formidable. You, the young man in the black robe, seeing his true essence barrier shattered, instantly turned pale. His countenance distorted with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Qin Feng disregarded the black-robed youth entirely, with one hand. He transformed it into a lethal claw, aiming directly for the youth's neck. Whoosh! The speed of Qin Feng's strike was astonishing, swift as lightning, leaving the black-robed youth no time to react. He felt a sharp pain at his throat, followed by a spray of crimson blood. You dare to harm me? Of course, I wouldn't dare to injure you, Qin Feng retorted with a sinister smile. However, injuring your neck is surely preferable to harming your hands. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the color drained from the black-robed youth's face, his eyes flashing with a chilling rage as he glared at Qin Feng, coldly declaring, "You two worthless fools dare to ambush me. You must be tired of living." The youth's expression darkened further, transforming into a shade of iron. As he glared at Qin Feng and Qin Wu, ferocity radiating from his gaze. "Well, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease," Qin Feng replied with a cold, mocking laugh. The black-robed youth's countenance grew even more forbidding. He hadn't anticipated being belittled by these two so-called fools, especially being humiliated by one of them. His heart swelled with indignation and humiliation. "Boy, prepare to die? Humph, I've been waiting for you." Qin Feng scoffed, his disdain evident. In an instant, he appeared before the black-robed youth. Then, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping the youth in a powerful wave. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed youth found himself ensnared within Qin Feng's tempestuous energy. "Ah, damn it, I will kill you." The black-robed youth bellowed, feeling Qin Feng's growing might, panic setting in. He swiftly flipped his wrist, producing a pitch-black short sword. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming the blade at Qin Feng's chest. As the black-robed youth thrust his sword, Qin Feng made no attempt to evade, confident that Qin Wu would intervene to thwart the attack. Clang, clash, bang. Just as the black-robed youth aimed his black sword at Qin Feng's heart, three metallic daggers suddenly shot forth from Qin Feng's chest, violently colliding with the youth's weapon. Uft! In that instant, the sword shattered as if made of paper, driving itself into the black-robed youth's shoulder. Qin Ge swiftly closed the distance, seizing the broken sword in his grasp. Thud! The black-robed youth fell heavily to his knees, then collapsed, unconscious. Gazing upon the unconscious figure of the young man in black robes sprawled at his feet, Qin Ge's face broke into a chilling smile. He reached out to ascertain that the youth posed no immediate threat to life before turning his attention to Qin Wu. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Sister, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention. Our destinies are truly intertwined. After today's parting, who knows when we shall meet again? Of course. I am certain that I will encounter both you and elder sister once more." Qin Wu responded with a beaming smile. "Haraha, that is splendid. I shall eagerly await your return, dear sister and brother-in-law." Qin Ge exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Humph, I will surely take your life." Just as Qin Feng and Qin Wu were engaged in conversation, a frenzied roar erupted from the nearby valley. "Heh, you are not worthy to challenge me," Qin Ge retorted coldly upon hearing the voice, and in an instant, he darted toward the valley. Humph. At that moment, the black-robed youth, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Qin Ge flying toward the valley, a flicker of vengeful malice crossed his gaze. "Humph, boy. Even if you have narrowly escaped this time," the cloaked figure uttered coldly. Chapter 211. The movement of the man in black at this moment. Qin Ge had just arrived from outside, radiating a formidable purple lightning that filled the air with a deafening roar. He fixed his gaze upon the man in black, his eyes ablaze with an intense murderous intent. Simultaneously, his right hand unleashed a surge of purple lightning towards his opponent with remarkable speed, while his left hand emitted a fiery blaze. The two forces converged with such swiftness that the man in black had no time to react. Boom. Ah! The man in black was sent flying by the dual forces, crashing to the ground and rolling in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it! The man in black scrambled to his feet, his eyes brimming with a vengeful fury as he glared at Qin Ge from a distance, his gaze filled with malice. "Qin Ge, just wait. One day I shall take your life." "Humph." Qin Ge scoffed derisively, curling his lips in disdain. "I am eager to see who will truly be the one to end my life. You would do well to pray that you do not cross paths with me again. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise at my hands." With a maniacal laugh, the man in black retorted, "We shall see who meets their end first." In an instant, he vanished from sight, Yet Qin Ge detected his presence without a hint of concern. He merely touched his nose, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What a fool, thinking he can play tricks before me. At that very moment, the man in black reappeared beside Qin Ge, raising his hand to strike at Qin Ge's chest. However, this time he was thwarted. Qin Ge had anticipated his move, dodging deftly before launching a fierce kick. Bang! Qin Ge's foot connected violently with the man in black's abdomen, propelling him away with an unexpected force. Uft! The man in black crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. How could you have grown so powerful? The man in black asked in shock. Humph! Why would I disclose such information to you? Qin Ge dismissed him with a scoff. Infuriated, the man in black roared in anger and disappeared once more. Boom! Another violent explosion echoed in Qin Ge's ears, followed by the appearance of a shadow before him. Observing the scene, a cold smile crept across Qin Ge's face as he swung his right fist, conjuring a blazing crimson fist imprint that surged towards the man in black. Unprepared for the sudden escalation in Qin Ge's prowess, the man in black hastily attempted to evade, yet still sustained a minor injury. Seeing this, Qin Ge's smirk deepened, and he vanished again, reappearing before the man in black, his right fist crashing down towards him. Bang! Crack! Qin Ge's right fist struck the man in black's cheek with a resounding impact. Suddenly, Qin Ge felt as though his right hand had struck against a steel plate, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. However, he did not yield. He continued his assault, his right fist once again crashing into the face of the cloaked figure. A resounding thud echoed as a substantial dent appeared on the black-clad man's visage, blood oozing from his mouth. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The cloaked figure screamed frantically, desperately evading Qin Ge's onslaught. His movements were enigmatic and unpredictable, accompanied by formidable strength. Bang! Qin Ge's right fist landed heavily upon the man's head. Thud! The cloaked figure collapsed to his knees, his complexion ashen. What's this? Are you conceding? Qin Ge stood before him, looking down with a cruel smile. The cloaked man gazed back, his expression dark and menacing. I concede that I am not your match. Your prowess surpasses my imagination. However, this does not imply that I fear you. Given enough time, I will assuredly kill you. With that, the cloaked figure attempted to flee, seeking to regain his strength. Since you acknowledge your inferiority, why attempt to escape? Is your body failing you? A playful smirk graced Qin Ge's lips, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the cloaked man's steps faltered, his expression growing increasingly grim. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage within, and turned to Qin Ge, coldly stating, Qin Ge, I will remember you. With that, the cloaked figure vanished in an instant. TSK, TSK, TSK. How utterly disappointing. To think he harbored ambitions of killing me with such meager strength. Observing the cloaked figure's departure, Qin Ge curled his lip, the playfulness fading from his countenance, replaced by a frigid resolve. After the cloaked man fled, Qin Ge did not linger, turning to leave. He entered the hotel, sealing the doors and windows before settling cross-legged on the bed to meditate. With a deep breath, Qin Ge slowly opened his eyes. It seems I must intensify my training. If I do not, I will inevitably face death. Although my strength is considerable, contending with the formidable beings of this world proves somewhat daunting. I must enhance my power, elevate my capabilities, and advance my prowess. No, it is imperative to elevate my own realm. Only then can I confront my foes with greater assurance. Achieving the martial sovereign realm signifies standing at the pinnacle. Regardless of the location, strength remains paramount. I must seize the time to bolster my own power. Yes, I shall commence my training now, striving to reach the initial stages of martial emperor as swiftly as possible. With this thought, Qin Ge rose and made his way outside. He returned to his hotel room, seated cross-legged, preparing to begin his practice. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist materialized before Qin Ge. From within the darkness, the voice of the cloaked figure emerged. Qin Ge, have you truly resolved to expedite your training? Spare me the pleasantries. If you have something to say it quickly. Qin Ge retorted coldly. Qin Ge, do you truly wish for me to leave? The voice within the black mist seemed to brim with indignation. If you do not depart soon, I would be more than willing to escort you myself. A frigid smile graced Qin Ge's face as she coldly replied. Humph, Qin Ge, our enmity has reached a definitive conclusion. From this moment forth, it would be wise for you to refrain from provoking my ire. Otherwise, I shall take your life. The voice in the mist bellowed with fury. Is that so? Then do give it a try. Qin Ge's smile widened, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. You. The figure cloaked in black was infuriated by Qin Ge's audacity, yearning to unleash a torrent of curses, yet at a loss for words. Very well. If there is nothing further, you may hasten your departure. Chapter 212. Conversation. Qin Ge, disinterested in engaging further with the cloaked figure, spoke coldly. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. You may believe that your current strength is commendable, but in truth, you are merely a despicable wretch. Your power pales in comparison to mine, and I shall assuredly bring about your demise. When that day arrives, you will comprehend the consequences of crossing me. I assure you. Peace will elude you for eternity. The black-clad man's eyes bulged with rage, bloodshot, and wild. Oh, Qin Ge cast a fleeting glance at him, a hint of derision shimmering in his gaze. I sincerely hope you come to attempt my assassination sooner rather than later. You should leave at once. I need to cultivate. Qin Ge waved dismissively. Very well, await your fate. I shall eventually bring you to your knees, ensuring you suffer beyond imagination, the cloaked figure declared, retreating slowly into the shadows. What a mad dog, Qin Ge scoffed. Humph, Qin Ge, I will seize the opportunity to end your life. You will recognize my true power. The voice echoed ominously. I remain at your service, Qin Ge retorted with disdain. I will kill you, the black figure's voice dripped with venomous intent. I shall be waiting, came Qin Ge's calm reply as the figure's voice faded into the distance. With a deep exhale, Qin Ge expelled the lingering tension and resumed his cultivation. The following day, as dawn broke, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through Qin Ge's chamber. Who is it? He inquired, blinking awake and directing his gaze toward the door. It is I, a cool, feminine voice responded from beyond. In an instant, Qin Ge soared through the air, arriving at a haunting sepulchre. The atmosphere was thick with dread, an eerie aura enveloping the place. This was indeed unexpected. His eyes sparkled with an unparalleled intensity. Humph, the cloaked figure observed Qin Ge, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Welcome to our burial ground. This is your grave? Qin Ge's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, but within this grave lies another crypt, the figure replied, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Intrigued, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. Oh, I am quite eager to witness this for myself. With that, he approached the adjacent tomb. It appeared nondescript, merely a mound of earth, devoid of any adornments. The black-clad man chuckled softly at Qin Ge's actions, while Qin Ge remained unfazed, responding only with a cold snort. Soon, he unearthed the mound, and upon revealing its contents, a gasp escaped his lips. Before him lay a collection of decayed corpses. All young men, their remains a testament to their untimely fates. The chests of these individuals were pierced by a massive skull, with blood dripping incessantly from the crevices of the skull, creating a scene of utter devastation. What has transpired with these corpses? Why are there so many remains? Could it be that you are responsible for the demise of all these people? Qin Ge coldly fixed his gaze upon the man in black, his voice dripping with disdain. Qin Ge, you are not mistaken. I am indeed the one who has slain them all, the man in black replied with a chilling laugh. Humph. How cruel you are, Qin Ge retorted icily. Cruel? The man in black sneered, his laughter grating on the ears. Do you realize how much I loathe you? I yearn to see you torn to shreds. These people were your companions. Their deaths are intertwined with you. I have longed to dismember you. But I never found the opportunity, until now. Finally, I have been granted such a splendid chance to obliterate you. The sinister expression on the man's face sent a shiver down Qin Ge's spine. The muscles contorted grotesquely, rendering him terrifyingly unrecognizable. Prepare to meet your end. The man in black snarled before his figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke, hurtling toward Qin Ge with blinding speed. Qin Ge's eyes darkened with gravity as he beheld the approaching figure. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dagger materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, driving the dagger forcefully toward the man's skull. The man in black smile widened as he perceived the dagger's trajectory. Bang! The dagger penetrated his skull, driving deep into his back. The man in black shuddered violently, anguish etched upon his face. Without a moment's pause, Qin Ge summoned his spiritual energy, exerting control over the dagger to drive it even deeper into the man's head. With a sickening squelch, the dagger embedded itself further, causing the man's body to tremble erratically before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any breath. At last, it is accomplished. After dispatching the man in black, Qin Ge exhaled in relief, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Though he had managed to eliminate this foe, it was solely due to a surprise attack, in a fair confrontation. He doubted he would have matched the man's prowess. I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. This truly exceeds my expectations. A mocking voice suddenly sliced through the air. Startled, Qin Ge swiftly turned to locate the source of the voice. There, perched atop a pile of rubble, sat a repugnant old man, exuding an aura of weakness, his whole being cloaked in a pallor of lethargy, his garments stained a deep crimson. "Who are you?" Qin Ge inquired coldly, regarding the old man with suspicion. The sudden appearance of this figure instilled an even greater sense of dread than the corpse puppets, igniting a profound vigilance within Qin Ge. The lecherous old man chuckled slyly, revealing a row of gleaming yellow teeth. "Qin Ge, you should refer to me as the Ghost King." "The Ghost King?" Upon hearing this name, Qin Ge's heart sank instantly. "Indeed, I am the Ghost King. And your master is known as Yan Wang," the Ghost King remarked with a smile. The mention of Yan Wang sent a tremor through Qin Ge. Yan Wang was the name of his master, and he had received information about the Ghost King from him. He recalled his master speaking of the Ghost King, a formidable being who had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a peerless powerhouse who was but a step away from successfully advancing to the golden elixir stage. Chapter 213. Close quarters strength. However, this Ghost King is an unequivocal aberration. Not only has he mastered sinister arts, but he is also proficient in the healing arts, and his medical skills are remarkably advanced. His prowess in medicine has ascended to a divine level. As long as he does not perish, he can continue to thrive, unless he finds himself in a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, death is not an option for him. It is uncertain whether this elder has lived for an extended period, which might explain his attainment of the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, he possesses the knowledge to wield yin-yang techniques, merging his physical form with his soul, thereby creating an external avatar. One could assert that this elder's capabilities transcend the nascent soul realm, reaching the golden core stage. "Ah, the Ghost King, is it? You seek to take my life, but it shall not be so easily accomplished," Qin Ge scoffed coldly. "Ha ha ha, young man, you possess quite the audacity to challenge me." The Ghost King bellowed with laughter upon hearing Qin Ge's words. "You are the Ghost King?" Qin Ge exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary old man was, in fact, the infamous Ghost King. Initially, Qin Ge had regarded the Ghost King as merely an unremarkable elder. Yet from the recent exchange, he had ascertained the truth of the matter. The Ghost King is renowned in the ancient martial world, his medical expertise likened to divine craftsmanship. Even his own master pales in comparison, for the Ghost King is capable of merging his essence with the Yin energy, concealing it within his very being. Qin Ge was taken aback to discover that the Ghost King had been hiding here, so close by. "Well, what do you think? Are you not utterly astonished by this revelation?" The Ghost King grinned widely, his face adorned with a hint of smugness. "Humph." Qin Ge's expression turned frosty as he gazed at the Ghost King opposite him. "I never imagined that the illustrious Ghost King would stoop to such cowardice. Do you really believe you can evade capture by hiding here?" "Hee. Qin Ge, I concede that your strength is indeed formidable. I acknowledge you are the first to defeat me in many years. However, even so, you are no match for me," the Ghost King replied, unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. Upon hearing the Ghost King's proclamation, Qin Ge's brow furrowed slightly. "Humph, we shall see about that." "Very well," the Ghost King chuckled. "But do remember, should you lose, you must forfeit either an arm or a leg as payment." Qin Ge's expression shifted slightly. "I shall not be defeated by you. Moreover, I am a cultivator. The thought of you besting me is utterly inconceivable." Upon hearing Qin Ge's declaration, the Ghost King's expression altered momentarily before he burst into laughter again. "Young one, do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to stand here waiting for you to slay me? No, I have meticulously arranged all my escape routes. At this moment, you stand no chance of escaping my encirclement." As the words of the Ghost King echoed in the air, Qin Ge's expression darkened, his visage resembling a stormy sky ready to unleash torrents of rain. The formidable power of the Ghost King caught Qin Ge off guard. He had not anticipated the intricate array of formations laid out around him, rendering his escape utterly impossible. "Ha ha, Qin Ge. Did you ever think you would find yourself in such dire straits? I have set multiple formations that will confine you here for eternity. Just enjoy your stay." The Ghost King taunted, relishing in his perceived victory. "You believe that by trapping me, you can escape unscathed?" Qin Ge retorted, a hint of derision gracing his lips. "What do you mean?" The Ghost King faltered, confusion flickering across his face as he scrutinized Qin Ge. "I'll enlighten you. I have long anticipated your feeble tactics. You thought to besiege the Qin family, but my grandfather prepared for this very moment. Should any foe intrude upon our territory, he has arranged for the formations to detonate. At that time, I shall return with my allies to rescue my kin and obliterate you all. Just wait and see how your arrogance will crumble," Qin Ge declared, his gaze unwavering. The Ghost King's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not expected that the patriarch of the Qin family had left behind such a contingency plan. "Qin Ge, you wretch, How dare you deceive me? Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. The Ghost King glared at Qin Ge, raising his hand as a piercing hum emanated from the ring upon his finger. In that instant, the Ghost King's pupils constricted and his smile vanished. He had intended to use the power of the formations to trap the members of the Qin family within the valley, feeding off their life essence to restore his strength to the nascent soul stage. Yet, his scheme had yet to unfold. A chill raced down Qin Ge's spine as the ominous humming filled the air, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Qin Ge, do you truly think you can evade your fate? Ha ha, your grandfather is indeed formidable. The formation he laid was impressive, yet it was dismantled by the ancestor of the Qin family. However, I remain unconcerned, for with my prowess, even the ancestor of the Qin family is no match for me. Seeing the Ghost King reveal his hand, Qin Ge felt a flicker of joy within, though his exterior remained impassive. Had it not been for your grandfather, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken to unravel this formation. Who would have thought that your grandfather could craft such potent arrays? This will certainly expedite my recovery. Now that your conspiracy is laid bare, surrender willingly. Not a chance. The Ghost King's expression twisted into a snarl as he lunged towards Qin Ge with great speed. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Ge immediately channeled his vital energy, wielding the jade sword with fervor. The voice of the Ghost King resonated throughout the entire valley, captivating both Qin Ge and the ancestral elder of the Qin family, causing their eyes to shimmer with intrigue. Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, the elder's gaze sparkled with a hint of unusual brilliance. Ghost King, have you truly regained your strength? A flurry of piercing sword lights surged toward the Ghost King. Indeed, the heir of the Qin family is formidable, yet my formations are equally extraordinary. I shall see just how much vital energy you possess to sustain your battle until the final moment. The Ghost King, observing Qin Ge brandishing the jade sword, revealed a trace of disdain upon his countenance. Indeed, this is all a result of your provocation. Chapter 204. The continuous rise of strength. Even if you have restored your strength, what difference does it make? I can still effortlessly eliminate you. The elder of the Qin family declared, his aura surging dramatically as abundant vital energy poured into the jade pendant, letting out a cold snort. He had deliberately revealed his cultivation level to gauge the true might of the Qin family elder, and now he was fully aware of the elder's formidable prowess. Before Qin Ge, he found himself utterly defenseless, and the energy infused into the jade pendant was overwhelming. Oh, is that so? I am rather curious to see just how resilient this worthless stone of yours truly is. The Ghost King scoffed, launching a fist toward the jade pendant. With a thunderous crash, the pendant shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. He exhibited no sign of resistance whatsoever. As the Ghost King sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the Qin family elder, a flicker of horror crossed his face. His body trembled violently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. What is happening? Upon witnessing the Ghost King obliterate the pendant with a single punch, the Qin family elder's expression darkened. He had initially presumed the Ghost King's strength to be at the pinnacle of half-step transformation. Yet he was taken aback to discover the Ghost King's power had reached an alarming realm. While the Qin family elder believed he could escape from the Ghost King, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the Ghost King's aura had vanished. Gazing at the Ghost King, the Qin family elder wore a look of astonishment, his heart brimming with disbelief. What could have transpired? Had the Ghost King truly perished? The mere thought sent a shiver down the Qin family elder's spine. Though he lacked the courage to entertain such notions, the Ghost King had now regained his strength and was on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult for the elder to depart. Therefore, he resolved not to confront the Ghost King head-on, but to seek an opportunity to escape and rescue the Qin family disciples. It was important to note that prior to their confrontation, the Ghost King had been merely a nascent soul, possessing considerable strength. Yet now, how could his power have escalated so rapidly? Could it be a gift from the mysterious expert accompanying Qin Ge? But what of the Qin family members who had been captured? Why would the Ghost King still regain his strength? Contemplating this, the Qin family elder frowned deeply, sensing that in this world, nothing was truly impossible. I wish to see just how long you can endure, you worthless wretch. You merely cling to that jade pendant for support. How much longer do you believe your meager abilities can hold out? The Ghost King jeered at the Qin family elder. It seems your current condition is not particularly impressive either. I believe our words have been wasted. The venerable ancestor of the Qin family spoke with a mocking expression, now certain that the Spectre King before him had lost the formidable power he once wielded. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into the trap he had meticulously laid without even realizing it. Ha ha! The Spectre King laughed heartily at the Qin ancestor. Is that so? You The old relic of the Qin family are rather naive. I have already regained my strength. Did you truly believe I was captured by your clan? Let me enlighten you. You have no idea who ensnared me. Do you think I am as foolish as you presume? Who? Who aided you? Speak, and perhaps I might spare your life. The Qin ancestor was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected twist in events. You think your petty tricks can deceive others, but not me. You are an astute individual, and I believe you are not a fool. However, your greed has clouded your judgment. As you covet the treasures of our ghostly clan, willing to sacrifice your own blood, do you genuinely believe that by consuming the contents of this jade pendant, you could breach your limitations and ascend to the nascent soul stage? Such delusions. The Spectre King shook his head derisively, gazing at the Qin ancestor. You, what did you say? You know of the treasure within me? I am aware that this jade pendant contains our clan's supreme treasure. How could you possibly know? Are you? The Qin ancestor's expression shifted in shock as he stared at the Spectre King. The Spectre King scoffed, a trace of disdain crossing his face. Old Qin, are you curious as to why your so-called treasure has appeared here and fallen into my hands? At that moment, Qin Ge approached from outside, his eyes radiating a fierce light, an unparalleled aura of killing intent surrounding him. A faint golden glow shimmered around him as a flicker of crimson fire manifested in his hand, illuminating the air. As he advanced, his gaze reflected a deadly resolve. The Qin ancestor involuntarily took 2 steps back, his heart racing with alarm, acutely aware that he was no match for Qin Ge. The ancestor was filled with dread. He had never anticipated that the once timid Qin Ge's power would escalate so rapidly. It was only a short while ago that Qin Ge had been at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Now he had leapfrogged to the late stage of the transformation stage. The Qin ancestor found this incredulous. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Had Qin Ge absorbed some rare celestial treasures during these few days? Humph, do you think you can kill me? Such dreams are but folly. The elder of the Qin family let out a cold snort, his face contorted with malice as he declared, Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a remarkably gifted alchemist. It is high time for you to relinquish your position and allow others to take their turn. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes, and a beam of icy light shot forth, aimed directly at Qin Ge. You wish to take my life? You are not worthy of such a feat. Qin Ge retorted disdainfully upon witnessing the incoming radiance. With a flick of his hand, a crimson flame materialized in his palm, hurtling toward the elder of the Qin family. Boom. The air resonated with a series of explosive sounds, echoing through the void. Chapter 215. The resounding echo. 2 flames collided with one another, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Waves of formidable power relentlessly battered the surrounding trees, producing a series of crackling sounds, while wisps of green smoke ascended from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing that his attack had borne no fruit, the patriarch of the Qin family was instantly gripped by a profound expression of rage. You insolent wretch! How dare you harm me? I shall retaliate with all my might. He bellowed, his figure shifting as he charged towards Qin Ge. Humph, such trivial techniques. And you dare to challenge me? How delightfully naive. Qin Ge scoffed as he raised a hand, unleashing a crimson fire dragon that erupted from his side. A searing heat radiated from the dragon, enveloping the patriarch of the Qin family, who felt as though a volcano had erupted behind him. A fleeting expression of agony crossing his face. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, a series of violent explosions ensued. Thud, thud, thud. A continuous barrage of muffled sounds echoed, and it became evident that the patriarch was consumed by the flames, instantaneously reduced to ashes. The patriarch of the Qin family is dead. He is truly dead. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this real? How could the patriarch perish so easily? This is unfathomable. Such a terrifying assault could obliterate even a late-stage transformation cultivator. Yet he met his end at the hands of Qin Ge. The patriarch, a peak mid-transformation powerhouse, had been effortlessly vanquished by a younger adversary at the late-stage nascent soul. How could he accept such a fate? What secret technique does that little brat wield? Could he truly be a cultivator of extraordinary prowess? In that moment, the patriarch's mind raced with such thoughts. A single individual capable of dispatching a late-stage nascent soul cultivator must possess an unparalleled secret art. How else could it be possible? Yet, how had this young man achieved it? This move is called Phoenix Nirvana. You are the first to compel me to unleash such a technique. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. A cruel smile curled upon Qin Ge's lips as the flames in his palm blazed ever brighter, transforming into a lifelike phoenix, an intense heat washing over the scene. Roar! The patriarch of the Qin family, feeling the overwhelming heat, was seized by a profound terror. Within those flames lay a destructive force that made his very soul tremble. In a desperate bid, he drew a dagger and lunged towards the fire dragon. Swish! The dagger struck fiercely at the neck of the fire dragon. A resounding crash echoed as the head of the fire dragon was cleaved in two by the ancestor of the Qin family. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of onlookers, who marveled at the spectacle. What kind of fire is this? Capable of slaying a mid-stage transformation practitioner with a single strike? Could it be divine fire, or the flames of the legendary Qilin? Although the ancestor of the Qin family displayed formidable power, it was far from the realm of divine fire. No, this was the sacred fire of the nine-tailed fox clan, the highest quality of divine fire. It was said that even practitioners on the verge of transcending would be incinerated by its flames. And controlling such fire required an individual of profound cultivation. Divine fire of the nine-tailed fox clan? How could this be? Are there truly so many nine-tailed foxes in existence? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. An elder among them inquired, "Have you heard of the existence of nine-tailed foxes among the demon clans?" Indeed, there are rumors of a group of powerful nine-tailed foxes who have concealed themselves in the depths of the wilderness, unknown to anyone. Yet possessing astounding combat prowess and revered status within their clan, one practitioner replied solemnly, "No wonder I felt an eerie familiarity with that flame. It is, without a doubt, the sacred fire of the nine-tailed foxes. The sacred fire of the nine-tailed fox clan? Could he truly be one of them? But it has been ages since any of their kin have appeared. Even the ancestors of the nine-tailed fox clan have long since vanished." It seemed this young man was perhaps a disciple from a hidden sect or family, a remnant of generations past, possibly lost to the annals of history, now resurfacing in such an extraordinary manner. The defeat of the Qin family ancestor by Qin Ge's flames filled the hearts of all with incredulity. Who was this ancestor? A formidable figure of the Qin lineage, felled by a single strike from Qin Ge. Qin Ge. An elder rose, fixing his gaze upon him with intense scrutiny. Qin Ge turned to the elder, coldly inquiring, "And who might you be?" This elder was a relative of the Qin family ancestor and a rogue cultivator, slightly stronger than the ancestor himself. Following the ancestor's demise, he had rushed to the Qin family to stir trouble, though his strength paled in comparison to that of the fallen elder. "Who am I? You are not worthy to know." The elder glared at Qin Ge, scoffing, "Your abilities, even in ancient times, were rare. I presume you are the young master of an ancient clan?" The mention of an ancient clan's young master left Qin Ge momentarily speechless. He is indeed the scion of an ancient lineage, a prodigious talent among his kin. However, that was in a bygone era. The ancient families have long since vanished. And even if remnants exist, they have undoubtedly perished. Your extraordinary abilities, even in the age of antiquity, were not numerous. I suspect you must belong to a certain ancient family. Am I correct? The elder fixed his gaze upon Qin Ge, continuing his inquiry. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Ge furrowed his brow. "Do you recognize individuals from our ancient family?" he asked the elder, his voice low and serious. "Huh. Your true identity will soon be revealed. And when it is, the entire realm of ancient cultivators will know that your family has met its end." The elder scoffed, a mocking tone in his voice. "Met its end? You speak nonsense. That is impossible. My father is the venerable ancestor of the Qin clan, far surpassing the strength of your ancestor. How could he possibly have been slain?" Qin Ge retorted with anger. "The ancestor of the Qin family has already fallen, and not only that, he perished at your hands. Do you truly believe that someone of your caliber could have slain such a being? What utter folly!" The elder derided. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Ge's body jolted in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not bring himself to accept it. Chapter 216. Incredulity. My father is dead. How could this be? My father was a genuine master of the saintly realm. Throughout the ancient era, he was an immensely formidable presence. Yet now he is gone. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. I utterly refuse to accept it. Qin Ge shouted in despair. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's shocked expression, the elder erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You do not believe it? Ha, you doubt it. Let me reveal to you what true impossibility is." With that, the elder extended his right hand and unleashed a devastating force that surged toward Qin Ge. Seeing such an overwhelming attack hurtling towards him, Qin Ge instinctively shut his eyes. However, after a prolonged moment, he felt no anticipated pain. Opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself still standing in place. What is happening? Why am I unharmed? Could it be that he is incapable of killing me? Qin Ge pondered. Humph, boy, do not harbor foolish thoughts of escape. With your meager strength, do you truly think you can flee? You are but a mere ant in the early stages of the saintly realm, utterly incapable of evading my grasp. Stay put and await your fate, which is nothing but death. I assure you, your demise will be quite comfortable." The elder sneered disdainfully upon seeing Qin Ge's eyes open. "No, I do not wish to die. I want to live. I must survive." Qin Ge cried out in desperation, reacting to the elder's words. "Humph, even if you desire to live, what of it? I have already granted you a chance at survival, and you squandered it. Do not blame me. Simply resign yourself to death." The elder scoffed coldly as he continued his assault on Qin Ge. "Please, do not kill me," Qin Ge shouted, realizing he could not evade the elder's onslaught. "Humph, begging for mercy? Too late. You must die. Die." The elder bellowed, and in the next instant, his attack struck Qin Ge's body. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as Qin Ge was engulfed by the blast's energy. Blood spewed forth as he was violently hurled backward, crashing to the ground, his bones shattered, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, convulsing uncontrollably until he ultimately succumbed to death, lifeless beyond recovery. "Humph, such a weakling. I could crush thousands like you with ease," the elder coldly remarked, gazing at Qin Ge's motionless form before turning to depart. In that instant, a plume of black smoke emerged from Qin Ge's corpse, consuming him entirely and vanishing, while his body disintegrated into ashes. Just when everyone believed Qin Ge was dead, unbeknownst to them, he rose with a flaming red sword in hand, charging forward through the air, surrounded by an endless sea of flames that crackled and hissed. The temperature around him soared, and Qin Ge was astounded to discover that his body had indeed been resurrected. The entirety of his being radiated an unparalleled brilliance, with his eyes shimmering like celestial lights, and a sanguine glow enveloping his entire form, evoking a sense of awe. "Ah, splendid! Remarkable!" the elder exclaimed, erupting into a fit of wild laughter upon witnessing Qin Ge's display. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon such a treasure, and all of this was instigated by him. "If only he could assist me, my cultivation would undoubtedly ascend by several magnitudes. Yet, now this precious artifact is destined to become mine. Ha ha ha." With each burst of laughter, the elder's speed intensified, and in an instant, he found himself at the heart of the flames. Abruptly, he waved his hand, and the inferno vanished entirely. How could this be? Though the flames were merely at the initial stage of the saint level, their potency surpassed that of the pinnacle's saint-level fire techniques by leaps and bounds. Yet, this elder effortlessly obliterated them. Who is he? His cultivation has evidently reached the apex of the saint level. At that moment, an overwhelming terror gripped Qin Ge. His strength was already inferior to the elder's, and having just been ambushed and grievously injured, he was in no position to contend with him. His only hope now lay in fleeing, in escaping this place. But reality was cruel. The elder had no intention of sparing him, and escape was simply not an option. "Old man, I assure you, you cannot kill me. I am the son of the Qin clan's young master, a status you cannot shake. I advise you to release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Qin Ge laughed maniacally, his face a mask of arrogance. As the favored child of the Qin clan, he believed he was entitled to such bravado. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the elder's smile froze, and a deep fury ignited within his eyes. The Qin clan, you wretched little beast. I shall ensure your demise, and you will pay dearly." Qin Ge's brazen proclamation struck a nerve, intensifying the elder's murderous intent. He yearned to slay Qin Ge, to exact vengeance upon the Qin clan for the loss of his son. His son, a prodigy and the future head of the clan, had met his end in such a desolate place. He felt compelled to honor his son with the blood and life of Qin Ge. "Huh! Since you desire death so fervently, I shall gladly escort you to your demise," the elder roared, charging towards Qin Ge with renewed determination. Qin Ge, feeling utterly despondent, summoned a surge of wind beneath him, emanating a faint glow. In a flash, he found himself within a crypt. This place, akin to an external world, might harbor profound techniques or other fortuitous treasures. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes, and an enigmatic aura enveloped him. A subtle golden light radiated from his body, exuding an air of formidable strength. Before him stood a statue, resplendent in golden hues, lifelike and vibrant. This is our ancestral figure from the Qin family. Our lineage boasts a rich history, having existed since ancient times. Our forebear was a formidable master of both artifact forging and alchemy, renowned across the continent as a distinguished craftsman. He crafted countless precious elixirs, earning immense acclaim throughout the world. Gazing at the statue before him, Qin Ge spoke softly. In his eyes, the sculpture represented a powerful master of crafting. However, to Qin Ge, the ancestor of the Qin family transcended mere prowess, embodying the essence of an extraordinary and unparalleled grandmaster of artifact forging. Chapter 2017. strength on display. Qin Ge understood that the statue before him was not that of his family's ancestor, but rather a mysterious elder of the Qin lineage. According to legend, this ancestor had once concocted a powerful elixir and, upon its successful creation, entrusted it to a youth named Zicheng, asking him to deliver it to the mainland. This was the directive given by the ancestor of the Qin family. Consequently, Qin Ge had always believed that this elder was, in fact, the very youth he had heard about. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the old man could not help but reveal a look of admiration, exclaiming, "I did not realize that the ancestor of the Qin family was such a formidable alchemist, indeed a master of great renown. I am profoundly impressed." Qin Ge nodded and replied, "Indeed, my father was a friend of Zicheng. Therefore, if you release me, not only will I be grateful, but you may also receive a reward from my father. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, I assure you my father will not let you go unpunished." Humph. What of the Qin clan? Their ancestor is merely a peak saint-level being. If that were the case, how could the Qin clan possibly dominate the entire continent? The old man retorted with disdain. "Let me enlighten you. Our ancestor is a divine-level alchemist, a formidable being of the divine sovereign realm. Do you truly believe my ancestor lacks the strength to contend with your Qin clan? My ancestor is already a master of the saint level in artifact forging, having reached the pinnacle of his craft. What reason could our ancestor have to fear yours?" At the old man's words, Qin Ge's face contorted with contempt. He recognized that this individual was merely engaging in pretentious bravado. Although he was uncertain of the old man's true strength, he was certain of his father's status as a saint-level master of artifact forging and a formidable being of the divine sovereign realm. The claim that this old man's ancestor surpassed his father was utterly preposterous. "Little wretch, spare me your prattle. Today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end." The old man glared at Qin Ge, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. "Haha, you think you can kill me? Dream on. You truly believe yourself worthy?" Qin Ge scoffed, a sneer gracing his lips. "Humph." The old man snorted coldly, then raised his palm to strike at Qin Ge's chest. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, under the old man's assault, Qin Ge spat blood and was sent flying backward. Uffed. As he retreated, his injuries worsened, blood gushing forth from his body. "Haha, Qin Ge. I told you, there is no escape for you today." The old man gazed at Qin Ge, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "Humph, whatever techniques you possess, I refuse to believe you can truly harm me." Qin Ge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke coldly. He was resolute in his belief that he would not be defeated by this elder. "Is that so?" The old man sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 18 silver needles appeared in the old man's hand. Under the old man's command, the silver needles transformed into 18 silvery serpents, lunging towards Qin Ge. These venomous creatures were cultivated with great care. A mere touch of their toxin will lead to your flesh rotting away, leaving you without a burial place. The old man scoffed. "What a vicious tactic!" Qin Ge exclaimed, his face contorted in shock. He had not anticipated such cruelty from the elder, who had unleashed his own venomous beasts. He vividly recalled the presence of hundreds of snakes in this vicinity. Should he be bitten, his body would undoubtedly succumb to decay, leading to his demise. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. To him, such threats were insignificant. He was a craftsman, a master artisan at that. Should he wish, he could forge a suit of defensive armor. He possessed that confidence. "Little beast, prepare for your demise." The old man's cold smile deepened upon witnessing Qin Ge's apparent lack of concern. In the next moment, the serpents surged into Qin Ge's body, voraciously siphoning his spiritual essence. Pain etched across Qin Ge's face as he let out anguished cries, his entire body trembling. He struggled against the serpent's grip on his spiritual power, but they held fast, rendering him immobile. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Help me, please." Qin Ge screamed, unable to suppress his agony as the serpents ravaged his soul force. The torment was indescribable, a pain that clawed at his very being. "Little beast, perish now." The old man sneered, gesturing with his fingers, causing the silver needles to shimmer and rush towards Qin Ge once more. "Oh!" Qin Ge's piercing wails echoed as he could no longer endure the excruciating pain. With each passing moment, the serpent's assaults grew more ferocious. His body began to rot, skin splitting, bones fracturing. Countless wounds marred his flesh, and his muscles were entirely eroded. A foul stench permeated the air, repelling those nearby. "Qin Ge, your time of reckoning is nigh. Go join your mother now," the old man declared coldly, directing the silver needles toward Qin Ge. Each needle was razor-sharp, and should they pierce his flesh, the consequences would be devastating. Pallor washed over Qin Ge's face, a grimace of determination replacing his initial shock. He understood that he must resist, passivity would lead to his end. He was resolute. He could not die, absolutely not. What would become of the Qin clan? I, Qin Ge, shall not be defeated. In his heart, Qin Ge vowed that he would exert every last ounce of strength to fight. Qin Ge, you might as well die? The elder beside him let out a cold sneer. His eyes filled with a merciless glint. In his view, this time, Qin Ge would undoubtedly meet his demise. Suddenly, at that moment, a stone shot forth from a distance, striking the silver needle with pinpoint accuracy and sending it ricocheting back towards the elder's arm. With a series of thuds, the elder's wrist twisted uncontrollably, causing the silver needles to clatter to the ground. The elder's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze towards the horizon. Chapter 218. The frenzied battle before him stood a colossal forest, its towering trees reaching towards the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and plunged the sky into an inky darkness, rendering the scenery within the woods indistinct. Yet, amidst the thicket, figures flitted like shadows. The two divine-level cultivators from the Qin family stood among the trees, their expressions darkened by fury and frustration. They had failed to intercept Qin Ge, allowing him to escape, which left their faces marred by displeasure. Qin Ge was not only their adversary, but also a traitor to the Qin clan, and their hatred for him was palpable. Damn it, I never expected Qin Ge to evade us. It seems we must unite with the other three great families to eliminate him, Qin Tianshan mused, narrowing his eyes as a chilling glint flashed within them. Indeed, I concur with Brother Qin's proposal. We must ally with the other three great families to vanquish Qin Ge. Another elder nodded in agreement. I too agree, chimed in a third elder, echoing the sentiment. Qin Tianshan acknowledged their consensus and turned to the two divine-level elders of the Qin family, stating, we three have deliberated and resolved to join forces to slay Qin Ge. Very well. The two elders of the Qin family nodded in unison, despite their aversion to Qin Ge and reluctance to ally with him. The current circumstances compelled them to act. They were acutely aware that Qin Ge's father was a formidable divine emperor, which was why Qin Tianshan sought the cooperation of the three great families. Otherwise, the Qin family would stand no chance against Qin Ge. As Qin Ge gazed into the distance at the venomous serpents racing towards him, a deepening panic enveloped him. He felt as though the very blood within his veins was turning to ice, and the essence of his soul was being eroded. He understood that resistance was imperative. Failure to do so would result in his total annihilation, leaving him bereft of even the chance for reincarnation. Die! A voice rang out from afar, and a cerulean sword hurtled towards him, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, swiftly reaching Qin Ge's position. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Ge instinctively dodged to the side, attempting to evade the sword's assault. The cerulean blade pierced the rock where he had stood moments before, reducing it to dust that vanished into the ether. Who dares? Qin Ge exclaimed, astonished by the young man who now stood before him. The strength of this individual was formidable, capable of breaching his defenses with a single strike. Unbeknownst to Qin Ge, this was Qin Tianshan, who had previously been defeated by him. After that defeat, Qin Tianshan's spirits had been low. He had never anticipated falling to a mere youth. Consumed by resentment, he resolved to seek revenge. Thus, he had approached the other great families, informing their elders of the situation, hoping they would dispatch capable warriors to deal with Qin Ge. After all, the elders of the Qin family have departed from the Qin clan, their strength far surpassing that of Qin Ge. Upon hearing this, the elders of the three great families readily agreed to assist Qin Tianshan in eliminating Qin Ge. Furthermore, they promised him that should Qin Ge perish, half of their wealth would be bestowed upon Qin Tianshan. This revelation greatly pleased him. Although the three great families were reluctant to aid Qin Tianshan, the temptation he offered was simply too immense, compelling them to dispatch their formidable warriors to hunt down Qin Ge. This scheme was also a deliberate maneuver on their part, as the three great families had long been vassals of the Qin clan. Now that the Qin family faced peril, it was only natural for them to step forward and provide assistance. You, Qin Tianshan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan, astonishment and disbelief flickering in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that Qin Chuan was still alive and had come to attend the divine sovereign banquet. It was well known that such an event was graced by divine sovereign-level powers, and their own clan possessed only 4 or 5 such formidable beings. Yet here was Qin Chuan, not only present but accompanied by a multitude of strong warriors. This was simply unfathomable. The number of strong individuals within the Qin clan barely amounted to several dozen. Even should they unite, it was likely they would not be sufficient to withstand Qin Chuan's might. Indeed, it is I, Qin Chuan replied coolly, locking eyes with Qin Tianshan. I never anticipated you to be such a coward, unwilling to face me in battle. His gaze bore a heavy mockery that reddened Qin Tianshan's face in humiliation. How could he endure such ridicule? You insolent brat, you court death. Qin Tianshan shouted vehemently, charging towards Qin Chuan with fierce determination. His feet struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater beneath him. Qin Chuan, however, swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. The force of Qin Tianshan's punch collided with the earth, shattering the hard ground and forming a pit over a meter wide. A testament to the sheer terror of his strength. After dodging, Qin Chuan regarded Qin Tianshan with a fierce glint in his eyes, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him, as if it were a tangible force. At that moment, Qin Ge observed the unfolding battle, the intensity in his gaze growing ever more fervent. He too yearned for a confrontation, eager to test his own strength. Qin Tianshan, lauded as the foremost expert of the Qin clan, was the adversary Qin Ge most desired to challenge. Should he succeed in vanquishing Qin Tianshan, Qin Ge was confident that he would ascend to the Divine Emperor realm and subsequently progress to the Divine King realm. The Divine King realm was an echelon far beyond that of the Divine Emperor. Upon reaching the Divine Emperor realm, there exist 3 distinct levels. Qin Tianshan's prowess eclipsed that of his brother, Qin Tiannan, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. At present, Qin Ge's cultivation has merely reached the latter stages of the 8th level of the Divine King realm, falling significantly short of the Divine Sovereign level. Nevertheless, he harbors unwavering faith in his own diligence and is certain that he will not only catch up, but may even surpass Qin Tianshan. Well, aren't you quite arrogant? What's the matter? Have you lost your bravado? Qin Tianshan remarked with a cold smirk, directing his question at Qin Chuan. Enough of the idle chatter. If you possess the courage, let us engage in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, all that you desire shall be yours. Qin Chuan replied with a faint smile, unreservedly asserting his challenge. Chapter 219. The aura of death. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Qin Tianshan erupted into a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard an exceedingly amusing joke. How absurd. Do you truly believe you possess any significance? I, the illustrious Qin Tianshan, would ever fear you. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance. Do you really consider yourself worthy of engaging me in combat? Qin Tianshan mocked Qin Chuan with disdain. Is that so? If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my might. Upon listening to Qin Tianshan's taunts, Qin Chuan's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Qin Ge, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of indignation wash over him. A violent aura enveloped him, causing the very air to tremble. The sheer intensity of his murderous intent was such that the entire space quivered in response. In fact, some demons and even members of the Qin family were no match for Qin Ge. Dispatching them was a trivial task that posed no challenge whatsoever. You, all of you, are not my adversaries, Qin Ge stated coldly as he advanced towards the confrontation. He had come to realize who his true opponent was. This man before him was not only his nemesis, but also the one who had murdered his son and brought ruin to his clan. His father had fallen victim to this man as treachery, as had his mother. Now, he yearned to rend this man before him into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he recognized that his own strength fell short compared to his opponents, and with his family's power now obliterated by the Qin clan, he found himself unable to confront them directly. All he could do was bide his time, awaiting an opportunity to defeat this man. However, it was evident that this individual was no ordinary cultivator. He possessed strength that far surpassed Qin Ge's own. Qin Ge dared not underestimate him. Qin Ge, regardless of whether you are a prodigy or not, I must inform you that you will never be able to defeat me, the head of the Qin family proclaimed with unshakable arrogance. Yet, his words elicited a smirk from Qin Ge, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Head of the Qin family, your words are exceedingly presumptuous. Humph, you remain uncertain of your ability to conquer me. While my strength may not match yours, you will undoubtedly find it impossible to triumph over me, the Qin family's leader declared with pride, his words igniting a firestorm of fury within Qin Ge. His eyes blazed with wrath, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he could erupt at any moment to tear apart the head of the Qin family. Nevertheless, Qin Ge ultimately refrained from striking. He had resolved to wait for the opportune moment to act. This was his principle. He was a man of conviction, steadfast in his warrior's heart, and having made a choice, he would not waver. Humph! With a cold snort, Qin Ge turned and strode away into the distance. The sound of his footsteps resonated throughout the square, echoing his inner turmoil and fury. Yet, the performance of Qin Ge surprised the head of the Qin family. This Qin Ge surprisingly refrained from taking action. Humph! Qin Ge let out a cold snort once more before turning to leave. The members of the Qin family were also taken aback, not expecting Qin Ge to remain so composed and depart without striking. They wore bewildered expressions. Pondering the situation, why did Qin Ge not retaliate? Was he not afraid of the family head taking action against him? Why was he so willing to endure this? Did he truly intend to concede? One member of the Qin family could not help but murmur in confusion. What do you know? Are you aware of Qin Ge's character? The head of the Qin family slowly responded. Qin Ge is a remarkably stubborn individual. Once he resolves to act, he will never retract his decisions. Therefore, he certainly does not intend to concede this time. So stubborn? Another member of the Qin family looked astonished. Humph, we are familiar with Qin Ge's temperament. You simply do not understand him. He is exceedingly proud. Once he has made a decision, not even 10 horses could pull him back. Unless he realizes he has erred, he will not relent. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would stand firm. That is the essence of Qin Ge. I see. So, he is willing to let it go? Is he not too timid? The Qin family member continued. As his words fell, the head of the Qin family slightly shook his head. This is not timidity, this is wisdom. You see, his strength does not match mine. He does not wish to provoke me, nor is there any need for him to engage in conflict. After all, I truly lack the qualifications to contend with a genius. And I admit that. What shall we do now? We cannot simply watch Qin Ge leave, can we? Our situation is dire as well. Another member of the Qin family remarked. No, we still have a chance, the head of the Qin family said with a slight smile. A glimmer of cunning in his eyes. A chance? What chance? At this moment, not even a fly could enter. There is no possibility for any opportunity. Another Qin family member questioned, perplexed. No, we still have a chance. The head of the Qin family maintained his confident demeanor. Our opportunity lies in the fact that Qin Ge harbors grievances. Thus, even if we do not confront him, he will come seeking us. Come seeking us. Upon hearing this, the other heads of the Qin family expressed their confusion. They were aware that the current head of the Qin family, who was also Qin Ge's grandfather, was exceptionally astute. He knew that Qin Ge's abilities were extraordinary, which filled him with concern about his grandson being bullied, yet he did not dare to confront Qin Ge. He understood that his own strength barely surpassed Qin Ge's, making him no match for him. Hence, he sought to devise a strategy to redirect the animosity elsewhere. However, these are not merely simple strategies. Such matters require careful deliberation, and they harbor their own calculations. In his heart, Qin Ge has transformed into a malignant tumor within the Qin family, and his presence is not beneficial. He desires for his grandson's endeavors to flourish, hoping for his success, as this is also the aspiration of the Qin family. Yet, he is currently uncertain about his grandson's intentions. All he wishes for now is his grandson's safety, regarding all other matters with indifference. This situation must now be entrusted to the ancestors. Only their intervention can quell the wrath of Qin Ge. Chapter 220. Fearsome indeed, the ancestral figure of the Qin family is a truly formidable presence, aged yet possessing unfathomable strength that has even reached the threshold of semi-saint. The members of the Qin family hold their ancestor in profound reverence. I believe Qin Ge will not relinquish his desire for vengeance against us. Although his strength may not match mine, his intellect is sharp and his thoughts meticulous. Such a person cannot easily fade away into obscurity, the head of the Qin family observed thoughtfully. Indeed, that is correct. Qin Ge embodies this very nature, not out of mere confidence, but because he possesses both strength and self-assurance. In light of this, let us remain vigilant and observe the unfolding events, the family head continued. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, came the prompt agreement from the Qin family members. Nodding slightly, the family head chose to remain silent thereafter. I suggest that you all cease your idle chatter and promptly ascertain Qin Ge's current activities. I suspect he and his companions have already retreated to his quarters. It would be wise for us to refrain from provoking him at this moment. Should he discover our intentions, we may find ourselves in grave peril, for he is no longer the same as before, the head of the Qin family cautioned. Understood. The others responded immediately. Let us hasten to investigate, they declared, and with that, their figures swiftly vanished from sight. These individuals were acutely aware that lingering too long could result in their demise at the hands of Qin Ge, possibly with a single strike from his sword. Qin Ge, I am eager to witness how you will be taught a lesson, the head of the Qin family mused grimly. In his view, Qin Ge's current actions amounted to a provocation against the Qin family. He could not easily forgive such insolence. The members of the Qin family hastily departed. After leaving the Qin estate, Qin Ge raced towards his own courtyard. His pace was swift, and within mere seconds, he found himself within the confines of his residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately enveloped by a pervasive and intense stench of blood, causing him to furrow his brow. He understood that something significant must have transpired here. Otherwise, such a heavy scent of blood would not permeate the air. A sense of shock coursed through him as he deduced from the overwhelming odor that a fierce battle had undoubtedly taken place. For there could be no other explanation for such a thick atmosphere of blood. Qin Ge. Just as Qin Ge came to a halt, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. Turning to look, he saw a young member of the Qin family rushing towards him. His expression darkened at once. He had no desire to engage in conflict with the Qin family at this moment, as they were unlikely to relent easily. He was not in the mood to entangle himself with them. Moreover, it would not be an easy task for these individuals to make a move against him, as their prowess surpassed his own, rendering him somewhat powerless in the face of their strength. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and departed from the scene, making his way back to his residence with a sense of urgency. The primary concern at this moment was to relay this critical information to his father, urging him to contemplate a strategic response. He was confident that once this news reached his father's ears, a plan would surely emerge. Keep watch outside. Anyone who dares to intrude upon my premises shall be dealt with mercilessly, he stated coldly. Understood. The guards of the Qin family responded promptly, positioning themselves around the estate, vigilant and alert for any intruders, prepared to act decisively should anyone breach his sanctuary. As Qin Ge hurried towards his abode, he encountered two of his cousins, whose faces were alight with enthusiasm. Upon spotting him, they rushed forward with exuberance. Qin Ge, you're back, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. They were well aware of Qin Ge's notoriously irritable temperament and had recently witnessed its full force. It was a wonder how their family managed to endure his disposition. They harbored concerns about Qin Ge's future, as among the multitude within the Qin family, only he seemed destined for a tumultuous path. Yes, I have returned, Qin Ge replied tersely, continuing on his way to his residence. He was eager to enter his quarters and uncover the source of the overwhelming scent of blood that lingered in the air. Qin Ge, you must advocate for us. After you left today, a newcomer within the family dared to usurp our merits. You must stand up for us, one cousin pleaded, tears mingling with snot as he beseeched Qin Ge. Rest assured, I will take up your cause, Qin Ge assured them with a nod. Excellent. We knew we could count on you, Qin Ge. You are our role model, the one we admire most. We'll follow your lead in this matter. And we want to press further. Consider us your friends. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon us, the other cousin remarked, gazing at Qin Ge with admiration. Listening to their words, Qin Ge merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. He was already aware that the higher-ups within the Qin family had begun to plot against him. They surely sought to exploit this opportunity to undermine him. Thus, he remained vigilant, wary of their potential underhanded tactics, always on guard to prevent being caught off guard by their treachery. For the consequences of such an oversight would be dire. Thus, he remains exceptionally vigilant. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards him, he will retaliate without hesitation, leaving no room for mercy. He is now fully prepared to counterattack at any moment. However, he will not act recklessly. When he strikes, he aims to eliminate his adversary completely, a notion that Qin Ge finds most detestable. You all should return to your training and refrain from disturbing my practice, Qin Ge advised the others. Chapter 221. Secrets. Upon hearing Qin Ge's command, the members of the Qin family nodded in agreement. Qin Ge, choosing to disregard them, turned and swiftly made his way into his chamber. Once inside, he promptly seated himself upon the bed, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy. He realized the urgency of enhancing his strength, for this was a rare opportunity. Should he succeed in elevating his power, his status within the family would undoubtedly rise significantly. He aspired to become one of the elite members of the Qin lineage. The Qin family had, at present, over 50 elders who had ascended to their ranks, each possessing greater strength than his father. While his father had also been promoted to elder, he lacked the foundational support that characterized the others. Furthermore, some members of the Qin family held positions as elders or patrons within various external factions, which necessitated their reliance on these alliances for strength. Within this continent, apart from the Qin family, only the enigmatic Bai family and the mysterious Tianlang sect remained. These three factions were essential for the Qin family to cultivate favorable relations with. As they sought assistance to deal with Qin Ge, they had been closely monitoring him, noting a distinct change since his return. He exhibited far less arrogance and seemed to be biding his time. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside Qin Ge's door, prompting him to open his eyes and regard the entrance. A glint of cold light flickered in his gaze as he contemplated whether to deal with the two individuals outside. He was curious about the audacity of those who dared to confront him, pondering the forces that backed them and the confidence they possessed to challenge him. Did they truly believe their strength could rival his? Such a notion was absurd. regardless of their identities. He intended to make it clear that crossing him would lead to dire consequences. This matter extended beyond the interests of the Qin family. It directly affected his own safety. Resolute, Qin Ge decided to eliminate these two adversaries before addressing any other challengers. By diverting their attention, he could draw other factions into conflict with him, at which point he would possess sufficient power to confront them. With this thought, a slight smirk graced his lips, and a cold smile emerged in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he opened the door, surprised to find his parents standing before him. "Uncle, what brings you back?" he exclaimed, taken aback by their unexpected presence. He recognized his father, who was his uncle, Qin Wu, while his mother was his elder uncle, Qin Wu's wife, the Wang family. "Haha, it is as such. The family head has instructed us to escort you to the Tianling Mountain Manor for the auction, hence we have come to find you," Qin Wu said with a smile. Their demeanor had transformed into one of warm enthusiasm, their gazes towards Qin Ge now imbued with admiration. After all, they had come to realize that Qin Ge was no longer the useless individual he once was. His strength had become formidable, and it was said that he possessed a unique ability known as illusory space, capable of controlling others, causing them to lose their true nature and making enemies believe themselves to be fools. This was precisely what made Qin Ge so terrifying. He could lead his adversaries astray, convincing them that he was indeed a genuine simpleton. "Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed swiftly." Upon hearing Qin Wu's words, Qin Ge nodded in agreement, understanding that his father sought to leverage his power to bolster their family's strength. For Qin Ge, this was indeed an opportune moment. He had been yearning for a chance to take revenge, and now his father had proactively proposed that he attend the auction at Tianlang Mountain Manor. He was more than willing to comply. Very well. Qin Wu was elated at Qin Ge's willingness to accompany him to the auction. He was well aware that Qin Ge's prowess far surpassed his own, and his presence would undoubtedly aid some of the formidable elders of the Qin family. Consequently, the family's strength would be significantly enhanced, marking a tremendous boon for them. This young man from the Qin family appears to be quite a remarkable figure. No wonder he is regarded as the strongest of the younger generation. His power is indeed formidable. Even the elders at the pinnacle of the divine profound realm cannot contend with him. However, he is still a spirit master. Should he break through to the Yuan dance stage, his strength would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. I must devise a plan. It seems I need to intensify my training, striving to reach the Yuan dance stage as soon as possible. When I attend the auction, I hope to acquire a piece of divine beast bone, which would greatly bolster our family's strength. Only by refining and absorbing this divine beast bone can our family's power genuinely ascend. A contemplative expression crossed Qin Ge's face. He resolved to elevate his strength expeditiously. Only then could he safeguard his father, Qin Feiyang, and the others. Otherwise, should he be overpowered by others, his father and the others would inevitably suffer the consequences. He needed to hasten his ascent in power to ensure their protection from impending dangers. With this thought, determination filled his countenance. Seeing Qin Ge's current expression, Qin Wu and his wife exchanged glances, both displaying a look of satisfaction. Qin Ge's achievements were a testament to his innate talent and strength. The emergence of such a remarkable young man within the Qin family is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for them. Moreover, it heralds the potential resurgence of the Qin lineage. All thanks to Qin Ge. Presently, Qin Ge stands as the beacon of hope for the future of the Qin family. Upon reflecting on this, the two individuals felt a quiet sense of relief, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Qin Ge. Previously, they could never have imagined a time when they would express gratitude to a younger generation member. Chapter 222. Resolute Uncle. "Aunt, please come in." Qin Ge welcomed them inside, and soon after, he invited them to take a seat. "All right, let us sit down now," Qin Wu said with a smile. He settled onto the sofa in the room, his gaze fixed upon Qin Ge, noticing that the aura surrounding him had grown even more formidable than before. "Qin Ge, has anything significant occurred recently? Why is there a grand auction at Tianling Villa? This large-scale event is set to last for quite some time. Are you aware of the details?" Qin Wu inquired, still smiling. "Yes, I also just learned of this. However, I am not well informed about the specifics. Once I have the opportunity, I shall investigate further," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head slightly before adding with a smile, his curiosity about Tianlang Villa piqued. "Well, when you have the chance, do take a look. The auction has already commenced, and I estimate the first round will take place in a couple of days." "Understood. I will head to the auction house shortly to see if there are any updates." Before long, Qin Ge and Qin Wu departed. The couple did not linger in Qin Ge's room, fully aware that it was imperative not to disturb him. They were also concerned that their presence might inadvertently affect Qin Ge. Once Qin Wu and his wife left, Qin Ge rose from his bed, gazing at his father Qin Feiyang's room, lost in contemplation. Although Qin Feiyang lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had not given up hope. He understood the significance of this auction for the Qin family. The items up for bid held immense potential to aid them. Should anything of great value become available, Qin Feiyang would undoubtedly go to great lengths to secure it. This remained his singular focus. Now, Qin Ge resolved to visit the auction venue to see if there were any intriguing items. By doing so, he could potentially bid on something of interest, thus saving time and effort in his search, ultimately allowing them to avoid unnecessary expenditures. With that thought in mind, Qin Ge rose from his bed and made his way outside his room. Upon exiting, he proceeded to his courtyard, where he approached his cart, leaping onto its back. He then guided the cart toward the auction site at Tianlang Villa. The auction at Tianlang Manor is held periodically, and each session is quite significant. The items up for bid are treasures of immense value, some of which could potentially elevate the Qin family to greater heights of power. Naturally, they do not wish to miss such an opportunity. "Xiaobai, let us depart," Qin Ge called out loudly from atop his steed. "Yes, young master." A white figure swiftly emerged from Qin Ge's carriage and promptly leapt onto the vehicle beside him. With a swift motion, Qin Ge took control of the carriage, urging it forward until they arrived at the auction venue. Just before reaching the entrance, he instructed his mount to turn around and approach the auction house. "Young master, we have arrived." "Ah, Qin family head, brother Qin, it's good to see you again." As Qin Wu and his wife approached the entrance, they were greeted warmly by an acquaintance. This individual was none other than Li Yunfei, a close friend of Qin Wu. Upon seeing Li Yunfei, Qin Wu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Brother Li, what brings you to the auction?" "Of course, I had to come." Li Yunfei chuckled heartily. "Brother Qin, it seems you have made some remarkable progress in your cultivation since we last met." Qin Wu was pleasantly surprised. He had not expected Li Yunfei to notice his advancements. "Brother Li, your keen perception is commendable. Regardless of your cultivation progress, you are a benefactor to our Qin family. How about I treat you to a meal?" Qin Wu felt a surge of joy at Li Yunfei's invitation. The atmosphere of the cultivation auction was quite grand. As Qin Ge surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He had spotted an enemy, the ominous figure of the black-robed elder from before. This elder possessed formidable power, particularly in the realm of mental prowess, which was particularly daunting. Qin Ge made a conscious effort to suppress his aura to avoid detection. He found a random spot to sit quietly and awaited the commencement of the auction. However, his presence soon drew the attention of other guests. Most attendees were there to purchase items, and they sensed that this auction would feature something extraordinary. "That person seems rather peculiar, sitting down without fear of being bullied. What a timid fellow. Isn't it obvious?" He is merely being prudent, recognizing his limitations, and choosing to act discreetly. Besides, he looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't quite place him. Regardless of him, such a person would not stir trouble, even for our sake. Let us instead focus on the auction podium and see what rare treasures may be presented. Perhaps we might procure a few remarkable items. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the auctioneer approached the podium. He appeared to be an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, not particularly tall or imposing, and somewhat frail in stature. Yet, his eyes were remarkably sharp, exuding an aura of profound acumen. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has been specially arranged due to the pressing needs of certain guests. We hope you can understand our predicament. Allow me to introduce the items available for bidding today. There are two categories. The first is the demon pill from the heavenly demon sect, which can enhance one's cultivation, elevating it directly to the nascent soul stage. The second is the 9-turn rebirth pill, which can extend a person's lifespan by 30 years. Although the 9-turn rebirth pill carries significant side effects for humanity, we would never relinquish the chance for even a glimmer of hope. There are 2 9-turn rebirth pills and 1 8-turn rebirth pill, which holds immense significance for our kind." Chapter 223. The Path of Divine Law. Qin Ge gazed at the soul-retrieving elixir on the auction stage, feeling a subtle tremor within his heart. Although he could now replenish what he lacked through cultivation, for an average individual, this elixir was merely a soul-retrieving pill, devoid of any significant value. However, the sight of 2 soul-retrieving pills displayed prominently on the auction block stirred excitement within him. What he desperately required at this moment was the effect of the soul-retrieving elixir. While the elixir possessed some efficacy, it was not overwhelmingly potent. It merely ensured that a soul did not dissipate and could only be utilized once. For humanity, this represented a considerable waste. Thus, in Qin Ge's perspective, what he truly needed was the soul-retrieving elixir, rather than the more advanced 8-turn version. His gaze lingered on the 2 soul-retrieving pills, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Were he to consume it himself, he would be utterly reluctant, for the side effects of the elixir were exceedingly severe. Yet, for Qin Ge in his current predicament, it symbolized a form of redemption. Although the elixir's potency was formidable, it was primarily limited to ordinary individuals. For cultivators, it held little significance. Only a select few could derive benefit from it. For someone of his cultivation level, it bore minimal utility. Consequently, his only recourse lay in the 9-turn soul-retrieving elixir and these 2 soul-retrieving pills. With the aid of the 9-turn elixir, his soul's recovery speed would undoubtedly increase significantly, perhaps even restoring him to the nascent soul stage of cultivation. At that juncture, he could depart Tianqing City, return to the human realm, and re-establish his own empire. By that time, his adversaries would diminish considerably. Therefore, Qin Ge must secure these 2 soul-retrieving pills. Ladies and gentlemen, you are undoubtedly aware of the efficacy of the 9-turn soul-retrieving elixir, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid for the 9-turn elixir is 100 billion crystal stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million crystal stones. Now, let the auction commence. As the auctioneer's words resonated, the entire hall erupted with fervor. 100 billion crystal stones. This was an astronomical fortune. 100 billion. I bid 100 billion. 100 billion. 200 billion. I bid 300 billion. 360 billion. I bid 500 billion. 550 billion. I bid 1,670 billion. The cacophony of bids reverberated throughout the hall, yet the price showed no signs of abating. Such was the allure of wealth, the very reason cultivators fervently vied for resources. 1,700 billion. At that moment, a sudden, aged voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an authority that elicited involuntary shivers. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd momentarily froze, then turned their gazes toward its source, where an elderly man sat. The elderly man appeared quite ordinary, donned in a gray long robe, seemingly unremarkable and devoid of any particular distinction. However, as Qin Ge gazed into the man's eyes, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him. Those were eyes brimming with wisdom. Moreover, Qin Ge recognized him. It was he. Qin Ge murmured to himself. This elder was the very one he had encountered outside Tianqing City. During their previous conversation, they had exchanged insights on martial techniques, leaving a vivid impression on Qin Ge's memory. 18 billion. At that moment, another voice rang out. Following the sound, Qin Ge beheld a man clad in green, who had uttered that figure. This green-clad gentleman stood tall, adorned in a white robe, with a handsome visage and a sprinkling of faint freckles at the corners of his eyes. This man was none other than Lin Feng, the chairman of the Tianqing Commercial Association's headquarters. My friend, I possess 2 9-rebirth soul pills, which are of paramount importance to us in Tianqing City. Should you procure these 2 pills, I am prepared to offer you 5 times their value. Of course, you are free to decline, Lin Feng remarked, his gaze fixed on Qin Ge, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Wouldn't it be foolish of me to refuse your offer? Qin Ge retorted with a laugh. Then I invite you to join the Tianqing Commercial Association, Lin Feng proclaimed with a booming voice. Very well, I accept. Qin Ge nodded in agreement. Congratulations. This 9-rebirth soul pill is now yours, the auctioneer announced, stepping forward to hand the 2 pills to Qin Ge. He tucked the pills into his pocket, glanced at the auctioneer, and then looked up at Lin Feng, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Feng also regarded Qin Ge, aware that he was feigning ignorance of his position as the chairman of the Tianqing Commercial Association. Yet, he had witnessed such ruses too many times to be perturbed. He merely offered a faint smile, indicating that it was of no consequence. Soon, the auctioneer resumed his calls. Now, the starting bid for the 9-rebirth soul pill is 100 billion crystal stones. Is there a higher bid? If not, this 9-rebirth soul pill will belong to our friend Qin Ge. The auction is now underway. Qin Ge's gaze fell upon the 2 pills in his hand, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Although his desire for the pills was intense, he knew he had numerous tasks ahead of him. Thus he restrained himself. Before long, the auctioneer initiated the countdown. 130 billion, 140 billion, 150 billion. As the bids escalated, the atmosphere in the hall became electrified, with everyone waiting for the opportune moment. Soon, Qin Ge observed the auctioneer draping a red cloth over the auction hammer. Once the red fabric was placed, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. The auctioneer gradually unveiled the crimson cloth, and instantly, an intense aroma wafted through the air. This intoxicating fragrance enveloped the senses, compelling one to take a deep breath and savor the pure spiritual essence emanating from beneath the fabric. Chapter 224. The power of the elixir, what a rich and profound spiritual aura. This 9-turn soul recovery pill truly lives up to its legendary reputation, surpassing the quality of the few elixirs outside Tianqing City by a considerable margin, and its medicinal properties are even more exquisite. This pill is undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. Its price must be astronomical. How fortunate Qin Ge is. A group of people engaged in animated discussions, casting envious glances at Qin Ge, their expressions tinged with jealousy. They could hardly believe that such a remarkable elixir had been successfully auctioned off by a complete stranger and at 5 times its expected price. Hearing the chatter around him, Qin Ge felt a surge of excitement. He was certain that this 9-turn soul recovery pill had been crafted by that old man. Initially, he had hoped to acquire it himself. But now his thoughts had shifted. Given that this elder could concoct such an extraordinary elixir, his identity must be formidable, and undoubtedly, his background must be impressive as well. Therefore, Qin Ge refrained from being as audacious as before. After all, he was now on someone else's territory. With this realization, he cast aside those thoughts. 5 trillion yuan in crystal stones. At that moment, a young man's voice rang out. The crowd gasped. Could this individual also be vying for the elixir? 5,500 billion yuan in crystal stones. Lin Feng declared without hesitation. I offer 5,800 billion yuan in crystal stones. The young man's face darkened. His icy gaze fixed on Lin Feng as he enunciated each word deliberately. 5,800 billion yuan was indeed a significant sum for him. Qin Ge was taken aback, astonished that Lin Feng's family possessed such wealth in crystal stones. The total amount of spiritual energy could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a sage, for it was overwhelmingly abundant. After the auction concluded, Lin Feng approached Qin Ge, a hint of warmth in his demeanor as he spoke. Brother Qin, I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. Being part of our group could accelerate your cultivation progress. However, Qin Ge merely shook his head slowly. As a rogue cultivator, he wished to rely solely on his innate talent and fortuitous encounters to enhance his strength, giving no thought to anything else. Lin Feng was not overly surprised by Qin Ge's refusal. After all, individuals like them, wandering without any backing, could hardly hope to join a sect. Even if they managed to enter a sect, they would not necessarily receive significant opportunities. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in Lin Feng's heart. As he wished for Qin Ge to ally with the Lin family, Lin Feng understood that his current strength was insufficient, but if Qin Ge were willing to assist him, he believed he could rapidly grow in power. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not press you, Brother Qin. I hope you remain safe in your travels. Lin Feng said lightly. After uttering these words, he departed. In the fleeting moment as Lin Feng turned to leave, Qin Ge retrieved a token from his storage ring, cradling it in his palm for a meticulous examination. He hesitated, pondering whether he should join Lin Feng. As a solitary cultivator, he possessed some strength, yet he paled in comparison to Lin Feng, whose cultivation had already ascended to the realm of the Saint King. Although Lin Feng had just embarked upon the initial stage of this level, his prowess in cultivation surpassed that of Qin Ge. He had heard whispers that the path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous and slow as one ascended, yet he firmly believed in his potential to break through, albeit he had not anticipated such a swift and fleeting opportunity for advancement. As Lin Feng journeyed back, a myriad of images flickered through his mind. These visions were populated by a diverse array of individuals, some solitary cultivators, others disciples of sects, and some merely ordinary folk. Their lives were steeped in hardship and resignation. Perhaps they harbored various dreams, yet ultimately, reality had shattered them. They were all wretched souls. Observing these scenes, Lin Feng involuntarily reflected upon his past life, recalling how his own parents had traversed the world, ultimately failing to ascend to the supreme realm. In this life, his father had already attained the strength of a saint emperor, and he himself boasted commendable innate talent, yet he still could not breach the supreme realm, nor could he comprehend the heavenly path. His grandfather was a saint emperor, while he himself was merely a celestial monarch. How splendid it would be if his father could cultivate to such heights. Yet, despite these thoughts, he harbored no delusions. He understood the impossibility of such aspirations. Nevertheless, he refused to concede, for he possessed a resilient heart and an indomitable spirit. Young one, your thoughts are exceedingly naïve. Do you truly believe that the Saint Realm is the pinnacle? If the Saint King Realm were the ultimate, then all the inhabitants of this world would ascend to divinity, immortality, and imperial status. And what of you? What is your true ambition? Is it merely cultivation? Indeed, your aspiration is cultivation. But have you considered whether your physique can endure the rigors of your training? Can your body withstand the vast elements of the cosmos? If you wish to cultivate, you must bear a multitude of burdens, and these are trials you must endure. Furthermore, while your current realm may be elevated, it remains within the confines of the Saint King stage, far from the supreme realm. Do you genuinely believe you can cultivate to such heights? Within his mind, a cacophony of voices emerged, some laced with mockery, others offering counsel, yet all left Lin Feng in a state of turmoil, uncertain of whether to heed them. Oh, this young fellow, his thoughts are too simplistic. He fancies himself capable of achieving the supreme realm, but that is an impossibility. Regardless of your aspirations, this is your fate. Such is destiny, and it shall not be altered. Fate is immutable. To alter the course of destiny, one must ascend to the pinnacle of power, for only then can one seize and reshape fate. Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Lin Feng felt as though his head might explode. The words of those around him were disconcerting, casting a shadow over his spirits, yet he found himself bereft of any rebuttal, for their assertions were undeniably true. Nevertheless, their utterances left him feeling profoundly uneasy, as he recognized that they were imparting a lesson upon him. At that moment, Qin Ge emanated an increasingly formidable aura, his eyes ablaze with resplendent energy. He was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to conspire against him. Thus, he resolved to show no mercy. The power radiating from Qin Ge intensified, his eyes erupting with brilliant flames. Chapter 225. Invincible with an astonishing speed, the attack surged toward Lin Feng. Remarkably swift. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught, unable to fathom the velocity of Qin Ge's assault. Although Lin Feng retained a modicum of reflex, he was astonished at the formidable enhancement in Qin Ge's strength. His swiftness was simply overwhelming. In that fleeting moment of daze, a searing heat rushed toward him. He realized that if this scorching force were to make contact, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dodged and invoked the wind-walking technique. However, his reaction was still a fraction too slow. Just as he managed to evade somewhat, another wave of intense heat surged forth. He understood that while he had evaded Qin Ge's initial strike, he remained unable to completely escape the impending danger. At this critical juncture, he activated the heavenly demon disintegration and simultaneously unleashed the Nine Heavens divine thunder technique, instantly doubling his power and reaching the realm of a saint. Yet, even with this newfound strength, he found himself unable to shake off Qin Ge's relentless assault. He could only hope that Qin Ge had not noticed his transformation. Indeed, Qin Ge remained oblivious. To him, Lin Feng was merely a trivial saint, not worthy of concern. He believed that even against a saint, he could dispatch them in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, they were situated in a secluded forest, far removed from the outside world where he wielded considerable influence. Here, however, he was merely a minor Saint King, failing to recognize Lin Feng's true position. Qin Ge's focus was entirely fixated on Lin Feng, and this time he was genuinely serious. He recognized that Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. Should he allow Lin Feng to escape, it would spell endless troubles for him. A cold glint sparkled in Qin Ge's eyes as his palm once again aimed at Lin Feng. He was determined to eliminate Lin Feng in the shortest time possible to eliminate future threats. Although he acknowledged Lin Feng's strength, he was confident that the latter could not withstand the might of someone as powerful as himself for long. At that moment, Lin Feng finally regained his composure. Upon seeing Qin Ge's impending attack, he wasted no time and activated the heavenly demon disintegration. This formidable technique was a terrifying power. If Lin Feng wished, he could ascend 10 realms within a mere quarter of an hour. This was the essence of the heavenly demon disintegration, a skill he learned from his grandfather. The technique was exceedingly domineering, accessible only to a select few, and rarely imparted to others unless one possessed exceptional talent. Otherwise, it would lead to certain demise. Now, he only needed to endure for 10 minutes, during which he could completely restore himself to his former state. By that time, regardless of how formidable Qin Ge might be, he would no longer have anything to fear. He understood that a formidable warrior like Qin Ge would never foolishly cease his assault. He realized that if Qin Ge continued to attack, it would signify that he had not yet fully exerted himself. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Qin Ge was undoubtedly observing him. Thus he needed to ensure he evaded Qin Ge's onslaught within 10 minutes. Consequently, he executed the celestial demon disintegration technique while simultaneously employing the wind escape technique and the Nine Heavens divine thunder technique. The two skills struck toward Qin Ge from opposite sides. Mere trifles. A smirk crept across Qin Ge's lips as he accelerated his attacks several-fold. Appearing before Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was instantly hurled away, crashing into a towering tree, which splintered upon impact. With a series of thuds, Lin Feng succumbed to the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground, causing boulders to tumble and creating a deep crater from which faint traces of blood seeped. He was injured, yet Qin Ge refrained from pursuing him, instead focusing on Lin Feng's wound. At that moment, Lin Feng's chest had been pierced by Qin Ge's previous strike, with blood oozing from the gaping hole. Observing the crimson fluid, Qin Ge furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger, but it was too late. He realized that Lin Feng had returned to peak condition and was even recovering rapidly. How could this be? Qin Ge exclaimed in astonishment. How could it not be? The power of my celestial demon disintegration and the 9 heavens divine thunder is far from simple. Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile, astonished by the miraculous effects of his own technique. He was now confident that even an ordinary god king-level warrior would be unable to contend with him. Kid, you are indeed impressive. Qin Ge scoffed, but you are now at your wit's end. You lack the strength to fight me. I advise you to surrender. Ha. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Qin Ge, do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? You greatly underestimate my prowess. I assure you, this time, not only will I triumph, but I will do so resoundingly. Oh, are you certain? Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. Then I shall put it to the test. You are indeed audacious. Go ahead and try. Lin Feng replied calmly, for I am destined to win, and I also hope your defeat is thorough, as it would bring me some ease. Ha. Qin Ge laughed heartily upon hearing Lin Feng's words. I never anticipated you harbored such thoughts. I concede that you are a formidable opponent, but do not forget, you are within my domain. You are my captive, and everything about you is under my control. This time, I shall send you to the underworld myself. I will personally eliminate you, so you may understand my might. With that, Qin Ge launched his ferocious assault on Lin Feng, each strike imbued with catastrophic power, as if capable of annihilating everything in its path. Observing the offensive maneuvers of Qin Ge, a cold smirk crept across Lin Feng's face. Qin Ge, I advise you to temper your enthusiasm, otherwise, you may find yourself devoid of opportunities shortly. As he spoke, he unleashed the 9 heavens divine thunder technique, enveloping himself in a dazzling display of electric light, surrounded by a layer of purple lightning. Qin Ge scoffed dismissively, utterly unconcerned with Lin Feng's presence. As a master of the divine king realm, he believed that no matter how formidable Lin Feng might be, he could never match his prowess, for he possessed the cultivation of a nascent divine emperor. Qin Ge held an unwavering confidence in his own strength. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, the lightning surrounding Lin Feng abruptly vanished, replaced by a colossal fireball, as large as a basketball, emanating an intensely scorching aura. Chapter 226. The astonishing battle. This move was indeed terrifying, emanating a formidable power that Qin Ge could distinctly feel, causing his gaze to sharpen. He realized that Lin Feng was genuinely intent on taking his life this time. However, could he truly succeed? That seemed highly improbable. Qin Ge held an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. It is well known that one must be ruthless to stand firm. In this world, possessing strength is the most effective means to establish oneself. Although this technique, the demonic dissolution, appeared extraordinarily powerful, Qin Ge firmly believed he could prevail against it. The reason was simple. He believed in himself. Indeed, at times, self-confidence can be an immensely potent force, and Lin Feng was now close to madness. Furthermore, he needed to resolve the battle swiftly, for this move could not be sustained for long. If 10 minutes elapsed without him eliminating Qin Ge, he risked facing a counterattack, which would be akin to losing more than he gained. Lin Feng, being a clever individual, would not make such a foolish mistake. Thus, he had to act quickly to bring Qin Ge to his demise, ensuring that no future threats would arise. Qin Ge, prepare to meet your end. I have long found you intolerable. With that declaration, Lin Feng charged at him with reckless abandon, launching several massive fireballs like cannonballs towards Qin Ge. Unhurried and composed, Qin Ge evaded with remarkable agility, deftly dodging every attack. His movements were indeed unparalleled. Do you think mere evasion will suffice? Are you aware of the nature of my lightning? Lin Feng chuckled, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Witnessing this expression, Qin Ge felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that this lightning held some unique quality? Unaware, are you? Allow me to enlighten you, so that you may perish with clarity. If you were to fall to my strike without understanding the cause, you would find no peace in the afterlife. With that, Lin Feng erupted into a maniacal laughter, his arrogance palpable, leaving Qin Ge feeling quite unsettled. Lin Feng, do you truly believe victory is assured? One should not be overly conceited. I warn you, should I reduce you to tears, do not come crying to me calling me father. Who do you think you are? Let me clarify. This technique is the 9 heavens divine thunder, meaning all my lightning shares the same attributes as the celestial tribulations. Thus, when I unleash it upon you, evasion is utterly futile. Your agility has been rendered completely ineffective. Do you comprehend? After delivering this proclamation, Lin Feng watched intently for Qin Ge's reaction. In his mind, he anticipated that Qin Ge would be struck with terror, trembling in fear. However, it was evident that he had misjudged the situation. Qin Ge, though taken aback, did not exhibit overwhelming astonishment. In truth, he may have contemplated this long ago. After all, what is thunder but a mere phenomenon? It holds no terror, for to him, thunder is merely a supplement. When he first traversed into this realm, the modest abode he resided in was frequently graced by thunderous storms. At that time, he had already tempered his physical resilience. Thus, thunder posed no threat to him any longer. Now, he gazes at Lin Feng with profound pity. How does one articulate this? Sometimes, a person's plight is truly lamentable. Lin Feng believed he had secured victory, hence his audacious mockery of Qin Ge. Little did he realize that his greatest trump card was utterly inconsequential before Qin Ge. Even a mere slap would likely surpass the might of thunder. Of course, Lin Feng remained oblivious to this reality. Realizing his time was running short, he charged towards Qin Ge. Qin Ge, meet your demise. With that proclamation, formidable bolts of thunder cascaded from the heavens, a magnificent display. Moreover, thunder possesses a peculiar attribute. It autonomously locks onto its adversaries. Those undergoing tribulation, regardless of their retreat, would find thunder accurately tracing their whereabouts, striking them on the head, a source of considerable vexation for many. One might ponder, why is thunder so malevolent? It seems to possess consciousness, meticulously following its target, never losing its mark. This phenomenon is undoubtedly influenced by the forces of the heavenly path, leaving many in deep frustration with no recourse to remedy the situation. Lin Feng incessantly conjured fireballs, while the sky unleashed relentless bolts of thunder, each aimed squarely at Qin Ge's head. It appeared he was truly intent on eliminating Qin Ge. As Qin Ge evaded, he contemplated feigning fear, thinking, what if I pretend to be terrified of these thunderbolts, only to reveal at the crucial moment that I am, in fact, unafraid? I wonder what expression Lin Feng would wear then. He suddenly felt an irresistible urge to witness that reaction. Typically, he was quite a serious individual, devoid of such mischievous inclinations. Yet, the circumstances compelled him. Lin Feng had previously spoken amicably, only to abruptly betray him. This was utterly intolerable for Qin Ge. To speak candidly, he generally possessed a good temperament, rarely provoked, provided one did not breach his limits. Betrayal unequivocally crossed those boundaries. Thus, Qin Ge genuinely yearned to deal Lin Feng a severe blow. Otherwise, he could not quell the indignation swelling within him. I once regarded you as a brother, and yet you toy with me? Such treachery is simply unconscionable. Contemplating this, Qin Ge suddenly adopted a visage of fear, reminiscent of a master thespian. Please, Lin Feng, do not harm me. I am truly terrified. In response, Qin Ge squeezed his eyes shut with all his might, and to his astonishment, a few tears escaped. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Feng could hardly contain his laughter, nearly bursting with mirth. He had never anticipated that the previously arrogant Qin Ge could now appear so timid. Indeed, how the tables had turned. This realization brought Lin Feng immense satisfaction. Though Qin Ge was formidable and possessed significant prowess before Lin Feng, he was reduced to such a state. Thus, Lin Feng began to mock him.